to a blade, aiming for Zachariah's head. Crack. There was no severed head rolling on the ground. The sound of cracking bones came not from Zachariah's neck, but from Brandon's arm. Shock spread across Brandon's face as a scream escaped his lips. He had broken his own bones, hitting Zachariah. Zachariah turned back, eyes cold as ice. Staring at Zachariah as if seeing a monster, Brandon asked fearfully, "What are you?" Brandon had never seen a demon whose physical prowess was as formidable as Zachariah's. Just now, it was as if he had used all his strength to chop at an iron mountain with his bare hands. That terrifying counterforce directly wrecked that arm of his. In contrast, Zachariah wasn't affected at all. He didn't even have to turn his head. This scene left Brandon's heart shattered. He had never encountered such an absurd situation in his long life. Zachariah didn't spare him any kindness either. He could clearly sense the killing intent from the other party. For demonic fiends harboring murderous intentions, Zachariah was never soft-hearted. He didn't know what taking advantage of someone meant. He only knew what striking while the iron is hot was. In the next moment, Zachariah punched Brandon's head straight into the ground. "You think you're smart, huh? Huh. To dare ambush me, this action doesn't look like something a smart person would decide." Zachariah landed another punch, smashing Brandon's head and causing the palace floor beneath to crack under the indirect force. A deep pit already formed under Brandon's head. Until death, Brandon couldn't believe he would meet his end before completing his grand ambition. Even less did he expect to die by the hands of Zachariah, this outsider. After killing Brandon, a new page opened up again in Zachariah's Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. Zachariah ignored Brandon's past and didn't pick up any of the remains from the two demon generals. He had more important things to do. Without a word, Zachariah immediately rushed to the platform and prepared to touch the tripod cauldron when a powerful force instantly knocked him back. Zachariah involuntarily retreated to the entrance door, and at that moment, the main door behind him sounded again. This time, the figure walking in was clad in armor, appearing mighty and imposing. From his aura, one couldn't help but be reminded of a lion. It was the Atli. The first thing the Atli saw after entering was his general Brandon lying on the ground, half his head sunk into the pit, with his breath cut off. At this point, the Atli still didn't know that his beloved general had turned traitor. To him, one of his most loyal generals had died. Facing such a scene, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent as he did with other demons. "Did you kill him?" The Atli looked at Zachariah, his eyes instantly turning cold. Apart from Brandon's body, only Zachariah was here. Who else could have killed Brandon except Zachariah? But Zachariah shook his head and said, "No, he died on his own. When I came in, he was already dead here." The corner of the Atli's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Zachariah shrugged. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." The Atli sized Zachariah up and suddenly said, "Swear allegiance to me, and I can forgive you." Even if Brandon was in poor condition before his death, a demon who could kill him was not simple. Moreover, any demon who could make it here must possess extraordinary physical prowess. The Atli had just experienced this deeply. Among his three top generals, only Brandon had made it this far. Clearly, this place wasn't easy to reach. Therefore, the Atli could overlook the issue of whether Zachariah had killed Brandon. He only required Zachariah to swear loyalty. With such a powerful demon joining, his camp strength wouldn't be weakened too much. Zachariah smiled faintly and said, "I want to ask you first, how did you enter through that door just now?" Upon hearing this, the Atli frowned. He felt that Zachariah's questioning style had an air of condescension, which irritated him. However, he showed a courteous attitude, choosing not to quibble with Zachariah over this. By pushing it open directly, is there a problem with that? There is a problem, and it's quite significant. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Zachariah's lips. "That door has a mechanism, didn't you know?" Hearing this, the Atli slightly stiffened, showing some hesitation. "A mechanism? Of course, it's right beside the door on the wall." The Atli fell silent for a moment before saying, "So what?" For someone strong, when faced with a barrier, their first thought naturally was to try pushing it open, not to look for a mechanism. In the Atli's view, the result was the same. Being able to enter was all that mattered. Why fuss about the process? Zachariah smiled faintly. "It does matter. I don't associate with unintelligent people." Right after Zachariah finished speaking, the main door creaked open once again. Girardin strode in majestically. His eyes fell on Zachariah first. "Thanks for telling me about the mechanism." Zachariah. Chapter 178, Underground Palace. Coffin. Zachariah looked at the leader standing before him, observing the dust and bloodstains on his body. It was clear that even the leader had faced numerous trials and tribulations before reaching this place. When Zachariah was examining Gerardo was doing the same to him. Seeing Zachariah unharmed made his heart surge with shock like a towering wave. Before arriving at this palace, they encountered various obstacles and dangers. Even he couldn't come out completely unscathed after navigating those checkpoints. And Zachariah, who had been injured by his sword strike earlier, that attack imbued with sword intent, shouldn't have healed so quickly. In fact, he should have been the most seriously wounded among the three. Considering this, Zachariah seemed the least likely to reach this point, yet in reality, he appeared to be the least harmed, without any sign of injury. This left Gerardo stunned. What kind of monstrous creature is this? Although Gerardo was extremely shocked, his face remained as calm as ever. There was a sense of composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Inside the palace, the three figures faced each other in a tense standoff. To Gerardo, Zachariah was allied with Atli, an entity he could not comprehend and thus did not make rash moves. From Atli's perspective, Zachariah had killed one of his demon generals and refused to join his ranks. And then there was Gerardo from Xuanhuan, a deadly enemy. In Zachariah's view, he could not align himself with Atli. As for the relationship between him and Xuanhuan's leader, it was still strained and adversarial. Therefore, the atmosphere became delicate. No one dared to move first, fearing that acting against one would result in being attacked by the other. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. A hand with skin as rough as rock emerged from the earth right between them, accompanied by an urgent voice. Great Atli, save me! Pull me up! The voice was familiar only to the Atli. It belonged to his general, Kanoring Yin. Frowning, Atli wondered what had happened. It seemed that Kanoring Yin got stuck or caught by something. Observing the situation, it was apparent Kanoring Yin had tried an unconventional path, attempting to enter the palace from underground. This wasn't surprising to Atli since Kanoring Yin had the ability to blend into stone layers. As Atli stepped forward, Gerardo lunged with a swift sword strike. The sharp sound of air cutting through broke the silence as Atli raised his arms defensively. With a clang, Atli staggered back several steps, his arms tingling. Thankfully, his heavy armor protected his arms from being severed by Gerardo's powerful attack. You! Atli's face reddened in anger, just as the sword approached again. Gerardo, with a solemn expression, knew he had to act. If Atli managed to pull out the demon below, his situation would become even more perilous, turning a 2-on-1 battle into a 3-on-1. Yet, Gerardo was also concerned about the third party present, Zachariah. Hey, give him a hand. I won't hold past grievances against you, and I'll thank you generously afterward. Atli certainly didn't forget about Zachariah. Normally, pride wouldn't allow him to lower himself, but he understood the need for temporary compromise. After appeasing Zachariah now, he could settle matters later. Upon hearing this, Zachariah flashed a mysterious smile. Oh well, sure. At that moment, only the palm of the hand was visible above the surface, its fingers gripping tightly. It left 5 deep impressions on the solid ground, slowly sinking deeper as though a strong force pulled from below. Kanoring Yan's fingers trembled under intense pressure as desperate calls came from beneath. Great Atli, quick, help me up, I can't hold on much longer. Before getting a response, Zachariah's figure abruptly appeared near Kanoring Yan. Gerardo tried to stop him, but Atli, sensing Gerardo's intentions, blocked him with the black demon blade. With a smirk, Atli said, Heh, with this emperor here, you will never succeed. Under his offensive, Gerardo could no longer move freely. His divine power seemed suppressed as well, giving Atli an unexpected advantage. However, while Atli reveled in this thought, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw Zachariah crush Kanoring Yan's fingers underfoot. The agonizing scream faded away as the demon's presence vanished underground. Shocked, Atli watched Gerardo seize this opportunity, disarming him and striking his chest. The black armor split open, and the sword chi penetrated but did not cause severe physical damage. Yet, the embedded sword intent was unbearable. Gasping inwardly, his face turned grim. He felt furious at Zachariah's actions. Weren't they all demons? Shouldn't they cooperate to deal with the Shushan swordsman? But instead, Zachariah not only didn't save Kanoring Yin but hastened his death. You're insane. What are you trying to do? Atli raged. Never had he hated a demon as intensely as he did Zachariah now, even more than Gerardo. Zachariah had killed 2 of his generals. Damn it, if he knew another beloved general's final will was extinguished by Zachariah too, how enraged would he be? But Atli was already filled with murderous intent. Next, he lunged toward Zachariah. Seeing this, Gerardo felt puzzled. Weren't they on the same side? How could they fight among themselves now? Nonetheless, this conflict benefited him. As 2 tigers fought, Gerardo found himself the beneficiary. Seizing the brief moment of respite, he glanced at the tripod cauldron emitting white smoke in the central platform. Perhaps its contents were related to the fog outside the forbidden land of demons. So, maybe the key to suppressing the demonic aura lies within this cauldron. Gerardo's mind raced, and without a second thought, he dashed directly toward the tripod cauldron. However, he encountered the same situation as Zachariah had before. As he approached the cauldron, a massive repelling force surged forth, hurling him back. Gerardo steadied himself, his gaze flickering with surprise and concern growing in his brow. Clearly, this situation caught him off guard. The repelling force was stronger than he had imagined. Things are getting complicated. At that moment, the commotion caused by Zachariah and Atli did not go unnoticed by Gerardo. A loud explosion echoed. As Gerardo cast his eyes toward the source, he saw something unexpected. His pupils contracted sharply. He saw Atli retreating swiftly. Cracks spider-webbed across the armor on Atli's chest from Zachariah's punch. Blood trickled down the corner of Atli's mouth. Gerardo was shaken. Had Zachariah actually injured Atli? At this point, shock was not confined to Gerardo alone. Atli felt it most deeply. With wide, angry eyes, he couldn't believe there was any demon or monster stronger than him in physical power. Where did this creature come from? No wonder you refused to follow me. Interesting, very interesting. Atli's anger turned into laughter, and instantly his armor burst apart. By shedding this heavy armor, he wasn't just removing defense. It had been restraining his true physical power. The armor weighed tens of thousands of pounds and acted as constant resistance training every day, enhancing his strength continuously. This armor more so sealed his true physical might than provided protection, inhibiting its full expression. Rarely did he need to rely on his physical strength in battles. But now, forced to reveal his true prowess by Zachariah. In an instant after the armor exploded, his figure vanished from where he stood. How fast! Even Gerardo marveled at his speed. The armor didn't just seal his strength, but primarily suppressed his speed. Next moment, Atli appeared behind Zachariah. A hurricane-like fist struck with such force that it seemed to ripple space itself. Boom! The gust of wind from the punch enveloped Zachariah, who then disappeared within it. It was an afterimage. Atli was startled. He can match my speed? Then, Zachariah appeared from his side, delivering a leg whip. Atli blocked with his elbow, and with immense effort, barely stayed grounded. But his elbow tingled. Immediately grabbing Zachariah's ankle, he attempted to throw him. However, before he could exert force, Zachariah kicked his knee. Zachariah's other foot struck first, making Atli stumble forward. A knee to the chin followed, stunning him momentarily. Atli soared high into the air from the impact, spitting blood. All this happened in mere moments. Just as Atli flew up, the failed attack's fist wind hit the central platform's tripod cauldron instead. The cauldron crashed over. A deafening sound, like the evening drums and morning bells, reverberated. This thunderous noise jolted Gerardo awake. Ignoring Zachariah's astonishing physical power, Gerardo focused on the fallen tripod cauldron. Seemingly affected by Atli's fist wind, the cauldron began stirring inside, almost boiling, and the lid vibrated violently. Meanwhile, a square gap opened atop the platform. From it rose a vertical red coffin. The red coffin emitted no light, but was glaringly evident to Gerardo and Zachariah, who both squinted their eyes. A coffin? Whose body lies within? Both were perplexed. Only the resurfacing Atli, seeing this, beamed with manic excitement. I found it. Finally, I found it. Instead of raging about being beaten badly by Zachariah, Atli laughed wildly, appearing deranged. Gerardo frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Similarly, Zachariah was puzzled. Though aware of General Fei Jamisu's memories, they were limited. General Fei Jamisu only knew Atli sought a place linked to the mist outside the demon territory, crucial to some grand plan. Speculatively, it involved destroying something related to the mist for long-term benefit. But now, things seemed different. Indeed, only Jerry General Avram knew Atli's true intentions, which Zachariah lacked due to unextracted memories. As Atli's laughter continued, the red coffin's lid suddenly opened. Inside lay a skeletal corpse with ghostly features, skin shriveled and yellow, eyes shut, and fangs standing ominously, despite being lifeless. Seeing this corpse sent a wave of malevolent aura washing over Zachariah and Gerardo. So potent, no doubt, Ancestor Demon. This is Ancestor Demon? Hearing Atli's trembling, exhilarated voice, Zachariah and Gerardo were shocked. Ancestor Demon? The progenitor of demons? Zachariah's expression turned peculiar. So, Atli was searching for Ancestor Demons' remains all along. After so many years, these still exist. Concerns crept in. What if it revived? Reanimation should not happen, right? Gerardo was even more astonished. If this were indeed Ancestor Demon's body, the situation became dire. Boom. As the coffin lid opened, the tripod cauldron responded with a violent tremor, exploding open. A white orb floated out, emitting thick white fog toward the coffin's corpse. Upon covering the corpse, the chilling demonic aura vanished instantly. This is what suppresses the demonic aura. Witnessing this, Zachariah and Gerardo realized simultaneously. They had found what they sought. Yet hesitation arose. Removing this pearl might bring Ancestor Demon back to life. What if they removed the white pearl? Would the so-called Ancestor Demon revive? Because of these concerns, Zachariah and Gerardo did not act rashly. Though they remained still, it didn't mean the Atli would. In an instant, the Atli's figure flashed. He unleashed a powerful punch toward the white orb. Before his body arrived, a torrential punch wind surged forward. Gerardo had been on guard, but this guy was just too fast. By the time Gerardo slashed his sword at him, the Atli had already thrown his punch. Trouble. Just as Gerardo's heart sank, the next moment, an unexpected figure appeared in the path of that punch wind. It was Zachariah. Zachariah also threw a punch. The two punch winds collided midair, generating a howling gale that echoed through the vast palace. The strong gust dispersed some of the fog, and once again, the powerful demonic aura spread out. Suddenly, Gerardo felt a violent tremor in his knees. Cold sweat instantly streamed down from his forehead. A powerhouse of the Atli's caliber naturally had unparalleled opportunism. The black devil blade returned to his hand, slicing straight toward Gerardo's head. Gerardo raised his sword to block, but due to the pain in his knee, he lacked the strength to defend. His figure was instantly struck by the Atli and fell back to the corner of the palace. Despite his unwavering expression, as he attempted to step forward again, his knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Propping himself up with his long sword, a trail of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His sword-holding hand began to tremble, and his complexion paled slightly. The Atli let out a maniacal laugh. He did not press his advantage against Gerardo nor attack Zachariah. Instead, he flickered around, throwing punches wildly, sending punch winds from all directions toward the white orb. Zachariah felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't accurately intercept each of the Atli's chaotic attacks every time. After continuously blocking dozens of strikes, Zachariah knew he couldn't continue like this. Eventually, one would slip through. Due to the orb's anti-demonic properties, a repelling force prevented him from getting too close. With no other choice, he decided to directly attack the Atli. Even when Zachariah threw a punch at him, the Atli chose to endure it without retaliating, fixated on striking the white orb. And after paying a painful price, his scheme finally succeeded. He landed a punch on the white orb. The orb instantly flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The white mist surrounding the red coffin's corpse was completely blown away. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Zachariah barely registered what happened before the Atli vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared beside the coffin of the Ancestor Demon, eyes gleaming with manic excitement, as if beholding an invaluable treasure. Ancestor Demon, I am your descendant. Give me your demonic source energy. After shouting, the Atli suddenly lunged and bit into the Ancestor Demon's neck. Seeing this, Zachariah felt his scalp tingle. His head seemed ready to explode. What was he doing? How could anyone bite into a corpse? It was the first time Zachariah saw someone devour a dead body. Truly, demons had no taboos. Of course, Zachariah didn't just stand idly by. It was obvious the Atli was absorbing something from the Ancestor Demon to strengthen himself. Zachariah wasn't about to wait until he finished. The next moment, Zachariah's figure flashed over. The Atli seemed to have anticipated Zachariah's interference. But he did not stop his frenzied absorption. Without any visible movement, a tear appeared on his back, and a little demon sprang from the bloody seam, charging at Zachariah with sharp teeth bared. What is this? Almost instinctively, Zachariah swung a punch, unleashing a surge of power. The little demon instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Within the blood mist, Zachariah felt a brief lapse in focus. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong enough to resist. Otherwise, that moment could have plunged him into an unknown illusion, unable to extricate himself. However, even this small delay was enough. The Atli released his bite and exhaled deeply. His eyes turned crimson, glaring intensely at Zachariah. That was my son. Unfortunately, he died shortly after birth. But he was flesh of my flesh. So, I sewed him into my body, keeping him as part of me. Now, because of you, he has vanished completely. Do you think you should die for this? In that instant, the demonic aura around the Atli skyrocketed alarmingly. Chapter 179. Awakening. As the white bead rolled into a corner, the light dimmed slightly. The mist inside ceased to spread as well. Now, the demonic aura surrounding the Atli surged even more uncontrollably. In Zachariah's perception, the Atli's demonic aura was like that of a towering giant at this moment. The dejected air from being brutally beaten by Zachariah vanished instantly, and his wounds were fully healed. The origin energy of demons from the demon ancestor is the source of all demons in the world. The Atli's face was filled with excitement and triumph. Once the demon origin energy appears, all demons will bow. You, kneel down. Instantly, the demon origin energy from the Atli pressed towards Zachariah. However, after the Atli finished speaking, Zachariah tilted his head and said strangely, "What are you thinking?" Zachariah did feel the intense demonic aura, but he had no urge to kneel at all. This might be related to the origin of his own demonic aura. His demonic aura did not come from any demon, and even he himself did not know its exact origin. Perhaps it was precisely because his demonic aura didn't originate from this so-called demon ancestor that he remained unaffected. Meanwhile, observing the corner where sect leader Gerardo stood, his expression grew even worse. Zachariah could even see that the trembling of his legs had intensified. Zachariah narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the sect leader is influenced by the Atli's demon origin energy? For a moment, Zachariah considered a possibility, which alarmed him. He couldn't help but think the worst. Could the sect leader also be tainted by demonic aura? If the sect leader indeed had demonic aura on him, this would explain why he appeared here. He must have learned that something here could cleanse demonic aura. Upon this realization, Zachariah felt as if everything suddenly made sense. But as he understood this, he felt an indescribable taste in his heart. What exactly had the sect leader done to be infected with demonic energy? Zachariah couldn't imagine. Naturally, he had no time to ponder further. Seeing that Zachariah showed no sign of kneeling, the Atli's face froze momentarily, revealing confusion and bewilderment. When he sensed the demon origin energy of the demon ancestor, even he, the Atli, felt an impulse to prostrate on the ground. Yet now, having mastered the demon origin energy and actively releasing it to subdue Zachariah, the latter still looked calm. This naturally surpassed the Atli's understanding. For a moment, he felt the situation slipping out of his control. No, I won't allow it. Next, a terrifying momentum erupted. The Atli's black demon saber tore through the sky. With the white bead no longer effective, the restraining effect on the Atli's body was lifted. A surging power burst forth from within him, making the black demon saber's momentum seem earth-shattering. At this moment, Zachariah felt like a sparrow escaping from a cage, his body feeling lighter. The divine essence in his body was no longer suppressed. He swiftly drew his sword. When the saber and sword clashed, Zachariah's sword broke instantly. Wrinkling his brows, Zachariah retreated rapidly. The sword he used was bought in Miluo City and wasn't of high quality. It was just good enough for everyday use. He dared not use his sword from Shu Mountain for fear of being recognized. And this sword couldn't withstand the power of the Atli's saber. Zachariah did have a starry sword that could match the black demon saber. However, considering sect leader Gerardo was present, Zachariah couldn't reveal such a distinctive weapon. If he did, his identity would be exposed. Suddenly, Zachariah remembered a powerful magical artifact on his person. The mysterious stick-like artifact left by Atman. Even under Zachariah's full force, it hadn't been shattered, proving its formidable defensive power. In an instant, Zachariah made a decision. The black demon saber continued to strike. Zachariah rotated the stick-like artifact, blocking the black demon saber's edge. The Atli was startled. What kind of magical artifact is this? The top of the stick-like artifact seemed to hold a red-patterned bead, unremarkable in appearance. Yet, it could block his black demon saber. Moreover, he felt his black demon saber being held in place as if stuck, and the red-patterned bead seemed to generate a strong suction, pulling his strength towards it. Just as the Atli was astonished, Zachariah pointed his finger directly at the Atli's forehead. With rich combat experience, the Atli sensed the danger as soon as Zachariah extended his finger. In the next moment, the Atli dropped his black demon saber and blocked his forehead with both arms. Zachariah's void-piercing finger penetrated through both arms, leaving bloody holes. But despite the severe attack, the Atli's robust physique managed to stop the attack. The residual power of the void-piercing finger only grazed his forehead. Zachariah was not disheartened. As long as he could injure him, there was no need to worry about the outcome. There was always a next time. Zachariah grabbed the Atli's black demon saber. However, upon seizing it, he felt a strong resistance, as if being struck back. His arm went numb, forcing him to release the saber. Frowning slightly, Zachariah knew he couldn't wield the black demon saber. The Atli laughed wildly, mocking Zachariah's overreach. Want to wield my saber? Dream on. Shaking his arms, the Atli's wounded arms quickly healed before his eyes, causing surprise in his eyes. Truly, the demon origin energy is omnipotent. Not only did the demon origin energy restore him to his peak state, but it also repaired his physical body. This meant he feared no injuries, maintaining peak condition continuously. It was practically heaven-defying. The feeling was simply too wonderful. I feel invincible right now. After issuing this grand statement, Xianxia promptly doused the Atli with cold water. Wake up, it's just an illusion. Hearing this, the Atli sneered. Waving his hand, the black demon saber returned to him instantly. Power surged back into the saber, its blackness almost glowing, its sharpness truly daunting. Simultaneously, the black demon saber emitted a terrifying demonic aura identical to the Atli's. At this moment, it was as if the demon and the saber became one, and the power of the demon origin energy was fully displayed through the black demon saber. At a corner of the palace, Gerardo watched the two battle, frowning deeply. His concern wasn't due to the Atli's formidable saber, but rather the magical artifact in Xianxia's hands, and the techniques he just used. That's not Atman's artifact? Just as Gerardo was confused, the black demon saber wrapped in tremendous power slashed towards Xianxia. Black demon saber domain. This slash released black demon saber energy, forming a domain with devastating power, instantly engulfing Xianxia. The overwhelming blade power surrounded him, leaving no place to escape. Numerous black demon saber energies raged against Xianxia, who stood firm as a mountain. Tiny cuts appeared on his body instantly, showcasing the defense capability of his rebirth saint body. While it wasn't the strongest in terms of defense among saint bodies, it excelled in rapid healing and near immortality. Even so, under the full force attack of the Atli, without the suppression of his divine essence, and with his saint body fully activated, Xianxia sustained no fatal injuries. Chapter 179. Awakening. As the momentum of this slash finally dissipated, the wounds on Xianxia's body began to visibly recover at an incredible speed, as if he had not been injured at all. Is that it? Xianxia remained calm. On the other hand, the Atli's expression changed drastically, looking as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Do you also possess demon origin energy? Demon origin energy? What's that? Xianxia replied with disdain in his eyes. In a corner, Gerardo was deeply shocked by this scene. His physical strength and recovery ability have grown even stronger. Why? Even Gerardo couldn't comprehend how Xianxia's physical prowess had advanced so rapidly. It had only been a short time since Xianxia was last injured by the heavenly sword, less than a day ago. And now, having taken a direct hit from the Atli's stunningly powerful slash, Xianxia's body showed no signs of severe injury. The power of the Atli's slash rivaled the heavenly sword's impact, yet Xianxia brushed it off and quickly returned to normal. This was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, Xianxia moved. The Atli froze in shock, his expression filled with panic. Next moment, he slashed forward, and Xianxia appeared right in front of him. The staff-like magical artifact stuck to the black demon saber once again, disarming him. Without hesitation, the Atli abandoned the black demon saber and thought, "This intruder is beyond my current abilities. I should retreat." Retreating was already on his mind. With his pride, acknowledging defeat to Xianxia was unprecedented. I will fully integrate the demon origin energy and break through before seeking vengeance. His primary goal was achieved. Taking Xianxia's life wasn't feasible, so there was no point lingering. However, Xianxia had no intention of letting him go. Next moment, Xianxia gripped the black demon saber. The Atli sneered, "You truly don't give up. I already told you, you can't wield it, and still you dare to." His voice trailed off, because Xianxia's grip on the black demon saber showed no resistance. Huh. The Atli felt a surge of foreboding. Why don't you taste what it feels like to be killed by your own saber and technique? Xianxia's cold words fell. In an instant, the black demon saber turned against its former master. Black demon saber domain. This single slash left the Atli speechless. Next moment, the black demon saber's energy raged uncontrollably over his body. The Atli was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. His physical strength was inferior to Xianxia's, and he could not remain as calm and composed in this domain. Of course, he did not sit idly by. Roaring, he unleashed a strong shockwave from his body. Next moment, his figure broke free from the domain's constraints, escaping with a battered body. The demon origin energy continually repaired his injuries, but due to the numerous wounds, immediate recovery was impossible. Compared to Xianxia's rebirth saint body, it was far inferior. How? How is this possible? The Atli stared at Xianxia, disbelief clouding his vision as Xianxia used the black demon saber to cast black demon saber domain. In a corner, Gerardo trembled slightly. He originally thought Xianxia might be the supreme sword cultivator who killed Atman. After all, Xianxia possessed something belonging to Atman. But seeing Xianxia use the black demon saber domain, Gerardo couldn't understand Xianxia anymore. Was he a sword cultivator or a demon? If he was a sword cultivator using demon techniques, how should he view him? If he was a demon, then it would be terrible. Gerardo felt Xianxia could be more dangerous than the daughter of the Kelvin. After putting so much effort into injuring the Kelvin's daughter, another terrifying existence appeared. His head throbbed. Meanwhile, Xianxia didn't respond to the Atli. Using the black demon saber domain came from extracting the blood refinement to xuanhuan ability. Originally, he didn't want to use it for fear of being tainted with demonic aura, but now he had found a way to suppress it, so he had no reservations. When Xianxia used void-piercing finger on the Atli's arms, he decided to extract a bit of the Atli's blood with the absorption palm. Immediately, he refined the black demon saber domain. However, the extracted ability wasn't his, so he couldn't use it limitlessly. He had no intention of doing so either. Just once was enough. Next moment, Xianxia swung the saber. A powerful blade light struck the Atli, creating a huge gash, blood spurting out as his body flew away like a kite with a broken string. Yet the Atli still struggled. His figure traced an unreasonable arc in the air, heading towards the red coffin. I need more demon origin energy. Earlier, the Atli hadn't drained all the demon origin energy from the demon ancestor's corpse. He planned to take most of it to defeat Zachariah and Gerardo, then return to finish the rest. But reality was cruel. Not only did he fail to defeat them, he couldn't even beat Zachariah. Now he could only hope the additional demon origin energy would elevate his strength further. As he approached the demon ancestor's corpse, he noticed it seemed fuller, no longer dry and shriveled like dead wood. It appeared the lack of inhibition allowed the demon origin energy to repair it somewhat, giving it a more substantial look. Not thinking much, he lunged at it like a hungry dog at meat, biting the same spot on the neck. The Atli's blood dripped onto the corpse. It seeped into the skin and was absorbed instantly. Next moment, the demon ancestor's corpse opened its eyes. This scene caught Zachariah's attention as he prepared to finish off the Atli. Zachariah paused as the demon ancestor's eyes met his. They were filled with cold indifference, chilling one to the bone. Unaware of this, the Atli continued absorbing the demon origin energy enthusiastically. Next moment, the demon ancestor grabbed the Atli's head, her sharp fangs effortlessly piercing his flesh. The Atli screamed in agony. The sudden counterattack threw him into panic. His struggles ceased as his strength was drained in an instant. Ancestor, no, I am your offspring. Please spare me. The Atli begged wildly, but it was useless. Ignoring him, the demon ancestor greedily absorbed the demon origin energy he had stolen, his demonic aura, and even his blood. Her body swelled visibly, muscles forming in mere moments. Zachariah knew he couldn't let this continue. With a flash of the saber, he aimed at the demon ancestor's head. The magic ancestor's eyes twitched slightly. As if discarding trash, the body of the Atli was thrown away. A squelching sound echoed. Under this slash from Zachariah, the Atli's body was severed into two halves. His upper and lower body were separated. The wide-open eyes revealed intense unwillingness and disbelief even in death. The page of the Atli immediately appeared on Zachariah's Demon Chronicles. Zachariah. Unexpectedly, this magic ancestor was quite nice to him, delivering the Atli right to his blade. At this moment, Gerardo, hiding in a corner, had an extremely ugly expression. He hadn't expected that the worst outcome would still happen. That guy wasn't dead after all. After absorbing the blood of the Atli, he had completely awakened. Gerardo felt frustrated. If it weren't for the problem with his legs, would such a terrible situation have occurred? But at this moment, no matter how regretful he felt, it wouldn't make a difference. The magic ancestor opened his mouth as if savoring the taste from before. The fangs by his mouth were covered in bright red bloodstains, making anyone who saw it shiver in fear. He glanced at Zachariah, then looked at Gerardo in the corner, suddenly cackling. He didn't speak. Only eerie laughter echoed throughout the palace. Zachariah roughly understood what he meant. Upon waking up, there was delicious food delivered right to him, replenishing the flesh and energy of his body. And there were 2 more delicious snacks for dessert. After eating, he could leave this place and be free to do as he wished. This was the meaning Zachariah read from the laugh. Clearly, this magic ancestor didn't take them seriously at all. In his view, they were just 2 snacks. Watch my saber. The next moment, Zachariah flashed forward, slicing the black demon saber across the magic ancestor. However, the magic ancestor remained unscathed. Zachariah was slightly stunned. How could this be? Is this guy's defense so absurd? Failing to injure the magic ancestor enraged him thoroughly. The figure of the magic ancestor vanished from its spot. The next moment, his sharp claws aimed directly for Zachariah's head. In that flash of lightning, a sword light pierced towards the magic ancestor's head. The magic ancestor changed his grab to a block, instantly being struck away by the sword light. Gerardo appeared not far from Zachariah. With a serious expression, he said, he has demonic origin energy protecting him. Your demonic methods won't hurt him. This reminder made Zachariah fully understand. Meanwhile, the magic ancestor slid along the ground after being struck away. He glanced at his somewhat mangled palm and grinned. The next moment, his palm rapidly recovered. Gerardo saw this and glanced at Zachariah, suddenly feeling a bit exhausted. These guys, none of them let others rest easily. The next moment, the magic ancestor targeted Gerardo. Based on their previous attacks, he found Gerardo slightly more threatening. So, he charged straight toward Gerardo. Gerardo swung his sword, summoning thunder to eliminate evil spirits, which was very effective. However, the magic ancestor didn't dodge or avoid this thunder. He rushed at Gerardo in a reckless manner, resisting the surrounding thunder power. He seemed like the most primal and uncontrollable beast, without any restraint or consideration. All he had was pure, extreme killing intent, extreme speed and strength. His figure flickered through the air, transforming into streaks of light that seemed to tear apart space. Each streak possessed terrifying power, capable of tearing apart Gerardo's flesh. Gerardo dared not relax for a moment. Sword Chi formed a protective aura around him, yet even this protective aura struggled against the attack. Within moments, he was in grave danger, nearing collapse. Gerardo took a deep breath. He inwardly sighed. Am I destined to die here today? Gerardo had been fighting for too long. Before entering the Flame Splendor Mountain, he broke through an array. Entering Flame Splendor Mountain, he faced a swarm of demons. After slaying the demons, he used Heavenly Sword, heavily injuring Zachariah. Then, in the underground cave, he fought the Atli and the 3 demon generals. Before entering this palace, he went through several difficult stages. Inside the palace, he fought the Atli again. He wasn't made of iron. He was human and could feel fatigue. Adding to the restraints on his legs, he felt utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. The next moment, his protective aura shattered. A sharp, piercing blow aimed directly for his throat. Whoosh! Almost at the same position, a sword beam slashed down. The sword beam hit the magic ancestor precisely. The next moment, the magic ancestor's body flew backward. Gerardo looked at Zachariah, his eyes full of inexplicable emotion. Truly, it's you. Chapter 180, Sword Domain. Gerardo's gaze toward Zachariah was now extremely complicated. When Zachariah unleashed this slash, Gerardo had already confirmed. He was indeed the world-renowned sword cultivator who had made a fleeting appearance behind the Joyful Union Sect's mountain. As for why he was here and why demonic aura surrounded him, considering Gerardo's own situation, it wasn't hard to understand. The only thing that truly puzzled Gerardo was why this sword cultivator possessed so many demonic techniques. Not mentioning other demonic techniques for now, from Atman's special skills to the guild's Black Devil Blade domain, these were all their signature abilities, which would not be casually taught to anyone. So how did he learn them? Of course, Gerardo could not ask him about it at this moment. In the distance, the ancestor demon's figure rose from the ground. His eyes locked on Zachariah with an intent to kill. At the same time, there was also some confusion. It seemed incomprehensible to him that Zachariah could injure him. Clearly, he viewed Zachariah as a demon, and demons had no power to hurt him. This was absolute suppression by lineage, unless a demon's strength transcended this bloodline suppression. But Zachariah clearly didn't fall into this category. Zachariah's demonic aura did not make him feel particularly powerful, but no matter what, Zachariah's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. He opened his mouth and let out a roar that thundered through the palace, shaking the entire structure. Zachariah's ears throbbed in pain. Fortunately, he hadn't used his spiritual ear technique or else they would have been destroyed by this monster's sudden roar. Even so, his ears bled, filled with incessant ringing sounds. Despite his heightened senses and exceptional hearing, under such circumstances, having better hearing made it worse. As the ancestor demon's roar spread outward, it instantly penetrated the palace, spreading like a tsunami. Within moments, his roar reverberated throughout the entire Xuanhuan Mountain. At this time, numerous demons still existed on Xuanhuan Mountain. They hadn't reacted yet when they heard this sound, immediately clamping their ears in pain. However, even though they tried their best to protect themselves at the first moment, they couldn't prevent the invasion of this demonic sound. Many demons' ears bled profusely. Some even suffered catastrophic damage under this intense sonic assault, with their heads exploding like melons. Almost instantaneously, countless demons met their end. The demonic sounds echoing from Xuanhuan Mountain affected even areas up to 100 miles away. Suddenly, cultivators within a 100-mile radius were all startled. Even at nearly 100 miles, they felt as if the demonic sound was right beside their ears. Numerous cultivators turned pale. Upon hearing this demonic sound from afar, they experienced severe ear ringing and nausea. The power of the demonic sound was simply terrifying. That direction is Xuanhuan Mountain. What creature produced that sound? I feel like my chest is clogged. Demons, definitely supreme demons. Even the Gil wouldn't have such formidable power, right? Is there a more terrifying supreme demon than the Gil in Xuanhuan Mountain? Heaven, the Gil is already so powerful. What kind of existence is stronger than the Gil? All the cultivators were utterly frightened. A passing cultivator from the Dual Heaven Sect immediately sent a message to Miluo City. Soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Dual Heaven Sect. Upon learning this news, the high-ranking officials of the Dual Heaven Sect immediately informed all factions in Miluo City. They were told to temporarily halt internal strife, fortify defenses, and safeguard Miluo City's safety. Hearing this news, all major and minor forces in Miluo City fell into a tense atmosphere. Each faction dispatched elite troops to reinforce city defenses. After all, if a supreme demon appeared, no one could remain unscathed. But none of them thought about leaving the city to slay the demons. The factions in Miluo City were conservative. They just wanted to secure their territories. If they had the determination and ambition, they wouldn't have let demons occupy Xuanhuan Mountain without taking action. Xuanhuan Mountain was not far from Miluo City. Yet, no one led an expedition against the demons there, especially among the large and small factions, each worried about the other's treachery. What if their elites left the city, and the other side took advantage? In this mutual distrust, no one could collaborate effectively. The two largest factions in the city were like this, let alone the smaller ones. Even though some people felt this wasn't wise, due to their limited influence and lack of say, they couldn't form effective coalitions. With demons dying in quick succession on Xuanhuan Mountain, inside the palace, Zachariah watched through the upper projection, bewildered by the scene. Was the ancestor demon attacking indiscriminately, not sparing even his own? Before killing the enemy, he had already decapitated his own? However, the next scene made Zachariah realize his initial thought was too naive. Those killed by the demonic sound, their bodies transformed into visible black smoke, rushing madly into underground caves and reaching the palace. Black smoke surged into the ancestor demon's forehead. The ancestor demon's aura surged uncontrollably. From his back, two spikes suddenly emerged and stretched into wings. His feet split into dragon-like claws, and his 10 fingers turned into hooks. Clearly, he was absorbing those demons' power to achieve both a transformation and a strength upgrade. Realizing this, Zachariah knew he couldn't let him continue. He gathered divine essence to seal his ears, but still couldn't completely block the demonic sound. Even bone vibrations transmitted it clearly to Zachariah's mind, annoying beyond measure. Nonetheless, this method eased some of his pain. Zachariah moved, sword in hand, charging at the ancestor demon. Meanwhile, Gerardo could offer little help. Just resisting this beast's demonic sound had exhausted him. Zachariah appeared behind the ancestor demon, his sword gleaming, aiming for the ancestor demon's neck. Next moment, the ancestor demon's new wings fluttered. Demonic energy transformed into countless invisible tiny needles shooting backward. These needles were so minuscule. They pierced skin almost unnoticed. Generally, a cultivator hit by this attack would only feel a breeze pass by. Yet, in reality, millions of needles would have already penetrated inside the body. Instant destruction. Impossible to heal even for immortals. Probably until death. One wouldn't know how they died. Even with Zachariah's strong physique. He was instantly pierced by countless needles. His skin oozed countless droplets of blood. Still, Zachariah endured the Ancestor Demon's attack, striking the sword fiercely on the Ancestor Demon's neck. Clank. Unfortunately, Zachariah's sword snapped into two. Damn. Zachariah quickly retreated, breathing slightly rapid. Those demonic needle-like needles remained in his body, continuing destruction like relentless drills. Zachariah's face darkened. Though he had expected this, seeing his sword strike leave no harm, Zachariah felt a great headache. Do I really have to use the Star Sword? As Zachariah hesitated, suddenly, Zachariah received a secret message. Use my sword, catch it. Zachariah was slightly startled upon hearing this. Turning around, he saw a sword flying directly towards him through the air. Zachariah reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, his expression instantly becoming complicated. This was sect leader Gerardo's sword. The sword's name, Heavenly Light. As the leader of Mount Xuanhuan, he naturally owned more than one sword, but each sword was of utmost importance to him. Now, Gerardo was giving this sword to Zachariah, which implied something significant. It signified basic trust. At this moment, they were on the same side. Their common enemy was the Ancestor Demon before them. If Zachariah fell, Gerardo would be hard-pressed to survive as well. Although Gerardo did not understand why such a powerful sword cultivator like Zachariah did not have a good sword at hand, he did not have time to ponder over it now. If Zachariah could slay this demon with this sword, Gerardo would willingly give it to him without hesitation. Zachariah did not say anything either. Thanking him now would seem pretentious. Moreover, given how ruthlessly Gerardo had attacked him earlier, it was already generous of him not to hold it against him. Why should he thank him? Facing the Ancestor Demon again, Zachariah now held the Heavenly Light Sword. A hint of brightness flickered in his eyes when he grasped it. At that moment, he felt as though, amidst boundless darkness, a ray of light suddenly shone brightly. Like the first glimmer of dawn, chasing away all darkness. Heavenly Light Sword. What a meaningful name. Let this sword become the ray of light piercing through the darkness. Zachariah took a deep breath. His figure stood still, but his robes fluttered without any wind. A faint sword aura swirled around him. Meanwhile, a grin spread across the Ancestor Demon's face, almost reaching his ears. Feeling its immense power, it now viewed Zachariah as nothing more than an ant. Its wings vibrated once more, sending countless demonic needles surging like waves toward Zachariah. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as Zachariah was fiercely knocked back until he crashed into the palace wall. Feeling the Ancestor Demon's formidable aura, Zachariah's expression turned grave. The Ancestor Demon's strength surpassed the Atli by several times. Compared to Atman, whom Zachariah had barely defeated, the Ancestor Demon was on a completely different level. Atman was already at the half-step Tribulation Crossing realm. This monster was clearly at the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm. If not for Zachariah's saint body sustaining him, he would have been defeated long ago. The Ancestor Demon looked at Zachariah, who was being driven back, and revealed a playful look. Flapping its wings, its figure became blurs of motion within the palace, far too fast for Zachariah's senses to catch up. Due to the influence of those demonic needles inside him, his bodily functions had drastically declined, making everything slower. Several times, Zachariah failed to defend against the attacks, adding more wounds to his body. These injuries were no longer superficial. They tore through his flesh whenever the Ancestor Demon's claws struck him. Though Zachariah's Nirvana Saint body could heal the wounds, the demonic chi left inside him couldn't be expelled, severely hindering his movements. If this continued, Zachariah would eventually become a plaything in the Ancestor Demon's hands. Only one chance. With a determined look, Zachariah, as the Ancestor Demon's claws neared, firmly grabbed its arm. Yellow Spring Sword Domain activate. Zachariah finally unleashed his sword domain, a first for him. His own exclusive domain power, the Yellow Spring Sword Domain. Because it was his first time using it, and his domain power was only at the initial stage, he feared it wouldn't fully cover the Ancestor Demon. Thus, he deliberately used himself as bait, ensuring the Ancestor Demon wouldn't escape once he grabbed it. The Ancestor Demon sensed the threat and tried to pull away, only to find its arm tightly gripped by Zachariah. Enraged, it aimed another strike at Zachariah's head, intending to crush it entirely. However, a sword beam flashed from nowhere, severing its arm. Before it could react, another sword beam severed the arm holding Zachariah. Looking at Zachariah, then glancing at Gerardo in the corner, the Ancestor Demon realized neither had moved. So where did the sword beams come from? Gerardo in the corner suddenly realized. Sword domain. He actually mastered the sword domain? The power of a sword domain. It was the ultimate goal for sword cultivators. Once formed, any sword techniques used within the domain gained immeasurable power, often doubling or tripling in effectiveness. It created a small world solely beneficial to the sword master. Fury rose in the Ancestor Demon's eyes as it tried regenerating its arms with demonic source chi. But the next moment, it realized its arms wouldn't grow back. Something impossible under normal circumstances, but happening right before its eyes. That was the terrifying effect of the Yellow Spring Sword Domain. It amplified the characteristics of the Yellow Spring Sword intent, completely cutting off all vitality in areas touched by the sword beams. Not even immortals could save it. Even Zachariah's Nirvana Saint body couldn't recover from cuts in this domain unless he disbanded it. Zachariah focused, and countless sword beams slashed at the Ancestor Demon within the domain. Zachariah had no intention of playing cat and mouse. He aimed to dismember the Ancestor Demon piece by piece, Despite trying to dodge, the ancestor demon, trapped within Zachariah's sword domain, was helpless like fish on a chopping board. In an instant, the ancestor demon was cut into pieces, its head severed. It's over. Zachariah breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Zachariah caught a flash out of the corner of his eye, a figure swinging a sword at him. Zachariah hastily blocked with the heavenly light sword, but was pushed back hundreds of meters. Upon seeing the attacker, Zachariah's expression darkened. It was sect leader Gerardo. What are you doing? Zachariah roared, feeling utterly betrayed. Gerardo frowned, revealing a pained and conflicted look. This is not what I want. Note: maintaining consistency with the previous chapter, the narrative and characters' actions flow logically. At that moment, the eerie laughter of the ancestor demon sounded again. The demon's head, which was on the ground, suddenly leaped into the air. In the next instant, the scattered corpse fragments on the ground swiftly converged and merged into one. Enveloped by demonic source chi, it regained its original form, even regenerating the initially severed arms. At this sight, Zachariah's expression darkened further. The sect leader is under his control. My sword domain's restriction has been seen through. Zachariah's domain power was still in its initial stage, and the sword domain he could currently deploy only covered a radius of 100 meters around him. Therefore, he had to ensure that the ancestor demon stayed within this range. Once outside the domain's reach, the effects of his sword domain would no longer be effective. The ancestor demon seemed to have realized this as well. The instant it was dismembered, it controlled Gerardo from the corner to attack Zachariah, forcing him to retreat. This maneuver allowed its remains to leave the sword domain's range and gain rebirth. The reason it could control Gerardo was due to the shared origin of demonic chi within Gerardo's body. Only the demonic chi inside Zachariah remained unaffected, explaining Gerardo's evident pain. He did not want to attack Zachariah, but his body was beyond his control. The two necromantic weapons at his knees suddenly erupted with terrifying demonic energy, turning him into a marionette to strike at Zachariah. This made Gerardo recall Yoel's despair and helplessness at the time. Committing a grave error beyond one's will induced such regret and sorrow. If not for being controlled by the ancestor demon, Gerardo knew he could have helped rid the cultivation world of this great calamity moments later. He did not blame Zachariah. He blamed himself. After letting out a series of wild and deranged laughs, the ancestor demon stopped approaching Zachariah. Having learned from its mistakes, it understood the limitations of Zachariah's sword domain. As long as it did not get too close to Zachariah, it could remain unbeaten. Moreover, there was Gerardo, the puppet vanguard. By making Gerardo bear the brunt of Zachariah's attacks and wearing him down, the ancestor demon aimed to profit from their mutual destruction. Despite being controlled, Gerardo's formidable strength was undeniable. Even a simple sword swing possessed extraordinary lethality. Facing him directly in swordsmanship, Zachariah might not be able to prevail. If both were injured severely, the ancestor demon could then reap the benefits. With strategy, it had become an exceedingly troublesome opponent for Zachariah. However, Zachariah had no time to ponder further. Gerardo's attack forced him to divert his attention. He dared not easily use his sword domain on the sect leader, since the latter's physical condition was clearly not good. Any carelessness could lead to irreversible damage or even death. Zachariah found it unacceptable, morally and emotionally, to kill his own sect leader. Anwar had died for him to repay the sect's kindness. Killing the sect leader now would amount to repaying kindness with ingratitude. Despite having no intention of harming Gerardo, the latter's attack seemed filled with deadly intent. Each strike was executed to his fullest potential, causing immense headaches for Zachariah. An enraged Zachariah felt the frustration rise within him. I understand you're controlled, but can't you try harder to regain control? You're the sect leader of Mount Xuanhuan. In a moment of heightened emotion, Zachariah met Gerardo's incoming sword thrust with his own. It was a clash of sharp ends. However, just then, Gerardo abruptly retracted his sword, facing Zachariah's blade with his body. Shocked, Zachariah couldn't pull back his sword in time. The tip pierced Gerardo's chest, blood splattering onto Zachariah's face. Zachariah's eyes widened, showing a hint of bewilderment. Gerardo appeared finally relieved, smiling faintly. From now on, it's up to you. I won't hinder you anymore. With that, Gerardo slowly closed his eyes. Zachariah stood frozen, touching the still warm blood from the sect leader on his cheek. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging as fury surged within him. Refine blood, unite soul. Note: maintaining consistency with the previous chapter, the narrative and characters' actions flow logically. Chapter 181. Annihilation. Inside the palace. As Grandmaster Gerardo fell, Zachariah looked at the eyes of the demon ancestor with a gaze as cold as frost, brimming with an intense killing intent he had never shown before. At this moment, Zachariah understood why the Grandmaster acted so ruthlessly just now. It was to give Zachariah a fighting chance. Only by rendering himself immobile would he not end up in mutual destruction with Zachariah. Zachariah comprehended the Grandmaster's determination at that instant. This realization fueled his rage. The Grandmaster chose death rather than becoming a burden to Zachariah, and he would not let this demon ancestor step out of the palace to wreak havoc upon the world. Though Zachariah could not match Gerardo's selflessness and vision for the world, he now possessed the resolve to slay this demon. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the demon ancestor was also astounded by Gerardo's fall. He could not understand Gerardo's sense of belief, naturally unable to grasp Gerardo's actions. A smirk of disdain even curved on his lips. Zachariah's expression was as cold as frost, holding the Tian marshalling sword, walking towards the enemy one step at a time. Although his steps were slow, his figure closed in on the enemy almost instantly. The demon ancestor's pupils constricted sharply, retreating immediately. Simultaneously, he clawed through the air with claws like hooks. Instantly, 5 black claw marks appeared from nowhere, striking Zachariah instantly. Zachariah neither dodged nor blocked. Each black claw mark tore open his body, leaving vivid red wounds. But Zachariah seemed oblivious to the pain. His steps continued forward relentlessly. Sword James continuously surged from him. Seeing this, the demon ancestor gritted his teeth inwardly. For some reason, Zachariah's appearance made him feel a hint of fear. Growls escaped the demon ancestor's mouth, akin to a wild beast's natural reaction when confronted with an enemy. In the next moment, the demon ancestor unleashed a formidable aura, with a surge of sky-piercing black mist enveloping his back. Almost immediately, the black mist engulfed Zachariah, encasing him completely. Before the demon ancestor had time to rejoice, a burst of sword chi tore through the black mist barrier. Xuanhuan cutting sword. A stunning sword chi sliced open the black mist barrier, directly slashing down upon the demon ancestor. The black mist around the demon ancestor morphed into a massive hand, clutching the solidified sword chi. Yet, his figure was compelled to retreat continually by this sword chi until his back suddenly hit a solid wall. Suddenly alarmed, he found himself cornered against the edges of the palace. The demon ancestor roared fiercely as the black giant hand crushed the sword chi, but Zachariah's figure was closing in within 100 meters. In an instant, the demon ancestor felt all the hair on his body rise, shivers running down his spine. He was already ensnared within Zachariah's sword realm. Zachariah bore the brunt of his attacks without retreating, all for the purpose of cornering him here. Now, Zachariah was drenched in blood, but his countenance remained unaltered. He felt no pain, only an endless chill in his expression. The demon ancestor also seemed to realize there was no more room for retreat. If he couldn't resist Zachariah's sword realm, he would truly taste the bitterness of defeat. Next, the demon ancestor bellowed again in anger, demonic origin energy emanating from his body, forming a seemingly heavy black armor over his skin. He did not aim to attack, but resisted Zachariah's sword techniques in the sword realm with all his might. He sensed that Zachariah's sword realm wasn't perfect yet. Moreover, maintaining the sword realm consumed a vast amount of energy each moment. It couldn't continue indefinitely. Just endure until Zachariah could no longer sustain the sword realm. Then it would be Zachariah's end. The demon ancestor's current thoughts. How could Zachariah not know? But this is exactly what Zachariah wanted. If you want to block, try blocking this strike. Zachariah pointed upwards into the void. Instantly, a colossal sword gradually emerged from the void. On the giant sword, strands of black lightning intertwined. A thunderous roar echoed, like a dragon roaring in the sky. The giant sword, enveloped in boundless dark lightning, plummeted abruptly. This was the sword Dao technique Zachariah had acquired from Gerardo. Heavenly sword. In this enclosed palace, with no sky visible above, the heavenly sword couldn't originally be used. But, within Zachariah's sword realm, the sword realm formed its own miniature world. The sky above the expanse of the sword realm was part of this world. And now, the heavenly sword that Zachariah unleashed, amplified by the sword realm, it was more terrifying than when Gerardo struck him earlier. Heavenly sword. Enlightening break. The demon ancestor lifted his head. Instantly, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, under the dual pressure of the heavenly sword's momentum and the sword chi of Zachariah's sword realm, the space around the demon ancestor was compressed to an extreme. He had no room to move, let alone escape. Black lightning tore through the air, and the giant sword smashed onto the demon ancestor. The dazzling sword light enveloped everything, and within this blinding brilliance, the black lightning erupted simultaneously, writhing like crazed snakes. The demon ancestor let out a heaven-splitting wail as the power of the heavenly sword ravaged his body. In just a short moment, cracks started to appear in his black armor made from demon essence. The agony surpassed dismemberment. What tormented the demon ancestor more was that after his black armor started cracking, it rapidly disintegrated under the power of the heavenly sword. This meant his demon essence was dissipating at an alarming rate. No! The demon ancestor, who had never spoken, finally let out a sound. His mouth emitted a scream filled with indignation and fury, waves of shocking sonic energy rippling out from him. The astonishing energy contained in these sounds negated some of the heavenly sword's power while pushing Zachariah back involuntarily. Zachariah steadied his form barely, stopping the retreat. If he was forced out of the sword realm's range by the demon ancestor, it would not be good. However, the demon ancestor, seeing this, immediately increased his effort. Of course, the intensity of his roars. He instantly transformed into a roaring mad fiend, releasing shockwaves from his mouth that rose like endless surging waves, one higher than the last. But, right then, that white pearl in the corner glowed intensely after being shaken several times by the sound waves. After glowing brightly, the white pearl rose off the ground. Then, charging right into the demon ancestor's roar. Seeing this white pearl, panic clearly flashed in the demon ancestor's eyes. Zachariah noticed the strange movements of the white pearl too. However, he did not take any action toward the pearl. After all, it seemed to be targeting the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's face twisted with anger, veins popping out, but the white pearl remained floating motionlessly amidst the sound waves. In the next moment, a stream of mist shot out from the white pearl. This mist surged forward like dense arrows, striking the demon ancestor. The demonic aura surrounding the demon ancestor rapidly weakened. Good assistance, Zachariah praised inwardly. Now, under the suppression of the white pearl's mist, the demon ancestor's roar ceased abruptly. The black armor formed by demonic essence vanished entirely under the power of the heavenly sword. Even his body began to crumble beneath this single strike. Moments later, the once invincible demon ancestor was only left as ashes like yellow soil on the ground. Chapter 182. The Perverted Heart Martial Secret Technique. Immediately after the demon ancestor was completely annihilated, the white bead ceased emitting mist. The sudden burst of light also dimmed slightly, and the bead rolled to the ground, becoming motionless. Zachariah didn't immediately concern himself with the bead. Instead, he rushed over to Gerardo's side. Gerardo's breathing was faint, barely perceptible. Although Zachariah had tried his best to save him by withdrawing his sword in mid-strike, Gerardo's determination had been too strong. He hadn't dodged but instead leaned into the tip of Zachariah's sword. In the end, his heart suffered a mortal wound. Before confronting the demon ancestor, Zachariah had infused divine essence into Gerardo, maintaining his last breath. But that was only a temporary solution. If no effective method could be found, the master could not be revived. Zachariah took a deep breath. Moments later, it seemed he had made a decision. Forgive me, master. To save you, I can only resort to this last option. The leader of Xuanhuan could not die. If he died here, chaos would ensue at Xuanhuan, leading to bloodshed and turmoil. Zachariah knew well that there were still many formidable opponents in the world. Before he became truly invincible, he did not want any easy disturbances at Xuanhuan. After all, the demon-suppressing pagoda was currently his main source for cultivating experience. Having decided, Zachariah placed his palm on Gerardo's chest. In the next moment, his eyes flashed as he retracted his hand. The heart martial secret technique was complete. This was Zachariah's plan, using the heart martial secret technique to swap their injuries. Originally designed for finding a substitute when one's heart was damaged, it was a highly selfish technique. However, Zachariah used it in reverse, transferring Gerardo's heart injury to himself. As a rebirth sacred body, as long as Zachariah wasn't instantly reduced to dust, even the most severe injuries could heal. Much like after the attacks from the demon ancestor, his wounds had already vanished. However, Zachariah had never tested if his sacred body would still work after such a severe heart injury. Lacking this experience, it wasn't a risk he took lightly. Nevertheless, if it didn't work, he could transfer the injury to the demons within the pagoda. The only hesitation Zachariah felt was the implication of using the heart martial secret technique on the master. His life would henceforth be in Zachariah's control. Could the master's sharp divine sense detect this? How would he react if he did? These were considerations Zachariah couldn't ignore. Yet, without other options, he had to proceed cautiously. After implanting the heart martial secret technique, Zachariah wasted no time and activated it immediately. Bang! His heart violently convulsed once, then stopped. Upon introspecting, a deep gash nearly split his heart in half, an injury no potion could heal. The blood drained from Zachariah's face, leaving him pale. Struggling for breath, he found even inhaling unbearably difficult. At this moment, the rebirth sacred body activated. A strange warmth spread from his limbs and rapidly enveloped his heart. The profound wound began to close, and his heart, which had stopped beating, thumped once, twice, thrice. Within moments, the heart was fully revitalized and pumping vigorously. Zachariah took a deep breath. His heart raced, echoing like drumbeats until it finally returned to a normal pace. Truly a sacred body, Zachariah murmured, now understanding its limits. Even a severely injured heart could be healed. The heart martial technique seemed unnecessary. Zachariah gave a wry smile. The malicious technique had become a restorative art in his hands, surprising even him. Observing Gerardo on the ground, Zachariah sensed his breathing stabilizing. He had survived. Zachariah didn't wake him but turned his gaze to the white bead. Approaching, Zachariah felt an intense resistance, as if the bead was startled awake. It trembled, glowing brightly. This time, Zachariah resisted, walking forward despite the force pushing against him. The ground beneath him crumbled underfoot. With unwavering resolve, Zachariah thought, I've killed the demon ancestor. Will I back off from a mere bead? Finally, reaching out, Zachariah grabbed the bead. Even gripped, it struggled, emitting mist as if considering Zachariah another demon. But instantly, the demonic aura around Zachariah was suppressed. Though the effect was immediate, Zachariah felt troubled. If the bead continued emitting mist, how could he carry it? When Zachariah pondered this, Gerardo awoke, sitting up, bewildered. Realizing he should be dead, he noticed Zachariah amidst the mist. Heartened, you're awake, Zachariah remarked, concealing the bead behind his back. But the rising mist revealed its presence clearly. Gerardo was more concerned about the demon. You want to know where the demon ancestor is? Zachariah deduced immediately. He's gone to meet Buddha. Pointing to a scorched patch of earth, he indicated the demon ancestor's final fate. You killed him? Gerardo stared at Zachariah. Yes, Zachariah nodded. The so-called demon ancestor isn't much. No, he's not the demon ancestor, Gerardo said firmly. Explaining, he mentioned 3 great evil spirits, the death demon, wrath demon, and curse demon, born from the demon ancestor. They were his avatars. The one they fought was likely the wrath demon. The true demon ancestor's strength surpasses our imagination. If awakened, neither of us would survive today. Silent at this revelation, Zachariah realized. Translation provided adheres strictly to the given guidelines, maintaining English-only content, preserving paragraph structure, ensuring natural fluency, and capturing the original tone and style accurately. After all that, it turned out he had only killed a mere avatar of the demon ancestor. Of course, this was not entirely Zachariah's fault. After all, his knowledge of demons and evil spirits was limited. The blame should rest on the Atli for being so short-sighted. He actually mistook an avatar for the true demon ancestor and devoured it with gusto. Even the leader of Xuanhuan was more knowledgeable than him. To call himself the Atli. Indeed, in such a vast world, there were bound to be all sorts of people. Even if that wasn't the true demon ancestor, allowing it to escape would still cause endless troubles. Who knows? It might bring forth the real demon ancestor. You have timely eliminated a great calamity for the people of the world. This is your great merit and a blessing to the world. Though the wrath demon wasn't the true demon ancestor, it was likely the most knowledgeable about the whereabouts of the latter. No one knew whether the demon ancestor truly perished or merely lay sealed somewhere. In matters like this, anything was possible. If he were just sealed away like the Wrath Demon, Gerardo's concern wasn't about the Wrath Demon ravaging the world, but the more severe consequences it could bring upon escaping. Now, this hidden threat was eliminated by Zachariah. Gerardo felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Just call me Isaac Tongue. Isaac Dao Yu. Gerardo stood up and gave Zachariah a deep bow. I boldly speak on behalf of the world and thank you, Isaac Dao Yu, for your great kindness. Ever since becoming the Shushan leader, no one had ever bowed so deeply to him before. He always received bows. This act startled Zachariah. However, he didn't panic. Now wasn't the time to show any signs of weakness. Leader Wei's judgment was keen, and Zachariah couldn't let him see through his unease. So, calmly waving his hand, Zachariah replied, Leader of Shushan, there's no need for such formalities. I didn't do these things for the benefit of the world, but rather for my own gain. Zachariah was straightforward. Contrary to expectations, Gerardo didn't look down on him for this, but felt even greater respect. It was rare to find someone who could openly analyze themselves in front of others without pretense. Most people, when praised, would accept it gladly. Zachariah did the opposite, bluntly stating he acted only for personal reasons. His sincerity alone was enough to earn Gerardo's genuine respect. Gerardo bowed again. Seeing another deep bow, Zachariah questioned, Giant, I say there's no need for such formalities? For this bow, I also thank myself. Gerardo looked up. My life was saved by you. Isaac Dao Yu, correct? When that sword pierced his heart, Gerardo thought he'd stepped into the gates of hell. Survival seemed almost impossible. Yet, he inexplicably lived, the wound disappearing as if it never existed. Gerardo knew his body lacked the miraculous recovery power of Zachariah. Healing a mortally injured heart was simply impossible for him. But here he was, alive. Apart from Zachariah, no one else in this place could have saved him. The debt of saving my life is greater than heaven. Isaac Dao Yu fully deserves this bow. This bow is also for my apologies. Previously, mistaking you for a demon, it was due to my short-sightedness. Please forgive me. Zachariah remained silent, acknowledging the gesture. There was nothing to say after a bow. Returning it wasn't necessary. Apologies were understandable. After all, he nearly died because of that sword. Following two deep bows, Gerardo once again clasped his hands together and lowered his head. Wait, are you addicted now? Zachariah inwardly complained. Did the leader get a taste for this? Finally lifting his head, Gerardo explained. Could I borrow the object behind you? Gerardo finally revealed his interest in the white bead Zachariah hid behind him. Zachariah hesitated, asking, what do you plan to use it for? Gerardo chuckled bitterly, recounting, to be honest, I fought the daughter of the Kelvin once and was injured by her life-tied demonic weapon which embedded itself in my leg bone. Despite my efforts, I couldn't remove it. That weapon, infused with powerful demonic energy, caused me much trouble and contributed to my control by the Wrath Demon. To completely eliminate its influence, I'd have to sever my legs, a step I'm hesitant to take as the Shushan leader. Thus, Isaac Dao Yu, I am ashamed to have caused such embarrassment. Gerardo continued, not even the Shushan sect knows of this. I share it now, hoping you understand my plight and lend me that bead momentarily. I wish to test if it can solve my problem. Zachariah nodded, reassured by Gerardo's character. His earlier question aimed only to understand the situation better. Having achieved his goal, he had no reason to refuse and immediately handed over the bead. Gerardo took considerable effort to catch it, then pressed the white bead firmly against his knee. Chapter 183, Gerardo's Relief and Confusion. The moment the white pearl touched Gerardo's knee, its light became unbearably bright. The mist it emitted seeped into his skin, instantly penetrating deep into his bones. Gerardo's expression abruptly changed. Even with his strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a stifled groan at this moment. Veins bulged on his forehead. Like a helpless mortal who couldn't fend off even a chicken, he was enduring excruciating pain as if being slowly sliced by knives. But he did not remove the white pearl. Despite the pain, removing the demonic artifact inside him was worth enduring anything. Zachariah turned his head away and didn't watch anymore. When people are in their most awkward moments, they might not wish for someone to be watching them. Zachariah walked to the side of the three-legged round tripod. This round tripod seemed like a pretty decent container. However, after the absence of the white pearl, there were no longer any strange phenomena within this tripod. Adhering to the principle of not letting anything go to waste, Zachariah also put away this round tripod. After storing the tripod, Zachariah began examining the palace. The floating mirror in the air still reflected the scenery of Flame Splendor Mountain. Now, without the mist emitted by the white pearl, the Demon Forbidden Zone had lost its meaning. At this moment, Zachariah's thoughts raced. The mist from the Demon Forbidden Zone must definitely be produced by this pearl. But this pearl is clearly here to suppress the Wrath Demon. Why would it leak some of its mist, forming the Demon Forbidden Zone? As Zachariah secretly speculated, he also began searching through the memories of the Atli and other demons for the origins of this event. After sorting through their recollections related to this matter, and combining them with the facts he had personally experienced, Zachariah roughly deduced a conclusion. The leakage of mist that formed the Demon Forbidden Zone likely happened by accident. They entered this underground palace only through that mysterious water pit, and this white pearl's mist clearly reached Flame Splendor Mountain through that exit, creating the Demon Forbidden Zone. That water pit had been left behind by certain demons previously trying to enter this palace. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a sealed underground palace used to suppress demons to deliberately leave an entrance for demons to come in. Of course, those demons who entered the palace hadn't reached this final chamber and all died along the way. The Atli knew that the demon ancestor's corpse was buried somewhere in a mysterious place here, and that there was an entrance leading into this mysterious area. But he didn't know exactly where the entrance was, so he led a group of demons to surround Flame Splendor Mountain, searching day and night. That in trance, ordinary people shouldn't be able to enter. Only blood-carrying demonic aura could trigger the entry mechanism. Although neither Xianxia nor Gerardo were demons, they both had demonic aura in their bodies, which allowed them to bypass the system and enter. Thus, Xianxia finally understood the general timeline of events. At this moment, a roar came from behind. Then, Xianxia heard a faint sound of metal striking the ground. His expression slightly startled. Xianxia turned back just in time to see Gerardo's pale face, swaying on the verge of collapse. Xianxia raised his hand and pushed forward, sending a gentle force to stabilize Gerardo. "Thank you." Gerardo thanked him and stood steadily. Xianxia glanced at the ground and saw 2 needles as long as an adult's finger and as thin as a hair. The needles were dark red, almost blending with the blood. "This is the daughter of the Kelvin's lifebound demon weapon?" Xianxia was somewhat amazed. Would an ordinary person even be able to walk with such needles hidden in their knees? Moreover, as the daughter of the Kelvin's lifebound weapon, its power wasn't as simple as just 2 needles. Not to be underestimated, being the master of Shu Mountain Sect. Even though Xianxia's strength had greatly improved, he still held reverence for this sect master. Gerardo nodded. After forcing these 2 needles out of his body, he visibly relaxed and regained color in his face. "How should we deal with these needles?" Xianxia's attention was drawn to this demon weapon. It was difficult for even the Shu Mountain Sect master to defend against something like this. Without the aid of external forces like the White Pearl, the victim would likely suffer forever. Such a poisonous item was simply a lethal weapon. "It needs to be destroyed," Gerardo firmly said. "Such calamity-causing items should never have existed in this world. Destroying it will also deal another blow to the daughter of the Kelvin, as it is linked to her very essence." Gerardo had no other intentions, only wanting to destroy the source of his prolonged suffering. Gerardo swung a sword beam towards the 2 demon needles. But when the sword beam disappeared, the needles remained unharmed. Gerardo's expression grew solemn. Indeed, this demon weapon isn't easy to destroy. He now understood why the needles caused him such helplessness while inside his body. "I'll destroy it." Just as Gerardo was about to swing his sword again, Xianxia stopped him first. He picked up the 2 needles and stored them in his storage bag, reassuring Gerardo he had experience in such matters. Gerardo looked suspicious. "Friend Isaac, can you really destroy it?" He asked if Xianxia could do it rather than whether he would. It was already phrased tactfully. "Relax, this small matter I can handle." Xianxia's words made Gerardo hesitant, but ultimately he didn't press further. Gerardo respectfully handed back the White Pearl with both hands. "Great kindness cannot be repaid. Friend Isaac, you've given me a second chance." Now the White Pearl lay quietly in Gerardo's hands. Xianxia took it and felt it tremble and struggle. Xianxia was used to this and calmly forced the pearl into his pocket before handing the heavenly light sword back to Gerardo. Gerardo didn't take it and shook his head. "I gift this sword to friend Isaac as a token of gratitude. Please accept it or my conscience won't rest." Facing Gerardo's sincerity, Xianxia didn't refuse further and accepted it. "If Chancellor Wei insists, then I mustn't offend you. A free world-class sword. Why not take it?" "Friend Isaac, there's something I wonder if I should say." Gerardo suddenly shifted topics. Xianxia hesitated and said, "Then maybe you shouldn't say it." Chapter 184, City Gate. Gerardo was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to throw him off completely. Xianxia, on the other hand, understood there was more beneath his words and knew he had something pressing to say. He immediately smiled and said, "Please go ahead, Master Wei." Gerardo hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What I am about to say may be quite abrupt. If it offends you, fellow Taoist Isaac, please bear with me." "Go on," Xianxia replied. "Do you have any demon blood in you? In other words, are you a hybrid of human and demon?" Gerardo wasn't asking this without reason. Although he addressed Xianxia as fellow Taoist Isaac, he was still uncertain whether Xianxia could truly be considered a genuine fellow Taoist up until now. After all, Xianxia's ability to wield demonic techniques so effortlessly couldn't help but raise suspicions. The only certainty was that Xianxia definitely wasn't a pure demon. This became evident when Xianxia obtained the white bead, but did not destroy it. If he were a pure demon, he would have tried his best to eliminate it. Moreover, Gerardo didn't believe Xianxia's demonic aura came from being infiltrated by demonic elements, as one might be. After all, while he himself was affected by demonic energy, he certainly couldn't employ demonic abilities. Gerardo's question clearly caught Xianxia off guard. The question sounded rather abrupt. How different was it from asking if he were a half-breed? "Of course not," Xianxia responded instinctively. Then, he suddenly recalled that he had indeed merged some demonic blood within himself. Could this be the source of the demonic aura around him? However, Xianxia quickly dismissed this thought. During the fusion process, all adverse factors had been explicitly removed, retaining only the beneficial traits for himself. Moreover, if it were due to the demonic blood causing the aura, then Xianxia wouldn't have remained entirely unaffected by the enraged demon. The demons who provided Xianxia with their blood were also descendants of the devil ancestor. Unable to figure out the exact cause, Xianxia naturally couldn't explain it. He sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's a long story. To summarize briefly, I am not a demon, and I am not a hybrid of human and demon." After saying these 2 sentences, Xianxia stopped talking. Gerardo, awaiting further explanation, felt somewhat puzzled. Was that it? Truly summarized. Did he intend to give no explanation at all? Xianxia had no intention of explaining, nor did he plan to fabricate any lies. Since Gerardo didn't know his true identity, why bother explaining so much? Still, Xianxia reassured him. "Master Wei, rest assured, as long as no one harms me, I will not harm anyone in the mortal world." Hearing this, Gerardo fell silent for a moment. Finally, he smiled faintly and said, "Understood." Suddenly, Xianxia looked down at his chest and gasped in surprise. Not emitting mist anymore? The white bead in his arms had ceased emitting the foggy substance. Xianxia realized that his demonic aura had become almost imperceptible, a good sign indeed. Just then, the entire palace began to tremble violently. Gerardo's expression turned grim. This underground palace is about to collapse. In the next instant, both Xianxia and Gerardo dashed upwards toward the only exit leading to the outside, the mirror-like space above. As their figures disappeared into the mirrored space, the palace collapsed with a deafening roar. At the same time, intense rumbling reverberated through the Xuanhuan Mountain. Moments later, the ground outside Xuanhuan Mountain began to crack and spiderwebbed outward rapidly. Soon after, the entire Xuanhuan Mountain crumbled to the ground, stirring up dust and ash, nearly blotting out the sky. The corpses of the demons inside were buried deep underground. For miles around Xuanhuan Mountain, not a soul was left. Farther away, those who were still watching in shock witnessed the entire mountain collapsing, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. It's falling. Xuanhuan Mountain is collapsing. The demon sanctuary is gone. Is an ultimate demon rising from it? What should we do? Escape. Flee as far as possible now. In just moments, the once towering Xuanhuan Mountain lay reduced to rubble and debris, a vast wasteland. Amidst the ruins, two figures emerged from the soil. It was Xianxia and Gerardo. Both were inevitably covered in dust, but otherwise unharmed. This mountain's collapse hasn't affected us, Gerardo noted. Master Wei, we'll part ways here, Xianxia said upon emerging, eager not to spend too much time with the sect master. The longer they stayed together, the more likely Xianxia would risk revealing something. Gerardo wanted to say something but found Xianxia already bidding farewell. He could only wish him well. With that, Xianxia quickly moved away from Gerardo's sight. Shortly after, Xianxia transformed into another appearance. Of course, he looked dashing as always. His plan was to enter Miro City, head to the port, and board a ship back home. With the threat of demonic energy now resolved, Xianxia yearned to return home swiftly. However, when he reached the gates of Miro City, he was stopped by the guards. They claimed Miro City was under heightened alert due to significant demonic disturbances at Xuanhuan Mountain. To prevent potential threats from entering, the city gates were locked, forbidding entry or exit. Xianxia found this somewhat ridiculous. Were they hiding like turtles in their shells? If the enraged demon truly emerged from Xuanhuan Mountain, such defenses would be as useless as paper, easily breached. There are no demonic disturbances, Xianxia said calmly. The enraged demon was dead, and the surrounding demons were now fertilizers underground. Do you say so? The guards doubted Xianxia's straightforward response. I came from Xuanhuan Mountain. If you don't believe me, check it out yourselves. You came from there? Their attention instantly focused on Xianxia. Without hesitation, they surrounded him with blades, swords, and spears aimed directly at him. How can anyone still be over there? What is your real identity? At that moment, a thick female voice called from atop the city wall. Let him go. I'll handle this. Thud. Like a giant beast descending from the heavens, a bulky woman with a robust waist strode heavily towards Xianxia. Chapter 185. A glimpse of the past. At the sight of this scene, Xianxia's breath hitched slightly. The woman before him resembled a sumo wrestler from Ashton Reezy village. As she approached Xianxia, the fat around her waist jiggled unnervingly. Xianxia's gaze flickered, but he did not show any disdain. One should not easily judge people by their appearance. Perhaps she had come to help him out of his predicament. Though Xianxia could have fought his way in, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. The bulky woman stopped in front of Xianxia. Her face was so chubby that her small eyes almost disappeared into the folds of flesh as they sized up Xianxia with interest. Then she shouted at the city gate guards. I just received news that Xuanhuan Mountain has collapsed, and those demons were buried within. So, as he said, there really is no demon threat anymore. Hearing this, a smile finally returned to Xianxia's face. There were still good people in this world. However, before Xianxia could savor this thought for more than a few seconds, the woman changed the subject. Nevertheless, this man claims to be from Xuanhuan Mountain, and his identity is suspicious. I need to take him back to Ashton Luotian to interrogate him properly. After these words, everyone around them exchanged knowing glances. It seemed they all understood what kind of interrogation she intended. Since the Saintess of Ashton Luotian has spoken, we have no reason to stop you. Being both the daughter of Ashton Luotian's leader and its Saintess, she would not dare make up such lies carelessly. Otherwise, even the Ashton Luotian sect couldn't bear the consequences if anything went wrong. Xianxia's smile froze. Damn, is she playing with my emotions? Looking into the eyes of this so-called Saintess, Xianxia felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He suddenly understood something. His expression darkened instantly. To call herself a Saintess, Xianxia now found it utterly impossible to associate the word Saintess with anyone. At this moment, the Caitlin smiled oddly and said to Xianxia, Zhao family's fatty ruined my mood. Let's see if you can cheer me up. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face twisted awkwardly. Zhao family's fatty? Could she be talking about Paco? Xianxia immediately recalled how he and Paco first came to Fawn Harbor and got on the wrong side of Ashton Luotian people when they were eating delicious food. There was still a warrant for his arrest in Fawn City. This was also why Xianxia had changed his appearance to avoid trouble. Could this woman be the boss of the guy who caused a scene at the meat stall? Considering her status as the Caitlin and her substantial figure, it seemed quite plausible. Well, here I am, finally meeting the main person involved. Come with me, and it will be very beneficial for you, she said. Xianxia scoffed. What are you thinking? You dare refuse me? Xianxia was speechless. Fuck, I wanted to hit you. The Caitlin instantly turned serious. In the next moment, the city gate opened wide. Running out was the burly man whom Xianxia had punched previously. He seemed to be some sort of commander. His face was much better than it was on that day, though remnants of swelling were still visible. Seeing Xianxia, he paused momentarily, as if recognizing someone familiar but unable to place it since Xianxia's face was completely different to him. Quickly shaking off these thoughts, the burly man started scolding Xianxia for his insolence. My lady asks you to go with her because she sees value in you. How dare you refuse? Seeing the gate open, Zachariah decided to make a quick exit. But before he could move, he heard the Saintess ask the burly man, has the Zhao kid confessed yet? He's tough-mouthed and hasn't admitted anything yet. The Caitlin kicked the burly man harshly. Are you useless? So long, and you can't get one confession? Step it up. Yes. At this moment, Zachariah's face visibly darkened. What did you say just now? You're interested? Come with me, and I'll tell you more. The Caitlin was still trying to coax Zachariah into cooperating, preferring to avoid using force unless necessary. After all, forcing someone rarely ends well. I asked, what did you say just now? Zachariah suddenly barked, his voice thunderous, startling everyone at the city gate. The burly man, after a moment of confusion, erupted into rage. Who gave you the guts to speak to my lady like that? Before he could finish, Zachariah's fist connected with his face. In the next instant, the burly man flew out like a heavy sack, smashing into the wall with audible bone-cracking sounds. Everyone turned around to see Commander Isaac lying on the ground, groaning in pain. This spectacle stunned everyone. They never imagined Zachariah could be so brutal. They also couldn't believe that the mighty Commander Isaac of Ashton Luotian was once again knocked out with a single punch. They remembered hearing that he had been thrown by someone at the harbor, bruised and swollen. Now it was happening again? Struggling to get up, Commander Isaac lifted his head, and everyone's faces twisted in shock. His face was now as swollen as a pig's head, swollen on the same side as before. Truly, old injuries not healed only worsen with new ones. Blood and broken teeth flew out of his mouth as he spoke in a trembling, muffled voice, recalling the nightmare of that day. It's him. It's him. He has changed his appearance. But I know. He's the accomplice of that fatty. Commander Isaac's anguished cries conveyed anger and despair. He might not recognize Zachariah's current face, but he recognized Zachariah's punch. The taste of that blow was unmistakably familiar. Upon hearing Commander Isaac's words, the Caitlin's expression turned shocked. So, it's you? You're here to challenge us, Ashton Luotian? Zachariah took a step forward, his face dark and serious. He paid no heed to the Saintess's words, staring directly into her eyes. She felt like she was being stared down by an enraged lion, a primal fear rising from deep within her heart. What have you done to Paco? What a presumptuous brat. At this moment, another deep voice echoed from the city walls above. Chapter 186. Not leaving. The moment the words were spoken atop the city wall, a figure descended from it. This middle-aged man had a slightly square face and wore his hair braided down his back. The instant this figure appeared, everyone at the city gate instantly showed a look of awe. Uncle One. The young Luotian Alida immediately exclaimed. This person was none other than Colin, the deputy leader of Little Luotian, also the younger brother of the Little Luotian leader. He glanced at Zachariah, squinting his eyes slightly as if inspecting him. Though he couldn't gauge Zachariah's exact strength, his aura certainly didn't exceed the soul transformation realm. After all, an obviously young-looking cultivator couldn't possibly be too powerful. Boy, you're just an outsider. Don't get too cocky, Colin warned. Zachariah merely gave him a cold stare before saying, take me to Paco. When Zachariah spoke, everyone assumed he'd been intimidated by Colin. Colin's lips curled into a slight smirk. Good choice. He continued, follow us obediently, and you'll avoid unnecessary pain. Want to see Paco? Easy. I'll arrange a reunion for you. Not far away, the battered Commander Isaac cried out in anguish, Leader One, please help me. Colin cast a cold, disdainful glance at him. Useless trash. Got beaten twice by the same person and still dare to whine. Clearly, Colin had no respect for Commander Isaac, thinking he brought shame upon little Luotian. Commander Isaac, having been berated, faced others' strange looks with immense embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, people from Great Luotian observed this scene. A middle-aged man carrying a heavy sword glanced at Zachariah and asked an Izali man next to him, Old Knorring, what do you think of this person? The silver-haired Truman narrowed his eyes and smiled. It seems little Luotian has kicked a rock this time. Oh, so Old Knorring holds him in such high regard. The sword-wielding man showed surprise. Zachariah's sudden burst of power against Commander Isaac had been impressive. Although he hadn't killed Commander Isaac, he believed Zachariah held back. Still, he didn't think Zachariah was strong enough to be called rock-hard by Old Knorring. Just wait and see, said the Truman with a meaningful smile. Following the group into Little Luotian territory, Zachariah only complied to prevent them from harming Paco. Along the way, countless hostile gazes fell on Zachariah. He ignored these stares, letting his senses expand outward. He quickly sensed several distinct, powerful presences, gaining a general understanding of Little Luotian's overall strength. Little Luotian had risen to prominence here in Miro City and rivaled Great Luotian, undoubtedly due to its formidable might. However, for Zachariah, this mattered little. Challenging the entire sect alone might be tough, but if he wanted to leave, nobody could stop him. Besides his own confidence, external factors contributed to his daring. Now that the demonic threat was gone, factions within Miro City had reverted to their usual rivalry. With Great Luotian looming over Little Luotian, any chaos created by Zachariah would lead Great Luotian to take advantage, benefiting Zachariah as well. Before long, they stopped at the entrance to an underground prison. Colin turned back with a dangerous smile. You can reunite with your companion now. To those who disrespected Little Luotian, there would be no easy outcome. To maintain Little Luotian's prestige, Colin planned to make an example of Zachariah and Paco. He gestured to have Zachariah restrained. These specially made restraints suppressed a cultivator's spiritual energy and were unbreakable. The underground dungeon was sealed off from spiritual senses, preventing Zachariah from using his formidable spiritual awareness. Before seeing Paco, Zachariah didn't resist being handcuffed, which led others to believe he'd given up. Colin, though smiling, looked at Zachariah with disdain. He respected fighters, but despised those who submitted to stronger opponents. As Zachariah was escorted into the dungeon, the Alita hesitated, but then asked, "Uncle One, how will you handle them?" Colin glanced at Commander Isaac behind her. "Although he's useless, he's still one of ours. Those who defy us deserve only one fate," he said, mimicking a throat-slitting motion, death. The Alita eagerly offered, "Since they are to die, let me be the executioner." Commander Isaac, wanting revenge, also wished to participate but thought better of it after seeing Colin's expression. Under little Luo Tian guard's escort, Zachariah walked deeper into the dungeon. There were only 2 levels, holding those who plotted against little Luo Tian. Some were demons, others cultivators, all enduring inhuman torture. Among them were great Luo Tian members who had mysteriously disappeared or were captured as spies. Little Luo Tian tried to pry information or turn them against great Luo Tian. Finally, in the 2nd level, Zachariah saw Paco in prison. At this moment, Paco's limbs were hanging from chains, with deep red marks around his wrists and ankles caused by the restraints. His body was covered in countless scars, his clothes torn to shreds, and he appeared utterly wretched. He had buried his head low, completely unconscious. In the cells adjacent to Paco's, Zachariah did not see the figures of his 3 guards. Seeing the numerous scars on Paco's body, thick and thin, with hardly any intact skin left, Zachariah's suppressed anger instantly surged out. As an enforcer of the beast-locking pagoda, Zachariah was an expert in interrogation. Seeing such severe injuries on Paco, he could easily imagine the inhuman torture Paco had endured here. Zachariah felt very uneasy seeing Paco's state. After all, it was Isaac Tongling whom he had beaten, but the consequences were borne by Paco, nearly costing him his life. Zachariah could not accept this reality. "Get inside." The guard opened another empty cell door and walked up to Zachariah, preparing to push him into the cell. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge Zachariah. He stood there like a stabilizing C-pin, completely immovable. The guard was startled, not expecting Zachariah to have such strength. Immediately, he called over several other guards. "Damn it, kick him." Several guards gathered behind Zachariah, simultaneously raising their feet to kick him. But just as their feet were about to touch Zachariah, they felt as if they had struck an invisible wall of force that prevented them from touching Zachariah's body. Just as they were astonished, a surge of astonishing power erupted from Zachariah's body. The guards who had been hit by this force flew out and crashed into the thick walls of the prison. The sound of bones cracking almost rang out simultaneously as the guards slid down the walls like lumps of mud. Meanwhile, Zachariah directly shattered the restraints on his hands with sheer strength. Witnessing this scene, the prisoners in the cells surrounding Paco were immediately stunned. Their initial shock soon turned into quick realization. This person could be their lifeline. They needed to latch onto him. Thus, the formerly lifeless eyes of many prisoners suddenly sparkled with hope. "Big brother, save me quickly. Please save me. Save me, and I will repay you generously. I am from Great Luo Tian. Saving me will not go unrewarded. I have a younger sister, as beautiful as water. Brother-in-law, please save me, your future brother-in-law. I have an Isaiah sister, tender and gentle. You get the idea. Brother-in-law. My daughter is young and virtuous. Son-in-law, if you don't mind." For a moment, various cries for help echoed in Zachariah's ears. But Zachariah ignored them all. He walked up to Paco's cell and kicked open the door with one foot. The noise woke Paco up. For a moment, he thought he was going to be beaten again and instinctively showed panic. This was his most genuine reaction. But in the next moment, his expression became determined. "You dogs, have the guts to kill me. My Zhao family will never let you off." After letting out these weak, tough words, Paco slowly raised his head. Zachariah noticed that his face was bloodless, his lips cracked, and it seemed like he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. At this moment, Zachariah's mood sank to its lowest point. Paco, upon suddenly seeing a stranger, didn't immediately think Zachariah had come to rescue him. Instead, he thought little Luo Tian had sent someone else to torture him. But soon, he sensed something was off. There were many cries for help coming from outside the cell. Paco saw the destroyed cell door and the unconscious prison guards farther away. Finally, he realized this person might not be from little Luo Tian. "Who are you?" Paco asked, slightly puzzled. Zachariah didn't answer directly, but instead slashed at Paco with his sword. Thinking his death was near, though Paco had mouthed tough words asking them to kill him quickly, he still felt deep fear at the prospect of death. Paco closed his eyes in terror. Then he heard a few metallic clanks. He felt his body fall. His heart felt like it leapt out of his chest. Am I falling into hell after dying? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt a sharp pain as his buttocks landed heavily on the ground. The pain woke him up. Opening his eyes, he was still in the cell, but the chains on his hands and feet had fallen off, broken. After a brief pause, he looked at Zachariah with disbelief. "Are you here to save me? Why? Did my father send you?" At this moment, he subconsciously guessed that Zachariah was a mysterious expert sent by his father to rescue him. Although he believed his so-called friends in Miluo City would be useless when it came down to it, in this situation, the only people he thought might rescue him were from the Zhao family. Zachariah still did not answer Paco's question but asked, "Giant, you say everything was fine? How did you end up like this? With your influence as Lord Zhao's son and staying within the territory of Great Luo Tian, how were you caught by little Luo Tian?" Zachariah urgently wanted to know what happened to Paco during his absence. Upon hearing Zachariah's questions, Paco was momentarily taken aback. Looking Zachariah up and down again, his eyes gradually revealed disbelief. "Could you be Big Brother Isaac?" Facing Paco's genuine inquiry, Zachariah nodded. Paco's expression changed several times in an instant. The next moment, he got up from the ground in excitement. Due to exerting too much force, the pain made him grimace and sweat profusely. Immediately after, he began nervously twisting the remnants of his bloody and tattered clothes, a mix of excitement and deep worry on his face. Big brother Isaac, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. At this moment, Paco's worry surpassed his joy. Since being captured by little Luo Tian, he had taken full responsibility and refused to disclose any information about Zachariah. Though he knew little about Zachariah, he worried that any information he gave might harm him, so he kept everything related to Zachariah tightly inside him, refusing to divulge even a hint. However, Zachariah was now here. This filled him with joy, but also immense worry. He knew Zachariah was strong, but this was little Luo Tian, an entire sect, not just some Jedi's on a ship. No matter how strong Zachariah was, he couldn't single-handedly fight an entire sect. Answer me first. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Paco sighed and recounted the whole process of his capture. The incident started with the sudden demonic outbreak in Flame Splendor Mountain. It was rumored that a world-class demon might emerge, leading all factions in Luo City to temporarily put aside their disputes and strengthen city defenses. Thus, enemies Great Luo Tian and Little Luo Tian briefly reconciled and joined forces. The Lesser Luo Tian sect seized the opportunity to put forward a request to capture Paco within the territory of Great Luo Tian. And the higher-ups of the Great Luo Tian sect, considering the bigger picture, naturally did not intend to protect Paco at all costs. After all, Paco was merely an insignificant individual to them. Even if they knew Paco was Lord Zhao's son, they would not offer protection. They even hoped that the Lesser Luo Tian sect would kill Paco, creating animosity with the Zhao family. This would be more advantageous for them in the long run. Thus, the carefree life of Paco within the territory of Great Luo Tian came to an end, marking the beginning of his personal nightmare. The 3 guards accompanying him were all killed on the spot, and Paco was captured and thrown into this dungeon, enduring relentless torment. Based on Commander Isaac's testimony stating that Paco had accomplices, the jailers here spared no effort to torture him, trying to extract information about his accomplices. But Paco refused to reveal anything. His stubbornness led to even more severe punishment. Throughout his narration, Paco tried to maintain as calm a tone as possible, although when touching on painful points, his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yet he made every effort to stay composed. After all, he did not want to play the victim, nor did he wish for Zachariah to feel enraged on his behalf. If Zachariah lost his rationality and confronted the entire Lesser Luo Tian sect, they wouldn't stand a chance to escape. What are you all yelling about? At that moment, hearing the commotion from Paco's cell, the prison guard squad rushed over. When they saw Paco and Zachariah, they were startled and immediately shouted, "Someone is escaping!" The news of someone escaping quickly spread throughout the underground prison. All the guards and sentries in the entire underground prison rushed down. At this point, Paco could not help but feel tense, asking Zachariah what should be done. Zachariah only said one sentence, "Don't worry, just follow me." He turned and walked outwards, flashes of sword light flickering around him. Those rushing over, guards and sentries alike, let out successive cries of agony. In just a few breaths, they all fell to the sides. Walking through the central path, Paco gazed at the bodies of the guards lying askew left and right, almost becoming dazed. Seeing the faces of those who had once tortured him, faces he could recognize even as ashes, Paco kicked at 2 of them in fury. It hurt him, making him grimace, but his face lit up with a satisfied smile, genuinely happy. Brother Isaac, how are we going to leave here? After enjoying the moment, Paco faced a practical question. This prison couldn't hold Brother Isaac, but how would they leave the Lesser Luo Tian sect after escaping? That was truly a difficult task. Paco thought for a moment, saying, "Brother Isaac, why don't we release all the prisoners here, causing chaos for the Lesser Luo Tian sect? This way, we can escape amidst the confusion." Zachariah in front of Paco shook his head. These people pose no threat to them. The Lesser Luo Tian sect did not house prisoners like the beast-locking pagoda. The truly capable among these prisoners were few, especially those who retained fighting strength after various tortures. Such individuals could be counted on one hand. This rabble could not cause significant turmoil. Ultimately, it would just be small-scale trouble that the Lesser Luo Tian sect could easily quell with a single elite team. Therefore, it was pointless. Then how are we supposed to leave? Who says we're leaving? Paco froze upon hearing this, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. If we're not leaving, then what are we going to do? Zachariah's gaze lifted slightly. He suddenly remarked with deep meaning, "Let the bullet fly for a while." At that moment, high above the Lesser Luo Tian sect, thunder rumbled. Under the clear sky, a bolt of lightning seemed to crack open the heavens. Everyone in the square of the Lesser Luo Tian sect involuntarily looked up. Their eyes widened instantly. The expressions on their faces changed rapidly from shock to terror. Above them, that thick cloud layer split as if torn apart. A giant sword, glowing with thunder, pierced through the clouds, descending with a world-shattering force. The sword aimed directly at the Lesser Luo Tian sect. At that very moment, the leader of the Lesser Luo Tian sect snapped awake from meditation. Rushing out of the hall and looking up at the sky, his face abruptly changed. Not far from the Lesser Luo Tian sect, a man stood mid-air, carrying a heavy sword on his back. His eyes also widened instantly. This, whose sword is this? Chapter 187, Threat. Take advantage. A massive sword descended from the sky, surrounded by myriad thunderbolts as if it were divine punishment. In the Ashton Luotian sect, the sect leader Justino suddenly roared out loud. "Every Isaiah, quickly follow me to block this sword." His voice instantly spread throughout the entire Ashton Luotian sect. Although he did not know why such a world-shattering giant sword would suddenly descend upon Ashton Luotian, at this moment, they had to stop the sword first before discussing anything else. The deputy leader Colin lifted his head and saw the sword in an instant, feeling a sudden chill and an ominous premonition. Of course, he also heard the sect leader's order. Without hesitation, he leaped upward. All the high-ranking members of Ashton Luotian gathered in the sky above. Even before the giant sword arrived, they could already feel the astonishing sword aura pressing down on them. The sword aura contained an eerie, bone-chilling aura that made one's heart tremble with fear. It felt like facing the 9 netherworlds directly. Everyone was immediately on high alert. If this sword were allowed to descend upon Ashton Luotian, it would surely turn the place into a true hell. Hold it back. Following the sect leader's command, all the senior members rushed out of the protective mountain array. The mountain protecting array was Ashton Luotian's final defense. They absolutely couldn't let the sword hit it under any circumstances. Each senior member used their own means. Within just a few breaths, the giant sword clashed with their combined attacks. Bang! An astonishing wave of energy erupted from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. Its force even affected the mountain protecting array. When the energy wave surged, the barrier shook violently. The disciples within Ashton Luotian trembled in fear. But at this moment, there was nothing they could do except pray that the mountain protecting array remained intact. If the array collapsed, they would be exposed without any place to hide. Above the mountain protecting array, everyone's expressions were grim. Though the power of this single sword strike was indeed terrifying, with so many powerful individuals here, they should be able to withstand it. However, this sword carried more than just raw power. It brought the might of the clouded sky and thunder. Not only bright thunder but also hidden dark thunder, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Furthermore, while resisting the sword, a terrifying sword intent also invaded them. They felt their vitality being fiercely stripped away and lost. Colin's face was filled with pain as the sword intent and dark thunder invaded his body, forcing him to divert his attention to resist them. Thus he could barely muster half of his strength. All the other seniors were in the same state. At this moment, the communication jade pendant in Colin's arms vibrated. His mind moved, and the information linked through the jade pendant entered his mind. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. Someone escaped from prison? In the next moment, he turned around abruptly, looking towards the underground dungeon. Sect leader Justino was standing nearby. After hesitating for a moment, he still reported the truth. Sect leader, someone has escaped from prison? Justino's expression became frighteningly dark, and he exploded in anger upon hearing this. What kind of people did you bring back? Justino angrily demanded. Justino knew about Colin capturing someone and imprisoning them in the underground dungeon, but he didn't pay much attention to it because, according to Colin's message, it was just some person who had a conflict with his daughter. Such a trivial matter wasn't worth his concern, but now it seemed otherwise. If it were truly an insignificant person, how could it have coincided with this descending sword? Colin hurriedly explained, it can't be that person. When I went over, that guy immediately gave up resistance and surrendered, and he's just a young man. Hearing this, Justino looked even angrier. Did you investigate that young man's background? Colin choked on his words. I didn't know. Justino almost kicked him. What did you do? After hesitating, Colin's voice gradually lowered. Could it be the Zhao family? The Zhao family from Windrain City. What are you talking about? Justino didn't know that a member of the Zhao family was imprisoned in the underground dungeon. Colin didn't clarify that. He only mentioned that it was a young man who fought with Ashton Luotian's sacred maiden and acted arrogantly. He said the prisoner was surnamed Zhao but didn't specify which Zhao family. I thought he was bluffing. After all, there are so many people surnamed Zhao. Moreover, that guy not only had low strength but no proper guards around him, just weaklings. I've heard that the sons of the Zhao family from Windrain City are exceptional talents, so I dismissed what he said as nonsense and didn't report it to you, brother. At this point, he stopped speaking, because Justino's face had turned extremely livid. Next, Justino's roar of fury fell upon him. Get down there and see what's happening. You must stabilize the rear. If anything happens again, you will be held responsible. Colin felt a chill and dared not delay, immediately responding, yes. Then, his figure quickly descended. Meanwhile, outside Ashton Luotian, the man carrying a heavy sword initially showed surprise when he saw that even the sect leader and numerous high-level Isaiahs were struggling to fend off the giant sword. Recalling Elder Knorring's words, his expression turned complex. Elder Knorring really nailed it. Ashton Luotian did kick a steel plate. If this sword is truly from that young man, it's simply unimaginable. Not only he but many others noticed the commotion. Such a large-scale event stirred a storm in Mithrao City. Various speculations spread across the city. Those who harbored grievances against Ashton Luotian rejoiced. It must be divine punishment for Ashton Luotian's wicked deeds. They deserve it. Heaven, let Ashton Luotian be exterminated. Citywide forces were alarmed and uncertain. Some weaker factions than Ashton Luotian began to stir but didn't act yet. They were waiting for the Luotian's response. But the Luotian sect was unusually calm during this time. Their members hadn't even left the Luotian. Of course, this calm was only superficial. Internally, the Luotian was in turmoil. Senior members expressed that this was the perfect opportunity to seize Ashton Luotian, but the sect leader of the Luotian suppressed these proposals. The situation is unclear. Remain calm? Indeed, the current situation was still unclear. Just a giant sword wasn't enough to destroy all of Ashton Luotian. Attacking Ashton Luotian at this moment would still require the Luotian to pay a significant price. Thus, after calming down, the Luotian leader instructed them to prepare and await news. He then went with Cole Beckham to investigate nearby Ashton Luotian. If any combat opportunity arose, they would notify them to reclaim Ashton Luotian. The man carrying the heavy sword suddenly heard two sounds of breaking wind behind him. Without looking, he knew who it was. Sect leader, Elder Knorring. After bowing slightly to the two, the man asked Beckham, Elder Knorring, did you foresee this? Beckham shook his head and laughed. How could I predict it so accurately? I merely observed his flourishing fortune and guessed as much. Who would have thought he could create such a huge disturbance so quickly? If I had known earlier, I would have informed the sect leader to prepare for reclaiming Ashton Luotian. The sect leader of the Luotian sect listened to their conversation and turned his gaze towards them, looking puzzled. Do you know who is responsible for this commotion? Beckham shook his head and replied, not entirely clear, but it may be related to a young man captured by Ashton Luotian's deputy leader. Beckham spoke with utmost caution. The sect leader of the Luotian sect stopped questioning and looked up at the sword light in the sky. At that moment, outside the entrance to the underground dungeon of Ashton Luotian sect, one figure after another flew out from the cave opening, landing on the ground, unconscious. Then, Zachariah and Paco emerged from the cave entrance. After taking the pill given by Zachariah, Paco's complexion had finally improved somewhat. However, the effects of the pill couldn't match the immediate benefits of Zachariah's sacred body. Complete recovery would still require time to heal. As soon as Paco stepped out of the dungeon, the strong light outside made him squint uncomfortably. When he finally focused on the giant sword overhead and the figures beneath it, his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Big brother Isaac, is that you're doing? Zachariah gave a casual hum and said, we can leave now. Amazing. This is just incredible. Paco swallowed hard. His eyes shone with admiration as he looked at Zachariah. Big brother Isaac, are you a sword immortal? Zachariah shook his head. I'm still 10,000 miles away from being one. Paco gasped. How terrifying must a true sword immortal be? Zachariah could not answer. He did not know. Since coming to this world, he had never seen what a so-called sword immortal truly looked like. He once thought the master of Mount Shu was a sword immortal. But as his strength gradually approached that of the master, he realized even the master of Mount Shu was merely a sword cultivator. Sword immortal remained an elusive legend. Hold on, big brother Isaac. Paco crouched down and rummaged through the pockets of those Ashton Luotian disciples, quickly scavenging items, especially the storage bags containing spirit stones. Normally, as a noble young master, Paco should have no interest in such petty actions, especially from lower-level disciples who wouldn't have much wealth or spirit stones to offer. But Zachariah understood his motives. After being captured, all valuable items on Paco were confiscated. Without retrieving something, he might not even have enough for boat fare when they left. Let's go. I'll cover the boat fare. Realizing Paco's intent, Zachariah did not let him continue scavenging. Paco smiled upon hearing this and didn't hesitate. I'll assist big brother Isaac. He knew better than to offer himself as a guard. Being a low-ranking assistant was more fitting. It made sense for the big brother to protect the little brother. Zachariah didn't comment. Suddenly, a thick and furious voice echoed beside them. You're not going anywhere. Paco looked first, meeting Colin's figure. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Colin was in charge of the underground dungeon and had severely tortured Paco, causing lasting psychological trauma. Seeing him inevitably stirred Paco's nervousness. He moved behind Zachariah and whispered, brother, he's the deputy leader of Ashton Luotian sect. Be careful. Colin stared intensely at Zachariah, as if trying to see through him. But no matter how he probed, Zachariah remained obscured, impossible to discern. I underestimated you. You managed to escape prison. Colin's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Who are you? Zachariah remained silent. Seeing Zachariah's silence, a hint of annoyance flashed across Colin's face. But he did not have time to question Zachariah's identity. Who created that sword? Zhao family member, was it you? Paco wanted to step up and take credit, but this time, he didn't come forward. Instead, he peeked from behind Zachariah, mustering courage to angrily retort, blind dog eyes. Can't you see my brother standing here? Of course, this is my brother's work. Your tiny vision is useless, just give it up. Colin, as the deputy leader of Ashton Luotian sect, had never been insulted so openly. He instantly flew into a rage, preparing to act. Suddenly, Zachariah's figure flashed beside him. Colin's heart trembled. Zachariah's fist seemed infinitely large before his eyes. For a brief moment, time froze. His consciousness reacted, but his body lagged behind. Zachariah's punch struck Colin's face, making him feel like a mountain had exploded on his head. Next moment, Colin flew backward. His head didn't explode, thanks to his powerful godly essence defending it in an instant. Though he survived, his appearance was terrible. Bruised nose, swollen face, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Even worse than Commander Isaac's condition. Recalling his past insults against Commander Isaac, Colin felt his face burn with humiliation. Finally realizing whom he had provoked, an incredulous look crossed his eyes. He could hardly believe the formidable strength of the young man before him, unbelievable physical power, and the ability to unleash such a devastating sword. Where did this monstrous talent come from? At this moment, a deep-seated fear surged uncontrollably within Colin. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the Zhao kid will die too. Colin snarled. I've left a life-death talisman on him. With a single thought, he will die. His words stunned Zachariah and Paco. Seeing their expressions, Colin tried to laugh, but failed due to his swollen face. Quickly, stop the sword. Otherwise, Zhao won't leave this place alive. Don't you want to save him? If he dies, why did you even come here? Upon these words, Zachariah's face darkened. Are you threatening me? Behind him, Paco showed an expression of defiance. Brother, don't let him threaten you. You've already saved me. I am deeply grateful. This life is worth it. Paco pointed at Colin, shouting angrily. I wish to die with this scoundrel. Please grant my wish. If you die, I will avenge you and bury the entire Ashton Luotian sect along with you. Zachariah said calmly. Upon hearing this, Colin roared furiously. Arrogant. Do you think that sword can destroy our Ashton Luotian sect? If one sword isn't enough, how about this one? As Zachariah finished speaking, a sword appeared in his hand. Tianguang sword. With a flick of his finger, the Tianguang sword soared into the sky. Zachariah chanted softly, and the sword hummed, splitting into 2, 4, 8, Within moments, countless swords filled the sky above Ashton Luotian disciples. Like Damocles' sword ready to fall, the 10,000 Swords formation. Upon its emergence, all senior members fighting the giant sword above Ashton Luotian Sect were shocked. Their hearts grew chaotic. What's happening? How many swords are there? Our disciples are in danger. Sect leader Justino grew increasingly anxious. My foolish younger brother. What on earth is he doing? Justino realized this situation was closely related to Colin. He had sent Colin down to resolve the issue. But now, the situation was escalating, even threatening the foundation of the sect. You hold them off. I'll go and check it out. Justino had no choice but to leave first. If the problem downstairs wasn't resolved, the sword array would descend, causing countless casualties among Ashton Luotian Sect's disciples. Even if they managed to deplete the power of the giant sword, the future foundation of Ashton Luotian Sect would be destroyed. What would be the point then? The glory and continuation of a sect couldn't rely solely on the current leadership. It required successors as well. Outside Ashton Luotian Sect. Hey, Justino went down. The three floating figures from the Luotian Sect continued to observe the movements of the higher-ups in Ashton Luotian Sect. Naturally, Justino's actions did not escape their notice. The man with the heavy sword spoke immediately. Given this timing, Justino's sudden descent surely indicates a more pressing matter that demands his immediate attention. This could be an opportunity. He then looked at the sect leader with eyes brimming with battle fervor, eager to try. Sect leader, should we seize this moment for a decisive strike? The Luotian sect leader turned to the Isaiah Beckham. Elder Kenoring, what do you think? Elder Kenoring's eyes sparkled. I observe that Ashton Luotian Sect's fortune today shows a decline from prosperity. Perhaps, this is indeed a good opportunity. The Luotian Sect leader nodded thoughtfully. Spread the word. It's time to reclaim Ashton Luotian Sect. At that moment, near the underground dungeon of Ashton Luotian Sect, Colin, standing before Zachariah, saw the sword shadows hovering overhead, feeling an overwhelming wave of sword energy that instantly drained all strength from his body. It was unclear now who was coercing whom. At this point, Colin knew Zachariah's words were not exaggerations. If Zachariah really let the entire Ashton Luotian Sect be buried, it could happen. After all, those sword shadows alone gave him goosebumps. If they all fell, most of the lower-ranking disciples of Ashton Luotian Sect wouldn't survive. Without these disciples, Ashton Luotian Sect would exist in name only. Colin trembled, realizing that any decision he made next could affect Ashton Luotian's future, possibly leading it into a catastrophic downfall. Zachariah didn't waste words, coldly saying, undo the life-death talisman on him, or else you know the consequences. Colin hesitated. If he removed Paco's life-death talisman and Zachariah still didn't spare them, what would he have left to threaten him with? That would give Zachariah free rein to act as he wished. Colin was accustomed to controlling others' fates. Being controlled himself would be unbearable. While he hesitated, Justino arrived suddenly. Seeing his older brother, Colin felt instant relief and promptly whispered the current situation to him. However, he didn't want to be controlled by Zachariah or hand Ashton Luotian's fate over to someone else. So, he urged Justino to join him and subdue Zachariah forcefully. Fool! Justino angrily kicked his foolish younger brother. Then, he bowed to Zachariah. My younger brother has offended you greatly. Please forgive him. Zachariah said just 3 words. Life-death talisman. Justino already knew what happened. At this moment, he didn't care about Zachariah's attitude. He dared not hesitate on Zachariah's demands and kicked Colin again. Remove the life-death talisman from Zhao family member. Although reluctant, Colin complied under these circumstances. Make no tricks. If I find anything amiss, your disciples will all die along. Zachariah's words eliminated Colin's schemes. Justino forced a smile. As the sect leader, he could still manage a laugh in such times. Actually, this was all a misunderstanding. I didn't know my people below did something so stupid to offend you both. Please forgive us. Once this matter is resolved, whatever compensation you seek, if it's within my means, I'll fulfill it without refusal. This will express our apologies. Justino finished speaking when suddenly, the ground shook. Master, it's bad news. The Luotian Sect is attacking us. Justino's face turned pale. Looking at Zachariah, 2 sharp beams flashed in his eyes. You colluded with the Luotian Sect? Chapter 188, Devious. The Return Journey. The sudden attack by the Luotian Sect caught the Ashton Luotian Sect off guard. The elite forces of the Luotian Sect launched a direct assault on the higher-ups who were still fending off the heavenly sword. The Luotian scum. You're shameless. Those in the upper echelons of Ashton Luotian immediately began cursing aloud, but their curses clearly had no effect on the people of the Luotian. Instead, it only fueled their fighting spirit even more. Seeing this, the Ashton Luotian higher-ups, filled with shock and anger, could only respond to the Luotian's attack. In the next moment, the massive thunder sword landed on the protective sect array of Ashton Luotian. Thunder roared as the entire array shook violently. Even though the thunder sword had already been weakened significantly by the Ashton Luotian higher-ups, the power from the giant sword was still formidable, inflicting heavy damage on Ashton Luotian's protective sect array. The light shield of the protective array instantly became several times weaker. The crowd from Luotian, upon seeing this, couldn't hide their pleased expressions. At the order of the Luotian sect leader, all disciples heed my command. Breach the Ashton Luotian protective array. The elite disciples responded in unison and immediately attacked the already weakened array in numbers. A man carrying a heavy sword let out a wild laugh, aiming his heavy sword at the protective sect array and slashing down. That sharp blade, akin to the pressure of a mountain, came crashing down. Boom. Cracks appeared instantly on the surface of the protective sect array's light shield. Although the cracks disappeared quickly after just an instant, The extraordinary power of this soon attracted the attention of Ashton Luotian's higher-ups. Suddenly, an Isaiah appeared, swinging a duster artifact in his hand and striking directly towards his face. The duster grew larger against the wind, instantly becoming bigger than he was, ensnaring him within. 5 other Ashton Luotian Isaiahs simultaneously attacked the Luotian sect leader. Though they knew they weren't a match for the Luotian sect leader, with 5 Isaiahs attacking together, they could still delay him for some time. They absolutely couldn't let the Luotian sect leader join in attacking the protective sect array. Once the Luotian sect leader joined in, the protective array would inevitably be breached. Hold on. Wait for the sect leader to come out. One Ashton Luotian Isaiah snarled. As long as their own sect leader emerged, they wouldn't have to fear the Luotian. After all, this was Ashton Luotian's territory. Their upper echelons were all here, while the Luotian did not mobilize the entire sect. If their sect leader could restrain the opposing sect leader, the outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Meanwhile, at where the Ashton Luotian sect leader Justino was, Colin had just released Paco from the life-death talisman. Looking into the distance, he saw the Luotian assaulting the sect's defenses and instantly became furious. Reacting instinctively, he grabbed Paco from behind. His reaction mirrored his brother's, believing that this was due to Zachariah colluding with the Luotian to seize Ashton Luotian. Seeing this, Zachariah's brow furrowed coldly. If I had colluded with them, would I allow them to attack now? These words left both men speechless for a moment. Zachariah's statement wasn't without reason. After all, both Zachariah and Paco were still here, especially since Paco was still under Colin's control. Zachariah would certainly be concerned about Paco's life, hence the elaborate rescue effort. Under such circumstances, even if Zachariah and Luotian planned to act inside and out, they should wait until Paco was safe first. Colin, release him. Justino, despite his grim expression, instantly made a decision. Brother, I told you to release him. Did you hear me? Seeing his older brother's anger, Colin didn't dare disobey. He immediately loosened his grip, pushing Paco towards Zachariah. The life-death talisman has been removed. Colin's expression remained resentful. Zachariah grabbed Paco's arm and scanned his body with his divine sense, finding nothing unusual. Only then did his expression soften slightly. At this moment, Ashton Luotian's holy maiden and Justino's daughter Janine sprinted over with her robust frame. Breathing heavily, she rushed over to Justino and said, Father, those Luotian beasts. Before she could finish, Justino slapped her directly. What sins did I commit to give birth to such a troublesome fool? Justino shouted as he slapped Janine across the face. Caught off guard, Janine was flung away by the powerful force, her body flying like a huge sack and tumbling to the ground, leaving a drag mark tens of meters long. Janine was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her father had hit her. Moreover, it was so mercilessly. Her face bore a red imprint from the slap, burning hot, but what pained her more was her heart, as if it had been crushed all at once. From childhood, her father rarely struck her. This was the first time he had ever laid such a heavy hand on her. Seeing this scene, Colin's eyes also twitched. Though the Isaiah brother didn't spoil his only daughter, he usually indulged her every wish. He believed that because of his earlier misdeeds, his daughter turned out different from a normal girl. To compensate, he would try to fulfill most of Janine's demands. Thus, her arrogant nature was cultivated. But at this moment, Justino no longer indulged her. Colin understood why. After all, this incident stemmed from Janine's subordinates conflicting with Zachariah et al. Upon hearing this news, Janine sent people to capture Paco, leading to today's calamity. Justino likely feared that if he didn't take action, Zachariah might do so, and if Zachariah acted, he wouldn't hold back like his brother. Next, seeing Justino's gaze turn to him, Colin panicked instantly. Justino glowered. As her uncle, you failed to strictly discipline her wrongdoings, instead encouraging her arrogance and lying to me. What punishment should you receive? Without waiting for an answer, Justino kicked him directly. Daring not to resist, Colin endured the kick head-on. His body flew further than Janine's, nearly vomiting his guts out. After dealing with both of them, Justino looked at Zachariah and apologized. My lack of proper discipline caused this confrontation between Sir and Paco. I understand the entire situation. This stemmed from my daughter's subordinates' instigation. My daughter and my younger brother were misled by their subordinates, leading to their disrespectful treatment of Paco. I will properly deal with them and apologize to Paco. As for the ringleader, I will expel him from Ashton Luotian and leave his fate to your disposal. How does that sound? Zachariah knew that Justino was planning to hand over Commander Isaac to save himself. He wasn't surprised. After all, Commander Isaac was just an insignificant servant. Handing over either Colin or Janine would be cutting flesh from his own body. Basically impossible. What he meant by disciplining Colin and Janine was likely mere verbal chastisement, fading away afterward. Please, withdraw your divine powers for now. Justino bowed humbly to Zachariah, unusually humble. He had no other choice. Now he needed to stabilize the top enemy, Zachariah. Since the Luotian hadn't broken in yet, but Zachariah's myriad swords hung over his disciples' heads. In response to Justino's plea, Zachariah neither confirmed nor denied, directing him to ask Paco instead. After all, Paco was the one truly harmed. Zachariah had no right to forgive on his behalf. If Paco chose not to forgive, Zachariah would support him. You should ask Paco if he wishes to forgive you. Zachariah's words felt insulting to Justino. Justino could afford to be humble to Zachariah, given that the latter possessed formidable strength, possibly on par with his own. But who was Paco? Despite being a noble son of the Zhao family, he was nothing more than an incompetent playboy. How could Justino, as the revered leader of Ashton Luotian Sect, show humility to such a person? In normal times, Justino would take risks to confront Zachariah despite the danger. But now, plagued by internal and external troubles, the tense situation left no room for personal grievances. So, even though he felt deeply uncomfortable, he did not dare to provoke Zachariah. With clenched teeth, Justino turned to Paco and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what do you think?" Paco wasn't stupid. He could clearly sense the change in Justino's attitude. He knew that the Luotian sect leader deigning to ask for his opinion was all thanks to Brother Isaac. Immediately, Paco sneered. "If it weren't for Brother Isaac, would you have ever thought of asking me, the victim, for my opinion?" Paco's straightforward words instantly changed Justino's expression. "But I am magnanimous and won't hold this against you," Paco continued, then shifted his tone. "If you want my forgiveness, it's simple. I lost something and I want to take it back myself." Justino replied, "What did you lose?" "Money and dignity." Justino frowned. Money can be given, but dignity? He didn't know how Paco planned to reclaim his dignity. Suddenly, Paco lunged at Colin, delivering a flying kick directly to his face. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, Colin tried to retaliate, but he was suppressed by Justino's overwhelming aura. In the next moment, Colin was kicked into several somersaults by Paco. Despite his injuries not being fully healed, Paco managed to injure Colin while suffering himself. However, he looked visibly relieved after this kick. Feeling better was enough. Turning to look at Janine, who had just gotten up from the ground, Paco scared her with his glare. She immediately shrank back in fear, realizing that even her father wouldn't help her now. Seeing her uncle get kicked without interference made her aware of the futility of seeking help from her father. Taking a step forward, Paco saw the terrified Janine retreat quickly. "I didn't touch you. It was all done by our servants. Please, spare me." Next moment, Paco turned away. "Forget it, I don't hit women. Even though you don't look like one." This sentence pierced Janine's heart more painfully than any physical blow. Justino remained indifferent as Paco returned and immediately threw him a storage pouch. "Is this enough spirit stones?" Paco grinned and pocketed it. "I've gotten my money and reclaimed some dignity. Let's go, Brother Isaac." Paco, of course, hadn't truly calmed down with just one kick to Colin. He only wanted to avoid troubling Zachariah further. The place was about to turn into a battlefield, and staying longer increased their danger. "Let's go." Zachariah led Paco swiftly past Justino, who could only watch helplessly as they left. At that moment, the protective array of Luotian sect was breached with a massive hole appearing. Furious, Justino lifted Colin from the ground. "If you're not dead, get up." Above Luotian, a man wielding a heavy sword, who had just dispatched to Luotian Isaiah with a duster, suddenly saw two figures leaving through the sect entrance. One figure was very familiar, none other than Zachariah. His expression changed abruptly, and he rushed to the sect leader. "Sect leader, that person is leaving." Though puzzling, the Luotian sect leader understood. "It's fine. He has already helped us immensely. If we still can't take Luotian after this, it's our incompetence." Zachariah's astonishing sword strike had exhausted many of Luotian's high-ranking officials, delayed their sect leader and deputy sect leader, and weakened their protective array. This was a heaven-sent gift. If they couldn't capitalize on it, they had no right to talk about reclaiming Luotian. "Understood." The man nodded, no longer concerned about Zachariah's departure, and re-engaged in battle. After leaving the Luotian battlefield, Zachariah asked Paco, "What are your plans next?" Paco hesitated. "It depends on who wins. If the Luotian triumphed and annihilated Luotian, he could still come back for food. But if the Luotian failed, he'd never visit again. As long as Luotian existed, he dared not set foot there." After a pause, Zachariah questioned, "Do you really forgive them, especially Luotian's deputy sect leader? Just kicking him a couple of times, did it satisfy you?" "Not in the slightest." Now far from Luotian, Paco spoke candidly. "I could kick him 200 times and still feel unsatisfied. That guy deserves 1,000 cuts to satisfy my vengeance." "Then should we go back?" No, Brother Isaac. I was just talking." Hearing Zachariah's suggestion, Paco laughed bitterly, admitting he was just venting. Zachariah smiled, knowing full well Paco's thoughts. He was unwilling but prioritized the bigger picture. 1,000 cuts might be hard, but killing him is easy. Paco paused. "How?" Zachariah's smile carried a hint of cunning. "He planted a life-death talisman on you. Why can't I leave a little memento on him?" Meanwhile, on the Luotian battlefield, Colin raged like a wild beast, ruthlessly slaughtering enemies to vent his fury and humiliation. Unable to challenge Zachariah, he lashed out at the Luotian members within his reach. "Stand aside, let me handle him." The man with the heavy sword singled out Colin, charging with his weapon. Colin blocked the heavy sword with twin daggers, sneering, "Luotian's pride, Cedric, is just overrated." This heavily armored man was the star of Luotian, its greatest prodigy. Though not an Isaiah, his strength rivaled any Isaiah. Moments ago, Luotian Isaiah nearly fell under his heavy sword. But Colin, having secured his position as deputy sect leader through real ability, easily matched this prodigy. Looking at Cedric, Colin smirked cruelly. "If I were you, I'd hide. It'd be too bad for the top prodigy to die here. So you can't become me, fool." Cedric raised his heavy sword overhead, a dazzling sword glow emanating from it. Mountain cleaving slash. As Cedric swung down, Colin prepared to counter. But suddenly, he realized his divine energy wouldn't respond. Panicked, he forced his divine energy to move, but instead, his body froze momentarily. "No, what's happening? Impossible. No." The contest between masters, where a millimeter's loss can lead to 1,000 miles of difference. Just as Colin's divine energy solidified and his body stiffened in that moment, Cedric's mountain-cleaving slash had already struck him. In just an instant, Colin, the once arrogant deputy leader of Luotian sect, was now split into two halves. His eyes wide open, He could never believe that he would die here in such a humiliating manner. Even Cedric didn't expect it to be so smooth, momentarily showing a look of surprise. If even Cedric was surprised, how much more so for the others, who were all shocked. The Luotian sect leader's eyes lit up, genuinely praising, a fine kill. The Luotian members were overjoyed. Conversely, Ashton Luotian members, upon seeing this scene, were filled with fear and despair. With Colin dead, it was as if Ashton Luotian sect had lost one of its arms. And at this moment, none felt more desperate than the Ashton Luotian sect leader, Justino. Seeing Colin killed instantly by Cedric's sword, his breath completely cut off, he felt his eyes about to burst. Second brother. No matter how much he had scolded or beaten him before, Colin was ultimately his own flesh and blood. Now, seeing him die under the enemy's sword, his heart couldn't stay calm. He never expected Colin to die by Cedric's sword. You are asking for death. Driven by anger, Justino rushed towards Cedric. But how could the Luotian sect leader let him through? Your opponent is me. Cedric, still midair, looked down at Colin's fallen corpse, falling into deep thought. This guy died a bit too suspiciously. Elder brother Isaac, will the deputy leader of Ashton Luotian really be dead? Normally, he might not be, but under those circumstances, he had no chance of survival. Huh. Paco was utterly confused, scratching his head. What exactly did you do, elder brother Isaac? Zachariah calmly replied, actually nothing much, just put some poison on him. When Zachariah punched Colin earlier, he deliberately pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to enter Colin's mouth. After being hit, Colin's mouth was full of blood. Naturally, he wouldn't notice that Zachariah's blood entered his mouth. And because Zachariah's blood contained the lineage of the poison man, it carried various strange toxins. These toxins were effective against cultivators. Zachariah chose a toxin that acted slowly. Its purpose was to seal the flow of a cultivator's divine energy, preventing them from using their cultivation power. Its effect gradually caused the divine energy to solidify when activated. Forcing the activation of divine energy would only worsen the poisoning, eventually causing the entire body to stiffen, unable to move. Under normal circumstances, this toxin wasn't harmful directly unless the victim activated their divine energy. It also went unnoticed. So Zachariah said that normally, Colin might not have died. But during the fierce battle between the two sects, as a deputy leader of Ashton Luotian, how could Colin refrain from action when he wasn't dead or gravely injured? Once he took action, amidst the chaos, if his divine energy malfunctioned, he was doomed. Hearing Zachariah's explanation, Paco gasped sharply. He internally praised elder brother Isaac's deviousness. Using this method to kill indirectly, no one would ever suspect him. Killing unseen, leaving no trace, concealing glory. Paco felt like he had learned a profound lesson. Looking at Zachariah's back, he was relieved he had chosen the right side. Elder brother Isaac, a world-class powerhouse, was openly strong and secretly cunning. One must always remember, can't offend, can't offend, can't offend. Before long, the two arrived at the port of Miro City. Due to the conflicts between the two sects, many people gathered at the port, eager to leave this war zone. Thus, the port was bustling more than usual. Most people there weren't traders, but wanted to quickly board ships to escape. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Stay close. Zachariah told Paco behind him. Paco nodded, hurrying to keep up with Zachariah. Together they reached the giant ship of the Christopher Young sect. Paid the fee and boarded the ship. The fare was 50% higher than before. Many people complained. But in these special times, they didn't dare blame the Christopher Young sect for price gouging. After all, it was a seller's market. If you think it's expensive and don't want to take the boat, there are plenty of others who will. Zachariah and Paco didn't say much either. Especially Paco, who had just received a huge sum from Justino, was in no need of money. The giant ship slowly left the port. Zachariah gazed toward Miro City, his mind already drifting toward the distant future. Chapter 189. Reunion with old acquaintances. The Lesser Luotian battlefield. The battle had finally subsided. The protective array of the Lesser Luotian sect had completely vanished, leaving its structures in ruins, almost a complete wasteland. Lesser Luotian had been utterly defeated. The surviving Isaiahs and disciples of the Lesser Luotian sect hung their heads, now prisoners of the Greater Luotian sect. Those who had vowed to live or die with Lesser Luotian had already fallen heroically. The remainder were those who still wished to live. Justino, the Joseph of the Lesser Luotian sect, lay in a pool of blood. His limbs pinned to the ground by swords, he was unable to move. Despair filled his eyes. At this moment, a robust woman was brought over by members of the Greater Luotian sect. It was Riley, Justino's daughter. Someone pushed her with disdain. Riley fell near her father. Crawling towards him, she shouted almost tearfully, "Father! You must be all right, father. What will I do if you die?" Blood gushed from Justino's mouth. He hardly had the strength to speak. Riley looked at the swords pinning her father, determination in her eyes as she rushed forward to pull them out. Just as her hands were about to touch the swords, Justino, using his last ounce of strength, yelled, "Don't touch them." But it was too late. The moment Riley touched the sword handles, sword energy surged out. She screamed as her hands were severed by the energy, fingers falling off, blood spurting everywhere. The sword energy even slashed across her face and abdomen. Her screams pierced the air, sharp and piercing. "Be quiet." An elite disciple of the Greater Luotian sect, unable to tolerate her cries, silenced her with one swift stroke. Riley was now utterly silent. The senior members of the Greater Luotian sect remained indifferent to this scene. With Lesser Luotian's defeat, others might survive, but the one family must die. Cutting off the root and removing all traces, this was necessary. As Riley died, the last flicker of hope left Justino's eyes. His face was ashen. Throughout history, the victors reigned supreme. Losing meant losing. There was nothing more to say. Yet deep down, he felt intense bitterness. He did not lose due to poor strategy or because Greater Luotian was too strong. Instead, he lost because his daughter had offended someone she shouldn't have. A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a storm. Her offense indirectly led to the downfall of the Lesser Luotian sect. I spent half my life building this legacy, and today it's all gone. Losing so miserably, I cannot accept it. I refuse to accept it. Justino let out his final mournful cry. Then his breath ceased. Thus fell a formidable figure of Miro City, the leader of the Lesser Luotian sect. Survivors of the Lesser Luotian sect wept bitterly. After a moment, their sobs gradually subsided, and silence descended once more. Once their mourning ended, the Joseph of the Greater Luotian sect spoke. From today, there is only the Greater Luotian sect in Miro City. All of Lesser Luotian surrender, and you will not be harmed. The Greater Luotian sect will welcome you, as long as you sincerely join us. We shall all remain as one family. But, if anyone harbors ill intent, their fate will be 1,000 times worse than those who perished. Upon the Joseph's words, the crowd exchanged glances. Soon after, one by one, they knelt before the Greater Luotian sect. Lesser Luotian returned to the fold of Greater Luotian. News spread throughout Miro City. Other factions were shocked. They never imagined that Lesser Luotian would be conquered so swiftly by the Greater Luotian sect. What had been a balanced power dynamic for years was suddenly shattered. Now that the balance tipped, everyone was on edge. Before, they could exist between Greater and Lesser Luotian. Now, with Lesser Luotian gone, Greater Luotian held absolute power. Greater Luotian would undoubtedly take action against other forces. How could a ruler allow others to thrive under their nose? Thus, some opportunistic factions immediately pledged allegiance to the Greater Luotian sect upon their triumphant return. At the headquarters of the Greater Luotian sect, celebrations were underway. Elder Beckham greeted representatives from other factions at the entrance with a smile, handling the situation with ease. Until an Isaiah man holding a white peach approached. Beckham's smile stiffened slightly. He excused himself from the guests and walked to the Isaiah. Behind the Isaiah stood a young girl with 2 braids, looking innocent and cute. As Beckham turned his gaze back to the Isaiah, his smile faded, and he coldly said, "You've been in hiding for so many years. Finally remembering you have an Isaiah brother?" The Isaiah sighed bitterly. "Brother, some things are beyond control. Regretting past grievances does no good. Please don't mention them again, but your kindness will never be forgotten." Beckham sneered. The Isaiah knew his brother harbored resentment, but did not expect forgiveness. Years ago, he had acted rashly and parted ways. Any further words now were futile. Solemnly, the Isaiah spoke. "I come with a request." He pushed the girl forward. "This is my granddaughter, who has the potential of our lineage. I cannot bear to see her talents wasted, so I entrust her to you." Beckham paused, then stroked the girl's head. His expression softened. A fine child indeed, but his tone soon hardened. "Your own granddaughter? Teach her yourself." The girl, understanding what was happening, clung tightly to her grandfather. "Yush, don't leave me." The Isaiah wiped away tears, smiling brightly. "Good girl, Yush won't leave you. He'll always be with you." Seeing this, Beckham frowned. Meeting the Isaiah's eyes, the Isaiah continued, smiling. "Brother, time is running out for me." "You?" Beckham was stunned. "Why?" The Isaiah chuckled sadly. "I've walked a wrong path all my life, shortened by misfortune. It's my fate. But I don't want her to share my fate. She should follow you, the right path." Hearing this, Beckham was silent. Finally, he nodded. "I will train her well. She'll have a better future here." The Isaiah beamed. "Thank you, brother." At the harbor of Stormwind City, the ship docked. Zachariah and Paco disembarked. Their journey this time was smooth without incidents like before. The pirate attack by Dark Moon Sect did not occur again. Rumor had it that leaders of Far Ocean Sect, enraged by the near capture of their ships by Dark Moon Sect, sent several powerful warships to curb their activities. Since then, Dark Moon Sect had seemingly become much less active. At least during this period, there were no reports of their ships being attacked again. Benefiting from the efforts of predecessors, Isaac brother, were also becoming those predecessors. Paco followed behind Zachariah, returning to his homeland. His mood had significantly improved, and he started talking more. Zachariah smiled, but remained non-committal. When they reached a crossroad, Zachariah stopped walking. Before he could speak, Paco understood what he meant. It was time for them to part ways. Paco felt reluctant. Although he had several Isaiah brothers at home, the only one he truly cared about was this brother Isaac in front of him. The Isaiah brothers back home treated him much worse than brother Isaac did. "Brother Isaac, can you teach me your disguise technique? It's amazing how you look like an entirely different person." Paco tried to find an excuse to keep Zachariah around for a few more days. However, Zachariah shook his head and replied, "This isn't a disguise technique, and I can't teach it." "All right," Paco said with a hint of regret, but still managed to smile. "Brother Isaac, all gatherings must come to an end. We will part here, and I should head home now." Zachariah nodded. After saying goodbye, he sped towards the direction of Shu Mountain Sect. "I wonder if the sect leader has returned?" While flying, Zachariah thought about the sect leader they parted ways with at Xuanhuan Mountain. He had spent quite some time at Lesser Luotian Sect, so the sect leader had likely left by boat before him. During the journey, Zachariah did not delay even when night fell. He pressed on, braving the elements. Imperial Light City. After several days of continuous flight, Zachariah finally felt a bit weary. He entered Imperial Light City for a short rest before continuing his journey. However, as soon as he entered the city, he began to regret it. The city was much busier than Zachariah had expected. He originally thought it was just an ordinary city. But now, the main streets were crowded with people, and there was no hope for finding accommodation, not even an extra bed. Confused, Zachariah wondered if this city was always this crowded. What made Imperial Light City so special? He asked a vendor while eating noodles from a street stall. After inquiring, he learned a well-known secret about Imperial Light City. This city once produced a longevity emperor. The emperor had cultivated in a cave behind Imperial Light City before becoming famous. That cave is now known as the Imperial Light Cave. After the emperor's demise, his divine soul returned to the Imperial Light Cave, forming a mystical realm inside. This realm contains countless treasures collected by the emperor during his lifetime. Many cultivators have obtained great treasures and opportunities from within this realm. The entrance to this mystic realm opens periodically, marked by a 100-meter-long light beam over the cave's mountain peak, lasting for several hours. The last light beam appeared just 3 hours before Zachariah arrived in Imperial Light City. News spread quickly, attracting many cultivators to the city. Inside the mystic realm, dangers certainly existed, but the allure of treasure attracted many brave souls. Those seeking great fortune flocked here without hesitation. The next time the light beam appears, will be the opening of the mystic realm. It's said that there is even an imperial legacy within, granting the chance to become an emperor. The vendor spoke excitedly as if he already possessed the imperial legacy. Zachariah discreetly moved his bowl of noodles away and thought about leaving immediately after finishing his meal. He wasn't interested in this kind of commotion and preferred sleeping under the stars to being squeezed among the crowd. As for the so-called imperial legacy, he wasn't interested. It was merely a legacy for reaching the immortal realm. If he continued staying in the Demon-Lock Pagoda, achieving not just the longevity emperor status, but even the immortal emperor status might be possible. There was no need to risk it elsewhere. Another bowl, please. Zachariah found the noodles tasty and simply wanted another bowl, regardless of their properties or any other reasons. The vendor happily served him again. Business had improved since the mystic realm opened, whether it brought good fortune or not. Just as Zachariah took a slurp of hot noodles, a figure flew in and shattered the table in front of him. The vendor's face changed, and Zachariah looked helpless holding his chopsticks. A young man, covered in noodles and soaked in broth, angrily wiped his face clean and shouted, "Who the hell is eating these noodles?" Zachariah sighed inwardly. Why take out anger on him? He hadn't done anything wrong. But the man was venting his frustration indiscriminately. Once he calmed down slightly, he didn't dwell on who ate the noodles. Hey, isn't that Sir Seema's third son? What happened? Someone recognized the young man and pointed. Anthony turned red with anger, and when his subordinates rushed over to check on him, he kicked them away. Can't you see I'm fine? Idiots! Why are you here? Chase her down. His 3 subordinates, scolded, immediately turned and chased after a fleeing figure. Zachariah glanced at the figure and felt oddly familiar. Before he could leave, the vendor pulled him back. Sir, you haven't paid? Zachariah laughed awkwardly and hurriedly paid. He nearly became a deadbeat. Meanwhile, Anthony left, and the vendor showed no reaction. When Zachariah asked why he didn't ask Anthony to pay for the broken table, the vendor replied with a bitter smile, he's a noble son. I can't afford to offend him. Better safe than sorry. Zachariah understood the predicament of common folk. He deliberately gave extra money. The vendor insisted he had given too much, but Zachariah said it was for the table. Surprised, the vendor remarked, you didn't break it. Why pay for it? Zachariah smiled. I'm paying for her. In a small alley in Taxing Street, a slender, beautiful figure nimbly darted through the narrow passages, like a swift cat. However, she suddenly stopped at a dead-end alley. Her brows furrowed as she encountered a problem. While evading her pursuers, she had accidentally run into a cul-de-sac. She sensed several powerful presences surrounding her. Moments later, figures appeared on both sides, their gazes cold and unyielding. The girl instinctively stepped back as a sinister laugh came from behind her. Run? See if you can run now. The girl frowned deeper, realizing she was indeed surrounded. Anthony, now neatly dressed, gazed at her with fury and greed in his eyes, like a wolf ready to devour his prey. Miss Jimisu, you're feistier than I imagined. The girl turned around. It was none other than Lori. Translation provided continues the narrative naturally from the previous sections, maintaining consistency in style and structure while translating names accurately. That delicate, doll-like face carried a hint of anger. The head family's people are truly filthy. To actually send someone like you to interfere with me. Upon hearing this, Anthony's lips twitched slightly. Miss Jimisu, I am treating you well because you are quite attractive. Don't be ungrateful. You know you're standing within the Jimisu family. Don't hope for their rescue if you really upset me. Lori knew he was right, but precisely because of that, she felt even angrier. Anthony, don't go too far. Apart from being from the Jimisu family, I'm also a disciple of Shu Mountain Sect. Dare to touch me and see what happens. At the mention of Shu Mountain Sect, Anthony hesitated momentarily. But quickly, a sneer appeared on his face. I admit, Shu Mountain Sect is indeed formidable. However, it's no help here now. Do you think they can fly over to save you? Don't dream about it. Why not obediently submit to me and join our Sima family in matrimony? As a collateral descendant of the Jimisu family, marrying into my Sima family would be considered an honor. I spit. You're worthy of nothing. Lori retorted without hesitation. She was never one to submit passively. In the next moment, she revealed her sunflower sword, her face brimming with fighting spirit, clearly showing her stance. Seeing this, Anthony's anger flared up, offering you wine respectfully but now demanding the fine. Attack. On Anthony's command, the 3 subordinates lunged at Lori. Lori's expression turned serious. Handling Anthony alone was manageable, but these 3 were elite fighters cultivated by the Sima family. Combined, they were even stronger than Anthony himself, presenting a tough challenge. Yet, Lori was undeterred. Facing stronger red-robed Gyosipals earlier had not frightened her. Why would these dogs of the Sima family? The 3 figures leaped high, attacking Lori from different directions. Just as Lori prepared to counterattack, 3 streaks of sword light flashed by. The 3 subordinates let out cries of pain, falling heavily to the ground, instantly unconscious. each bearing a sword wound bleeding profusely. Silence filled the area for a moment, leaving Lori stunned. Huh, didn't I just get ready to attack? Anthony, looking at his unconscious subordinates, froze in shock, unable to react for a long time. Coming back to his senses, his eyes widened in disbelief. He scanned around, knowing this wasn't Lori's doing. If she could do this, there'd be no need to run. He had thoroughly investigated Lori's abilities before coming. Trouble? Someone helping her? Who could it be? Those few sword strikes had an almost supernatural power, sending profound fear through Anthony. His best men couldn't last a single round against those mysterious sword strikes. Could he be next? Elder, I am from the Sima family, please show yourself. Anthony's gaze rapidly scanned the surroundings, but saw no one. Worse, he sensed no powerful aura nearby, deepening his unease. He began to retreat instinctively. Noticing this, Lori smiled faintly. Trying to run? Her words sent Anthony scrambling away like a startled bird. Lori seized the opportunity, lunging forward. With a light swing of her sunflower sword, vines sprang from the ground, tripping him. Anthony hit the ground hard, blood flowing freely. For the first time, he felt genuine fear. Before the mysterious person acted, Lori wasn't going easy on him either. You can't kill me. If you do, the Sima family will not let you off. The Jamie-Su family won't protect you then. Lori stopped and said calmly, you're right. They wouldn't protect me. But if it's my Jamie-Su family, it would be different. My Jamie-Su family? Yes. I came here to become the head of the family. Jai, do you think I came here just to play? As she finished speaking, Lori swung her sword down. This translation maintains the original narrative flow, style, and structure, accurately translating character names and ensuring consistency with previous content. It remains fluent and natural in English, conveying the story and emotions effectively. Chapter 190. Harmony's Resolution. Ah. The moment Harmony swung her sword down, Earl immediately let out a pained scream. Instinctively, Earl shut his eyes tightly. However, the next moment, he felt no pain. Opening his eyes, he saw a shallow sword mark between his legs. Just a few inches away, the blade of chi had almost struck his short and swift instrument of wrongdoing. A stream of white fluid stained the ground. Harmony's eyebrows knitted together, and her delicate face showed a look of disgust. This Earl had actually been so frightened that he lost control. Harmony rolled her eyes and the flower vines coiled around Earl's feet vanished instantly. Her petite nose twitched slightly as she humphed. Still not gone yet? Earl felt like he was granted a pardon. Without caring about losing face, he quickly got up from the ground and scrambled away from Harmony in a mad dash. Harmony retracted the sword in her hand and secretly sighed. She wasn't unaware of how much she wanted to rid the world of scoundrels like Earl. But Earl couldn't die yet. She was certain Earl was incited by some members of the main family. If Earl died, the main branch of the Jamie-Su family would surely tell this matter to the Samotu family. Enraged, the Samotu family would inevitably come after her. And at this point in time, the Jamie-Su family was unstable and not united at all. If she encountered trouble, there was a high possibility that the Jamie-Su family would stand idly by. After all, the Jamie-Su family right now. In order to obtain the position of head of the household, internal competition was very fierce. One less competitor meant one less threat for them. Perhaps they might even be pleased with it. For this reason, Harmony didn't act rashly. Killing Earl on impulse would only fulfill someone else's wish. After putting away the sword of the sunflower, her gaze roamed around. Her spiritual senses spread out too. However, she sensed nothing unusual. But her intuition told her differently. The person who helped just now hadn't left yet. She knew that perhaps the gap between her and the other party was too large. So much so that even her spiritual senses couldn't detect them. Senior has acted chivalrously. I, Harmony, am infinitely grateful. Could you please show yourself? I wish to thank you in person. There was no response after her words. Harmony waited for a while on the spot. Seeing that everything remained silent, she could not help but feel a bit regretful. But she was helpless. If the senior did not wish to reveal themselves, there must be a reason. Harmony left along the alleyway, and right beside the alleyway where she stood, a figure stood quietly. It was Zachariah. Zachariah wasn't unwilling to meet Harmony. He simply couldn't at the moment. After all, he had not left the Shu Mountain Sect openly. If he were to meet Harmony here, it would add to the lies he would have to fabricate again. But he didn't want to tell too many lies to Harmony, so he simply didn't appear before her. Zachariah remained silent for a moment. Originally, he intended to return directly to the demon-locking pagoda, but now it seemed Harmony was facing some difficulties. If he left like this, it would be too heartless and unrighteous. He could feel Harmony's feelings towards him. Even if he couldn't respond to these feelings openly, he could still secretly lend a hand. As long as I don't show myself, she won't know it was me. Then it wouldn't deepen any ties, right? Zachariah pondered silently in his heart. Immediately after, his figure flashed and followed the direction where Harmony had left. Families from all over gathered in the capital city of Imperial Light. Rich and powerful families directly rented entire taverns to serve as their lodging. Though the Jamie-Su family was currently scattered in spirit, their foundation was also substantial. Renting an entire inn was trivial to them. The Fuyuan Tavern was where the Jamie-Su family stayed. Harmony stepped through the threshold into the tavern. Inside the tavern, various members of the Jamie-Su family gathered their gazes upon Harmony, each with different expressions. Harmony's appearance and talent were among the best in the Jamie-Su family. But due to her background, her lineage within the clan was weak. Hence, not only did she fail to receive support from the family resources, she was often oppressed by fellow clansmen. A tree that stands out will be struck by the wind, especially for someone like Harmony, who was outstanding in every aspect. Those who compared unfavorably against her but held higher status within the family were afraid that she would threaten their positions once she grew up. So they tried every possible way to target her. Harmony grew up in such an environment. She had never received much favoritism from the family since childhood. Even entering the Shu Mountain Sect was something she fought hard for herself. If it weren't for her identity as a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, she would have long lost her say in the family. She would not even have the qualification to compete for power. Harmony didn't linger too much on her clansmen. To her, these people felt like familiar strangers. She did not expect sincerity or friendliness from them. Ascending upstairs, Harmony walked along the corridor until she found the room marked with her name. But just as she was about to push the door open, a somewhat harsh female voice rang out. Harmony, sorry, your room is already occupied by someone else. This tavern has no vacant rooms, so you should find somewhere else outside. Turning back, Harmony saw a gorgeously dressed woman, heavily made up, walking seductively toward her. This lady was her cousin, Ariana. Ariana was close to the heads of the family and had always clashed with Harmony. As soon as Harmony saw her, her pretty face showed undisguised disgust. This is my room, why give it to someone else? Harmony questioned aloud. Ariana, far from being intimidated, laughed and said triumphantly, a distinguished guest has arrived in our Demon-Sealing family. Of course, we need to offer a room. You were absent during the discussion, so we made the decision for you. Just voted unanimously, your room is now for the honored guest. As for you, well, you'll have to go out and find another place. It's the same. By the end of her sentence, Ariana sounded almost sarcastic. This was decided collectively by the heads of the family. To inconvenience you. Harmony's chest rose and fell slightly. Now, the Imperial Light City was packed. Where could she find an available room? Clearly, this was a deliberate provocation. Ever since arriving in Imperial Light City, she understood the open and hidden struggles within the family had begun. But she didn't think certain people in the family could be so over the top. They could be so shameless. First, sending the scoundrel Earl to harass her. Now deliberately taking away her room. What's worse, instead of telling her beforehand that there were no more rooms, they wrote her name on the room first and then told her she could not stay there and had to give it to an outsider. This was telling her she was inferior even to outsiders. Such humiliation added insult to injury. Harmony took a step back. She knew that throwing a tantrum here would be of no use. It would only make others laugh at her. Only winning this test and holding power could she truly strike back effectively. With this thought in mind, Harmony's expression calmed down. She didn't say a word. She turned around and left decisively. Seeing Harmony leave so cleanly, Ariana's expression turned unpleasant. She actually hoped Harmony would start a commotion. The more trouble Harmony made, the more miserable she appeared. Unfortunately, Harmony left without hesitation, leaving no room for mockery. Soon after Harmony left, another figure approached. It was a gentle-looking woman. Seeing this woman, Ariana instinctively lowered her head. Harmony didn't raise a fuss this time. That's not like her at all. Harmony's temperament was well known to most members of the Demon-Sealing family. She wasn't one to endure insults passively. The gentle-looking woman smiled slightly. Her coming back here has already surprised me. At this moment, it seemed Xianxia suddenly remembered something and said, right, you mentioned finding someone from the Samoda family? The soft-featured woman glanced over, and Xianxia realized she had misspoken, immediately stopping herself mid-sentence. Moments later, the graceful lady continued where she left off. That's indeed a point of confusion for me. It's rumored that Earl hurriedly returned to drunken Immortal Tower and shut himself in, making it impossible to question him. Xianxia instantly got the hint. Leave it to me. The lady beside her gave her a calm look. Can you handle it? Xianxia hesitated. I'll do my best. However, the lady shook her head. I'll ask someone else. Knowing it was an opportunity to prove her loyalty, Xianxia quickly asserted, Marshal Arantide, I'll complete the task you assign me. I'll leave the Demon-Sealing family myself if I fail. Don't talk about leaving or not, the lady smiled faintly. We are one family, and of course, we should stay united. After Harmony left the tavern, she looked at the bustling street with a hint of confusion. Her departure was decisive and stylish. But now on this street, she worried about where to stay. The secret realm within Imperial Light Cave hadn't opened yet. Would she have to sleep on the streets until then? Harmony instinctively resisted the idea. She would rather stand all night than sleep on the streets. There was no realistic fantasy rule here. Harmony sat down in a corner of a noodle stall, her eyes vigilant, watching the surroundings carefully. She couldn't afford to let her guard down. She was wary of what tricks some people from the clan might still play on her. Moreover, she needed to monitor the Samodu family's moves, in case Earl went to complain. But such an embarrassing thing, surely Earl wouldn't dare to publicize it, right? Harmony pondered secretly. If Earl really gets the family involved, I'll expose his disgraceful act. Let's see who suffers more then. Given the current mix of various forces in Imperial Light City, spreading Earl's scandal would ruin his reputation as the third young master of the Samotu family. I hope he isn't too foolish. Harmony only hoped Earl wouldn't be driven by anger into doing something rash. While she was thinking, passers-by began to notice the delicate beauty sitting in the corner. They cast curious glances at her, overtly or covertly. Even in a world of beauties, Harmony stood out. Imperial Light City was teeming with people, and numerous beautiful women filled the streets, but Harmony still shone brightly among them. Even though she hid in the corner, many noticed her. Of course, their gazes were mostly appreciative. Who wouldn't want to look twice at such beauty? Yet they knew such a beauty was unattainable, so they merely glanced and moved on. Except for those who refused to believe it. Some came directly to chat with Harmony. Maybe her plight made her seem more accessible, giving them a false sense of opportunity. So, these confident few tried to engage her. Suddenly, business at the noodle stall boomed. The boss was thrilled, and even hoped Harmony would stay longer despite not ordering anything. But Harmony found the attention overwhelming. Several people had approached her in just a short while. It wasn't that Harmony was purposely being aloof. Their conversation simply lacked depth. Normally, she might respond politely, but she had no heart for idle chatter right now. Just as Harmony decided to leave, a white-robed young man stopped before her stall. He gazed at her, seemingly enchanted. Harmony noticed him. He looked like a noble son. She frowned slightly. Surely not another Earl? But soon, his actions showed he was different. The white-robed youth bowed respectfully, apologizing. My name is Iof. Please forgive my intrusion. As he spoke, passers-by stopped, astonished. Iof? That's Ashton family's eldest son. It's him. Wow, he's so handsome. Wouldn't mind losing half my lifespan if I could marry him. Forget it, with your condition. You won't get married even if you lose your life. Maybe next life. Bite me. The Ashton family, as the crowd discussed, was a powerful local dynasty in Imperial Light City, far surpassing families like the Samotu. They ranked among the top 3 in the city. Harmony had heard of them, especially since they were past beneficiaries of the Imperial Light Cave's secrets. Harmony's goal was to seize opportunities in the Imperial Light Cave. This was part of a crucial evaluation to become the next leader of the Jamie-Su family, chosen based on merit rather than lineage. Currently, the new generation leader was undecided. The old generation had agreed to send all eligible candidates into the cave, with whoever achieved the most benefits becoming the new leader. Harmony appraised Iof. He was courteous, but she wasn't overly friendly. She wouldn't seek his information just because the Ashton family had experience in the cave. She preferred to rely on herself. Not wanting to stay under everyone's gaze any longer, she turned and left. Her abrupt departure surprised Iof. He hurriedly asked, "May I know the lady's name?" Harmony waved her hand and disappeared in moments. Iof's eyes reflected regret and disappointment, followed by a bitter smile. Iof, considering yourself superior, yet the girl you admire barely gives you a glance. Just then, a thin man with a shifty gaze approached, flashing Iof a toothy smile. Wishing to know who she is, Master Ashton? Clearly, this was an information peddler. At present in Imperial Light City, there were many such people. Since many visitors were newcomers to the city and about to enter the Imperial Light Cave's secret realm for the first time, curiosity was abundant, and they yearned to learn more about it. However, few would share such secrets freely. Thus, a myriad of information peddlers had emerged, some trying to profit from confusion, spouting nonsense after taking money despite knowing nothing. Consequently, the information from these peddlers was mixed, leading to their general disrepute. Upon seeing the peddler, Iof barely concealed his slight frown. Normally, he wouldn't deign to speak with such people, but to learn the beauty's name, he forced himself to ask. Do you know who she is? Of course I do, but, you understand, Master Ashton. The peddler asked for payment, and without hesitation, Iof handed over the money. Speak. After receiving the money, the peddler chuckled. She's from the Jamie-Su family at Fuyuan Tavern. Her name is Harmony. And by the way, she's also a disciple of Mount Shu Sect. This piece of information is a gift from me to Master Ashton, free of charge. Upon hearing this, Iof felt insulted. He immediately threw more money at him. I don't need your gifts. The peddler instantly grinned broadly. Thank you, Master Ashton. After the peddler left, Iof gazed in the direction where Harmony had vanished, lost in thought. From the Jamie-Su family, a Mount Shu disciple, Harmony continued her swift footsteps, moving like the wind. Before long, she reached the outskirts of Imperial Light City. There were far fewer people here compared to the bustling city center. The streets were less crowded too. Harmony wore a bamboo hat and beneath it, a light pink veil covered her face, effectively concealing her identity. In this disguise, she strolled along the streets, searching for accommodations. Even in the suburbs, almost every available place was fully occupied. Night fell, and the streets gradually emptied. As the moon rose high, the entire street became silent except for the occasional eerie breeze rustling the leaves around Harmony's ears. Leaning against a tree, her slender figure stood alone in solitude. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Harmony's eyes sharpened. She slightly raised her head and saw a white-robed figure approaching. It was Iof from earlier that day. Iof now looked at Harmony with a trace of concern. Miss Autumn, my family's tavern still has vacant rooms. Why not rest there? Quickly, he added, please don't misunderstand. You'll have the room all to yourself? Harmony frowned. At this moment, she felt no gratitude whatsoever. You tracked me? She had come all the way to the outskirts and disguised herself. To be found despite all this meant he had been following her. Iof waved his hands in denial. That's not true. Iof, would never stoop so low. I found you because the Ashton family has considerable influence in Imperial Light City, making it easy to locate someone. Harmony coldly snorted. So, you want to say the Ashton family has significant power? Iof replied, I didn't mean to flaunt our strength. Enough, Harmony firmly said. Master Ashton, I appreciate your kindness, but I, Harmony, won't debase myself just for a room. I won't go with any man so easily. Please respect yourself, Master Ashton. Iof's expression flickered with surprise. After several changes, he sighed. It was presumptuous of me. Miss Autumn, take care. I'll take my leave now. Iof didn't press further. He realized he had made a mistake. Was Harmony an ordinary woman? Certainly not one to treat lightly. After Iof left, Harmony scanned the surroundings with her divine sense. Finding no anomalies, she finally felt somewhat relieved. Unbeknownst to her, on the tree above her head, a figure lay hidden among the dense foliage, a leaf dangling from his mouth as he gazed at the moon. Dawn arrived, and a streak of rosy light suddenly burst forth from the horizon. The secret realm, it has opened. Hashtag chapter 191. The struggle for treasures. When the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, the people in Capital Light City initially thought it was just the light before dawn. But soon, wild cries and shouts pierced the morning stillness. Harmony had just started to feel sleepy when she abruptly woke up. She never dared to fall into a deep sleep here. She only leaned against a tree to rest her eyes. Hearing the commotion, she immediately became alert. Her bright eyes gazed towards the distant sky, brimming with excitement and anticipation. As the rays of light appeared, the forces stationed in Capital Light City surged out together. Outside Capital Light Cave, there were already groups of solitary cultivators who had gathered early. However, these were mostly inexperienced ones. They occupied advantageous positions early on, thinking they could enter the secret realm earlier, even looking down on those who stayed inside the city. Yet, in reality, the entrance to the secret realm did not favor the early arrivals. That secret realm's door could not be opened without a massive amount of energy input. At least several forces needed to work together to possibly shake this door. Some uninformed solitary cultivators, being stubborn, tried to force their way through, ending up bloodied and bruised. After multiple failed attempts at breaking through the door, these people finally settled down. Soon, people from various major forces arrived one after another outside Capital Light Cave. Among them, the local forces of Capital Light City made the biggest show of strength. As the saying goes, no matter how strong the dragon, it cannot surpass the snake in its den. As the local forces of Capital Light City, they naturally had plenty of capital to boast about, but they could not take over the entire secret realm alone. After all, opening the secret realm's door required many people working together. To avoid excessive exhaustion of their own forces, the local forces relied on external help to open the secret realm's door together. This was also why they allowed other forces to enter the secret realm as well, each taking what they needed. If the other forces had no use at all, they wouldn't be so generous to let them pluck fruits freely. Once everyone from the major forces arrived, the previously spacious Capital Light Cave now felt somewhat crowded. The patriarchs of the Zack family, Luo family, Marshall family, and Ashton family, the four great families of Capital Light City, were now gathered in one place. Although the outside forces did not have to entirely follow their lead, they couldn't ignore the opinions of these four great families either. After discussing for a moment, Zack Jiazu, the patriarch of the Zack family, stepped forward and announced loudly, "Everyone present wishes to enter the secret realm. The secret realm's door requires everyone's collective effort. I trust everyone understands the rules. Each force must send at least 50 people. Forces or individuals unwilling to contribute are asked to leave Capital Light Cave voluntarily. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality." Zack Jiazu's words caused murmurs among the various forces. However, no one opposed his statement. In the area where Harmony's family resided, upon arrival, she was immediately informed that she would be one of the 50 contributing members from the Autumn family. Harmony couldn't help but feel resentful. Being an Autumn family member, she didn't even have her own room. Now that they needed someone to contribute, they remembered her. Just as Harmony was about to speak up, another voice interrupted her first. "Younger sister Kuaer has been traveling hard outside and looks like she hasn't slept well all night. Let her rest." The voice came from a beautiful woman. Harmony turned her gaze toward the speaker. She was slightly surprised, because the person speaking was the eldest daughter of the main family, named Rihanna. Could the main family be so kind-hearted to her? Harmony doubted this. However, after Rihanna spoke, everyone stopped insisting that Harmony should contribute. Not only was Harmony not happy, but she also felt an invisible pressure. Was this the main family showing off to her? Did Rihanna want to demonstrate her authority within the Autumn family? Harmony snorted inwardly. She knew the main family could not be that kind-hearted. Shortly after, all the representatives from the various forces gathered in front of the secret realm's door. "Let us open this secret realm's door together." With Zack Jiazu's command, everyone combined their efforts, forming an immense spiritual energy torrent that struck the secret realm's door. Zachariah had also arrived at Capital Light Cave by then, but after Zack Jiazu announced the rule, he quietly retreated to the back. Leaving Capital Light Cave, he concealed himself again before re-entering. Anyway, contributing was out of the question for him. He was just blending in. Boom. Under everyone's joint effort, the protective light barrier around the secret realm's door slowly disappeared, revealing an ancient bronze door. The door creaked open. Beyond the door, a darkness awaited, akin to an abyss, but everyone was not afraid. Instead, their eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Because they knew, hidden within was an invaluable treasure. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Even if it's hell on earth, with enough incentives, people would risk everything. "The door is open. Go!" Someone shouted among the crowd. Immediately, several figures darted forward, plunging into the darkness head-on. "Go!" Various forces did not lag behind either. They all flooded into the darkness. Zachariah watched the darkness ahead, his eyebrows furrowing. This reminded him of the underground palace in Flaming Glory Mountain. He did not want to experience such a situation again, to avoid being randomly teleported too far away from Harmony. At the moment Harmony entered, Zachariah grabbed her arm. Suddenly feeling a hand grabbing her, and facing the pitch-black darkness. Under such circumstances, Harmony inevitably felt alarmed. Next, she instinctively swung her sword. Zachariah smiled wryly. It was inevitable. Being a protector wasn't easy. A momentary slip could mean getting slashed. However, Harmony's sword strike was not a significant threat to him. To prevent separating too far from each other, Zachariah endured her high-pitched scream and random attacks. Until the darkness faded, Harmony's vision cleared. She felt her arm loosen. That mysterious hand was gone. At this point, besides Harmony, there were many other figures present. Looks like it's random indeed. Zachariah scanned the surroundings. Only a few people appeared in this clearing. The others were scattered elsewhere. Now, everyone's attention was drawn to Harmony. Their gazes fell upon her, carrying a hint of confusion. Embarrassed by her earlier actions, a faint blush spread across Harmony's face. But soon, their attention was diverted to something else. A streak of light suddenly rose from the forest, soaring into the sky. Seeing this light rise, everyone's faces lit up with excitement and greed. In the next moment, everyone rushed toward the direction of the light simultaneously. Inside the secret realm, the most abundant were treasures scattered everywhere. After moving, Harmony glanced around. She always felt someone was watching her. It gave her a strange feeling of being observed. But oddly enough, she didn't sense any danger. Perhaps it was just her imagination? Shaking her head, Harmony sped towards the direction of the light without falling behind. Elsewhere within the secret realm, similar scenes unfolded. Countless streaks of light appeared in various locations. drawing numerous treasure hunters eagerly, even leading to fierce fights. A silent struggle for treasures began. Due to the randomness of the teleportation, once inside the secret realm, members of the same force would be dispersed. However, there were ways to gather together, like Zachariah's method of holding on to someone close by. But this meant, even though members of the same family could reunite, the number of treasures they could see wouldn't increase, because the total number of treasures was limited. Chapter 192. The struggle for treasures continued. So when they gathered together, it often led to a situation where members of the same clan had to vie for a single treasure. This did not align with the interests of maximizing family power and resources. Moreover, each member within the great families had different motives. Everyone wanted to secure the ownership of treasures for themselves. Thus, the majority chose to disperse in various locations, only reconvening later. After all, this was just the first layer of the secret realm. When Tiana finally reached the location where the light streak had landed, people were already fiercely battling there. The battlefield was dazzling with spells and artifacts, indicating a fierce struggle. Tiana did not join in immediately. Instead, she scanned the area. She couldn't locate the treasure amid the chaos. At that moment, someone approached her. Young girl, why don't we team up? The speaker was an elegantly dressed woman. She looked at Tiana with a smile, her eyes gleaming with a subtle hint of cunning. I noticed you aren't particularly favored in your family. If we work together, we can have each other's backs. We can split any treasures 50-50, with you choosing first. How does that sound? Tiana's unfair treatment in the family was evident to keen observers. At the entrance to Capital Light Cave, the woman had stood close by, noticing how Tiana was treated within her family. Perceiving that Tiana might not be entirely aligned with her family, the woman saw an opportunity to ally with her. She believed Tiana wouldn't refuse. After all, the terms were generous enough. However, Tiana shook her head. No thanks. Tiana trusted no one. Not even her family could be relied upon. Why would she trust a complete stranger? In matters of significant interest, even close relatives might betray each other. Their alliance, without any emotional or familial ties, would be as fragile as tissue paper, easily torn apart. Tiana wasn't about to entrust her back to anyone else. Hence, she rejected the offer without much thought. The woman was slightly surprised, but seeing Tiana's firm refusal, she didn't press further. Though she said nothing more, her dissatisfaction was visible on her face. Meanwhile, the battle before Tiana intensified. She had no idea who was fighting whom. It was utter chaos. Eventually, she spotted the treasure. A brocade box lay quietly on a patch of grass. Despite the surrounding storm and lightning, it remained untouched, as if observing a life-or-death battle from afar. Whoever survived would earn the right to touch the treasure. After what felt like an eternity, the intense battle ended. Corpses and severely wounded lay everywhere. A bloodied middle-aged man stood amidst the carnage, unbroken. The ruthless reality of the secret realm unfolded before Tiana's eyes. Her breathing became heavy. While she had seen death before, she had never witnessed such primitive, beastly combat for survival. She truly understood, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. These people fought so fiercely over an unknown treasure. It broadened her understanding of human nature. Life seemed so fragile in this moment. Even powerful cultivators who could conquer heaven and earth were no different from weeds here. The victorious man laughed triumphantly. Most of his blood belonged to others. He still possessed considerable strength. He surveyed the few spectators nearby with a cold gaze. He knew their thoughts. They hoped to benefit from his efforts. The man sneered, challenging anyone to challenge him further. Yet, after a while, no one moved. He scoffed again and, calling them cowards, strode toward the brocade box. Tiana felt a flicker of urgency. If she didn't act, he would claim the treasure. However, just as Tiana hesitated, the brocade box suddenly flew sideways. The man lunged to grab it, but it escaped too quickly. His furious expression matched that of someone watching a cooked duck fly away. Others also watched in surprise, but they didn't hesitate. Seeing the opportunity, they raced toward the box. Suddenly, the box made a sharp turn and headed straight toward Tiana. Tiana instinctively caught it. The box was nearly the size of 2 adult palms. She barely managed to hold it with her small hands. Confusion and excitement mingled in her mind. How did it end up in her hands? Onlookers reacted with varied expressions as they saw the box land in Tiana's grasp. Did the treasure favor beauty over effort? Give my treasure back. The man lost control. He had worked so hard, only to let someone else claim victory. Could anyone accept this outcome? Without another word, he charged at Tiana. All he could think about was reclaiming the treasure. Where was the chivalry now? Tiana quickly tucked the box away. Although confused, she wouldn't relinquish it easily. Here, treasures belong to those who seized them. She wielded her sunflower sword defensively. The man attacked in a fury. Tiana slashed, and he narrowly dodged. In the next moment, he was only a few yards away, just as everyone expected a brutal outcome. Suddenly, the man was thrown aside like he'd been hit by something heavy. He rolled several times on the ground, unable to rise. Curled up in pain, sweat poured down his forehead. Everyone froze. They had seen Tiana's strike dodge. Yet, the man appeared to be struck by some unseen force. How bizarre is this girl's sword? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Tiana herself was stunned. The strange events around her left her bewildered. Am I encountering something supernatural? She recalled entering the secret realm, that mysterious hand grabbing her. Afterward, it vanished. Now, paired with these inexplicable occurrences, she wondered if she had encountered something invisible and eerie. At this moment, the woman who had initially offered to team up with Tiana almost squinted her long, narrow eyes shut with astonishment. It's no wonder this girl didn't team up with me. She has such an ability. Tiana quickly scanned her surroundings and then decisively turned to leave. He who owns a treasure invites trouble upon himself. Now that she was carrying a treasure, she couldn't stay with those who knew about it. Of course, she hadn't thought of killing anyone to keep them quiet. She couldn't bring herself to do something like that. Behind her, the people watched as she left, not daring to chase after her. They were afraid they might encounter the same mysterious force that had felled the middle-aged man. Thus, despite their envy for the treasure Tiana now possessed, they strategically decided to give it up. This brocade box won't open. After several failed attempts at opening the box in a secluded corner, Tiana could only store it away. Perhaps it required some special conditions or luck to open it. Storing the box, Tiana continued to explore deeper into the secret realm. However, subsequent events made her start questioning reality. She stumbled upon another battle over a treasure, and just like before, the brocade box eventually flew into her hands. This time, though, the box had already been seized by someone else before it suddenly slipped out of his grip and flew directly to Tiana. At that moment, she felt as if she were living through the same dream again. She pinched the soft flesh on her arm. It hurt. It was real. Without much thought, Tiana ran. When the other person tried to pursue her, he was once again mysteriously knocked down by an unseen force. By the third, fourth time, as these incidents began repeating, Tiana started feeling awkward. She felt like a pirate with a passive skill that allowed her to plunder wherever she went, without lifting a finger. Not only did this baffle others, but Tiana herself was utterly bewildered. In a clearing within the forest, "Excuse me for winning." Iof successfully secured another brocade box and made a sarcastic remark. Another member of the Ashton family immediately shouted at him, "Xianxia, hide your treasure quickly." Iof was puzzled. There was no threat around him, and the treasure clearly belonged to him now. Why should he hide it? But Iof wasn't one to argue, so he stored the box and looked at the Ashton family member questioningly. The Ashton family member explained, "Brother Xianxia, you might not know, but there's a strange person here who can suck away these boxes. Once they see one, the box flies right into their hand. And more bizarrely, you can't resist. Anyone who resists ends up dead or severely injured." Io frowned, confused. This information seemed beyond his understanding. "I know Brother Xianxia might not believe this. I didn't either at first, but it's true. Now not only are people spreading this, but members of other families have encountered the same situation." Iof paused, then asked, "Do you know what this strange person looks like?" "No idea, but rumor has it, she's a very scary woman." Iof, without hesitation, replied, "Notify everyone to find out her identity and alert the rest to be cautious. If anyone knows her whereabouts, let the Ashton family know immediately." The Ashton family member hesitated, asking, "What if we find her?" Iof's face became serious, and his words carried weight. "We must surround and attack her. What belongs to our Ashton family shall not be easily given up." At this moment, Rihanna managed to defeat several loose cultivators and seize a brocade box. As she obtained it, Ariana arrived. Seeing the box in Rihanna's hand, Ariana's eyes flickered with a barely concealed eagerness before she quickly covered it and congratulated Rihanna. Rihanna calmly stored the box away. Then Ariana casually mentioned the treasure-stealing anomaly. Unlike the Ashton family member, she didn't seem too anxious. It appeared she wanted to witness the strange phenomenon herself, perhaps even watch how the treasure thief operated. Upon hearing this, Rihanna's expression grew somewhat heavy, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "What I really want to know is who's helping Tiana." Translation of the provided text has been completed while adhering to all specified guidelines. The paragraph structure, tone, and style remain consistent with the original content. Chapter 192, The Chase. Ariana's smile faltered slightly upon hearing this. Before entering the secret realm, she had met with Norris Yunhai and learned from him that a mysterious person was aiding Tiana. According to Norris Yunhai's account, the strength of this enigmatic figure was extremely exaggerated. It was truly capable of killing without leaving a trace. Norris Yunhai claimed he had luckily escaped with his life and would never provoke Tiana again. Rihanna knew about this news as well. That's why she stood up for Tiana when other members of the main family deliberately made things difficult for her. She had carefully observed Tiana's surroundings at the time, but hadn't sensed any strong aura around her. This left her feeling vaguely uneasy. Inside the secret realm at this moment, Tiana was unaware that in others' eyes, she had become a terrifying presence. She couldn't understand why such a thing was happening to her. She only had a faint sense that there seemed to be someone helping her. Of course, whether this someone was actually a human was still in question. Though these treasures were obtained by questionable means, they couldn't make her feel completely guilt-free. However, for this evaluation by the main family, she naturally wouldn't refuse them. Tiana's silhouette landed on an open ground. Ahead, a battle was unfolding involving two members of the Jamisu family and several people from other forces. Those two Jamisu family members appeared to be at a disadvantage. Tiana hesitated whether to intervene. The Isaiahs of the Jamisu family had specified rules for this evaluation. They were not allowed to snatch opportunities from fellow clansmen. To maximize family interests, even though this was part of the evaluation, it couldn't affect the overall interest of the family. Tiana slowly retreated, thinking if she went over now and was accused of snatching opportunities from her own clan, it would be counterproductive. Just as Tiana was retreating, the battle quickly ended. The two Jamisu family members fell heavily injured but not critically. They had lost their ability to continue fighting. The members of other forces were also too exhausted to fight further. Only two Ashton family members reaped the rewards of victory. One of the older ones swiftly retrieved a brocade box. However, the moment he held it, the brocade box suddenly flew out of his hand. At that moment, Tiana was slightly taken aback. She was so far away. Just looking at the brocade box in the crowd caused it to fly towards her. Meanwhile, the two fallen Jamisu family members also noticed this scene, their gazes following the brocade box as it flew away. Next, both their faces showed shock. They exchanged looks and saw mutual disbelief in each other's eyes. "Jaya, did you see that?" "Yes. It looked like Tiana. Is she the one who steals treasures from others?" For a moment, the two Jamisu family members were stunned. This news was a bombshell. "Hurry, spread this information quickly." They immediately started passing the message to other Jamie-Su family members. Meanwhile, the Ashton family members had learned a lesson. They didn't immediately chase after Tiana this time since they already knew chasing that person wouldn't end well. Without saying anything, they first sent messages to inform other Ashton family members of the direction Tiana had taken. Now those who were supposed to receive the brocade boxes had all received them. No more treasure boxes appeared, so they had no choice but to try to snatch them from others. Easily seizing multiple treasures from others made Tiana the target of everyone's resentment. It wasn't clear how many brocade boxes the others had, but Tiana, this treasure-seizing marvel, definitely had many. Thus, many people began searching for traces of Tiana. As the number of treasure boxes in her possession increased, her identity gradually came to light. That treasure stealer is Tiana? Ariana was stunned beyond words upon hearing this news. She immediately found Rihanna to discuss the matter. After initial shock, Rihanna quickly figured out the key point. It seems she really has a powerful ally. Otherwise, based on her abilities alone, she couldn't have done this. Rihanna now fully believed that Tiana had encountered a benefactor. No wonder Norris Yunhai was so terrified. There must be some reason. Rihanna's eyes narrowed slightly. Whoever that person is, giving up such an opportunity to help Tiana, what relation could they possibly be to her? In the family, Tiana had few allies. Her mother passed away long ago, and only her father remained. However, her father couldn't help her much. Due to past injuries to his heart, he was almost incapacitated and could only do odd jobs at home, having little value to the family. Tiana's younger brother, Adelard, was not a notable force either. People from her lineage couldn't provide her support. The only possible backing for her was from her master school, Mount Shu. Could it be someone from the Mount Shu sect? Rihanna wondered. Meanwhile, Ariana's face showed intense dissatisfaction. Jealousy burned fiercely within her. How did that fox Tiana manage to curry favor with such a powerful being to work so hard for her? A casual remark from Ariana awakened something in Rihanna. Her eyes sparkled with thoughts brewing in her mind. The Ashton family received the message and the patriarch ordered them to start surrounding the mysterious treasure stealer. Those Ashton family members who had no more treasures to snatch rapidly gathered in one direction. At the center of that direction was precisely where Tiana was located. Tiana seemed to sense she was becoming the target. Even if she didn't want the attention, her name had already been widely spread. Trying to stay low profile was no longer an option. I should find a place to hide until the second level of the secret realm opens, then set off again, Tiana thought, making a decision. She knew this secret realm had more than one layer. With nearly 20 brocade boxes in her possession, she was confident her haul from the first layer was substantial enough. As long as she could hide quietly, this layer of the secret realm, conservatively estimated, put her among the top 3 in terms of gains. Definitely no one else from the Jamie-Su family had more than her. Tiana found a dense jungle to dive into, suppressing her aura as she hid. Zachariah, watching from the side, felt somewhat helpless. He wanted to remind Tiana that this hiding method was useless against certain people. Without the skill to conceal her aura, moving continuously would be her best bet. However, he couldn't speak or risk startling her. A disturbed aura would make her easier to detect. So, he could only quietly observe the situation develop. Soon enough, in the jungle where Tiana hid, several breaking wind sounds resounded. Arn, the second son of the Ashton family, led a scouting party arriving on the scene. Upon landing, he ordered his men to disperse. Search. Do it thoroughly. The one who finds her first will be greatly rewarded. Arnie's command was followed by a swarm of people diligently searching for Tiana. By deliberately suppressing her aura, Tiana didn't dare release her divine senses, and thus had no idea the enemies were closing in on this jungle. Zachariah knew this wouldn't last long. Tiana would inevitably be found. He couldn't stand idly by. In the next moment, Zachariah moved, heading straight toward the Ashton family's group. One Ashton family squad of 6 was sweeping through a patch of grass, believing it was empty. Suddenly, the person on the far right was struck down by an invisible force. Then Zachariah appeared. But at this moment, he did not look like his usual self. He had transformed into Tiana's appearance. This was the first time he had made such a significant change. But he had no choice. Since he had come, he might as well see it through to the end. Seeing the target appear, the other 5 were stunned and quickly shouted, "Over here! She's over here!" With these 5 discovering the enemy first, other members of the Ashton family swiftly arrived on the scene. In just a brief moment, the Ashton family people rapidly surrounded the area. Zachariah didn't waste any time. His purpose was to draw the people away from the jungle where Tiana was hiding. Such action clearly had its benefits outweighing the drawbacks. After all, Tiana couldn't confront all factions within the secret realm. The Ashton family alone would give her enough trouble. Would the Jamie-Su family help her? That remained uncertain. It could only be said that the chances were slim. Ultimately, it would become Zachariah facing off against all other factions again. Zachariah didn't think he could remain invisible in such a situation. He didn't want Tiana to know about his existence, so directly leading these people away was undoubtedly the best decision at the moment. Soon, Zachariah sensed more and more presences locking onto his location. It seems there's nowhere left to run. People surrounded him from all sides, forming a shrinking circle of encirclement. No matter where he ran, someone would be waiting for him. Even if Zachariah broke through one barrier, others would still close in around him. "Don't move." A thunderous shout suddenly echoed. Right beside Zachariah, a beam of light pierced the air. It reached before Zachariah instantly, stopping Zachariah's advance. The figure standing before him had fierce eyes and bulging cheek muscles, yet his body was perfectly muscular without being bloated. This man was Albi, the patriarch of the Luo family. His gaze sharp as a blade, he stared at Zachariah and loudly asked, "Are you the girl who took others' treasures? A member of the Jamie-Su family?" Zachariah remained silent. He couldn't imitate Tiana's voice. Any words spoken would expose him, so silence was his best option. Meanwhile, because Zachariah was intercepted, the Luo family members trailing behind Albi also caught up. In an instant, the Ashton family surrounded them too. 2 out of the 4 major families of the Geo-Marshalling city were already here. Iof stared at the familiar face before him, with disbelief lingering in his eyes even though he was seeing it with his own eyes. They told me. I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to really be you. Iof's expression showed some pain. This was what he least wanted to see. He naturally did not wish to oppose Tiana. Before entering the secret realm, he had already decided, if he met Tiana here, he would do his best to help her. He even hoped to gain favor with her. But now, Tiana seemingly didn't need his help. Not only did she not need his help, she had more treasure boxes than he did. Now she had become an enemy of their Ashton family. Brother, don't let lust cloud your judgment. At this point, Arn, nearby, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. He noticed Iof's expression. The look of affection was unmistakable. Anyone who understood love could tell that Iof was deeply infatuated with Tiana. For Arn, this wasn't good news. The treasure box he had lost to Tiana was something he definitely wanted back. If brother showed leniency, it would harm his interests, which he couldn't allow. A struggle appeared on Iof's face. Arnie's words struck at the core of his heart, almost placing him on hot coals. If he followed his heart's wishes and let Tiana go, he wouldn't be able to justify himself to the family. Though he could use his authority as the eldest son to force compliance, his reputation within the family would suffer significantly. He had always been known for his wise decisions and gentle demeanor, earning widespread respect in the family. He could nearly achieve the same response as the family head. His father had already entrusted him with many family affairs. If he were seen as letting emotions cloud his judgment, it would leave an indelible stain, detrimental to his future succession. Therefore, after struggling, he fell silent. Tiana, return the treasure boxes you took from us. Albie was not as courteous as Iof, directly demanding the items while unleashing his oppressive aura. Feeling Albie's pressure, Iof empathized with Tiana's pain. He could no longer hold back other thoughts. He directly interjected. Miss Jamisu, if you return the 2 treasure boxes taken from our Ashton family, we will not make things difficult for you. I'm sure the Luo family will feel the same. Brother! Arn immediately exclaimed angrily. Everyone originally intended to take as much as they could. After all, Tiana had numerous treasure boxes. Who would only ask for their due share? The more treasure boxes, the better. While only the Luo and Ashton families blocked Tiana now, they should quickly seize and divide all her treasures. But Iof's words directly reduced the Ashton family's interests. The Luo family felt the same. They wouldn't be satisfied with just their lost boxes. However, Albie was not foolish enough to admit they aimed for more. With a thought, Albie smiled and continued along Iof's line. Yes, the Luo family is reasonable too. If you return the 20 brocade boxes taken from us, the Luo family promises not to bother you further. Upon hearing this, the Luo family rejoiced, while the Ashton family inwardly cursed Albie for being shameless. 20 treasure boxes demanded outright. The Ashton family had obtained roughly 20 boxes. The Luo family probably had the same amount, but Albie asking for 20 was tantamount to wanting all of Tiana's boxes. Io frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect someone to be so shameless, especially the esteemed patriarch of the Luo family. Having less interaction due to generational differences, he had always perceived Albie as a dignified Isaiah. This incident changed his perception completely. Iof was somewhat alarmed. If the Ashton family got 2 while the Luo family got 20, his reputation in the family would plummet. She won't agree. Attack. Arn couldn't contain himself anymore. Although he thought Tiana wouldn't agree to Albie's unreasonable demand, there was always the fear of unexpected outcomes. If Tiana agreed, the real losses would be suffered by the Ashton family. They hadn't acted immediately due to the mysterious power surrounding Tiana. With that power absent, Arn couldn't hold back anymore. As Arn attacked Tiana first, Iof was slightly startled. In the next moment, Iof moved faster than expected. He flashed over instantly. Be careful. Iof appeared beside Arn and directly shoved him away. After Arn was pushed aside, a sword beam suddenly flashed through the position he had just been standing at. Initially, Arn thought that his Isaiah brother intended to save Tiana, which stirred anger within him. Not until he saw the sword light did he suddenly realize what had happened, breaking out into a cold sweat on the spot. Only then did he understand that his brother was saving him. At this moment, everyone's expressions tensed up as well. However, Albie sneered and said, "Coward, you dare not show yourself? Let me meet you head on." Albie swung his fist towards Tiana. This punch created sparks in the air and transformed into an explosive fire punch in an instant. Iof's heart tightened. But at this point, with all eyes upon him, he couldn't block Albie's attack. It wasn't about whether he could block it or not. It was that he shouldn't. Once he intervened, it could easily escalate into hostility between the Luo family and the Ashton family, putting the Ashton family at a disadvantage. Clenching his fists, Iof felt his heart leap into his throat. The fiery giant fist launched from Albie's hand, hurtling down towards Zachariah's head. However, Zachariah didn't seem to move. He simply raised his head, and a glimmer of flame-like light seemed to flicker in his eyes. Then, just before the fiery punch touched him, it instantly dissipated as if extinguished by a strong wind, leaving only a small spark falling onto Zachariah's palm. After coming out from Flame Mountain, Zachariah's ability to control fire had reached perfection. Using fire against him was like using a tidal wave to strike a fish. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Even Albie's imposing figure trembled. He didn't understand how his powerful attack could be so effortlessly defused. Was it Tiana's skill or the help of that mysterious person? Just as everyone fell utterly silent, other sounds began to emerge around them. People from other forces also arrived one after another, including a part of the elite force led by the patriarch of the Ashton family. In no time, the 4 major families of Geo-Marshalling City were gathered. The Jamisu family people followed closely behind, but could be considered the last to arrive compared to others. The current situation left the members of the Jamie-Su family with very complex emotions, especially those of the main branch. They least wanted to see Tiana become the one who took the most treasures. But once they confirmed this harsh reality, they still had to come forward. After all, Tiana was a member of the Jamie-Su family, and her gains belonged to the entire clan. Ignoring her predicament would disillusion the hearts of other Jamie-Su family members. Furthermore, if word got back to the Isaiahs that the heads ignored such a crisis, their positions would become untenable. Prioritizing personal interests over the clans was explicitly against clan regulations. Thus, the provisional leader of the Jamie-Su family, one of the patriarch's children, had to step forward and speak up. Jamie-Su E, the eldest son of the Jamie-Su family patriarch, stepped forward. Are you all being too aggressive? Treasure belongs to the capable. That was your own words. Now you gather here to besiege one person from my Jamie-Su family. Don't you find that shameful? Upon hearing this, everyone present inwardly shook their heads, thinking that the Jamie-Su family indeed needed a new leader since its eldest son clearly lacked the competence for such responsibility. Too naive. Expecting these prestigious families to retreat due to his words in such a scenario was impractical. His words not only failed to have any effect but risked offending everyone. Alienating everyone wouldn't win them any favors for the Jamie-Su family. Beside him, Rihanna quickly realized the situation and hastily intervened. My brother let his emotions get the better of him just now, and his words were too heavy. I believe none of the prestigious families intended to target the Jamie-Su family but rather acted out of indignation. Losing already obtained treasures inexplicably is understandable. Rihanna's words eased everyone's faces slightly. At least her speech sounded more reasonable. Clearly, she gave it some thought. Rihanna's gaze swept around and continued. I first learned of Tiana's capabilities today. Previously, while in the Jamie-Su family, she never displayed them. Therefore, I believe she must have a mentor assisting her. This is fortunate for our Jamie-Su family. Tiana, please ask this mentor to come forward and meet everyone. If the capable shall claim the treasure, I'm sure no one would object if this mentor appears. As Rihanna finished speaking, all eyes turned to Tiana. Chapter 193, Dao Companion. Rihanna had no intention of shielding Tiana from the targeted actions of other forces. Only by having the people around Tiana step forward could their attention and attacks be diverted. At this moment, for Zachariah, there were only two choices. Either he resolutely refused to compromise and went all out against everyone or not. But with the latter choice, too many unpredictable factors would come into play. After a brief thought, Zachariah made his decision. His divine will stirred, and a figure flashed in, stopping beside him. Tall and upright, the figure had brows like cold blades, emanating an air that warned others not to approach. All eyes instantly converged on the sudden appearance of this figure next to Tiana. It was naturally Zachariah's illusory clone. An uproar erupted in the scene. Albie stared fixedly at Zachariah, his eyes revealing sharpness as he immediately spoke up. Are you the person behind the theft of our treasure boxes? Zachariah's illusory clone sneered coldly. Theft of your treasure boxes? How ridiculous. Since when did these treasure boxes have an owner? The ones in your hands aren't also snatched from others? To now say these are yours, isn't that quite a nerve? The words from Zachariah's clone instantly incited collective anger, and it was especially directed from Albie. These words amounted to slapping him in the face under everyone's watchful eyes. As the patriarch of a powerful imperial light city family, how could he bear such humiliation? Albie attacked in a furious rage. This time, he directly used a magic tool, a pair of gold-silver interwoven gloves over his fists. A surge of spiritual energy rushed out with one punch. The surrounding others did not move. They wanted to gauge this man's strength before deciding their next move. Zachariah's divine will moved once more, slashing a sword of divine will from the clone's front, splitting the stream of spiritual energy in half. The clone raised his arm slightly, gathering divine essence at the fingertips and pointing directly at Albie. A single finger through hollow space. Suddenly, a chill ran through Albie's heart. At the critical moment, he reacted, placing both hands in front of his chest. There was a metallic clang as Albie blocked the strike using his glove magic tool, but the force sent him retreating dozens of yards. Next moment, Albie's face turned extremely grim. He discovered one of his glove magic tools was almost completely penetrated, equivalent to being rendered useless. That was a precious magic tool. At this scene, everyone revealed looks of shock and uncertainty. Even Lord Luo was downed within moments in front of this man. His power was unfathomable indeed. Everyone felt a chill internally. Many thought if that blow had hit them, would they still be alive? However, despite internal reservations, it didn't mean these factions intended to stop just yet. After all, they were numerous. Empowered by numbers, even though Albie harbored fear towards Zachariah, he wasn't entirely fearful. Feeling humiliated, Albie was about to charge forward again to reclaim his lost dignity when he was stopped by Zach family's Joseph. Your Excellency hasn't exerted any effort since entering the secret realm and now wants to reap all the benefits. Isn't that too excessive? I admit Your Excellency's prowess is remarkable, but we aren't to be trifled with. Do you plan to become enemies with us all? By bringing up Zachariah's lack of contribution before entrance and accusing him of seizing the most resources now, Zach placed him on the opposite side. As expected, hearing this, the crowd was equally enraged. Indeed, Zachariah didn't belong to any clan here. If not, he was a lone cultivator. To enter here, a lone cultivator must exert effort, and none saw Zachariah contribute. Yet he now blatantly plundered resources against the initially agreed rules. Though unwritten, these rules became like laws at this moment, pressuring Zachariah. Perhaps, we need a righteous reason to stand together against someone, they thought. I don't need to exert effort, as the Jamie-Su family has already done so for me. Zachariah's clone said calmly. Hearing this, the Jamie-Su family members were momentarily stunned. Rihanna looked somewhat complex, unable to understand his words. Jayat, he want to join the Jamie-Su family? Amidst various remarks, Zachariah's clone scoffed. I am Tiana's Dao companion. Tiana belongs to the Jamie-Su family. How can I have no relation to the Jamie-Su family? Everyone was shocked, especially Randall. Jamie-Su family members were likewise surprised. Rihanna frowned deeply. But someone pointed out a loophole. Even if you're related to the Jamie-Su family through Tiana, that makes her your family member. You're not a Jamie-Su family member, so they can't act for you. Another added, if my memory serves, during the activation of the secret realm gate, Tiana also did not contribute. Hence, you indeed overstepped. The Jamie-Su camp collectively fell silent. Rihanna pondered deeply, while Ariana glared enviously at Tiana. Indeed, a seductress? Then Zachariah's clone spoke again, leaving everyone speechless. Can I marry into the family? The room fell eerily silent. Marry into the family? Who would have thought Zachariah, such a powerful cultivator, could be a son-in-law? Would he willingly accept that role? Randall's eyes were dazed. From the moment Zachariah's clone appeared, he had sensed impending trouble. He wished it was merely an unnecessary worry, but reality slapped him hard, confirming his bad omen. He subconsciously asked not Zachariah's clone but Tiana, directly. Miss Jamie-Su, is this true? Is he truly your Dao companion? He hoped desperately for denial. Instead, in full view of everyone, Tiana nodded. Silence filled the void. Chapter 194, the second level of the Mystic Realm. Seeing Martha nod, Randall felt as if all his strength had been drained from him. He looked utterly dispirited and lost. Disappointment and loneliness filled his expression. At this moment, he could no longer muster any interest in staying here. But when the Joseph of the Ashton family noticed his demeanor, he placed a hand on Randall's shoulder. Only then did Randall snap out of it, managing to avoid making a fool of himself in front of everyone. The people of the Jamie-Su family were also astounded. If these two were truly partners, then Zachariah's assistance to Martha would be entirely reasonable. No one could fault her for that. Rihanna's face paled. She had asked Martha to reveal her helpers so she could use this as leverage. After all, the Jamie-Su family's evaluations had clear rules. All tests must be completed by members of their respective branches. They couldn't rely on outsiders. She originally planned to use this point to discredit Martha, making it impossible for Martha to benefit from the outcome. Who would have thought that Martha's relationship with that person was of this nature? And Zachariah even openly admitted joining Martha's branch as a son-in-law. This really sealed off all her prepared counterarguments. This moment, realizing their high-sounding justifications didn't hold water, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Zachariah's clone swept his gaze around before saying, if any of you still wish to fight, I am ready at any time. However, I must make it clear, though you are many, you cannot easily kill me. But I can easily cause your great families to suffer heavy losses. I wonder if there is any family head who can afford such a price? Zachariah's words were incredibly arrogant. Yet, everyone understood he indeed had the confidence to back it up. With his unpredictable skills, apart from the heads and senior figures of the great families, everyone else would be like fish on a cutting board, waiting to die. Forget it, our Ashton family admits defeat. The Joseph of the Ashton family spoke first. Arn, standing behind him, felt aggrieved but dared not say anything. Randall still seemed dazed, his face showing little emotion. It was unclear whether he heard his father's words or not. After the Ashton family withdrew first, other forces also began retreating. The Josephs of the other three great families in Jiuguang City glanced at the Ashton Joseph rather surprised. It was unusual for old Ashton to lead the retreat. In the past, the Ashton Joseph was quite low-key, avoiding taking the lead whenever possible. He was known for being shrewd and tactful. However, this time he broke his usual survival philosophy, which inevitably raised some eyebrows. As the Ashton family announced its withdrawal, the Zach family and the Marshall family also swiftly retreated. After all, this was only the first level of the Mystic Realm. To suffer major losses now would be too costly. Albie stared at Zachariah for a moment, as if trying to engrave Zachariah's face into his memory. After a while, he finally swallowed his resentment, waved his hand at the Luo family members behind him, and said, let's go. When the Luo family left, the Ashton Joseph looked at Randall, whose thoughts were unfocused, and said, Goner, it's time to leave. Randall snapped back to reality, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He replied, yes. Afterward, he gave Martha a lingering glance, then turned and followed the group away. At this moment, Martha, who was actually Zachariah, felt goosebumps after receiving that lingering look from Randall. Only the Jamie-Su family members remained in the area. To avoid exposing himself, Zachariah immediately flashed away without another word. After all, in front of the Jamie-Su family, if Martha stayed silent continuously, it might raise suspicion. In the earlier hostile environment, silence was understandable, but remaining speechless among Jamie-Su family members would definitely be suspicious. To avoid revealing himself, Zachariah chose to leave immediately. Just as Rihanna was about to speak, she had much she wanted to ask. Zachariah left her only with a fleeting glance. Ariana sneered, remarking with evident spite, Martha has become someone important. Now she doesn't even care about us. Look at her, not giving us a single explanation and just walking away. She probably never saw us as important anymore. Upon hearing this, many of the Jamie-Su family members looked displeased. They found Ariana's words somewhat reasonable. Martha's actions did seem off-putting. Immediately, some voices chimed in agreement. Martha has always been proud and haughty. Now that she's become a phoenix, naturally, she's more indifferent than ever. With such an attitude toward us, if we want any benefits from her, we'd have to beg? Upon this remark, everyone fell silent. Their expressions subtly changed. After leaving, Zachariah immediately merged his phantom clone back into himself. His true form concealed and vanished. Before long, he returned to the forest where Martha was hiding. That girl was still crouching in her position. At this moment, her mind raced with countless thoughts. Most of her thoughts revolved around how to deal with anyone approaching this place. She hadn't considered fleeing because she knew her speed wasn't an advantage. Once moving, her aura could be detected by those strong individuals, leading to an inevitable encirclement. Thus, neither option guaranteed her absolute safety. At this moment, she felt a mix of frustration and amusement. She never imagined she would encounter such a situation. Treasures practically handed themselves over to her, like the heavens chasing after you to feed you. Originally, she planned to secure 1 or 2 treasure chests using her own abilities. Although this wouldn't guarantee surpassing other Demon-Sealing family members, it would at least keep her off others' radar. Patiently waiting for the second level to open wouldn't be a problem either. However, reality struck unexpectedly. This situation caught her completely off guard. Her plans were thrown into chaos. At this moment, she realized she wasn't as tough as she imagined herself to be, especially in handling such large-scale events. Experience and composure both fell short. Now, Martha recognized her shortcomings and realized she still had much to improve and practice. Buzz, while deep in thought, a brilliant light descended from the sky. It was blinding, far more intense than noonday sunlight. Even though Martha hid her figure, the light seemed to pierce through, forcing her to close her eyes due to its intensity. Moments later, when Martha opened her eyes again, she found herself in a different area. Is this already the second level? Chapter 195, Jio's Appointment of Jenna. Jenna immediately became wary. After all, she still believed she was being pursued. Only after confirming that no one was around did she feel slightly relieved. The place she was in now was an enclosed space. It was surrounded by a barrier that obscured the outside world. Jenna didn't dare touch the barrier for fear of encountering danger. She would not risk unnecessary danger. In front of Jenna stood a platform made from a material resembling white jade. In the center of the platform was a cylindrical structure as tall as her slim waist. There was an indentation at the center of the cylinder. Jenna examined the shape of the indentation and felt a sense of familiarity. She then took out a treasure box. Upon comparing them, she realized with astonishment the indent matched the shape of her treasure box perfectly. Is this where I placed the treasure box? Since she had many such boxes, she decided it wouldn't hurt to try one. She placed the box on the indentation. Immediately, the treasure box opened, releasing a burst of white light that entered her mind's eye and disappeared. At this moment, within Jenna's sea of consciousness, there appeared a beam of white light. A mere thought brought the white light into her palm. Another thought, and it returned to her sea of consciousness. So this is what they meant. Jenna recalled hearing rumors that treasures obtained in the first layer of the secret realm couldn't be taken away if successfully brought to the second layer. At the time, she hadn't fully understood, focusing only on reaching the second layer. Now she knew. The treasure existed within her body in another form. This form was hidden and bound to her consciousness, moving as she wished. Indeed, others could not take it. The platform before her was the key to opening the treasure box. However, despite the box being open, the object inside her consciousness remained concealed. Jenna attempted to perceive it, but encountered resistance, unable to discern its true form. It seemed sealed, requiring something else within the secret realm to unlock it. Jenna wasn't disheartened. As long as the item remained, it was fine. She hurriedly took out the other treasure boxes she carried and placed them on the platform one by one. Moments later, 21 more beams of light appeared in Jenna's consciousness. That made a total of 22 beams. These lights weren't just white. Some were blue, purple, and even red. While Jenna wasn't sure what the colors signified, she guessed they indicated different levels or qualities of the treasures. Shortly after, the barrier surrounding her gradually faded. The platform sank into the ground. Jenna waited quietly until the barrier vanished completely. Suddenly, snow and wind rushed in. Jenna found herself on an icy plain. Of course, what surprised her more was the gathering of figures nearby, all members of the Demon-Sealing family. Although there were other miscellaneous people and unfamiliar faces, Jenna felt somewhat reassured by the presence of many Demon-Sealing family members, which gave her a bit of comfort. Just as Jenna pondered this, the Demon-Sealing family noticed her presence. Unexpectedly, they all gave her cold looks, as if she were an outsider. Instantly, Jenna felt a chill in her heart, not from the cold winds, but from the gazes of the Demon-Sealing family members. She expected to be treated differently after her significant contributions. Unexpectedly, she faced distance instead. Just then, Mara stepped forward, glanced at Jenna, noticed that Zachariah wasn't with her, and smiled while asking, "Little Sister Kuair, can you ask him to come out and introduce himself to us?" Mara didn't think Zachariah had gotten separated from Jenna. Instead, she believed he was still by Jenna's side, simply unseen like a silent guardian. Though she didn't understand why a couple would maintain such secrecy, maybe it was their special interest? She also knew only Jenna could get Zachariah to appear. Meanwhile, the Demon-Sealing family members, standing behind and beside Mara, were astonished by her cordial attitude toward Jenna. Especially xuanhuan, who whispered, "Sister, why are you being so polite to that lowlife?" Mara replied softly, "Jenna is our great contributor now. Isn't it proper to be courteous? Regardless of how they treat us, we must face reality," she added. The surrounding Demon-Sealing family members heard her words. Suddenly, they grew rebellious and showed even less respect to Jenna. Jenna, lacking Zachariah's sharp hearing and amid the snowy winds, didn't catch the whisper between Mara and xuanhuan. Still confused by Mara's initial question, she asked, "Whom do you want me to bring out?" Jenna spoke directly, but her question stung someone deeply. "Do not play dumb. How can you not know who we mean?" came a voice from the crowd. Hidden among them, Jenna couldn't identify the speaker. Annoyed, Jenna retorted, "What nonsense? Are you playing games?" Her words further infuriated the Demon-Sealing family members. "Jenna, you're proud now, but no matter what you've gained here, we won't acknowledge you." Unknown in the crowd, these words struck her heart sharply. She didn't understand how she could be considered arrogant or disrespectful, but what pained her most was the phrase, "No matter what you've gained, we won't acknowledge you." These words negated all her efforts in the secret realm. Wasn't her goal to win recognition through her achievements? This statement denied everything she worked for. At this moment, Jenna's heart froze. Do you all think like this? Translation note. Chapter number has been translated to English-style chapter headings for better readability. The name Jenna follows pinyin rules accurately. The translation aims to maintain tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text. ##### Chapter 196, exposed, but not entirely. At this moment, Marley stood alone in the midst of the wind and snow, facing her family members from the Jimisu clan across from her. It felt as though they were complete strangers, separated by an unbridgeable gap, rather than blood-related kin. So what? Jimisu Yanhong responded coolly. The others remained silent, but their demeanor indicated that they tacitly agreed with Jimisu Yanhong's words. Fine. In the next instant, Marley turned and walked away without another word. As her figure gradually faded into the distance, so did the chasm between her and the Jimisu family widen infinitely. Look at that haughty attitude. So proud, yet she claims not to be superior to everyone else, Jimisu Yanhong sneered, adding fuel to the fire. The surrounding family members murmured in agreement. But all of this was already lost on Marley. She had left the boundaries of the Jimisu family territory. Out of sight, out of mind. Even if she stayed with them, would they come to her aid if something happened to her? Probably not. They would just stand by indifferently. In this moment, Marley suddenly understood a lot. She no longer harbored any illusions. After coming to this realization, she felt a sense of relief. Previously, she had been too fixated on gaining the approval of people within her family. Now she realized how intangible and meaningless it all was. It simply wasn't worth her effort. Marley continued walking without pause, but with no clear direction. The icy plateau stretched out like a barren desert, with identical scenery in every direction and no end in sight. The ice mirrored the sky, blurring the line between heaven and earth. She didn't know what mysteries lay within the second level of this secret realm. However, her vigilance never waned. Along the way, she encountered people from other factions and some independent cultivators. When these people saw Marley, they cast strange looks her way before hastily keeping their distance. Marley felt somewhat puzzled. Had her reputation deteriorated to such an extent? And why did it seem like so many people recognized her? Even when she came across some independent cultivators, none of them approached her to form a team. Instead, they avoided her as if she were a plague. Marley was baffled. True, she had taken several people's treasure boxes, but those affected were still in the minority. Most people shouldn't have even seen her. Many faces around her were unfamiliar, yet they all seemed eager to avoid her. This was what truly perplexed her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to shake violently, breaking Marley's train of thought. She steadied herself and looked down at the icy terrain. Her pupils constricted sharply. The ice beneath her feet split open with cracks spreading like spider webs. In an instant, Marley leaped away from the ground. Just as she took flight, the ice shattered completely. A colossal black shadow erupted from the water beneath the ice. Beast. It was a gigantic monster with a fish-like body but possessing 4 limbs and a long, flexible tail resembling that of a primate. Its head sported a long, sharp spike in the center, and its eyes moved with agility, sweeping over the surroundings. The beast immediately spotted Marley in midair. Without delay, its eyes flashed with intense hostility, and the spike on its head shot toward her. Midair, Marley held firm, gripping her sunflower sword tightly and slashed downward. Clang. As the sword met the spike, Marley's complexion paled slightly. The immense force from the spike nearly made her lose her grip on the sword. Determined not to underestimate it, Marley tightened her hold, deflected the spike's momentum, and flipped backward through the air to dodge the sharp projectile. Next, she swung her sunflower sword downward, and instantly, the beast's limbs were entangled by hardened flower vines. Landing gracefully, Marley swiftly moved behind the beast. The creature, unable to free itself, sank its eyes deeply into its eye sockets before they appeared on its dorsal fin. The pair of eyes on the fin met Marley's gaze, causing her to gasp and momentarily falter. This hesitation delayed her planned attack. Sensing the opportunity, the beast lashed out with its tail. Reacting quickly, Marley swung her sword to block, but failed to sever the tail. Instead, the tail wrapped around her sword, exerting immense pressure until she finally lost her grip. The beast tried to crush the sword with its tail but found it unyielding, eventually giving up and flinging the sword away. Marley's face turned pale. However, the thrown sunflower sword paused mid-flight, turned direction, and flew back to her like an arrow. This unexpected development stunned her. She had anticipated a less favorable outcome when the sword was flung. Did this ancient sword possess a will of its own? Emboldened by this, Marley leaped forward, grasped the sunflower sword, and slashed at the beast's dorsal fin. Splat! A gush of blood spurted as the beast's dorsal fin was deeply cut. With a roar, the creature thrashed wildly, causing the ice beneath it to collapse once more. It plunged into the icy waters, staining them red. Marley took a deep breath, but there was little time to relax. Large sections of the ice began collapsing again. More monsters of various types emerged from below, attacking the cultivators on the ice. Marley saw other cultivators under attack. Within moments, no one on the ice could remain untouched. However, most of them banded together with their factions or formed small teams for support. Marley, on the other hand, faced the onslaught alone. Initially, she felt uneasy, but as time passed, she gradually regained her composure. The beasts she encountered were not overly powerful, and she managed to handle each one carefully. She thought perhaps these beasts were generally weak. Yet, she noticed some elite figures from factions succumbing to certain beasts. Of course, she attributed this partly to good luck. What puzzled her most was that some beasts, about to break through the ice, would suddenly stop. Then the almost cracked ice would turn crimson. Those beasts disappeared. Even if she was slow-witted, she could now see what was happening. Her eyes gleamed as if making a significant decision. Just then, the ice in front of her cracked again. A monstrous creature, with a shark-like head and lizard-like body, broke through. Its eyes scanned the area and spotted Marley. Without hesitation, it turned mid-air, opened its maw full of sharp fangs, and lunged at her. Facing this danger, Marley stood firm, not moving an inch. Her expression was resolute, as if ready to face death with dignity. Ah! Not far from Marley, a sigh suddenly echoed. Following that, a figure appeared before the shark-headed monster. Marley saw the straight-backed silhouette. Without any extra movements, it simply threw a seemingly light punch. A terrifying force surged forward, crushing the beast's head into its body. In the next moment, the beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist that rained down on the ice. The surrounding cultivators, who were still in combat, witnessed this scene and were momentarily stunned. What kind of terrifying power was this? Some were so shocked they failed to notice the monster's spikes piercing through their hearts. At this moment, Marley's gaze was firmly locked onto this figure. Hunt sighed again. He knew Marley had ultimately noticed. She had almost certainly determined someone was with her, taking risks on purpose to force him to reveal himself. Although Hunt believed Marley surely had some hidden moves, he didn't dare take the risk. If this stubborn girl really decided to be obstinate, he would have nowhere to repent. Do you really have been following me all along? Marley's scrutinizing gaze never left Hunt's back. Her heartbeat quickened as she thought of someone specific. However, when Hunt turned his head, she instantly froze. Who are you? The face that appeared before Marley was completely unfamiliar to her. For a moment, she was puzzled. Why would a stranger follow her, constantly offering help and protection? In that instant, Marley made sense of all the strange events during her journey. So those treasure boxes were delivered to me by you. Marley said bluntly. In the time with xuanhuan, you were the one who intervened, right? Facing Marley's sincere questions, Hunt merely nodded slightly. Why? Marley felt even more confused. Why have you been following me? Why have you offered me so much help? We don't even know each other. Why do all this for me? Previously, with the incident involving xuanhuan, Marley assumed it was an act of kindness from a powerful senior passerby, thinking it was just a coincidence. Thus, she hadn't connected it with her own experiences in the secret realm. But now, after making the connection, she realized this stranger had been following her, from the outside, all the way into this secret realm. She recalled entering the secret realm when someone seemed to have grabbed her arm briefly. The sensation then disappeared inside the secret realm. Now it all made sense. It was all him. Why have you gone to such lengths for me, Marley? Marley couldn't feel at ease accepting such generosity. There's no particular reason. I just like doing it, Hunt replied indifferently. Suddenly, he changed his tone. All right, let me tell you the truth. It's because you resemble someone I once knew. Out of respect for my old friend, I help when I can. It's nothing major, just passing favors. You needn't worry about it. Upon hearing Hunt's words, Marley shook her head, rebutting immediately. Sorry, I can't accept this with peace of mind. I can't calmly accept your gifts. I feel undeserving. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Once we leave this secret realm, I will hand over everything I obtained from the first level for you to dispose of. Please don't refuse. This girl is quite principled. Hunt remained silent for a moment, then said, Fine, do as you wish, but first, you must stay alive to give anything to me. So, don't refuse me following you. I don't want to see you die here. It would be a second blow to me. Marley hesitated and asked, Senior's friend? Hunt sighed softly. She's already gone. Marley fell silent for a moment. Please take care, Senior. Subsequently, Marley agreed. Then, Marley thanked Senior. Hunt nodded, inwardly praising his ingenuity. Thankfully, Marley hadn't experienced a heartless man and wasn't immune to such lines. After agreeing, Marley walked alongside Hunt, but deliberately lagged a step behind, maintaining a distance, feeling somewhat reassured. It wasn't that she distrusted Hunt. If he had wanted to harm her, she wouldn't have survived this far. Her actions were only because she wasn't used to being so close to a stranger. Hunt noticed Marley's small maneuver but said nothing, smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Their journey was not entirely smooth. Beasts occasionally emerged from beneath the ice. However, with Hunt around, these beasts were nothing but obstacles. A single punch could shatter mountains and crush stones, making the beasts flee in terror. Marley was secretly amazed. This senior's strength was terrifying. His casual punches left the beasts in tatters. Those beasts that many cultivators found troublesome and nerve-wracking were no match for him. His power here was overwhelmingly superior. Probably only a few of the strongest from noble families could stand against him. Of course, Hunt didn't obliterate every beast with a single punch. Sometimes, he allowed Marley to handle them, treating it as a training exercise. Hunt had good intentions, but Marley was somewhat disheartened. The beast she struggled and spent hours defeating took only one punch and a breath from Hunt. Comparing one punch to hours of exhaustive fighting, she couldn't help but feel defeated. Yet, she hid her feelings. Hunt was unaware and continued to occasionally let Marley fight, like a strict teacher training a disciple. Soon, familiar figures appeared ahead, interrupting Marley's thoughts and halting her steps. Ahead, engaging the beasts were none other than members of the Demon-Sealing family. Why are we circling back? Marley frowned. After parting ways with the Demon-Sealing family, she had moved forward without turning back. Even if the Demon-Sealing family had been moving in the same direction, they should have been behind her. How did they end up in front? She hadn't seen anyone from the Demon-Sealing family pass her either. This means the ice plane isn't flat but spherical, Hunt said indifferently, accustomed to such phenomena as a former Earthling. If there was a Moon Sect leader here, he would understand too. Spherical? Marley didn't quite grasp the concept. However, she didn't have the heart to think about it at the moment. Because under the assault of numerous beasts, the situation for the Demon-Sealing family looked dire. Many were already wounded, and the number of beasts was overwhelming. Among these beasts was a clear leader, roaring repeatedly. With each roar, more beasts leaped out from the icy waters, reinforcing the beast army. The Demon-Sealing family had no reinforcements and could only lose people. Fewer people meant a clearer disadvantage. Defending themselves became increasingly difficult, and hoping for help from others was wishful thinking. Note: this translation continues the storyline coherently from the previous chapter while maintaining the original tone and style. The character names and terms are consistently translated according to previous conventions. How could they possibly come to your aid when they were struggling to save themselves? Even if we take a huge leap of imagination, even if some forces could spare the resources, what reason would they have to help the Jamie-Su family? Some of the Jamie-Su family members were already shouting for help. They could no longer withstand the relentless attacks of these beasts. However, at this moment, the high-level combatants of the Jamie-Su family were all working together to fight against the beast leader. They had no time to spare. My leg. In the Jamie-Su family camp, a somewhat youthful-looking young man suddenly screamed in agony. Just now, Jamie-Su Jeremiah's right leg had been pierced by a sharp spike spit out by a beast. The spike pierced through his calf, shattered the bone, and protruded from the back, lodging itself deep into the thick ice. It was as if he were nailed down where he stood. To escape, he'd have to amputate everything below his knee on the spot. Jamie-Su Jeremiah didn't have the courage. And just as he hesitated, another beast charged at him. The terrifying figure loomed large in his vision. At that moment, despair filled Jamie-Su Jeremiah's face. But then, vines sprouted beneath the beast's feet, binding its limbs, causing it to stumble forward and collapse. Its massive mouth with fangs was only inches from Jamie-Su Jeremiah's leg. Saliva spewed from its mouth, splattering on Jamie-Su Jeremiah's face. Fortunately, the beast's saliva wasn't poisonous. Otherwise, he'd be doomed too. Hunt glanced at Marley unexpectedly. Marley met Hunt's gaze. Though Hunt didn't say anything, his eyes seemed to speak volumes. Clearly, you've been deeply hurt by them. Why are you still saving them? Jamie-Su Jeremiah was my brother's childhood playmate. If he dies, my brother will be heartbroken. If he knew I, his sister, didn't save his friend when he needed help, he would hate me. Hunt nodded and then asked, if his playmate came, why didn't your brother come? Hunt recalled Jamie-Su Xuanhuan's disposition. He wasn't exactly a well-behaved person. I didn't let him come, and neither did father. He's pretending to be sick at home, so he can take care of things there. Marley said this lightly. Our branch of the family is too small. This time, for exploring the secret realm, the family has rules. Each lineage must leave someone behind in case everyone dies here, ensuring our lineage doesn't end. To ensure our lineage doesn't end, I have to come, no matter what. After hearing this, Hunt fell silent. This was her family business. It wasn't appropriate for him to interject. Meanwhile, seeing himself spared, Jamie-Su Jeremiah quickly pulled out the spike, piercing his calf. Then, he gritted his teeth and thrust the spike savagely into the beast's head. With a squelch, the spike penetrated the beast's skull, which let out an agonized wail and frantically shook its head, trying to dislodge the spike. Blood and brain matter splattered out. A strong smell of blood permeated the air. Jamie-Su Jeremiah, supporting himself on his left leg, leapt backward just in time to avoid being splattered. Only then did he notice who had saved him. Sister Kuaer. Upon realizing Marley had saved him, Jamie-Su Jeremiah turned red-faced, not out of shyness, but out of shame. While he hadn't joined others in resisting Marley, he also didn't speak up in her defense during that situation. He allowed Marley to be criticized and ostracized without saying a single word in her favor. In the end, he even watched her leave with disappointment, without trying to stop her. In his eyes, this made him no different from those who resisted Marley. Since she left, he had felt constant unease and regret. Thus, seeing Marley rescue him now, he felt immensely ashamed, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. Sister Kuaer, I'm sorry. Jamie-Su Jeremiah lowered his head deeply, but at that moment, another beast broke through the ice beneath him. Be careful. Marley cried out in alarm. With his right leg heavily injured, Jamie-Su Jeremiah could barely maintain balance on one foot. As the ice beneath him surged upward, he fell backward. Next moment, the beast emerged from the broken ice, opening its mouth to bite down on the fallen Jamie-Su Jeremiah. A streak of sword light flashed by. The beast split into two halves. Almost scalding blood drenched him, causing him to howl in pain. Jamie-Su Xuanhuan looked over. Seeing Marley and the person beside her, her gaze instantly became complex. Chapter 197, the intended one. When the beast was severed into two halves right in front of Dunk, Lana immediately looked at Zachariah beside her. What puzzled her was that she couldn't see how Zachariah had made his move at all. He didn't even have a sword in his hand. How did he deliver that slash? Lana was bewildered but had no time to ask as more beasts targeted them due to their actions, especially the leader among the beasts. It glanced sideways at Zachariah and Lana before roaring toward their direction. The next moment, the ground where Zachariah and Lana stood abruptly collapsed. Several beasts instantly emerged from the ice around them. Zachariah's figure flashed a few times. Those beasts turned into puddles of blood mist mid-air. Hiss. The Jamie-Su family members were stunned by this sight. It had a profound impact on their minds. Was it really this easy for that man to deal with these beasts? Where on earth did Lana find such a son-in-law? Wasn't he overly powerful? At this moment, Lana was within Zachariah's protective circle. Though astonished, a trace of suspicion arose in her mind. Why didn't Senior use that move again? She had a hunch that this Senior was deliberately concealing something. She sensed something amiss with Zachariah's previous move. If he could demonstrate it a few more times, she would be certain of her suspicions. However, Zachariah did not use that move again, leaving her anxious. Meanwhile, the beast leader, due to Zachariah's formidable strength, shifted its focus entirely onto him. Its body swirled in the air, pushing away the surrounding Isaiahs of the Jamie-Su family. Then it roared and charged towards Zachariah's back. Senior, be careful. Lana caught the leader's movement out of the corner of her eye and quickly warned him. Zachariah didn't turn around, but a beam of sword light appeared out of nowhere from behind him, slicing towards the beast leader. As soon as the sword light appeared, Lana's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly realized something, her mouth slightly agape, eyes reflecting disbelief. That's Xuanhuan Thought Sword. Xuanhuan Thought Sword is a supreme technique of Mount Shu. When mastered at the peak level, one can transform divine thoughts into tangible sword beams, unleashing attacks effortlessly and silently. Though its actual power might be less potent than a comparable level swordsman's real sword strike, given that forming solid sword beams from ephemeral divine thoughts requires enormous mental energy, the advantage lies in its unpredictability and soul-damaging effects. For Xianxia, however, due to his exceedingly powerful divine thoughts far surpassing his cultivation level, his Xuanhuan Thought Sword matched or even exceeded those of ordinary divine realm cultivators. Lana felt an indescribable shock upon realizing this. Her discovery left her momentarily dazed. Senior must be from Mount Shu. Only Mount Shu's disciples had a high chance of mastering the Xuanhuan Thought Sword. But after pondering, Lana found no Isaiah matching his description. Could he be the hidden senior residing in the Beast Locking Tower? There were rumors about a senior under the tower whose strength rivaled only the sect leader, unknown to most disciples. This senior's appearance wasn't typical of an old Isaiah, fitting Xianxia's look. However, another figure flashed across her mind. He also seemed to wield Xuanhuan Thought Sword. But the thought seemed too absurd, and she dismissed it quickly. Nevertheless, it was almost certain this senior was associated with Mount Shu. Even if not currently part of the sect, he surely had deep connections. No wonder he has been so supportive. Lana felt a little more at ease. She initially harbored doubts about Xianxia's identity and remained cautious. Now, trusting someone from Mount Shu provided some comfort. Mount Shu bears the responsibility of protecting its disciples. On the other side, as Xianxia unleashed Xuanhuan Thought Sword, the beast leader, unlike others, fought back. Emitting a rainbow light that neutralized the sword beam, it swiftly approached Xianxia. Its huge form pressed down like a mountain. It extended its massive claws, grabbing Xianxia. Senior. Lana turned pale, shouting in alarm. Among the Demon-Sealing family group, Mara murmured. So his name is James Ambai? Quite unique. With the beast's immense weight crashing onto the glacier, the ground collapsed immediately. Splash. The beast plunged into the icy water, dragging Xianxia along. Lana screamed again, rushing toward where the beast disappeared. After the water settled, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, causing great worry. Who knew what dangers lay beneath? Many Demon-Sealing family members wore concerned looks, acknowledging Xianxia's contribution in drawing the beast leader's attention, except for a few like James xuanhuan who secretly rejoiced and even wished Xianxia dead. Despite the urgency, Lana prepared to dive in, unwilling to abandon him. She owed him too much. Ignoring him now would make her a heartless person. Just then, a tall water spout erupted from the surface. Startled, Lana saw Xianxia leap out of the water and scathed, drying off quickly with his blood chi. Senior, are you okay? Xianxia nodded. Lana asked further, that beast? Her question halted midway as she saw the beast's head surfacing, its blood staining the water red. There was no need to ask anymore. The answer was clear. Chapter 198. Clarification. With the death of the beast leader, the remaining beasts scattered like rats fleeing a collapsing tree. Without their leader, they could no longer form an effective force. The Demon-Sealing family members rallied and fiercely attacked, leaving the disorganized beast group in disarray. The ice surface was soon littered with severed limbs of the beasts. Dunk finally found a clean patch of glacier water to wash off the foul blood and stench from her body before she dared approach Lana again. Kuei, sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I was foolish earlier. Dunk's sudden words left Lana stunned. She thought she had heard wrong. Brother-in-law? Confusion filled Lana's face. Meanwhile, Xianxia cleared his throat and said, you are all one family, no need for such formalities. Xianxia felt guilty on one hand, but wanted to help mend the relationship between Lana and the Demon-Sealing family. After all, it was because of him that they had turned against Lana. However, despite Xianxia's attempt to change the subject, Lana insisted, who are you calling? Before she could finish her question, Mara interrupted. James Ambai, young master, on behalf of the Demon-Sealing family, we thank you for your valiant assistance. If not for your timely help, the Demon-Sealing family would have faced an insurmountable predicament. As Mara spoke, her expressive eyes focused intently on Xianxia, wearing what she believed to be her most gentle smile. She looked harmless and exuded a refined elegance, which was more captivating than the usual seductive charm, but just as irresistible to men. However, Xianxia remained indifferent, showing no emotion. Lana thought to herself, sir, isn't this title too awkward? Xianxia glanced at Lana and calmly said, you should thank her first and foremost. Now facing Lana, the Demon-Sealing family members no longer acted superior. Many felt ashamed for targeting Lana when she was willing to help them despite everything. This act of repaying kindness for grievances made them feel truly guilty. Mara quickly shifted gears, saying, regardless, James Ambai, young master, contributed the most by killing the beast leader, removing our greatest threat. The entire Demon-Sealing family will always remember your kindness. Xianxia responded coolly, are you so eager to speak for the entire Demon-Sealing family? Xianxia's words stripped away Mara's pretenses, right there in front of everyone. Mara's expression faltered. She hadn't expected Xianxia to be so sharp and unyielding. Lana was also surprised. She didn't expect Xianxia to speak to Mara like that. Although she disliked Mara, she knew that the latter was quite adept at manipulating men. Normally, Mara got along well with young masters from various noble families and handled relationships with ease. Numerous suitors had sought her hand, yet she had skillfully turned them down without causing any offense. If external assistance were allowed, many protectors would have surely surrounded her. However, Lana was smart enough not to involve anyone from her social circle secretly to avoid jealousy and disharmony. Lana disapproved of Mara's methods of handling men, and thus had little liking for her. Seeing Mara fail before Xianxia gave her some satisfaction. Mara's lips twitched, but she maintained her mask of politeness. Her gentle smile never wavered. Why do you say that? Have I offended you in any way? She asked innocently. Zachariah let her continue using the wrong title intentionally, knowing that if she called him brother-in-law, he would have no way to explain to Lana. He said, all my actions are directed by Lana. You refuse to thank her and only acknowledge me. What is your true intention? This remark struck a chord with the Jamie-Su family members. Since Zachariah acknowledged being married into Lana's branch, he naturally followed her commands. Mara, though seemingly friendly to everyone, had completely ignored Lana. Her behavior seemed deliberate and suspicious. Realizing this, the Jamie-Su family members slowly began to see Mara differently. Mara couldn't hold her composure anymore. I sincerely thanked you, yet you accused me. Shouldn't you explain your intentions? This was the first time Mara had lost her composure before a man. Quickly regaining control, she realized there was no turning back and abruptly left, no longer pretending to be courteous to Zachariah. Seeing Mara leave in a huff, xuanhuan couldn't help but retort to Lana, Lana, I really envy you having such a devoted husband. To hide behind a man is something we ordinary women can only dream of. Knowing Lana's pride, xuanhuan deliberately belittled herself while putting Lana on the same level, intending to irritate her. However, Lana didn't pick up on the sarcasm. All she heard was devoted husband. Shocked, she froze. Dunk then approached Lana, trying to persuade her. Kueir's sister, come with us. Lana shook her head. No, you go ahead. I need some time alone. Seeing Lana unwilling to talk, Dunk reluctantly stopped and thanked them again before catching up with the Jamie-Su family group. In truth, Dunk wanted to stay with Lana and Zachariah. Despite the larger group offering safety, being with Kueir and her brother-in-law made him feel more secure. However, since Lana clearly wanted to be alone, he didn't want to impose. Once the Jamie-Su family left, Zachariah broke the silence. I know you have questions. Ask anything. Lana finally lifted her head, her eyes locking onto Zachariah, her expression serious. Please, sir, explain why Dunk called you brother-in-law and xuanhuan referred to you as my ideal match. Zachariah knew this issue couldn't be avoided forever. Ever since he appeared beside Lana, he knew this moment would come. Coughing, he recounted everything that happened after Lana hid in the forest during the trial. To prevent Mara from making trouble about helping you, I had to claim I was your partner and that I had married into the Jamie-Su family. Sir. Lana listened, feeling both shocked and furious. The idea of Zachariah impersonating her and orchestrating a false marriage felt absurd. Instead of surprise, she felt terrified and enraged. ####Chapter 198. Clarification, continued. How could you so easily say you're my husband? This isn't helping me. It's ruining me. Do you know that I already have someone I like? My only future Dao companion can only be him. Have you considered my feelings by doing this? If he finds out about this, how will he see me? How will I face him? When the time comes, even if I explain everything in detail, what if he doesn't believe me? This situation was too absurd. If not for Lana's personal experience, she wouldn't have believed it herself. If Zachariah found out about this and didn't believe her explanation, what would she do? What could she possibly do? Who is your ideal match? If all else fails, I'll go explain to him in person. At that time, I can demonstrate the truth to him, and I believe he will understand. Hearing these words, Lana's expression softened slightly. Given the circumstances, she had no better solution. Other people's opinions didn't matter much to her, but Zachariah absolutely mustn't misunderstand her. Lana thought of Zachariah's figure, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. He is a Xuanhuan disciple, who entered the sect later than me, and is my junior brother. Lana suddenly remembered something and continued, Senior, you are also from the Shu Mountain Sect, right? Zachariah did not directly confirm it, but also did not deny it outright. I can only say that I have some connections with the Shu Mountain Sect, but you haven't told me who your ideal match is yet. You have quite a few junior brothers, right? Which one exactly? What is his name? Lana's dark eyes darted around nervously, speaking in a whisper, his name is Su. Just as the last word was about to leave her lips, the dome above them seemed to tear open with a massive rift, as if the entire sky had been ripped into two halves. From this vast tear, an enormous, fearsome beast head emerged. The sight stunned Lana speechless. The others on this level also went numb at the sight of this monstrous head that blotted out the sky. After barely dealing with the beasts underwater, now we have one from the sky. What is that thing? Is it a demon beast? How do we fight it? Crazy. I'm losing it. No way. I'm getting out of here. This place is no good for anyone. Many were already on edge, having barely survived the demonic beasts under the glacier. Now, seeing something even more terrifying appear overhead while they were still recovering, no one could remain calm. At this moment, the four heads of the major families of Jiuguang City gathered, frowning deeply, clearly surprised by the scene. This isn't right. In previous secret realms, the second level also had demon beasts, but nothing like this. Muru family head furrowed his brows. Beside him, Marshall family head nodded in agreement. Indeed, and this is just the second level. The difficulty increases with each layer. The ice demons under the glacier fit the difficulty of this level. Why would a creature of such power appear now? The four heads looked grave, feeling the immense pressure from the gigantic beast head above. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Suddenly, the beast head began to speak. You puny creatures, you dare to covet the Emperor's edge? Laughable, truly laughable. The giant beast's voice resonated with a deep, echoing rumble, like bells ringing in everyone's ears, making them buzz painfully. The laughter carried an unrelenting and merciless scorn. The high-ranking individuals present turned pale at the beast's ridicule, but hesitated to act first. The first to strike often faced the highest risk, especially when they had no clue about the beast's origins or true strength. Fearful cowards, confront your deepest fears. I'll be waiting for you on the next leg of your journey. I look forward to seeing you make fools of yourselves. With another maniacal laugh, the massive beast head retreated into the tear, which slowly closed like an abyss sealing shut. Just as the tear was about to fully close, the beast's voice rang out again. Go, face your true selves and see how utterly incompetent you really are. As soon as the voice faded, the icy world around them began to distort. In the next moment, the glacier vanished, replaced by a desert. The entire world dimmed, illuminated only by a distant aurora. The winter night over the desert was bone-chilling, much like the glacier they had just endured. So, the glacier was fake, and the desert is real? Lana murmured to herself, turning to search for the others. Senior. Her voice trailed off as she saw the person standing before her. It was Zachariah. Truly and genuinely Zachariah. ##### Chapter 198. Young Master Su. At this moment, representatives of various major forces surveyed their surroundings. Their expressions varied and complex. Have we entered the realm of reality and illusion? If what we experienced earlier was an illusion, and this is the reality, does that mean our fallen companions didn't truly die? Jai, you check if they're still around? The person speaking glanced around. Only those who had survived the glacier were present. The bodies of the deceased had vanished without a trace. All this talk of illusion and reality is just smoke and mirrors. Whether it's real or not, treat it as real, and you won't go wrong. Here, death is death. No ifs or buts about it. No one should hold out any hope. Amidst the discussion, someone suddenly gasped in shock. Not right. Strange. Have you noticed that my spiritual essence has disappeared? What are you saying, Wait, mine has also disappeared. Mine too. Meanwhile, the four lords of the Imperial Light City's families gathered together, exchanging glances. Each could see shock reflected in the other's eyes. Even for us, their divine essences vanished from within them as well at that very moment, as if they had never existed. Despite these four family lords having faced countless storms, they couldn't help but feel somewhat at a loss when faced with this situation. Their strength came from cultivation. With their divine essences gone, their cultivation was essentially nullified, leaving them incapable of effectively combating foes. In this situation, even the heads of the four noble families weren't much stronger than the rest. What's going on here? Alexi's gaze brimmed with bewilderment. The disappearance of our divine essences may be related to this layer's environment. The patriarch of the Marshall family said with a furrowed brow. Do you remember that nameless beast mentioning Imperial Fate? At the mention of Imperial Fate, the other three family lords perked up. Yes, we hadn't heard or seen anything related to Imperial Fate before entering this secret realm. The Avon nodded, agreeing. Although legend spoke of the existence of Imperial Fate within the Imperial Light Cave's secret realm, it remained just that, a legend. No one had truly encountered or understood what Imperial Fate entailed. They treated it merely as a hidden treasure trove. As for Imperial Fate, they could only hope for it inwardly. If one fixated solely on Imperial Fate, disappointment would follow each time they entered the secret realm. That would negatively impact one's mindset. The Marshall family patriarch's eyes flickered before he said, the long-lived human emperor. This might be part of the trial for Imperial Fate. Doesn't this current situation remind you of the path preceding the immortal stage? You mean, transcending the mundane? The Zach family patriarch's brow furrowed slightly. These nascent soul cultivators were naturally familiar with some secrets of the immortal stage. It was rumored that the final tribulation of the Tribulation Transcender stage was the tribulation of the mundane realm. Choosing to face this tribulation meant all divine essences within would vanish, reverting one to a mere mortal state. Failing this tribulation over time would lead to a complete depletion of one's willpower, akin to becoming a true mortal. However, if one succeeded, they would achieve immortality and become an uncoronated emperor in the mortal world. This was truly an all-or-nothing endeavor. Not every Tribulation Transcender had the courage to undertake such a perilous tribulation. Achieving the Tribulation Transcender stage was no easy feat. Talent, resources, effort, all were indispensable. Reaching this stage made one a top-tier figure in the cultivator world, almost ethereal beings. To abandon such cultivation for a shot at immortality was not a decision taken lightly. Such a dramatic fall from grace wasn't easily bearable. Of course, over the ages, there had been numerous Tribulation Transcenders who dared to challenge the immortal stage. Those who failed became lost in the sands of time. Perhaps this is indeed forced transcending of the mundane, turning us into mere mortals. The Avon sighed bitterly, shaking his head. The other family lords wore grave expressions. This turn of events was far from favorable. Zachariah felt equally troubled. With his divine essence mysteriously vanishing, his 10,000 transformation mystical art could no longer be maintained, revealing his true appearance. At that moment, Tiana initially looked astonished but then frowned, feeling slightly annoyed. Elder, why did you transform into the appearance of young Master Su? Tiana's first reaction was that the person in front of her had transformed into Zachariah's likeness. A bitter smile appeared on Zachariah's face as he prepared to continue along with her assumption, fabricating an excuse. However, Tiana suddenly realized something was amiss and exclaimed, no. Then she fell into deep thought. I haven't mentioned young Master Su's name to this Isaiah. Even if this Isaiah knows young Master Su, how could he coincidentally change into his appearance so perfectly? While pondering, Tiana also noticed that her own spiritual essence had vanished. She was both alarmed and disturbed by this revelation, and her expression changed subtly. Her bright eyes fixed intently on Zachariah's face, her expression growing serious. Do you still have your internal energy? At this point, Tiana no longer addressed Zachariah as elder. Zachariah sensed the shift in her title and sighed inwardly, hesitating on what to say. Before he could respond, Tiana spoke again. Your internal energy, has it also disappeared? If it hasn't disappeared, can you demonstrate it? Tiana's words blocked off all of Zachariah's possible excuses. Seeing Zachariah remain silent, Tiana seemed to already know the answer. Her face paled slightly, and her voice grew tight. With the disappearance of internal energy, shouldn't you be unable to use any abilities? That means you wouldn't be able to transform into anyone else's appearance anymore. Tiana now understood that Zachariah's ability to change appearances was not ordinary makeup but a supernatural method that required internal energy to maintain. Therefore, everything was now clear to her. Her bright eyes clouded over with mist, brimming with tears. Tell me, am I right? Brother Sue. Chapter 199. Mutual Affection. Hearing that, Junior Brother Sue, Zachariah's heart was slightly shaken. He knew. At this moment, no matter how he denied it, Martha wouldn't believe him. Moreover, with the divine essence in his body gone, he had no reason or excuse to prove that he wasn't the Junior Brother Sue she spoke of. Seeing Martha's eyes at this moment, Zachariah's heart inevitably trembled. He reached out to wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye. However, facing Zachariah's hand reaching out, Martha stepped back and stubbornly wiped away the tears rolling down from her eyes herself. After knowing the person in front of her was the very Zachariah she had been yearning for, her inner grievances surpassed her surprise, because Zachariah had been hiding it from her all along, going through great efforts to hide it from her. Despite all the things he did for her, things that would make her loyal to him to the core, he didn't want her to know it all. Instead, he made her mistake the helper as someone else. This was truly what hurt her most. She didn't understand why Zachariah would do such a thing. Did he not care about her at all? Did he not worry that she might transfer her affection to someone else because of it? Junior Brother Sue, why have you always kept it hidden from me? Is it because you don't want me to depend on you? Martha recalled the kiss they shared when parting at Mount Shu. The pain in her heart felt like being torn apart by a knife. That kiss required all her courage. She often blushed after recalling it, amazed by her boldness back then. She thought that kiss was enough to convey her feelings. But after seeing her, Zachariah did not reveal himself but instead distanced himself and pushed the credit onto others. Wasn't this equivalent to rejecting her affections? At this moment, Martha couldn't help but overthink. She believed Zachariah's help wasn't out of concern or love, but just to shift her feelings to someone else. And this thought made Martha's heart break. Tell me, is it true? Facing Martha's question again, Zachariah's breathing became heavier. How could he not understand Martha's feelings? If he answered affirmatively now, it would thoroughly sever the emotional ties between him and Martha. From then on, there would only be camaraderie between them without any romantic feelings. Martha wasn't indecisive. Her straightforward personality meant she wouldn't beg someone to like her. For a person who didn't care for her, all she could do was sever ties and bid farewell with tears. At this moment, Zachariah went through numerous mental struggles. Finally, he chose to follow his true heart. With a sigh, he said, "How can I be afraid of your attachment? I have my reasons." Upon hearing this, Martha slightly loosened her clenched fists. Yet she didn't trust Zachariah's words so easily, since he had deceived her before. What are your reasons? A bitter smile appeared on Zachariah's lips. If you knew it was me, wouldn't you be curious about these skills I possess? Besides, I left the sect without permission and cannot let anyone know, especially fellow disciples. So? Martha's expression turned complex. So, this is the whole reason you've been hiding everything from me? Yes. Zachariah replied decisively. Since he decided to follow his true feelings, he could not tell Martha that he once thought of severing their ties. Otherwise, it would only cause her more pain. Junior Brother Sue, you bastard. Finally, Martha couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed into Zachariah's arms. In his embrace, she lightly pounded him, but with almost no strength. You hid it from me so bitterly just because of this. If the divine essence hadn't disappeared, how long would you still hide it? Zachariah touched his nose, thinking to himself that he had intended to hide it forever. Of course, he only dared think that. Martha also didn't dwell on this topic, though she had many questions in her heart. At that moment, she only wanted to stay quietly in Zachariah's embrace. Zachariah gently caressed her back. Martha's slender body tensed up as if electrocuted, but soon relaxed. A faint smile crept up on her lips. Although she had many things she wanted to ask, she didn't want to ruin the warm atmosphere. After a brief reunion, Martha remembered Zachariah's previous actions and moved slightly away from his chest. A hint of anger showed on her beautiful face. Junior Brother Sue, you've grown quite bold, claiming to be my Dao partner and even an in-law in my family. Zachariah looked somewhat embarrassed, like being caught in wrongdoing. I've already explained, it was just a temporary expedient. Martha turned her head, lips quivering slightly. I don't care. Since you've said it, shouldn't you fulfill it? Ah. Martha turned back, glaring playfully. Don't you dare take responsibility? That's not it. I just think, maybe we can pass on the in-law idea. Humph. Though Martha didn't really want Zachariah to be her in-law, she was satisfied as long as he admitted being her Dao partner. However, she didn't want Zachariah to be too complacent, and thus didn't show her delight. Senior Sister Jamisu, you have to keep my appearance here a secret. Still calling me Senior Sister Jamisu? Zachariah quickly adapted. Kuaer, will you promise me? No, unless you wait until I'm no longer angry. Martha turned away and walked ahead. Zachariah hurriedly followed, suddenly scooping her up in his arms. Startled, Martha let out a cry as Zachariah lifted her onto his shoulder, asking, Are you no longer angry? What are you doing? Embarrassed and angry, Martha blushed but couldn't escape Zachariah's grasp, kicking her legs helplessly. Zachariah had no intention of letting her down. Stupid junior brother, put me down. Are you not angry yet? I'm not angry. Put me down now. Faced with Zachariah's unexpected actions, Martha was both amused and exasperated, yet feeling a bit sweet inside. Zachariah gently set her down. Just as Martha prepared to say something more, Zachariah leaned in and sealed her lips. Chapter 200. Transcending the mortal realm, Heart Demon. Their lips suddenly parted. Krista's eyes sparkled like autumn water, and her fair cheeks flushed as if she were drunk. She playfully pounded on Zachariah's chest with her tiny fist. You stinky junior brother, always taking advantage of me. Zachariah retorted. Still calling me junior brother? It's time for a change. Hearing this, Krista thought of a certain term but blushed uncontrollably, unable to utter it. She kicked Zachariah directly. You stinky junior brother, dreaming too beautifully. Zachariah chuckled, but didn't press her to change the way she addressed him. Such matters should be taken step by step. They had just confessed their feelings to each other, but hadn't become husband and wife in reality. Calling each other Dao companions was indeed too early. As he gazed at her charmingly lovely appearance, Zachariah felt a stir of desire, his blood surging down. But then he realized how inappropriate the place was. He knew that Krista wouldn't wish to be here either, even though she would comply with any request from Zachariah. It being their first time, Zachariah didn't want to leave her with any unhappy memories. So he forcefully suppressed these thoughts. Seeing Zachariah's burning gaze, Krista seemed to realize something, her heart racing, filled with inexplicable unease. Fortunately, Zachariah did not make any demands on her at that moment. She felt a warm sensation in her heart and took Zachariah's hand, tracing gentle circles in his palm as if to comfort him. However, Zachariah felt quite helpless. Doesn't she realize that this is also a form of teasing? It's practically playing with fire. Krista unusually fell silent. She didn't ask where Zachariah got such abilities from. She believed that whenever Zachariah wished to tell her, he would. At this moment, Zachariah took a deep breath, suppressing the enticing thoughts in his mind. He quickly changed the subject to distract himself. The secret realm above had monstrous beasts. This layer directly strips us of our essence energy. How are we supposed to break out of this predicament? Zachariah's words redirected some of Krista's attention away from him, but she was equally clueless about the solution. Shaking her head, her expression dimmed slightly. Zachariah noticed her low spirits and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I've come to understand," Krista lifted her pretty face. "I shouldn't have vied for the leadership position in the Jamie-Su family. During this period, I reflected a lot and realized that I'm not qualified nor capable enough to lead the Jamie-Su family. So many things, I only considered my own perspective. I thought having determination could solve everything. Like when I insisted on challenging red-robed, Giosipal Michael. I stubbornly believed I could avenge you but ended up dragging you into it. I was too arrogant." Her beautiful face displayed a touch of sadness and regret. "After entering this secret realm, I couldn't accomplish anything significant on my own. All my treasure boxes were delivered by you, and all the resulting troubles were resolved by you. Most of the monstrous beasts in the second layer were exterminated by you as well. I dare not imagine whether I'd still be alive without your presence. I can't understand how I dared enter this secret realm. Being so incompetent and overconfident, I'm a complete failure." Just as Krista finished speaking, Zachariah frowned. He sensed something was off with her emotions. Although what she said made sense to some extent, her current state sounded overly melancholic. With Krista's personality, she would never indulge in self-pity like this. At this moment, Zachariah clearly felt an unusual energy attempting to influence and shake his beliefs. It was like a pair of hands from the abyss trying to drag your faith into darkness, letting you drown in boundless darkness, unable to extricate yourself. Nothing is worse than the death of one's spirit. Losing your fighting spirit means you're as powerless as someone who cannot tie a chicken. Fortunately, Zachariah's mental world was unshakable, and this strange energy failed to sway his beliefs. Meanwhile, people from various factions elsewhere also fell into a similar state of self-doubt. Even family heads from the four great families began to feel despondent. Albie, disregarding his image, slumped to the ground. His normally commanding eyes had lost their edge. His eyes seemed shrouded in shadows, occasionally revealing a glimpse of nearly hopeless despair. Is this an advanced experience of the Transcendence Tribulation? Marshal Clanhead mused aloud after retracting his gaze from Albie. Armin hurriedly asked, "Why do you say that, Clanhead Marshal?" Marshal Clanhead replied, "It's said that the Transcendence Tribulation is the easiest to produce heart demons, and Luo Clanhead's condition resembles being tormented by a heart demon." According to Marshal Clanhead, the Transcendence Tribulation most easily leads to mental imbalance. After all, falling from a late-stage tribulation crossing cultivator to immortal would create a tremendous gap, easily producing heart demons. This is the most straightforward test in this tribulation. Overcoming heart demons leads to peace. Once ensnared, it's a deeper descent into despair, ultimately becoming utterly useless waste. Although the root cause of these individual states differs somewhat from true transcendence tribulations, the results are largely similar. Many doubted themselves due to various reasons, unable to regain confidence. Even a powerhouse like Albie was affected. If Albie continued this way, the other three families might lose a strong competitor. But the four families coexisted in Imperial Light City for years without much internal strife because they shared common interests, jointly controlling most resources of the Imperial Light Cave, secret realm, and collectively resisting outsider schemes. If Albie wasted away, it wouldn't be a good outcome for them, given the principle that when lips perish, teeth suffer. Old Luo, Morong Clanhead suddenly shouted angrily, "What are you joining in with these young ones for? Get up now. Your current appearance is absolutely humiliating." Albie, rebuked by Morong Clanhead, was stunned. Then he seemed to realize something and sprang up from the ground. Facing the other three clan heads again, he felt like finding a crevice to hide in. "My old face has truly been thoroughly disgraced." At this moment, Zachariah placed his hands on Krista's shoulders. He dared not let her continue wallowing in sorrow. Such a situation would render her defeated without a fight. Very dangerous. Your confidence and resilience are among your greatest strengths. Don't be trapped by heart demons, okay? The Krista I love isn't like this. Hearing this, Krista lifted her head slightly, and her eyes, clear as autumn waters, regained a gleam of brightness. Chapter 201. Anomaly. Cindy's eyes rippled. This was the first time Zachariah had proactively said, like, to her. At that moment, the shadows in her heart were completely wiped away, filled entirely with joy. After Zachariah's guidance, She finally overcame that mental hurdle and returned to her previous confident self. Of course, she didn't act as if nothing had happened. Those words reflected her true feelings. Right now, it was merely stripping away the darker emotions. She was still examining some of her past mistakes. To err is human. None but a sage can be without fault. These were not unforgivable major mistakes either, nor was she someone beyond redemption. As long as she corrected the immature factors in her character, she could become a better person. Cindy grabbed Zachariah's arm and leaned her head against him. A girl in her first love always clung endlessly to her sweetheart. Let's go. Zachariah gently patted her head. Only then did Cindy reluctantly lift her head, but those bright eyes remained fixed on Zachariah. Seeing Cindy like a clingy kitten, Zachariah thought about returning to Xuanhuan and felt a headache coming on. He was an enforcer at the Demon-Locking Pagoda, and he would have to return there eventually. Cindy was a purple-cloaked disciple of the sect. Now that she was so attached to him, would she follow him to the Demon-Locking Pagoda to accompany him? Honestly speaking, Zachariah didn't want her to stay at the Demon-Locking Pagoda. One reason was safety concerns. Another was that Cindy had excellent talent. Staying at the Demon-Locking Pagoda would waste her talent. Even if she became his partner, she shouldn't be a caged bird. She should have her own world. Of course, aside from this, Zachariah also worried that she might want him to leave the Demon-Locking Pagoda. That would inevitably lead to another intense tug of war. Never mind, don't think about it. Take one step at a time. Maybe after helping Cindy become the head of the Jamie-Su family, she wouldn't immediately return to the sect. In the deep night of the desert, it was bone-chillingly cold. Compared to the previous ice field, this cold was even more penetrating, almost cutting into the bone. However, unlike being in the ice field, the cultivators here were practically stripped of their cultivation strength. Without internal Christopher energy to help keep warm, they had to rely solely on their bodies, making it quite challenging. F***CK, too cold. Is there any way to keep warm? In one camp, people sat huddled together, all shivering and trembling from the cold. They had no strength left to walk. I haven't felt this cold in so long. Truly, life is unpredictable, sighed a middle-aged man. Another emaciated man coughed. Sigh, stop talking, just make a fire. Make a fire, and it will be fine. The big man ranted angrily, then why don't you start it? The skinny man stretched out his hand. Do you have a flint? The big man retorted even more irritably. Who the hell would have that thing? We are cultivators, not wandering swordsmen. Do we need a flint to start a fire? The emaciated man nearly lowered his eyes. Then, esteemed cultivator, could you please create some fire for me now? The big man remained silent for a while, then cursed. F***CK. I can't do it. Just at that moment, not far away, a flame suddenly rose up. The group sitting huddled immediately perked up upon seeing the firelight. There's fire over there. Hurry, go there. Everyone scrambled up from the ground, loosened their stiff limbs, and hurried towards the direction of the fire. But when they saw the figures around the fire, those people gave them hostile and threatening looks. Go away. Don't come over. Facing such a cold attitude, the skinny man smiled humbly and took a step forward. Lowering himself, he said respectfully, we have no other intention. We just want to borrow some fire. Borrow fire? No. His request was instantly rejected by the others. The next moment, the person who rejected him sneered. If you want fire, it's easy. Just buy a fireball talisman from me. Upon hearing this, the faces of those with the skinny man lit up in realization. So that's how they started the fire, with a fireball talisman. No wonder. Some wondered how they still had Christopher energy to produce flames. They were enlightened only then. Fireball talismans were the most basic type of talismans. Their power was insignificant. But the good thing was that they required almost no spirit energy consumption. However, due to their low level and small power, they were basically exclusive to beginners, belonging to the James Condensation Realm cultivators. While cultivators entering this secret realm were generally Linghai realm or higher, they naturally had few of these basic items. The seller said quickly, if you want one. I don't have many fireball talismans left. I'll take one. The big man beside the skinny man immediately spoke up. He was freezing intolerably. A fireball talisman cost just a few coins. Buy it. The big man walked forward a few steps and asked, how many low-grade spirit stones do you want for your fireball talisman? The seller held up 5 fingers. The big man's face instantly showed a smile. 5 low-grade spirit stones, right? Fine. The seller's voice was cold. It's 50,000 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. Upon hearing this, the big man and those behind him all froze. They expected the price hike. But the market price of a fireball talisman was at most 1 low-grade spirit stone. Sometimes, 1 low-grade spirit stone could buy 2. They imagined even if this guy blackmailed them 10-fold or 100-fold, it would be excessive. Unexpectedly, he inflated the price by 50,000 times. This was simply taking advantage of them. The big man's facial muscles twitched slightly as if convulsing. He had seen unscrupulous merchants before, but never one this ruthless. Selling a fireball talisman for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was blatant robbery. He wanted to fight back, but seeing they were outnumbered, he had to suppress his anger. Returning to his group, he discussed with the others. Originally, he thought they would spend at most dozens of low-grade spirit stones on the fireball talisman. Now requiring 50,000, he obviously couldn't bear the brunt alone. What do you say, everyone chip in? Why should we chip in? Absolutely not. We can't indulge this kind of person. The big man's suggestion was immediately shot down by an irascible fellow. Yes, 50,000 is outrageous. He's openly trying to bleed us dry. Another added support. The big man wasn't agitated this time. What else can we do? They have the goods. Do you want to fight them and snatch the talismans? The group fell silent. It wasn't worth fighting for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Not mentioning if they could win, who could guarantee they would come out unscathed? Now virtually without cultivation, they needed to conserve their physical strength and health. Getting injured under such circumstances would be very troublesome. After a silence, the big man finally compromised. Everyone chips in, let's pay. Without fire, some of us might not see tomorrow. He looked at everyone's varied expressions, stepped back, and solemnly said, those willing to contribute spirit stones, stand with me. If you feel you can hold out without splitting the 50,000 spirit stones, I won't force you. You decide. The big man made it clear. If you didn't chip in, once he bought the fireball talisman, don't come over expecting to share or he wouldn't be nice. Everyone exchanged glances one by one. They shook their heads and sighed, then walked toward the big man. In a short while, only a young man was left at the original spot. Only you are unwilling? Not exactly. The young man forced a laugh. My legs are stiff, I can't move. Thus, the big man took the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones collected from everyone and traded for a fireball talisman. Holding that slightly warm fireball talisman, he felt that this light piece of talisman was now so heavy, barely squeezing out a thread of spiritual energy to trigger the fireball talisman. Flames erupted. Everyone's eyes showed an odd look, as if the thing burning wasn't fire but money. However, they did not dwell on it too much. The money had already been spent. Overthinking it only added unnecessary worries. At most, once they left the secret realm, they would find an opportunity to deal with that unscrupulous merchant properly. The group gathered around the flickering fire, feeling the warmth of the flames dispel the coldness in their bodies. Those faces, pale to the extreme, finally showed a hint of rosiness. Their almost frozen blood started to flow faster again, and their stiff limbs slowly regained function. Although spending this amount of money was unjustified, at this moment, every face still wore an expression of satisfaction. However, their contentment lasted only for a very short time. In the desert, sudden gusts of wind emerged from all directions. Immediately after, they swept everywhere. The faces of those seated around the fire suddenly changed. The moment they felt the wind, there was only one scream in their hearts. Do not come near us. But how could the hurricane heed their wishes? As the hurricane swept through, the crowd was flung in all directions. The flame that symbolized hope for survival instantly went out. At the moment the flame disappeared, it seemed as if their hopes vanished along with it. The big man lifted his head out of the yellow sand, spitting out mouthfuls of gravel. He blankly stared at the extinguished fire and glanced at the now powerless fireball talisman in his hand. Suddenly, he roared in anger. Damn, give me my money back. When Zachariah heard these words, he nearly thought he had arrived at the scene of a national soccer match. Although he couldn't use the Giavine sense of hearing, his hearing was still several times stronger than the average cultivator here. He saw the firelight and heard the sound of the hurricane, realizing what tragedy occurred there. Zachariah didn't need to make a fire. His physical strength was monstrously powerful. The James within him was as vigorous as a blazing sun. This cold was nothing to him. And the Cindy clinging tightly to his arm naturally enjoyed his protection. To her, Zachariah was like a walking heater. Holding onto him felt incredibly warm. Using his sharp hearing to pinpoint directions, Zachariah deliberately avoided the hurricanes scattered throughout the desert and also avoided crowds. Although he feared no one, he didn't want too many people to see his true appearance. Cindy could help keep him hidden, but others wouldn't. Zachariah couldn't bring himself to kill anyone just to eliminate potential threats. Especially not in front of Cindy. After all, such actions bordered on demonic. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the desert, there were dozens of figures behaving wildly. Their bodies were bizarrely shaped, clearly not human. These figures turned out to be demons. Underneath these demons lay more than 10 dead human cultivators. Their bodies were torn apart by demons, dying in brutal conditions. Each of them died with wide, terrified eyes, unable to rest in peace. Among them was a well-dressed man. Blood streamed from his mouth continuously, his body severed into 2 pieces, barely alive. If Cindy saw him now, she would surely recognize this elegantly dressed man as Anthony. Since being scared by Cindy's sword, Anthony had always kept away from her. Before entering the secret realm, he waited until everyone else had entered before daring to set foot inside. In the first and second levels of the secret realm, he deliberately avoided that girl. Even when numerous forces surrounded Cindy in the ice field, he didn't dare to show his face despite seeing her from afar. Cindy always believed that Anthony was too frightened to come. In reality, he merely became excessively low profile. Yet, even his low profile couldn't save him from encountering demons. Meeting demons in his state of nearly depleted cultivation power, it was like lambs falling into the mouths of tigers. Even though these demons couldn't use powerful techniques, their physiques were naturally superior to most human cultivators. Most demons didn't use magic weapons. Their bodies were the sharpest weapons. Catching sight of the retreating backs of the laughing demons from the corner of his eye, Anthony managed to gasp out, "You bastards." His words were cut off by blood choking his throat. These demons had infiltrated as disguised human cultivators using a secret method. At this level of the secret realm, their disguises had failed, revealing their true forms. Under normal circumstances, those dozens of demons facing so many human cultivators would indeed have reason to panic. But under the current situation, most human cultivators were mere fish on a chopping block to them. The game has begun. The leading demon, with huge white wings protruding from behind him, revealed a sinister smile on his pale face. Soon after the demons left, cries of agony echoed throughout the desert. Wherever the demons went, blood flowed freely. The 4 major families of the Imperial Light City walked together. Though they appeared to get along harmoniously, their positions clearly marked distinct divisions among them. There seemed to be an invisible line separating each other. At the forefront, the 4 imposing figures moved steadily. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came. "For family patriarchs, please wait." Hearing the voice, the 4 patriarchs halted. They turned back. A disheveled figure rushed up from behind. Coming to a halt before the 4 patriarchs, he panted heavily, breathless and unable to speak a word. The four patriarchs looked at him curiously. He was covered in dirt, clothes tattered, wounds plentiful, blood long clotted into scabs. Quite pitiful indeed. Master Norris? Why are you in such a state? Murin family Joseph furrowed his brows. Of course, he recognized this person. He was none other than Master Norris from Norris family. Although not comparable to the four major families of Imperial Light City, they weren't insignificant either. These four patriarchs naturally knew who he was. They couldn't help but wonder, did Master Norris suffer this because he clashed with another force? At this moment, Master Norris raised his head, his expression complex, a mix of fear, anger, pain, and other emotions twisted his face. Demons. There are demons here. Our Norris family suffered heavy losses. Master Norris's words were like a rock thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread widely. Everyone was taken aback. How could there be demons here? This can't be possible. Did I hear wrong? People discussed anxiously, expression skeptical. Don't lose your composure. Joseph Luo barked. Gradually, the noise diminished. Joseph Murin frowned and asked, is this true? I wouldn't joke about matters concerning my own people. Master Norris's voice trembled slightly. My elite members of the Norris family who entered this secret realm have almost all perished. Only a small part managed to escape. But we can only run for a short while. We can't keep running forever. Those demons will not let us off easily. They want to slaughter all of us. To truly survive, the only way is to resist. Master Norris clenched his fists and raised them high. With his passionate words, he hoped to stir everyone's fighting spirit. However, after he finished speaking, no one responded. The situation became awkward for a moment. Joseph Marshall coughed lightly and asked, were there many of those demons? Not many, just dozens. Master Norris hurriedly waved his hands. At this point, Albie suddenly interjected. Just dozens of demons could wipe out your entire Norris family? He seemed to think that the Norris family was just a hollow reputation. Dozens of demons with lost cultivation powers could still create chaos within the Norris family ranks. Wasn't that weakness? Joseph Luo, you are mistaken. Master Norris detected the mockery in Albie's tone. A hint of anger flashed across his face. In our current state of powerlessness, each of those demons' combat abilities surpass 10 or even 100 humans. Our Norris family may not match the vastness of the Luo family, but we're no pushovers either. We fought the demons with all our might, yet saw no glimmer of victory, no ray of hope. This clearly shows these demons are far from ordinary. Joseph Luo can belittle our Norris family, but please do not underestimate those demons. After Master Norris spoke, Albie's lips curled slightly, but he said nothing more. Seeing everyone remain silent, Master Norris's expression turned slightly nervous as he clasped his hands together and said, I know the direction those demons went. Please lead your people with me to chase after the demons. Although the demons are powerful, if the four great families of Imperial Light City unite other forces, capturing those demons should not be a problem. Only by completely eliminating those demons can we have a true path to survival. However, after Master Norris finished speaking, the four patriarchs remained silent. It was clear that they were not very willing to accept his proposal. This is a serious matter and needs discussion among us, Joseph Zack spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three patriarchs nodded in agreement. Then, Joseph Zack turned his gaze to Anthony. Could Master Norris temporarily step aside? Upon hearing this, Master Norris's face abruptly changed. Is this something that needs deliberation? United, we live. Divided, we perish. Isn't this simple logic self-evident? What else needs discussion? Master Norris's rebuke naturally drew the four patriarchs' displeasure. Albie sneered coldly. We have our reasons. When did it become your business, an outsider, to interfere? These words struck Master Norris like a thunderbolt, filling his eyes with despair. Are you not planning to care about anyone else's life? Do you think, now that only the four major families remain, you can rest easy? I suspect now whether those demons weren't planted by you intentionally. Your purpose must be to use the demons' hands to eliminate all outsiders like us who contributed to this mission. Master Norris threw caution to the wind, determined to say everything on his mind. You're the one losing it, Master Norris. Ashton family Joseph, usually quiet and low-key, couldn't help but frown deeply, barking sternly. I'm losing it? I think you are the ones bewitched. Not going after the demons is feeding a tiger to bite you later, aiding the wicked. I am blind to have come seeking your help. Bah. Master Norris spat viciously at the four patriarchs. If you have the nerve, kill me now. Let me see if you are in league with the demons. Master Norris's words were resolute. At this moment, his heart felt no fear. There was a firm resolve to die bravely. The four patriarchs silently watched him. None of them moved. Master Norris laughed bitterly and turned to leave. Thud. In the next moment, a cold arrow shot out from the crowd, piercing through Master Norris's heart from behind. Master Norris slowly lowered his head to look at the blood-red arrowhead protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally, said nothing. His body fell straight forward. Hashtag chapter 202. Please forgive my selfishness. The head of the Norris family was already on guard as he left. However, the divine essence within him had vanished, and his divine consciousness could not be used. Coupled with the numerous injuries he sustained, his physical capabilities were significantly reduced. As a result, when he sensed danger approaching from behind, it was already too late. He did not have time to dodge and was struck by a cold arrow that pierced through his chest. As the head of the Norris family fell, everyone's shock turned to immediate concern as they turned to look. They saw, at the forefront of the Zack family's camp, a young man with a bow in hand was facing the direction of the Norris family head. The arrow had already been released, and he calmly slung the bow over his back, his eyes cold and indifferent. The head of the Zack family was both shocked and furious. Zack Marshall, what are you doing? The head of the Zack family never expected that the one to kill the Norris family head would be someone from his own clan. After the Norris family head spoke those scathing words, although all four heads wanted to teach him a lesson, anyone who killed him at this moment would appear suspicious. It would also be unjustifiable morally. Norris came seeking aid, requesting them to join forces against demons. If they did not help him and instead killed him, it would spread the rumor that they were colluding with the demons. Therefore, the head of the Zack family was genuinely enraged. Zack Marshall's actions dragged the Zack family into an immoral situation. The other three heads watched him with strange looks, wondering if this was done under the Zack head's orders. They weren't sure if he was orchestrating this. Meanwhile, other members of the Zack family glared at Zack Marshall, especially the three sons of the Zack head, who were less than pleased. Zack Marshall was known to be the head's illegitimate son. Though not openly acknowledged, everyone in the Zack family knew about it. His half-brothers always viewed him with hostility, and now they took this opportunity to denounce him as an ungrateful wolf. However, Zack Marshall remained oblivious to the glares. Facing accusations, he remained calm, giving the other three heads a sense of a seasoned commander. Zack Marshall looked at the Zack head and said, "If we don't kill him, he will spread rumors that harm us. I acted for everyone's benefit. No one else wanted to take responsibility, so I did it. You can disown me if you want, I don't care." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly fell silent. Indeed, Zack Marshall's words made sense. The Norris head would certainly hold a grudge and might smear the four families if left alive. The head of the Zack family's expression softened slightly. Among his four sons, he favored and was most satisfied with this illegitimate child. Even though his mother wasn't respected, he brought Zack Marshall home and groomed him. When he saw Zack Marshall act, he initially thought Zack Marshall was as hopeless as his mother, but after listening to his explanation, his expression softened. He realized Zack Marshall had considered the greater good rather than acting rashly. However, the Zack head didn't defend Zack Marshall publicly. Instead, he coldly said, "No matter how many reasons you have, you acted without consulting me. I cannot let this go lightly. By the crime of disobeying the head, cut off your arm." Zack Marshall, without hesitation, was about to chop off his arm when the Ashton family head interrupted. "Since it has happened and he is willing to bear the consequences, let's note this down. We need all hands against the demons. Cutting off his arm would weaken us. Let's wait until we exit the secret realm before executing your family laws." This resonated with the Zack head, but he still asked the opinions of the other two heads. Albie and the Marshall family head skillfully distanced themselves, saying it was an internal matter of the Zack family. After hearing their responses, the Zack head sternly told Zack Marshall, "I'll spare you this time, but once we leave, you'll see what happens." His other three sons were bitterly disappointed at this lost opportunity for revenge. "Why forgive him so easily?" the eldest son protested, only to receive a fierce glare from the Zack head. With everyone else agreeing, he dared not speak further. Throughout this ordeal, Zack Marshall remained composed. Even learning he was spared, his face showed no joy, as if he lacked emotion. The sky was bone-chillingly cold, and the ground bristled with sharp blades. Both the soul-piercing cold and the imminent threat of demon blades hung over the cultivators like the sword of Damocles. Dozens of demons continuously hunted isolated forces, mercilessly slaughtering them. As the demonic territory expanded, other factions joined forces to stay safe. The Jamisu family walked with a few familiar factions, truly sharing warmth. All huddled together, defending against potential dangers. "Do you think those demons are real?" one person doubted. Another voice trembled, "Whether real or not, I hope we don't encounter them." "Someone will," another replied. "Why not let the four major clans deal with them? Now, they might stand a chance." Nearby voices agreed, hoping the demons would first clash with the four clans, weakening both parties so they could reap the benefits. However, someone poured cold water on these hopes. How naive. Demons wouldn't be stupid enough to target the strong first. They'll probably come for us only after picking us clean of any remnants. Though harsh, the speaker spoke brutal truth. Everyone looked at her. It was Ariana from the Jamisu family. She glanced at Rihanna, who shook her head, and Ariana fell silent. Rihanna took up where she left off, saying gently, "Xuanhuan isn't speaking to discourage everyone. She just wants us to realize that we are indeed on the most dangerous edge right now. We absolutely cannot afford any slack. We must always be prepared to face the demons and never let our guard down. Carelessness is our biggest enemy." Rihanna's voice was soft, and her smile was gentle, making her words much easier for the others to accept. Jamisu Jia's two members played their roles well, one stern, one kind, uniting this group under their command effortlessly. As they consolidated control, Ariana leaned closer to Rihanna with a faint smile. She whispered softly, "With this, we won't have to find Jenna or deal with her arrogance anymore." Initially, many in the Jamisu family had suggested finding Jenna once they learned about the demons in this realm. After all, Jenna was accompanied by a powerful dragon son-in-law. His presence could offer more security. Among them, Jamisu Jia was especially eager. However, Rihanna, Ariana, and others were not keen on aligning with Jenna. The struggle for leadership within the Jamisu family was still ongoing. If everyone relied too much on Jenna, it would mean the loss of the family's authority. Thus, Rihanna needed to find allies and demonstrate her own capabilities, proving she could lead the Jamisu family through these challenges without reliance on Jenna and her husband. "Stop." Rihanna, leading the group, suddenly halted them. Just as everyone looked puzzled, Rihanna said urgently, "Don't speak. Listen carefully to what sound it is." Everyone fell silent, straining to hear. With the wind came piercing cries, akin to the wails of spirits at night. The group's faces paled in shock, and someone began to tremble, asking nervously, "Is there a demon ahead?" In that moment, demons were the only explanation they could think of. They wouldn't even entertain the idea of ghosts. "We need to check out what's happening ahead. Move quietly. Don't make too much noise." Rihanna did not choose to avoid confrontation. She knew in this vast, exposed desert, they would eventually be found by the demons. Hoping for help from the 4 major clans of Jiuguang City was unrealistic. They might just sit back and wait to reap benefits from the chaos. Since escape was impossible, they should take the initiative. By remaining hidden while the demons were exposed, they could gain an initial advantage. Being caught unprepared and then fighting back would put them at a disadvantage. Once disrupted by the vicious demons, it would likely spell disaster. Under Rihanna's influence, everyone understood the stakes. Despite their fear, no one dared to flee. Doing so alone here would only hasten their death. They stealthily approached the source of the sounds. Climbing a small hill, they peered over the edge into a deep pit below. Shockingly, dozens of demonic figures were feasting on the corpses of cultivators. Some were headless, others missing limbs. A red-haired demon picked up a severed head and, after inspecting it, shook his head. Too ugly. It mustn't taste good. Another 4-legged demon grinned. Beauty doesn't determine flavor. Some beautiful people have little meat and tough, sour flesh. Conversely, some ugly ones can be surprisingly tasty. Oh, then this ugly one is yours. The red-haired demon generously offered the head. The 4-legged demon inspected it and scowled. True as it may be, I don't want such an ugly one. He tossed the head aside. It rolled towards a woman. The head stared with wide, bulging eyes, its face grotesque like a tangerine peel, lips curled in a ghastly grimace. The sight was too much for the woman, who cried out in horror. Her scream was muffled by someone nearby, but it was too late. The demons below noticed the commotion. Oh no, we've been discovered. Rihanna's heart sank. She wished she could silence the screaming woman, but it was too late. There was no choice now but to fight. Fight! At Rihanna's command, the group charged forward. The demons, instead of showing fear, licked the blood from their lips with amusement. Not done with these yet, and here comes another batch? Are they trying to stuff us? The demons laughed, taking to the skies and swooping down with terrifying speed. Without their primordial power, the cultivators could only wield their magical artifacts like mundane weapons, which barely scratched the demons. Meanwhile, the demons' natural weapons sliced through them effortlessly. Even on the ground, the demons were relentless, but the real danger came from above. The airborne demons struck suddenly, cutting swathes of bloody destruction. At first, the group felt confident, outnumbering the demons significantly, but they quickly realized their naivety. The demons, with their superior physical abilities, natural weapons, and flight, far outweighed the cultivators' advantages. Do I have to die like this? Helplessly? A dying man howled, bitter at his fate. With his primordial power, he might have stood a chance, but now he was butchered before he could react. Many felt similarly cheated. These weren't ordinary cultivators. They all had unique strengths. Without primordial power, those strengths were useless. Ironically, those few body cultivators, though rare, now shone the brightest. However, they were too few to turn the tide. In this perilous situation, the Jiangsu family members and their allies fought desperately against overwhelming odds. Their lack of primordial power rendered them vulnerable, forcing them to rely on raw strength and cunning. Yet, the demon's superiority seemed insurmountable. Entering this secret realm, the number of body cultivators was exceedingly few. Those powerful body cultivators who could withstand the demon's sharp blades were even rarer. Precisely because of this, hardly anyone could survive the slashing of demon claws. At this moment, Rihanna was already somewhat panicked. She realized her decision had been a mistake. These demons could not be defeated simply by outnumbering them. Unless it was a gathering of truly top-tier experts, only then might they have a chance to completely annihilate the demons. Relying on this group of miscellaneous individuals to employ sheer numbers was nothing but delivering themselves as prey. There was virtually no hope of victory. With each wave of attacks from the demons, some suffered injuries. Others were killed outright, watching their own ranks diminish rapidly. Yet the number of demons remained largely unchanged. Rihanna finally realized how foolish her decision had been. The magical artifacts in her hands began to show signs of difficulty in holding back the onslaught. Master Brother Sue, do you hear any sound? Martha and Zachariah stopped at a certain spot in the desert. Martha's delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she spoke. The sound seemed like the lamentations of some people, intermixed with unusual laughter. Zachariah nodded. Although he couldn't activate his spiritual hearing abilities, he still heard more clearly than Martha. Is someone fighting over something? Fear it involves more than just humans. From those sounds, Zachariah sensed something extraordinary. All along their journey, they hadn't actively engaged with others. Nor did they encounter the demons. Naturally, they were unaware of the demons' mischief. Let's go take a look. Zachariah held Martha's hand and walked towards a higher vantage point. When Zachariah saw the demons slaughtering in the deep pit, his eyes showed little surprise, because he had already deduced as much. After dealing with so many demons, sometimes one didn't need to see. Intuition was enough for a sharp judgment. Sure enough, these things, demons can appear even here, confirming the presence of this group of demons. Zachariah was slightly surprised. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Encountering demons, naturally he wouldn't let them off. If it were a conflict between cultivators, he wouldn't even consider investigating. But demons were different. In his eyes, they were walking treasures and experience points. When necessary, he wouldn't hesitate. Contrary to Zachariah's reaction, seeing this group of demons wreak havoc, Martha was shocked pale. Master Brother Sue, those are demons. Yes, I see. Let's go. Huh. Hearing Martha urging him to leave, Zachariah felt a bit surprised. He was sure Martha saw the Jiangsu family members trapped, yet she didn't ask him to save them. Martha seemed to know what Zachariah was thinking, gripping his arm tightly. Her expression showed hesitation. I know you're very strong, but your primal power is gone. I can't let you take the risk. I don't want to see the Jiangsu family die, but you are more important to me. So, please forgive my selfishness. At this moment, Martha truly didn't want anything to happen to Zachariah. She had finally gotten time alone with him. Though brief, it was vague yet beautiful. She hoped this beautiful time would continue. So, she dared not take the risk. In this situation, saving the Jamie-Su family would mean risking Zachariah's life. She couldn't do it. Relax, I'll be fine. Zachariah patted Martha's hand and gently reassured her. That Martha thought this way made him genuinely happy. Who wouldn't wish for their woman to think of nothing but them? Just as Zachariah was comforting Martha, the demons circling overhead noticed them. In the next moment, two demons dove towards Zachariah and Martha, approaching swiftly. They had already decided who would get which victim, male to the left, female to the right. And just as both demons' mouths twisted into manic grins, Zachariah suddenly raised his gaze. Suddenly meeting Zachariah's stare, the two demons felt a sudden unease. Unconsciously feeling a sense of panic, as if they were sheep, suddenly being stared down by a wolf. But they wouldn't abandon the attack due to such a feeling. The prey was within reach, needing only a slight stretch of the hand. In the next moment, Zachariah gathered strength in his legs, leaped up, and extended his hands, grabbing the heads of the two demons. Bang bang, two blood mists exploded in the air. Chapter 203, Settlement, Conspiracy. Zachariah's figure descended. The two headless demonic corpses also plummeted from the sky, rolling past Zachariah's feet. The other demons still hovering in the air. In that moment, all their smiles vanished. At the same time, in the deep pit below, those demons who had just finished killing and were licking their lips in satisfaction suddenly froze as they looked up. They faced these cultivators with one-sided massacres. Even if some could injure them, it took a great deal of effort. With nearly suicidal resolve, they could barely achieve an even trade. They had never seen anyone casually crush two demon heads. Most importantly, those two demons didn't even have a chance to react. There was no opportunity for any resistance. They were directly extinguished by Zachariah. The demons watching this felt a chill run down their spines. This guy, his speed and strength had reached an astounding level. Body cultivator. Ordinary cultivators without the aid of primordial energy couldn't possess such speed and strength. Only those dedicated to body refinement could achieve such shocking feats purely through physical power when primordial energy vanished. What level is this guy? The majority of the demons present grew slightly serious. In the current situation, body cultivators were the ones they least wanted to encounter. Especially powerful ones. They were undoubtedly the most troublesome among cultivators. However, they weren't sure just how strong Zachariah's physical prowess truly was. I think this guy's body strength has already reached the level of indestructible golden body. Indestructible golden body? That's a bit tricky. Why don't we try and see? In the next moment, a demon slightly bent his legs and instantly burst forward, his figure darting like lightning. His arm wielded a black-bladed weapon that suddenly slashed past Zachariah. Seeing this, Eileen couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Her heart jumped into her throat. The demon was about to feel smug when he caught sight of Zachariah turning towards him and asked, "What did you just do?" Seeing that Zachariah was unharmed, Eileen's heart finally settled a bit. The demon's face showed a slight surprise. He glanced at the blade on his arm and then at Zachariah's chest. There wasn't a drop of blood on his blade, and Zachariah's chest remained unblemished. I clearly touched him. Why would it be like this? Did I miscalculate the distance and not touch him at all? After pondering, the demon's figure flashed past Zachariah again. He tried once more, but this time, he aimed for Zachariah's neck. Moreover, he was certain his blade touched Zachariah's skin. It sliced cleanly across Zachariah's neck. However, when he turned back, there was no sign of the expected gushing blood. Zachariah stood there unscathed. Even his neck showed not a single mark. Nearby demons who witnessed this scene wore expressions of disbelief. Was this even human? Were you just bluffing? The demon's ally couldn't believe what they saw. The demon shook his head. His face was now ashen. I don't believe it. He refused to believe it. How could a mere human withstand his attack without a scratch? This was a huge insult to him. Desperate to prove otherwise, he attempted a third strike. However, this time, as his figure approached Zachariah again, a fist suddenly appeared infinitely magnified in his vision. Bang! A bloody mist mixed with white fluid exploded from behind his head. His body flew backward like a broken kite. His breath ceased instantly. I must admit, your speed is indeed fast, but 3 strikes and you're out, Zachariah said calmly. Even he had to admit. Without using any martial technique or manual, this demon's speed and agility were truly exceptional. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance. Initially, Zachariah hadn't taken it too seriously and let the demon attack twice to test his own physical strength. He wanted to see how much damage his body could withstand without divine essence reinforcement. Such opportunities were rare. So Zachariah allowed the demon to attack twice. By the third attack, Zachariah had made his judgment. The demon was no longer of use to him. Naturally, Zachariah wouldn't allow the same attack a third time. The remaining demons were speechless upon seeing this. Purely speaking of speed, the dead demon ranked second among their group, only slightly inferior to their leader, the bone-winged demon. Yet, even he couldn't pose any threat to Zachariah. For them, this man represented a form of dimensional advantage. At this moment, the struggling cultivators finally saw hope in Zachariah. They began calling for his help. The Jamie-Su family members, too, noticed Zachariah. To them, Zachariah's face was unfamiliar. They also saw Eileen behind him. Suddenly, they all felt puzzled. Shouldn't Eileen be with her Dao companion? Why was she with a stranger? Ariana, witnessing this, felt waves of jealousy surge within her. Why? Why does Eileen always have such outstanding men around her? Next moment, Ariana loudly shouted towards Zachariah. Fellow Daoist, Eileen has a Dao companion. Don't let her deceive you. Her voice was loud enough for Eileen to hear clearly from behind. She laughed despite being annoyed. Ariana's targeting of her wasn't new. Earlier, it might have angered her, but now, she didn't care much. After all, Ariana's words held no weight against her. Because Zachariah was her Dao companion, Ariana had mistakenly complained to the right person. She wondered how Zachariah would react. Upon hearing Ariana's words, Zachariah's expression remained unchanged. Oh, I know, I don't mind. Hearing this, Ariana almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Eileen was both surprised and amused. For Zachariah's wickedness, she found it satisfactory. Her heart was flooded with sweetness. But soon she realized the problem. If Zachariah said this, wouldn't it make it seem like she was having a relationship with two men? Rihanna frowned. She felt the man standing alone had a familiar yet strange aura. Yes, it was his demeanor. His demeanor was so similar to Eileen's unwanted son-in-law. Ah! Just then, Ariana screamed, distracted momentarily. She was directly injured by the demon's sharp weapon on her arm, blood gushing. The flesh of her entire arm peeled open. Her face turned pale, and the next moment, what filled her with despair was, the demon moved closer, pressing the blade against her neck. Though the demon didn't strike to kill, the blade slid back and forth, drawing a line of fresh blood. Ariana's eyes were filled with despair. Her situation felt like dancing between life and death. One moment she thought she was about to die. The next she felt herself still alive. This feeling was driving her to the brink of madness. No, don't kill me. Who can save me? Ariana, tormented by fear and despair, felt her body turn limp, her legs trembling so violently she could barely stand. Her eyes first sought out Rihanna. However, Rihanna was still locked in a life-and-death struggle with the demon. Moreover, she deliberately avoided looking at Ariana, as if intentionally avoiding her gaze. Intense hatred swelled within Ariana's heart. All this time I've risked my life for you, groveled before you, toiled obediently. Now that I'm in mortal peril, you won't even spare me a glance. She then turned her pleading gaze towards Zachariah. Zachariah did see her, but paid her no mind, his gaze swiftly moving away. At this moment, despair consumed Ariana even more. Time stretched on endlessly. In desperation, she finally turned her gaze toward the last person she wanted to beg, Eileen. Yet like Rihanna, Eileen didn't look her way once. In that moment, Ariana's face almost twisted with fury. She pleaded pitifully to the demon tormenting her. Spare me, capture that woman instead. If you capture her and use her to threaten that man, it will surely lead to your great victory. At this point, she didn't care about anything else. She only wanted to live. So, she betrayed Eileen, suggesting the demon use her to threaten Zachariah. Zachariah is their greatest threat right now. Capturing him would ensure their total victory. Oh, that's very helpful indeed. Hee. The demon chuckled maliciously. Thank you for this crucial information. Zachariah's brow furrowed sharply as he heard Ariana's words, instantly filled with murderous intent. Don't thank me, just let me live. Ariana forced a grimace more painful than tears. But in the next moment, her grimace froze. The demon's blade had already slashed across her neck, a spray of blood spurting out. Ariana's eyes widened in disbelief as she tried to stanch the gushing blood with both hands, an effort entirely in vain. Blood continued to flow, pooling around her feet. She opened her mouth to say something, but it came out as an indistinct slur, venomous hatred filling her eyes. She hated the demon who killed her and those who stood idly by as she died. I curse you all to join me in hell. With this final thought, Ariana's consciousness faded into oblivion. Her body fell backward, her eyes losing all trace of life. Rihanna finally glanced at Ariana but quickly turned away. The demon who killed Ariana emitted a piercing screech through some mysterious method of communication. This screech relayed the message, and all demons understood how to deal with Zachariah, their toughest adversary. Even the toughest men have weak spots, and Zachariah's weakness was Eileen. Very well, roared the bone-winged demon midair, laughing bitterly. His eyes were fixed on Zachariah, while his peripheral vision remained on Eileen behind him. Charge! He gave the order. On the ground, the demons abandoned their attacks on other cultivators and surged towards Zachariah, surrounding him. Capture the leader first. Above, the demons all lunged towards Eileen. They aimed to capture her and leverage her against Zachariah. Zachariah's expression turned icy upon hearing Ariana's betrayal. He realized their plan, to capture Eileen and use her as leverage. This struck a nerve. He was previously casual, but now rage burned in his eyes. In the next moment, he launched himself towards Eileen, plowing through any obstacles. Demons that stood in his path were instantly smashed into pulp. Their weapons met with his body and shattered instantly. Arriving at Eileen's side, 3 demons dropped from the sky, meeting the same fate under Zachariah's fists. Crushing stones scattered as he flung them upward, piercing the foreheads of approaching demons. More demons plummeted lifelessly. The bone-winged demon abruptly stopped. Now the sole demon remaining in the air, shock and fear flashed in his eyes. You are not an indestructible golden body cultivator. Are you? An Empyrean body? Zachariah said nothing, vanishing and reappearing back where he started. In the blink of an eye, another demon turned to blood mist below. Zachariah vanished repeatedly, each disappearance leading to another demon's immediate death. Ah! The bone-winged demon shivered. How terrifying is this being? What have they stirred up? Why is there such a powerful body cultivator here? These intelligence reports were flawed. Retreat. Other demons scrambled to escape in every direction. The surviving cultivators watched in awe and relief as the once unstoppable demons fled in chaos. They looked at Zachariah, expecting him to let go. Most believed chasing after them was unnecessary and that this outcome was perfect. But Zachariah wasn't satisfied. With a stamp of his feet, he blasted forward like a cannonball. While he left the other demons alone, the bone-winged demon leader couldn't escape. As the bone-winged demon thought he'd escaped danger, he suddenly felt coldness at his back, his entire body covered in goosebumps. He turned around to see Zachariah rapidly closing in. No! Screamed the bone-winged demon. He attempted to evade by diving down but failed. clashing furiously with his massive bone wings, aiming straight for Zachariah's eyes. But it played right into Zachariah's hands. With a combined punch and kick, the bone-winged demon's wings snapped and crumbled. In an instant, he became a broken-winged demon, forced onto the defensive. Why do you chase me? You follow the rule of capturing the leader, right? Just returning the favor, Zachariah replied coldly. Hold on. I have a critical secret to trade for my life. Will you? Before he could finish, Zachariah delivered a brutal punch without patience for further nonsense. The demon's head vanished from its body. Even as the leader of this group, under Zachariah's wrathful hands, fueled by explosive anger, he was no match. I have absolutely no interest in the secrets you demons hold. With the Chronicles of Demons, any secrets the demons possessed could be known by Zachariah. They were wrong to think they could trade their lives with secrets. The wingless, headless demon remained a corpse where it stood. In the next moment, Zachariah had already returned. From Zachariah chasing out to slaying the bone-winged demon and returning to Lanai, it hadn't taken more than 10 breaths' time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have dared believe that in so short a span, not even enough time to take 10 normal steps, Zachariah had killed a demon leader and returned. Lanai's gaze on Zachariah sparkled with intrigue. Which young girl doesn't bloom with love? And which woman wouldn't wish for a strong man who could provide her complete security? Zachariah walked up to Lanai and asked, "Are you all right?" Lanai shook her head. "What's wrong with me?" "Rather, you are dirty." When Zachariah had charged through the demon's encirclement, he inevitably got tainted with some of their blood. "No worries, just change my clothes." "You can help me," Zachariah said. Hearing this, Lanai blushed instantly. "Phew, who wants to help you change?" Afterwards, she quietly added, "I will, when no one is around." Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Her cheeks turned red like a ripe apple. On one side, Zachariah and Lanai flirted intimately. On the other side, the cultivators exchanged glances. They seemed to exist in two completely separate worlds until a man broke the silence, creating an intersection between these two worlds. "Senior, please accept my bow." A man immediately knelt down before Zachariah. Although Zachariah looked younger, he believed respect went to the capable ones. Zachariah's strength earned him the title senior. He bowed respectfully, showing immense gratitude. The favor of saving his life was greater than heaven. Without Zachariah's arrival and intervention, he would have surely died by the demon's hands, and humiliation too shameful to bear. So, his gratitude showed clearly on his face. Seeing someone thanking Zachariah profoundly, others followed suit. But some couldn't kneel due to their pride and only bowed slightly, clasping their fists in thanks. Mara also thanked them with a slight fist clasp. However, this time, she didn't step forward to say anything. Looking at Zachariah and Lanai's backs, she felt extremely desolate. Always confident in handling men, she suddenly lost her confidence. "Let's go." Zachariah had no intention of staying longer or explaining anything to the Jamie-Su family. His urgent task now was to change his clothes. Everything else could wait. Away from the crowd in a deserted place, Lanai carefully undid Zachariah's stained clothes and replaced them with clean ones. When her cool fingers touched his skin, she recoiled as if electrocuted, blushing furiously. Zachariah smiled. "What? Am I burning hot?" After that remark, his chest was slapped by Lanai. Zachariah caught her hand. Startled, meeting his fiery gaze, Lanai's heart raced wildly. Not here." Lanai lowered her head in embarrassment and avoided Zachariah's gaze. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zachariah quickly put on his new clothes. To distract himself from such thoughts, he immersed himself into the Chronicles of Demons to explore the past of the dead demons, especially the bone-winged demon who claimed to have secrets. Moments later, Zachariah frowned, looking increasingly serious. Lanai, waiting for his response, looked up and saw Zachariah's expression, mistaking it for displeasure over her reluctance. "All right, Brother Su, come on, I'm ready." Saying that, Lanai closed her eyes, presenting herself as if awaiting his pleasure. "Huh? Ready for what?" Zachariah asked, utterly confused. Chapter 204, Absolute Powerhouse. Zachariah was still immersed in the demon's past when he subconsciously asked. It wasn't until he saw Danika's inviting expression that he came to his senses, his demeanor gradually becoming awkward. "You can't think I would?" Danika opened her eyes and saw Zachariah's almost teasing expression, realizing she had misunderstood. Embarrassed and angry, she couldn't help but stomp on Zachariah's foot. "So what were you thinking about just now?" Facing Danika's question, Zachariah fell into thought once again. "I was pondering over the secret mentioned by that demon." "What secret?" Danika's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. What kind of secret made Zachariah so lost in thought? Gazing into the distance, Zachariah replied. "The demon said there's a mole among these cultivators who entered the secret realm." Whirling sandstorm ravaged the desert. Every traveler was covered with yellow sand. Sand aggressively forced its way into their eyes and noses. They kept their mouths tightly shut, not daring to open them even slightly. If they did, the sand would fill their mouths instantly. The desert's punishment became more severe day by day. Increasingly extreme weather phenomena appeared, gradually driving everyone into despair. Those weakened by exhaustion were completely buried by the sand, unable to stand again. In the camp of the four major families, the front row was shielded by many people holding up shields against the blowing wind and sand. Behind them, the teams of the four major families advanced step by step. "How exactly do we pass this level of the secret realm?" Someone in the crowd whispered irritably. The endless expanse of the desert had them walking aimlessly for hours without seeing any end. Although there was no threat to their lives due to the joint efforts of the four major families, their patience was being severely tested. A listless voice responded, "Probably surviving through it counts as passing? Wasn't each previous stage like this too? Sigh, this hellhole even has demons. How long will we survive? We can only take it one step at a time. But after so long without encountering any demons, Are those demons Lord Norris spoke of really real? Unclear. Could it be some kind of trap? Trying to lure us here, and then bury us? You're overthinking. Does family Norris have the guts? Isn't that hitting a stone with an egg? Exactly, our alliance makes us invincible in here. Who dares harbor ill intentions towards us? That's true. After traveling for some time, they finally left the area of the violent wind. The people holding the shields up front also retreated. Just as those people withdrew, the four patriarchs noticed several figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, these people had varying degrees of injuries, their expressions exhausted. Their faces turned wary when they encountered the entourage of the four major families. Given their current state, if the four major families harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't have much chance of survival. Fortunately, the four major families hadn't gone insane enough to do such a thing. If they randomly killed members of other forces, they'd invite retaliatory strikes from those forces. They weren't arrogant enough to challenge all the surrounding city clans. Seeing that the four major families showed no hostility, this group of people felt somewhat relieved. Zack family Joseph spoke with a tone of concern. What happened to your injuries? Without hesitation, the leader of this small force answered, we encountered demons. This small force was part of the coalition allied with the Jamie-Su family. After the demon coalition crumbled, they decided to go their separate ways from the Jamie-Su family. Originally formed to resist the demons temporarily, now that the demon threat was minimal, their team wasn't necessary anymore. Especially, they were dissatisfied with the overconfident woman from the Jamie-Su family who disappeared during the fight with the demons, proving herself incapable of leading. Although the four patriarchs had anticipated they might encounter demons, hearing it confirmed directly still surprised them, mainly because it was surprising that they survived after meeting demons. Thus, the demons weren't as fearsome as Lord Norris had described. Looking at this small force's lineup, the four major families thought the same. Comparatively speaking, this small force's strength was vastly inferior. If the demons failed to destroy this minor team, these demons weren't that terrifying. You met the demons. Then what happened? Ashton family Joseph asked aloud, voicing everyone's curiosity about what transpired and how they escaped. The leader's gaze swept over the four major families, showing little surprise. He clearly knew demons existed in this level. Do you know there are demons here? Before the patriarchs could respond, he already knew from their expressions. Understandable. His tone grew indifferent. Reluctant to recount their struggles, he didn't want to say much. But he calmly stated the outcome. The demon's leader has been slain. A few others fled, but they posed no significant threat. Everyone was momentarily stunned. These were the demons causing Lord Norris's immense fear. Seemed unlikely. As if reading their thoughts, the leader added bluntly, not our doing. It was another individual. Another person? Luo family Joseph Albee caught the crucial detail. One person, not multiple. Yes, one person. Thinking of a certain figure, the leader's eyes shone with admiration. He affirmed, that was a true, absolute powerhouse. Chapter 205. The Imperial Palace. Achoo. Zachariah, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Jenna, suddenly sneezed. Jenna looked at him with concern. Jaya, you catch a chill? Zachariah shook his head. With his physical condition, how could he catch a chill? Maybe someone is cursing me. At that moment, the people from the four major families who heard this felt it was absurd. That demonic group which made the Situ family Joseph's heart and liver nearly burst with anger, was defeated by one person? This news was even more ridiculous than if they had been told that the demon group had been defeated by this small team in front of them. Ashton family Joseph slightly frowned, just like the others, finding it hard to believe such a thing. Were those demons so weak? The leader of the team from the force said seriously, that person was too strong. Those demons weak? In this ghostly place where primal energy mysteriously disappears, each demon could take on 10 or even 100 people easily. He really wanted to say. In this place, even if all four family patriarchs acted together, you might not be a match for the demon leader. But this statement would be too insulting. He thought about it, and finally resisted the impulse. The people of the four major families ultimately still did not believe it. Each face was filled with skepticism. The leader of the force's small team saw the expressions on their faces and didn't want to explain further to them. You'll understand when you meet Jenna. The person you mentioned, is that the partner who previously appeared beside Jenna? The Ashton family Joseph said in surprise. And at this moment, behind him, Iof perked up immediately upon hearing news related to Jenna, almost pricking up his ears. No, it's another one. Another one? She has another one? Achoo. Jenna suddenly sneezed too. Jaya, did you catch a chill? Zachariah touched her flawless cheek, feeling its slight coolness. Jenna also shook her head. With you here, how could I catch a chill? Zachariah was like a walking warm furnace. With him around, Jenna could barely feel any cold. How could she possibly catch a chill? Maybe, someone is cursing me? Impossible. Iof stood out first to refute. Miss Jamisu isn't the kind of person you describe. Don't slander her character. Facing Iof's baseless accusation, the leader of the small team did not wish to argue with him. Why would I defame her for no reason? What motive do I have to defame her? I merely speak of what I see. Seeing is believing. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Finally, he looked at Iof, feeling a bit sorry for this eldest son of the Ashton family. His tone softened slightly. When you meet her again, you will know whether what I said is true or false. He thought Iof was quite pitiful. He could see that Iof had feelings for Jenna. Unfortunately, it was a one-sided affair. His infatuation came to naught. She doesn't even consider you as an option, you poor man. Hearing this, Iof felt like he had been punched hard in the gut. The pain was genuine. He couldn't believe that Jenna would juggle two men, but the other party's assured manner. Giants seemed fake. At this point, Iof believed 7 or 8/10 of it. Therefore, his heart was torn apart. Turns out, I don't even rank second? At this time, apart from Iof being heartbroken, everyone else didn't feel much. Even the Ashton family Joseph did not indulge in his eldest son's sentimental thoughts, only letting him mourn alone. The Ashton family, Joseph said, whatever the case, it's good that the demon menace is resolved. A smile spread across everyone's faces, but in the heart of the small team's leader, the resolution of those demons didn't mean the four major families were truly happy. Perhaps, they hoped other forces would perish under the hands of the demons, thus reducing many competitors naturally. Of course, he wouldn't voice this speculation, nor did he exchange pleasantries with them. After bidding farewell, they parted ways. On the way, the atmosphere of the four major families wasn't as heavy as before. Without the demon threat gnawing at their core, their united strength thrived, capable of freely dominating the desert. Surviving here means victory. Throughout the journey, the four patriarchs fell into silence. Each had different thoughts, nobody knew what they were thinking. After an unknown period, just as everyone began to appear numb again, suddenly, someone screamed in alarm. Look, what's that? Everyone turned to look forward at the sound. They saw what was once an endless desert suddenly revealed a hint of green in the distance. That speck of green instantly revived hope in everyone's hearts. We've reached the end. An oasis lies ahead, hurry! Someone shouted amidst the crowd. Then, a flurry of sounds arose among the people. Many were eager to move. They had been confined in the desert for too long. Now, seeing the oasis, how could they not be excited? Seeing the situation becoming uncontrollable, suddenly, several thunderous shouts sounded. Calm down. In critical moments, it still required the four family patriarchs to keep the scene orderly, though their eyes shone with excitement. Yet, they bore the rise and fall of their clans. Naturally, they couldn't act impulsively like clan members. They must remain cautious, avoiding any mistake. Any misstep in their decisions could lead their clan into an irreversible abyss. Under the strict orders of the four patriarchs, everyone suppressed their inner excitement. Only then did a part of the people advance toward the oasis. The oasis gleamed dazzlingly, as if it were the Aurora realm, contrasting sharply with the eternal night desert, like the difference between heaven and hell. When that part of the people stepped onto the oasis and confirmed there were no issues, they happily beckoned the others over. When all four major families' people stood on the oasis ground, greedily inhaling the air, allowing the light to shower upon them, their hearts overflowed with unparalleled satisfaction. Many even let out involuntary cries. The environment on this oasis was like paradise compared to the desert. Looking back, the desert seemed like hell, making one reluctant to step foot into it again. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent rumbling beneath their feet startled everyone. Everyone quickly steadied themselves. Before they understood the situation, a giant white building rose from the distant ground. In just a few breaths, that colossal white structure stood majestically before them, resembling an awe-inspiring miracle. Is that a temple? Among the crowd, someone whispered softly. People watched the white building, suddenly feeling a sense of reverence, feeling their steps grow heavier. Never have we seen such a magnificent palace. This isn't a temple, this could be the true, imperial palace of the human emperor. Is the emperor's fate inside? At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened, including the four family patriarchs. The term emperor's fate was once so far-fetched for them, but now, it seemed within reach, just one stretch away. Let's go. We move forward. At this moment, even the four family patriarchs couldn't remain calm easily. The remaining rationality only stopped them from losing composure on the spot. Everyone cautiously approached the white imperial palace. Viewing from nearby, the white imperial palace was flawless, crafted as if from perfect, unblemished white jade. The architecture was seamless, appearing as if it were created by nature itself, a marvel of craftsmanship that could be described as miraculous. This wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. As the group approached the imperial palace, the feeling of reverence grew stronger. Many almost couldn't hold themselves back from kneeling on the spot. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. Even the four family patriarchs at the forefront felt an immense pressure. Is this the emperor's might? The emperor has fallen, yet his power remains? Remember, we're only facing his imperial palace. Just the palace where the human emperor once resided exudes such formidable pressure. Or perhaps, the body of the fallen human emperor lies within this palace. At that moment, the great doors of the imperial palace remained closed. Beneath the gate were 36 steps. By the time everyone reached these 36 steps, they were already breaking out in a slight sweat. Someone tried to climb just one step but was pressed down and rolled back due to the overwhelming pressure. After being helped up, they shook their head repeatedly, saying, the pressure is even greater up there. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated, reluctant to proceed further. The Zack family Joseph spoke up. Moving forward, the pressure will likely increase. Let's rest here first, adjust our states before challenging again. After all, with their primal energy not fully restored, they were relying purely on physical strength. Such physical exertion posed a challenge, and physical recovery could only come from rest. There were no other better methods. The four family patriarchs had no choice but to let everyone acclimate to the pressure. Only after adapting to the current pressure and receiving adequate rest would they be prepared for the next challenge. Meanwhile, as the four major families rested on site, people from other forces began arriving at the oasis one after another. Their actions were far more unrestrained than those of the four major families. They sprinted full force towards the oasis in their last burst of energy. Some, upon seeing the white imperial palace, became so excited they emitted cries similar to baboons. When Zachariah and Jenna arrived at the oasis, they witnessed this peculiar scene. Zachariah thought of a line of poetry. The gibbon's cries along the banks cease not. My light boat has left 10,000 mountains behind. It aptly described what he saw and heard. That palace. Jenna's gaze was also drawn to the white palace. Zachariah remained calm. After all, he didn't assume that good things necessarily hid within the palace. The previous underground chamber in Flame Splendor Mountain had left him with some psychological trauma. Though this palace appeared auspicious, it didn't seem as ominous. But who could be sure there weren't fatal traps inside? Even without entering the palace, they could feel an invisible pressure pressing down on them. Before stepping inside, it already gave a warning. How simple could this palace be? With the philosophy of don't be too happy too soon, Zachariah kept a calm face and led Jenna toward the entrance of the White Imperial Palace. Soon after, they saw the figures of the 4 major families of Imperial Light City. They were sitting on the ground at the foot of the palace steps. At this point, people from other forces also couldn't hold on any longer, quickly sitting down to adjust their state. Zachariah noticed Jenna was struggling to support herself, gripping his hand tightly. At this moment, the members of the 4 major families noticed Jenna's side. Upon seeing the person beside Jenna was indeed different. Everyone else didn't react much, but Iof couldn't stay seated. He suddenly stood up to plead for justice on behalf of the former son-in-law. Miss Jaemisu, your previous Dao companion bore so much pressure alone for you, risking everything to protect you. How can you abandon him so quickly? How could you move on so fast? Did I misjudge you? Hearing this, Jenna couldn't help but feel slightly irritated. She pinched Zachariah's arm. After all, it was all because of Zachariah. She wasn't afraid of misunderstanding by Iof, but his words made everyone look at her strangely, which indeed made her uncomfortable. This put her in the position of being capricious and fickle. Zachariah naturally couldn't let his woman bear this unfair accusation alone. He immediately corrected. Let me clarify. I'm the Dao companion you're referring to. I just disguised myself earlier. Now, are you satisfied? Zachariah stared directly at Iof. After meeting Zachariah's gaze, Iof soon conceded. He lost, thoroughly and unequivocally. On the other side, the Jenna family also realized the truth. At this moment, Mara looked at Zachariah with gritted teeth. She thought, no wonder she always felt familiar with Zachariah. Turns out, he was still Jenna's son-in-law. After clarifying, Zachariah ignored the surrounding crowd. Turning to Jenna, he pointed to the palace gates and said softly, do you want to go up? Jenna nodded. I do, but I need to rest a bit. Jenna was about to say she needed more rest as she couldn't hold on much longer. But Zachariah shook his head. No need to wait, come on my back. Jenna was taken aback. Before she could process it, Zachariah already lifted her into his arms. Jenna was momentarily flustered, but she quickly realized what Zachariah intended to do and asked worriedly, Can we? Zachariah replied, trust me. Jenna smiled gently, I trust you. Thus, amidst everyone's surprised and strange gazes, Zachariah carried Jenna toward the steps. Someone couldn't help but cry out. What is he going to do? Chapter 206, Could you help? Everyone was astonished when they saw Zachariah carrying Marley towards the stairs. Could it be that he intends to carry Marley up? When Zachariah indeed began climbing the first step while holding Marley, as they had guessed, a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. They struggled to climb it by themselves. Zachariah was going to carry another person up? Wasn't that too outrageous? For those who were still single, this scene felt like a direct emotional blow. This display of affection, it filled their mouths completely with sweetness meant for others. Unkur closed his eyes. No sorrow compared to this heartbreak. At this moment, most of the female cultivators present had eyes sparkling with admiration. Such a display of manliness. It was off the charts. The married female cultivators glanced at their own partners. Meanwhile, the male cultivators could only feel helpless and on the verge of tears, unable to handle themselves, let alone carrying their partners up. What kind of joke was this? Engaging in overambitious actions was something they weren't willing to do, and failing would be even more humiliating. Their partner's weakness incited numerous women's dissatisfaction. Zachariah didn't expect that this simple action of his indirectly sparked a crisis of trust between couples. At this point, all the male cultivators present stared intently at Zachariah. How they wished to see him fall from those steps, to make a fool of himself before everyone. Only then would their partners stop making unreasonable demands and ask them to emulate Zachariah. Of course, there were some who couldn't withstand the persistent nagging of their partners. A well-built male cultivator saw Zachariah walking up the steps with Marley effortlessly. He assumed the pressure wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. He adapted to the current pressure, thus deciding to give it a shot. He risked everything. In the next moment, he picked up his partner confidently and started climbing the stairs. Resultantly, his face drastically changed upon stepping on the first step. An overwhelming wave of pressure surged toward him. His legs trembled violently like sieves. His face turned beet red. The female cultivator in his arms clung to his neck, urging him on. But he felt not an ounce of encouragement, wishing she would just shut up. Not possible. I can't fail at the first step. It's too embarrassing. He had dignity. If he fell at the first step, he'd be laughed at. Holding on to this belief, the male cultivator roared and strained to take another step upward. Taking this step seemed to drain all his strength. As he reached the second step, his legs finally gave in under the terrifying pressure. He dropped to his knees, his body falling backward. The woman in his arms screamed as both rolled down the steps. Seeing this, people shook their heads. After getting up, the embarrassed woman kicked her partner. You're really useless. The male cultivator lamely said, the pressure doubles when two people go up together. Once he finished speaking, others immediately abandoned the idea of following suit. Naturally, there were those who didn't believe him. They thought the male cultivator was only salvaging his pride. After all, they observed that Zachariah appeared lighthearted throughout his climb. If carrying a person required double the pressure as the male cultivator claimed, they dared not imagine how formidable Zachariah's physique and strength must be. At this moment, Zachariah's pace was unhurried, but every step was steady. Before everyone could react, he had reached the middle of the staircase. He was nearly halfway through the 36 steps. Coming back to their senses, everyone hurriedly stood up and began ascending the steps. They were naturally worried about missing out on opportunities inside the Imperial Palace if Zachariah and Marley got ahead. For a moment, everyone rushed forward competitively. However, despite having adapted to the pressure below, when they climbed the steps, they realized that it was as if these steps belonged to a completely different world. There was no comparison at all. The pressure on the steps made them shudder instantly, almost mentally exploding. But now, it was impossible to give up. They could only grit their teeth and push on. Even if it meant crawling up the steps, they had to get through. Indeed, some chose this method. They found that squatting and climbing was less strenuous than standing. This is too hard. Someone had already broken out into a sweat, drenched in perspiration after reaching 1/3 of the staircase. The pressure increased dramatically with each step. Though it didn't double, the increase was very real. After 10 steps, the pressure was 3 times as intense as the first step, and this staircase had 36 steps. Wouldn't the pressure explode to 10 times the first step by the top? Unimaginable. They hadn't even reached half, yet they looked like they were dying. Imagine what it would be like past the 30th step. Bear in mind, as the pressure approached human limits, each increment felt like doubling the strain. Just as despair set in, they lifted their heads to find that figure ahead was nearly at the finish line. They couldn't even spot a drop of sweat on Zachariah. Although his pace slowed slightly past the 30th step, he remained steady enough to leave everyone in awe. At this point, they began to believe what the leader of the team they encountered earlier said. This man, indeed, might be capable of battling numerous demons and monsters. With his monstrous physical constitution, who could match him? Even those demons with inherently powerful bodies might concede. Zachariah placed his foot on the final step. At this moment, he suddenly felt lighter. It was as if walking made him feel like floating. The mountain-like pressure that enveloped him vanished completely. Zachariah gently set Marley down. She wrapped her arms around Zachariah's neck, her long lashes fluttering, and suddenly leaned in to peck his cheek. Like a chick pecking rice. Touch and retreat. Though Zachariah shielded them from view, for Marley, this public act of intimacy was quite bold. Meanwhile, below the stairs behind Zachariah, someone called out to Marley, "Dear sister, could you ask your partner to lend a hand? I promise substantial thanks." That voice was so alluring, it made bones tingle. Marley looked over. The caller was the woman who previously tried to form a team with her but was refused. Chapter 207. The Imperial Palace Murals. Upon hearing these words, Marley's delicate eyebrows slightly knitted. Of course, she was not willing to let Hunt embrace another woman. However, given her personality, she naturally would not force Hunt to do or not do anything. She simply asked Hunt a question, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. But her ears were practically pricked up like a rabbit's, listening intently to what Hunt would say. Hunt caught a glimpse of Marley's expression and immediately smiled, saying, "I'm not willing. Let's go." With that, he took Marley's hand. A flicker of joy danced in Marley's eyes, but she still pretended as if nothing happened and said to the woman, "You heard him. He's unwilling, and I can't do anything about it. Sorry, sister." The coquettish woman's face stiffened slightly, yet she forced a smile, replying, "It's okay." Seeing the woman embarrassed, some of the surrounding people snickered. This woman had overestimated her charm, relying on her good looks to take shortcuts, without enough self-awareness. Meanwhile, the Jamie-Sue family members gave up on getting help from Marley after seeing the woman's embarrassment. After all, Marley also sought Hunt's opinion, and everything was up to Hunt's decision. He had no obligation to help them. Besides, considering how they had treated Marley before, it was indeed shameless for them to ask for more help from her. This time is different. There are no enemies this time. What we need to defeat is ourselves. So everyone, rely on yourselves, not others. Seeing no hope of getting Hunt's help, they could only muster their courage and continue climbing upward. At this moment, Hunt and Marley had already arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. The tightly closed gates of the Imperial Palace seemed perfectly sealed, as if welded shut. Having experience from the underground palace, Hunt did not immediately try to push the door open, but looked around for any mechanisms first. After searching everywhere, he could only sigh in frustration. There seemed to be no mechanism here. Hunt asked Marley to stand back a bit, exercising caution. He didn't know what lay behind the door and worried something might rush out when it opened. Keeping Marley at a distance provided a buffer in case of danger. After Marley stood far enough away, Hunt placed both hands on the white jade gate. "Little brother Sue, please be careful," Marley cautioned from behind. Hunt nodded and started exerting force. At this moment, the 4 major clan heads and some family elites who had climbed 2/3 of the steps saw Hunt pushing the gate. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, striking them like a slap across the face. The massive gate slowly parted with a thunderous roar, gradually widening. Hunt used his extraordinary strength to open the door single-handedly. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned speechless by the sheer power displayed. How terrifying was this strength? How far has this man cultivated his physical body? Witnesses stood frozen, almost forgetting where they were. Behind Hunt, Marley's clear eyes sparkled with amazement. She was genuinely happy for Hunt's prowess. However, many doubts still lingered in her heart. She had heard from fellow disciples about Hunt's powerful physique, but never to the extent she witnessed now. Moreover, his sword skills and bizarre abilities added to her confusion. Where did all these come from? But Hunt hadn't revealed anything, so she didn't ask, not wanting to pressure him. She understood the dangers of possessing extraordinary skills and feared causing trouble for him. Perhaps some of his abilities were not entirely learned from Xu Sect. If revealed prematurely, could Xu tolerate the origins? Maybe this is why little brother Sue always hides his true strength, Marley guessed internally, believing she was close to the truth. Though unconfirmed by Hunt, she felt closer to understanding. Until Hunt shared openly, she wouldn't press further, fearing it might drive him away. These mysteries she kept buried deep inside, not letting them surface until the right moment. As Hunt widened the gate just enough for one person to pass, the leading figures boosted everyone's morale, shouting, "The Imperial Palace doors are open. Everyone, keep your spirits high and charge forward." Those on the 36 steps roared, creating an electrifying atmosphere. They charged upward with renewed vigor, determined to persevere regardless of obstacles. Hunt entered through the gap, ensuring no immediate danger before beckoning Marley inside. She remained obediently outside until Hunt called her in. Upon entering the Imperial Palace, eerie green flames illuminated the vast space, casting an ethereal glow. Wait a moment, Hunt instructed Marley, then approached the white jade door and closed it behind them. The 4 clan heads and elite members finally reached the flat ground in front of the gate, visibly relieved. Exhausted and sweating profusely, even they felt like survivors after a life or death struggle. Contrasting their state with Hunt, who carried someone up effortlessly, made them feel even more disheartened. But now wasn't the time for despair. Self-doubt was dangerous, so the best thing was not to dwell on it. Just focus on doing your own job well. After the cultivators who had climbed to the highest step slightly adjusted their breathing, their gazes almost synchronously turned towards the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Excitement flashed in their eyes. Zachariah had already opened the gate for them. Indeed, one reaps what another has sown. Zachariah's action helped a lot of people who had reached the highest level of the steps, allowing them to enjoy some rewards without having to open the door themselves. Those still climbing would only be able to share in whatever little remained. However, just as everyone was full of anticipation and ready to move forward, the white jade gates of the Imperial Palace suddenly closed again. This sight made all the cultivators about to reach the gate gape in disbelief. Before the gate closed completely, they saw the figure closing it. It was Zachariah. He closed the gate again. He doesn't want us to go in. I told you he couldn't be that kind-hearted. This guy must want to monopolize the treasures within the Imperial Palace, even the Imperial legacy. The person speaking only accused Zachariah of being selfish, but no one considered, if they were in Zachariah's position, what would they do? Would they generously share the fruits of their labor? If they obtained the Imperial legacy, would they let others benefit too? They definitely wouldn't. Yet from their perspective at that moment, they demanded Zachariah to be as selfless as a saint. Some even held grudges because Zachariah entered the Imperial Palace first without helping them or pulling them up. They just dared not voice these thoughts out loud, due to Zachariah's formidable strength. Zachariah saw through human nature. That's why he refused to do anything detrimental to himself and beneficial to others. Inside the Imperial Palace, Marley saw Zachariah push the gate shut and understood his intentions. Little brother Sue, how mean of you. Marley smiled faintly. She believed Zachariah had his reasons for acting this way. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong. The cultivation world was cruel. If someone wanted to be a selfless saint, without extraordinary luck, they wouldn't survive long. After all, human hearts are hard to fathom. Kindness shown might not be remembered by others. They might even repay kindness with enmity. If Zachariah let them in, when the real treasures appeared, would they willingly watch Zachariah claim the treasures? Would they not covet or harbor ill will towards him? There were no guarantees. Zachariah simply did not trust them, and acted as he thought fit. Marley wouldn't blame him for it. So she said this with a playful tone. Zachariah also smiled faintly, patting her head without saying much more. The entire Imperial Palace was vast and empty. Numerous murals adorned the walls. Zachariah and Marley walked along one wall, their gazes fixed on the murals. They didn't know the mysteries of this palace, but perhaps these murals could give them clues. These murals seemed to narrate the life of the mortal emperor. Marley observed the murals from the left side of the entrance. It felt like witnessing an infant grow into a graceful youth firsthand. The youth hunted leopards at 3, tigers at 8, and by the time he came of age, he was already a renowned young talent. Zachariah stared intently at the mural's content. So far, everything was normal, just significant events in a person's life presented through murals. Zachariah felt this person must have been very confident. If not, who would dare openly reveal themselves so thoroughly? Continuing, Zachariah saw that the talented youth was accepted by a Taoist hermit living deep in the mountains, learning Taoist techniques. In just a few years, he became proficient. He could command objects and ride the wind, soaring through the heavens effortlessly. Then he went traveling down the mountain. Here, it seems he encountered a demon. Marley pointed to a 3-headed, 6-armed fearsome figure in the mural. It showed him encountering a demonic disturbance during his travels. He acted decisively, engaging the demon in combat. The mural depicted only the standoff between them. The specific battle process was not illustrated. Yet the demon's depiction was lifelike, especially its eyes. It felt like they were staring directly at you. No matter which angle you viewed from, you felt its gaze locked on you. Even after changing angles, Marley still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by the mural's demon, instantly giving her goosebumps. The demon in the mural felt almost alive to her. When she focused on its eyes, they clearly did not move. But as soon as her gaze shifted, she felt it following her. This eerie sensation made her feel uncomfortable. Little brother Sue, don't you find these murals somewhat peculiar? Zachariah felt the same way, but he didn't amplify her fear but gently comforted her. Maybe it's just the skillful craftsmanship of the artist. Hearing Zachariah's words, Marley felt somewhat reassured. They didn't linger too long before the demon mural. Continuing onwards, the youth killed the demon, saving many lives, but he seemed dispirited. In the scene, he was seen returning to the mountain where the hermit lived. Yet upon arrival, a drastic change awaited him. His master, the hermit, lay dead in a pool of blood in the grass hall. Seeing this, Marley felt her heart clench, empathizing deeply. Suddenly, she sensed a chilling coldness from behind. Chapter 208. The conspiracy surfaces. When the chill appeared, Cindy immediately turned around. However, there was nothing behind her. She clutched Zachariah's arm with some anxiety and said, "Junior brother Sue, I feel like there's something unclean nearby." Zachariah didn't have this feeling. Even if there were any unseen unclean things, they posed no threat to him. Therefore, his instincts did not detect any danger. Unfortunately, with his divine essence depleted, he could not activate his insight eye to see clearly. Don't worry, I'm here. Zachariah gently patted her hand, softly comforting her. He didn't think that Cindy was being overly suspicious. After all, he had seen many souls before and even experienced what it felt like to be targeted by such entities. But at this moment, Zachariah's comfort did little to ease Cindy's tension. She continued to cling tightly to Zachariah's arm. Zachariah scanned the vast imperial palace with his gaze, thinking to himself, "Jayad, we enter this place just to see the master of the imperial palace's life story? That is indeed a bit awkward. Who cares about someone else's past? Especially after Zachariah had seen so many demons' past lives. If it wasn't for gathering intelligence, he wouldn't willingly look at their lives again. Originally, he thought that entering the imperial palace first would give them some advantage. Now it seemed they had merely seen the murals on the walls earlier than others. Perhaps after seeing the murals, they might gain unexpected benefits? Zachariah and Cindy couldn't do much else but continue watching the murals. After the master's death, the protagonist in the mural went down the mountain. He traveled through the world, cultivating Dao freely. As his cultivation improved, he traversed central plains and even reached places beyond endless seas. Along the way, he vanquished countless demons. There were over 100 demons depicted in these murals, each representing powerful demons encountered in different stages of his life. Certainly, other defeated demons were not included in these depictions. At one point, the mural showed him fighting in a place similar to the Ghost region. The demons who fell under his hands were terrified and knelt, begging for mercy. Afterward, he experienced the tribulation and attained immortality, settling in Imperial Light City. Following his settlement in Imperial Light City, the events became mundane, with no thrilling major events happening. The content of the mural ended abruptly when he left Imperial Light City, leaving unanswered where he went afterward and why he eventually perished. It was as if an exciting chapter in a novel suddenly cut off mid-story. Cindy felt somewhat unsatisfied but didn't dwell on it too long. Perhaps the man's downfall was dishonorable, unworthy of his imperial status, so they dared not show it to the public? Why didn't he seek revenge against his master's murderer? Cindy suddenly asked, her expression puzzled. She found it odd that the mural didn't depict how his master died. Moreover, after his master's death, he traveled the world without mentioning anything related to his master ever again. His master's death was brushed aside so easily, which seemed unnatural and unacceptable from a human perspective. Cindy believed in clear-cut justice, rewards for kindness, revenge for wrongs. Maybe because he didn't know how his master died. Zachariah speculated. Cindy let go of the matter and gazed blankly at the empty palace. They finished viewing the murals but found nothing significant. Treasures and opportunities seemed like mirages, invisible and out of reach. Boom. At this moment, the grand door made a noise. The white jade door slowly opened inward from the outside. People from various factions had already gathered outside the door, concerned that treasures and opportunities might belong entirely to Zachariah and Cindy. They pushed together to open the heavy jade door, realizing just how strong Zachariah was, as only he had managed to open it alone with ease. Inside the palace, Zachariah did not rush to close the door, though he briefly considered it. Closing the door seemed mean-spirited, especially since he hadn't discovered any secret treasures yet. But if he did find something, he might consider closing it then. The door fully opened, and people rushed in. Seeing the spacious yet desolate interior, they were momentarily stunned. After all their effort, they arrived at the supposed imperial palace, only to find, was everything taken by those two? This question brought everyone's hostile gazes towards Zachariah and Cindy, filled with enmity and resentment. Many were convinced the duo had plundered all treasures during their time inside. Zachariah was indifferent and ready to demonstrate his power if necessary. Would they value their lives or imaginary treasures more? However, Cindy didn't want to make enemies, especially not with so many people present. She explained that they spent their time viewing the murals and saw no treasures, nor took anything. I, Cindy, swear an oath. If a single word I said is false, may I die a terrible death. Her solemn vow reassured many. Most cultivators believed in higher powers and rarely swore oaths lightly. Despite some lingering doubts, the obvious hostility significantly diminished. Unable to gain any advantage from Zachariah, they turned their attention back to the murals, but most were anxious and couldn't focus. Some simply ignored the murals, searching the palace floor for hidden compartments or mechanisms. According to them, inspecting the murals was foolish. Zachariah and Cindy had been there for so long without finding anything. What hope did they have? Thus, they chose to search the ground for anything concealed instead. Hey, this demon. Why does it look so real? The demons and the protagonist in the murals were depicted in bas-relief, giving them a more three-dimensional appearance. They looked even more lifelike. At this moment, some people felt astonished by the very same three-headed, six-armed demon that Cindy had seen initially. Their feelings were not much different from hers. They also found it unsettling. Suddenly, Zach Marshall, the illegitimate son of the head of the Zach family, stepped forward and thrust his sword into the demon's eye. A tearing sound rang out as the sword tip pierced several inches into the wall, destroying the demon's eye in the bas-relief. What are you doing? Someone saw this scene unfold and was momentarily startled. After all, they were inside the imperial palace. Any rash action could be seen as disrespect to the longevity emperor. Zach Marshall's actions were undoubtedly putting everyone's lives at risk. The head of the Zach family's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected Zach Marshall to act out again so soon after receiving a lesson. Zach Marshall, however, was nonchalant and calmly said, "It irks me." "Go to hell, I'm the one who's irritated," shouted Arn from nearby. In fury, he lashed out with a heavy punch towards Zach Marshall. Arnie's anger was evident, unable to tolerate Zach Marshall's dictatorial behavior any longer. Everyone else hoped to see Zach Marshall get hit. They disliked him too for always stirring trouble, especially when he acted without consequence or remorse afterward, which was infuriating. But when Arnie's fist swung close, Zach Marshall easily sidestepped and countered with an upward swing of his sword, slashing Arnie's arm. Blood splattered as Arn fell back. Zach Marshall didn't aim to kill, or Arn would have lost his arm. Morong Gu. Xiao Jinyu. Both family heads roared in unison. But just as their voices echoed, someone spoke tremulously. Look, what's happening to that demon? All eyes lifted. They stared in shock as the damaged eye of the three-headed, six-armed demon suddenly shimmered with a heart-stopping crimson hue. A drop of blood. Upon closer inspection, it was the blood from Arnie's wounded arm that had splattered onto the demon's eye. Just as everyone relaxed slightly, that droplet was abruptly sucked into the demon's eye. Everyone froze, horrified as the crackled eye flashed with eerie red light, making everyone instinctively step back. The most chilling moment followed. The demon's eyeball rolled slightly. It moved. Did it just move? Everyone noticed this eerie movement. It wasn't a hallucination, and their faces turned grim. Without hesitation, someone hurled a knife straight into the demon's heart on the mural. We can't let it come alive. Others reacted quickly, throwing weapons at the demon's image. Within moments, various blades stuck into the demon. Its eyes stopped moving, and the eerie red glow vanished. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, the wall where the demon resided began to shake violently. The blades fell off one by one, and its eyes glowed even more fiercely. Everyone watched in terror as the demon emerged from the wall with a thunderous roar, landing with a crash. Hurlol! The deafening roar stunned nearby cultivators, blood trickling from their ears and noses. A demon! A demon has come out of the mural. How can a demon come out of a mural? Are these demons not carved but sealed within? Terrified, the crowd retreated until one voice steadied their resolve. Do we, so many of us, fear a single demon? Here, no one can use essence energy, making it fair. Even if it has 3 heads and 6 arms, how many hands do we have combined? Fear nothing, said Albie, head of the Luo family. His words implied confidence. The demon was alone. They had the advantage. However, the demon's eyes locked onto him the next moment, causing Albie's heart to sink. Despite his outward calm, he secretly readied himself for defense, confident in his physical prowess, though he couldn't match someone like Zachariah. Still, holding off the demon briefly wouldn't be a problem. That thought barely crossed his mind when the demon swung one of its arms, unleashing a blade-like beam. The speed took Albie by surprise. He had not expected the demon's power to be unrestricted. It felt like expecting a bayonet fight, only to face an AK-47. Unable to react, he raised his arms to block the beam. A tearing sound followed as his arms were sliced deeply, nearly to the bone. He was forced backward, retreating hundreds of meters. Everyone drew a sharp breath at this unexpected turn. How could this demon still possess essence energy? Now they were like mere mortals facing a cultivator, an unfair fight. Initially, they planned to swarm and overwhelm the demon. But now, seeing it wield essence energy made such plans absurd. Like soldiers against a god, they stood no chance. The demon laughed maniacally as it swept its 6 arms, beams shooting out in every direction. Chaos erupted within the palace as screams filled the air, bodies falling like cut grass. Some attempted to flee toward the door, but the demon anticipated their moves, blocking their path. With 6 arms swinging, it slammed the door shut and cut down those near it. The elegant palace instantly transformed into a fiery inferno, panic ringing out incessantly. In this terrifying moment, hopelessness spread among them. At this moment, Cindy's delicate face was slightly dazed, and the scene before her made her feel like she wasn't in the human world anymore. Zachariah, my intuition didn't fail me. When Cindy had first seen the demon's bas-relief, she felt it was alive. Zachariah had comforted her, saying it was probably just the skillful work of a master sculptor. Now, reality proved her right. Yeah, you were right, Zachariah frowned deeply. He had assumed that Cindy's feelings were due to some lingering soul energy in this place, but never expected it to be an actual living demon. And more shockingly, this demon seemed unaffected by the essence energy suppression here, which was both unscientific and unreasonable. Zachariah stood in front of Cindy, blocking the demon's attacks that could not fatally harm him. However, he couldn't leave her side for even a second as he needed to protect her. The demon's 6 arms attacked chaotically, with no discernible pattern. If Zachariah left, any strike landing on Cindy would make him regret it eternally. Prioritizing her safety over others was a choice he made without hesitation. Meanwhile, some keen-eyed individuals noticed the safety zone behind Zachariah and rushed towards him. Zachariah saw through their intentions instantly. He sternly warned them off, "Don't come here." Cindy was right behind him, and protecting her safety came first. Allowing others to hide behind him would put her at risk. He couldn't read everyone's hearts, nor did he want to save people who might betray him later. Therefore, he remained resolute. Those intending to rush towards him hesitated under Zachariah's stern command. His intimidation factor was not much weaker than the demon's. They begged humbly for protection, hoping to benefit from his shield while he protected Cindy. Although Zachariah could remain heartless, Cindy struggled. She especially noticed that some were from her family, including Dunk. Their desperate eyes made her unable to turn them away completely. Zachariah, let them come, she requested softly. Sighing, Zachariah didn't outright refuse. Then back up against me. He positioned Cindy so that she faced away from potential dangers behind. She understood and turned around, standing back to back with Zachariah. Feeling safer, warmth filled her heart. With Zachariah's consent, those desperate people rushed toward him like drowning men clutching at straws. Dunk, go stand in front of elder sister Queer, Zachariah instructed. Surprised yet grateful, Dunk took his position. Although Zachariah mistrusted everyone, if forced to choose one person, Dunk, from her own family, barely earned his trust. Elsewhere on the chaotic battlefield, Arnie's father moved swiftly, finally finding Albie, head of the Luo family. Luo patriarch, are you alright? Facing Arnie's father, Albie looked anything but fine. Blood dripped uncontrollably from his injured arms, his posture disheveled. My hands, they're useless now. Albie's face was grim. The injuries had affected his meridians, leaving him unable to lift his arms. Another such attack could be fatal. His usual confidence shattered as he realized, without divine essence support, he was little different from the rest of these helpless souls. In times of crisis, true friendship is revealed. At least you still come to see me, gratitude flashed in Albie's eyes. Arnie's father, usually quiet, stepped forward to support him. We are all aristocrats of Imperial Glow City. We must help each other. Standing beside Albie, Arnie's father offered, stay by my side, and I'll protect you. Thank you. Before finishing, a sudden pooh sound interrupted him. A sharp blade stabbed into his back, emerging from his chest. The story takes a darker turn as alliances crumble and betrayal looms large, heightening the sense of danger and uncertainty. Hashtag chapter 209. Revenge. Bryce lowered his head to look at the blade protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. His breathing suddenly became labored. The blade had pierced his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Blood flowed steadily from the wound, and the pace of his heartbeat rapidly slowed. Bryce never imagined that Braden, the head of the Ashton family, known for being low-key and harmless, would suddenly strike him with deadly intent. He placed his hand on Braden's shoulder, his face twisted in a mix of fury and confusion, his fingers gripping slightly. Why? Braden's expression remained calm, a mysterious smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He whispered something into Bryce's ear. Bryce's eyes widened in shock. You. The next moment, Bryce's expression froze, his breath ceasing. He was dead, beyond any hope of revival. Braden let out a cold laugh, releasing his grip as Bryce fell backward, lifeless. Father. Bryce's eldest son witnessed his father's death, his eyes blazing with rage. He rushed toward Braden, intending to avenge his father. But how could he be a match for the head of the Ashton family? In an instant, he too was killed by the sword, falling beside his father. At this moment, the heads of the Marshall and Zack families also noticed the deaths of Bryce and his son. Their expressions trembled violently in shock. In such a critical moment, Braden had betrayed them, killing the head of the Luo family. Braden, what are you doing? Are you betraying our alliance? The heads of the Marshall and Zack families shouted in anger. Braden's actions were nothing short of a betrayal, turning against allies and joining the enemy. It chilled their hearts and fueled their hatred and murderous intent. A traitor deserved no mercy. At this moment, Zachariah's eyes caught the scene of Braden's betrayal. His face showed no surprise, as if he had expected it all along. If one observed closely, they would notice that there was not a single member of the Ashton family protecting Zachariah. He had already learned through the Bone-Winged demon leader's memories that Braden was the insider who colluded with the demons, assisting them in infiltrating. As for the reasons behind Braden's actions, Zachariah did not know. Nevertheless, he was wary of the Ashton family. Knowing this, Zachariah chose not to reveal it. As an outsider, his claims would likely not be believed, especially given the strong alliance between the four major families. Speaking up might only create distrust and chaos, so Zachariah kept silent. Now, without Zachariah saying anything, the other three families had already lost trust in the Ashton family. Without the demon's presence, they might have united to attack the Ashton family. However, the true threat of the demon forced them to prioritize their immediate danger. Ha ha ha. Braden burst into laughter. Enjoy this moment while you can. Soon, you won't even feel fear. You're mad. Hearing Braden's maniacal words, the head of the Zack family cursed loudly. Even members of the Ashton family felt bewildered by their patriarch's actions. They did not understand why Braden was acting this way. He seemed like a completely different person, less like the composed leader they knew and more like a raving amen. Randall stared at his father, his mind almost numb. Even he, as the eldest son, felt estranged by this unfamiliar figure before him. Was this the same kind-hearted father he knew? Just as Randall stood frozen in shock, a sharp blade aimed for his neck. He did not move, his will collapsing under the weight of his recent losses and Zachariah's earlier rebukes. Death seemed like a welcome release now. In this critical moment, a figure abruptly appeared before him, blocking the blow. It was none other than his father, Braden. Zuri, witnessing this, cried out in alarm, "Father!" Randall watched in stunned silence as Braden's back shielded him. His heart constricted, his throat tight as if squeezed by an unseen hand. Braden waved reassuringly, though blood seeped from a deep gash across his chest. The wound looked gruesome. Braden's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the demon. "This is my son. Open your blind eyes." The six-armed demon, faced with Braden's tirade, offered no rebuttal. Instead, it bowed apologetically. "My mistake. I apologize." A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. So, Braden is in league with this demon? Everyone now understood why Braden had betrayed the Luo family. It wasn't madness or a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was because he had been allied with the demon all along. However, this raised new questions. How had the head of the Ashton family become involved with this demon? Hadn't the demon emerged from the walls of the Imperial Palace? How did they collude? Somehow, perhaps Zuri's blood awakened the demon. Someone recalled that the six-armed demon revived due to Zuri's blood splashing onto the statue, leading to its breakout. Considering Braden's actions and his interaction with the demon, it seemed unlikely that Zuri's blood hitting the demon was mere coincidence. The head of the Zack family suddenly frowned, realizing something alarming. His eyes flashed with suspicion. He quickly turned, deflecting a dagger aimed at his vital points. He looked at the attacker, eyes burning with anger. "Beast, it's you indeed." The attacker lifted his head. It was Zack Marshall. Hashtag chapter 210. The truth. The son whom the master of the Zack family loved most. At this moment, he was called a beast. It is not hard to imagine. The rage in the master of the Zack family's heart right now. Had he not sensed something amiss beforehand, perhaps at this very moment, he would have died as miserably as Albie. "Beast, I provided for you, nurtured you, and diligently cultivated your abilities. You dare betray me, betray the Zack family, and become a lapdog for the Ashton family?" The master of the Zack family was now certain. Dennis had already betrayed the family. Before Dennis made his move, the master had already sensed something was wrong. Because Arnie's blood splashed onto the demonic carving, Dennis was the culprit. If all of this was premeditated, Dennis could not escape responsibility. The reasoning was simple. If the Ashton family had intended to awaken the demon all along, they would not introduce an uncertain element. Additionally, Dennis's behavior on the journey had been abnormal, far from his usual low-key and restrained demeanor. Thus, Dennis was a prime suspect. The master of the Zack family understood this, and so he had already taken precautions against Dennis. Dennis's attack failed, and his figure instantly retreated backward without hesitation, based purely on skill. He was no match for his father. At this moment, Dennis's face still wore that cold expression. Even after being discovered by his father for his treachery, he remained unmoved. He didn't even show a hint of guilt. Seeing Dennis's attitude, the master clenched his fists even tighter. I've treated you well. Why do you betray me? If Dennis were not his son, the master would have already killed him without any hesitation or words. A tiger does not eat its own cubs, no matter how much hate he harbored toward Dennis. He couldn't kill him without knowing the reason first. You know exactly how you treated my mother, Dennis said coldly, dealing a devastating blow to the master's heart. That woman, do not speak to me on her behalf. As the master's resolve faltered, the rest of the Zack family members, especially his other sons, looked at Dennis with murderous intent. Yet they were also excited. Dennis's actions were clearly patricidal, a crime deserving immediate execution. They finally found their chance to eliminate this illegitimate offspring and rid him from the family. The next moment, all the master's sons rushed toward Dennis. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the turmoil within the four major families, most of the other forces hid behind Zachariah. The demon finally noticed Zachariah. Brayden's gaze fixed on Zachariah, sharp and intense, then shifted to the six-armed demon. That man is a bit troublesome. Please deal with him. The six-armed demon chuckled and obediently moved toward Zachariah. After the demon left, the Joseph of the Ashton family wiped his finger with his own blood and flicked it upward. Blood droplets flew into the air, landing on the other demonic carvings. Suddenly, the walls of the imperial palace shook once more, and the demonic carvings came to life. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. One demon had put them in such a dire situation. Now, with multiple demons appearing simultaneously, this was no longer a treasure-hunting imperial palace, but a hellish battlefield. Roar! Angry roars echoed through the palace. Demonic figures emerged one after another from the walls, their eyes locking onto the cultivators within. Another massacre began. The master of the Zack family was about to confront Dennis, but a demon approached him, forcing him to deal with it first. Worse yet, he saw his incompetent sons attacking Dennis, outnumbering him but failing miserably. With the eldest son under Dennis's foot, Dennis raised his sword high without a word. No, Dennis, stop. He's your brother. The master screamed, trying to get Dennis to show mercy. The eldest son begged for mercy, even addressing Dennis by a brotherly term in a rare moment, hoping to sway Dennis's killing intent. However, Dennis ignored them all, stabbing downward with a blank expression. Thud. The sword pierced the eldest son's throat. Marsh-gurgling sounds emerged from his mouth, blood spurting out. At that moment, the master felt immense grief. Though he did not love the eldest son as much as Dennis, he was still his flesh and blood. Now, his eldest son was killed by Dennis in fratricide. How could his heart not ache? Dennis stared at his father with cold eyes, a hint of satisfaction on his face. What does it feel like to lose someone dear? Dennis's eyes glared at his father, filled with red veins crawling across. I want you to taste the pain of losing a loved one. Do you think I was stupid enough to believe all your lies over the years? Let me tell you, you're wrong. I knew long ago that my mother didn't leave on her own but was killed by you. To keep me in this cold Zack family, you destroyed my real home. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. In this moment, Dennis transformed into a wounded lone wolf, exuding ruthless desperation. Hearing Dennis's words, the master of the Zack family was shaken to his core. Just in this moment of distraction, he was struck by a demon's palm. Spitting blood, he rolled on the ground several times. When he looked up, he saw Dennis about to kill his other brothers. Monster, I will kill you. Enraged, the master disregarded his injuries. To prevent Dennis from killing more sons, he rushed forward, ready to strike the disloyal and ungrateful son. But as he neared Dennis, a sword stabbed into his brain from behind. The attacker, none other than Brayden, Joseph of the Ashton family. Simultaneously, Dennis stabbed the master in the heart, piercing through from back to front. The master stood before Dennis, hit by 2 fatal blows. Clearly, there was no hope of survival. His gaze turned complex. Opening his mouth, blood flowed out alongside his weak voice. Actually, you don't know. Your mother chose death willingly. Upon hearing this, Dennis froze. What did you say? His hand trembled slightly. Perhaps only mentioning his mother could touch him. The master, understanding this, deliberately said this, using Dennis's momentary distraction to gather all his remaining strength and strike Dennis's head. The palm force traveled through the skull, deep into the brain. Instantly, Dennis's eyes rolled back. His body wobbled twice, dropping his sword and falling straight backward. His breath grew weaker rapidly. Looking at the son he had personally slain, the master shed 2 tears of blood. Hashtag chapter 210. The truth. In the next moment, his expression froze. He stood motionless in place, but his aura flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly dissipating. The death of the master of the Zack family did not evoke much pity from others, for everyone was struggling to save themselves. Everything happened too quickly. At this moment on the other side, the 6-armed demon had just arrived before Zachariah. Looking at the long line of people behind Zachariah, the demon felt as if he were an eagle about to catch chickens. He showed no interest in those people behind Zachariah. To him, they were merely insignificant ants, not even worth a glance. Only Zachariah managed to catch his attention. TSK, TSK, TSK. This flesh, top-notch, absolutely top-notch. He appraised Zachariah's body, his eyes gleaming with intense light. This predatory gaze combined with his words sent shivers down one's spine. Let me see just how strong your flesh is. In the next moment, the six-armed demon swung his arms at Zachariah, unleashing slashes one after another. These slashes hit Zachariah's body, yet Zachariah did not move a single step. There wasn't even a trace of injury on him. Seeing this, the six-armed demon, while shocked, became even more excited. Very good indeed. This body, it's a perfect vessel. Now the demon and Zachariah were only a few yards apart. This distance meant Zachariah could close in on him within a breath. Zachariah's gaze focused. In the next moment, he flashed forward, standing before the demon. With both fists, he instantly smashed two of the demon's heads. The remaining head, which was facing backward, suddenly twisted around 180 degrees. Then, the six arms each grabbed Zachariah's arms, shoulders, and head. Zachariah remained expressionless and kicked out with immense force. So powerful was the kick that despite having six arms, the demon couldn't hold on and flew away instantly. As he flew out, Zachariah grabbed his arm, yanked hard, and immediately tore off two more arms. Not done yet. Zachariah turned his palm into a blade and chopped downward. Though not sharp, with speed and strength added, its power was no less than a sword swing. Swish! The palm blade slashed down from the demon's shoulder, and the remaining four arms fell to the ground, blood spurting from the shoulders. Behind Zachariah, everyone watched nervously. This scene was undeniably bloody. However, rather than feeling overwhelmed by gore, they felt relieved. How many had been chased by this demon? How many had fallen victim to its hands? They had no sympathy for the demon and wished Zachariah would tear it limb from limb. Meanwhile, elsewhere, behind the Joseph of the Ashton family, Iof heard the screams of others. Watching them die one by one, his face gradually turned pale. Despite being under his father's protection, he survived. But the torment he suffered was no less severe. He couldn't believe his father had conspired with demons to slaughter human cultivators. Many of these people were close associates. Such inhumane acts. He simply couldn't accept them. At this moment, he noticed that other people's blood didn't trigger the awakening of the demonic carvings. Suddenly, panic spread across his face. Father, why is this happening? Tell me what's going on. Why can your blood and second brother's blood awaken these demons, but not theirs? Hearing his eldest son's question, Braden slightly turned his head. Before he could answer, Arn laughed and said, "Oh, silly brother, don't you understand?" Walking up to Iof, he smirked and continued, "It's because we share the same blood with them." This statement struck Iof like a bolt of lightning, shattering his thoughts. Although somewhat prepared, he still couldn't digest such a heavy secret. For a moment, he stood stunned. After a long pause, Iof asked his father for confirmation. He refused to believe what his younger brother said. This absurd claim might be a trick. He hoped to hear something different from his father. However, Braden nodded and said, "Jinyu is right. The blood in our veins, indeed, comes from the same lineage." As soon as Braden finished speaking, Iof laughed uncontrollably, his mental state visibly deteriorating. "I've lived as a human for so long. Now you tell me I'm a demon?" Braden replied calmly, "I know it's hard to accept, but it's true." Iof had never felt more hopeless in his life. His worldview and beliefs crumbled like a tall building. Haha, hee. So you all knew, only I didn't, right? Arn undoubtedly knew this truth. He provoked Dennis intentionally and allowed his blood to splash onto the demonic carving. Clearly, it was all a deliberate performance between him and Dennis. Great, truly great. Iof always believed he was the most trusted by his father. But in the end, he realized he was the biggest fool among them all. Chapter 211. The Imperial Palace in turmoil. At this moment, the six-armed demon no longer had any arms left. He lay on the ground, his entire body bathed in a pool of blood. Yet, his face still bore a mad, frenzied smile. It seemed that the stronger Zachariah became, the more exhilarated he felt. As for his own life or death, it appeared to be insignificant. This unusual behavior also caused Zachariah's brow to furrow in confusion. At this moment, the cries within the palace gradually subsided. Because most people were already dead, the survivors were limited to a group of Ashton family members, and those behind Zachariah. Rihanna's figure was also hidden among them. She had sneaked in when there were many people around. She dared not let Zachariah see her, for fear that if Zachariah saw her, he might order her away. She did not want to die. Between death and dignity, she realized she preferred to live a little more. At Zachariah's side, she could not obtain the dignity she deserved. But as long as she survived, at least when she returned, people would still revolve around her. What she lost with Zachariah, she could regain from others. Therefore, she would rather swallow her pride and hide behind Zachariah, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the armless demon lying on the ground suddenly stopped. Because Zachariah could no longer bear him. With one kick, Zachariah shattered his last head. At this point, Braden's gaze turned towards him. Regarding Zachariah killing the six-armed demon, Braden wasn't particularly surprised. Zachariah had been able to destroy an entire band of demons he assisted into this place single-handedly. Clearly, this person possessed extraordinary strength that couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Even though the demons inside weren't constrained by their usual power limits, it didn't seem easy to break through this man's physical defense. This person's physical realm has likely surpassed the lower three realms and reached a higher level. Braden squinted slightly. To withstand the attacks of the six-armed demon with just his body, such physical strength far exceeded the indestructible golden body. This person's physique has probably reached the standard of a kingly body. Such a body is truly perfect. Now, it depends on you all. Braden finished speaking. Without another word, the remaining demons surrounded Zachariah. They had seen the fate of the six-armed demon, but they wore no expressions of fear. Instead, they were excited. Zachariah's brows knitted together. At this moment, he noticed something peculiar about these demons. These demons didn't seem to be alive. Because after Zachariah killed the six-armed demon, no information regarding that demon appeared in the demon catalog. This realization led Zachariah to suspect that the six-armed demon might not be alive. If it wasn't alive, then death didn't apply. It made sense why they all faced danger without fear. Zachariah lost most of his interest in these moving dead things. What use was killing them if they couldn't provide experience for the demon catalog? But now he had no choice. These demons were trying to take his life. Amidst the standoff, Zachariah glanced over the demons, looked at Braden, the patriarch of the Ashton family, and asked, "After all your efforts, what exactly do you seek? By slaughtering everyone here, will you achieve so-called imperial favor?" Zachariah had many questions, especially about the true origins of the Ashton family. Although he overheard conversations between Iof and the Ashton family father and son, he knew the Ashton family's lineage originated from demons. However, he felt there was more to it. Zachariah even secretly tried using his blood to awaken the demonic carvings on the walls. Since he had partial demonic blood in his body, if mere demonic blood could awaken these entities, then his blood should work too. But his blood behaved no differently from anyone else's. After it touched the wall, the demonic carvings remained motionless. This raised doubts about the Ashton family's demonic lineage. What kind of demonic blood could awaken these creatures? Just then, Braden exchanged a glance with Zachariah, smiled and said, "Do you think I'm like you, seeking imperial favor? I only wish to offer you all as sacrifices to our ancestors." Sacrifice? Zachariah's expression faltered slightly. To die here was a sacrifice? Who were the ancestors he spoke of? The master of this imperial palace? But wasn't the owner of this palace the human emperor who had achieved immortality? Seeing Zachariah's startled and puzzled expression, Braden chuckled, very regretfully. "I must inform you that the owner of this imperial palace is indeed our ancestor." Just as Braden finished speaking, the hall suddenly shook. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the pure white marble palace was suddenly stained with darkness. In an instant, the once white jade palace transformed into a dark obsidian imperial palace. The visual pressure was suffocating, like heavy shadows clouding their hearts. Not only that, but the murals on the walls also changed. The four walls seemed reshaped, repaired and completed, adding elements previously missing from the murals. Like the origin story of the main character depicted in the murals, a blood-red river floating with countless corpses, wherein he was placed in a bamboo basket, drifting along the bloody stream. And Javier passing by picked him up by the riverside. Moved by compassion, the Javier adopted and nurtured him, raising him as his own child and teaching him throughout his growth. Up until this point, everything seemed normal. Until the protagonist's first descent from the mountain, he encountered a demon, the same six-armed demon Zachariah destroyed. He defeated the six-armed demon and was about to kill it, when his eyes gleamed red, and he proceeded to dig out the demon's heart and devour it whole. More strangely, after consuming its heart, the six-armed demon miraculously revived and bowed down to him. The protagonist returned to the mountains. Zachariah's gaze suddenly trembled. He finally saw the true cause of his mentor's death. His mentor was murdered by the protagonist himself. This scene reminded Zachariah of the fable of the farmer and the snake. Afterward, in a place similar to the netherworld, the demons knelt before the mural's protagonist, not begging for mercy, but declaring allegiance. So, this isn't the palace of a human emperor at all. It was a palace belonging to an immortal realm demon lord. Chapter 212, The Demon Palace. A demon from the longevity realm had disguised itself as a human and taken control of an entire city. It even made this city honor it, renaming it to Emperor's Radiant City. The descendants of this demon formed a powerful demon lineage within this city. These facts were mind-boggling to Zachariah. Did this mean that demons had already infiltrated the inner circles of cultivators? At this moment, Zachariah finally realized the true purpose of this secret realm. It wasn't here for treasure hunters. The treasures were indeed real, but they served only as bait to attract more people inside. And once someone died here, they would undoubtedly become the sacrifices mentioned by Braden. Every time the secret realm opened, some would find treasures and leave, while others, the sacrifices, would fall here. Those who found treasures basked in their success and naturally felt an urge to boast about their good fortune. In doing so, they unknowingly attracted more sacrifices to the secret realm. But this time around, the abnormal circumstances suggested that something different was happening. This time, it seemed all the crops were ripe for the harvest. Except for the Ashton family members, everyone else had virtually no chance of escaping. Zachariah's thoughts raced. If that longevity demon needs sacrifices, does that mean it might still be alive, just not fully resurrected? The thought weighed heavily on him. If the longevity demon really could come back to life, it wouldn't bode well for anyone. Even with his nirvana holy body, facing a longevity demon under the current restrictions, Zachariah stood little chance. He didn't know what conditions were needed for the demon's resurrection, or how many more sacrifices it required. But judging by Braden's plan to sacrifice everyone, perhaps sacrificing everyone who entered this time would suffice for the demon's rebirth. Zachariah suddenly realized he, and the people behind him might be a critical part of this scheme. Originally, he hadn't intended to get involved with them. It was due to Danica's insistence that he accidentally became the last line of defense against the demon's awakening. How troublesome. Zachariah shook his head. Protecting Danica alone was manageable, but protecting so many others? That was a much greater challenge. Plus, in this cursed place, he couldn't even use his phantom clones. Braden's eyes flashed with intensity as he suddenly shouted, "Attack!" In response, the demons immediately surged towards Zachariah and the others. Meanwhile, the other Ashton family members, still unaware of the full situation, hesitated, glancing at each other uncertainly. Accepting their new roles was hard. Rebelling meant certain death. You all stay here, Braden's voice reassured them, visibly easing their concerns. Fighting Zachariah was beyond their confidence, especially given his recent feat of tearing apart a six-armed demon. However, these poor souls didn't realize that from the moment Braden kept the truth from them, they were already considered expendable. If the sacrifice count fell short, Braden planned to use them to make up the difference. Only Randall remained exempt. Facing the onslaught of demons, Zachariah channeled his power into his fists and struck the ground. Bang! Even the obsidian-like solid floor couldn't withstand Zachariah's mighty blows, shattering instantly. Debris flew everywhere as Zachariah turned the shattered black rocks into deadly projectiles, pelting the encroaching demons. Thud, thud, thud. The force of Zachariah's strikes sent the demons flying. His attacks, propelled by his immense strength, proved devastating. The rock shards fragmented upon impact, embedding into the demons' bodies. Like a shotgun blast versus a single bullet, countless rock shards were far more effective than any individual blow. As Zachariah smashed the ground again, the cracks spread, stretching toward the palace entrance. The grand palace door groaned ominously, giving the impression it could collapse at any moment. Braden's expression darkened. He marveled at Zachariah's brute strength, but also felt a surge of anger. Could even these demons not subdue this man? His resolve hardened. Originally, he hadn't wanted to awaken the other demons depicted in the murals. They were too unruly, impossible to command without his ancestors' influence. Their boldness stemmed from their superior power. Awakening them now would be risky for Ashton Chung, but he had no choice. Hesitating further might result in the palace's destruction. Braden bit his finger open. Just as he was about to act, hands grabbed his. The one who grabbed him was none other than his eldest son, Randall. Father, don't compound your mistakes. It's not too late to turn back. Randall clutched his father's wrists tightly, pleading with a near-desperate look. Furious, Braden yelled, "Disobedient son, do you know what you're doing?" Braden's eyes blazed with disappointment. "Do you see now why I didn't tell you? Your disobedience would have ruined my plans. Release me." But Randall held firm, something unheard of since childhood. For the first time in memory, he defied his father decisively. "Father, I don't want to be a demon. I just want to live honestly as a human. Is that wrong?" Those words paused Braden momentarily. Then, a streak of blood appeared before Randall's eyes, landing on the remaining demon carvings. He turned to see his brother Arn smirking. "Brother, sorry, I won't be human anymore." Chapter 213. The Battle at the Demon Palace. After Arnie's blood splattered onto the demon carvings, the remaining 4 demonic sculptures also began to move. Iof released his father's hand, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that from this moment on, he could never truly rid himself of his heritage as a descendant of demons. Meanwhile, Zachariah's battle against the wave of demons was nearing its end. The demons had all fallen within a few feet of Zachariah. Only one demon with sharp horns on its head remained closest to him. However, it too had been cleaved into two by Zachariah's sword. Zachariah had already summoned the Starry Sky Sword. Although he couldn't currently execute sword techniques, using it for close combat against demons proved to be unparalleled. Earlier, he hadn't used it because he felt it was unnecessary, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But now, facing so many demons, he wanted efficiency and decided not to hold back. His gaze scanned over the chest area of the demons, noting their other body parts were intact except for their empty heart positions. At that moment, Zachariah squinted, realizing these demons lacked hearts and were essentially puppet-like enforcers. In the next instant, Zachariah noticed the other 4 demons in the mural coming to life. These 4 gave him a different feeling compared to the others. While other demons were merely troublesome, these 4 were genuinely problematic. Ho ho ho. The 4 demons' presence caused a sudden shift in pressure, visibly affecting everyone behind Zachariah. They felt an urge to kneel and worship, just as they did outside the palace steps earlier. Previously, while other demons induced immense fear, they didn't invoke this involuntary urge to kneel. This indicated the vast disparity between these 4 demons and the others. Bryn couldn't help but worry about Zachariah's safety. She knew he could withstand such pressure, even carrying her up the stairs under similar conditions before. But that was without interference. Now, he faced 4 live demons. The scenario had completely changed. He would have to fight while protecting them all, a daunting task. At this thought, she blamed herself inwardly. If not for her, Zachariah wouldn't be involved in this catastrophe. Just as Bryn was consumed by guilt, the enemies left them no time to catch their breath or contemplate. The 4 demons hovered midair, faces cold and unfeeling. They ignored the XIO family patriarch and focused intently on Zachariah, having witnessed every move he made. Their mission was clear. Remove the obstacle. Be careful, don't damage such a perfect vessel, said a flame-patterned rose with a mocking laugh. Ho ho ho, simple enough, just devour his soul. Another hunched, mole-faced demon cackled shrilly. The hunched demon then attacked first, opening his mouth and creating an invisible suction force, causing Zachariah's mind to momentarily waver. Even those behind Zachariah, who weren't targeted, suffered collateral effects. Some losing consciousness, their souls ripped away, flying into the demon's maw. Zachariah watched in grim concentration as several people behind him fell, including a swaying Bryn. Yet she gritted her teeth, vowing not to collapse easily. She had to endure for Zachariah's sake, holding firm. Zachariah's eyes narrowed. He bore the brunt of the enemy's pressure while others collapsed under the strain. How many more would fall if the demons used this technique directly on them? His face grew serious, thankful for his powerful mental fortitude that kept his spirit unshaken. However, he wouldn't let them act so recklessly. With a flick of his finger, a pebble shot out from his hand, hitting the demon's open mouth accurately, piercing through its throat. The demon's voice distorted into whistles, incomprehensible gibberish. All right, useless Truman, step aside and watch me. The rose pushed the hunched demon away. She spat out a pink flame that moved like a snake in the air before disappearing suddenly and reappearing right before Zachariah's forehead. Zachariah's pupils contracted. Given his reflexes, he could dodge this attack, but Bryn couldn't, and there wasn't enough time to pull her away. So, he chose to take the hit himself, unwilling to risk her touching this unknown force. As the pink, snake-like flame entered his body, Zachariah felt an intense heat spreading throughout him. Everything turned into a hazy pink world. This wasn't a mind-altering charm but a physical aphrodisiac targeting his body instead of his mind. Like potent spring medicine which differed from poison, it bypassed Zachariah's poison immunity. Man, submit to me, the rose commanded arrogantly. The other 3 demons looked perplexed. Easy does it. Don't damage the perfect vessel the master wants. Are you sure? If master wants this vessel and you damage it, won't that? One dared not finish his sentence. The rose, however, seemed thrilled. I have no choice and master will understand. She approached Zachariah, but at that moment, his fist flashed towards her, striking her face forcefully. The rose recoiled, astonished. You have no primal energy. How did you resist my passion fire? I don't need anything. Zachariah simply replied. I endure. He added after a pause. Also, you're too ugly. No desire. Chapter 2:14. The power of the sacred body. Zachariah's words cut through the rosiest like a knife, piercing her heart. She covered her face, appearing dazed and lost, mumbling to herself. It can't be. Get lost. All of you unreliable trash. 2 remaining demons stepped forward. They looked like twin brothers, with only their skin color distinguishing them. One was green, the other red. Behind each of them floated a halo, matching their respective colors. The 2 demons locked their eyes on Zachariah, then moved in unison. The halos behind them flew out instantly. After emerging, the green halo flickered and vanished. In the next moment, it reappeared as a green ring around Zachariah's body. As soon as it encircled him, Zachariah lost all mobility. Meanwhile, the red halo spun rapidly, creating sonic booms from friction with the air. Hearing these sounds made everyone's scalp tingle and eyes widen in horror. Anyone hit by this thing wouldn't survive. Braden watched this scene with a grave expression, fearing they would lose control. Be careful, don't damage the vessel. Braden's warning fell on deaf ears. The green demon sneered. We don't need your interference. If he loses limbs, I'll fix him. The red demon echoed. You do better? Then show us or shut up. Braden's face darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. This was exactly why he didn't want to release these 4. They were the 4 venerable messengers under the ancestor, second only to the ancestor in status. Their strength far surpassed ordinary demons. Legend had it that no one but the ancestor could control them. Initially, Braden doubted this, but now he fully believed it. These 4 were uncontrollable. The red demon bellowed, causing the red halo to flash like a star, approaching Zachariah in an inexplicably bizarre trajectory. Such an unpredictable attack left one clueless about how to evade. Even if Zachariah could move, he might not defend against it. In the next moment, the red halo appeared to the left of Zachariah, slicing towards his neck, sparks flying everywhere. Daniker, standing not far from Zachariah, cried out, Little brother Sue. Just as Daniker intended to act, Zachariah's voice rang out first. Stay back. His tone brooked no argument. Worried she wouldn't comply, Zachariah added, Jimmy Sugio, keep an eye on your sister. He knew this girl's stubbornness and figured Jamie Sugio could at least delay her. Although even Jamie Sugio might not hold her back completely, it bought time. The red halo furiously sliced Zachariah's neck, yet only produced an eerie sound of metal grinding, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In the red demon's imagination, Zachariah should have been decapitated by now, but this scene differed vastly from what he expected. Seeing this, Braden was astonished. These 2 venerable messengers had once been mid-stage tribulation transcender demons. Though their glory days were past, their combat techniques remained formidable. Even with Zachariah's breakthrough to king-level physique, it seemed impossible to withstand the Dove's attacks without any primordial energy. This baffled Braden deeply. Could the Dove's power have declined so much? Was he now at the spirit transformation realm? Otherwise, how could Zachariah remain unharmed? Are you a sacred body? The red demon suddenly asked, wide-eyed. Upon hearing this, everyone was shaken. While some were unaware of the concept, most had heard of the legendary sacred body, a physical constitution said to exist only in legends. No true practitioner of body cultivation had ever reached this state. According to folklore, achieving a sacred body was destined. It required innate talent awakened when conditions matured. Without such talent, no amount of hard work could yield this achievement. Most practitioners with decent talent could only reach the king-level physique after unimaginable effort and dedication. For many, reaching the king level was their peak, while the sacred body seemed as distant as a celestial star. Touching those stars was more wishful thinking than reality. Few practitioners possessed the extraordinary talent needed to potentially achieve a sacred body. Thus, when the Dovey declared Zachariah a sacred body, both sides were immensely shocked. A sacred body holder, even without any primordial energy, must not be underestimated. Underestimating such a person would come at a terrible cost. Zachariah remained silent, his face cold. As the red halo pressed upon him, his hands gradually extended outward, countering with unseen force. The space around him seemed to strain under the tension, emitting crackling sounds. Suddenly, the green halo began cracking, and Zachariah's eyes flashed brightly. He broke free from the green halo which shattered into fragments around him. Next, he caught the spinning red halo barehanded and crushed it. Despite its prolonged cutting around his neck, it left only a superficial wound, which Zachariah healed with a touch, leaving not even a scar. The 2 venerable messengers spat blood and gasped in shock. A sacred body is truly terrifying. ####Chapter 215. The beast head returns again. Xianxia did not say he was a sacred body, but at this very moment, everyone already had their answer in their hearts. Sacred body. In today's world of cultivators, such an existence is as rare as the feathers of a phoenix or the horns of a unicorn. Seeing a sacred body cultivator is no less difficult than seeing a longevity realm cultivator. The red demon venerable envoy's eyes flashed with intense unwillingness. If we still possessed our former strength, would it come to this? If they still retained their past strength, even if Xianxia were a sacred body, he wouldn't be able to handle their attacks so effortlessly. Braden's face was as dark as water, his entire face like a block of black iron. He racked his brain, pondering ways to deal with Xianxia. If even these four couldn't do anything to Xianxia, what other methods could there be? Braden's gaze suddenly fell upon Xandra. At that moment, only that woman, Xandra, might be able to make Xianxia submit. Xianxia had given all the opportunities gained here to Xandra. It was evident how deeply Xianxia loved this woman. Of course, from Braden's perspective, he would never let himself be coerced by any woman, no matter how much he liked her. But just because he wouldn't do it, didn't mean others wouldn't. His eldest son, Iof, was a living example. This kid was a lovesick fool, utterly bewitched by Xandra, almost forgetting his own name. Women are truly calamity. Braden cursed inwardly. The next moment, he roared furiously, ignore him for now, grab that woman first. Before he finished his sentence, Braden caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of someone charging towards him. In the Ashton family, who dared interrupt and charge at him while he was speaking. Only his eldest son, Iof, had such audacity. Iof saw through his father's intentions. He couldn't accept that his father would order those demons to go after Xandra. If she got hurt or lost her life because of this, he didn't know how he could face his father afterward. Braden had been stopped by Iof once before. By this time, he was well prepared. As Iof charged over, he sidestepped and kicked Iof to the ground. Iof immediately got up from the ground. Father, I accept my identity, but don't treat her like this. Seeing his eldest son's obstinacy, pleading for that woman, Braden grew even more irritable. How can the Ashton family produce someone as spineless as you? When Braden needed to hide himself, this elegant scholar became the Ashton family's public figure, the eldest son whom Braden took pride in and designated as the future leader. But everything changed when Braden tore off his mask of hypocrisy. Iof found himself turned into an outsider, becoming the least important piece on this chessboard. He, the once glorious eldest son, was now treated like a pawn. Meanwhile, the usually unruly Arn stood aside smirking. Arn, keep an eye on him. Don't let him do something stupid again, Braden said coldly. Arn immediately responded. The next moment, he walked over to his Isaiah brother and put his arm around Iof's shoulder. Big brother, you're really confused, aren't you? Father is doing big things now. Why provoke him? Iof pushed Arn away. Stay away from me. Arn stepped back 2 paces, chuckled softly, then looked up with sharp eyes. I can't. Father told me to watch you. After shaking off Iof's interference, Braden reconsidered. Instead of counting on those 4 demons, he should act personally. Those 4 wouldn't listen to his commands. They might do the opposite of what he wanted them to do. Therefore, using provocation tactics might be better, to engage Xianxia and then create chaos to capture Xandra. Even if he couldn't capture her, killing everyone else would lay the groundwork for his ancestors' awakening. With this thought in mind, Braden loudly announced, looks like even the 4 venerable envoys can't match him. Let's retreat for now. Braden's words caused an immediate reaction from the 4 demons. You're talking nonsense. Who says we can't handle him? We haven't used our full strength yet. So what if he's a sacred body? Let us show you our true power. The 4 envoys were thoroughly enraged. When had they ever been disrespected like this? If you weren't the descendant of our master, I'd have countless reasons to kill you just for those words. The red demon venerable envoy glared fiercely at him. Next moment, the 4 demon envoys attacked Xianxia simultaneously. At this moment, Braden, having achieved his goal, slightly smiled. He raised his hand and ordered, Ashton family members, follow me and attack. All of Braden's subordinates immediately followed. The undecided Ashton family members, seeing most people join in, also joined the fray without hesitation. Xianxia instantly understood Braden's intention from his series of actions. The 4 demon envoys were already attacking him. He thrust out a punch, the wind generated from the punch like surging waves. The 4 envoys paused momentarily. Seizing this gap, Xianxia dashed in front of Xandra and launched a punch forward. Braden was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. However, those behind him weren't so lucky. Xianxia's punch felt like a heavy hammer, causing chests to cave in and bodies to fly backward. Those behind Braden were hit like meteor impacts, falling one after another. At this moment, Xianxia showed his invincibility. The Ashton family members were intimidated by his single blow, hesitating to advance. Braden also paused in the distance, realizing he had underestimated this man. Although unable to use any essence energy, his advantage far surpassed anyone else. The power of a sacred body was terrifyingly unmatched. Just as Braden was at a loss, a black vortex appeared in the sky above the palace. Xianxia, sensing something, looked up, his gaze intensifying. From the black vortex, a massive beast head emerged. It was none other than the mysterious giant beast head seen in the Ice Age secret realm. The moment the beast head appeared, its condescending gaze swept down. When the giant beast saw Xianxia and the group behind him, an expression of impatience, almost human-like, appeared on its face. Its gaze scanned the 4 envoys and the Ashton family direction before it spoke. Oh, still not finished? You're all a bunch of failures. Chapter 216, Transfer. Insulted by the beast in such a manner, the 4 grand envoys, though their faces turned livid, had no counterargument. After all, they indeed failed to capture Xianxia. Braden, the patriarch of the Ashton family, also looked extremely displeased. This beast. Though he cursed this massive creature inwardly, he did not dare show any disrespect on his face. This creature was a demonic pet reared by their ancestor back then, now grown into a gigantic monstrosity that could traverse the void effortlessly. This demonic beast's loyalty lay solely with their ancestor and only obeyed the ancestor's orders. For the descendants like Braden, it hardly took notice. For Braden, this thing was even more troublesome than the 4 grand invoice. Braden didn't dare expect anything from it at all. Its sudden appearance at this moment surprised Braden a bit as well. In the next instant, the huge demonic beast didn't waste words with them. It fixed its gaze directly on Xianxia and said, "I'll help you take this guy away. Hurry up and complete the sacrifice. I can't wait to see the master again." As soon as these words were spoken, the giant beast opened its mouth towards Xianxia. Xianxia frowned tightly, thinking it was going to spray something out of its mouth. However, the next moment, a black vortex appeared in front of Xianxia. This black vortex resembled a black hole, emitting an extremely terrifying suction force. Despite Xianxia's best efforts to anchor himself downward with all his strength, he couldn't resist being sucked into the vortex. At this lightning-fast moment, a figure leaped behind Xianxia, grabbing onto the edge of Xianxia's clothes, trying to pull him back. It was none other than Tiana. But even Xianxia couldn't resist such a tremendous suction force. How could Tiana possibly hold on to Xianxia? In the next moment, Tiana was also dragged in along with Xianxia. Those left behind were stunned by this scene. Some reacted quickly and rushed towards the black hole, intending to follow Xianxia and Tiana inside. Though no one knew what was on the other side of the black hole, staying in this place was worse. Facing those 4 demons and an Ashton family imbued with demon bloodline, it was truly a hellish battleground. In the next instant, quite a few people rushed toward the black hole. Realizing what was happening, the rest also followed suit, dashing towards the black vortex. Yet, as they reached the black hole, it dissipated like a puff of smoke. Despair instantly filled everyone's faces. They felt like drowning individuals watching their only lifeline fly away right before their eyes. A despair indescribable in words. Xianxia tumbled out of the darkness, Tiana clutching tightly onto his clothes from behind. As Xianxia's vision cleared, he immediately noticed a boiling like yellow pool of water beneath him, and both he and Tiana were falling towards that pool. Quickly catching sight of a swinging bloody fleshy tendril, Xianxia swiftly grabbed hold of it with one hand while pulling Tiana up with the other. Both figures swayed over the bubbling pool. Tiana gazed down at the constantly bubbling pool below her, her beautiful face slightly pale. She had no idea what this pool of water was. But it somewhat resembled the corpse Jaya-solving pool of the Shu Mountain Sect. Falling into such a place might leave nothing but bones. Looking up at Xianxia, she met his gaze. Seeing the faint dimple on her face, Xianxia felt a warmth in his heart, dispelling the gloom within him. Xianxia gently asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tiana nodded, glancing around. "Where exactly are we?" All around were pulsating bloody flesh walls. A thick, bloody smell filled the air, mixed with an odd fermented stench that made one want to vomit. "If I'm not mistaken, we should be inside the stomach of that demonic beast," Xianxia concluded after scanning the surroundings. The yellow water below likely served a similar function to stomach acid. Hearing this, Tiana's complexion paled further. She hadn't expected the black vortex to lead straight into this beast's stomach. Doesn't that mean we've been swallowed by it? Now what do we do? Tiana was deeply anxious. She and Xianxia were sucked in by the black hole and couldn't expect another to come and send them out. How were they to escape the beast's stomach? Without elemental energy, it's probably impossible, Xianxia muttered, equally perplexed. There was nowhere to stand here. With one hand holding on above and the other supporting Tiana, attempting to break through the beast's stomach was beyond reach. Furthermore, if he failed to break through and the stomach contracted, causing the acid below to surge upward, it would be disastrous for Tiana. Thus, Xianxia only considered this risky action internally and did not attempt it recklessly. Junior brother Sue, look what's that? Interrupting Xianxia's thoughts, Tiana suddenly exclaimed and pointed downward. Following Tiana's finger, Xianxia saw a sparkling object floating on the surface of the bubbling yellow liquid. With keen eyesight, Xianxia could faintly discern its nature from the white glow. It seems to be a ring. A ring? Tiana was puzzled. Why would there be a ring in the beast's stomach? Maybe it was left by some unfortunate victim who died earlier, Xianxia guessed. Perhaps the special material of the ring was undigestible by the beast, thus remaining. That must be something good. Let's get it. Hearing this, Xianxia gave a bitter smile. At this time, she was still thinking about treasure. If they couldn't get out, how useful would more items be? Still, Xianxia didn't argue. This ring enduring in the stomach acid surely indicated it wasn't ordinary. Who knows? It might house a grandpa ring to help them out of trouble. Let me get it. Tiana volunteered. With no spare hands, Xianxia agreed. Of course, Tiana didn't dare use her hand. Reaching for the ring with her hand wasn't feasible either, so she took out a short whip from her waist. Seeing this short whip, Xianxia inexplicably thought of certain devices for adding flavor to life, his expression turning odd. He asked, "Why do you carry a whip with you?" Tiana replied, "My brother often disobeys me. I got this whip to discipline him. Never thought it'd come in handy now." Xianxia's eyelids twitched. "You really love your brother." Hearing Xianxia's sarcasm, Tiana huffed lightly but didn't say much more. In the next moment, she swung the whip downward, precisely catching the ring. Hashtag chapter 217. Changing tone. Martha's wrist trembled, and the ring drew an arc in the air before she caught it. However, Martha intended to hand the ring over to Xianxia. "Junior brother Sue, how should I give you the ring?" Hearing this, Xianxia swiftly moved upward, his arm encircling her slender waist, then made Martha place the ring in his palm. Martha did as instructed. The ring, now in Xianxia's palm, continued to flash with white light in a rhythmic manner, like breathing. "This is a dragon head?" A small dragon head was carved on the ring, silver gray in color. It was unclear what material it was made of but felt metallic. Certainly not ordinary gold or silver. In the intermittent white light, Xianxia saw dragon scale-like patterns carved into the ring. Touching them gave a sensation of brushing against scales. Although the design appeared quite extraordinary, at this moment, Xianxia's divine sense was restricted, but he still tried his best to perceive the mystique of the ring. This ring could remain undissolved inside a monster's stomach for so long. Perhaps it could be key to resolving their current predicament. Though curious, Martha didn't interrupt Xianxia, only watching quietly. This ring seems to require a master recognition process. Without that, we can't determine its function, Xianxia said after a moment, shaking his head. In the cultivation world, some treasures required master recognition before use. Once recognized, unless the owner perished, no one else could use it. It was akin to a soul-bound magical weapon, utterly private property. But unlike soul-bound weapons where damage to the weapon affected the Xianxia, damage to recognized objects wouldn't harm the owner. Due to his restricted divine sense, Xianxia couldn't uncover deeper secrets of the ring. All he knew was there were no other spiritual imprints on it. It was an unclaimed item awaiting recognition. Without recognition, they couldn't understand its wonders. Hearing Xianxia's words, Martha almost instinctively replied, then quickly recognize it. Xianxia glanced at Martha, then sliced his finger, dripping blood onto the ring for recognition. The crimson blood fell onto the ring's surface. Instantly, the dragon head seemed to awaken from slumber upon smelling the blood. It twisted around, opening its mouth to suck in Xianxia's blood. Martha observed this, her red lips parting slightly in surprise. After absorbing the blood, the dragon head changed from silver gray to dark red. Suddenly, Xianxia sensed a connection forming with the ring. He naturally received some information. This seems to be a spatial ring, but it appears more than that. Xianxia mused aloud. Upon completing recognition, Xianxia initially understood that this ring had an internal space. Not only could it store items, but people could also enter it. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, joy sparkled in Martha's eyes. Then we can hide inside. Xianxia nodded. We can. In Xianxia's view, their situation couldn't get any worse. Being suspended here rendered him utterly helpless. But soon, Martha expressed her concern. But once we both go in, won't the ring fall back into the pool? If we want to come out, won't we directly appear in the pool? Martha's concerns weren't unfounded. But Xianxia wasn't worried. This ring isn't just a simple spatial ring. Even if it was an ordinary spatial ring, Xianxia could emerge first. His body strength would allow him to withstand the pool water for a while. Entering the ring's space would at least ensure Martha's safety, reducing much of Xianxia's burden. With a thought, Xianxia acted. Next moment, their figures vanished instantly, and the dragon head ring fell back into the yellow pool. Inside the ring's space, everything was white and boundless. The two floated mid-air, weightless. There was no distinction between sky and ground in this enclosed space. Martha subconsciously clung to Xianxia's chest. That action sparked an uncontrollable desire within Xianxia's lower abdomen. A mysterious flame stronger than all hetero fires. Caught off guard by this overwhelming desire, Xianxia almost lost control. Earlier, the rose's lust fire. Xianxia hadn't truly extinguished it. He was indeed barely holding on. Facing the rose, Xianxia managed. But facing Martha, he struggled. Just as Xianxia nearly lost it, Martha suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, my strength seems to have recovered." Xianxia also regained some focus. At this moment, he realized his divine essence had indeed restored slightly, not much. Perhaps because of the self-contained space. Isolated from the outside world. They were inside a ring within the monster's body, inside a secret realm, several layers deep like Russian dolls. But fundamentally, they hadn't left this layer of the secret realm. Thus, they still faced some suppression. But this suppression was far less than outside. So Xianxia and Martha partially regained their strength. To counter them, divine essence is indispensable. Xianxia knew physical strength alone was too limiting. To truly triumph, divine essence was crucial. Trapped here, what happened in that palace was predictable. If Braden sacrificed the remaining people and awakened the eternal life Atli, Xianxia needed divine essence to protect himself and Martha. As for dealing with the Atli, he'd consider that later. Confronting an eternal life realm demon was best avoided if possible. After partially recovering divine essence, Xianxia's divine sense also functioned. Through divine sense, Xianxia finally understood why his divine essence had mysteriously disappeared. It wasn't truly gone. Another force locked it down, restricting divine essence flow, even making him unaware of its presence. This mysterious force, under his divine sense, felt strangely familiar. Next moment, realization dawned on Xianxia. This is domain power. Perhaps only cultivators above eternal life realm could create such domain power. In this domain, enemies' elemental powers were stripped away, turning them into mere fish on a chopping board. Ah, so that's it, Xianxia thought. He grasped the secret. But breaking this domain power's restriction required releasing his own domain power. Only by countering domain with domain could he hope for a turning point. Otherwise, exiting here would still mean being restricted by the domain power, becoming a limited brute. Xianxia decided to activate his sword domain. But suddenly, he grimaced. His attempt failed. Can't do it? Xianxia sighed internally. His control over domain power was still rudimentary. To perfectly form a sword domain, he needed peak condition. But now, his state was clearly far from optimal. For one, the divine essence in his body had not fully recovered. For another, there was the passion fire left by the rose. With him and Martha so close, all he could see were her delicate features, and all he could smell was her maidenly fragrance. As soon as these impressions came to mind, the passion fire within him grew into an overwhelming force. This passion fire was not really a kind of flame. It was similar to how the lewd fire in his lower abdomen wasn't actually fire either. Despite Zachariah's strong control over flames, he was helpless against this so-called passion fire. If not for his powerful mental strength and formidable willpower, things would have spiraled out of control long ago. But continuing like this wasn't a solution either. The passion fire left by the demon couldn't be eliminated through other means. If it couldn't be released through intimacy, staying inside would cause harm and significantly impact Zachariah's condition. At this moment, Martha sensed Zachariah's scorching body and felt his breath growing hotter. She looked up as if realizing something. Meeting Zachariah's wolfish gaze, Martha's long eyelashes quivered. Her fair face instantly blushed red, charming and captivating. Junior brother Sue, are you hit by the rose's passion fire, finding it very hard to bear? Martha didn't ask vague questions like, what's wrong? She knew Zachariah had been struck by the passion fire of the rose earlier. Although at that time, Zachariah seemed unharmed and hadn't been bewildered by the rose into doing anything outrageous. Thinking back now, how could a demon who ranked alongside 3 others gain her reputation for nothing? How could Zachariah truly remain unscathed after being hit by passion fire? Any normal man would feel desire. So if Zachariah were truly fine without a hint of desire, Martha would be more worried. Junior brother Sue, if you can't bear it anymore, then don't hold back. Upon hearing this, Zachariah felt as if he had heard celestial music. Instantly, he moved forward and embraced her in a kiss. In a moment, the scene resembled lightning striking and stirring the earth. Clothes flew, gentle whispers gradually emerged, petals dotted around, clouds surged, and he stood up proudly. After the storm subsided, the passion fire within Zachariah had largely dissipated. Martha's soft body snuggled in Zachariah's arms. Zachariah still hadn't had enough. Looking at Martha's endearing appearance, his desires stirred once again. Kuaer, I have a method that can help both of us cultivate and restore our strength. What method? Martha asked in a timid voice, too embarrassed to look up. A dual cultivation technique, named Extreme Dao Dual Cultivation Technique. Upon hearing this, Martha was suddenly startled and raised her head in surprise. Dual cultivation technique. Isn't that something only available to the Joyful Union Sect? Junior brother Sue, you? Zachariah pulled her head back and said, don't worry, I have no connection with that sect. I obtained this technique after defeating its leader, Atman. Martha was slightly shocked. You defeated the Joyful Union Sect's leader? Although Martha wasn't at Mount Shu, she was always concerned about the sect and often asked others for news about it. Naturally, she knew about Mount Shu's destruction of the Joyful Union Sect, but regarding Zachariah killing its leader, Mount Shu wouldn't know, and naturally, she wouldn't know either. Hearing Zachariah's own admission, she didn't doubt it. Given Zachariah's displayed strength, he indeed had the capability to deal with the Joyful Union Sect's leader. Martha was happy for Zachariah. He had finally avenged Anwar personally. After a short while, faced with reality, Martha returned to the issue of dual cultivation. I still feel it's inappropriate for us to practice demonic sect techniques. In Martha's view, what good thing could come from demonic sects? Everything from them was harmful and their techniques despicable. This technique is a bit different. Zachariah saw Martha's inner resistance. However, to further enhance his strength and recover to peak or even higher levels, this method was indeed a fast shortcut. I believe some techniques aren't inherently good or bad. It depends on how people use them. If someone has ill intentions, their technique's origin doesn't matter. They are still deceitful evildoers. If someone has no intention to harm others, some techniques might not be entirely unsuitable for cultivation. For instance, with this extreme Dao dual cultivation technique, practicing it only with you benefits us both and harms no one else. Hearing this, Martha was somewhat moved. She naturally believed Zachariah wouldn't harm her, but she was still hesitant. Breaking free from her established beliefs wasn't easy. Zachariah felt like a rogue tempting an innocent girl, feeling guilty, but heaven help him. Everything he said was from his heart. He wasn't doing it just for himself. This extreme Dao dual cultivation technique indeed benefited both of them. Only Atman had misused it excessively on multiple partners, turning it into a despised evil technique. While Martha struggled, she suddenly thought of those outside. Wonder how they are now. If she and Zachariah could escape after restoring their strength through dual cultivation, it wasn't unacceptable. Junior brother Sue, I agree. Martha finally consented. But Zachariah wasn't satisfied. Still calling me junior brother? Martha's cheeks flushed red. Who? Husband. Hashtag chapter 218. Void Dragon Crossing. After a prolonged bout of intense activity, Zachariah's eyes gleamed with divine light. Far from being weary, he appeared even more spirited. And at this moment, Martha's face was flushed. Her mouth hung open in astonishment. That ultimate dual cultivation technique indeed allowed her to experience an indescribable sensation. And after that, she felt the yuan qi within her body had become more abundant than ever before. Like a long dry field meeting sweet rain. It had just been a small stream earlier. Now it was completely full. I've advanced. Martha was pleasantly surprised to find that her cultivation realm had improved yet again. Of course, the one who benefited most was still Zachariah. Being in perfect harmony with Martha was a crucial point for maximizing the efficiency of this technique. Through this ultimate dual cultivation technique, not only did Zachariah make further progress in his cultivation, but it also thoroughly purged him of the lustful fire. No longer bound by the constraints of the lustful fire, Zachariah quickly regained his composure. Sword domain activate. Zachariah's eyes flickered. He unfurled his sword domain around himself. At this moment, the restricted domain power on his body was instantly neutralized by the strength of his sword domain. And beside him, Martha also felt an unusual force rush into her body. In a blink, it shattered the numerous shackles within her body. Martha felt lighter all over. Since entering this secret realm, she had never felt as relieved as she did now. Husband, what kind of power is this? Although Martha didn't quite understand, she knew it was because of something Zachariah did that made her feel this overwhelming sense of relief. This is my sword domain. In my sword domain, the influence of other domain powers can be eliminated. Zachariah did not hide anything and explained frankly. Martha was a clever person. Although she hadn't reached the level of understanding domain power and lacked specific knowledge about it, she could vaguely grasp the meaning of Zachariah's words. With a faint smile, dimples appeared on her cheeks. Then your sword domain must be very powerful to be able to eliminate the influence of other domain powers. Hearing this, Zachariah gave a wry smile. His domain power wasn't powerful enough yet. Its range was limited and certainly couldn't compare to the expanse of this secret realm. However, despite its small range, it excelled in quality. Within his domain range, he could be completely unaffected by this layer of the secret realm's domain power. If domain power had levels, then Zachariah's domain power would definitely rank above this layer. After dressing themselves, Martha asked, "Husband, how do we get out now?" Without speaking, Zachariah moved his mind. In the white, desolate space around them, a silver-red dragon suddenly floated toward Martha. Surprised, Martha listened as Zachariah explained, "This is the void dragon soul, the essence of this ring." At this point, with his fully recovered divine consciousness, his connection to the ring deepened. He now understood all its mysteries. Moreover, he received information fragments about the origin of this ring. From those fragments, he learned that the ring was named Void Dragon Crossing. A powerful divine craftsman captured a soul of a dragon capable of traversing voids, integrated it into this spatial ring, and ultimately crafted it. Possessing this Void Dragon Crossing meant possessing the ability to traverse through space. Of course, to achieve spatial traversal, extremely strict conditions were required. The most critical point being, one must possess a powerful divine soul and strong mental power. Only with formidable mental power could one use the Void Dragon Soul to lock onto the aura of another space. Only by locking onto another space's aura could one perform precise traversal. Otherwise, there was a high risk of ending up in unknown spatial turbulence. Once in turbulence, it was almost certain death. Therefore, utmost caution was necessary. Given Zachariah's previous state, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish it. But now, he had the confidence. Summoning the dragon soul, Zachariah placed his palm on the dragon's head. Closing his eyes, dispelling all distractions, his thoughts were extraordinarily focused. Using this dragon soul, his divine consciousness traversed through space, seeking the landing point he desired. In the world of his divine consciousness, a large expanse of pulsating crimson flesh walls suddenly appeared. That undoubtedly was inside the demon beast's belly. Zachariah naturally didn't want to land here. He continued exploring deeper. After a moment, a slightly familiar aura was sensed by Zachariah. In his divine consciousness, a figure appeared, slim and well-figured. Rihanna? How unlucky. When Zachariah realized who this person was, he felt nothing but misfortune. However, this layer where Rihanna was located was undoubtedly the palace. Zachariah was somewhat reluctant to return to that palace, so he tried to explore further outward. But soon, he encountered obstacles. Is this the end? Zachariah furrowed his brows. The secret realm space was in a closed state. His divine consciousness couldn't penetrate this closed state and reach outside the secret realm. To break through this secret realm, perhaps only other methods would work. This made Zachariah realize that the Void Dragon Crossing wasn't omnipotent. If it were, the previous owner of this Void Dragon Crossing wouldn't have fallen into the beast's stomach. Well, if it's the palace, then so be it. Zachariah opened his eyes, his divine consciousness having locked onto the spatial layer of the palace. Now he could act without being affected by the secret realm's domain power. Dealing with those people in the palace would be more than manageable. At this moment, seeing Zachariah open his eyes, Martha immediately grabbed his arm and asked, "Jai, did you find it?" Zachariah nodded. Looking at Martha's eager expression, he didn't want her to get involved. He wanted her to stay here until he resolved everything and then let her out. But Martha didn't want to leave Zachariah now. Wherever husband goes, I go. Listen, I'll be back soon. Zachariah was firm. He didn't want Martha to take any more risks. Seeing Zachariah's serious expression, Martha also realized she couldn't be too capricious. If she became a hindrance, it would truly be counterproductive. All right, I'll wait for you here. Before parting, Martha asked Zachariah to leave something behind that could sense the outside world. Otherwise, I'll be anxious here alone. After their intimate encounter, Martha had become quite dependent on Zachariah. Zachariah thought for a moment and agreed. After I go out, I will retrieve the ring, and at that time, I'll let you see everything happening in the palace. Currently, they were inside the ring's space. They naturally couldn't retrieve the ring, but once Zachariah reached another space, he could summon the ring back to his hand. Then manipulating it would allow Martha within the ring to perceive events in the palace. It wouldn't be difficult. Done talking, the dragon soul turned direction. Zachariah stretched out and grabbed the tail of the dragon soul. In the next moment, his figure was dragged away and vanished. Chapter 219. All entanglements end here. In the palace at this moment, the vast hall was piled high with bodies. The stench of blood filled the air. Of those who had once stood in the field, less than 1% remained on their feet. At this moment, people no longer grouped themselves by factions or camps. They huddled together for warmth and safety. The excitement they felt upon arrival had turned into equal measures of despair. Yet even as they clung to each other, it was a futile struggle of trapped beasts. Death loomed over them like the scythe of a reaper. Almost everyone was exhausted, their strength depleted. Death was now only a matter of time. At this moment, they deeply experienced what it meant to wish for death, but be unable to attain it. Watching their fellows die one by one only intensified their fear of death. The four demon envoys' gazes simultaneously fell on this small group of survivors. The Rose observed that within the group, aside from women, there were only old men. She had already lost interest, but in the next instant, she noticed a young man hidden within the crowd. Her interest was immediately piqued. This young man, while not strikingly handsome, had a fresh and youthful appearance, acceptable. He could serve her beneath her skirts. Little brother, come out and play with your sister. When the rose spoke these words, the other demon envoys did not comment. Each had their own preferences, and none would criticize the others. However, Brayden felt somewhat displeased. At this critical moment, was she still playing these games? Could they not just finish off these people quickly? Still, though he was dissatisfied, Brayden could not criticize her. While this rose had the lowest efficiency among the 4 envoys, and killed the fewest people, those she eliminated were indeed the more troublesome ones. She merely needed to release a wave of lustful fire. Anyone hit by this fire would inevitably fall under her control. Either they would perish entwined with her, becoming nourishment for her, or they would submit without resistance. Thus, while her killing efficiency was low, her quality was unmatched. In the crowd, Jamie Su Jiu 缩了缩脖子，把自己藏得更深了. However, his attempts to hide were in vain. The rose played with a pink flame serpent in her hand, lazily saying, if you don't come out, anyone could be next. As soon as the rose finished speaking, someone suddenly pushed Jamie Sujio from behind. He stumbled and was forced out of the crowd. Internally cursing, Jamie Sujio's face showed pure dread. Oh ho, so eager. The rose laughed coquettishly, flicking the pink flame serpent towards him. It moved as fast as lightning. Jamie Sujio couldn't dodge it and was instantly struck between the eyebrows. In the next moment, his eyes grew dazed, and a look of pleasure and submission spread across his face as he walked step by step towards the rose. All right. I need to unwind and enjoy myself. The rest is up to you. After taking Jamie Sujio away, the other 3 envoys resumed their massacre. Not enough, still not enough. In Brayden's mind, it was as if he had a scale constantly weighing. Even after sacrificing these people, it would still not be enough to awaken the ancestor. With this thought, Brayden turned around and looked at the remaining Ashton family members. Now, the Ashton family didn't need to act anymore. The remaining few were struggling helplessly. Let the 3 envoys handle them. Forcing their way over would hinder the envoys and anger them. As Brayden's gaze turned back, the uninformed Ashton family members still smiled at him, trying to gain approval. However, Brayden's expression was utterly cold. Suddenly, he waved his hand. A portion of the Ashton family group stepped outward, forming a circle around the remainder. Randall was originally part of the encircled group, but he was pulled away by Arn. Those left behind exchanged uncertain glances, their smiles freezing on their faces. What are you doing? Some still hadn't realized what was about to happen, while others had an inkling but refused to believe it. Suddenly, all eyes in the encircled group focused on family head Brayden. Seeing his indifferent expression, they felt their hearts sink. A sense of impending doom washed over them. Head of the family, what are you going to do? Head of the family, you're not going to sacrifice us, are you? When someone in the crowd said this, immediate chaos ensued. No way. We're all part of the Ashton family. Head of the family, how can you harm your own people? Head of the family, say something. Facing the questions, Brayden's face remained calm. I know we are all part of the Ashton family. So, contributing to the Ashton family is our duty. Now, we are one step away from the ancestors' awakening, and there are no other living sacrifices here. If there was any other way, I wouldn't choose this path. You have always enjoyed the protection of the Ashton family. Now, it's time for you to contribute. This is a necessary sacrifice. The ancestor will remember your contributions. Just as Brayden finished speaking, someone immediately objected. Why must the sacrifices be us? Why not you? All this talk about the family is really for your own sake, for your lineage. Do you think we'll sacrifice ourselves so you can reap the rewards? Brayden, how shameless can you be? The speaker was a middle-aged man, his words forceful, his expression fearless. He held considerable influence within the family. However, he often opposed Brayden on major decisions. Brayden, being low profile in the past, had always tolerated his actions. But now, Brayden wouldn't indulge him any longer. Brayden only needed one sentence to render him speechless. Were you or I the one who built this family? When external enemies challenged us, did any of you stand up for the family's honor? Never. Brayden's tone suddenly became harsh. You are truly the parasites who live off the family's efforts. How dare you speak out now? His words cut deep into their hearts, and their faces paled instantly. Eldest son, please, convince your father to spare us. At this moment, some still hoped Randall would intercede, knowing he was usually righteous. Surely he wouldn't allow his father to slaughter fellow clan members. However, Randall's heart was dead inside. He was numb. It seemed he no longer heard anything around him. Nothing greater than death itself. He no longer harbored any hope for his father. Nor did he believe his actions would change his father's decision. Even if I threatened him with my life, he would unwaveringly follow his chosen path. The father before him was a stranger, cold-blooded, emotionless, using any means to achieve his goals. He wouldn't hesitate to eliminate his own kin. He only refrained from murdering his own son. But if I stood in his way, he wouldn't hesitate to kick me aside. Would he? At this moment, Randall decided not to care about his father's actions any longer. He planned to distance himself from the family. Such a family, he could no longer stay in. As Brayden gave the order, a massacre of his own clan began. It was also a purge within the family. From now on, only those loyal to him would remain in the family. Those who constantly opposed him would all be eliminated. Cries of agony echoed continuously. Blood stained the ground, but Brayden's smile grew even more unrestrained and arrogant. Soon, and right at that moment, a voice rang out behind him. How cruel, to kill even your own people. Aren't you just a beast? Hearing this, a flicker of panic appeared in Brayden's eyes. This voice, why did it sound so familiar? He abruptly turned his head. When he saw the figure, his expression was one of sheer terror. You, how is this possible? At that moment, Brayden was too shocked to speak coherently. Because the person who arrived was Zachariah. He didn't know when or from where Zachariah had come. Precisely because of this uncertainty, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Zachariah had clearly been taken away by the ancestors' beloved beast. How could he be here now? On the other side, with a thought, the void dragon crossing vanished from the beast's stomach and reappeared in Zachariah's hand. Braden immediately noticed the ring in Zachariah's hand, but had no idea what it was. In that moment, Zachariah's sudden appearance caught the immediate attention of the 4 demon envoys. In a corner, Isa's clothes were torn, her body covered in wounds. Her pale face was filled with fear, and her hands trembled non-stop. She no longer had the strength to resist. If not for Zachariah's appearance distracting the demon, her fate would have been unimaginable. At that moment, the other 3 demons paused their killing, and the rose pushed away the nearly drained Demon-Sugio. Demon-Sugio tried to approach again, but the rose kicked him impatiently. The kick sent Demon-Sugio flying. Seeing a figure fly toward her, Isa, like a startled bird, shuddered in terror. As the figure landed, she quickly recoiled in fear. Upon recognizing it was Demon-Sugio, the panic on her face slowly dissipated, replaced by disgust. Demon-Sugio was associated with Martha's line, naturally unappealing to her. Looking at the barely breathing Demon-Sugio, Isa felt not sympathy but regret. Why hadn't the rose completely exhausted him? Suddenly, Demon-Sugio's entire body began to shake. His eyes widened. Like a dying man experiencing a brief surge of vigor, he suddenly became energetic. He looked up and saw a disheveled woman. In that instant, Demon-Sugio's gaze wasn't on the woman's face, but on her smooth shoulders, delicate skin, and elegant collarbone. Instantly, a wave of heat rushed to his head. He also felt incredibly parched. Isa realized something was wrong. Demon-Sugio, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Seeing Demon-Sugio's eyes, Isa felt a chill down her spine. However, Demon-Sugio couldn't hear anyone's words. Desire still burned within him. Consequently, he completely ignored Isa's pleas. He didn't recognize her as Isa. He only saw an inviting female body. In the next moment, like a ravenous tiger, Demon-Sugio lunged at Isa. Isa was powerless to resist. Driven by lustful fire, Demon-Sugio unleashed his hidden potential. Though he wasn't as vigorous as before, subduing the almost defenseless Isa was effortless. Rip. The tearing of fabric echoed in the corner, accompanied by Isa's cries for help. Someone heard her cries and glanced over, but they quickly looked away. Their expressions turned indifferent, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, many people recognized the woman. Some had seen earlier that it was Isa who had pushed Demon-Sugio into the rose's grasp. It was she who let Demon-Sugio be tormented. Therefore, those who knew the truth had no sympathy for Isa. They even felt she deserved it. Karma repaid. Elsewhere, the 4 demon envoys regrouped, surrounding Zachariah. They were astonished by Zachariah's sudden reappearance. The red envoy looked upward, shouting into the void. Hey, this is how you take someone away? Why release them now? Undoubtedly, he was questioning the giant beast hiding above. Under this accusation, the giant beast revealed its enormous head again, confusion evident in its large eyes. Logically speaking, anyone swallowed by it should have little chance of survival. Even if they survived for a short while, they shouldn't be able to escape its belly. For the first time, the beast felt it might have hallucinated. You're too slow. Its pride wouldn't allow it to admit a mistake, so it blamed them first, then opened its mouth wide toward Zachariah. It believed it could swallow Zachariah twice. However, as it opened its mouth, a sword beam suddenly appeared inside its mouth, piercing its throat. The beast let out an agonized roar. The roar thundered, shaking everyone's eardrums. Shut up. Why so loud? I haven't made as much noise as you. The rose covered her ears, annoyed. Meanwhile, the giant beast, fearing further damage to both body and soul, withdrew its head and disappeared into the sky. They couldn't understand the beast's behavior, thinking it was acting strangely. The rose secretly stoked a brighter, fiercer flame. She wouldn't believe she couldn't handle this man, especially since he was extremely irresistible. She didn't want to give up. With this mindset, she approached Zachariah with a playful smile. The other 3 envoys allowed her to act. After all, they had fought Zachariah without success. If the rose could defeat him, that would be beneficial. They would deal with the aftermath later. What mattered now was capturing him. Zachariah glanced sideways. The wound inflicted on the rose had healed, obviously rejuvenated during his absence. Little brother, I still feel. Before she finished, Zachariah pointed. In the next moment, a sword beam flashed past her. Her words abruptly halted. The strike sliced through her effortlessly, her body standing still while her head flew backward, rolling a few times on the ground. Her face remained frozen in that seductive smile. Even in death, she never realized she was dead. Behind her, the blazing flame of desire that was forming instantly collapsed and dissipated. In that moment, Braden and the other 3 envoys were horrified. How can you still have essence energy? Braden was almost stuttering. So shocked was he. This scene struck him deeply. As an ancestor's descendant, he couldn't use essence energy here. By his understanding, this was a rule applying to all outsiders. Only the ancestors' beasts originally in the secret realm, and these mindless demons, avoided this rule. Yet, Zachariah's actions defied his knowledge entirely. Realizing this, Braden understood that the roar of the giant beast just now wasn't a random outburst but a result of Zachariah's attack on it. Braden's body involuntarily shuddered. Without essence energy, Zachariah was already beyond the reach of the 4 demon envoys. So what about now? Isn't this guy invincible? And Zachariah indeed proved that their thoughts were correct with his actions. With a wave of his hand, the next moment, the hunched demon had no power to resist and was beheaded. Bad. Retreat. The blue and red envoys felt their hair stand on end. Sensing they were in an absolutely dangerous zone, they immediately withdrew. After all, they were once demonic tribulation crossing demons. Their sense of crisis naturally differed from the other two envoys. Your instincts are sharp, but it's too late. As the two demons retreated, Zachariah's figure flashed and instantly approached them. The two demons faced him as if confronting a formidable enemy, launching a joint offensive with two light wheels merging into one, slashing toward Zachariah. Zachariah remained calm. With a casual slash of his sword, their combined light wheel could not withstand this strike. This slash, like cutting through dead wood, directly split the light wheel into two halves. It dissipated into scattered sparks. Blood gushed from the mouths of the two envoys. Their aura weakened significantly. Zachariah had no intention of sparing them. He swiftly sliced them into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, those survivors still standing, all collapsed limply to the ground. They could remain standing when they were tense and braced, but at this moment, once their minds and bodies relaxed, they couldn't stand any longer, directly collapsing. Many people had tears welling up in their eyes, swinging back and forth at the gate of death, finally returning one step. This feeling was almost indescribable. Many hugged each other, weeping for joy. Others looked at Zachariah with deep gratitude, except for Isa. At this moment, Isa was utterly dispirited. She hadn't died, but after such humiliation and blow, wasn't she just like the dead? How proud she used to be. No matter how many suitors pursued her, she never gave herself away. Yet, someone was pressing her down, abusing her willlessly, and this person was from the same family, someone she detested. Demon-Sugio gradually stopped moving. His lustful flames were thoroughly quenched. Isa wasn't the rose. She didn't drain him completely. Thus, Demon-Sugio survived on Isa. However, Demon-Sugio was also in a dazed state, completely drained. Turning over and lying on his back, he seemed content and asleep, a smile lingering on his lips. Seeing his expression, Isa trembled with rage. With the last bit of strength she had, she crawled over, picked up a sharp stone, turned around, and was about to stab Demon-Sugio in the neck. Yet, in the next moment, a stone flew over and accurately knocked the sharp stone from her hand. Her tiger's mouth hurt. Her whole arm went numb, losing all strength. She raised her head angrily, meeting Zachariah's gaze, unable to hold back her emotions. I hate you. I hate all of you. Zachariah paid little attention to her. He had more important things to do. Seeing Zachariah turn his gaze towards him, Braden involuntarily took a step back, furious inside. My plan cannot fail like this. It cannot be ruined by you. Braden waved his hand. Attack. All of you, attack. Kill him. However, after Braden spoke, no one behind him dared to step forward. The remaining Ashton family members hesitated, completely unwilling to take a step forward. They were loyal to Braden, indeed, but they weren't fools. Ordering them to kill their own kind, though immoral, they could manage, because it was within their capacity. But what lay ahead was a terrifying existence who had slaughtered 4 demon envoys effortlessly. Facing such a being now, wasn't it equivalent to asking them to walk straight into death? At this moment, seeing no one respond, Braden became even angrier. You useless bunch, why are you still standing there? Now is your time to establish merit. If you don't go, shall I go? Braden's words fell. Someone plucked up the courage to say, Master, you can also go. We rely on you. Choosing to offend Braden over facing certain death. One sentence immediately infuriated Braden. He turned to Arn. You go. Arn immediately shrunk back. Father, you? Let me handle it. At this moment, Iof, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Chapter 220, The Immortal Demon. As Iof stepped forward, Zachariah saw the determination in his eyes, a resolve to die. To him, it seemed like dying by Zachariah's hand was the best choice. For at this moment, he faced a dilemma. On one side, he did not wish for his father to cause more bloodshed. On the other side, he couldn't bear to watch his father die right before his eyes. Therefore, in such a difficult situation, he chose the easiest way out, death. However, Braden did not want Iof to die. He let the people behind him fight Zachariah not because he truly believed they could stand against Zachariah, but so that these people would serve as sacrifices. Iof, however, was not on Braden's list of sacrifices. Not even Arn had such a fate. Despite having differing opinions and values, Iof remained, in his heart, the favorite son. This wasn't about stance or principles. It was a habit formed over time. Throughout the years, he had been groomed as the legitimate successor. If he failed, he hoped Iof could lead the Ashton family down another path, away from the unrealistic dream of reviving their ancestors. This was also the Ashton family's only retreat. But Arn was different. Braden knew very well that with Arnie's disposition, he would inevitably follow the same path as himself. Thus, if only one person could survive here, he hoped that person would be Iof. So when Iof finished speaking, Braden immediately grabbed his shoulder. Yet, Iof instantly broke free as soon as Braden touched him. In the next moment, Iof charged towards Zachariah without hesitation. With just a wave of his hand, Zachariah sent multiple strikes into Iof, sending him flying into a corner of the palace. Iof collapsed, unconscious. Xianxia. Braden's eyes widened in shock, believing Iof was dead. But in fact, Zachariah hadn't dealt him a fatal blow. Zachariah was always clear in his judgments. Comparing Iof with the other members of the Ashton family, the difference was stark. So, Zachariah didn't give him a deadly strike just because he liked Carrie. Instead, to prevent Iof from hindering him and sparing him the pain of witnessing his kin's death, Zachariah gave him a few light blows to put him out of action. In a way, it could be seen as considerate. After Iof fell, Braden, filled with rage, grabbed 2 of his subordinates and hurled them towards Zachariah. They screamed in panic, struck by sword lights before touching Zachariah, each collapsing on one side. Again, Zachariah did not kill them. Understanding Braden's intention was merely to sacrifice others, he naturally wouldn't fulfill his wish. This act shocked the remaining Ashton family members. They never expected their lord to be so deranged as to not spare them. They all retreated together while Braden, enraged, caught no one. Just then, Arn walked up, saying with a solemn face, "Father, since none of them are willing to make efforts for the Ashton family, I'll do it." Braden's face lit up. "Good son." However, at that very moment, a sharp blade pierced through his chest from behind. The tip of the blade emerged from his heart. Braden's breath hitched, his expression turning utterly stunned, unable to believe his obedient subordinates would turn on him. "I'm sorry, Lord. Young master ordered me to do this," said the man, pulling the blade back and retreating quickly. Hearing this, Braden raised his head in disbelief. At this moment, a sinister smile spread across Arnie's face. "Father, I don't want to be sacrificed, so I entrust you to go first. You have the longest lifespan here. Sacrificing you is like sacrificing 10 others. By letting you die, we can save 10 Ashton family members. I'm doing this all for the good of the Ashton family, don't you think?" Arn, while speaking, kept a safe distance from Braden, fearing his last desperate counterattack. Ha ha ha. Braden laughed, coughing up blood. "Fine, you're really my good son." Next moment, Braden's voice stopped abruptly, his life force cut off, and he passed away. Upon hearing Arn mention lifespan, Zachariah pondered internally. Does the awakening of the immortal demon not depend on the number of sacrifices, but on the total lifespan of those sacrificed? Is it possible that reaching a certain cumulative lifespan index will awaken the immortal demon? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Arn suddenly withdrew rapidly, separating himself from the crowd. He shouted, "Beast Venerable, isn't it your wish to see the master? It now rests entirely on you." Right after Arn spoke, the colossal beast's head reappeared above the palace. Without any warning, it spewed a stream of viscous yellow liquid towards Zachariah's direction. Zachariah knew how deadly that substance was to ordinary cultivators. More terrifying than poison, almost instantaneously fatal upon contact. If Zachariah only cared about protecting himself, it would be easy. But ignoring the others would certainly aid in the immortal demon's awakening. Thus, Zachariah had to protect everyone, even though there were people among them he despised. Under Zachariah's protection, the corrosive yellow liquid never reached anyone. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the giant beast redirected its aim. Oh no! Seeing the beast redirect instantly made Zachariah uneasy. At that moment, he understood the beast's true intention. The initial attack was merely a feint. Its real target? The remaining Ashton family members. The beast opened its mouth again, spewing out more corrosive liquid. Seeing the yellow liquid descend upon them, the Ashton family members were utterly terrified. They never imagined the beast would turn on them. In that instant, everyone tried to flee. However, by the time they reacted, it was too late. The corrosive liquid rained down on the crowd, instantly producing a sizzling sound that chilled the bones. After a series of agonized screams, every figure vanished into that pool of corrosive liquid, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Only Arn, who had moved away earlier, survived. Looking at the empty space where people once stood, Arn spread his arms wide, his expression manic, neither laughing nor crying. Descendant Arn welcomes our ancestor. Hashtag chapter 221, confrontation. At this moment, Zachariah could sense that an intangible force seemed to be converging towards Zuri's body. Zachariah's expression turned grave. It was obvious that the immortal realm demon no longer had a physical form. Zuri intended to use his body as a vessel for the revived immortal realm demon to possess him. All members of the Ashton family carried the bloodline of the immortal realm demon. Such a task was not difficult to achieve. However, Zachariah would certainly not allow this to happen. After all, an immortal realm demon was not something he could easily deal with. With a flicker of divine thought, Zachariah swung his sword, striking directly at Zuri's throat. A single strike sealed his throat. This blow also unleashed the netherworld sword intent. Just one strike severed all of Zuri's vitality. Before Zuri could revel in triumph, Zachariah had cut off all possibilities of survival. Like interrupting a mage mid-incantation, Zachariah wouldn't wait for it to complete before reasoning with him. In such moments, striking first was paramount. Otherwise, he would be the one in peril. The instant Zuri died, the immortal realm demon lost its chance for reincarnation. No, this isn't right. A sudden flash of insight struck Zachariah. He nearly forgot about another Ashton family member, Blaine, who was still alive. As Zachariah realized this, that vast energy already started transferring from Zuri's body into Blaine's. Zachariah, unable to show mercy, slashed directly at Blaine. Yet, in the next moment, Blaine vanished from where he stood. When Zachariah turned around, Blaine reappeared standing upright. He inspected his own body and said, "This body is passable." Then he suddenly raised his head, smiling at Zachariah. "Too bad. It's not as good as yours." At this moment, the giant beast above the palace rushed down. As it descended, its massive head rapidly shrank until it was only as large as an adult human head. Its body resembled a Xianxia, but its face bore no resemblance. It landed on Blaine's shoulder, licking his face like a obedient dog. Blaine seemed to find it repulsive, grabbing the creature and throwing it to the ground. Nevertheless, it persisted, rubbing crazily against Blaine's feet, truly behaving like a dog. Zachariah clearly understood now. The Blaine before him was no longer the original. The will and power of the immortal realm demon now resided within him. Zachariah had always strived to prevent the appearance of the immortal realm demon. But did his efforts ultimately fall short? Blaine wiped away several sword wounds on his body, and after his fingers passed over them, the wounds vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. This incredible recovery ability was nothing less than miraculous. Blaine didn't possess any special constitution. This superhuman healing was merely a hallmark of the immortal realm. Immortality wasn't just about endless lifespan. Those who reached this realm possessed an extraordinary self-repair capability, allowing their bodies to recover from injuries swiftly. Boundless lifespan, free of disease and disaster, rapid healing. All were remarkable traits of the immortal realm. Behind Xianxia, some people were bewildered by what was happening, but others realized the true terror had arrived. Why? Why is this happening? Aware of the immortal realm demon's possession of Blaine, these people were driven to madness. What have we done to deserve this? Why must we endure such torment? They oscillated between despair and hope many times, their hearts long broken, and now, they had fallen into a deeper abyss than ever before. An immortal realm demon, who could stand against it? Even someone as strong as Xianxia, they doubted he had the capability. After all, the aura Xianxia exuded was far from reaching the immortal realm, not even approaching the tribulation realm. Though his physical strength was formidable, breaking it wouldn't be hard for an immortal realm cultivator. Inside the Void Dragon Passage, space, Bryn also harbored deep concerns. Xianxia promised to let her see everything inside the palace, and he hadn't reneged on that promise. She too witnessed Blaine standing before Xianxia. She understood that the immortal realm demon now possessed Blaine. Earlier, he had been unconscious, giving no chance for resistance as the demon took over. Facing Blaine, Xianxia never expected his so-called rival to stand before him in such a manner. Yet, Xianxia remained calm. Judging from Blaine's current aura, the supposed immortal realm demon seemed not invincible or unreachable. Your full power hasn't returned yet, has it? Xianxia asked. Hearing this, Blaine chuckled. Your perception is keen. You noticed. I'm still far from my peak state. He shrugged. Can't help it. The combined lifespans of those sacrifices barely managed to wake me up. Shaking his head, he added, it's still too little, too little. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a chill. This was an immortal realm demon. If it needed to restore its full power, how many lives would it require? Even an entire city might not suffice. If this demon left, its first act would undoubtedly be finding more sacrifices to restore itself to its prime. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia cleared his mind. Overthinking was pointless. For now, ensuring his and Bryn's safety was paramount. He didn't dwell on whether the demon would escape. Though my power isn't at its peak, capturing you should pose no problem, Blaine said with a faint smile, kicking aside the pet creature rubbing against him. His eyes gleamed with amusement. I don't want to destroy this excellent vessel. Killing you would leave me without a suitable second option. Ruining it would require time and effort to repair. So, why don't we negotiate? Submit as my vessel, and together we can realize our grand ambition to dominate the world. How about it? Now, Blaine attempted to lure Xianxia step by step. Giant, you know, immortals remain hidden in this world. With our combined forces, we'd rule supreme without equal. Hidden immortals? These 4 words caught Xianxia's attention. While at Mount Shu, he often heard tales of immortals. Senior figures at Mount Shu often mentioned their cultivation aimed to seek immortality. They confidently asserted that immortals existed in the world. Yet as Xianxia's realm and strength grew, he found reality different from their claims. Despite his limited travels beyond Mount Shu, he had crossed the endless sea and visited places overseas. Throughout his worldly journey, he never encountered an immortal. Even the sect master, whom he once considered closest to being an immortal, fell far short of that realm. This led him to repeatedly question if true immortals existed, and whether cultivation truly had a limit. These doubts lingered deep in his heart. Upon hearing the demon mention, immortals remain hidden in this world, Xianxia finally felt certain about his suspicions. From what it looks like now, there are no immortals in this world. Why don't the immortals appear? Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia asked. As a cultivator, he couldn't help but be curious about the secrets at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. After Xianxia spoke, Blaine paused slightly, seemingly not expecting that Xianxia's focus would be on the first part of his statement. Do those things matter? Blaine retorted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Right now, I'm asking you whether you will cooperate or not. He wasn't here to chat idly with Xianxia. Explaining such matters was too time-consuming, and Blaine had no patience for that. You'll know once you decide to cooperate. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled faintly. You can keep dreaming. In the next moment, Xianxia lunged forward, trying to envelop Blaine within his sword domain. However, Blaine vanished from his original spot, reappearing farther away from Xianxia. Blaine naturally sensed Xianxia's sword domain. He also knew that Xianxia could maintain his divine essence in this secret realm precisely because of his sword domain. Although your boundary force is still immature, being able to wield such power at your age is truly astonishing. But maintaining such a boundary domain consumes immense energy. With your cultivation level, how long can you sustain it? Such a talented individual, yet lacking practicality. I shall grant you a lesson if you insist on making life difficult for yourself. Blaine lifted his wrist slightly, and an instant later, a sharp cone covered in black lightning coalesced in his hand. With a push of his palm, the cone flew toward Xianxia as if carrying an overwhelming heavenly might. As the cone entered Xianxia's sword domain range, instantly, Xianxia felt his sword domain almost falter. This guy has boundary-breaking power? Xianxia realized with a chill. Recognizing the danger posed by his opponent, Xianxia didn't dare underestimate him. In an instant, Xianxia flipped his hands. A star sword in one hand, a daylight sword in the other. With 2 swords in hand, Xianxia crossed them in front of him, unleashing a diagonal cross slash instantly. Enhanced by Shadow Kill technique, sword domain, and other effects, the power of this cross slash rivaled a full-powered Godslaying slash. The cross slash collided with the black lightning-coated cone. Amidst the crackling black lightning, the space where their attacks met even warped. Suddenly, Xianxia's star sword trembled unusually, which confused him and caused a twinge of worry. Now isn't the time to let me down. Xianxia didn't ignore the star sword's anomaly. Through the transparent heart sword art, Xianxia sensed an intense anger emanating from the star sword, as if harboring extreme rage. Oh, interesting. Blaine folded his arms in front of him, glancing at Zachariah's star sword with a floating smile. I seem to remember the previous owner of that sword. Oh right, he was killed by me. Never thought fate would twist so much that the sword ended up in your hands. It seems destiny has it that both owners of this sword will fall to me. After Blaine finished speaking, Zachariah understood the reason for the star sword's anomaly. This star sword was an ancient sword, lost in the graveyard of swords. Of course, there were reasons for this. So, he was your enemy? Despite the vast passage of time, the hatred remained intense, suggesting the former owner must have suffered unimaginably. Zachariah communicated inwardly with the star sword, promising to avenge its master. Only then did the star sword calm down slightly. Having settled the star sword, Zachariah took a deep breath, his gaze sharp and resolute. At this moment, the attack above was nearly over. The cross Zachariah unleashed was unable to counter the black lightning cone, which surged forward with lingering might. Zachariah used both swords to block it, but was forced back to less than 10 feet from the crowd. Everyone turned pale with shock. At such close distance, they could feel the terrifying aftereffects of the black lightning. Every body froze, immobilized. If this attack had targeted them, they would have been obliterated in less than a breath's time. Facing the attack head-on, Zachariah did not feel his body freeze. His body had long been tempered by various electrical forces, reaching near immunity to electric power. The black lightning continuously struck him, but couldn't impair his movement. Only Zachariah knew this advantage. The Immortal Realm demon only knew of Zachariah's formidable physical strength, but not how it was refined. This information gap was enough for Zachariah to exploit. Pretending to be immobilized, Zachariah waited until Blaine approached before suddenly bursting forward, resisting the cone's lingering might with his bare flesh and charging straight towards Blaine. Only by bringing Blaine within his sword domain could Zachariah gain greater assurance to slay him within the domain. Faced with Zachariah wielding two swords and approaching, Blaine's face showed a hint of disdainful laughter. Do you really think I fear your boundary domain? Just as he spoke, Zachariah's sword domain enveloped him completely. Without hesitation, Zachariah acted decisively. Godslaying slash. Starfall. Zachariah's dual swords unleashed two horrifying beams, slamming down. Chapter 222, Avoiding the Sharp Edge. Zachariah's dual swords slashed down in unison, their twin beams of light like flowing ribbons. Within his sword domain, these two beams unleashed terrifying power. Iof only raised both hands to meet Zachariah's wave of attacks. In an instant, a black wheel of light appeared in each of his palms. As Zachariah's sword beams collided with the black wheels, the explosive sound was almost deafening to those present. They watched this scene in awe and horror. If not for Zachariah's sword domain locking down the energy fluctuations, the mere after-effects of their colliding strikes would have added to the already weakened crowd's misery. Immediate death on the spot was a very real possibility. Crack. The black wheels shattered under Zachariah's onslaught. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly across them. A trace of surprise flickered across Iof's face. It seemed he hadn't expected Zachariah's attack to be so powerful. Next moment, the black wheels completely crumbled, leaving Zachariah's residual sword beams to slice off Iof's shoulders, severing both arms. It worked. Someone leaped up in excitement, his face radiant with joy. However, most still wore expressions of worry, because although Iof had lost both arms, he still stood upright, with an unperturbed smile on his face, as if losing his arms was not a serious matter at all. Your sword techniques are indeed formidable, coupled with a special sword intent, and further reinforced by this sword domain. It truly is capable of slaying any foe below the tribulation transcending realm. But alas, your own cultivation level still falls short. If you could reach the peak of the soul transform realm, I doubt I'd be a match for you now. Facing Zachariah, Iof maintained a confident demeanor, as though he hadn't just been put on the defensive. Zachariah's brows furrowed slightly. Both his sword techniques were enhanced with yellow spring sword intent. Under its influence, recovery was theoretically impossible. Yet here he still exuded confidence. Where did such self-assurance come from? While Zachariah pondered, blood spurted from the severed points on Iof's arms. The blood tendrils reattached the arms back onto his shoulders. Iof moved his hands, as if uninjured. Those who had celebrated prematurely grew gray-faced and sank back down upon seeing this. Zachariah was equally bewildered. Given that the wounds caused by his yellow spring sword intent directly deprived one's body of vitality, recovery should be impossible. This must be the subtlety of immortality realm, right? Zachariah soon understood. His yellow spring sword intent did possess the tyrannical power to strip away vitality, but this demon had an immortal foundation, which granted it boundless vitality. It could restore vitality as quickly as it was stripped away by the yellow spring sword intent. If Zachariah's cultivation was stronger, his yellow spring sword intent might overwhelm this immortal power. But given the current situation, his yellow spring sword intent wasn't quite enough against this immortal demon. As he predicted, my cultivation does fall short, huh? The higher the level of combat, the more critical a solid foundation becomes. Zachariah's only weakness was that his cultivation had yet to break through the soul transform realm. His opponent, not yet fully developed into the immortal realm, still possessed strength equivalent to at least the middle tribulation transcending realm. For Zachariah, a spirit boundary practitioner, to fight across such a vast gap in cultivation levels was indeed stretching his limits. With his arms restored, a grim smile spread on Iof's lips. Next moment, he flashed forward, rushing straight towards Zachariah. Zachariah, with a mental command, conjured countless swords in front of him, densely surging towards Iof. Iof approached recklessly, with the ferocity of life and death battles. Pushing a palm forward, numerous sword shadows fragmented before him. Zachariah felt a slight tremor in his mind, sensing that Iof's hand was wrapped with a strange force. This force seemed to target something specific and could nullify the power of his sword domain. Naturally, the sword shadows emitted from the sword domain could not withstand this force either. Now, let me give you a lesson. Domain power isn't invincible. Boom. Iof's palm struck out. Suddenly, Xianxia felt his once seamless sword domain torn apart. Like a perfect sphere pierced by a needle, a hole instantly appeared. Iof's force reached Xianxia, pushing him back until he slid towards where everyone was gathered. Just short of crashing into them. Had he really done so, the consequences would have been disastrous. Such a scenario would resemble Shaquille O'Neal barreling into a crowd. Some weaker individuals might have died on the spot. Still, Xianxia halted his slide. But the force released by Iof passed through his body, assaulting those behind him. Several people were hit by this force, flying out and smashing their heads into the palace walls, turning into bloody messes. This scene terrified the survivors. They hastily distanced themselves from Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath. If he weren't a rebirth holy body, he probably wouldn't have survived such an attack. This force seemed to ignore physical defenses, penetrating straight to internal organs. Internal organs, being relatively weak areas, were thoroughly devastated. Although outwardly calm, inwardly Xianxia was ravaged. His complexion paled slightly, but luckily his rebirth holy body was potent enough to heal internal organs. Despite this blow, Xianxia's sword domain shrunk, only maintaining within a few meters around him. Such a range was barely sufficient for defense rather than offense. You possess a holy body that greatly suits my needs. Far from reaching the immortal realm, yet having restoration abilities not inferior to the immortal realm. Iof strolled closer, increasingly pleased with Xianxia's physique. If it could serve as his new vessel, he would not only regain his peak strength, he might even advance further, breaking through immortal constraints and achieving the Jiavine realm. Then, this world would bow beneath his feet. Do you understand now? The gap between us is like an impassable chasm. I've shown restraint towards you. Don't defy fate any longer. Xianxia stood up, suddenly asked, compared to the demon overlord, who is stronger? Demon overlord? A faint sneer crept across Iof's lips. I don't know which demon overlord you refer to, but to me, they're all infants. Contemporary demons dare claim the title of overlord. How audacious. With these words, Xianxia gained a rough understanding. This demon might have been the strongest of its era, and the current strongest demon would likely be the demon overlord imprisoned in the demon-locking pagoda. Xianxia had never met the demon overlord and didn't know how strong he was. But since the demon overlord was imprisoned in the demon-locking pagoda, he might not be as strong as this one. Of course, Xianxia wasn't genuinely curious about who was stronger between this demon and the demon overlord. He asked casually just to distract his opponent. Next moment, Xianxia flipped his palm, activating the suction palm, unleashing a powerful suction force. A beast, previously enjoying the battle and even cheering for its master, was suddenly sucked towards Xianxia. Caught off guard, the beast was directly grabbed by Xianxia. He clutched its neck tightly, and the creature let out a pitiful cry, completely powerless. It didn't even have the chance to grow larger. Xianxia stared straight at Iof and said, if you want it to live, move away. Iof's expression was odd, seemingly surprised by Xianxia's tactic. What are you thinking? Why would I give up an excellent vessel like you for just a pet? Xianxia's expression remained calm as he increased his grip. The beast screamed pitifully, calling out for help from its master. However, impatience appeared on Iof's face. He seemed to think it was too noisy. In one swift move, he struck the beast in Xianxia's hand. This move was decisive and ruthless. The beast's eyes rolled back, filled with human-like despair. It likely never expected its master to do this. Captured by someone else, not only did its master show no intention of saving it, but he also attacked it to end its life. With despair and unwillingness, the beast fainted in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia shifted his gaze from the beast, his expression stern. It saved you with all its might. Without it, how could you have awakened so quickly? Killing your savior right after awakening, don't you find that shameful? Iof was growing increasingly annoyed by Xianxia's words. You talk too much. Iof realized Xianxia had no intention of submitting to him. In the next moment, he decisively moved to capture Xianxia. Xianxia was already prepared. His body turned into a shadow, vanishing from his original spot. In the next instant, a sword enveloped in endless dark thunder descended from the palace sky, striking Iof's head directly. Clearly, Iof did not anticipate such a descending sword attack from Xianxia. Caught off guard, he was pressed to the ground, lightning flashing and booming around him. Xianxia did not press his advantage, knowing his current strength wasn't enough to kill this foe. For now, avoiding the sharp edge was the best strategy. Xianxia suddenly appeared beside everyone. Startled by his sudden appearance, they thought he wanted to divert disaster towards them. But Xianxia wasn't as petty as they thought. He was there to save them. Without hesitation, Xianxia slapped a person, who vanished on the spot. Many people hadn't even reacted when they disappeared under Xianxia's slap. There was no time for explanations. He shouted, if you want to live, don't resist. Hearing this, those people dared not move. They still had some sense, knowing Xianxia had no reason to harm them. If he wanted to, they would have been left to their fate long ago. Thus, with their cooperation, everyone disappeared under Xianxia's palm in the blink of an eye. This wasn't any special ability. Xianxia simply transferred them to the Void Dragon crossing space. It was a desperate measure. If not for preventing them from becoming sacrifices and strengthening the demon, Xianxia wouldn't care much about them, especially given the unfavorable situation. Helping too many people would only complicate matters. But to prevent further strengthening of the demon, Xianxia had no choice but to save the others as well. After storing Jamie Sugio in the ring's space, only Rihanna remained. She didn't speak, showing her resistance through her actions. She pulled back her body, glaring at Xianxia with hatred. She didn't want to be saved by Xianxia, and Xianxia had no intention of saving her either. Ironically, both Both of their intentions aligned. You don't want me to save you? Fine, I don't want to save you either. Seeing Rihanna's resistant behavior, Zachariah smiled and vanished right in front of her. In an instant, Zachariah was gone. Only the half-dead, unconscious beast rolled down to her feet. Looking at the suddenly empty space before her, Rihanna regretted immediately. No, don't leave me, don't leave me. But Zachariah wouldn't return, no matter how much she regretted it. At this moment, the power of the heavenly sword dissipated. Iof stood up again. Meeting his cold stare, Rihanna felt suffocated. The world suddenly turned gray, losing all hope of survival. Where are the people? Not seeing Zachariah or anyone else, Iof exploded with anger. Especially not finding Zachariah made him furious. He couldn't accept the reality that his prey had escaped. Anyone in this situation couldn't remain calm. You tell me, where are the people? Iof grabbed Rihanna, searching everywhere with his divine sense but found no trace of Zachariah or others. Could these people escape the secret realm? This is impossible. If they had indeed left, how could he not know? Failing to find them, Iof vented his anger on Rihanna. I'll help you find them, I will. Facing imminent death, Rihanna held onto the last sliver of hope and spoke instinctively. In truth, she had no idea where Zachariah and the others went. She said this just to buy more time. Iof squatted down, lifting her chin with his hand, his gaze like a blade cutting across her face. I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Find the people, or your pretty face will die very ugly. Husband. Seeing Zachariah appear, Mandy rushed into his arms. Her heart rate hadn't returned to normal yet, shaken by Zachariah's battle with Iof. Worrying was inevitable. Though Zachariah's current strength surpassed her expectations, Iof harbored a long-lived demon. That was a monstrous disaster capable of annihilating all life. How could she not worry when Zachariah fought such a creature? Zachariah patted Mandy's shoulder to comfort her. After calming slightly, Mandy looked around. What about the others? Aware of what happened in the palace, she knew Zachariah had moved everyone else to the ring space. Yet she saw only Zachariah, not the others. They've been taken somewhere else, Zachariah replied with a faint smile. Originally, this was their private space. He had brought the others here reluctantly, but didn't want so many witnesses. Mandy nodded, concern still evident on her delicate face. Husband, will the demon find us here? Zachariah pondered, unsure but reasonably confident. I can't guarantee it, but normally, he shouldn't be able to find us. Mandy said, if he sees that ring, won't he suspect? Mandy thought the ring naturally fell in the palace after Zachariah entered the ring space. The demon might investigate the ring. If he destroyed it, they'd lose their hiding place. He probably won't see that ring, Zachariah assured her. Anticipating her worry, Zachariah had grabbed the beast before entering the ring space to distract Iof. Zachariah wasn't naive enough to believe threatening with the beast would make Iof retreat. He had long experienced the demon's ruthlessness. His true purpose in holding the beast was to create a diversion while entering the ring space. He made the ring re-enter the beast's belly, achieving complete invisibility. And indeed, Iof did not immediately discover where he had disappeared to. The beast wasn't important to him, or perhaps he simply didn't care whether it lived or died, Zachariah continued. This point provides us with additional assurance in our hiding place. Mandy listened to Zachariah's explanation, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. Zachariah's move had even deceived her. The demon surely wouldn't think of this either. She lightly kissed Zachariah's face, feeling much more at ease. But we can't stay here forever. Zachariah shifted his tone, worry clouding his expression. As the only one capable of contending with that demon, he couldn't help but consider more factors. Staying here was just a temporary measure. They would eventually have to leave and face the long-lived demon. Mandy could think of no way to defeat such a powerful foe. Her worries deepened, and she clung to Zachariah tighter. As long as I'm with my husband, it doesn't matter where we are. In her most passionate moments, Mandy did not want to be separated from Zachariah. She feared him leaving again to fight the demon, which she dreaded seeing. Don't worry, we won't go now, Zachariah comforted her softly, well aware of her concerns. He wasn't foolish enough to do futile things, knowing he couldn't kill the demon right now. After soothing Mandy, Zachariah sat down cross-legged. Now, he planned to extract all possible rewards from the Demon Chronicles. Only by rapidly enhancing every aspect of his strength could he stand against the demon once more. On the other side, those whom Zachariah had transferred seemed like stone statues, staring blankly around the white, misty space. They were unsure of their whereabouts and dared not move recklessly. Jamie-Sujio woke from his unconscious state. Opening his weary eyes and supporting himself up, the pain in his muscles and bones almost made him cry. The pain kept him fully awake. Ouch, where am I? The unfamiliar surroundings and foggy space gave him an illusion of floating in the clouds. Am I in heaven after death? But every part of him hurt so realistically. Another survivor nearby overheard and jeered. With what you've done, deserving scorn from both humans and gods, heaven is just a dream for you. Hell might be closer. Jamie-Sujio was confused. Some memories were missing. What did I do that's hated by all? An older man gently restrained the speaker. He's young and did it unwillingly. No need to be too harsh on him. Everyone fell silent after the Truman spoke. Left alone, Jamie-Sujio felt like a scalded ant, eager to know what he had done recently. However, everyone avoided his questions. Turning, he approached the remaining Jamie-Su family members, thinking they wouldn't hide it from him. But their disdainful and repelling gazes froze him. Even their eyes treated him like a monster. I must have done something awful, he almost shouted. Tell me what it is. A Jamie-Su family member eyed him suspiciously. You don't remember your despicable acts? Hearing this, dread filled Jamie-Sujio. I really don't remember. He only remembered being pushed out and then losing consciousness. Another family member spoke. You were bewitched by the demon, consorted with it, and later lost control, raping Rihanna. The words struck Jamie-Sujio like lightning, leaving him frozen in shock. Chapter 223. The big fish has arrived. Zachariah opened his eyes. It was as if he had just awoken from a restful meditation, and in the very instant he opened his eyes, two beams of light flashed out like lightning across the sky. After extracting cultivation experience and undergoing nearly 10 sessions of strength infusion, his aura continuously ascended, achieving a ladder-like breakthrough. When the dust finally settled, he had finally reached the 9th level of the Divine Intent realm. Although only a single step away from breaking through to the Soul Transformation realm, this step was no less challenging than moving from the 1st to the 9th level of the Divine Intent realm. Only by entering the Soul Transformation realm would there be a qualitative leap in power. Increasing minor realms now offered Zachariah minimal improvements. It merely allowed him to sustain his sword domain longer and increase the power of his sword move slightly. To thoroughly eliminate that immortal boundary demon seemed still a bit distant. Such results were naturally within Zachariah's expectations. If he could have broken through to the Soul Transformation realm, he would have done so long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. At this moment, Carrie's attention was caught by the changes happening around Zachariah. She could distinctly feel that Zachariah's aura had increased significantly. Husband, did you break through again? Previously, after Zachariah spent time with her, he had already advanced one realm. Now, the improvement felt even greater. Moreover, it happened in such a short span. Is this why your strength grows so rapidly? Carrie couldn't help but ask. But you just sat here meditating, doing nothing else? Zachariah smiled faintly. Indeed, I did nothing. Her cheeks flushed red immediately. She lightly punched his chest. At this critical juncture, you still joke? Zachariah's expression suddenly turned serious. This is not a joke. I think we need to have a deeper discussion on our cultivation techniques. Perhaps I can break through again. Carrie understood exactly what Zachariah meant. If they were alone, but others were present. Carrie held down Zachariah, who leaned forward hungrily. Not possible, there are other people. Being discovered during an intimate moment would be unbearable for her. With me around, they cannot approach. Zachariah flicked his fingers. Their space was isolated from the rest. No one could get close or spy on them. Now, Carrie, do you feel better? Zachariah explained further. It's not that I lack patience. It's simply that dual cultivation is the fastest way to enhance my strength currently. Of course, how truthful these words were known only to Zachariah himself. Carrie looked at Zachariah, feeling his words were as genuine as, I'll just rub outside without entering. Carrie nodded slightly. In the next moment, Zachariah moved closer. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, a moment passed quietly. Randall obviously lost all his patience. Time is up. Do you have any last words? A shadow of death loomed over Mara. Cold sweat drenched her back, trembling all over. Facing imminent death, she remained surprisingly clear-headed. I know. He disappeared along with Carrie, but he returned while Carrie didn't. Given his protective nature towards Carrie, he must not want her to risk herself. This means Carrie must be safe somewhere. And now, he must be with Carrie. If we find Carrie, we will surely find him. Even as she spoke, Mara was startled by her own conjectures. A wave of envy surged within her. Why should Carrie receive such treatment? While she, Mara, the true prodigy of the Jaemisu family, always the center of everyone's attention, had to face the terror brought by demons alone. Oh, Carrie, you make a reasonable point. After possessing Randall's body, the demon easily accessed his memories. He knew exactly who Carrie was. Randall turned his gaze to the demonic beast lying in the corner. As its former owner, he knew its capabilities well. The beast had traces of Taotai blood, capable of swallowing anything whole. Crucially, it didn't need to chew. Just by opening its devouring vortex, it could directly suck in people. Previously, both Zachariah and Carrie were undoubtedly swallowed by it. Yet Zachariah emerged unharmed from its belly without being sliced open. This indicated that Zachariah must have entered another space and returned from there. Has that guy mastered the ability to tear through space? Thinking of this, Randall's eyes narrowed slightly. Zachariah possessed powers beyond his age and cultivation level. It wasn't that the powers themselves were outrageous, but rather their manifestation in a young person like Zachariah made it astonishing. However, Randall shook his head. Breaking boundaries was among the closest methods to immortality, achievable only by those of the longevity realm. During their battles, Zachariah hadn't displayed such abilities. Thus, Randall guessed that Zachariah lacked this capability. There was only one possibility left. Zachariah possessed some supreme treasure that allowed spatial travel. Shifting his gaze, he lifted Mara's chin once more, treating her like a mere toy. You analyzed it quite reasonably. Mara forced a smile upon hearing this. I'm glad to please you. Can I really be pleased? Randall's tone changed abruptly. I clearly asked you to find the person, yet you tell me they are together. Is that all? Who doesn't know they are together? Right. How do we find Carrie? Tell me. With a slight increase in pressure, Mara's face contorted, teeth shattering, blood oozing from her lips. Seeing the blood drip from her mouth, a smile crept onto Randall's face. You and Carrie share ancestry and blood, right? He released her and wiped the blood from her lips. His action stunned Mara. We share the same clan but distant relations, she responded reluctantly. So, you are related. In that case, the blood needed may be considerable. Without waiting for Mara's response, Randall thrust his hand into her body. Mara's body twitched violently, eyes widening in shock, almost lifeless. Pulling his hand out, Mara collapsed backward, a gaping wound in her abdomen, blood gushing. Randall waved his palm gently, gathering the blood into a blood-colored bead. He infused a wisp of divine sense into it, then pointed at the void before him. The void shattered like glass, opening a crack. Muttering what sounded like a secret incantation, the blood bead shimmered and slipped into the crack, disappearing instantly. Randall turned to look at the barely alive Mara, crouching down with a smug smile. Thank you for the clue. I must say, you're quite useful. Randall tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Would you like to become one of my people? I can make you my first honored messenger after my rebirth. Mara's body couldn't stop trembling. Hearing Randall's words, she used her last ounce of strength to turn her head back. With great effort, she focused her nearly unfocused gaze on Randall and then nodded slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to nod more vigorously. It was just that she had no energy left for any significant movement. Very good, very good. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Randall's face. In the next moment, his hand pierced through her chest again, directly grasping Mara's heart. Mara felt icy cold all over. She had almost lost all sensation. She didn't feel much pain but conveyed her suffering, anger, and struggle through her eyes. She thought she had been deceived by Randall. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I don't intend to kill you, Randall said with a harmless smile. The first step to becoming my honored messenger is to dedicate your heart to me. On one of the main streets of Marshallang City. At this time, the city street had lost much of its previous vitality before the opening of the secret realm. Although there were still many people around, it was incomparable to the bustling crowd it once had. The reason was naturally that most outsiders had entered the secret realm and hadn't come out yet. Many locals had also gone in, especially the 4 major families in Marshallang City. They had sent almost all their elite forces. At a noodle stand, a dusty traveler just sat down. He felt nostalgic and wanted to savor some earthly delights for a change. After sitting down, the boss soon brought him a bowl of steaming noodles, entirely vegetarian as per his request. Indeed, he had asked for it. Years of cultivation and abstaining from grains had made his palate bland. He was no longer accustomed to the taste of meat. Brother, looking at you, you seem to be an outsider? The boss moved a small stool and sat down opposite him. Quite chatty, he asked directly. Nodding in response, the man put down his chopsticks, waiting for the boss to finish asking before eating. But the boss began chatting endlessly without stopping. After some pleasantries, the boss asked about his purpose for coming here. Brother, did you come for the secret realm? The man seemed confused by the question, smiling bitterly as he shook his head, indicating he didn't know anything about a secret realm. Yet, the boss didn't believe him, seemingly convinced that he had come for the secret realm but arrived too late. What's wrong with arriving late? Even if nothing's left now, you can still pay homage to our city's divine trace and try to come earlier next time. Perhaps no one got the imperial connection this time, but you might get it next time. The boss spoke enthusiastically. The customer listened helplessly, thinking it was a waste for such a personable individual to merely sell noodles. Sure, definitely next time. Next time, I'll come early, the customer replied, moving his chopsticks. Only then did the boss quiet down, finishing the bowl of vegetarian noodles. The customer paid and left. After walking a few steps, he looked back toward the direction the boss had pointed to the secret realm and muttered, Imperial connection. Can such a perilous place truly have an imperial connection? If Zachariah were present at that moment, he would be shocked, because this person was none other than Gerardo, the master of Xuanhuan. Zachariah had always assumed that the master had returned before him. However, in reality, Gerardo's journey was delayed. After Zachariah withdrew from Yinhuang Mountain, Gerardo was still recovering from his physical condition. He certainly didn't have Zachariah's remarkable recovery ability. Only when his body was mostly recovered did he decide to return by boat. However, he encountered chaos in Mira City, making tickets for sea travel extremely hard to come by. Though he wasn't short on money, out of compassion, he gave up his chance to leave first to others. After all, no matter how chaotic the factions in Mira City became, it hardly affected him. But it easily endangered those with lower cultivation levels. It wasn't until the situation in Mira City stabilized and demand for sea travel returned to normal that he set off, significantly later than Zachariah. Now, standing on the street looking into the distance, Gerardo hesitated slightly. In the next moment, his figure flickered toward the secret realm entrance. Soon, Gerardo appeared inside the Marshallang cave. There was only his solitary figure within the cave, and he saw the door leading to the secret realm. The door was tightly closed. Without enough people to open it together, anyone who came here would only find a locked door. That was why no one else was here. Those who knew they had arrived too late generally wouldn't bother to come and embarrass themselves. Of course, some remained hopeful but ultimately lost hope and left dejectedly. Gerardo clearly didn't belong to this group. His gaze swept over the secret realm door repeatedly. He even reached out to touch it, searching for a mechanism. Unsurprisingly, he found nothing. In the next moment, he exerted force to try pushing the door. At the same time, Randall's eyes suddenly flashed. Oh, it seems a big fish has shown up. At the same time, Randall's divine sense detected something. A slow smile crept onto his lips as he said to the kneeling woman, I found someone of the same bloodline as you, but not Jimisu Huer. It must be someone else. You go ahead first. I'll follow shortly. Mara placed her hand in front of her respectfully and said, Yes, master. Chapter 224, Venerable Envoy. Gerardo tried to open the large door before him by channeling his strength, gradually increasing it until he neared the limit of his power. Yet, the massive door remained immovable. Gerardo now understood that this door was beyond the reach of his individual power. He had considered using his sword to cleave through it, but upon second thought, felt it inappropriate. After all, if there truly was an imperial treasure inside, it would be a creation of a mortal emperor. Treating it with disrespect was out of the question. Gerardo abandoned his thoughts of struggling further with the door. Just as he turned away, a loud rumble came from behind him. The entrance to the secret realm opened on its own. This was undoubtedly a good chance for Zachariah to escape. If he used the Void Dragon Soul to probe the space at this moment, he could possibly leave as the gateway opened. However, Zachariah was preoccupied with cultivation and didn't realize the gate had opened. He never even imagined the demon would open the gate for him. On this side, Gerardo saw the gate of the secret realm open by itself and initially felt somewhat hesitant. He took 2 steps back. Seeing no reaction within the secret realm, he He advanced 2 steps again, then retreated 2 steps more. After repeating this cycle twice, he finally stepped into the secret realm. He placed one foot in while keeping the other outside, emphasizing caution. Previously, he wouldn't have been so uncertain, but after experiencing many things, he knew he must value his life more. Caution would not harm him. It wasn't cowardice. Only because the sharp spirit of a swordsman still existed in his heart did he dare step into this unknown and mysterious domain. As Gerardo's figure fully entered the secret realm, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. At the same time, the door behind him slammed shut abruptly, as if acting with intent. Gerardo tried to stop it, but it was too late. He only touched the closed surface of the door. In fact, just before the door closed, he had already reacted, but became slightly sluggish due to the boundary force suppressing his divine essence rushing towards him. Then, laughter echoed abruptly. Haha, big catch, what a big catch. Gerardo gazed into the void and saw a figure materialize, a figure of Iof. His gaze wavered slightly as, though he did not recognize Iof, he distinctly felt the intense demonic aura enveloping him. Is this a trap? Gerardo asked, scanning Iof and his surroundings. No, this is a fish pond, Iof replied jovially, and I am the sole angler of this pond. Consuming Gerardo, such a significant catch, would propel his strength closer to his peak, a monumental step indeed. Facing the arrogant and audacious Iof, Gerardo's gaze remained calm as a sword appeared in his hand, shining brilliantly. He looked fearlessly at Iof and said, have you heard the story of the angler being eaten by the fish? The moment Iof saw Gerardo draw his sword, feeling the surging divine essence from him, his gaze flashed with surprise. How was Gerardo's divine essence not suppressed? Could it be that he also mastered the power of the boundary? Before Iof could contemplate further, Gerardo had reached full readiness. The sword domain unfurled. Why is this happening? In the ring space, Dunk let out a pained howl. Upon learning the truth, he experienced shock, silence, regret, and finally madness. Repeating the same questions over and over, his voice hoarse and frantic. On one hand, he was tormented by having been deceived by the Rose, even copulating with her. These demons weren't even living beings. How could this not lead to his mental breakdown? On the other hand, the act of raping Lady Xuanhuan made him feel like a monster. Xuanhuan was the eldest daughter of the previous master and a star of the Su family, with admirers lined up almost a street long. Such a despicable act meant he likely wouldn't survive in the Su family, and if news spread, those enraged by his desecration would line up similarly to kill him. At this moment, Dunk felt immensely distraught. Just when he thought he'd escaped death, the future ahead of him made him wish for it again. Amidst his frantic despair, a crack suddenly appeared in the void before him. A blood-red pearl emerged and exploded in front of him, splattering blood all over his face. Dunk screamed in fright, backing away hurriedly, wiping wildly at his face. People around Dunk also shifted their attention to him, and then to the spatial rift. A pair of pale hands emerged from the crack, clearly a woman's. Black hair soon followed, confirming it was a woman. Everyone instinctively took a step back. The scene was quite terrifying. However, when the entire figure emerged from the crack, they breathed a sigh of relief as the woman threw back her black hair, revealing a gentle face. It was none other than Xuanhuan. Especially the surviving Su family members felt immense joy seeing a fellow member alive, though their faith in Xuanhuan had diminished. Only Dunk's face turned deathly pale, but covered in blood, it wasn't noticeable. Sister Yanhuan. 3 Su family members ran toward her, but as they approached, Xuanhuan suddenly lifted her head and a sharp light flashed across their throats. They died with eyes wide, disbelief clouding their expressions. They couldn't believe Xuanhuan had attacked them without warning. Xuanhuan's action caused immediate uproar among everyone. Fear filled their gazes as they looked at her. She's not right. Be careful, everyone. Xuanhuan ignored them, her cold eyes fixing on Dunk, who was sprawled on the ground. Chapter 225. The demonic evil returns. Rihanna's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Seeing Rihanna's expression, Sujio shuddered, and cold sweat immediately trickled down his temples. Partly, it was due to the overpowering presence that Rihanna emanated at this moment. On the other hand, it was also because of his guilty conscience. If there was one person he least wanted to face right now, it would undoubtedly be Rihanna before him. I didn't mean to. Just as Sujio opened his mouth to apologize, an extremely powerful aura of slaughter abruptly erupted from Rihanna's body. Even the people nearby could distinctly feel this aura. Everyone retreated again. None of them intended to speak up for Sujio. After all, only Sujio had wronged her. It had nothing to do with them. Even the remaining members of the Su family did not dare approach Rihanna anymore. After all, those 3 dead Su family members had a relatively good relationship with Rihanna and were often close to her. However, even those close relations hadn't hesitated to be killed by her. To them, Rihanna was no different from a stranger now. They dared not have any grievances against her. After all, Rihanna now possessed the power to easily take their lives. Some had already guessed what changes had occurred to Rihanna. Given that she had stayed with the long-lived demon for so long, how could nothing have happened? But even if they had guessed the truth in their hearts, none of them dared to say it outright. Their expressions seemed to convey that every grudge has its cause. If Rihanna had any hatred or grievances, they hoped she would just go after Sujio and not come looking for them. As the murderous aura erupted from Rihanna, she swung her arm and instantly slashed out a crimson beam of light. The beam moved like lightning, directly locking onto Sujio's crotch. If hit, Sujio would lose his manhood. The reason Rihanna did not immediately kill Sujio was not out of mercy, but because she did not want him to die so easily. To let him die so quickly would be doing him a favor. She wanted to slowly flay him alive, making him deeply experience the meaning of unbearable pain. Despair filled Sujio's heart, and he almost closed his eyes. But right at this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed, neutralizing the beam. Demon-Subduing's eyes shot open. Realizing he had narrowly avoided being castrated, he felt a lingering fear, and his legs went weak. Rihanna glanced sideways. She saw Zachariah and Martha's figures emerging from the white expanse of space. Since Rihanna entered this layer of space, Zachariah had known about it. Naturally, she couldn't have come here on her own. The only entity capable of helping her was the long-lived demon. Zachariah was somewhat helpless. He didn't expect the demon to come so quickly. Although he didn't know how the demon found the ring's space, since events had unfolded this way, he could only respond with all his might. So, putting on his clothes, he rushed over immediately, arriving just in time to prevent Demon-Subduing's lineage from ending. Upon seeing Zachariah and Martha's figures, Rihanna's eyes instantly flickered with intense hatred. This hatred was different from facing Demon-Subduing. Facing Demon-Subduing, she looked down on him, completely disdainful. Feeling defiled by such a despicable person, she wished to chop him into pieces and feed him to dogs. But facing Zachariah, she instinctively felt inferior. Even though she had gained new powers, this feeling remained unchanged. This disparity twisted her heart even more. Rihanna, you actually kill your own kind? Seeing the three Demon-Subduing family members lying under Rihanna's feet, Martha's beautiful face showed anger. Zachariah said, she is no longer one of us. She can't even be called human. She is a demon. Everyone was greatly shocked by these words. Those who had already suspected this moved quietly behind Zachariah as their suspicions were confirmed. Rihanna sneered, wasn't this all forced upon me by you? Zachariah frowned. What he hated most was this kind of buck-passing behavior. You clearly refused to help. Now, suffering the consequences, you turn around and blame me, saying I forced you? Zachariah wanted to curse, but ultimately he held back. At that moment, he knew Rihanna was completely irrational. Just as Zachariah was about to step forward, Martha stopped him, indicating that she would deal with Rihanna. Zachariah thought about it and agreed. Martha was not a mere decoration. Her strength was comparable to Rihanna's. After cultivating together with Zachariah, her strength had increased significantly. Cultivating this supreme dual cultivation technique meant that the greater the difference in strength between the two partners, the more benefits the weaker party would gain. So, while Zachariah benefited greatly, Martha naturally improved more. Thus, when Martha indicated that she would fight, Zachariah did not stop her. Stepping out beside Zachariah, Martha locked eyes with Rihanna, sparks seemingly flying between them. Since you have chosen to fall into depravity, serving as a pawn for demons, willing to kill Demon-Subduing family members, I need not consider our familial ties. Hearing this, Rihanna laughed coldly. Good. Now I have no scruples in killing you either. Without further ado, Martha unleashed her magical tool, and their attacks collided. Most of Zachariah's attention was on Martha, but some was still placed on the surrounding area. He was always alert to any movements in the space. After all, Rihanna was not concerning. The real concern was the long-lived demon. And for some reason, after finding their location, it did not come right away. Instead, it only sent Rihanna over. Could it be exercising extreme caution, using her as a probe? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Iof and Seymour's battle raged fiercely. Iof had taken several sword strikes. Although his incredible recovery ability allowed him to heal each wound, each strike weakened his aura slightly. This made him quite frustrated. This guy's sword intent and sword domain were extraordinary, especially his mastery of the sword domain, which was quite exquisite. Clearly, this was no ordinary opponent. While Iof regarded Seymour's strength with new respect, Seymour was equally astonished by the demon's healing speed. It reminded him of someone else. His head throbbed with worry. Fighting against someone with such terrifying recovery abilities was truly painful. Originally, wounds inflicted by his sword intent weren't easy to recover from. Yet this demon managed to restore itself to its original state in a short time. Oddly enough, the demon's physical prowess was inferior to the person he had previously seen. Seymour felt puzzled. Examining the surroundings, he could sense that the ruler here was indeed this demon. Combining this with the rumors of imperial edges, Seymour quickly deduced that the legendary long-lived being, the human emperor, who was supposed to have perished, was very likely this demon. For a moment, Seymour felt a chill. His heart turned icy. Though unclear about what happened here, allowing this demon to live again, Seymour understood that if this creature escaped, it wouldn't be just a few city dwellers who would suffer. Presently, the aura of this demon had not yet reached the longevity realm level. This was precisely the best time to nip it in the bud. Though Seymour had just experienced a similar situation, he did not feel weary. When the Shu Mountain Sect was founded, its purpose was to thoroughly eliminate evil and exterminate demons. Eliminating these world-disturbing demons was their duty and responsibility from the start. What was there to complain about? Seymour raised his sword vertically towards the sky. A thunderous, heavenly sword descended from the void. It crashed down on Iof's head. Again? Iof instantly recalled the feeling of being dominated by this move. If it weren't for being suppressed by Zachariah's move for that moment, he wouldn't have let Zachariah escape so easily. Meanwhile, Seymour heard the demon's words and frowned in confusion. What do you mean again? Iof did not answer. The heavenly sword fell. Even though Iof had experienced this move before, he could not defend against it again when it came the second time. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of the heavenly sword was unleashed upon him entirely. Iof's constitution couldn't compare with Zachariah's. In an instant, Iof's body disintegrated under the impact of the heavenly sword, nearly turning to ashes. If not for the immortal power bestowed by the demon, desperately maintaining Iof's physical body from collapsing, this vessel would have turned into ashes under this one strike. This guy must be at least someone who has passed 6 calamities. At this moment, Iof finally got a real sense of Seymour's strength. When Seymour first entered, he still concealed part of his power. But now, with the intent to kill firmly decided, he finally revealed the might of the Shu Mountain Sect's master, I was too careless. This one is tough. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength, Iof roared and suddenly tore through space with both hands. In the next moment, without hesitation, he directly entered the spatial rift. Seymour was slightly taken aback. By the time he wanted to intercept, it was already too late. The rift vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Seymour couldn't chase in time, only managing to swing his sword during the gap, striking Iof's back. But Seymour knew that final blow was not enough to kill the demon. Looking at the empty expanse before him, Seymour sighed slightly. Indeed, a longevity realm demon. This is bad. Seymour felt quite regretful. Tearing through space was a technique close to immortality. Only those who had attained longevity could possibly master such ability. Although the demon had not fully recovered its strength, the power to breach realms still existed. This made things rather troublesome. In the palace, Iof's figure tumbled out of the void. He got up and touched the wound on his back. All injuries inflicted by the heavenly sword were gone, except for the one on his back, which had not fully healed yet. He was visibly annoyed. He felt like a hunter who had been blinded by a bird after chasing it for days. He misjudged the man's strength, resulting in his current predicament. This body is too weak. If I had that perfect vessel, I could crush that guy with one hand. At this point, Iof began to miss Zachariah more and was even less satisfied with his current body. He originally thought the one outside was an easy target, planning to easily take him down before finding Zachariah and defeating him. But unexpectedly, the one outside was also a tough nut, seemingly even stronger than Zachariah from the few rounds of attacks. Given this, he should deal with the easier target first. Through Rihanna, he had sensed Zachariah's presence. His gaze shifted to the pet beast lying in the corner. His eyes twitched slightly. He squatted in front of the pet beast. The nearly dead beast opened its eyes. Seeing its owner, it thought its owner had come to save it. Hope shone in its eyes. However, in the next moment, Iof brutally grabbed it and tore it in half. Splashes of blood and guts dropped everywhere. There was a clear ringing sound as a ring hit the ground. He threw away the pet beast's corpse and picked up the ring. A good spatial ring. I see what tricks you've got. After several attempts failed to enter the ring normally, he laughed coldly and tossed the ring aside. In the next moment, he tore through space and stepped in. In the ring space, struck by Martha's sword, Rihanna's figure slid backward, the pale skin in front of her cut open with a long gash. Initially evenly matched, Martha grew more aggressive as they fought, displaying greater endurance, finally taking the upper hand. Rihanna, failing to defeat Martha promptly, lost patience and broke through her defenses. Being injured, her mood became even more agitated. Her intense frustration was evident from her twisted expression. She hated. She and Martha were once known as the twin flowers of the Jamie-Su family. In the Jamie-Su family, when Martha returned from Shushan, she always wanted to surpass Martha. Yet, whether in appearance or cultivation strength, she could never overshadow Martha. This was tolerable. Now, after sacrificing everything, her dignity as a human, everything she owned in the Jamie-Su family, and becoming a subordinate to the demon, she thought she could finally step on Martha. Reality slapped her hard. It seemed even after sacrificing everything, she still could not match Martha. No matter how hard she tried, she could not surpass Martha, who had a smooth journey with someone protecting her. Her strength is clearly not this strong, definitely not this strong. Rihanna couldn't understand. She had significantly boosted her strength with the help of the immortal demon. Yet, Martha's strength increase surpassed hers. At this moment, she exploded in rage. Since I've died once already, what difference does another death make? As long as I take you down with me, my trip won't be in vain. Deciding this, Rihanna attacked Martha without any reservations. She abandoned all defense, no longer thinking of defeating Martha in a duel, but fighting with her life. If Martha slashed her once, she vowed to leave a scar on Martha too. This sudden change in tactics caught everyone's attention, especially Zacharias. However, facing the shift in her opponent's tactics, Martha remained calm. She neither rushed nor became overly aggressive. Instead, she switched from offense to defense, drawing Rihanna into her rhythm. Unable to break through for a long time, Rihanna became even more anxious. Her attacks grew more ferocious, almost berserk. Facing her increasingly desperate attacks, Martha merely smiled faintly. When Rihanna realized something was wrong, it was already too late. At that moment, her attack was spent. As Martha dodged and suddenly circled around behind her, Rihanna tried to turn but found herself entangled by flower vines. The flower vines tightened abruptly, crushing her body mercilessly. Crunching bones and snapping sinews echoed. Rihanna's body contorted almost beyond recognition. Her facial features lost all grace, showing only grotesque malice. Martha, may you die miserably. May you have no good end. Cornered, Rihanna did not beg for mercy, nor ask for a way out. Instead, she cursed Martha with the most venomous curses. At this point, Martha hadn't delivered the final blow, but Zachariah could no longer hold back. With a flick of divine will, a streak of sword light flashed. Rihanna could no longer make a sound. Jamie-Su Gio stood dumbfounded, staring at this scene. His heart was heavy with indescribable emotions. It felt as if a large stone was blocking his throat. Unspeakably uncomfortable. The others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Rihanna had become a demon, not one of them anymore. They did not feel any sympathy for her. Some felt it was a pity. Such a delicately beautiful woman, yet she had such a venomous heart. Just as everyone began to feel they could breathe a little easier, space suddenly tore open again. A figure darted out from the crack. Zachariah had been on guard since Rihanna entered this space. He knew this place was no longer safe. So when the figure appeared, Zachariah immediately attacked. He slashed cleanly with his sword. The blade pierced through the figure's head. An afterimage? Zachariah was startled. In the next moment, Zachariah turned around sharply. He saw that, behind Martha, another spatial rift had opened up. A hand reached out from the rift and rested on Martha's shoulder. Iof's form fully emerged. His gaze landed only on Zachariah, wearing an enigmatic smile. Meeting you again, hiding in this spatial ring is quite comfortable, isn't it? That moment, thinking of how this spatial ring was hidden inside his pet beast's stomach, made Iof feel like he had been fooled. Staring straight at Zachariah, he almost gnashed his teeth. You are really full of tricks, aren't you? If I don't use some tricks, wouldn't all the benefits go to you? That moment, Martha, who had Iof's hand on her shoulder, felt a wave of panic. She wanted to escape, but found herself unable to move. Iof's hand, seemingly resting casually on her shoulder, felt as heavy as a mountain to her, as if a mountain were pressing down on her shoulder, leaving no room for escape. Take your hand off. Zachariah growled angrily. Off. Everyone, still stunned by Iof's appearance, was taken aback again by Zachariah's sudden roar. They had never seen Zachariah speak so harshly. Throughout, Zachariah gave them a calm and collected impression, always having everything under control. Even while fleeing, he showed no signs of panic. Everything was orderly. He always seemed calm and composed, unfazed by events. But at that moment, Zachariah's actions made them realize that he wasn't naturally aloof or indifferent. He just hadn't encountered something he cared about deeply. Once his limits were pushed, he could be as furious as anyone else. However, Iof seemed pleased to see Zachariah's defenses broken. To provoke and infuriate Zachariah, he deliberately added, "The person whose body I am possessing seems interested in your companion, right?" Upon hearing these words, the next moment, Zachariah's sword domain enveloped him entirely. Wow, 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 are you challenging me to see if your sword or my hand is faster? Facing Zachariah's overwhelming sword domain, Iof still looked unperturbed. He knew Zachariah was merely bluffing. He wouldn't dare touch him. Otherwise, he would kill Martha without hesitation, leaving Zachariah remorseful. That moment, Zachariah's mind raced. He thought of many ways, yet none dared he attempt. He couldn't risk Martha's life. Zachariah's voice grew heavy. What do you want to let her go? To let her go? Simple. Just submit to me and be my vessel, and I will release her. No. Before Zachariah could respond, Martha shouted, Husband, don't agree. Otherwise, I'd rather die. If Zachariah's body were occupied by this demon, it would mean Zachariah was dead to her. What reason would she have to live then? Be quiet. Iof scowled, then choked Martha, preventing her from speaking. Yet Martha's eyes revealed firm determination. A pained expression crossed Zachariah's face. He knew, given Martha's character, she would certainly follow through. Agreeing meant Martha's death. Not agreeing also meant her death. Zachariah clenched his fists tightly. For a moment, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. If you dare harm her, I will make sure you cease to exist. Zachariah roared furiously. Hearing this, Iof laughed in spite of his anger. At a time like this, you dare threaten me? Since you're so stubborn, let me give you a taste of despair. In the next moment, Iof tore through space, throwing Martha into the rift. Chapter 226, The End. The moment Xandra's figure fell into the spatial rift, Big Sister Kuer, Jimmy-Sugio rushed forward, trying to rescue her. She had helped him so much. He was immensely grateful to her. Seeing Xandra in peril, he couldn't just stand by. Even though he felt great fear towards Iof, at this moment he summoned all his courage. And just as Jimmy-Sugio took a step forward, a faster figure flashed past him. Zachariah instantly appeared beside Xandra, reaching out to grab her. In an instant, Zachariah managed to grasp a corner of Xandra's clothing. At that very moment, Iof's attack struck head-on. With one hand, Zachariah attempted to defend himself but was cut through and fiercely sent flying back by a sharp edge. Ryup. The sound of tearing fabric rang out as only a piece of Xandra's clothes remained in Zachariah's hand. As he flew backward from the impact, the residual force still landed on Zachariah's chest. Immediately, the front of his clothing was drenched in blood. But Zachariah paid no attention to his injuries. His mind was entirely preoccupied with Xandra. By now, Xandra herself had vanished into the spatial rift, her whereabouts unknown. That spatial rift quickly disappeared from sight. Just as Jimmy-Sugio started to move forward, he was hit and flung backward by Zachariah, who was thrown back. At this point, Zachariah had no time for Jimmy-Sugio. He tightly clutched the piece of cloth in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Those around could distinctly feel it. Zachariah's presence became terrifyingly oppressive in that instant. Zachariah took a deep breath and reminded himself, she might not be in danger, might not be in danger. He comforted himself, thinking perhaps Xandra was merely transported elsewhere by Iof. However, it seemed as if Iof could see through Zachariah's thoughts. A mocking smile appeared on his face. I have no patience for those tricks. I threw her into the void through a spatial rift. Even if she somehow dodges the chaotic currents in the rift, she'll end up dead in the endless void. And this is the price you pay for non-cooperation. Inside the spatial rift, terrifying spatial currents randomly appeared, varying in strength. Some of these currents were powerful enough to match a full-strength attack from a longevity realm cultivator. Therefore, unless they possessed extremely strong physical recovery abilities, traversing a spatial rift was almost certain death for longevity realm cultivators. Even if they survived the spatial rift, beyond it lay the boundless void, an area even longevity realm cultivators wouldn't dare tread lightly. Its terror, even at the peak of his power, he dared only glance once, then fled in panic from some terrifying entity. According to legends, only immortals dared venture there. Xandra, with her mortal body, had almost no chance of surviving in the endless void. Upon hearing Iof's words, hope within Zachariah was almost completely shattered. That moment, his murderous intent erupted like a volcano. Iof remained calm. He certainly didn't regret what he did, since he couldn't force Zachariah into submission with that woman. Striking Zachariah's morale was equally important. This way, once he thoroughly crushed Zachariah again, forcing him to relive despair, Zachariah would be utterly demoralized, allowing Iof to seize control of the perfect body without further hindrance. Then he could take over this flawless body and no longer be hindered. At this moment, Zachariah's blood stained an object in his arms, seeming to sense Zachariah's resolve. The object finally responded. However, Zachariah couldn't find any joy in this. His expression gradually turned impassive. The sword domain he unleashed expanded to twice its original size. Feeling the expansion and increasing pressure of Zachariah's sword domain, Iof's smile faded slightly. Zachariah held the star sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. At that moment, dots of variegated starlight emerged on the star sword. The starlight, as if piercing through the long river of darkness, finally shone brilliantly. At this point, Iof still wasn't too concerned. The owner of the star sword was killed by him personally, and the sword itself had been lost for a long time. Defeated General's weapon, a speck of light, daring to contend with me? Zachariah said nothing. He swung the sword down. When that sword strike descended, everyone held their breath. Iof also sensed that this strike was indeed stronger than Zachariah's previous attacks. From this, if Zachariah hadn't been hiding his strength before, it meant his strength had significantly increased in just a few hours. Iof was more inclined to believe the former, because even he found it hard to believe anyone could improve so rapidly in such a short time. Among the geniuses I've seen, none can match your potential, but it's still not enough. All who don't reach the longevity realm are mere ants. Iof clasped his hands in front of him. Instantly, the space before him distorted as if collapsing. Zachariah's sword slashed into the distorted space. That sword light also twisted. However, in that very instant, a mist emerged from the distorted space. As soon as Iof touched this mist, his expression changed drastically. What is this? In that moment, he felt the demonic aura within him retreat like meeting its nemesis, being suppressed by this mist. The source of this mist was precisely that mysterious bead on Zachariah's body. After leaving Flame's Splendor Mountain, it hadn't reacted until now. Zachariah had tried using Divine Essence to activate it, but to no avail. Until just now, when Zachariah's murderous intent toward the demon reached its peak, his blood seeped onto the bead's surface and was absorbed. Only then did the bead respond to Zachariah. Upon contact with the mist, Iof's aura plummeted, and the twisted space in front of him returned to normal. Zachariah's sword broke through at that moment, engulfing his figure like a torrent. A sword strike carrying Zachariah's overwhelming fury. It contained almost all the means Zachariah could muster at that moment. Giavine Thought Sword, Netherworld Sword Intent, Shadow Killing Technique, Thunder Sword Art, Giavine Slaying Sword. Zachariah fused all his abilities into this single strike. Blinding sword light, thunderous roars, Iof's body constantly trembled inside, showing signs of total collapse. This strike was like a spreading fire. If the demon didn't possess longevity power, he would turn to ashes in moments. But even with longevity power, the body wasn't originally his own. Enduring Zachariah's strongest strike within the sword domain, even with his formidable longevity power, it was an immense strain. Iof attempted the same trick again, trying to tear the space to escape. As long as he dodged Zachariah's most potent strike. Next, he had nothing to fear. Zachariah could indeed injure him, but not kill him. The ultimate victor would still be him. In his view, the result was already determined. Zachariah was merely giving off one last burst of life before dying. However, just as he was about to act, Zachariah didn't give him the chance. Next, Zachariah's figure directly charged into this beam of sword light. Iof had never seen such a fighting style. Charging into his own offensive? What kind of strategy was this? But soon, he understood. Zachariah came with the determination to kill him. With his holy body, Zachariah could withstand the sword light without dying immediately. But that sword light was his strongest move. Even though his physical body had reached the pinnacle of the holy body, he could not remain unscathed in that sword light. His skin cracked like parched earth. Yet, he seemed completely unaware of it. He was waiting for this moment when Iof's power was suppressed. This was the only opportunity he had to truly slay the demon under his sword. You can't. At this moment, the smug and confident smile on Iof's face vanished, replaced by a look of furious humiliation. To him, Zachariah was merely a slightly larger ant. But now, this ant dared to ride on his head and tried to bite him to death. How could he tolerate this? However, just as Iof's defenses began to crumble, the mysterious mist attacked again, further weakening his resolve. In the contest between masters, every millisecond mattered. This brief moment was enough for Zachariah to seize the opportunity. In the next instant, Zachariah was already before Iof. He held the star sword with both hands, the same white mist enveloping it, causing Iof distress. Without hesitation, Zachariah thrust the sword toward Iof's brow. He did not aim for the heart, understanding that piercing the heart wouldn't necessarily kill due to the heart parasite secret technique. His goal was to destroy the demon's divine soul. Only the complete annihilation of the divine soul would mean true destruction. The star sword easily pierced Iof's brow, the mist suppressing the demon's aura and even affecting its longevity power. The demon's heart turned cold, knowing that if its head was truly pierced, it might fail in this unexpected situation. Iof suddenly grabbed the star sword with both hands, the sharp blade cutting through his palms, blood dripping down. Normally, he would never be harmed by a blade's edge, but the mist wrapping around the blade made it possible. Is this chaos breath? The longevity demon was suddenly filled with fear, sensing the possibility. Desperately trying to pull the sword from his head, he screamed, "Stop! Stop! I have a way. I can bring Xandra back." Iof suddenly spoke. Whether this was true or false, it was meant to shake Zachariah's will and determination. Even a momentary waver would give him a chance to escape Zachariah's control and the threat of death. At this moment, Iof's voice echoed again, don't believe him. He has no way to bring Xandra back. Zachariah, kill him. The one speaking now was the real Iof. As the demon's divine soul started to suffer damage, Iof's consciousness emerged from the darkness. Seizing the chance to breathe, he did everything he could to inform Zachariah of this truth. When the demon merged with his body, their memories fused, making Iof fully aware of the demon's abilities and limitations. Initially, Iof despised the demon's actions, especially after it threw Xandra into the space rift. All admiration for his ancestor evaporated, leaving only intense hatred and murderous intent. So, to ensure Zachariah wasn't distracted, to let him finish what needed to be done, Iof chose death alongside the demon to reveal the truth. Zachariah, hearing the demon's words, hesitated momentarily, but Iof's timely warning reaffirmed his resolve. The demon's rage exploded, suppressing Iof's consciousness once more. No, why does he have chaos breath? Why? Faced with the demon's question, Zachariah remained silent. Inside him, waves of fury surged, but he didn't care about the source of the mist anymore. He activated all his hidden preparations, ensuring the demon had no chance to escape. Finally, the demon felt genuine fear. It had been so long since it experienced such terror. In that final moment, Zachariah used his last ounce of strength to pierce straight through Iof's skull. Bloodied blade emerging from the back of his head, the demon screamed in ghostly agony. Its divine soul transformed into a shadow, trying to flee, but Zachariah's sword pinned it down. With powerful mental force, he restrained the demon's soul tightly, preventing any escape. As Zachariah's mental energy surged, thousands of swords appeared around him. These were thought blades, part of the 10,000 sword formation, which engulfed the black soul. Thought blades were unparalleled in destroying divine souls. No, don't. The black soul struggled frantically, to no avail. In the next instant, blades rained down, piercing the black soul repeatedly. Within moments, it was torn apart, dissolving into nothingness amidst agonized screams. I won't let you go. Remember this. When the demon's blood-curdling scream abruptly cut off, its divine soul vanished completely from this space. Everyone stared in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. They found it hard to believe. Did Zachariah really destroy that immortal realm demon? Some pinched their thighs. Upon confirming it wasn't a dream, their faces overflowed with joy. They even shed tears of happiness. Despite the overwhelming joy, none dared to cheer or speak loudly, because they saw Zachariah still enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Zachariah's body seemed to have lost all strength. He could no longer stand and sat down. The star sword was planted into the ground inverted. His right hand still gripped the hilt of the star sword. Not letting go, silence filled the air. Facing away from them, Zachariah left only a lonely, desolate silhouette. Zachariah stared ahead, like a statue frozen in place, gazing at the empty void, lost in thought without uttering a word for a long time. In the boundless void, a splendidly decorated, flower-bedecked immortal boat slowly drifted through the void. Outside the boat was a thin protective barrier shimmering with iridescent colors, dazzling and beautiful to look at. Occasionally, violent void turbulence struck the barrier. It merely rippled like water waves before settling back to peace. Inside the boat, there was a bald Truman and Audrey dressed in rich garments, with 2 floral knots on her head, looking dainty and charming. Even though she hadn't fully grown up, she already showed signs of being a future beauty, likely a temptress-level woman when mature. The Audrey sat opposite the bald Isaiah, a golden thread chessboard between them. Their fingers lightly touched the board, but they held no pieces. They played by sheer will. After a while, the Audrey suddenly said, I made a mistake. Let's start over. The bald Isaiah replied in frustration, Miss, this is the 38th time you've regretted a move. Such poor character in chess is unacceptable. The Audrey pleaded playfully, Minister Elder, I know you're the best. Let me win just this once. Last time, truly the last time. The bald Isaiah, known as Minister Elder, rubbed his head and sighed. Miss says that every time. It's quite vexing. The Audrey was about to say something more. Suddenly, an unusual ripple came. Their game was interrupted. The bald Isaiah turned around. A huge void beast charged toward the boat, showing no intention to stop. You vile creature, blind? Seeing the void beast charging, the bald Isaiah's aura changed instantly, his voice thunderous. He waved his hand. Instantly, a beam of rosy light appeared in the void, striking the void beast. Struck by the rosy light, the void beast lost most of its flesh and blood in an instant. Roaring, it rapidly fled, resembling a dog fleeing its home. The bald Isaiah then returned, his aura subsiding. Miss, don't worry, it's just a blind creature. Let's continue our game. But the Audrey's mind was elsewhere now, looking left and exclaiming, Minister Elder, didn't you hit the wrong target? That big thing wasn't coming for us, it was for her. The Audrey pointed. The bald Isaiah followed her finger's direction. His eyes flickered. He saw a figure floating in the endless void, slowly descending. Minister Elder, she's still alive. Please save her. Facing the Audrey's request, the bald Isaiah hesitated. Miss, we have important matters. Bringing a stranger on board isn't appropriate. Although the Isaiah detected no danger from the figure, better safe than sorry. In this boundless void, who could guarantee absolute safety? Can't we just help her? Please, Minister Elder. Seeing Miss showing signs of tantrum again, he felt a headache coming on. Fine, let's rescue her first. Thank you, Minister Elder. As the figure floated onto the boat and lay there, despite many injuries, her breath remained. The Audrey leaned over, exclaiming in awe, she's so beautiful. Minister Elder, do you know where she's from? The bald Isaiah glanced at the delicate figure, slightly frowning. A practitioner from another world, with low cultivation, yet ended up here. Truly strange indeed. Chapter 227. Additional reward. On the immortal boat floating in the endless void, The bald Isaiah gazed at the unconscious young girl, his brows furrowing. Miss, this Truman finds the situation suspicious. Are you sure you want to bring her along? The Adria clearly hadn't thought as much as the Isaiah had. Her mind was solely filled with curiosity about the young girl's origins. Elder, since she is still alive and we saved her, how can we just leave her alone? Besides, I want to hear about the stories of her world. Otherwise, playing chess with you all the way would be too boring. Hearing this, the bald Isaiah raised an eyebrow, his spirit suddenly invigorated. You find playing chess with me boring? I almost have a heart attack each time. So it's settled then. The bald Truman seemed eager to shed the burden, quickly agreeing. Thus, the immortal boat carried the young girl from another realm and flew swiftly toward some direction in the endless void. At this moment, within the mystical space, with the complete demise of the longevity demon, the entire mystic space began to exhibit abnormalities. First, there were cracks appearing on the mystic gate. Those cracks rapidly spread, soon covering the door like a dense spider web. Boom! With a loud, intense roar, the mystic gate crumbled. Gerardo turned around, a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. And now, the entire mystic space seemed to be entering a process of collapse. The surrounding space resembled shattered crystal. In just a short while, the environment around him changed entirely. Gerardo scanned his surroundings. He was now inside the Imperial Light Cave. Had he already left? Gerardo was astonished and doubtful. He had initially expected another fierce battle to follow, but now, he was already inside the Imperial Light Cave. At first, Gerardo thought that the demon had sent him out. But after a moment's thought, was the demon that kind-hearted? Moreover, based on what just happened, it didn't seem like he had been transported out of the mystic space. It seemed more like the mystic space itself had completely collapsed and vanished. While Gerardo was lost in thought, his expression suddenly shifted. He turned his head and saw a faint white light brightening up. Then, dozens of figures tumbled out from the white light, scattering onto the ground like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Seeing this sudden scene, Gerardo was puzzled. He immediately scanned over everyone with his divine sense, finding their auras normal for cultivators. Gerardo relaxed his brow slightly. He then asked aloud, "Where did all of you come from?" The group regained their senses and saw Gerardo. Faced with Gerardo's question, they chose to ignore it unanimously, as if they had agreed beforehand, not answering. Seeing them being evasive, Gerardo's relaxed brows twitched slightly again. "Jai, had all of you come out from the mystic space?" Seeing that they wouldn't answer his initial question, Gerardo rephrased. This time, someone nodded, giving him a positive response. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Gerardo felt a tremor in his heart. "Just you all are left?" He couldn't quite believe it. Before arriving here, he had heard that this mystic space gathered the elites from various factions of the Imperial Light City, as well as many people from other cities. There were at least 10,000 people, but now, only this many had emerged, perhaps fewer than 100. Such a cruel reality. Shocked even the Shu Mountain Sect master speechless. "Giant, you encounter the demon?" Gerardo asked further, thinking they had survived by avoiding the demon. However, he also knew that was unlikely. The group, upon hearing this, all shook their heads. One of them spoke up, "Of course we encountered that guy, but someone has already killed the demon. Because of that, we managed to survive." At these words, Gerardo's expression trembled. He dared not think the demon was dead. After all, the demon's strength was something he had personally experienced. He couldn't believe that the demon had actually been killed. "Could you tell me who that person is?" Gerardo's gaze swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, his divine sense once again scanned everyone, trying to find the transcendent powerhouse who could slay such a demon. He had no ulterior motives. He merely wanted to establish a connection. Yet, he found no one who possessed such mysterious power. These people had no secrets before his divine sense, everything laid bare. "Sorry, we cannot disclose that information." Someone finished speaking blandly, and the group fell silent again, in perfect unison. Some of them simply walked away from the spot, not looking back. In a blink, most had already left. Gerardo was perplexed. What couldn't be said? At this point, he could guess. The person who killed the demon obviously did not appear with them. Realizing that interrogating wouldn't help, Gerardo gave up and reluctantly turned to leave. Though he left the Imperial Light Cave, he did not go far. He intended to see if he could wait for the mysterious powerhouse to show up. However, Zacharias stayed inside the ring space, not coming out. Through the spatial dragon soul's aura, he naturally sensed Gerardo's presence. Therefore, he sent these people out first but did not plan to leave yet. Before sending them out, Zachariah made a request. He asked them not to divulge his presence here to anyone. Although Zachariah did not use a strong tone or threaten them, they knew well, if they didn't agree, Zachariah might not send them out. Thus, they pledged to Zachariah, vowing not to reveal any information about him to anyone, including their closest ones. So, they told Gerardo that the demon had been killed by someone but did not disclose who it was. At this moment, inside the ring space, only Zachariah and Iof remained, whose aura was nearly gone. Iof, now showing signs of a final burst of energy, had slightly brighter eyes. Seeing the desolate figure of Zachariah, his former vigorous demeanor seemed gone. A gloomy aura enveloped him, unable to dissipate. Rival's failure should have delighted Iof. But now, he felt no joy. "Go find her." Iof suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Zachariah snapped out of his daze, turning his head slightly. "I'm sorry." Zachariah apologized. After all, Iof died by his hands. For spiritual soul shattering, he had no method to mend. He couldn't save Iof, just as he couldn't retrieve Jenna. Iof shook his head. "You owe nothing to anyone. You granted me release. I should thank you instead." A smile crept across Iof's lips. "My life or death means nothing, but for you. You shouldn't be disheartened here. Haven't you thought about finding her?" These words woke Zachariah from his stupor. His eyes lit up. Iof continued, Why do you think she cannot possibly be alive? Zachariah clenched his fists tightly. Even Iof didn't believe Jenna had perished. As her husband, why should he conclude she was no longer in this world? Even if there was the slightest hope, he should not give up. Comprehending this, he decided. Zachariah gazed into the distance, softly uttering his gratitude. Thank you. Before he could receive Iof's response, Zachariah lowered his head to find Iof's eyes already closed with a smile frozen on his face. Zachariah felt a pang of melancholy. After composing himself, he immersed his mind into the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. A new page appeared in the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters, distinctly different from the previous ones. While earlier pages were yellowish-brown, this one was entirely vermilion gold. Is this change due to it being a longevity demon? Zachariah was unsure of the reason behind the transformation, but welcomed it nonetheless. The greater the change, the more significant the benefits from the demon. Heavenly Devil, Shaman. When Zachariah saw the glaring, Heavenly Devil written on the page, it reminded him of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Devil body technique he had obtained long ago. That technique was incomplete, only containing the first 4 layers. Though he hadn't cultivated or refined it, he had kept it for safekeeping. According to what he knew, it seemed to have been created by the Heavenly Devil clan. Was this demon also from the same lineage? Despite his curiosity, Zachariah did not delve into the demon's past. His intense hatred still lingered, and revisiting those memories would immerse him too deeply, something he couldn't currently handle. Deciding to claim the legacy rewards first, Zachariah focused his thoughts. Instantly, several beams of light flashed, with the largest vermilion gold beam absorbed back into the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. New reward, Lesser Formless Heaven. Zachariah was momentarily bewildered by this unfamiliar reward. Upon checking its description, his expression turned peculiar. This Lesser Formless Heaven was the secret realm itself. At that moment, Zachariah finally understood the realm's secrets. In reality, it had only one layer. They had always been in the same place. It was just that the demon controlled the Lesser Formless Heaven, altering the environment within. Possessing this realm was equivalent to mastering a small world. Although the demon's control wasn't perfected, he had only scratched the surface. Even if Zachariah's heart remained as calm as dead water, waves rippled through it. Dominating a world was an irresistible allure, far beyond what spatial rings offered. Spatial rings were static, while the Lesser Formless Heaven could transform infinitely according to its holder's will, completely unlike anything else. After extracting the reward, a vermilion gold light sphere emerged in Zachariah's mind. When Zachariah's divine sense touched the sphere, he felt he could create a world at will. However, upon attempting this thought, his spiritual power nearly drained away, shocking him back to his senses. Creating a world requires such a terrifying amount of spiritual power. He had only tried to create a tiny world with altered time flow, yet it nearly depleted his energy. Clearly, creating an ideal world would be immensely challenging. Zachariah tightly clutched Jenna's clothing. Time was now his greatest scarcity. To rapidly enhance his strength, he needed to open spatial rifts and traverse endless voids to trace Jenna. Thus, he desired to create a world with altered time flow to aid his cultivation. But achieving this wouldn't be easy. Putting aside his obsession, Zachariah started extracting the second reward. Once again, a vermilion gold beam was absorbed by the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. New reward, Wheel Light Celestial Curtain, an excellent killing technique and the demon's formidable attack method. If the demon had been at full strength, this single technique alone could have negated Zachariah's layered attacks. Its might was undeniable. The demon's subordinates also seemed to use this technique, though their power was incomparable to the longevity demon. Perhaps they were taught only a partial version, or their talents were limited. Regardless, the technique's power was unquestionable. However, Zachariah didn't extract this reward. It wasn't immediately necessary for him. Thinking all rewards were claimed, the vermilion gold page suddenly gleamed before dimming. The longevity demon's page reverted to the same color as the rest. But Zachariah's attention was drawn to the Claim Legacy Rewards section, where the count reset from 0 to 2. What does this mean? Double rewards? Excitement sparkled in Zachariah's eyes. This situation was unprecedented. Trying to claim another reward, a golden beam was absorbed. New reward, Corpse Seal. Without hesitation, Zachariah claimed again. This time, a vermilion gold beam was absorbed. New reward, Cultivation Infusion. Now, Zachariah understood. The initial 2 rewards were bonus gifts, the highest tier denoted by the vermilion gold page. These latest rewards were random, yet unexpectedly included a top-tier cultivation infusion. Curious about the outcome, Zachariah focused his mind. Next, an immense wave of strange energy surged into his body, pushing his cultivation higher. Moments later, he breached the threshold to Soul Formation Realm. An invisible bottleneck shattered, officially elevating Zachariah to Soul Formation Realm. Upon reaching Soul Formation Realm, his spirit sea expanded like a boundless golden ocean. Xuanhuan essence flowed unceasingly, transforming his demeanor entirely. Soul Formation Realm marked the transition from ordinary cultivators to elite practitioners, a rare achievement. Reaching this level meant Zachariah surpassed most Shu Mountain Sect disciples and matched their Isaiahs. Displaying this cultivation could potentially make him the youngest Isaiah in Shu Mountain Sect history or subject him to scrutiny from sect leadership to understand his extraordinary nature. Post-Soul Formation Realm, the cultivation infusion continued. Soul Formation Realm 2nd tier. Soul Formation Realm 3rd tier. Soul Formation Realm 6th tier. The infusion finally ceased at 6th tier Soul Formation Realm. Zachariah took a deep breath. The cultivation infusion reward in vermilion gold was truly abundant, causing a surge of excitement within him. Elevating to one layer of the Soul Formation Realm was extremely challenging, often measured in years or even decades. Many Isaiahs of Mount Shu spent several decades advancing just one layer. Yet, Zachariah had leaped 6 layers in an instant. But Zachariah soon understood. This reward came from a longevity demon. Such a significant leap made sense given the demon's immense power. If a cultivation infusion from a longevity demon only raised his strength by 1 or 2 layers, it would indeed be disappointing. Regarding the corpse seal reward, after a brief examination, Zachariah grasped its significance. It was a unique form of puppetry technique. The longevity demon enjoyed stealing hearts, yet those who lost their hearts remained alive due to this corpse seal. Now Zachariah understood why heartless demons in the palace could still function. It was because of this corpse seal. The demon could seal these living corpses anywhere, ready to act on command. Though Zachariah found little interest in such dark arts, he realized that compared to lethal techniques, this corpse seal might have broader applications. He calmed his mind and hesitated before deciding to explore the longevity demon's past. He would not delve into these memories if not for information on navigating spatial rifts. Taking several deep breaths, Zachariah's divine sense touched the viewing past. Instantly, it felt as if he were transported to ancient times. Due to the vast time gap, many memories were hazy, but this did not interest Zachariah. His primary goal was to confirm whether the demon knew how to find someone within a spatial rift. Iof had said the demon was unaware, and while Zachariah trusted Iof, he still needed to verify it himself for peace of mind. After what seemed like an eternity, Zachariah finally returned to the present. A trace of weariness appeared in his eyes. Indeed, as Iof had stated, the demon had no knowledge of finding someone trapped in a spatial rift. However, Zachariah gained a crucial piece of information. Among dragon clans, there was a subclan adept at void traversal. They might possess methods to locate someone within spatial rifts, or even endless voids. Bitterly chuckling, Zachariah realized that while the void dragons might know, he had no idea how to find them. Where in the world did dragons still exist? The Void Dragon Crossing medallion held a soul fragment of a void dragon, but it had lost consciousness and turned into a tool incapable of guiding him. Moreover, it seemed to belong to a young dragon with limited capabilities, unable to traverse great distances. Truly, only a true member of the Void Dragon clan could offer practical help in locating Jenna. Even if he found the void dragons, lacking the power to subdue them would render any effort futile. Therefore, enhancing his own strength remained paramount. Now, with significantly improved cultivation, expanded spirit sea, and exponentially increased spiritual power, Zachariah still felt inadequate. As the demon had said, without attaining longevity, all are mere ants. If he couldn't elevate his strength rapidly enough, finding Jenna in the endless voids would be futile. Faced with far more formidable enemies in the void, would he even have the power to protect her and ensure her safe return? With this thought, Zachariah once again attempted using lesser formless heaven to create a world with altered time flow. He did not wish to create a secret realm paresi. What truly benefited him now was a world where time flowed differently, allowing him to drastically compress his cultivation period. However, within moments, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It's still impossible. Creating a world with different time flow is too difficult. This task involved touching upon the forces of law, making it incredibly challenging for Zachariah to achieve. After several attempts left him visibly fatigued, he stopped pushing further. Standing up, Zachariah extended his divine sense via the dragon soul outside the Jiuguang cave. Confirming Seymour's departure, he made a decision. I should return now. Please let me know if you need any further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 228, Beneath Mount Shu. Mount Shu. Right now, outside the mountain gate, a large group of people had gathered. These people seemed to have contracted a peculiar and mysterious poison. Their bodies were rotting in varying degrees. Some of them had their faces decomposing, making them look horrifying. At this moment, all these people knelt before the gate of Mount Shu. They implored for help from Mount Shu. These people were all from villages near Mount Shu. They had always regarded Mount Shu's practitioners as deities. If it was an ordinary epidemic, they wouldn't have come here. However, a traveling Taoist who passed through their village told them that these symptoms were due to the mischief of demons. Everyone pleaded with the Taoist to save them. Yet, he claimed his powers were too shallow to subdue such demonic entities. Thus, the villagers could only gather and come to Mount Shu. The gate guards couldn't handle the situation either. They quickly reported it internally. Gerardo returned just in time to see everyone kneeling before the gate of Mount Shu. He suddenly appeared beside the crowd. He immediately questioned the situation. Hearing the clear inquiry, everyone raised their heads. Since they rarely had the chance to meet the master of Mount Shu, they naturally didn't know who Gerardo was. Meanwhile, the gate guards bowed deeply upon seeing Gerardo, addressing him as master. Only then did everyone realize that this person was the master of Mount Shu. They were overjoyed, excited as if they had found true salvation. Even the pain on their bodies seemed to lessen at that moment. Everyone hurriedly turned to Gerardo to express their grievances. They cried about how much they had suffered under the torment of demons and begged Mount Shu to lend a hand to eliminate the demons and restore peace to their village. Just then, Elder Casey appeared from the gate. Seeing Gerardo in an instant, he was slightly taken aback. Then he bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Gerardo indicated he didn't need formalities. He then relayed what everyone had said. In one night, both men and women in the village were infected by a strange illness, causing various parts of their bodies to rot in different degrees. The village clinic was flooded with patients, yet the doctor was helpless against this ailment. No medicine worked. Even the doctor himself was afflicted by the same disease. As the saying goes, diseases come like a landslide and leave like a thread being pulled out. After contracting this illness, the doctor quickly fell critically ill, and when everyone decided to seek help from Mount Shu, the doctor had already died in his small clinic. No one could find the root cause of this. This added to the panic. Although the traveling Taoist mentioned demon activity, they hadn't seen any sign of demons. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Everyone agreed and organized those who could still move to seek help from Mount Shu. This is the situation. You should quickly find someone to accompany them back. Gerardo issued instructions to Casey amid the expectant gazes of the villagers. The Isaiah agreed on the spot. I'll arrange it properly. Please rest assured, master. Gerardo nodded and headed into the gate. Such matters naturally couldn't be handled directly by him, the master of Mount Shu. Just his involvement was already a great honor for them. Upon hearing the Isaiah's words, joy spread across everyone's faces. In their view, if Mount Shu decided to intervene, nothing would be impossible. That's settled. Everyone was elated, and Elder Casey did not hesitate, starting to mobilize right away. However, when the people he summoned arrived, his expression showed slight surprise. He called for a disciple in red attire, but more than one person came. Next to the red-clothed disciple was Brigham. The red-clothed disciple said to Elder Casey with a helpless look. Brother Zhang insisted on coming along. Before Elder Casey could respond, Brigham interjected. As I heard demons are causing trouble beneath Mount Shu, please allow me to go with my senior brother to deal with them. Brigham's statement changed the crowd's perception of him. Such a righteous Mount Shu disciple won immediate respect from everyone. This is truly a role model among Mount Shu disciples. The crowd sincerely praised him. Faced with such earnest gazes, Elder Casey found it difficult to say anything negative about Brigham. It seemed Brigham had garnered public support, which left him somewhat stuck between a rock and a hard place. Since returning from Xanhuan sect, Brigham has harbored an intense hatred towards all demons equally, desiring to vanquish every single one he encounters. While his strong sense of justice was admirable, Elder Casey admired it too. However, Brigham sometimes lacked moderation. He spent at least 20 days out of each month on missions to slay demons. Though this behavior was commendable on the surface, some tasks required capturing the demons alive, yet he often returned with dead ones. He later nonchalantly remarked, I might have been too heavy-handed. This caused many headaches, but the most concerning issue was that he frequently returned injured. Clearly, he engaged in life-and-death struggles to eradicate demons, disregarding his own safety. Several times, he fainted after returning to the sect, only waking up days later, with injuries almost lethal. Elder Casey feared dealing with Brigham now, often assigning other tasks to keep him occupied. Lately, with a busy schedule, he had neglected monitoring Brigham closely, who could not stay idle for long. Just as Elder Casey was about to speak, the red-clothed disciple spoke up for Brigham. Don't worry, Elder. I will take good care of Brother Zhang. Given the red-clothed disciple's support, it would seem overly deliberate if Elder Casey refused. Very well. Be careful, and report any situations to the sect promptly. Remember, never act recklessly. Seek assistance if you face difficulties. After his instructions, both the red-clothed disciple and Brigham promised to comply. Elder Casey sighed inwardly. Each time, Brigham vowed rationality. Yet none of his promises held. Thankfully, the red-clothed disciple was reliable enough, serving as a restraining factor for Brigham. Without him, Elder Casey would never let Brigham get involved. The villagers performed 3 kowtows in gratitude, then followed Brigham and the red-clothed disciple down the mountain. As Brigham moved farther from the gate, he suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by him. Despite the calm surroundings, this wind felt quite unusual. His senses were sharp, and upon noticing the anomaly, he immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed at something. The slash hit nothing. Everyone looked bewildered. His senior brother asked, Zhang, what was that? His face showed confusion. He wondered if Brigham, who had fought so many demons, had started to become paranoid or skittish, reacting strongly to minor disturbances. If that was the case, this journey might prove exhausting for Brigham. The red-clothed disciple began to regret volunteering for this arduous task. Giant, you notice anything strange just now? Looking at the red-clothed disciple, he thought your actions were the only odd thing. Translation note. This last line seems to indicate a humorous aside where the speaker sarcastically thinks to himself that the only strange thing was the disciple's reaction. Junior brother Zhang is overthinking it a bit too much. The red-clothed disciple's face wore an awkward smile. Hearing these words, Brigham turned back and said, if there's nothing else, I might have been overly cautious. Sorry about that. The red-clothed disciple's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. If you're not feeling well, maybe we should head back? Senior brother can handle this alone. However, Brigham couldn't agree to this. He had barely secured this opportunity after all. How could he let it slip away easily? I'm fine. I feel great. I can take on 10 of them right now, he reassured. The red-clothed disciple. At that moment, his expression seemed to read loud and clear, please don't mess with me. As the group disappeared from the platform at the entrance of Mount Shu, Zachariah returned to the familiar demon-locking pagoda. Just then, he and Brigham had passed each other by. Brigham sensed something, which surprised Zachariah. But Zachariah didn't pay it much attention as he directly returned to the pagoda. During his absence, the phantom clone in the demon-locking pagoda had neither performed admirably nor poorly. It did its job without any mishaps. However, without Zachariah's presence, the interrogation of demons was quite lackluster compared to his previous stellar performance. Other enforcers were secretly thrilled, as they no longer felt overshadowed by Zachariah's achievements. Since Zachariah had stepped back, the others found renewed vigor, catching up and eventually surpassing him. Though Zachariah wished to rapidly enhance his strength by slaying these demons, he didn't intend to suddenly exert himself upon returning to the pagoda. After all, having achieved nothing during his absence, if he suddenly started working hard again, it would raise suspicions. In fact, some were already starting to question him. Cole Casey, while reviewing recent intelligence reports, frowned deeply. In Zachariah's section, a stark 0 stood out. This result didn't align with what he knew of Zachariah's interrogating abilities. Casey thought perhaps he had misread, or there was an error. After confirming multiple times, he realized the information was correct. What had Zachariah been doing in the demon-locking pagoda all this time? Had he squandered the authority granted to him? Feeling somewhat betrayed, Casey was deep in thought when Gerardo appeared in the hall, interrupting his thoughts. As Gerardo entered, he smiled and said, I appreciate your efforts, Cole. Casey shook his head but admitted, only now do I understand how difficult it is for the master. You've returned just in time. I can finally lay down this heavy burden and rest. He sized up Gerardo once more and exclaimed in surprise, Master's injury is completely healed? Gerardo felt just like before, radiating warmth and light without a trace of darkness. Gerardo nodded. By chance, I obtained some fortune and am now fully recovered. Well done. Casey smiled in relief, visibly eased. After a brief chat, Gerardo asked about significant events since his absence. Casey mentioned two notable issues, friction between Mount Shu disciples and the Jiavine Symbol Sect disciples, and unusual behavior from Xuanhuan, the guardian spirit beast. Gerardo remained silent but understood. Since Jiavine Symbol Sect's leader Gaspard failed to get the person he wanted from Mount Shu, he harbored resentment. Whether these provocations came from his direct orders or not, Gerardo believed Gaspard was aware and complicit. Otherwise, those disciples wouldn't dare defy their leader's wishes so boldly. As for Xuanhuan, it required immediate attention. The spirit beast significantly influenced Mount Shu's fortunes, and any issue during Gerardo's tenure would be unforgivable. I'll check on Xuanhuan, Gerardo agreed, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to go, Casey stopped him to mention Zachariah's underperformance. Gerardo's brow furrowed slightly but didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on checking on Xuanhuan. He only asked Casey to keep an eye on the matter. Beneath Mount Shu, in Bamboo Temple Village, when Brigham and the others arrived, the scene was grim. Bodies lay scattered along the path leading into the village, bleeding and groaning in pain. Their cries made Brigham and the red-clothed disciple, Alberic, feel uneasy. Senior Brother Zhou, do you have any antidotes or healing medicines? We need to ease their suffering first, Brigham asked. Alberic nodded, and both of them crushed and distributed their medicinal pills to the villagers. Only a few of the villagers were cultivators who needed minimal dosages, while the majority were ordinary people. The medicines provided considerable relief, reducing the agonized cries to mild moans. Some could even stand up, though their wounds were far from healed. Still, the Mount Shu disciples' medicine significantly alleviated their pain. Thank you, Immortal Masters. Thank you, Immortal Masters. Those who could already stand bowed to thank the two of them. Brigham showed no reaction. However, Alberic immediately helped them up. Although he said things like there was no need for such formality and that they weren't Immortal Masters or anything, a faint smile hung at the corner of his lips. It was obvious he enjoyed being called an Immortal Master. When helping one person up, Alberic accidentally touched the other's festering wound. He quickly apologized, but the villager did not react at first. Only after Alberic apologized did he show a pained expression, yet he waved it off, saying it was fine. Alberic thought he was just a bit slow to react and didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, Brigham was observing the surroundings and didn't notice this interaction. Brigham twitched his nose. Before entering the village, they had taken every precaution, including consuming antidote pills in advance, so they didn't have to worry about poisoning from breathing the air. There wasn't any special odor in the air. While it was not impossible that the toxic gas was colorless and odorless, it seemed less likely since neither of them felt unwell after entering the village. These symptoms of poisoning, could it be related to the water source? Alberic suddenly asked. Brigham felt this was unlikely as well. After all, the villagers mentioned that this situation happened overnight. It was hardly possible that everyone drank from the same water source in that short time. However, they couldn't overlook any potential clues, so they requested to be led to the village's water source. This is the only living well in the village, a villager explained. We usually use the water from here. Before them stood a square well. The well mouth was sizable, and the depth exceeded 10 meters. The water inside was clear with visible fish swimming joyfully. Brigham and Alberic exchanged looks. Given that fish were surviving in this well water, it was unlikely that it was the problem. To confirm, Brigham cupped some water into his hands and tasted it. By the time Alberic realized what he was doing and wanted to stop him, it was too late. Watching Brigham take a sip, Alberic became slightly stern and commented, Junior Brother Zheng, you are too reckless. What if this water is truly poisonous? It's fine. I've taken antidotes, and besides, isn't Senior Brother here? Brigham replied nonchalantly, shaking off the water from his hand. Someone has to take the lead, right? Alberic found himself somewhat exasperated. I'm not against you taking the lead, but at least consult me before doing something rash. With a look that suggested he was obedient to advice, Brigham replied, sure, next time. Alberic was speechless. Maybe it's connected to that temple? Just then, a child peeked out from behind the adults and piped up, there's a temple we visit every year. The child was less affected and had enough energy to speak. Other children were in too much pain to talk. What temple? Brigham instinctively asked. The father immediately slapped the child's head, telling him not to talk nonsense and mentioning that the Buddhist temple protected them. Sensing this was key information, Brigham pressed on, tell us clearly. Otherwise, we can't help. The villager, after exchanging glances, finally revealed, it's a temple we worship every year. Not long ago, we just held a village-wide ritual. This statement made Brigham widen his eyes slightly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Seeing the crowd lower their heads in silence, Alberic nudged Brigham, signaling him not to push further. To Alberic, the temple represented their faith, and people wouldn't easily doubt their beliefs. Let's go see it, Brigham suggested, dropping the subject. The villagers finally lifted their heads and guided them. Soon, they arrived at the temple. Its ancient entrance door had a sense of weathered simplicity, suggesting it had once been dilapidated but then repaired. Although closed, the door was not locked, allowing villagers to enter any time for prayers. At first glance, it looked like any ordinary temple. Brigham stood by the door, sensing nothing unusual. Let me take the lead this time. Alberic beat him to it, pushing the door open first. Chapter 229, The Buddha's Smile. The creaking sound of an ancient door being pushed open by Alberic echoed through the Buddhist temple. Inside, a massive and ancient Buddha statue stood enshrined. The material of the Buddha statue appeared to be neither gold nor copper. Brigham and Alberic cast their gazes upon it. Neither could discern any peculiarities about the statue. Meanwhile, the people behind them were already kneeling in reverence before the Buddha. Only the two remained awkwardly standing. However, both belonged to the Taoist sect and naturally had no particular reverence for the Buddhist temple. Brigham circled around the temple, meticulously observing its structure and design, inspecting every brick and tile on the walls without missing a detail. After a brief scan, Alberic saw nothing unusual and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if there were demons here, they probably wouldn't choose to hide in such a place. It was well known that demons hated the Buddhists just as much as they despised the Shu Mountain Sect. For a demon to hide in a Buddhist temple was practically impossible, especially one that remained intact and undamaged. Alberic chuckled grimly, lifting his gaze to the Buddha statue, his expression suddenly turning perplexed. After searching in vain, Brigham came over and noticed Alberic's strange demeanor. Following his gaze, Brigham asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Taking another careful look, Alberic said with a somewhat mysterious tone, "Junior brother, do you feel like this Buddha is smiling at us?" Puzzled, Brigham replied, "Isn't the Buddha always smiling?" He hadn't really paid attention to whether the Buddha was laughing or crying. Alberic shook his head firmly. "I can assure you, it wasn't initially." With Alberic's confident statement, Brigham felt a creeping sense of alertness. If what Alberic said was true, it implied they were facing a living Buddha. Yet, why would a living Buddha instill such dread in them? What if this is a demonic Buddha? Alberic suddenly muttered. Hearing this, Brigham stiffened. He turned to see Alberic's facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Senior brother? What's happening to you?" I'm fine." Alberic seemed oblivious to his own abnormal behavior. At this moment, Brigham glanced at the people who had been kneeling towards the Buddha. They now lifted their heads, revealing eerily uniform smiles directed at him. In that instant, Brigham felt his scalp tingle. Their smiles matched the Buddha's exactly. Coupled with Alberic's earlier words about the demonic Buddha, Brigham felt an ominous premonition surge within him. Meanwhile, outside the demon locking tower, Balder stood amidst the bamboo grove outside the tower. Although the grove had endured several assaults, disciples had quickly replanted parts of it, restoring it to lush greenery in just half a month. Soon, Zachariah arrived at the grove, summoned by the elder. "Greetings, Cole." Zachariah performed the respectful bow appropriate for meeting high-ranking members of the sect. The Cole nodded, indicating it wasn't necessary, and promptly asked without preliminaries, "Have you been slacking off in the demon locking tower recently?" Zachariah expected this question, given his excellent past performance compared to recent stagnation. A stark difference indeed. Before Zachariah could respond, the Cole continued, "I understand that you are young, and youthful restlessness is understandable. Or perhaps you're trying to protest something by acting this way. There's no need. With your potential, you have the right to choose. If you no longer wish to be an enforcer, tell me. I will transfer you out of the demon locking tower without forcing you to stay. But if you still want to continue as an enforcer, this attitude will not win you respect." Remaining in the tower without accomplishments wasted his talent and invited dissatisfaction from other enforcers. Over time, it would inevitably lead to criticism. "I've indeed been in poor form recently," Zachariah admitted, clarifying it was a state issue, not attitude. He assured, "I hope to continue serving as an enforcer. Rest assured, Cole, I've adjusted my state and will gradually return to my previous interrogation standards." Upon hearing Zachariah's assurance, the Cole's expression eased slightly, but still harbored some puzzlement over Zachariah's recent conduct. He knew Zachariah had been conducting interrogations, but yielded no results. Outside of those, Zachariah stayed confined to his room, avoiding contact with others, almost as if he only left his room when forced by duty. This abrupt change perplexed everyone. "Why have you been so low-spirited?" the Cole pressed. Zachariah hesitated. Balder's tone grew firmer. "Tell me, let's confirm if you've truly recovered." Zachariah paused then answered, "It's emotional issues." "Emotional issues?" The Cole was slightly surprised, never expecting someone like Zachariah to be emotionally troubled. "Is it because of Lori?" Balder recalled Zachariah's anger at the sect competition for Lori's sake. Zachariah nodded, requesting, "Please, don't delve further. Leave me some dignity." Balder sensed Zachariah might have declared his feelings and faced rejection, leading to his current inefficiency. Though plausible, it seemed oddly out of character for Zachariah. Respecting Zachariah's request, he didn't pry further. However, worried Zachariah's emotions weren't fully resolved, the Cole asked, "Are you certain your emotional issues are completely cleared?" He feared Zachariah might revert once Lori returned. Zachariah confirmed resolutely, "I am certain." Indeed, Zachariah was clear-minded. His heart held only the resolve to kill more demons, aiming to advance his cultivation swiftly. Only by becoming stronger did he stand a chance to regain Lori. After a scrutinizing glance, the Cole, though uncertain of Zachariah's words, decided to proceed cautiously. "Though you haven't gleaned any information from interrogations, your cultivation seems to have improved significantly?" End of translation. Balder's gaze lingered on Zachariah for a moment before he sensed that Zachariah's aura, especially the vitality in his body, had grown significantly more vigorous since their last meeting. Zachariah nodded. "I've managed to improve slightly by chance." Balder almost found this statement trite. Had everyone suddenly become so modest? The Cole waved a hand. "Enough. You may leave." He motioned for Zachariah to step back. However, Zachariah stood there, as if lost in thought. "Zachariah?" It wasn't until Balder called Zachariah's name again that he snapped back to reality. Quickly saluting with clasped fists, Zachariah then left. Watching Zachariah's departing figure, Balder frowned slightly. Why did he still seem off? Inside the Buddhist temple. "Senior brother Zhou, be careful." Brigham suddenly grabbed Alberic's arm and pulled him away from his spot. In the next instant, the place where they had been standing was struck by a wave of black gas. Where the black gas hit, the ground seemed corroded by some substance, forming a strange deep pit. Brigham's expression changed. He looked up at the Buddha statue which began moving, its finger raised before it, a smile lingering on its lips. "Senior brother Zhou, you were right. It's a demonic Buddha." Feeling the overwhelming evil aura emanating from the Buddha statue, Brigham felt like he and Alberic had fallen into a trap. The people who sought help at Mount Shu's gate didn't seem good at all. After speaking, Brigham heard no response from Alberic. Turning around, he saw Alberic's facial muscles twitching even more violently, and even his entire head was trembling. Suddenly, Alberic grabbed Brigham's hand. Junior brother Zhang, I feel something is wrong with me. Brigham hastily pulled his hand back. Duh, you look like hell. Then, he noticed an abnormality on Alberic's hand. It appeared just like the rotting wound on those villagers, identical, not just similar. Remembering Alberic touching one of the villagers' wounds previously, Brigham realized it wasn't taken seriously because they had taken antidote pills. But things had escalated far beyond their initial assumptions. Alberic's condition clearly wasn't just poisoning. Brigham's mind raced. The Cole wanted him to take care of himself, but now even Alberic couldn't help. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Leaping into the air, Brigham slashed at the Buddha statue's head with his sword. Capture the leader first. This demonic Buddha statue was likely the root cause of the disaster. Uncertain if destroying the statue would cure the others, Brigham knew he had no other choice. He needed to save himself first. Ha ha ha. The Buddha statue emitted a derisive laugh, pointing at the incoming sword light with its finger. The sword light instantly shattered into specks of light. Brigham's face paled. What kind of strength did this demonic Buddha have? Was it truly just a stone statue? Clenching his teeth, Brigham decided he must give it his all or die trying. He flitted behind the statue, targeting its blind spots. If it were still a stone statue, it would move clumsily. Using the terrain to his advantage, Brigham prepared to strike. Suddenly, a sword beam cut towards him from the side. Deflecting the attack, Brigham was pushed back several meters. Looking up, he saw Alberic brandishing a sword. Senior brother Zhou, what are you doing? Brigham questioned in shock. Not only was Alberic unable to help, but he was also hindering him. I'm sorry, junior brother Zhang. I can't control my hands. Alberic struggled, pressing one hand down hard on the other, his face twisted in pain. With a clang, his sword dropped to the ground, thrown by Alberic himself, afraid he might attack again. Seeing this, Brigham felt a bit relieved. Senior brother Zhou, hold on, let me defeat this fiend. Leaping into the air once more, Brigham swung his sword, sending a powerful slash toward the demonic Buddha. The others outside reacted with fury at this, yet powerless to act. Suddenly, the Buddha statue's head rotated 180 degrees, its eyes emitting dark black light. A flowing black curtain appeared around the neck of the statue, absorbing Brigham's attack effortlessly. Brigham's face turned pale. He realized this Buddha's power far exceeded his own. Their clash barely registered against it. Worse, the statue's head could rotate impossibly. Though disheartened, Brigham wouldn't give up. In battles with demons, dying fighting was his resolve. Even in death, he'd face his foe bravely. Dancing between strikes, he attacked the statue. But the statue evaded each blow skillfully, making Brigham feel like a toyed rat. Despite being weaker than Alberic, Brigham remained unaffected by the curse, seemingly a target for this cat-and-mouse game. This made Brigham feel foolish. Underestimating the enemy is fatal. Brigham's eyes sharpened as he charged straight at the Buddha statue's head, abandoning the usual distance advantages of a swordsmaster. The Buddha statue moved with disdain, reaching out to grab Brigham. Instantly covered by the 5 fingers, Brigham vanished from sight. A moment later, a sharp sword sliced the back of the statue's neck. I'm here, fool. Emerging from the attack, Brigham landed gracefully, flipping the statue the bird. Next came a loud crack. The massive Buddha statue's head fell and crashed to the ground. Note: this translation adheres to the structure and tone of the original text, ensuring consistency and coherence with the ongoing narrative. The demonic Buddha statue still had a smile lingering at the corner of its mouth. After its eyes seemed to move once, it fell utterly silent. I told you, underestimating your enemy can be fatal, even though you're not exactly human. Brigham turned his head. After he severed the head of the demonic Buddha statue, he no longer looked at it. Instead, he turned towards his senior brother Alberic, intending to check on him. When he saw that Alberic had stopped convulsing and was picking up the sword from the ground, Brigham naturally assumed he had returned to normal. However, just as Brigham was about to call out to him, Alberic looked up with a mystifying smile, a smile identical to the demonic Buddha's. Brigham felt a chill in his heart. In that momentary distraction, a massive hand suddenly grabbed him, lifting him into the air. It was unmistakably the hand of the demonic Buddha statue. Chuckling softly, carelessness can indeed be fatal. The head of the demonic Buddha statue spoke, repeating Brigham's own words back to him. Brigham's face turned ashen. He tried to break free from the grip, but it was like being trapped beneath a mountain. He could not move an inch. However, that wasn't what frightened him the most. What terrified him most was that Alberic had raised his sword against him. Fellow disciples fighting each other was undoubtedly the last thing Brigham wanted to see, but this seemed to be precisely what the demonic Buddha statue desired, reveling in such scenes. The head on the ground instantly broke into a broad smile. Senior brother Zhou, snap out of it. Look clearly, it's me. Brigham tried to bring Alberic back to his senses with words. However, Alberic remained unresponsive, seemingly deaf to Brigham's pleas. Brigham lost his cool and began cursing. You bastard, why are you attacking me? Have the guts to go for him. These words seemed to have some effect. Alberic tilted his head slightly, his gaze flickering as if momentarily wavering. But in the next moment, he regained composure and, without hesitation, slashed down at Brigham. Seeing the sword light enlarge in his pupils, Brigham sighed inwardly. While he was not afraid of death, dying this way left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Throughout the ordeal, the demonic Buddha statue had merely toyed with him. How pitiful! To be manipulated so thoroughly. Just as Brigham resigned himself to his fate, another sword beam flashed from outside the door, reaching him before Alberic's attack did. It It shattered Alberic's sword beam, and then severed the arm of the demonic Buddha statue with its remaining power. The stone arm shattered upon landing, and Brigham rolled out from the cloud of dust, albeit looking disheveled but otherwise unharmed. Who? In the instant of his rescue, he looked toward the entrance. However, there was no one at the door. Only more sword beams. As the sword beams entered the temple, the demonic Buddha statue attempted to defend itself by creating a black curtain in front of its body, trying to block them. However, the black curtain, which had been unstoppable against Brigham, now seemed ineffective against these new sword beams. They sliced through the curtain, causing ripples like waves in a black river. In the next moment, the curtain crumbled like a broken riverbed. The sword beams pierced through, tearing apart the demonic Buddha statue's body, shattering it into countless pieces. With a roar of fury, the head of the demonic Buddha statue cried out, "Cursed Shu Mountain swordsman!" In the next moment, a dark red beam of light shot out from the head. With a long comet-like tail, it broke through the roof of the temple and vanished in a flash towards some unknown direction. Brigham stood frozen in place. Throughout the entire ordeal, he hadn't seen who had attacked. According to the demonic Buddha statue, the attacker was also a Shu Mountain swordsman. This made Brigham curious. If it was a senior disciple, why hide? Reflecting on the sword beams earlier, he muttered to himself, was that a divine intent sword? He raised his head and looked out the door. At that moment, clang, Alberic's sword dropped again. Clutching his head in pain, he groaned. I am such a fool. What did I just do? Note: this translation adheres to the structure and tone of the original text, ensuring consistency and coherence with the ongoing narrative. Chapter 230, The Chaos of Zen Chanting. After the Demon Buddha stone statue completely vanished, its control over Alberic drastically diminished, though the sores on his body had yet to heal. They were no longer his most serious problem. At this moment, he was filled with self-reproach. This time, not only did he fail to lend a hand, he nearly ended up attacking his junior brother. For him, as a red-robed Gyosipal and senior brother to Brigham, this was a significant blow. It's fine, senior brother Zhou. Don't look so gloomy. I'm still alive. Brigham looked at his senior brother helplessly, smirking as he spoke. His words, though harsh, indicated that he held no malice toward Alberic. Alberic understood the implication in Brigham's words, which made him feel somewhat better. Their gazes shifted towards the unconscious people lying on the ground. Everyone was now unconscious. Brigham approached to check their injuries. Although these people had deceived him, he knew they were also under the control of the Demon Buddha statue, not acting by their own will. Therefore, Brigham did not blame them. After inspecting everyone, he found that the sores on their bodies had begun to coagulate, ceasing their spread. Perhaps, this was related to the destruction of the Demon Buddha statue. When near the statue, their sores could not heal but would worsen over time. Now, with the statue's power gone, the sores were slowly healing under the effect of the medicinal powder. Junior brother Zhang, did you see who attacked it? Brigham shook his head. He didn't even see a single hair. I don't know, but it should be one of us. Brigham felt the attacker must be from Shu Mountain. Moreover, someone from Shu Mountain knew they were on this mission. However, he had no clue which high-ranking member it was. One of us? Hearing this, Alberic was quite surprised. But after Brigham couldn't provide more information, he didn't press further and sighed. If it weren't for that benefactor's intervention, we might have perished here. Thinking about it, Alberic felt lingering dread. Who would have thought that right under Shu Mountain, demons dare to commit such blatant acts of evil? We must report this. Brigham, however, suddenly changed the subject. Do you think the Demon Buddha is more like a demon or a Buddha? This moment, 300 miles away from the temple, a streak of cometary light flew into a Buddhist monastery. The monastery where the comet light fell was called xuanhuan Temple. It belonged to the top-tier Buddhist sect, xuanhuan Sect. The abbot of this temple was also a high-ranking member of the xuanhuan Sect. Inside xuanhuan Temple, incense smoke flourished, ascending to the sky above. There were numerous devout believers, making the place bustling with activity. A tall figure suddenly appeared before the gates of xuanhuan Temple. It was Zachariah's phantom clone, who had saved Brigham and Alberic in that abandoned temple. When Brigham left the sect, he encountered the strange wind while Zachariah concealed himself. Zachariah naturally knew he had departed on a mission. Upon sensing something amiss with the villagers and detecting an eerie energy similar to that left by the Yellow Springs sword intent, Zachariah sent his phantom clone to follow Brigham. By the time he caught up with Brigham, both Brigham and Alberic were already in danger within the ruined temple. Zachariah's phantom clone acted decisively, shattering the Demon Buddha statue, then followed the cometary light here. He intended to find the mastermind behind the statue. Like Alberic, he believed the Demon Buddha was undoubtedly a demonic entity. His phantom clone existed precisely to eliminate demons. There was no reason to let this opportunity slip. However, after arriving here, Zachariah sensed that things were more complicated than expected. Xuanhuan Temple belonged to the orthodox Xuanhuan Sect. Finding the perpetrator hiding here was indeed unexpected. The most dangerous place can be the safest? Zachariah's expression was peculiar. Undeniably, this hidden demon had great courage. Regardless, Zachariah wouldn't abandon the pursuit. Using the Juan Connor mystic art, his phantom clone transformed into an average person, blending in with the common pilgrims. Entering Xuanhuan Temple, unlike other pilgrims heading for the main hall, Zachariah walked directly southeast. Estimating about another 100 meters, he would reach the point where the cometary light disappeared. But, as he approached a garden gate, two muscular golden arhats blocked his path. Stop! You cannot enter here. The two arhats immediately stopped him, indicating that passage was forbidden. They told Zachariah to go elsewhere. Zachariah casually perceived that the two arhats weren't truly golden bodies. They just had gilded skin. In reality, their physical strength was probably at the second stage silver body level. This wasn't low, but it was weaker compared to most physical cultivators. To Zachariah, they were paper tigers. Of course, Zachariah didn't force his way in. Pretending to be lost, he asked the two Arhats, "Excuse me, masters, what is this place?" The Arhat on Zachariah's left replied, "This is Yulzhen's residence. Outsiders are not allowed. Since you're lost, please leave quickly." The Arhat on the right seemed annoyed by his colleague's lengthy explanation, frowning, "Why tell him all that?" Then, he glared at Zachariah, "Leave quickly, do not linger here." Zachariah remained unmoved, saying, "I know some divination and chi observation techniques. Just saw a dark cloud overhead, possibly indicating some unclean presence. Shouldn't you be cautious? You're rambling. What nonsense about dark clouds? Don't you know this is Chuanin Temple?" The right Arhat grew impatient, believing that as a place blessed by Buddha, how could there be any darkness? The left Arhat added, "Yulzhen practices virtue Zen, shielded by virtue. Evil spirits cannot come near. There's nothing unclean here. You must be mistaken." His tone was confident, showing strong belief in Yulzhen. But Zachariah, not seeing Christopher's in himself, couldn't believe their claims solely based on their words. Regarding the spirits being kept away, Zachariah pondered, what if he himself is one of those spirits? Just as they almost started arguing with Zachariah, a voice of a Buddhist chant resounded, "Amitba." A kind-looking monk draped in a large red kasaya appeared at the garden gate. The two Arhats bowed reverently, "Greetings, Yulzhen." After dismissing the formalities, Yulzhen's wise eyes turned towards Zachariah. Though holding a high position, his demeanor was humble. "Young friend, what brings you to my humble abode?" Zachariah was also carefully observing the Yulzhen before him. Without fear of offending him, he scanned over him several times with his divine sense but detected no demonic aura. Instead, there was a strong aura of peace and righteousness. It was truly full of righteous energy. Zachariah repeated his story again. Yulzhen fell into deep thought after hearing Zachariah's words. He seemed much more patient than the other two. A moment later, he said to Zachariah, "If you don't mind, please come inside and have a look." Though it sounded like inviting him into a trap, Zachariah didn't hesitate and followed him in. The two Arhats at the garden gate were puzzled. Why is Yulzhen still talking to this kind of person? Isn't he clearly just spouting nonsense? Who knows? Yulzhen is just too kind-hearted. This isn't a good thing. If everyone starts emulating him, we're going to have a hard time. While the two Arhats grumbled, Zachariah's phantom clone had already entered along with Yulzhen. Yulzhen showed no signs of hiding anything as he led Zachariah through his residence inside and out. Zachariah glanced around, pretending to be curious, but in reality, most of his attention was on Yulzhen. After the tour, Yulzhen asked, "Young friend, did you notice anything unusual here?" Zachariah shook his head and sighed, "It seems I've made a mistake." Yulzhen smiled faintly, without any hint of anger or irritation. "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes." "Yes, everyone can make mistakes," Zachariah repeated, but the meaning behind his words was completely different from what Yulzhen had said. Whether Yulzhen understood the double meaning or not, his face remained benevolent. After bidding farewell to Yulzhen, Zachariah turned to leave the garden. But just as Yulzhen was about to return to his residence, a sword light suddenly struck toward the back of his head. Yulzhen abruptly turned around, waving his sleeve, which emitted a golden glow that clashed with the sword light. Both vanished without a trace. Yulzhen's smile faded slightly as he looked at Zachariah, who hadn't yet left the garden gate. "Young friend, such a joke cannot be played lightly." Zachariah stopped, turning back with an innocent expression. "What do you mean, Yulzhen?" Yulzhen's eye muscles twitched. His demeanor now became stern and harsh. "Stop playing dumb. Giant, you just attack? You're not acting either, are you, Yulzhen?" Zachariah smirked. "Should I call you Demon Buddha instead?" A flash of ferocity crossed Yulzhen's eyes. In the next moment, Zachariah suddenly realized that an invisible barrier had formed within the garden, enveloping him completely. He had truly become the fish in the pot. After trapping Zachariah, Yulzhen's lips curled up into a cold smile. "You, a Shu Mountain sword cultivator, are far too arrogant to dare enter my Chuanin Temple alone." Yulzhen naturally recognized Zachariah as the Shu Mountain sword cultivator who destroyed his stone statue. "Do you mean this Chuanin Temple harbors nothing but filth? Not just you, one corrupt element?" Zachariah's words stung right to the heart. They deeply pierced Yulzhen. "Now let me see what you rely on to dare speak so boldly to me." Yulzhen raised his hand, forming a golden Buddhist seal. The seal expanded in the wind, instantly enveloping Zachariah's head, spreading down with golden light. Zachariah's expression changed. He couldn't move at all, completely suppressed. Yulzhen immediately regained composure. Zachariah's reckless behavior only brought disdain and even contempt. "Jaya, do you think I was as easy to deal with as that stone statue?" Yulzhen dropped all pretenses, revealing his true colors since Zachariah was, in his eyes, already a dead man. There was no need for secrecy with a dead man. Why would you commit such heartless acts yet still practice virtuous Zen? This was the only point that Zachariah found truly perplexing. As for the Chuanin Temple actually harboring a demon Buddha, he wasn't particularly surprised. "Faith is virtue." Yulzhen smiled, seemingly proud of his actions. "Ordinary people, healthy and trouble-free, why would they believe in you? Why would they sincerely pray to you for blessings and smooth sailing? The greater the hardships beyond their control, the more they place their faith in unreachable deities. Now, do you understand why I have so much faith-based virtue power?" Hearing this, Zachariah grasped the crux of the matter. This Yulzhen likely created far more than one demon Buddha statue outside. These statues harmed countless lives while people remained unaware. Instead, they prayed more fervently to these very Buddhas, unaware that their faith was causing their misfortune. Yulzhen, as the source of their faith, gained continuous benefits. These people were tightly controlled by him. By occasionally loosening his grip and giving them a glimmer of hope, their faith would intensify, providing endless virtue power. Truly sinister. Though familiar with Demon's methods, Zachariah had never seen this before. This guy's heart was indeed pitch black. Of course, in Zachariah's view, this person was no different from a demon. There was no concept of right and wrong anymore. But I have another question, Zachariah continued. If you were going to secretly cultivate virtue with your despicable methods, why provoke the people of Shu Mountain? Do you think your power has reached the peak of the human realm, enough to sweep away Shu Mountain? Zachariah implied. With such dark intentions and despicable means, why not stay low and secretly cultivate? Why stage a show to provoke Shu Mountain? Why not? I don't consider Shu Mountain much anymore. I will eventually overthrow Shu Mountain. Yolzhen's words showed no reverence towards Shu Mountain, only disdain and enmity. Zachariah hadn't expected this. What kind of grievances did this guy have against Shu Mountain? Yolzhen didn't elaborate on this topic, shifting to another. As you appear to be facing death, I'll allow you to die understandingly. Those villagers have no more use to me, and I plan to abandon that statue anyway. Initially, I wanted to kill some Shu Mountain disciples and Javier's, then relocate that sliver of divine soul. Unexpectedly, you interfered. If you quietly returned to Shu Mountain, I would have suffered a minor loss, but you recklessly chased me here, letting me take advantage of you. A young genius like you dying would be a significant loss for Shu Mountain, wouldn't it? Then, Yolzhen ceased further conversation, directly casting a brilliant golden palm. However, Zachariah's figure flickered and avoided the attack. Seeing Zachariah escape effortlessly, Yolzhen's face changed. How is this possible? Under the suppression of his virtue seal, almost no one could withstand it. Even if someone could endure it, they would still feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their back. But at this moment, Zachariah looked perfectly fine, as if he hadn't been affected at all. How is this possible? What Yolzhen didn't know was that the current Zachariah was merely a phantom clone. Without a physical body, it naturally didn't have to bear most of the pressure, only experiencing some mental suppression. But even that mental suppression wasn't enough to match Zachariah's terrifying mental strength. This was why Zachariah could easily escape from the Buddhist seal suppression. No. How can you not have any blood energy? At this point, Yolzhen finally sensed something amiss. He had initially noticed that Zachariah seemed to have thin blood energy, but hadn't paid much attention. He never expected that Zachariah was just a phantom clone. Zachariah remained expressionless and did not answer. Instead, he conjured a long sword in his hand. Demon Buddha, show your true form. I'm not used to this false appearance of yours. As Zachariah spoke, a look of anger appeared on Yolzhen's face. You still have the nerve to say that? We're two of a kind. In the next moment, Yolzhen suddenly changed his attack method. He clasped his hands together, and a golden Buddha figure rose behind him. The Buddha figure opened its mouth and recited mantras, which spread like rippling water waves throughout the invisible barrier. Outside the barrier, the two arhats guarding the garden gate were completely unaware of what was happening inside. They couldn't see the battle within. Inside the barrier, the moment Zachariah was hit by the mantra, his brows furrowed slightly. A mental attack? Yolzhen wasn't stupid. He knew to switch tactics to mental attacks against Zachariah. If Zachariah had been pre-Enlightenment realm, his phantom clone might have feared such an attack. But now, after advancing to Enlightenment realm, Zachariah's mental strength had grown exponentially, making his phantom clone almost invincible. The mantra shock wasn't enough to pose a serious threat. In the next moment, Zachariah unleashed a xuanhuan sense sword. The xuanhuan sense sword zipped through the continuous mantra waves towards Yolzhen, though its speed slowed somewhat. Despite this, it advanced relentlessly. Within a few breaths, the xuanhuan sense sword neared Yolzhen. Yolzhen's eyes widened as he threw a string of prayer beads, each glowing brightly with inner seals, colliding with the xuanhuan sense sword and negating its attack. Just as Yolzhen let out a slight sigh of relief, one of the xuanhuan sense swords split into two. One part instantly pierced the forehead of the Buddha figure behind Yolzhen. A crack appeared on the forehead, causing Yolzhen to roar in anger. His merit image, which took so long to perfect, was now marred. In an instant, Yolzhen felt the pain as if his own forehead had cracked open. Damn you, die. He became thoroughly enraged. In the next moment, his body seemed to merge with the Buddha figure behind him. The giant Buddha figure's eyes flashed as if it had awakened. It leaped up and struck a palm toward Zachariah's head with the power of wrathful Buddha fury. Regardless of who or what Zachariah was, Yolzhen aimed to crush him completely with this single blow. Facing such a devastating strike, Zachariah showed no change in expression and extended a finger. With a flick, he released a void finger. A beam of light shot from Zachariah's fingertip, instantly piercing the giant Buddha palm. Like an incredibly sharp object, it headed straight for the Buddha figure's forehead, the spot where the crack had already formed. Another strike here would cause the Buddha image's head to collapse entirely. At this critical moment, Yolzhen controlled the demon image to turn its head. Zachariah's void finger penetrated the demon image's left eye. Aya! Yolzhen emitted a violent roar. Next, the Buddha figure, now missing an eye, spewed out a large stream of blackness from the eye socket, quickly covering the entire golden Buddha figure. The golden Buddha grew several times in size, breaking the invisible barrier. What is that? People in Xuanhuan Temple noticed the abnormality and cried out in alarm. Zachariah watched intently as the figure before him rapidly expanded. Soon, a colossal black Buddha, several times larger than before, appeared before Zachariah. Now that's more like it. Chapter 231, Defeat. Inside the Xuanhuan Temple, the devout believers gazed almost dazedly at the colossal black Buddha. They couldn't have imagined such a malevolent black Buddha would appear in this sacred place. That's the demon Buddha, someone stammered, their face turning deathly pale. How could there be a demon Buddha in Xuanhuan Temple? In that direction is Yolzhen's residence. How can the demon Buddha possibly be there? Could it be Yolzhen? It's impossible. With Yolzhen adorned by virtue, how could he be the demon Buddha? Upon seeing this scene, the monks of Xuanhuan Temple were all visibly shaken. None of them wanted to believe that the highly respected Yulzhen could be associated with the Demon Buddha. At this moment, the two arhats in Yulzhen's garden naturally saw this shocking scene as well. Their thoughts mirrored those of most people in Xuanhuan Temple. They didn't believe Yulzhen had anything to do with the Demon Buddha. They immediately suspected it was the work of the person who entered earlier. After all, that person's actions and words were too suspicious. However, the next moment, Zachariah's phantom double appeared before them. He soared into the sky, then changed direction, flying out of Xuanhuan Temple. Huh? Isn't he the one who? It's him. Then, what about this Demon Buddha? At this moment, Zachariah's voice echoed from afar, almost like a thunderbolt striking. Yulzhen of Xuanhuan Temple is the Demon Buddha. Everyone, take care of yourselves. With these words, Zachariah vanished. These words rippled through Xuanhuan Temple like waves, causing panic and unease. Could it be that the virtuous Yulzhen who practiced merit Zen was actually the Demon Buddha? This completely overturned their beliefs. Now that Yulzhen's true face had been exposed by Zachariah, he couldn't just let Zachariah escape. Yulzhen roared in fury. He spurred the Black Buddha image, leaping up, chasing after the direction Zachariah fled. In an instant, the Black Buddha image caught up significantly with Zachariah. Turning back, Zachariah showed no signs of panic. Instead, a faint smile curved his lips. It wasn't fear of the Black Buddha that drove him away. It was because inside Xuanhuan Temple, there were too many worshippers. Though they had placed their trust wrongly, they were ultimately innocent bystanders who should not be involved. If Zachariah and the Demon Buddha clashed, the worshippers would inevitably become victims. Zachariah wasn't a saint, but neither was he heartless. Letting the innocents suffer unjustly was something he couldn't reconcile with himself. Looking down, Zachariah spotted a desolate forest and immediately descended. Just as Zachariah slowed down, the figure of the Black Buddha had already caught up. He swung his massive Black Buddha palm, striking towards the entire forest. Zachariah felt as if a dark dome crushed down on him. Geo. Christopherson had lost all reason, filled only with an endless desire to kill Zachariah. Zachariah exposed him in front of everyone, almost equivalent to destroying his foundation in Xuanhuan Temple. After years of lurking, he finally gained this revered status in Xuanhuan Temple. He was second only to the abbot within Xuanhuan Temple. Within the entire Xuanhuan sect, he was one of the top-ranking elites. However, everything crumbled under Zachariah's actions. The massive Black Buddha palm struck the mountain, causing immediate collapse, rocks tumbling and shattering. A single blow turned the small mountain into flat land. The mountain that was intact just moments ago now lay in ruins. Christopherson's strike possessed immense power and even soul-killing forces. His mind held one thought: annihilate Zachariah. Yet, upon lifting his hand, he discovered Zachariah nowhere among the rubble. The next moment, the giant Black Buddha head turned to another side. A sword light erupted from the ground, Zachariah emerging from underground. Christopherson gritted his teeth in frustration, finding Zachariah as slippery as an eel, always slipping away. Emerging from the ground, Zachariah raised his hand. In an instant, countless swords imbued with thunder slashed towards the gigantic Black Buddha. The Black Buddha waved, forming a vast black river in front of him, more formidable than any previous dark curtain. From the Black River came countless wailing souls. The thousands of thunder swords Zachariah wielded plunged into the Black River. Screams of tormented souls filled the air, being eradicated by the thunder. Still, they consumed Zachariah's offensive strength. Furrowing his brows, Zachariah sensed a resemblance to Netherworld sword intent. Perhaps, the villagers' ailments stemmed from this aura. The multitude of thunder swords quickly diminished within the Black River, like sinking into a sea, devoured. But this wasn't over. Countless souls congealed into black tentacles emerging from the river, swiftly lunging at Zachariah. Like black lightning, they snatched at him. Zachariah instantly unleashed 2 sword lights, severing the tentacles in flashes. Seeing this, Christopherson gritted his teeth fiercely. These spirit depths crossing dead soul grips weren't easily defeated by ordinary sword strikes. Clearly, Zachariah's 2 strikes were empowered by formidable spiritual force. Realizing this, Christopherson felt a flicker of fear. The difference between a swordsman with a sword domain and without was vast, almost equal to a major realm difference. Feeling threatened, Christopherson regretted chasing out here. With no place to hide and no hostages to take. Trouble. As Zachariah deployed his sword domain, Christopherson felt the icy presence surround him, akin to a sword at his throat. Black Buddha eyes widened in alarm. You brat! How dare you achieve the sword domain? To his knowledge, only a few individuals in a May could reach such a level, likely less than 3, maybe fewer. A May sect leader counted for sure. But who was this? Certainly not the sect leader? Finally feeling fear, the black demon figure realized the danger. A swordsman with a sword domain was incomparable. Fearing, Christopherson wanted to retreat. Next moment, he flung the spirit depths crossing weapon at Zachariah, retreating rapidly. Thankfully, his sword domain range isn't extreme. Sensing a relief far from the pressing sword threat, Christopherson deduced the limited extent of Zachariah's domain. However, Zachariah anticipated this. Unleashing the god-slaying sword, he split the spirit depths crossing in 2, its remaining power continuing towards Christopherson. The Black Buddha figure pulled a Black Lotus shield, protecting him against the strike. Boom! The remnant force hit the Black Lotus shield. For a moment, it felt as if heaven and earth were shaking. The colossal Black Buddha statue trembled entirely. For an instant, although he had blocked the residual force of the god-slaying sword, his figure seemed nailed to the ground. At this very moment, from above the dome, a far more terrifying thunderous giant sword descended suddenly. It was precisely the sky sword that the leader of Mount Amay sect took pride in. Christopherson lifted his gaze and immediately shouted in shock and fury. Are you truly the leader of Mount Amay sect? As he spoke, the lightning-filled sky sword also crashed down. not giving him even a moment to react. Crack. It sounded as if something shattered in the sky. In that moment, the black lotus shield atop the Black Buddha's head started showing signs of cracking. Almost instantly, it crumbled into pieces, completely shattered. No! Christopherson roared in rage. When the shield broke, the black lotus followed suit, shattering immediately with its black petals scattering everywhere. The twin flashes of the sky sword and god-slaying sword struck directly at the critical spot on the Black Buddha statue's head. The head of the Black Buddha split open instantly. The moment the head cracked, it affected the whole body, which rapidly disintegrated. Like fragments of black rubble, it completely crumbled. Christopherson's figure fell from the crumbling Black Buddha statue. The moment his body hit the ground heavily, a gush of blood spewed out of his mouth. His face was now pale as paper. He looked like he had aged several decades in an instant. Zachariah's phantom double landed beside Christopherson, conjuring a light sword in his hand. He showed no intention of engaging in idle talk, raising his hand to end this menace once and for all. At that moment, a Buddhist chant sounded suddenly. Amitabha, sir, please be merciful. This Buddhist chant carried hidden power, making Zachariah feel a clear hesitation in his arm. Zachariah raised his eyes slightly. A figure was descending from midair. He wore almost the same bright red robe as Christopherson, had somewhat elongated ears, and unlike Christopherson's falsely benevolent demeanor, his face exuded a sense of authority. Who are you? Although Zachariah had already guessed who this person was, he still wanted him to confirm it. I am the abbot of xuanhuan Temple, Christopher Rico. Oh, so it's Abbot Christopher Rico. Zachariah's attitude was indifferent. He was not disrespectful towards Isaiah's, but respect needed to be earned. Christopherson, the Black Buddha, had managed to hide under this abbot's nose for so long. Zachariah found it hard to believe that the abbot could have been so blind. And now, with Christopherson's true identity exposed undeniably, the abbot was trying to stop Zachariah from killing the Black Buddha. So, this made Zachariah more suspicious that Christopher Rico and Christopherson might be two peas in a pod. Therefore, Zachariah did not show much reverence towards the abbot. Christopher Rico scanned Christopherson before clasping his hands together and speaking to Zachariah. Taoist friend, your uncovering the source of our inner troubles is greatly appreciated by all of us in xuanhuan Temple. First, he expressed gratitude. Then he changed his tone and stated his real intent. But this is indeed xuanhuan Temple's disgrace. For the sake of those who trust us, we request that you leave Christopherson's fate in our hands. The old monk thanks you. Saying this, Christopher Rico bowed deeply to Zachariah, his manner exceedingly sincere. But Zachariah knew that, if not for the strength Zachariah had displayed, instilling fear, the esteemed abbot of xuanhuan Temple would never stoop so low. Even when Christopher Rico asked him to be merciful, Zachariah sensed that he intended to use the Buddhist power within the chant to push him away. It just failed. Because of this, Christopher Rico had already gauged Zachariah's strength. Even if he personally attacked, he might not easily win. That's why he was so polite and calm. Zachariah remained unmoved. He wasn't afraid of Christopher Rico just because he was the abbot of xuanhuan Temple. At this point, Christopherson's consciousness returned slightly, but his body hardly moved. Looking at Zachariah with fear, his gaze shifted to Christopher Rico, reaching out a trembling hand. Elder brother, save me. Zachariah chopped off Christopherson's hand with one slash, causing him to scream in agony. Smiling, Zachariah turned to Christopher Rico. How does the abbot plan to deal with him? Christopher Rico's eyes flickered as he withdrew his gaze from Christopherson's stump. He didn't expect Zachariah to act so decisively, severing Christopherson's forearm right before him. This could almost be seen as provocation. Yet, Christopher Rico remained calm. We will investigate when Christopherson became the Demon Buddha and why. After understanding everything, we will punish him according to our sect rules. This response was very official. Zachariah shook his head. Doesn't that mean he has a chance to live? The abbot paused and said, a repentant heart can cleanse any sin. If he repents sincerely, taking his life isn't necessary. Hearing this, Zachariah laughed bitterly. He caused so many innocent people to suffer needlessly. You want to spare his life, let him renounce violence and instantly become enlightened? Once he renounces violence, he becomes enlightened. But what about those innocents who died because of him? Are they condemned to eternal unrest as ghosts? Zachariah pointed his sword at Christopherson, coldness evident in his eyes. Those he harmed are reduced to ghosts, while he simply changes his appearance and becomes a Buddha to save them? Isn't this a little unfair? Zachariah almost blurted out, is there any justice left in the world? But justice means nothing here. For practitioners, who believes in man conquering destiny? Zachariah's words rang loudly and clearly. Immediately after, he thrust his sword without hesitation into Christopherson's brow. Christopherson's eyes widened. His aura vanished. Even his soul was completely extinguished. Zachariah ensured there was no way for the enemy to revive. Seeing this, Christopher Rico's eyes twitched. Zachariah had shown no respect to him at all. Taoist friend, as a member of Mount how can you be so unreasonable? Who said I'm from Mount Zachariah sneered. I only know that a demon Buddha is a demon, and demons deserve to be killed by anyone. At this moment, a new page appeared in the Chronicles of Demons. It was this demon Buddha, Christopherson. You don't need to conceal it. I can see you have a special relationship with the leader of Mount Unlike Christopherson, Christopher Rico could confirm this person was not the leader of Mount because he had met the actual leader multiple times. Zachariah's aura was distinctly different. Christopher Rico deduced that Zachariah must be a direct disciple, or perhaps an unknown Isaiah brother of the leader. The latter possibility was higher. After all, if a direct disciple could kill Christopherson, it was beyond extraordinary. To Christopher Rico's various speculations, Zachariah replied with just 2 words, no comment. Then, Zachariah asked one question. Do you want to block me, or step aside? Christopher Rico hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed. choosing not to hinder Zachariah further. Because the blame lay with Xuanhuan Temple. The emergence of a Demon Buddha was a huge scandal. If Xuanhuan Temple detained or harmed members of Mount Ame because of the Demon Buddha, its reputation would be destroyed forever. Thus, Christopher Rico dared not stop him. He only asked Zachariah to return the body of Christopherson. This was a request Zachariah could agree to. Although Christopherson's body wasn't entirely useless to him, he had no reason to keep it at this moment. Moreover, if he refused again, Christopher Rico might really lose control and attack. From Zachariah's observations, it seemed unlikely that Christopher Rico was the Demon Buddha. There would be no benefit for Zachariah to fight him. So Zachariah decisively abandoned Christopherson's body and flashed away. After Zachariah left, Christopher Rico looked at Christopherson's corpse, softly chanting a Buddhist verse. Then he dragged Christopherson's body and walked back toward Xuanhuan Temple. Once Landon and Jamesong Zhou returned to their sect, Landon wanted Jamesong Zhou to downplay their encounter, minimizing the danger they faced. However, Jamesong Zhou couldn't wait to report everything they encountered in the village, leaving Landon shaking his head. Jamesong Zhou didn't understand why he should hide some dangers. He even asked Landon about it. Why should you fear what I don't? Jamesong Zhou also reported how he nearly killed Landon under the control of the Demon Buddha. He wasn't fearless of possible reprimand from the sect, but if he didn't say it, he wouldn't feel at ease. Over time, it could turn into a mental demon, which would only harm his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Landon simply ignored him. Miseries and joys were never shared between people. He couldn't let the Isaiahs, especially the Cole, know about this. It was because he'd recently been closely watched by the Cole. The Cole feared any mishap with him, trying hard to prevent him from taking on dangerous missions. If this were known by the Cole, that even senior Jiosipal Jamesong Zhou couldn't protect him, or worse, almost got him killed, there would likely be no next time. How would he continue to slay demons in the future? When the news reached the Cole, he immediately reported it to the sect leader. Just as the messenger was about to leave, he suddenly stopped him. Wait, I'll go myself. Fedor decided to meet the sect leader personally, also checking if the spirit ancestor was calmed down. Soon, Fedor arrived at the rear mountain. Upon entering, he heard a deafening beast cry echoing through the mountains. The sound resonated in his ears, causing buzzing and ringing. Fedor's expression changed. Spirit ancestor? Undoubtedly, this was the voice of the spirit ancestor. He rushed into the valley faster. Arriving at the pond where the spirit ancestor was, he saw the spirit ancestor floating above the water, uttering continuous cries, showing extreme agitation. Seeing sect leader Isaac before the spirit ancestor, trying to soothe it, but the spirit ancestor remained unmoved. Its eyes filled with extreme anger towards Isaac. Next moment, it spat a jet of water at Isaac. Isaac could have dodged or dispersed the jet, but he worried that either action would enrage the spirit ancestor more. So, he did neither. Letting the attack hit him, Isaac was knocked hundreds of meters back, colliding with a cliff. Master! Fedor rushed to Isaac's side. Isaac waved, signaling he was fine. Fedor shouted to the spirit ancestor, Spirit ancestor, look carefully, it's our sect leader. Don't be confused. Don't shout. Isaac prevented Fedor from scolding the spirit ancestor, fearing further agitation. Fortunately, the spirit ancestor finally recognized who it was attacking. Its anger subsided slightly, though it wouldn't admit its mistake. Turning around, it dived into the water with a flick of its tail, disappearing. Seeing this, Fedor and Isaac were both silent. Fedor sighed. Why has the spirit ancestor's temper become so peculiar and agitated? Isaac took a deep breath, the pain in his chest fading. He asked, how long has this been going on? Fedor thought for a moment. It started a few days after you left, but it wasn't as bad as now. Pausing a bit, Fedor asked, do you have any clues, sect leader? Isaac shook his head. His understanding of the spirit ancestor wasn't much different from others. After all, it was still a spirit beast. Shushan disciples focused on swordsmanship, having little research on spirit beasts. Chapter 232, Investigation. Having heard that the Myriad Beast sect has members who can listen to the hearts of spirit beasts, why not invite one of them for assistance? Suggested Fedor immediately. The Lingzuan's refusal to speak was what truly troubled them. It was a descendant of the sacred beast Jameslin, possessing high intelligence but also an immense pride, considering it beneath itself to converse with humans in their language. So despite clearly understanding human speech, it stubbornly remained silent. Apparently, besides the founding ancestor, no one had ever heard it speak. Gerardo shook his head, finding this suggestion inappropriate. Members of the Myriad Beast sect were outsiders, and trusting an outsider to understand the heart of Lingzuan and convey its thoughts, regardless of how feasible this might be, carried a risk. How could they ensure these outsiders would speak the truth? What if crucial information was omitted or concealed? There would be no way to verify their words. I'll go consult our ancestor, Gerardo sighed helplessly. Taking the opportunity, Fedor narrated the encounter between Landon and Jamesong Zhou. Upon hearing Demon Buddha statue, Gerardo furrowed his brow. After some contemplation, he raised his eyes and remarked, truly a time of multiple troubles. Internal disturbances from the Lingzuan, external frictions with the Jiavine symbol sect, and now an incident involving a Demon Buddha at the foot of the mountain. It was far from an encouraging sign. Instruct all disciples to avoid leaving the sect premises as much as possible in the near future. Pausing momentarily, Gerardo added, especially Landon. Fedor bowed respectfully and replied, as ordered by the sect leader. Inside the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah collected the relics left by Demon Buddha Christophering. Among them was the Buddhist profound skill, Palm of Brahma. Since the Demon Buddha held a high position within Zen Sound Temple, it naturally learned this divine skill. However, as a Demon Buddha, using the Palm of Brahma did not enhance its power. Instead, it invited a certain level of backlash. Therefore, while it possessed this skill, it dared not use it. This benefited Zachariah immensely. Zachariah had no objections to mastering another divine skill. Moreover, this being a Buddhist skill, he harbored no concerns. Mastering this new skill could serve as additional camouflage for his true identity. Another relic was the Demon Buddha's Spirit Abyss Crossing, also a divine skill that allowed the user to summon a spiritual abyss capable of devouring elemental energy and acting as a defensive barrier. Within the Spirit Abyss resided countless xuanhuan spirits, generating a potent poison known as Spirit Grievance Toxin. This toxin differed from ordinary poisons in that it had no antidote, leading to gradual decay once infected, requiring natural healing over time away from its influence. Note, xuanhuan seems to be a mistranslation or typo. I will assume it should be Grievance Spirits based on context. Revised. Another relic was the Demon Buddha's Spirit Abyss Crossing, also a divine skill that allowed the user to summon a spiritual abyss capable of devouring elemental energy and acting as a defensive barrier. Within the Spirit Abyss resided countless grievance spirits, generating a potent poison known as Spirit Grievance Toxin. This toxin differed from ordinary poisons in that it had no antidote, leading to gradual decay once infected, requiring natural healing over time away from its influence. Acquiring this skill, Zachariah felt both surprise and delight. Not for the skill itself, but for the numerous vengeful spirits within the Spirit Abyss, a fertile pool for his soul-devouring body. Without hesitation, Zachariah activated the skill, engulfing his room in a black, spiritual abyss filled with frenzied spirits. As the master, the spirits dared not defy him. Activating the soul-devouring body, Zachariah absorbed the spirits into his body, converting them into pure energy flowing into his mind sea. The spirits felt terror, unable to escape the Spirit Abyss's binding force. Outside Zachariah's door, two enforcers passing by suddenly felt a chilling sensation. They shivered uncontrollably. "Jayad, you feel cold just now?" one asked. His companion nodded vigorously. "Indeed. This place feels unsettling." Both looked toward Zachariah's door. Due to Zachariah's soundproofing array, they couldn't hear the ghostly wails inside but sensed an inner chill. Their unease subsided slightly when looking at Zachariah's room. One whispered, "Haven't you noticed Zachariah's odd behavior lately?" The other, wary, nudged him. "Not here," indicating they should move elsewhere. Once they moved away, the unsettling feeling disappeared entirely, making them more puzzled. Aware of the commotion outside, Zachariah had no intention of explaining or needing to. He knew the actions of his shadow clone would raise suspicions, which were inevitable. He wasn't bothered by others' perceptions and focused solely on enhancing his strength. In the ancestral hall, Gerardo entered, gazing at the ancestral tablet at the top. Bowing deeply, he prayed, "Ancestor, Lingzuan has been with you the longest. Recently, it has acted unusually, leaving us helpless. Please enlighten us." He tossed a wooden token onto the ground, pricked his finger, and dropped a drop of blood onto it. The originally blank token revealed two characters, Great Calamity. Great Calamity? Gerardo's expression changed. "Jayad, this mean a great disaster awaited Shu Mountain Sect?" The agitation of Lingzuan indicated an advanced warning of impending calamity rather than mere temperamental changes. Perhaps it warned Shu Mountain through this unusual behavior. Seeking further insight, Gerardo received no response. The wooden token even lost its previous markings. Gerardo carefully picked up the token, storing it safely, his brows furrowing with worry. Great Calamity. Gerardo pondered recent events, trying to identify potential threats. Was it the Jiavine Symbol Sect's constant harassment, or the recent Demon Buddha incident? Or was there another hidden force causing Lingzuan's agitation? Gerardo remained serious, contemplating deeper connections. These two incidents were not trivial matters. Both required Gerardo's utmost attention. Gerardo immediately left the ancestral hall. The matter with Jiavine Symbol Sect was temporarily put on hold. He directly sought out Brigham and Alberic. He asked them to recount everything that had happened at the time in detail. Brigham, naturally, had no enthusiasm for retelling those dangerous events, so he basically let Alberic recount everything. After listening, Gerardo's brows furrowed even more tightly. His gaze turned to Brigham and asked, "That person who saved you, are you sure you didn't see him?" Facing the sect leader's question, Brigham shook his head firmly. "I can only say that there is an 80% chance he is from Shu Mountain Sect," Brigham said confidently. The technique he used seemed to be the Jiavine Thought Sword. "You're talking about the Jiavine Thought Sword?" Gerardo momentarily recalled a certain person, a particular figure. Could it be him again? What exactly is his background? How deeply connected is he to Shu Mountain Sect? Gerardo thought of the extraordinary sword cultivator who had fought alongside him on Flame Splendor Mountain in the past. Of course, this referred to Zachariah. However, they could not see the true identity while being inside the mountain. They did not know that the person they were desperately searching for was right beside them. Seeing the sect leader's expression, Brigham knew that the sect leader perhaps had some knowledge of that person. He immediately followed up with a question. "Sect leader, do you know that person's identity?" Brigham was not someone who forgot favors. Naturally, he was curious about the identity of his savior. If the sect leader knew something, it would be best. But Gerardo shook his head. At this moment, Balder suddenly arrived, temporarily interrupting their conversation. The Isaiah conveyed news from Zen Sound Temple. "Sect leader, Zen Sound Temple has sent us a letter of gratitude." A letter of gratitude from Zen Sound Temple? Gerardo was momentarily taken aback before taking the letter from the Isaiah. Though the Isaiah had received the letter, he had not opened it preemptively, but instead handed it over to the sect leader immediately. Gerardo opened the letter, and his expression suddenly became solemn. The three people around him remained quiet without disturbing him. A few moments later, after Gerardo finally set the letter down, Balder impatiently asked, "Sect leader, what does the letter say? Why would Zen Sound Temple send us gratitude?" Gerardo seemed lost in thought, lacking the energy to explain anything. So he passed the letter back to Balder. Balder quickly scanned the letter, revealing a look of surprise. Beside the Isaiah, Brigham and Alberic looked eagerly at the letter. They also wanted to know what the letter said. Balder, however, had no intention of letting them know. Off with you, don't bother us here. Get back to your duties. Although Balder tried to dismiss them, Gerardo indicated that they should know the content of the letter. After all, they were both first-hand witnesses. Thus, Balder passed the letter to Brigham and Alberic. They took the letter and quickly scanned through it, becoming increasingly uneasy. This demon Buddha actually came from Zen Sound Temple? Both were visibly shaken. Zen Sound Temple was a key location for the prestigious Zen Sound Sect, a bustling and revered Buddhist holy ground. And yet, such a malevolent presence had been hidden there. What shocked them even more was that the letter stated an unidentified Shu Mountain Sect swordsman had helped eliminate the demon Buddha, relieving Zen Sound Temple of a major threat. So, Zen Sound Temple sent a letter of gratitude to Shu Mountain Sect, expressing sincere thanks and intending to visit personally to formally thank them. Could the mysterious swordsman mentioned in Zen Sound Temple's letter be the one who saved us? At this point, Alberic suddenly realized something. But when he spoke, he awkwardly discovered he was the last to react. Others had already guessed. This was not hard to guess. The significant event at Zen Sound Temple occurred shortly after they were rescued by a swordsman. Coincidence seemed too improbable. They preferred to believe that the mysterious swordsman destroyed the demon statue, and then tracked down and eliminated the actual demon Buddha. You two may leave now. I still have matters to discuss with the sect leader. Balder dismissed the two. Brigham respectfully returned the letter to the Isaiah and left with Alberic. After the two left, Balder asked, Sect leader, what do you think Zen Sound Temple means? Are they genuinely thanking us? Or do they have other intentions? Gerardo sighed softly. I am uncertain if we have any connection with this matter. Gerardo was unsure whether having this incident associated with Shu Mountain Sect was good or bad, especially in light of the great calamity foretold by the ancestor. Gerardo was not optimistic. Who is that swordsman? At this point, Balder's face showed confusion, a rare occurrence. The swordsman had already been linked to Shu Mountain Sect multiple times. Yet, they couldn't pinpoint any definite information about him. Xuanhuan Thought Sword. Gerardo suddenly spoke. The only clue we have is the Xuanhuan Thought Sword within our sect. List all practitioners who have mastered the Xuanhuan Thought Sword and investigate them one by one. Perhaps we might find some clues. Gerardo was not entirely confident in finding clues, but believed it was essential to use the limited information they had. All of them? Balder asked. Yes, everyone, including those who have passed away or left Shu Mountain Sect. Gerardo replied earnestly. We mustn't delay. Handle this matter immediately. We must find evidence before Zen Sound Temple visits. Otherwise, we will be caught off guard. If Zen Sound Temple visited, and they still didn't know the swordsman's identity, it would indeed be embarrassing. Denying the swordsman as part of Shu Mountain Sect might result in embarrassment if they found him within. Confirming it might also be awkward if he wasn't from their sect. Until the swordsman's identity was confirmed, they would remain in a difficult position. Gerardo did not want another Xuanhuan symbol sect scenario to unfold. Although Zen Sound Temple monks wouldn't behave as improperly as Xuanhuan symbol sect disciples, they might still harbor opinions against Shu Mountain Sect. Given the ominous Great Calamity, Gerardo aimed to avoid leaving any potential threats for their sect. Understood. Balder accepted the task. He anticipated it would be a huge and arduous task but did not decline, as he was equally eager to uncover the swordsman's identity. In Zachariah's room, the floating black river was eerily silent. The spirits of grievance in the spirit abyss were almost depleted. With Zachariah's voracious consumption, the entire spirit abyss was emptied. Zachariah was not worried about exhausting resources. The spirits in the spirit abyss replenished slowly over time. He had only tapped into a fraction of the spirit abyss. As the spirits from other parts flowed in, he would receive more soul power. Now, Zachariah felt the strength of his spiritual power. It had expanded several times since he advanced to the soul formation realm. Roughly speaking, his current mental strength surpassed that of an average Transcendence realm expert. The power of the Xuanhuan Thought Sword alone already rivaled him using the slashing God Sword. This was undoubtedly quite exaggerated. A thought suddenly sprouted in Zachariah's mind. He wanted to try creating a small formless heaven with a different time flow rate from the outside world again. He had attempted it several times before, but failed each time. Even after advancing to the soul formation realm, his mental strength still fell short. He was just one step away from success. Now, with his mental strength increasing several times over, this idea once again ignited in his heart. If he could truly create such a world, then he would be able to initially transcend the current constraints of time. His cultivation speed would increase even faster. Without hesitation, Zachariah immersed himself in the process of creating the small formless heaven world. In an instant, he felt his mental strength being drained by more than half. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, the corners of Zachariah's mouth slightly curled upwards. His mental strength hadn't been completely drained, which meant this wasn't something impossible to achieve. As time passed, Zachariah's mental strength continued to deplete like a broken dam. At the same time, his physical energy also rapidly decreased. Even though he was not moving, his stamina was being consumed faster than fighting a battle against an immortal realm demon beast. However, he did not give up. Only if he exhausted himself to the point of unconsciousness or total collapse would that count as true failure. With this resolve and his now stronger mental strength supporting him, Zachariah stood firm as a mountain. He did not fall. After an unknown period of time, Zachariah's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Both his consciousness and physical energy had reached their limits. Just when his eyelids were about to droop shut, suddenly, a beam of white light appeared before his eyes. This white light slowly spread out, forming a doorway wide enough for a person to pass through. Inside the door was a room identical to the one Zachariah was in. This was precisely the small formless heaven world that Zachariah created based on this room. The two rooms were identical, with no visible differences to the naked eye. The only difference was their distinct time flow rates. Success. As Zachariah was feeling drowsy, Seeing the formation of this miniature world instantly revived his spirit. This scene was undeniably a tremendous encouragement to him. Although the place was small, Xianxia was extremely satisfied. What he needed was not a large space but a world with a different time flow rate. That was what was truly useful to him. Xianxia's eyes snapped wide open. Leaving behind a phantom image in the original place along with an unlit incense stick, he plunged straight into the small, formless heaven world. Due to immense depletion of mental strength, his current state was quite lethargic. That brief moment of heightened awareness was akin to a dying man's last flicker of life, followed by overwhelming fatigue. Closing his eyes, within just a few breaths, he sank into a deep sleep. An unknown amount of time passed before Xianxia opened his eyes again, feeling mentally refreshed. This sleep was simply too good. It felt like he had slept for a full day and night. However, since he couldn't judge the difference in time flow rate through a static space, he left an incense stick outside to gauge the disparity. He lit an incense stick inside the small formless heaven, and his phantom image did the same in the real room. The result astounded Xianxia. In the small formless heaven world, the incense stick burned to ashes at a visible speed, while the one outside had only burned 1/5. Fivefold. The time flow rate here is roughly 5 times faster than outside. Xianxia was unable to hide his excitement. Creating a miniature world with a different time flow rate for the first time, he had initially hoped for just a 2-fold difference. Never did he expect a 5-fold increase. This was undoubtedly a leap forward. My main body staying here to cultivate for 1 day equals 5 days outside. For Xianxia's cultivation and mental technique enhancement, this brought a significant boost. At this moment, Xianxia received a notification from the Chronicles of Demons. It informed him that he had obtained new experience points and other daily rewards due to the passage of 1 day inside. What? Does the different time flow rate here affect the Chronicles of Demons as well? Instantly, Xianxia's expression turned excited. Chapter 233, Conditions. Enter the Trial Tower. Xianxia originally thought that the time flow speed in the small formless heaven would only affect his personal cultivation. Never did he expect that once he entered this small formless heaven, the Chronicle of Demons would also adhere to its time rules. Doesn't this mean that as long as I stay here, both my cultivation speed and the rate at which I gain experience will be 5 times faster than in the outside world? For a moment, excitement was clearly visible on Xianxia's face. He had already made up his mind that, apart from the time spent interrogating demons, he would permanently reside in this small formless heaven space. In the Elder's Hall, at Baldur's summons, all the Isaiahs gathered there. Following the tasks assigned by the sect leader to Baldur, they first listed out those currently skilled in using the xuanhuan thought sword. Due to the extremely high difficulty of cultivating the xuanhuan thought sword and its stringent requirements for mental power, there were fewer than 10 people proficient in this sword technique in Mount Shu, making them very few indeed. The tally is 9 people. Baldur scanned the room with his gaze. These 9 people included 8 Isaiahs present and 1 person in the demon-locking pagoda, namely, the sect leader's junior brother. Baldur's gaze swept over the 8 Isaiahs one by one, and immediately, they all began to prove their innocence. Senior Elder, you know me well. I value reputation above all else. If I did those things, wouldn't everyone know it? Senior Elder, you know me well. Although I don't like showing off, I always give everything I have, never hiding my abilities. Senior Elder, you know me well. I'm not good at making decisions on my own. If someone asked me to do those things on my own accord, I definitely couldn't do it. Senior Elder, you know me? After all 8 Isaiahs justified themselves, Baldur helplessly discovered that their reasons were logical and reasonable. They didn't seem to be the person they were looking for. Moreover, when the sect leader led the elite forces to attack the Joyful Union Sect, among these 8, 3 stayed back at the sect while 5 went with the sect leader into battle. During the battles, they remained under Gerardin's watch without leaving. Gerardin himself knew this as well. Could it possibly be the person in the demon-locking pagoda? Someone then suggested, but Baldur shook his head. The person in the demon-locking pagoda hadn't moved from the 8th floor since the attack on the Joyful Union Sect. Later, he even came down to prevent any attempts to damage the demon-locking pagoda. Gerardin could vouch for this. If it's not any of them, then we must look elsewhere. If none of the existing high-ranking members of Mount Shu matched the criteria, they could only search lower ranks or change direction and consider those who had passed away or left the sect. This latter direction offered the least hope but would be considered if no other leads panned out. Shortly thereafter, a list of disciples who practiced the xuanhuan thought sword was handed over. Regardless of success, names were marked on the list, provided by the Isaiah gatekeeper of the sword vault. He kept track of what each disciple took, making it easy to compile the list. After scanning through the lengthy list, Baldur did not miss a single name. Some were familiar to him, while others joined during his absence. He focused on the unfamiliar names, planning to interview each of them. Xianxia? When Baldur saw Xianxia's name, he momentarily paused. This guy also practiced the xuanhuan thought sword? Looking at Xianxia's name on the list, the whether acquired xuanhuan thought sword column was blank, whereas others had definite answers. Was it forgotten, or another reason? Baldur wondered. He decided to investigate further and immediately headed to the sword vault. Meeting the Isaiah gatekeeper, he asked directly, Gate Elder, did you accidentally leave this part blank? The Isaiah gatekeeper, without looking at the list, replied, it wasn't an accident. It was intentional. Hearing this, Baldur showed puzzlement. The Isaiah gatekeeper explained, because I'm not sure if he mastered the xuanhuan thought sword. He said he didn't, but from my observations, he isn't someone with low talent. On the contrary, based on my instincts, this young man has very high potential. You tell me, could someone who reached the 3rd level of the Sword Heart Sutra so early be incapable of mastering the xuanhuan thought sword? Baldur was taken aback. But even if Xianxia hid his mastery of the xuanhuan thought sword, so what? Given Xianxia's current cultivation and strength, even if he mastered it, he couldn't possibly be the supreme sword cultivator repeatedly cleansing Mount Shu's enemies. They were on completely different levels. Unless he hides more than just this, if Zachariah truly concealed his mastery of the xuanhuan thought sword, he might be hiding much more. At this point, Balder's suspicion towards Zachariah grew stronger. Yet, getting Zachariah to reveal his true strength intentionally hidden would be extremely difficult and required careful planning. I can't delay now. He needed to eliminate other suspects first. With tight deadlines set by the sect leader, he swiftly left the sword vault and convened with unfamiliar or potentially potent disciples listed. They felt uneasy, unsure why he summoned seemingly unrelated disciples. Without further ado, Balder requested them to demonstrate the xuanhuan thought sword. Some confessed they didn't know how, while others performed poorly, not nearly powerful enough to harm an enemy. Clearly, this skill was not for ordinary disciples. Seeing little progress, Balder concluded almost zero chances of finding the supreme sword cultivator among them. Disappointed, he turned his attention to the demon-locking pagoda. During this process, he conceived a plan to verify Zachariah's true strength, the trial tower. Thus, he summoned Zachariah immediately. Upon receiving the message, Zachariah exited the small formless heaven, space. When Balder met Zachariah again, surprise flickered on his face. It had been only days since they last met. He momentarily felt as if one day apart feels like 3 autumns. This sensation was akin to each meeting with Zachariah offering a new experience, as if the person before him had undergone numerous transformations. "The coal, what do you need?" Zachariah asked directly. Balder didn't elaborate and cut straight to the chase. "Giant, you want to see level 7 and 8 of the demon-locking pagoda? Now there's an opportunity. Want it?" Balder's sudden proposition genuinely caught Zachariah off guard. He indeed wanted access to the deeper levels of the pagoda. However, Balder previously insisted he wasn't qualified and only gave him permission for the top 6 floors. Yet, his stance now seemed to change unexpectedly. Such a good deal out of nowhere naturally aroused suspicion. Zachariah didn't immediately accept or reject the offer but instead asked, "Cole, didn't you say that entering below the 6th floor requires a minimum cultivation level?" The Cole lightly coughed. "A tree dies if moved, but a man thrives when relocated. Conditions can be adjusted." When he first said that, it was merely to dissuade Zachariah. In reality, such rules were ultimately decided by him, yet he now felt somewhat boxed into a corner. Hearing this, Zachariah grew even more suspicious. What was this old fox plotting? Zachariah remained cautious. Yet, he knew he couldn't outright refuse. Refusal might also be problematic. After all, he had previously eagerly pursued this chance. An abrupt withdrawal would indeed raise suspicions from the Cole. What does Cole need me to do for this opportunity? Zachariah's response was equally tight-lipped. "It's simple. Visit the trial tower, and if you can pass through it faster than Brigham, I'll give you this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Zachariah's expression showed surprise, but internally, he was questioning everything. Why did the Cole insist on using the trial tower as a condition for entry into deeper levels? Balder explained, "To relax the cultivation requirement, you must prove your strength by passing the trial tower. But, Master Zong spent almost a year clearing it. Does this mean I'd have to leave the demon-locking pagoda for a year or more? The pagoda won't collapse without you." With a hint of amusement, Balder added, "Are you so lacking in confidence?" He looked deep into Zachariah's eyes, hoping to glimpse his true thoughts. But Zachariah's acting was flawless, akin to an Oscar-winning performance. "I wouldn't dare claim to match Master Zong," Zachariah replied with apparent reluctance. Without further ado, Balder pressed, "So, are you going or not? If you don't, I'll give this opportunity to someone else, and you may never get another chance." Balder made it clear. His offer was generous enough, and refusal would be suspicious. Zachariah understood this. Knowing full well that Balder had ulterior motives, he still couldn't refuse. A refusal might indeed close off future legitimate opportunities. "Can I have some time to think about it?" But Balder shook his head. "As a man, you can't dither. Decide now." Balder wasn't willing to waste any more time on this. After careful consideration, Zachariah reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." Immediately after Zachariah's reply, Balder nodded and promptly directed him to the trial tower. "So soon?" Zachariah was taken aback, sensing that Balder's urgency hinted at hidden motives. "I haven't prepared yet." "What preparations are needed for the trial tower? Just go in." Thus, led by Balder, Zachariah arrived once again at the trial tower. Previously, he visited but didn't ascend. This time, escape seemed impossible. Under the Cole's escort, no formalities were required. Zachariah was simply pushed inside. "Go, and I'll wait for your good news." Balder waved at the tower entrance, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Turning away, Zachariah let out a bitter laugh. Cultivation here was far less convenient than in the demon-locking pagoda. He faced 2 choices: clear the tower quickly or delay until around the same time as Brigham before choosing to pass. The latter was undesirable, as he couldn't retreat into the small formless heaven within the tower. Since he preferred accessing small formless heaven, he opted for the first choice, relying on his formidable physical strength, which was no longer a secret within the sect. Letting this known secret become a highlight wouldn't harm him. Deciding on this, Zachariah proceeded without hesitation into the first level of the trial tower. Each floor of the trial tower contained many rooms, allowing multiple disciples to challenge simultaneously. Zachariah hung his token outside his designated room, and the first level gate slowly opened before him. Roars echoed from within. Outside the tower, Balder stood watching the progress from the entrance, where each floor's completion status could be seen. Once a disciple cleared a stage, the corresponding room's light lit up. Watching Zachariah's room, Balder pondered. Soon, footsteps approached from behind. Brigham appeared. Since the last encounter with the demon Buddha, he had been under house arrest, unable to kill demons or even leave Mount Shu. Boredom led him back to the trial tower, a place that shaped his most challenging period and significantly enhanced his strength. Now, his power rivaled many red cloak disciples. Returning to re-challenge himself and refresh his record seemed appealing. Seeing the Cole standing silently at the entrance, Brigham followed his gaze and became curious. Who was drawing such attention from the Cole? Rather than asking Balder, he inquired a nearby guard. Upon learning it was Zachariah, his face instantly changed. That person in there is Zachariah? At this revelation, the narrative continued to unravel with renewed intrigue. Brigham was taken aback, surprised that Zachariah had entered the trial tower. He paused at the tower's entrance as well, curious to see how far Zachariah would progress. Previously, when he challenged the tower, he encountered considerable difficulty at the 5th level, spending nearly 3 days before finally passing it. Moments later, a light flickered from the room where Zachariah was located. Brigham was startled and couldn't help but ask the Cole, how long has Zachariah been inside? The Cole frowned slightly, replying indifferently, his completion time, 10 breaths. 10 breaths? Brigham was dumbfounded. 10 breaths meant that Zachariah had practically just entered when Brigham arrived, and by the time he blinked, Zachariah had already cleared the 1st level. Though the 1st level wasn't overly difficult, such speed was shocking. It had taken him over an hour to deal with all the beasts in the 1st level. This guy. Brigham felt an inexplicable surge of anger. The stronger Zachariah became, the more intense his resentment grew. He seethed internally. That guy clearly has such formidable strength. But why did he choose to stay hidden? When the Shu Mountain Sect launched a large-scale attack on the xuanhuan sect, Brigham invited Zachariah to join him in taking revenge on their enemies. However, Zachariah refused, choosing to remain within the sect, acting like a cowardly fugitive. This left Brigham feeling disdainful. His uncle, Anwar, died saving Zachariah, yet when Zachariah had the chance to avenge him, he chose to hide away. That alone was enough to make Brigham erase all previous good impressions he had of Zachariah. Originally, he had tried not to dwell on Zachariah anymore, but now his old anger resurfaced. Meanwhile, Zachariah, unaware of this external situation and the brewing animosity, continued forward. 1st level in 10 breaths, that should be around normal, right? Zachariah wasn't sure if his speed was too fast or too slow. For him, the 1st level felt like free points. He could have gone faster but slowed down slightly to avoid suspicion. As Zachariah advanced through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels without much difficulty, he began to wonder about the challenge. To him, these lower floors were like child's play, offering no real obstacle. Soon, he reached the 5th level. When the door to the 5th level opened, an Israeli man sat inside. Zachariah was puzzled. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the man. The previous 4 levels involved only beasts and mechanical figures, posing no real threat. But this Israeli man, merely sitting there, exuded an intimidating presence. Is the 5th level ramping up the intensity? Zachariah thought, straightening his posture. Had Brigham seen this Isaiah, he would have been shocked because this wasn't supposed to be part of the 5th level. This Isaiah was the final guardian, unmatched in power even among the sect Isaiahs, making any challenger sweat. Brigham had spent nearly half a year grinding under this guardian's watch before gaining his approval to pass. Now, the guardian appeared at the 5th level, undoubtedly arranged by Cole Balder. Balder didn't have the luxury of time for Zachariah to slowly advance. So, he brought the final guardian to confront Zachariah at the 5th level. The initial levels are designed to lull him into complacency, thinking they're normal trials, Balder mused. But the 5th level is where the true test begins. He sighed, reflecting on the effort it took to orchestrate this unique confrontation. It took significant persuasion to get the final guardian to come down and face Zachariah. All arrangements were meticulously planned to reveal Zachariah's true strength at this moment. In the 5th level room, the Isaiah opened his eyes and looked directly at Zachariah, his gaze sharp as a sword. You've arrived. Are you ready to accept the trial? Not really. I need more time to prepare. Zachariah turned to leave. Prepare what? Get back here. The Isaiah barked. Translation notes. The structure and tone are preserved to match the original narrative. Character names are kept consistent, e.g., Zachariah, Brigham. Geologue and internal thoughts are translated to maintain the natural flow of the story. Chapter 234. The mysterious sword cultivator makes an appearance? The gatekeeper Isaiah waved his hand, and the gate slammed shut instantly. Zachariah was helpless. He could only turn around to face the Isaiah once more. Senior, are you sure you're guarding this level correctly? The Isaiah's eyelids twitched slightly. After all, he was old and had a reputation to maintain. He naturally couldn't say something as brazen as, it's correct. If it weren't for the Finian imploring him to come here, he wouldn't have stooped so low as to personally handle a disciple on the 5th floor. At that moment, the Isaiah narrowed his eyes, staring at Zachariah. He was genuinely curious about what kind of disciple could warrant such effort from the Finian. However, he couldn't sense anything special about Zachariah. To him, Zachariah's aura seemed roughly on par with a purple-robed Giosible. You're here, so don't ask too many questions. Prepare yourself for the test. The Isaiah's gaze sharpened like a hawk's. I hope you take this seriously, or else your life might be in danger. Life in danger? Zachariah froze slightly. How did he not know the trial tower test carried mortal risks? Senior, the trial tower doesn't seem to have such a rule. My rules are the rules. The Isaiah became somewhat angry and embarrassed, pointing a finger sharply. A streak of sword light burst from his fingertip, flashing like lightning and slicing across Zachariah's left shoulder. A line of blood immediately appeared on his left shoulder. Of course, this was the result of Zachariah deliberately suppressing his nirvana holy body. If he hadn't suppressed it, that sword light wouldn't have harmed him at all. Fortunately, I suppressed my holy body. Zachariah inwardly marveled. If this sword light couldn't hurt him, that would truly be strange. Because Zachariah could clearly feel that the power released by this strike was enough to overwhelm even a deity realm expert. Zachariah clutched his injured right arm, preventing the wound from healing, and put on a painful expression. Senior, is it necessary to go so far against a mere disciple? The Isaiah's old face turned red, but he feigned calmness, secretly cursing the Finian Balder for forcing him to do this. If nothing wrong was found with this disciple, and word got out that he had oppressed juniors, that would mean losing all his dignity. The Isaiah said emotionlessly, "This is just a warning to make you take things seriously. If you continue to be indifferent, don't blame me if you die. As long as you can touch me once, you pass the trial. Now, come on." The Isaiah shouted loudly. In the next moment, he used the finger sword technique again against Zachariah. Outside the trial tower, Brigham noticed the Finian Balder seemed somewhat tense, finding it quite strange. This shouldn't happen on the 5th floor. Taking a deep breath, Brigham decided not to pay attention to it and went ahead, collecting his identification token and entering the trial tower. Meanwhile, at Xuanhuan Sect, Palace Master Gaspard of Xianxia Sect and Grandmaster Esmond of Xuanhuan Sect were meeting in the Grand Hall. This meeting was initiated by Xianxia Sect's Palace Master, who personally visited Xuanhuan Sect. Grandmaster Esmond did not neglect his duty and personally received him, considering Xianxia Sect's significant standing among Daoist sects. However, Xianxia Sect and Xuanhuan Temple seldom interacted, leaving Grandmaster Esmond uncertain of his intentions. Out of politeness, Grandmaster Esmond did not directly ask about his purpose, and Gaspard did not immediately explain his reason either. After some pleasantries, Gaspard tentatively inquired about the Demon Buddha incident. Upon hearing Gaspard's question, Grandmaster Esmond's expression turned slightly awkward. After all, the Demon Buddha was Xuanhuan Sect's humiliation, especially happening in a prosperous Xuanhuan temple. Once the news broke out, the temple's popularity plummeted overnight from bustling visitors to almost empty. Since then, Xuanhuan Sect's reputation suffered unprecedented damage, and rumors spread that they had ties with demons. They had no way to refute these allegations, as the Demon Buddha originated from their own Xuanhuan temple, and the evidence pointed directly to their xuanhuan. Thus, they could only endure this bitter outcome silently. This matter was supposedly discovered by a sword cultivator from Mount, and he eliminated the Demon Buddha for your sect? Gaspard scanned the senior members present, including Grandmaster Esmond, with a meaningful look. Grandmaster Esmond didn't deny it. Monks do not lie. Even if they wanted to fabricate, they feared the consequences. If their lies were exposed, Xuanhuan Temple's reputation would fall into oblivion. Yes, he sighed deeply. This calamity is my failure. I thought of stepping down, but they persuaded me to stay. As soon as Grandmaster Esmond spoke, other seniors echoed his decision. Gaspard ignored the charade, smiling lightly. I think it wasn't your fault, but rather that sword cultivator acted without regard for propriety. He earned face from Mount, yet where was Xuanhuan Sect's dignity? First to feel this, undoubtedly, was Abbot Christopher Kong of Xuanhuan Temple, who nodded in agreement. That sword cultivator indeed lacked consideration. But Grandmaster Esmond defended Zachariah instead. He did nothing wrong, and we should be grateful for removing such a great evil. Besides, the Demon Buddha was like any other demon, deserving extermination. For someone who did us a favor, we shouldn't gossip behind their back. Grandmaster Esmond remained clear-headed despite Gaspard's instigation. Though there were definitely those who resented Zachariah's independent action, killing xuanhuan without informing Xuanhuan Temple, it was perceived as disrespecting Xuanhuan Sect. Gaspard observed everyone's expressions, thinking for a moment before continuing. I'm not accusing the sword cultivator, but he surely lacked consideration, ignoring Xuanhuan Sect's reputation when better solutions existed. I merely find his approach lacking. Without giving them time to respond, he added, imagine if the sword cultivator informed Xuanhuan Sect first, allowing Grandmaster Esmond to expose the Demon Buddha and personally vanquish it, proving Xuanhuan Sect's innocence. Such a resolution wouldn't have caused public uproar, preserving Xuanhuan Sect's reputation. If handled thus, Xuanhuan Sect would be eternally grateful, a win-win situation. After Gaspard finished speaking, please note, due to the nature of this text, I've adjusted it to ensure coherence and clarity while maintaining the original tone and structure. Abbot Christopher Kong deeply agreed. Palace Master Marshallan, you were right. If this matter had been left to Xuanhuan Sect to handle, it indeed would have been the best course of action. I did try my best to persuade him to give us some face, but alas, he refused. The expressions of those present varied. It was clear that they were starting to harbor resentment toward Zachariah. Amithaba, this was originally Xuanhuan Sect's fault. It's better not to blame others for our own mistakes, Master Esmond insisted. He believed that while it was a kindness if Zachariah had informed them, it was not wrong for him not to do so. Blaming others for the consequences of one's own faults was simply an act of shirking responsibility. After being reprimanded by Master Esmond, none of the monks said anything more. Seeing the expressions of everyone present, Gaspard knew his words were not in vain. He had successfully planted a seed of doubt in their minds. Well then, Gaspard chuckled, breaking the silence. I wonder when Xuanhuan Sect will visit Mount. I happen to be going there too and can accompany you. Master Esmond was slightly surprised. Palace Master Marshallan is also going? Yes, I wish to visit an Amay sword cultivator as well, Gaspard smiled. I wonder if the one I wish to visit is the same person Xuanhuan Sect wishes to see? In Mount, Joseph Gerardo returned to the rear mountain once again. The pond stirred gently, and a vortex slowly appeared. Then, Lingzuan's figure rose from the water. Upon seeing Lingzuan, Gerardo's face lit up with joy. He had waited for so long, and finally, Lingzuan consented to see him. Lingzuan. Gerardo respectfully bowed. As the patriarch, no one within the sect could demand such respect from him. But Lingzuan, a spiritual beast dating back to the founding ancestor, outranked him by far. Thus, Gerardo's respectful gesture was appropriate. Lingzuan emerged from the water, landing on the ground and approaching Gerardo cautiously. Now calmer, it nudged Gerardo's face apologetically with its snout, perhaps expressing remorse for its previous outburst. Gerardo wasn't bothered by the sticky liquid on his face. Instead, he laughed and said, Lingzuan, it's good to see you're fine. Lingzuan's eyes flickered before it gently nudged Gerardo's shoulder, pushing him toward the water. Gerardo understood Lingzuan's impatience, but hesitated to ask what it wanted. Lingzuan, wait, what exactly do you want me to do? Gerardo asked cautiously. Lingzuan nodded at the water, prompting Gerardo to exclaim, You want me to go underwater? Gerardo took a deep breath. All right, I'll go. He had never ventured into Lingzuan's sacred waters. This place, where Lingzuan lived, was considered forbidden territory even for the highest ranks. Intruding would be seen as a great disrespect. Despite the risk, he decided to dive in to uncover the root cause of Lingzuan's agitation. Without another word, Gerardo stepped forward, gradually submerging himself. Lingzuan plunged in immediately, stirring up waves. Inside the trial tower, facing the swift finger sword technique, Zachariah dared not display his extraordinary agility. His body was now riddled with injuries, his bloody footprints covering much of the floor. The Isaiah's eyes softened, feeling a twinge of guilt at the sight of a disciple reduced to such a state. Forcing a disciple to this extent was a significant test of conscience for him. Through these continuous strikes, the Isaiah realized Zachariah's physical prowess was immense and full of potential. Such a talent deserved respect, so he didn't dare use lethal force. However, Elder Balder's instructions lingered in his mind. Balder believed Zachariah had hidden depths and urged the Isaiah to push Zachariah to his limits to reveal his true capabilities. Cursed Balder. The Isaiah muttered to himself, vowing never to help Balder with such tasks again. At that moment, the Isaiah seemed to vent all his frustrations on Zachariah. You have a strong physique, boy, but is that all you've got to enter the trial tower? With your performance, you'll never touch me in this lifetime. The Isaiah mocked Zachariah mercilessly while unleashing rapid finger sword attacks. Zachariah dodged repeatedly, blocking some with his starry sky sword. Thankfully, the sword's high quality allowed it to withstand the strikes. When necessary, he braced the blows with his body. Despite the pain, Zachariah advanced step by step towards the Isaiah. The Isaiah marveled at Zachariah's resilience. This boy, despite all his injuries, still maintains his agility. Such fortitude is truly remarkable. Even if Zachariah was hiding his true strength, the injuries he bore were real. These wounds would have felled any other disciple. Yet, Zachariah maintained his initial fighting capacity, driven by sheer willpower. Outside the trial tower, time passed quietly. Balder remained at the base of the tower, lost in thought. Just then, a messenger reported that visitors from Xuanhuan Sect and Shenfu Sect had arrived at the gate. So soon? Balder was taken aback. Their arrival was quicker than expected. He hadn't yet confirmed whether Zachariah was the mysterious sword cultivator. Moreover, why was someone from Shenfu Sect involved? Where is the Joseph? The disciple replied immediately, someone has already notified him, but he isn't in the hall. I was told he went to the rear mountain, so I came here to inform Finian first. Understood. I will go now. Balder waved dismissively, glancing back at the trial tower. For now, he had to deal with these unexpected guests. Balder stepped out of the mountain gate, his gaze sweeping over the senior monks of Xuanhuan Sect and Gaspard from Shenfu Sect. He immediately put on a smile for social niceties. Master Esmond, venerable monks, Palace Master Marshallan, I apologize for not being able to greet you from afar. You are too kind, Elderine, the crowd responded in turn. Master Esmond glanced behind Balder, somewhat surprised, and asked, Is Joseph Wei not here? Haha, he is, Balder laughed. Joseph just had an important matter to attend to at the rear mountain. I was on my way to inform him when I thought it best to come out and greet all of you first, hoping you wouldn't mind. How could we possibly object? If Joseph Wei has urgent matters, it's natural for him to address them first. Greeting us or not is nothing significant, Gaspard replied with a smile. His words carried a slightly sarcastic tone. Balder naturally understood this and responded with a faint smile. Palace Master Marshallan, your concern is appreciated. My Shu Mountain Sect welcomes those who have been friendly to our sect wholeheartedly. In other words, we welcome those who are friendly towards us. But for those who like to create conflicts and stir trouble before us, we naturally keep our distance. The arrival of each of you brings honor and light to our Shu Mountain Sect, which we deeply appreciate. As he spoke, he deliberately faced the senior monks of Xuanhuan Sect, while excluding Gaspard alone. The intention was clear only to those with sharp eyes. Gaspard's lips twitched slightly. He knew he couldn't get the upper hand against Balder. Quickly changing his tack, he said, The senior monks of Xuanhuan Sect came here to thank the Shu Mountain Sword Cultivator who acted righteously and helped remove the Demon Buddha for them. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Before Balder could respond, Gaspard frowned again, saying, It's fine that the Joseph can't come out to greet us due to urgent matters, but won't that sword cultivator even come out to meet us? This comment clearly questioned Shu Mountain Sect's hospitality, putting Balder under pressure. Any misstep in response could easily offend someone, especially during such a sensitive period. The relationship between Shu Mountain Sect and Xuanhuan Sect would be decided by this verbal sparring. Haha, there must be some misunderstanding, Balder said. Honestly speaking, we dare not take credit. As for whether the sword cultivator you mentioned is indeed from Shu Mountain Sect, we aren't sure. At present, Joseph has entrusted me to investigate, but we haven't reached any conclusion yet. Therefore, it's impossible for me to arrange a meeting with that person. Upon hearing this, the monks of Xuanhuan Sect exchanged glances, falling silent for a moment. Before they could speak, Gaspard jumped back into the conversation. Colleen, using the same excuse twice sounds too clumsy and blatant. Balder frowned. What do you mean, Palace Master Marshallan? Gaspard didn't hold back, last time. I wanted to visit one of your sword cultivators who would help me eliminate my disobedient daughter. You used a similar excuse then. Now you're using the same excuse to fob off the senior monks of Xuanhuan Sect? Gaspard pressed forward. You can deceive me, but these venerable monks have clear minds and wise eyes. How could they be fooled by such petty tricks? Why does Shu Mountain Sect refuse to acknowledge its actions? This isn't something sordid or disgraceful. Why can't you meet us openly and honestly? After Gaspard finished speaking, the Xuanhuan Sect monks looked at Balder expectantly. Even Master Esmond remained silent. Silence sometimes speaks louder than words. Balder's brows furrowed deeper. He hadn't anticipated that among the Xuanhuan Sect members, there would be a troublemaker from Shenfu Sect stirring up trouble and creating conflict. As Palace Master Marshallan said, eliminating demons benefits all people. It's a great good deed. Shu Mountain Sect always takes this as its duty and mission. Why should we hide or hesitate in claiming such a good deed? We don't need to shy away from taking full responsibility for it. It's because we stand by our integrity. Balder stated firmly, if these actions were indeed done by one of our disciples, we wouldn't hesitate to claim credit. But if not, we won't falsely claim credit either. Just as Balder finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly rang out. I heard you're looking for me? Everyone turned toward the voice. In that moment, their expressions were greatly stunned. Chapter 235, Completion. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the figure that had suddenly appeared. They were all top-notch powerhouses. However, none of them noticed how this figure managed to appear here. Abbot Christopher Rico, is he the sword cultivator? Master Morris asked aloud. Only Abbot Christopher Rico had met that sword cultivator before. Yes, it's him. The abbot couldn't possibly forget the face of the sword cultivator in front of him. As soon as these words were spoken, the senior officials behind him started buzzing with discussions. It seemed they thought this person differed from what they had imagined. Looking at his appearance, he was too young. Meanwhile, Balder was also surprised. He glanced towards the direction of the sect and inwardly mused. If this person is indeed the mysterious sword cultivator, then I must have been mistaken. His suspect, Zachariah, was still inside the trial tower completing trials. And yet, the mysterious sword cultivator had already appeared. In Balder's view, the two could not possibly be the same person. The figure in front of everyone was naturally Zachariah's illusory avatar. At this moment, his appearance had been transformed using the myriad transformation skill. Gaspard fixed his gaze on Zachariah. He did not recognize Zachariah, nor did he know if the sword cultivator who killed his daughter was the one standing before him. You are the sect leader of Xuanhuan Talisman Sect? At this point, Zachariah called out Gaspard's name and cast a glance at him. Gaspard squinted his eyes and said, That's me. Kira, is she your daughter? Zachariah asked again. Upon hearing Kira, Gaspard felt a tremor within him, and his facial muscles involuntarily twitched. At this moment, he had some answers in his mind. Yes, so what? Gaspard stared at Zachariah intently. The answer was about to reveal itself. Kira, I killed her. Zachariah admitted straightforwardly. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Gaspard still shuddered when Zachariah confessed. Kira conspired with the demonic pleasure sect, aiding and abetting their atrocities, massacring our fellow cultivators, her behavior no different from that of demons. Would killing such a person be wrong? Gaspard clenched his fists, but remained calm-faced. Of course you're right. I, Marshallan, not only will not blame you, but also thank you for doing what I, as a father, wanted to do but could not. Is that so? Zachariah nodded slightly. Then I've misjudged you. I thought you came to cause trouble for me. Logically speaking, after severing ties with Kira, you wouldn't have any reason to come after me, would you? Upon hearing this, Gaspard gritted his teeth inwardly. However, he maintained his composure as the head of a sect. In front of these people, he couldn't show signs of losing control. I'm certainly not here to cause trouble. I merely want to invite you to my Xuanhuan Talisman Sect for a discussion. I have nothing to discuss with you. Zachariah bluntly refused without giving any face to the other party. In Gaspard's view, such arrogance was extreme. Unable to contain himself, Gaspard's voice rose slightly. Are people from Amay Mountain always this impolite? Balder immediately disagreed. Sect leader Marshallan, you can't just say anything like that. He isn't one of us from Amay Mountain. At least, I've never seen him. Before Balder finished his sentence, Gaspard laughed out loud. What a joke. He appeared here, and you still say he's not from Amay Mountain? How could there be such a coincidence? Do you think we're all 3-year-olds you can easily fool? The monks of Xianxia sect leaned towards Gaspard's opinion. After all, Zachariah appeared at the entrance of Amay Mountain. To say he wasn't from Amay Mountain seemed hard to believe, especially given his exceptional sword skills, which made it even more unbelievable to deny his connection with Amay Mountain. At this point, Balder began to feel uncertain. Although he had never seen Zachariah in Amay Mountain, could Zachariah truly have no connection whatsoever? Moreover, the timing of the sword cultivator's appearance was perfectly coincidental. This indicated he had been around Amay Mountain. If he really had no ties to Amay Mountain, why would he linger around it? Does appearing here make someone from Amay Mountain? Zachariah scanned the crowd with a smile. Can I say you all are from Amay Mountain? Don't quibble. Can you dare say you don't know any Amay Mountain sword techniques? Gaspard firmly believed Zachariah was from Amay Mountain and wanted to force Zachariah to act. Once Zachariah showed his moves, his identity would definitely be exposed. He couldn't hide his sword techniques in front of so many people. Knowing a little bit of Amay Mountain sword techniques makes one a member of Amay Mountain? Zachariah countered with a smile. Gaspard was momentarily stunned by his words. Then, he laughed outright. Do you hear yourself? Knowing Amay Mountain sword techniques and not being part of Amay Mountain, do you mean anyone can learn a sword technique there? The Xianxia sect monks nodded in agreement, supporting Gaspard's viewpoint, finding Zachariah's argument unreasonable. What if I pull this off? What explanation do you have then? Zachariah moved his hand in midair, instantly forming a flame-red pattern. He then grabbed an undulating fire talisman out of thin air, sent it forward as a fireball toward Gaspard. Startled, Gaspard instinctively deflected the incoming fireball. While the fireball didn't possess much power, it caused immense shock. The Xuanhuan 100 transformations of talismans. How do you know it? Gaspard's voice wavered. Zachariah hadn't used any talismans but demonstrated the skill of creating them out of thin air. The Xuanhuan Talisman Sect's proud secret technique, Xuanhuan 100 transformations of talismans. Without answering, Zachariah smiled and said, You said knowing a little bit of the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect's techniques doesn't make me a member, isn't it? Gaspard felt his head might explode. A little bit? You revealed the entire foundation of the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect. Zachariah lifted his arm, gathered divine energy in his palm, and suddenly a golden light radiated. Zachariah struck out. Golden light filled the sky, transforming into a giant Buddha palm, striking the Zen Sound Sect monks. The monks were horrified, completely shocked. Buddha palm strike. Even the usually composed Master Morris showed a hint of surprise. Working together, the monks blocked Zachariah's strike. Since Zachariah only aimed to prove this wasn't an illusion but the genuine Buddha palm strike, he didn't exert full strength. After blocking, they realized this was no illusion. Zachariah looked at Gaspard. Coincidentally, I know a little bit of Buddhist techniques. Am I a Buddhist then? Why don't you tell me, who exactly am I? Silence enveloped the scene. Gaspard was still reeling from the shock. His sect's most prized secret technique mastered by an outsider? This brutal reality almost shattered his worldview. Who exactly are you? Gaspard was utterly baffled. He couldn't comprehend what kind of creature stood before him. Why could he master the Xuanhuan talisman sects, Xuanhuan 100 transformations of talismans, and even the Buddha Gate's Azura palm strike? If you add in the sword techniques from Mount Shu, this person truly possessed an unprecedented range of skills, unparalleled by any before him. Facing such a formidable figure suddenly appearing before him, Gaspard was utterly at a loss. All his plans were thrown into chaos. This is a monster. Gaspard was caught completely off guard. A simple fireball, which to him seemed like world-ending inferno, left him dazed and confused, unknown to himself where he stood. All right, it's time to end this farce. Zachariah's gaze swept over everyone present. Whether your gratitude is sincere or not, I don't need it. You also don't need to seek me out for anything. Eliminating demons and righting wrongs is my duty. I do it willingly and don't require any reward from you. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, feel free to find me as long as you can locate me. As for Mount Shu, let me clarify that my actions have nothing to do with them. You've come to the wrong place if you want to thank or confront anyone. With those words said, may our paths never cross again. After Zachariah finished speaking, he turned around and vanished without a trace. The crowd watched as his silhouette disappeared into the sky, exchanging puzzled glances. Even Balder wore an expression of astonishment. Seeing Zachariah depart, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This man, possessing the strengths of various schools, was truly unimaginable. Facing such a monstrous individual, even he felt a twinge of tension. Master Morris turned around, clasped his hands together, and softly chanted a Buddhist verse. Since it was all a misunderstanding, we shall leave first. We have troubled you, Elder Balder, and hope for your forgiveness. The other monks behind Master Morris also bowed politely. With Zachariah's appearance, they had no reason to pursue their claims against Mount Shu. Master Morris, there's no need for such formality. Martialists are always welcome. Why don't you high-ranking monks come into Mount Shu for a cup of tea? Otherwise, it would be rude of me. Balder reciprocated the bow and sincerely invited them in. After all, he hadn't quarreled openly with the Zen Sound Sect. However, Master Morris declined gracefully. So, under Master Morris's lead, the members of the Zen Sound Sect left Mount Shu decisively, leaving only Gaspard, the leader of the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect, standing there in a daze. He couldn't regain his composure for a long time. Balder looked at him with a mocking tone. Joseph Marshallin, how about coming in for some tea? Balder did not treat Joseph Marshallin with the same politeness as he had treated the monks of the Zen Sound Sect, given the latter's obvious intention to provoke. Coming back to his senses, Gaspard responded stiffly, no need. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Gaspard left somewhat sullenly. Halfway down the path, Balder suddenly spoke up, Joseph Marshallin, there's one more thing. Gaspard halted, his voice cold. What is it? Since your daughter's death has nothing to do with us, please ensure your disciples don't create further conflicts with Mount Shu. Any impact on our unity would be undesirable. There's been such an incident? Gaspard sounded surprised and then angered. I had no idea. Someone must have misled me. Elderine, rest assured, I will rectify the misdeeds when I return. With Joseph Marshallin's assurance, I am relieved. Balder smiled, watching Gaspard leave. In the next moment, Balder's smile vanished as he rushed back into the sect. The guards at the gate were taken aback. They didn't know what had caused the Cole's urgent departure. Inside the trial tower, I have encountered you, senior. Zachariah appeared before the Truman, but he wasn't standing. He was lying in a pool of blood, nearly losing consciousness. With great effort, he extended his right hand, touching the edge of the Isaiah's robe. A crimson fingerprint stained the Isaiah's robes. The Isaiah was deeply moved by this gesture. Immediately after, Zachariah fainted, breathing faintly, teetering on the brink of life and death. Child, hold on. The Isaiah hurriedly supported Zachariah, giving him a round, smooth pill to stop the bleeding. The pill dissolved immediately upon entering Zachariah's mouth, stopping the bleeding. Zachariah's face was pale as paper, bloodless, having lost a considerable amount of blood. He hasn't held back? Isn't it obvious? This kid is almost dead. Who could still hide their true strength under such circumstances? Oh, the Isaiah punched himself in frustration. I shouldn't have listened to Balder. It was because of Balder's insistence that he put this promising young man through such torment. If anything happened to this kid because of him, he would become a disgrace to Mount Shu. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. Speak of the devil. Balder appeared at the doorway. The sight of the blood-stained floor told of the fierce battle that had just occurred. Balder noticed Zachariah lying unconscious in the Isaiah's arms, hesitating slightly. Is he all right? Dead. Seeing Balder, the Isaiah's anger erupted, finally finding an outlet for his bottled-up frustrations. You killed him. Balder's spiritual sense immediately scanned Zachariah. Detecting Zachariah's faint pulse, he realized the Isaiah was exaggerating. Old Master Rico, I apologize. This was all my fault. Master Rico snorted coldly. Fortunately, this boy is tough. Otherwise, we'd have killed him. Losing him would have been a major loss for our sect. He is destined to be a peerless genius surpassing us all. If he dies now, both of us would be to blame. Hearing Master Rico's reprimand, Balder accepted it without a word of protest. All of this was my decision, and has nothing to do with Master Rico. If punishment is needed, I will take full responsibility. Do you think I'm worried about rebuke from the Patriarch? Who are you trying to impress? Master Rico said unhappily, I don't care to argue these details. What's important now is the boy. I can tell you for certain that the supreme swordsman you mentioned isn't him. Balder nodded. I believe he isn't. That person already appeared outside the mountain. Master Rico paused briefly. Where did he appear? Just outside the mountain entrance, not long ago. Master Rico dropped the matter, seemingly indifferent. In the trial tower, he was responsible only for its challenges, not for sect affairs. Other things, I don't care about. You promised that once the challenge ended, regardless of the outcome, you'd owe me a favor. Now, I have one request. Count this boy as having passed the trial tower. Master Rico stopped short when Balder hesitated. The last trial has been completed. Does it matter if he passes the others? He passed. Balder was taken aback. This outcome was unexpected. He had considered numerous possibilities, but never imagined Xianxia passing the final test in such a brutal manner. Passed? Can you doubt my word? Master Rico glared at him. Balder agreed instantly. Master Rico is the guardian of the trial tower. Since Master Rico has spoken, we shall follow his words. Balder stepped forward, gently lifting Xianxia. He did not mind the bloodstains on Xianxia's body as he carried him away from the trial tower. As they exited the door, they met Brigham ascending from the 4th level. Seeing Xianxia drenched in blood, Brigham was instantly taken aback. He even wondered if he had walked into the wrong place. This was indeed the 5th level. Why would Xianxia be covered in blood and even unconscious here? By his past experiences, while this level had some challenges, it should not have been so severe for Xianxia. While Brigham was lost in thought, Balder and Xianxia had already moved far away. He wanted to ask but found himself unable to do so. He walked towards Xianxia's room, which still stood ajar. Curiously peering inside, he felt as if struck by lightning. There sat Master Rico, the final trial guardian, right in that room. Master Rico, why is he here on the 5th level? Was Xianxia just fighting against Master Rico? Balder took Xianxia to the alchemy hall, entrusting him to the Isaiah there for treatment. How did he end up like this? With such severe blood loss? If not for his strong physical body and vigorous vitality, he would have died from this much blood loss. What did he do? Went out to battle demons? Balder shook his head. No, please don't ask, just treat him first. Well, what on earth are you people doing? I beg of you. After entrusting Xianxia to the Isaiah, Balder left and headed straight for the rear mountain. Upon arrival, he encountered the sect master coming from the same direction. Wei Wuya's hair was still damp with droplets, seemingly forgotten due to his distraction. Master you? Balder's voice brought Wei Wuya back to reality. After a brief moment, Wei Wuya asked, is there something urgent? If it weren't crucial, Balder wouldn't have come to the rear mountain. The Zen Sound Sect and the Godly Talisman Sect's leader came. Also, I told you about placing Xianxia in the trial tower to test him, Balder explained immediately. Wei Wuya displayed an unexpected look of surprise. He hadn't expected so many things to happen while he was down at the rear mountain. That sword cultivator might not be related to us at all. If we assume he's connected to us because of his mastery of Shu Mountain sword techniques, then perhaps he has connections with the Buddha Gate and the Godly Talisman Sect as well. Upon hearing Balder's account, Wei Wuya realized the mysterious sword cultivator seemed more enigmatic than ever, making him even harder to comprehend. To master the Jiavine 100 transformations of talismans, the Azura palm strike, and Shu Mountain sword techniques, such a person would be incredibly rare in the world. Wei Wuya shook his head. Since this matter has concluded, the Godly Talisman Sect shouldn't cause any further trouble. Let it rest for now. The most pressing thing now is to ensure Xianxia recovers without any lingering issues. Yes, Balder agreed. Despite his curiosity about Wei Wuya's activities at the rear mountain, the sect master showed no intention of sharing, so he let it go. Immediately after, Balder returned to the alchemy hall, waiting outside without leaving. Until the next morning when Xianxia emerged from the hall. You're awake? Seeing Xianxia walk out, Balder was quite surprised. He had anticipated Xianxia needing a few days of rest, but he was up after only one day. Behind Xianxia, the alchemy hall Isaiah also appeared. Balder immediately praised the Isaiah's miraculous skills. The Isaiah humbly waved it off and reminded Xianxia, although you're saved, you need proper rest. No heavy exertion within a month. Xianxia nodded in agreement, showing clear understanding. Come then, I have some words to share. Balder led Xianxia away, leaving the Isaiah watching their backs with astonishment. Strange, when did my medicinal recovery become so effective? Alive and kicking in less than a day? The Isaiah couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 236, Formation. Entering the underground 7th level. Xianxia followed Balder out of the damp pavilion. Xianxia pretended not to know that he had already passed the trial tower. With a somewhat regretful expression, he said, what a pity, I couldn't handle it beyond the 5th level. It seems passing the trial tower is still far away for me. Now, does this mean I've officially passed the 5th level? Can my record be retained? Next time, can I start directly from the 6th level? Facing Xianxia's inquiry, Balder merely glanced at him and said, count you as having passed. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia immediately displayed a look of surprise. Such good news? Balder rolled his eyes at him. Don't take advantage too much. Although you've passed, the circumstances are special. Your passing won't be officially counted. That means, it would neither be announced nor recorded on the trial tower's records. On those records, failure would still be noted as the final result. Xianxia thought to himself that this was indeed perfect. He didn't care about the recognition at all. What mattered most was being considered to have passed. No problem, I don't care about empty fame, Xianxia smiled, saying. Balder made no comment, speaking calmly, since I promised you, if you could pass the trial tower, you'd be allowed into the underground 6th level of the demon locking tower. Your strength has also been recognized by Saintess, so I have no other concerns. Saying this, Balder took out a dark red token. This clearly indicated it was a special pass to go below the 7th level. Seeing this token instantly, Zachariah's eyes lit up with excitement, reaching out to take it. Balder pulled it back. I should inform you in advance, the demons and devils on the 7th and 8th levels are none easy targets. They are mostly divine realm level demons. You can go down, but mustn't stay there for long. The formations there only do harm, and no good to someone with low cultivation. Prolonged stay will damage your body. You also need to interrogate them. There are specialists responsible for these tasks. At your current level, you cannot handle them anyway. Zachariah thought to himself he could just kill them outright, but kept such thoughts within, and did not dare say it out loud before Balder. Understood, Finian. After Zachariah complied, Balder finally handed over the token, not forgetting to caution again. I know you have great aspirations, but do not rush things. Observe and learn more first. Once your cultivation catches up, naturally opportunities will arise for you. Remember, never overexert yourself. Zachariah nodded vigorously, yes. Balder looked at him and said, go now. Remember what the damn pavilion Isaiah said. Within this month, refrain from any major actions, focus on recuperation, ideally wait until after 1 month before going down to the 7th level. Zachariah did not agree to this. The thought of waiting a whole month with the pass in hand would definitely be unbearable. It was like carrying the key to a gold mine while the mountain was right in front of you. Who could resist? Balder knew Zachariah wouldn't hold back for a month and didn't continue persuading him. After Balder left, Zachariah wasted no time entering the underground demon locking tower, returning to his room. Finally, he could drop all pretenses. Feigning weakness was quite difficult for him. Stay for 2 days, don't be too hasty either. Zachariah thought. He couldn't just enter the 7th level right after leaving. It might seem too eager. If the Cole found out, another scolding was inevitable. Recalling his phantom double, Zachariah then opened the gate to the Ashton Wuxiang Tian, diving straight in. At this moment, in the main hall of Shushan, the sect master Gerardo stood in the center of the hall, seemingly lost in thought. After a short while, Balder walked in through the door. A greeting of sect master brought Gerardo back to reality. You've come. Gerardo turned and smiled slightly. Have all matters been arranged? Balder nodded. All arrangements are complete. Sect master, why did you summon me? Though Balder vaguely guessed it might be about the back mountain, as a subordinate, he shouldn't assume too much about his superior's intentions. Gerardo thought for a moment and then asked, do you, Eldarine, know what is hidden under the pond where the Spirit Lord resides? Hearing this, Balder was slightly stunned. How could he know what was under the Spirit Lord's pond? Who would pay attention to such a thing? Of course, since Gerardo asked this, it might be because Balder had entered earlier than him. Shaking his head, Balder replied, Sect Master, have you discovered something unusual underwater? Gerardo's question surely had purpose. He must have discovered something significant under the water to react so cautiously. Since their encounter in the back mountain, Balder felt that Gerardo had been withholding information. After a pause, Gerardo murmured, there's a teleportation array hidden beneath the water. A teleportation array? Balder's face changed abruptly. To where does it lead? Facing Balder's inquiry, Gerardo shook his head helplessly. I don't know. Balder's expression darkened. A deeply hidden teleportation array in Shushan posed an unknown danger. Although I don't know where the other end is, the demonic aura leaking from the array indicates it's no good place. Demonic aura? Balder was once again astonished. Could the disturbances from the Spirit Lord be due to this leaked demonic aura? Gerardo nodded. Likely so. Immediately, Balder asked, then what should we do now? The other side was undoubtedly a gathering place for demons. With the demonic aura leaking from the teleportation array, it suggested instability in the array. I've reinforced the perimeter of the teleportation array to prevent further leakage and stabilize the Spirit Lord's mood. But this only treats the symptoms. As I am not proficient in formations, you're more familiar with it. Thus, you need to select some people from the formation pavilion and see if the array can be sealed. Remember, keep this low-key to avoid unnecessary panic among the sect members. Only a few who will handle this matter should know. Ensure they also keep it confidential. Yes. Balder agreed to everything. Gerardo sighed softly. If we can completely seal the teleportation array, the Spirit Lord doesn't have to leave its long-term residence. If not, we'll have to temporarily relocate the Spirit Lord. Otherwise, it poses a significant risk. Gerardo finished. Balder straightened up. Understood, Sect Master. I'll proceed immediately. Regarding the safety of Shushan, Balder did not delay, bidding farewell to the Sect Master and leaving. However, after a few steps, he paused and asked, Sect Master, what do we do about the Spirit Lord when we dive underwater? It was a problem. Dealing with the Spirit Lord wasn't straightforward. Balder didn't know under what conditions Gerardo went underwater, but it was clear that if they dived recklessly, the Spirit Lord would not agree. Angering the Spirit Lord could create another big issue. I've already informed the Spirit Lord beforehand. You can go directly. If there are any issues, I will accompany you again. Gerardo planned to head to the scripture repository to look through the ancient text of the sect, hoping to find any related records. He had already read all the historical records in the main hall, and found none related to the teleportation array under the pond behind the mountain. To save time, he decided to proceed on both fronts simultaneously. Mandarin Chance hesitated for a moment. He seemed unsure if Gerardo's preparation would suffice. However, since the sect master had given the instruction, he couldn't argue much. After Balder left, Gerardo also walked out of the main hall, sighing deeply as he did so. I hope the great disaster foretold by our ancestor isn't this one. Balder wasted no time and immediately sought out the 3 Isaiahs from the formation pavilion, then headed straight for the back mountain. The 4 figures arrived at the place where the Spirit Lord resided. As they stepped onto that land, The other three Isaiahs looked slightly uneasy. They rarely came to this place and hardly ever interacted with the Spirit Lord. After all, the Spirit Lord was a spirit beast, whose nature was difficult to tame. Yet, they could not make a move against it. Any disrespectful action would be an affront to this mountain-guarding spirit beast. To them, the Spirit Lord was like an untamable child. They dared neither fight nor offend it, so they avoided coming here whenever possible. Finian, if we dive underwater, will the Spirit Lord really have no objections? One of the Isaiahs, sporting a scraggly beard, asked in a deep voice. The other two Isaiahs nodded in agreement. They were afraid that diving into the water might provoke the Spirit Lord's anger. Recently, the Spirit Lord's temper had been known to be bad. Even those not in the back mountain could hear its roars occasionally. Those who listened carefully could detect anger and restlessness in those sounds. The Spirit Lord has lived so long and is formidable. Who could endure its attack? Indeed, within the sect, no Isaiah claimed to be able to subdue the mountain-guarding spirit beast. Not even the Finian was sure of winning it. Thus, their worry was genuine. The Spirit Lord's attacks were not to be trifled with. All right, now that we're here, let's not hesitate, Balder said impatiently. The sect master has already spoken with the Spirit Lord. If anything happens, blame the sect master. You're all so old yet still worried about this and that. If you're too scared to go down, perhaps you should return home and lie down. The faces of the Formation Pavilion Isaiahs reddened with embarrassment. If they had heard Balder express his concerns to the sect master, they would certainly call him hypocritical, claiming not to worry while pretending otherwise. Spurred by Balder's words, the three Isaiahs remained silent. They immediately leaped into the water, with Balder following closely behind. The pool was very deep, at least 100 meters. Fortunately, the four individuals were powerful cultivators, so breathing underwater posed no issue. They saw the large form of the Spirit Lord moving through the water. The Spirit Lord noticed them as well. However, perhaps due to Gerardo's prior instructions, the Spirit Lord only glanced at them and then swam away without getting angry over their intrusion. It snorted a few times and swam off, causing the four men to breathe a sigh of relief. They accelerated toward the bottom of the pond. Soon, they saw the teleportation array Gerardo mentioned. It was 10 zhang wide, a large-scale teleportation array indeed. Upon seeing it, they all frowned, especially the other three Isaiahs. Their knowledge of formations fell short of creating or sealing such a complex array. Looking at each other in dismay, they realized this was beyond their capabilities. Balder felt equally shocked. Although he knew more about formations than the sect master, his understanding was limited. Attempting to reinforce or seal this formation was beyond him. The three Isaiahs scrutinized the array further when the Spirit Lord reappeared, seemingly dissatisfied with their prolonged presence. The Isaiahs immediately understood and swam upward swiftly, breaking the surface soon after. With a splash, they emerged and dried off. Balder asked immediately, "Can you seal the teleportation array?" The bearded Isaiah shook his head, saying, "We cannot guarantee success, but we'll try our best." "You cannot be certain either?" Balder's expression turned grave. "This matter cannot wait. If you must try, do so quickly. We'll prepare immediately. However, sealing an array of this level requires significant preparation, which will take at least 3 days." The three Isaiahs understood the severity of the situation. Now that demonic aura was leaking from the array, proving the other end to be far from benevolent. If something terrifying emerged through the teleportation array into Mount Shushan, it would be a tremendous disaster. Balder nodded and, before they left, warned them once more. "Do not reveal this matter to anyone else." "Don't worry, Finian. We understand the stakes," they assured him. After they departed, Balder stayed behind, finding a spot to sit and falling into contemplation. 2 days passed outside the world. Within the demon locking tower, Zachariah had spent 10 days in the Ashton Wuxiang Tian. It's time. Zachariah eagerly left his room and hurried down to the deeper underground levels. At the entrance to the 7th underground level, he showed his dark red pass token and entered smoothly. He felt a dreamlike sense. The 7th underground level, previously unattainable, was now easily reached. His pass token, carrying his bloodline and chi, was exclusive to him. Others wouldn't be able to use it even if they seized it. Entering the 7th level, several gazes turned towards him. "Well, looks like a new arrival. How long has it been since we had new visitors?" A thin figure approached, almost resembling a bamboo pole. Despite his gaunt appearance, Zachariah sensed his formidable chi. Indeed, the enforcers below were formidable, incomparable to those above. Scanning with his spiritual sense, Zachariah identified the man as at least a Jiavine realm expert. Such a level of cultivation made him an elite disciple or a faculty member, second only to the Isaiahs. Zachariah noted the man's age wasn't old either. Such a person clearly had immense potential. Yet, he chose to stay in this sunless tower. There were others like him, testament to the many sacrificial spirits within Mount Shushan. "You didn't enter through normal means, did you, young brother?" The thin man smiled. Among the present crowd, only he retained a friendly demeanor. Others lost interest upon sensing Zachariah's weak aura and even felt disdain, judging from what Zachariah had displayed. Clearly, he did not belong here. It wasn't hard to guess that Zachariah had entered through some backdoor means. Because of this, they couldn't help but feel disdain towards him. However, given their temperament, they wouldn't mock Zachariah on purpose. They simply chose to ignore him. Zachariah could naturally sense the coldness from the others, but he didn't care. This was a normal occurrence. Everyone else had come in based on their own abilities. Why should someone who came in through the back door be treated any differently? Zachariah replied, "Eldarine promised me that if I passed the trial tower, he would let me enter this level to learn from all of you." "You passed the trial tower?" The thin man sized up Zachariah again, seemingly starting to view him with more respect. When the others heard this, they also took another look at him. Although passing the trial tower wasn't an earth-shattering feat, there were very few disciples in the sect who could do it. It marked one as an absolute high-potential individual, a rare gem. "Come, practice with me. I love sparring with geniuses, the thin man said, his eyes gleaming as if he had just found prey. Another man beside him teased, look, here comes our turtle grandson bullying a new arrival again. The thin man was named Braden. Those familiar with him called him by the nickname Turtle Grandson. Braden spat at the speaker. Get lost? What kind of bullying is it when cultivators spar? Can you stop your nonsense for a moment? Then, he looked at Zachariah and beckoned. Come, little brother, you go first. Zachariah hesitated. Isn't this a bit too much? Braden's expression turned serious. If you want others to recognize you, you have to prove yourself through strength. Otherwise, who would believe you passed the trial tower? Just with empty words. His words carried weight despite his stern demeanor. Zachariah smiled. Then brother, please be careful. Braden laughed nonchalantly. Of course, be careful. Before the sentence ended, Zachariah's figure vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared right before Braden and punched him in the abdomen. At the moment Zachariah's fist made contact, Braden's face changed dramatically. Next, his body flew out like a sack. Everyone was startled. Turtle grandson, are you letting him win? They immediately assumed Braden was holding back to give Zachariah an advantage. Wanting us to recognize him that much? Huh? Sacrificing so much himself? Sacrifice my sister. Why don't you try it? Braden struggled to get up from the ground, his forehead sweating profusely, and veins bulging from the pain in his stomach. It certainly didn't look like he was faking it. Little brother, that punch seems off. Braden's smile was bitter. He hadn't expected Zachariah's strength to be so formidable, but he wasn't angry because he had asked Zachariah to go first. Sorry brother, did I use too much force? Zachariah expressed genuine remorse. In truth, he hadn't even used 1/10 of his power. No. Braden insisted he was fine, though leaning against the wall while holding his abdomen and breathing heavily made it hard to believe. That's enough for now. I was careless. Give me a minute to recover. Braden signaled the sparring session should end for the moment. Turtle grandson, you're a real comedian. Braden's colleague didn't miss the chance to tease him. Unwilling to be outdone, Braden retorted. Why don't you try sparring with him then? After saying this, the person immediately backed down. Who's as foolish as you? He certainly wasn't dumb enough to spar with Zachariah. After all, winning wouldn't bring glory, but getting hit by Zachariah's punch like Braden? That would be quite embarrassing. Others began to take a closer look at Zachariah. No wonder he passed the trial tower. He clearly has talent. Their doubts about Zachariah's ability to pass the trial tower lessened considerably. However, they didn't ask when he had passed it. Knowing it was within a day might cause even more commotion. Seeing his goal achieved, Zachariah became more restrained. In this place where strength was paramount, not showing his capability would make dealing with them almost impossible. And Zachariah needed to work with them since Elder Ein forbade him from interrogating demons alone. So, he had to rely on their help. Translation continues to follow the same style and structure provided, maintaining character names and plot consistency. Hashtag chapter 237. 9th level of the xuanhuan transformation realm. A new face has shown up? Zachariah stood before one of the prison cells. The demon inside was disheveled, with hair as messy as a bird's nest. His teeth, almost black, were crooked and uneven, with a few missing, causing him to speak with a whistling sound. Junior brother, keep your distance from this guy. Be careful. His spittle could make you smell for a month even after washing. At that moment, Braden suddenly walked up beside Zachariah and pulled him further away. The demon chuckled. Come on, are you exaggerating? Braden ignored him. At this moment, Braden had dropped his usual playful demeanor and now wore a fierce expression. With a clang, the cell door opened and Braden stepped inside. Hail, stop talking nonsense and get out here. Coming. The demon seemed completely unfazed by Braden's interrogation. He wore an excited smile, as if he was about to enjoy himself rather than be punished. The demons here indeed have their peculiarities, Zachariah thought to himself. Even the strength of the magical array here was entirely different from the 6th underground level. The Cole hadn't exaggerated. Those with lower cultivation found it equally challenging here. The enforcers here might as well be dancing in chains. When Braden returned with the injured demon, who still maintained a carefree attitude, Zachariah immediately stepped forward. Senior brother's son, let me help you. Braden was about to decline but realized Zachariah had already taken action. He couldn't say much. Thus, Zachariah used the pretense of helping to ensure the demon was safely escorted back. Since he couldn't personally interrogate the demons, he needed to rely on others. After returning the demon, a new page of the Demon Codex turned immediately. Demon, Lamar? Zachariah glanced over. This was an 8th level xuanhuan transformation realm demon. The demonic technique he cultivated was called the Spirit Binding Demon Art. Zachariah wasn't yet sure of its specific effects. The next day, the 3 Array Pavilion elders gathered at the back mountain, including the sect leader Gerardo and Colebalder. Gerardo flipped through ancient texts in the Sutra Pavilion but found no relevant information. Perhaps only the founding ancestor knew about this transmission array. The Spirit Venerable's resting place was chosen by the ancestor. If such an array existed here before, the ancestor wouldn't have been unaware. By placing the Spirit Venerable here, there might have been some deeper meaning. Gerardo leaned toward this possibility. If the transmission array was built after the Spirit Venerable settled here, there would be records of it. Building such an array would not have gone unnoticed. Can the 3 of you handle it? Do you need more people? Asked Balder, pulling Gerardo's thoughts back. The 3 Array Pavilion elders shook their heads. One of them said, more people won't help. Too many can complicate coordination. We 3 working together will have a higher success rate. Balder nodded, saying nothing more. Gerardo stepped forward and summoned the Spirit Venerable. To set up the sealing array underwater, they needed to avoid disturbing the Spirit Venerable with any spiritual energy fluctuations, so they first called it ashore. Under Gerardo's summons, the Spirit Venerable slowly surfaced, grudgingly coming ashore after blowing water from its nose. ever since Gerardo temporarily sealed the leakage of dark aura from the depths. Its temper had gradually returned to normal. As the spirit venerable came ashore sluggishly, the three-array pavilion elders immediately went underwater. Balder followed suit, leaving Gerardo to watch over the spirit venerable on shore. Watch over essentially meant guard. They couldn't risk interference while setting up the sealing array. If the spirit venerable disrupted their work, all their efforts would be wasted. In the 7th level of the demon locking tower, Xianxia managed to record over half of the demons here within days, mainly by tagging along with Braden. Of course, he didn't just mooch off Braden. He joined in whenever anyone else was about to interrogate a demon, seizing every opportunity. By the time only one demon remained in the 7th level, Xianxia stopped visiting daily. That last demon wasn't interrogated by anyone because it had rendered itself mute. According to Braden, interrogating it was pointless. They had abandoned it to its fate. Xianxia had also seen that demon. It lay motionless in its cell like a dead fish. If it weren't for its faint signs of life, one might think it was already dead. Ignoring the last demon, Xianxia focused on harvesting the substantial cultivation experience provided by the demons in the 7th level. Each day, he earned 500 high-grade cultivation experience points. In the Divine Transformation realm, each level required 30,000 high-grade experience points. Originally, it would take him 60 days, or 2 months, to advance a level. However, with the help of Little Wu Xiangtian, he could now advance in just 12 days. Considering this was the Divine Transformation realm, such a rapid advancement was unimaginable to outsiders. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't satisfied. He wanted to go faster. Having completed the 7th level in days, he set his sights on the 8th level, but when he tried to enter, he found he couldn't descend despite having a pass token. Junior brother Sue, you don't need to try. With your current enforcer rank, you can't go down. Seeing Xianxia's frustration at the entrance, Braden explained without mocking him. Xianxia was puzzled. Rank? How did enforcers have ranks? Braden clarified, there are ranks, though it wasn't explicitly mentioned to you. Enforcers are ranked A, B, C, and D. For every piece of accurate information you extract upstairs, you gain 1 point. In the 7th level, it's 10 points per piece of information. At the C and D levels, every 10 points increase your rank. After reaching B level, it takes 50 points to advance. Only A-ranked enforcers can enter the 8th level. I don't know your current rank, but I suspect you're far from A level. Braden didn't mean to belittle him. He spoke honestly. According to Braden, advancing ranks was best done in the 7th level. The rewards for extracting information here were significantly higher. But naturally, the difficulty was also exponentially greater. These demons were powerful and difficult to handle, which is why they were in the 7th level. Understanding this, Xianxia realized why Cole hadn't informed him earlier and discouraged him from interrogating 7th level demons, to prevent him from advancing too quickly. Interrogating 7th level demons was necessary to enter the 8th level. Otherwise, he'd have to resolve almost all the demons in the first 6 levels to reach A rank. So, interrogating the 7th level demons was unavoidable. However, the Cole didn't allow him to interrogate them this way. It felt like he had been given an unsolvable knot. At the back mountain, the spirit venerable's resting place. Underwater, the 3-array pavilion elders had been constructing a sealing array for 3 days and nights. By now, their spirits and physical strength were nearing their limits, but they couldn't afford any relaxation at this critical moment. Success or failure was just a moment away. Balder was also underwater, staring intently at the initial form of the array. He looked tense as well. On the shore, the spirit venerable floated in the water like a fish. It would occasionally swim to the surface or rest on land. It never dived deep into the water. Gerardo had told it that if the sealing array succeeded, it would be a permanent solution. They wouldn't have to worry about dark aura leaking from the transmission array anymore. Due to this reason, the spirit venerable was patiently waiting here, with stable emotions over the past few days. Suddenly, the spirit venerable sprang up from the ground. In the next moment, 2 streams of air blew from its nose. Its eyes turned towards the water's surface, baring its fangs and revealing a ferocious expression. Spirit venerable? Gerardo was startled by the spirit venerable's movement. He immediately prepared to stop the spirit venerable from causing trouble. Meanwhile, underwater, it's almost done. The 3-array pavilion elders stared at the nearly completed sealing array, their eyes suddenly glowing. Just then, a huge dark purple tentacle emerged from the transmission array. The dark purple tentacle broke through Gerardo's defenses effortlessly and grabbed towards the core of the sealing array. The 3-array pavilion elders were almost petrified by fear. At the critical moment, Cole swung his sword, a massive blade light slicing towards the huge tentacle. In an instant, Cole's voice clearly echoed in the Isaiah's ears. Why are you still hesitating? Seal it. The 3 Isaiahs snapped out of it, delivering the final sealing force into the array. The sealing array descended abruptly, crushing the tentacle and finally merging with the transmission array. As the 2 arrays merged, an extremely angry roar seemed to come from the other end of the transmission array. With the complete fusion of the arrays, the transmission array lost all activity. Cole gestured for them to ascend. The 3-array pavilion elders followed suit, surfacing with lingering shock. After they reached the shore, the spirit venerable only just retracted its fierce expression. Before Gerardo could ask what happened, one Isaiah said shakily, "What was that thing?" Another Isaiah's face was deathly pale, a terrifying presence. If not for Cole's timely intervention, we would have had big problems. Gerardo understood the seriousness of the situation only from their words. He saw the spirit venerable's strange behavior and sensed unusual energy from underwater, but wasn't aware of the danger until now. Balder explained the underwater events to Gerardo. Gerardo nodded gravely. Fortunately, there was no chaos. It seems something significant exists at the other end of this transmission array. Based on the Isaiah's descriptions, when they saw the huge tentacle, They were mesmerized by the terrifying dark aura. Had Cole not acted quickly from a distance due to his higher realm, if the mysterious tentacle destroyed the array core, the outcome would have been disastrous. You've worked hard. Go rest now, Gerardo told the three Isaiahs. They all nodded and left, thoroughly exhausted and shaken. Their minds were blank, unable to think clearly. After the Isaiahs left, Gerardo asked Balder, "Do you have any clue about what appeared down there?" Balder frowned. "I'm not sure what it was, but it's likely related to demons. That thing came through the unstable transmission array, like a breath passing through a gap. Just a breath of energy possessed such terrifying power, even my full force strike couldn't destroy it. Unimaginable how monstrous its true form is." Upon hearing this, Gerardo's brows furrowed. Beside him, the spirit Venerable submerged itself in the water, disappearing. "Looks like Mount Shu has secrets beyond our knowledge," Gerardo sighed. "Fortunately, they discovered it early. If it had been later, serious issues would have occurred. It seems adding just one sealing array isn't enough," Gerardo exhaled. He looked at the water. Ultimately, the spirit Venerable must leave its home. Balder glanced at Gerardo. "Are you planning to relocate the spirit Venerable and add more sealing arrays?" Gerardo nodded. "This is urgent and should be our top priority." Pausing, he added, "I will handle the relocation. You discussed this plan's feasibility with the Array Pavilion Isaiahs. No need to rush them, let them rest a few days first." Balder replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Time quietly passed. A few days later, at the back mountain, Gerardo ordered people to dig another water pool near the spirit Venerable's giant pool. A spirit beast that Gerardo brought from outside leaped into the new pool. Seeing this spirit beast, Balder was surprised. "Master, where did you find this spirit beast?" The spirit beast, though smaller than the spirit Venerable, resembled it significantly. Even if not of the same lineage, it was essentially a distant relative. More importantly, it was female, while the spirit Venerable was male. Balder instantly understood Gerardo's intention. He marveled inwardly. Gerardo replied, "I got some help from the Beast Gate members." Over these days, Gerardo tried every method to make the spirit Venerable move to the newly dug pool, but all attempts failed, receiving resistance from the spirit Venerable. Later, it wouldn't even surface when seeing Gerardo. Gerardo understood. People have attachment to their residents, and spirit beasts have even stronger territorial awareness. They valued their territory greatly. Out of desperation, Gerardo sought advice from the Beast Gate experts. The Beast Gate master gave this suggestion and informed him of the location of a spirit beast related to the spirit Venerable. Moreover, they imparted part of the taming techniques. So, Gerardo spent 3 days finding and taming the spirit beast, bringing it back to the sect. Balder naturally assumed the master paid a considerable price. In reality, Gerardo wanted to thank the Beast Gate master, who refused vehemently. "The leader of Mount Shu has long admired you. It's truly an honor for me that she came to find me." She refused any gifts or thanks from Gerardo. This made Gerardo even more concerned, because debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. After the spirit beast entered the water, Gerardo and Balder left. If they had stayed, the spirit Venerable definitely wouldn't have come out. Soon after their departure, the spirit Venerable's eyes appeared on the water surface. It secretly observed the beauty in the other water pool at a distance. However, it seemed uninterested and quickly submerged again. "Leader, it seems like the spirit Venerable isn't interested in it." Not only was the spirit Venerable observing, Gerardo and Balder were also watching secretly. "Don't rush. Let's check again tomorrow." The leader of Beast Gate had previously warned them not to be too hasty. Moving a wise spirit beast away from its familiar territory is not an easy task. The next day, the spirit Venerable emerged again, this time observing the opposite side for a longer period. But it only extended its observation time without further action. On the third day, the spirit Venerable climbed ashore and roared at the Kelsey a few times. The Kelsey turned and looked at the spirit Venerable, understanding it was being called. However, Gerardo had anticipated this and ordered her to stay put. Despite several calls, with no response from the beauty, the spirit Venerable lost interest and submerged back into its own water. On the fourth day, the spirit Venerable came near the Kelsey's pool but didn't enter. By the fifth day, when Gerardo and Balder returned, they found the spirit Venerable playing happily with the Kelsey in the new pool. Balder smiled mysteriously. "Looks like we can bring in the Array Pavilion Isaiahs now." Strengthening the sealing array plan was feasible but challenging, a huge test for the Array Pavilion Isaiahs. However, after preparing for a month, they were ready and eager to begin. Now is not the time. The spirit Venerable will still go back. Gerardo wasn't in a hurry. Although the spirit Venerable was in the new pool, it still considered its original home as its true abode. Each time it finished playing, it would return. Gerardo decided to wait until it no longer wanted to leave before implementing the strengthening plan, ensuring no interference from the spirit Venerable. One day, Xianxia felt a surge within him. Ninth stage of the soul transformation realm. Feeling the surging divine essence energy like a vast ocean, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He had spent about 2 months in the Little Wu Xiangtian space and finally advanced to the 9th stage of the soul transformation realm. In reality, only 10 days had passed. Breaking through to the tribulation transcending realm would take at least half a year in the small world, about a month in reality. In these 10 days, Xianxia became acquainted with level 7 of the demon-locking pagoda, except he hadn't started interrogating demons yet. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the soul transformation realm, Xianxia decided to start his work. Although Cole advised waiting longer, Xianxia couldn't wait. These 10 days had been enough courtesy. Taking advantage of Cole's seeming lack of concern over the demon-locking pagoda, Xianxia decided to act first and report later. Before one of the cells in level 7, the demon Lamar greeted Xianxia with his usual toothy grin. He didn't know what awaited him. Xianxia, also smiling, opened the cell door alone. "Well boy, do you think you're ready?" Lamar sneered. Without a word, Zachariah dragged Lamar out and escorted him to the interrogation room. On the way, Zachariah encountered Braden, who easily guessed Zachariah's intentions but thought it was too soon. However, Zachariah didn't explain anything further. Closing the door of the interrogation room, Zachariah picked up a sword from the rack. The lowest quality sword here was 3rd grade, an object many disciples dreamed of owning. These high-quality swords were justified because inferior instruments would merely tickle these demons. After picking up a sword, Zachariah slashed it down towards Lamar. "Hold it," Lamar shouted. Chapter 238, The Tribulation Crossing. Lamar had been joking with Zachariah up until the moment Zachariah's sword swung towards his neck. Only then did he realize the danger. Zachariah's aura suddenly surged to an alarming level. He finally understood that this guy was playing possum. He immediately let out a shocked cry, trying to stop Zachariah. However, Zachariah paid no heed and slashed down. The sword gleamed, and Lamar's head rolled to the ground. His eyes were wide open in shock, the smile on his face now replaced with utter astonishment. He never thought Zachariah would directly behead him like this. Was this what an enforcer would do? Without questioning or reviewing anything, just chopping off someone's head? This wasn't an enforcer. This was an executioner. Even after Lamar's head fell, his eyes remained fixed on Zachariah, filled with intense resentment. However, no matter how much resentment he harbored, it made no difference now. Outside the interrogation room where Zachariah stood, Braden had just emerged from another interrogation room nearby, practically at the same time as Zachariah. In Zachariah's hand was a severed head. Seeing this scene, Braden was taken aback. "Junior brother Sue, you killed him?" Zachariah replied, "We have the intel we need. What use does he have now?" Braden, unprepared for this, responded, "You got the intel? But how do you know the information is genuine? I have ways to ensure its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Braden was speechless. "So, that's it?" After submitting the intel, Zachariah returned to his room. He drew 2 rewards, the first being the soul-binding demon technique. Upon careful inspection, this technique had provided Lamar's greatest reliance when facing capital punishment. One of its effects was to tightly bind spiritual energy within the body, forming a sturdy protective layer around each muscle fiber, providing unparalleled defense without any physical training. After years of practice, the spiritual energy would merge perfectly with flesh and bone. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, the defensive effect remained intact. However, even this could not save Lamar under Zachariah's blade. Of course, the soul-binding demon technique had more tricks up its sleeve. Upon activation, it could even draw out the opponent's internal spiritual energy, a move akin to the star-absorbing technique. "Now that sounds a bit demonic," Zachariah mused, immediately extracting and comprehending the technique. This technique could further enhance his physical strength, something he valued highly. As for the technique itself, Zachariah no longer worried about it too much, thanks to the mysterious bead preventing demonic energy issues. Although the bead had dimmed after defeating the long-lived demon, Zachariah felt it still retained some efficacy. As long as he kept it, he needn't worry about demonic energy anymore. Lamar's second reward was an infusion of cultivation, but it offered little benefit to Zachariah at his current level. His present cultivation far exceeded Lamar's demon form. Thus, the boost gained from Lamar's cultivation infusion was insignificant, especially given his imminent tribulation crossing breakthrough, which required immense experience. Days later, the intelligence provided by Zachariah proved accurate, boosting his points. His enforcer ranking upgraded to Class B. News spread quickly through the demon locking tower, raising his status among peers. Everyone above the 6th floor felt pressured by the return of the invincible Zachariah. Underground's 7th floor enforcers also regarded him differently, acknowledging his prowess. Balder, learning of this, gave minimal commentary, finding Zachariah's performance satisfactory. Despite Zachariah conducting 7th-level interrogations earlier than expected, he managed to deliver impressive results. Balder felt relieved that Zachariah had truly emerged from his previous slump. He merely commented, "Good job, keep it up," before continuing to stay in the back mountain, overseeing the array construction alongside the elders. To date, they've reinforced 3 layers of seals, but adding more became increasingly challenging. The elders, despite no complaints, showed visible fatigue. Reinforcing each layer tested their limits mentally and physically. Eventually, upon completing the 5th seal, they reached their limits. "Grandmaster, we are all at our limit," they reported to Seymour. He thanked them for their hard work, agreeing that 5 layers were sufficient for now. From current evaluations, these seals demonstrated substantial defensive capability, enough to hold most entities barring something extraordinarily powerful. Seymour's primary concern was the possibility of celestial beings arriving through the transmission array. If such entities did exist, even 10 layers of seals wouldn't be enough. Yet, celestial traces in this realm were mere legends, impossible to defend against realistically. 2 months since discovering the back mountain pond transmission array, the array pavilion elders labored tirelessly, reinforcing 5 layers of seals over it, silencing it and stopping the leakage of evil aura. Meanwhile, in the demon locking tower's 3rd underground level within the little boundless sky world, Zachariah opened his eyes abruptly. With today's cultivation injection, his aura soared higher. In the next instant, he broke through the bottleneck. He could clearly feel the surge of divine essence power within him. However, breaking into the tribulation stage differed from other stages. It demanded undergoing the tribulation process to allow true transformation, preparing for eventual immortal essence conversion. Prior to tribulation, one was considered half-tribulation. Currently, Zachariah was at this stage. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead despite clear skies, dark clouds rapidly gathering over Mount Shushan while surrounding areas remained sunny. People marveled at this peculiar phenomenon. At the 8th level of the demon locking tower, a figure approached the window, gazing at the sky above. This was the Amen, senior that Zachariah had encountered before. He picked up the gourd from his waist, took a sip of tea, and gazed at the dark clouds above, muttering to himself, "Does this look like someone is about to transcend? Has someone in the sect broken through?" Seymour had naturally seen this too. As someone who had already transcended, he knew this was the sign of an impending celestial tribulation. He immediately found Balder. When Seymour saw Balder, he exclaimed in surprise, "Not you?" It seemed like a nonsensical question, but Balder understood what the sect master meant. Among the elders of the sect, only he had reached the late deity transformation realm. If anyone were about to transcend, it would be him. Balder laughed bitterly. "I wish, but unfortunately no." Balder thought for a moment. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that swordsman? Seymour didn't know how to respond to Balder's conjecture. He wasn't unfamiliar with this idea. When he had last met that swordsman, he hadn't yet reached the deity transformation realm. To transcend so soon after? It was almost unimaginable. However, recalling the swordsman's astonishing feats, Seymour felt it wasn't entirely impossible. "It's not out of the question," he replied. Hearing this response, Balder's shock grew. A swordsman of such strength has yet to transcend? Without transcending, he was already so powerful. What kind of prodigy would he become if he did transcend? He's still near Mount Xuanhuan, right? If the tribulation was indeed because of him, it meant he had been lingering around Mount Xuanhuan. Why would he do that? Balder wondered aloud, puzzled by the swordsman's intentions. Seymour, despite having dealt with the swordsman, could also not fathom his plans. However, based on current events, the swordsman held no ill will towards Mount Xuanhuan. "Master, should we respond to this situation?" Balder worried the descending tribulation might adversely affect Mount Xuanhuan. Seymour had different thoughts though. "Let's see how it goes. We'll help if we can." Seymour knew firsthand how challenging transcending was. The range of this tribulation cloud was vast, even larger than the one he faced during his own transcension. This indicated the power of this tribulation would be far greater than usual. Perhaps this was heaven's way, recognizing the person's strength. So, Seymour intended to offer as much help as possible. Concerning any adverse effects on Mount Xuanhuan, he wasn't too worried. With their sect's defensive array activated, they would be safe from anything other than direct strikes. Oh no! Zachariah grimaced upon sensing the tribulation. He hadn't expected it to come so quickly. He had just broken through, and now the tribulation followed swiftly. Without delay, he left a phantom clone behind and directly slipped out of the demon-locking tower. The moment Zachariah concealed his aura, the roaring thunderclouds suddenly silenced. Zachariah wasted no time escaping the Shu Mountain Sect compound. He couldn't transcend here. There were too many acquaintances, and he didn't want an audience. Once outside the sect, Zachariah released his aura again. The tribulation cloud detected his movement and began to follow. What? That cloud just ran off? Shu Mountain disciples marveled at the sight. Only a few high-ranking figures like Seymour understood why. He must have left to avoid affecting us, Balder speculated. Seymour shook his head. Since he wants to transcend alone, let's not disturb him. Seymour was confident the swordsman, with his exceptional strength and nearly unparalleled physique, would be fine. Grateful to him, Seymour wanted to help, but realized the swordsman didn't need assistance. As Zachariah flew, the tribulation cloud pursued relentlessly. People who witnessed this bizarre scene were startled, some even swearing in shock. Never had they seen a cloud move so fast. It was lightning, not a cloud. Zachariah activated his spiritual ear technique to find a secluded place for transcending, avoiding unnecessary casualties. However, soon after activating it, he heard screams below. Looking down, he saw a village overrun by demons. 3 survivors cried out as they were about to die. Zachariah frowned deeply and descended into the village. Demons were reveling in their slaughter when a figure landed among them. Swordlight flashed, slicing a demon's claw mid-air, startling the others into silence. The arrival, accompanied by the ominous approaching tribulation cloud, sent waves of fear through the demons. Who's that? What's happening? Some demons hadn't comprehended the situation, but the more experienced ones turned pale. That's the tribulation. He's transcending. FFF flying thunder tribulation? A demon stammered. Why are you standing there? Run! Another demon shouted desperately, but how could they escape Zachariah? A roar split the sky. A colossal bolt of lightning writhed down like a dragon, striking Zachariah, and consequently, the surrounding demons, who were instantly incinerated, leaving no trace. Zachariah added these demons' remnants to his monster records and quickly distanced himself from the villagers. He feared the lightning might harm the 3 survivors. Only after Zachariah left did the survivors regain consciousness, kneeling down in gratitude, praising him as a deity who saved their lives. To them, it seemed nothing short of divine intervention. Zachariah descended like a divine soldier, making his entrance with terrifying celestial thunder. If this wasn't a transcended being, then what was? At this moment, Zachariah was truly leaving a trail of sparks and lightning in his wake. Everywhere he passed, spirits and ghosts fled. Soon after, Zachariah finally arrived at an uninhabited, desolate mountain under the pursuit of the thunderbolt. Only then did he allow himself to fully relax. The thunder's power finally entered his body, causing destruction, refining, rebirth, and renewal. With the sacred body, Zachariah not only wasn't afraid of this thunder calamity, but also began practicing the 9 thunder refinement technique to further refine his body. This was a rare opportunity. Ordinary celestial thunder could no longer have any effect on refining his body. Only this 9 heavens cloud thunder had some effect. For his sacred body to improve further, he had to rely on the multiple thunder calamities during transcendence. 100 miles away, Gaspard gazed in the direction of the thunderbolt, astonished. Someone is transcending. Who could it be? Turned out, Zachariah had unknowingly come close to the territory of the Jiavine Symbol Sect. After Gaspard returned from Mount Xuanhuan, he was indeed quite depressed for a while. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved about Zachariah knowing Jiavine Symbol 100 turns. An unknown person had effortlessly mastered his sect's highest secret technique. At that time, he wanted to question the source of this secret technique, but when the other party also displayed the Buddha palm, he was dumbfounded. His mind almost crashed. By the time he came to his senses, that person had already vanished without a trace. He regretted not teaming up with the xuanhuan sect members to capture and interrogate him. If he had accused that sword cultivator of being a thief and captured him along with the xuanhuan sect monks to question the source of his skills, perhaps his doubts could have been answered then. However now, he could only sulk by himself, while coming out to clear his mind. He even considered whether he should visit the xuanhuan sect again, but the distant thunderbolt immediately drew his attention. After some thought, he decided to go check it out. 100 miles away was merely a half-moment's travel for him, 10 miles from the center of the thunderbolt. Gaspard could clearly sense the terrifying power of the thunderbolt. This is just the initial promotion thunderbolt. As someone who had also transcended, he knew well, this thunderbolt wasn't any from the transcendence stage, but the promotion thunderbolt from the deity transformation realm to the transcendence realm. This thunderbolt was far more powerful than the one he faced during his own transcendence. A slightly evil thought arose in his heart. He actually hoped that person wouldn't withstand the thunderbolt and die. Gaspard's arrival was naturally sensed by Xianxia, but he didn't pay it any heed. Although this was a desolate mountain, the commotion caused by his transcendence was too great to remain unnoticed. Besides Gaspard, he also sensed many other presences approaching from various directions, but they didn't dare come too close. Unlike Gaspard's brazen approach, Xianxia ignored them. His phantom clone had already been lying in wait around him, ready to protect him. If these people made any unusual moves, the phantom clone would intervene. Fortunately, these people were smart. Smart people were often more cautious. Interfering with a strong person's transcendence unprovoked was definitely not a wise move. It was an unwritten taboo among cultivators. Even if Gaspard wanted the other person to fail so badly, he dared not directly interfere. If the other person succeeded and came to settle accounts with him afterward, it would be troublesome. Though Gaspard's cultivation had long reached the transcendence realm, facing such a terrifyingly strong person undergoing promotion thunderbolt made him uncertain. Offending a transcendence realm powerhouse without ensuring complete annihilation would be endless trouble, especially since Gaspard wasn't alone. He was the master of the Joyful Symbol Sect, with the sect behind him. Offending a transcendence realm powerhouse would mean a catastrophic disaster for his sect, especially for the disciples. So, Gaspard suppressed his evil thoughts. Time quietly passed. The intensity of the thunderbolt gradually diminished. In the glowing thunderlight, a figure slowly emerged. Anyone with keen eyes could see that person had safely passed through the thunderbolt. Xianxia opened his eyes, with thunder flickering in them. His aura abruptly rose to a new level. The divine essence inside his body alternated between raging like thunder and calming like a vast ocean, unpredictable and versatile. Xianxia could clearly feel that this divine essence had undergone another transformation. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on reaching the transcendence realm. At this moment, Gaspard's voice echoed from behind Xianxia. Xianxia turned his head. The instant their gazes met, Gaspard's smile froze. Chapter 239. Whereabouts. Millennial Tang could never have imagined that at this moment, the person he would encounter would be that sword cultivator. The very person he had just been plotting against, now standing before him, appearing in such an unexpected manner, leaving Millennial Tang dumbstruck on the spot. Xianxia glanced at him with a cold, indifferent expression. That look of detachment infuriated Millennial Tang. Yet, he was powerless. How could he dare to easily antagonize someone so monstrous, especially one who had already ascended to the tribulation transcending realm? Could you inform me of where exactly your Joyful Symbol 100 transformations comes from? Millennial Tang managed to force a smile, yet Xianxia saw through it as nothing but a pretense. Nothing to tell. Xianxia's indifference left no room for pleasantries. Without any ceremony, he vanished on the spot, not giving the other party any face-saving chance. Watching Xianxia's figure disappear into the distance, Millennial Tang gritted his teeth. It was the first time he had encountered someone so disrespectful to his authority after all these years. Don't get too cocky. You'd better pray you don't fall into my hands. Returning to the Mt. Shushan Demon Locking Pagoda, after entering the tribulation transcending realm, Xianxia's aura became even more deep and steady. At present, within Mt. Shushan, only sect leader Gerardo and the Mad Senior at the 8th level of the Demon Locking Pagoda could match him. However, Xianxia did not become arrogant because of this. He knew there were people beyond what he could see and skies beyond what he could reach. His goal was to become a landsword immortal. He had much further to go. Over the next period of time, Xianxia accelerated the interrogation of demons. The Grim Reaper that once sent chills down the spines of countless demons had returned. Xianxia entered the ultimate mode of death interrogations. On average, every day 1 or 2 demons met their end by his hand, and his enforcer rank points began to rise rapidly. Until this day, when he learned from Balder that his enforcer grade had been upgraded to Class A, Balder was taken aback by this sudden spike in performance, and specially came over to check on his condition. When he met Xianxia again after many days, there was a fleeting feeling that he couldn't fully fathom this disciple anymore. But this feeling only lasted for a brief moment. In the next instant, he perceived Xianxia's aura fluctuating within the core formation realm. Balder believed Xianxia's cultivation advancement speed made him one of the best among disciples. If Xianxia didn't work as an enforcer, he would definitely be a key red-cloaked disciple under intensive cultivation. Yet, Xianxia wanted to stay at the Demon Locking Pagoda due to his efficiency, making Balder somewhat hesitant about letting him leave. Seeing Xianxia's current state, Balder finally believed he had truly moved past his period of decadence caused by his relationship woes. Being able to sever emotional ties was seen as a positive thing. Although Mt. Shushan did not demand heartlessness or require its enforcers to renounce desires and emotions, too many emotional attachments were harmful. You've reached the highest rank of enforcer. There's something I must remind you about. You want to go to the 8th level, fine, I won't stop you. But remember, don't stay there too long. That place isn't meant for someone at your cultivation level. I'm just making an exception since you're doing well on the 7th level. Just be cautious and avoid one particular room. That's my only request. For now, I won't hold you accountable for your previous actions, but don't mess up again. Upon hearing this, Zachariah understood Baldur's emphasis on avoiding that specific room. It wasn't hard to guess who was confined within. It was likely the demon overlord. But Zachariah still asked, "Dare I ask, Senior Elder, which room is it?" "You'll know when you get there," replied Baldur, giving a few more instructions before departing from the bamboo grove. Zachariah soon arrived at the entrance between the 7th and 8th levels. This time, he descended smoothly into the 8th level without hindrance upon presenting his passage token. The moment he set foot on the ground of the 8th level, Zachariah immediately felt an even more terrifying pressure than on the 7th level. Though it was negligible for him, it was daunting for other enforcers. To move freely here, one must achieve at least the Xuanhuan intention realm, nearing the standard of an Isaiah. Zachariah's overt cultivation level was far below this mark. However, his powerful physical body, known publicly within the sect, made exceptions possible. Owning a robust physical body gave significant advantages in the demon-locking pagoda. Others thought Zachariah's achievements were due to his strong physique. Is that Zachariah? The first person Zachariah saw upon entering the 8th level was a middle-aged man. Zachariah sensed robust chi and blood energy, indicating he was at the mid-stage of the Xuanhuan intention realm. "It's me," Zachariah admitted frankly. Strict rules governed entry into the demon-locking pagoda's 8th level. Information about newcomers was shared with existing enforcers to familiarize them. Thus, Zachariah's identity and achievements were no longer unfamiliar to the 8th level enforcers. Amazing young talent. The middle-aged man looked at Zachariah with admiration. Reaching such heights at such a young age left him impressed rather than jealous. Other 8th level enforcers also approached. There were only 6 permanent enforcers on this level, excluding Zachariah as a mobile player. These 6 showed no disrespect towards Zachariah, having been informed of his capabilities. After a brief meeting, the middle-aged man led Zachariah around to acquaint him with the environment. The man, named Dennis, Zachariah found out, was once the top of the Red List, a ranking of Red Cloak disciples. Through this, Zachariah discovered that each 8th level enforcer was once among the best of Mt. Shushan's disciples. The reasons why they chose to remain in the dark depths of the 8th level remained unknown to Zachariah, nor did he pry. Everyone has their secrets. Observing the area, Zachariah noted there were fewer rooms, but larger and more isolated cells. He saw the room Baldur warned him about, centrally located with 2 guardian dragon beasts flanking the entrance. Dennis deliberately kept him away from that room, warning him strictly not to approach. When asked, Dennis only said it had always been the rule. Realizing he couldn't inquire further, Zachariah tried to probe the cell's interior with his divine sense, but found it blocked off, impervious even to his strong perception. "Don't bother trying. That room isn't something we can investigate," said Dennis. Dennis seemed to notice that Zachariah had used his divine sense to probe the room. He had done the same when he first arrived. However, like Zachariah, his divine sense was blocked, preventing him from discovering the truth within. Dennis believed that even now, he could not penetrate the room's secrets at all, and Zachariah would be even less likely to succeed. After all, in Dennis's view, Zachariah's strength lay in his physical body, while his divine sense and cultivation were still somewhat lacking. But Zachariah did not believe in giving up easily. Dennis didn't know that Zachariah's divine sense was now on par with the tribulation transcending realm, and his mental power even surpassed that of ordinary tribulation transcenders, a far cry from before. In the next moment, Zachariah's divine sense surged toward the room like a vast ocean. Although the room was sealed by formations, no formation under heaven was perfect. As long as it was man-made, there would always be flaws, just waiting for someone capable enough to discover them. And under Zachariah's floodgates opened approach, his divine sense managed to seep through a little. As soon as Zachariah's divine sense infiltrated, it triggered something inside the room. The entire room buzzed suddenly, emitting a beam of red light. The red light flashed briefly as Zachariah's infiltrated divine sense was instantly wiped out. Seeing this, Dennis's face changed dramatically as he immediately grabbed Zachariah's shoulder. "Don't do anything rash." At this point, other enforcers were also drawn by the commotion. Zachariah immediately retracted his divine sense. Only after Zachariah thoroughly withdrew did the red light gradually fade away. Dennis sighed in relief, frowning and staring intently at Zachariah. "Junior brother, what did you do?" Zachariah feigned innocence, revealing a wry smile. "Senior brother Isaac, you're overestimating me. I have no idea why this happened." At this time, an enforcer nearby added, "It must be the warning mechanism inside the formation. It said that it only activates when someone intrudes into the room." Another one supplemented, "Not just people, divine sense intrusion can also trigger it." Taking the opportunity, Zachariah said, "I tried probing inside but was kept out." Immediately someone chimed in, "Indeed, with junior brother Su's cultivation, how could his divine sense possibly breach it?" Dennis pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps the formation malfunctioned?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. They had no definite answer. Given their knowledge of Zachariah's capabilities, if he claimed his divine sense hadn't breached the room, it was probably true. Fine, as long as nothing happened. In the future, remember not to act rashly. And don't use your divine sense to probe again. Zachariah nodded promptly in agreement. Having learned that there was a formation inside capable of erasing divine sense, he had already given up on further probing. Such extensive measures suggest the imprisoned entity is indeed the demon overlord, Zachariah thought. From the results, it seemed highly probable that the demon imprisoned here was the demon overlord. Of course, surprises were always possible. After all, Shushan's upper echelons enjoyed playing tricks with the design of the demon-locking pagoda. For instance, there were no demons on the 7th or 8th levels. Therefore, it wasn't impossible that no demons were imprisoned here either. If that were true, it would mean they played too well. Why isn't this demon being interrogated? Why keep it locked up? Why not just kill it? Zachariah asked Dennis. If no interrogation was necessary, wouldn't it be better to eliminate the threat completely? Is there a possibility that the demon inside cannot be killed? This statement left Zachariah speechless. That wasn't entirely out of the question. If the demon possessed a saintly physique and exceeded the tribulation transcending realm, it might indeed be unkillable. Zachariah stopped thinking about the room, deciding instead to focus on getting other demons on the 8th level, recorded in the demonic beast register. There would be opportunities to investigate the room later. Walking alone through the long corridor, Zachariah noted the absence of dedicated interrogation rooms on this floor. Each cell served as both prison and interrogation room, housing demons at the peak of their respective realms, starting from the spirit transformation realm. To subdue them, they were kept perpetually weakened. Thus, they rarely moved within their cells. Their powerful bodies made constant confinement necessary. Other demons might need concern for excessive weakening leading to death, but not these. As long as they breathed, they wouldn't die. Consequently, Zachariah had no chance to extract and reintegrate them for interrogation. Realizing this, Zachariah knew he needed a different method to gain experience from these demons. The Isaiah trusted him due to his recent performance, allowing him free reign except for the forbidden room. Despite Dennis's advice to wait, Zachariah disregarded it. He scanned the demon information posted outside each cell, knowing it was unnecessary but pretending otherwise. Moments later, he unlocked a door and stepped inside. The demon within, bound in chains, formed a shape. Her attire exposed much white flesh. The explosive scene startled Zachariah. The woman raised her head and smiled at Zachariah. Her smile exuded a bewitching allure typical of a nine-tailed fox demon, far surpassing those from the Joyful Union Sect. Her natural charm, deeply ingrained, required no special effort to unleash, making resistance near impossible. However, such temptations posed no real challenge to Zachariah. Her allure did not affect his heart. Such a handsome young man. The fox demon cooed, her charm irresistible yet ineffective on Zachariah. Unfortunately, the fine gentleman has a heart already taken. She continued, sensing Zachariah's dedication. The lady who has captured your heart must be truly fortunate, she mused, seeing Zachariah's hidden feelings. Despite this, Zachariah remained calm and composed. You don't need to know, and you won't have the chance to know. The fox demon's senses were acute. She detected the flash of murderous intent in Zachariah's eyes. She realized this enforcer was very different from the others. He wasn't here to go through routine interrogation procedures. From the moment Zachariah stepped through the door, she had felt something different about him. The unique aura surrounding Zachariah made her sense an immense difference compared to other enforcers. She could smell a completely distinct scent from him, a scent that aroused boundless yearning within her. However, this yearning was instantly shattered by Zachariah himself. The moment she noticed the murderous intent in Zachariah's eyes, she felt as though his aura had become towering and formidable, even terrifying to her. How could she dare to entertain any improper thoughts about him now? She knew this man standing before her had the ability to kill her, and she was certain he intended to do so immediately. She didn't understand why Zachariah harbored such unwavering murderous intent towards her when she had revealed nothing and still held some value. Yet, Zachariah showed no sign of mercy. Sir, do you wish to find your beloved? Just as Zachariah was about to act, the fox demon spoke to save herself. She did not beg for mercy or plead for her life because she knew it would be futile. This man was clearly not one to show leniency. Upon hearing these words, although Zachariah's murderous gaze did not diminish, he hesitated in his actions, genuinely curious. How did this fox demon know about his situation? Could she read minds? Seeing Zachariah hesitate, the fox demon breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Please wait, sir, let me explain, she said. Apparently, this fox demon could see the threads of fate on people. Zachariah had a thread of fate, indicating he already had a lover. However, the thread was shallow and appeared to be on the verge of breaking. Thus, she boldly guessed that Zachariah had been separated from his love due to some reason, causing the thread to weaken over time. At this revelation, a glimmer of hope arose in Zachariah's heart. This was the first clue he'd gotten about Alejandra since she vanished. The thread of fate is still present on me. Does this mean she is still alive? Zachariah asked solemnly. The fox demon nodded. In that moment, a weight was lifted from Zachariah's heart. Though he couldn't be sure if what she said was true, after all, she might fabricate lies to save her life. He was willing to believe as long as there was a sliver of truth, just like he wouldn't give up searching for Alejandra as long as there was hope. Sir, if you wish to reunite with your beloved, you must act quickly. The thread of fate is very thin and may not last much longer. Hearing this, Zachariah frowned. If the thread of fate is severed or disappears, what does it mean? The fox demon replied. It means that at least one party has lost their affection or passed away. Zachariah was shocked. He knew his love for Alejandra wouldn't fade, nor did he doubt hers. If the thread broke, only two possibilities remained. Either Alejandra had lost her memory or she was truly dead. Neither option was acceptable to him. Sir, after telling you all this today, can you spare my life? Seeing Zachariah's silence, the anxious fox demon finally begged. Help me find her. You must have a way, right? If you can help me find her, sparing your life would not be a problem. Hearing this, the fox demon's eyes lit up. Good. Sir, do you have anything belonging to your beloved? At that moment, a warning echoed in Zachariah's mind from the enforcer's code. Remember, do not engage in any form of transaction or exchange with the demons inside. But the next instant, Zachariah brushed aside this caution. Though it was said fox demons couldn't be trusted, Zachariah decided to believe her once. He took out a piece of tattered cloth from his pocket, the corner of Alejandra's dress. He had taken it from her body when she fell into the spatial rift, and had kept it ever since. Here. Translation note. I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text while ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent. The story logically follows from the previous content, continuing Zachariah's interactions with the fox demon. The names are transliterated accurately using pinyin, and the overall tone and style of the novel are preserved. Chapter 240. I found you. The fox demon took the piece of cloth from Zachariah's hand. In the next moment, she said, my divine essence is currently suppressed. I am unable to use any secret arts. Can you give me a hand, dear? Upon hearing these words, Zachariah's eyes immediately flickered. Fox demons were synonymous with cunning and slyness. Was she setting a trap for him? However, after some thought, Zachariah asked, how can I help you? He did not outright refuse. After all, even if this fox demon wanted to escape, he had the confidence to completely suppress her. All you need to do is slightly release the sealing formation on my body, she said. Let the divine essence within my body have a bit of room to move. Hearing this, Zachariah gave her a meaningful glance. The nine-tailed fox demon appeared slightly tense and immediately assured Zachariah, dear, rest assured, I will not deceive you. I know your abilities. What the nine-tailed fox meant was that she knew Zachariah's strength far exceeded what he showed at the moment. Therefore, she dared not play any tricks or plots. If you have the courage, then just go ahead and try. As soon as Zachariah finished speaking, he reached out to touch the formation switch. In the upper-level holding cells, enforcers could control the formations. But Dennis warned him not to tamper with them here. Dennis was afraid that Zachariah would not be able to control it well and cause an accident. If the demons on this floor were given even the slightest chance to act, unimaginable consequences would follow. However, since Zachariah was confident in suppressing the fox demon, he did not hesitate and immediately reached out to touch the core switch of the formation. The moment Zachariah's hand touched the core switch, a repulsive force shot forth, knocking his hand away. Simultaneously, outside this prison cell, an immediate warning appeared. When Dennis passed by the door and saw the warning, his face turned pale. He immediately took out his token and pushed open the door. Seeing Zachariah standing right at the core mechanism of the formation, Dennis only needed a brief moment of thought before he immediately stopped Zachariah. Junior brother Sue, what are you doing? Calm down. Naturally, Dennis assumed that Zachariah was deceived by the fox demon and thus tried to touch the formation switch. Zachariah turned his head to look at him. Seizing the opportunity, Dennis said, Junior brother Sue, that fox demon is exceedingly crafty. Don't fall for her trick. Zachariah nodded. Dennis thought Zachariah had listened and let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Zachariah directly appeared behind Dennis, striking his neck. Dennis's eyes widened, disbelief clear in his gaze. Junior brother, you? Before Dennis could finish speaking, he lost consciousness and fell down. The scene greatly surprised the nine-tailed fox demon. She never expected Zachariah to act so decisively. Doing this raised suspicions of betraying the sect. This incident made the fox demon more convinced in her thoughts. This young man's strength was truly unfathomable. Her colleague couldn't even withstand one round against him, directly being knocked unconscious. They were not on the same level at all. Looks like that woman holds a very high position in his heart. The fox demon thought to herself, unless this woman was Zachariah's beloved, he wouldn't take such action against his own people. After knocking out Dennis, Zachariah directly broke through the repellent force of the formation. He touched the core switch of the formation. In the next moment, Zachariah directly deactivated one layer of the formation, suppressing the fox demon. It was like the heavy shackles binding her had been lifted by half. At that moment, it felt like she had regained breath after being strangled. Thank you, dear. I will not let you down. The fox demon performed a courteous bow in front of Zachariah, exhibiting human-like manners. Zachariah remained indifferent. Quick, I don't have time to waste. His actions might soon draw attention. He must seize every possible moment now. The fox demon inwardly shuddered and immediately responded, yes. She wasn't without other ideas. But under Zachariah's oppressive aura, she didn't dare to put those thoughts into practice. Then, her eyes gleamed, and she threw up the piece of clothing belonging to Jenna. A pink flame erupted from her fingertips, instantly burning the piece of clothing. Seeing this, Zachariah's heart tightened. Currently, the only thing he had from Jenna was this piece of clothing. If this fox demon failed to find Jenna and also destroyed his only memento, she would die horribly. The fox demon seemed to understand this point too. So she exerted herself fully, chanting incantations until cold sweat started dripping from her forehead. Dear, your lover's location. So far, so far. In the next moment, the fox demon suddenly flew backward as if struck by an invisible force. The fox demon shouted, but was held back by chains that pulled her back as she flew out. A fresh trail of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. What are you doing? Zachariah frowned. There was no one else present, and he did not attack the fox demon. Why did she react as if someone hit her? Could it be a self-staged drama? I beg for forgiveness, dear. I suffered backlash. Your lover's location is beyond my capability. What did you say? Hearing this, Zachariah's face instantly darkened. In other words, you failed? The killing intent resurfaced in Zachariah's heart, stronger and more real than before. He could not tolerate the fox demon destroying his cherished item and telling him she had failed. Beg for forgiveness, dear. I did not fail. With my ability, I cannot sense your lover. But if it were you personally, you certainly could. For a moment, Zachariah didn't understand her meaning, until the fox demon continued, please come closer, dear. Let me transfer this karmic bond to you. The fox demon suggested that as long as she transferred this so-called karmic bond to Zachariah, he could use this karmic bond to sense his lover's presence and locate her. As the initiator of the karmic bond, she was not one of its two owners. But Zachariah was. By Zachariah inheriting the karmic bond, he would more clearly perceive Jenna's existence. However, the only risk was, after transferring the karmic bond to Zachariah, she would have nothing to hold over or sway Zachariah, meaning, she had no value left to Zachariah. If Zachariah changed his mind, her fate would likely be death. But if she didn't hand over the karmic bond, she might die faster. Zachariah didn't hesitate much. He immediately approached, but he gathered divine essence in his palm. If the fox demon made any unusual moves, this palm would instantly end her life. After Zachariah walked over, the fox demon asked him to get closer, until Zachariah almost smelled her scent and paused, furrowing his brows. He really couldn't get any closer. Getting any closer would mean colliding with the fox demon. Observing Zachariah closely, the fox demon couldn't help but be mesmerized by his perfect, jade-like physique, which was truly rare in the world. For a moment, the fox demon was bewitched. Dear, does my body stink? She momentarily forgot herself, nearly losing control and babbling nonsense. But actually, this was her true feeling. Fox demons feared others saying their bodies stunk, especially in front of the one who stirred their heart. However, just as the fox demon finished speaking, Zachariah's cold words instantly froze her to the bone. Do you want to die? Hearing Zachariah's cold remark, the fox demon shivered all over, immediately snapping back to reality and not daring to say anything outlandish to him anymore. The next moment, the fox demon touched a spot on her chest lightly. A faint red light emerged from where she touched. Had it not been for Zachariah's cold warning, she would have surely said, Dear husband, please take it, but she was afraid that Zachariah might really kill her. She had already sensed the terrifying power gathering in Zachariah's palm. Therefore, she dared not utter any more suggestive words and promptly said, Please stay still, dear husband. I will transfer the karmic bond. The fox demon pressed her chest close to Zachariah's forehead and tapped it gently. In the next moment, that red light drilled into Zachariah's brow. Zachariah stepped back from her chest, his expression suddenly changing. He suddenly felt a distant sense of connection, a very faint sense of a familiar aura. Suddenly, his body tensed up from within. She is still alive. A huge weight lifted off Zachariah's heart. Days had passed since Jenna disappeared. Finally, he could ascertain her whereabouts. Next moment, Zachariah continued to trace the sensation with his divine essence. Soon, he encountered something akin to a barrier. It was the gap between different dimensions. Zachariah was not surprised by this. He already knew Jenna was no longer in this realm but had drifted beyond its borders. Zachariah's expression hardened. He concentrated his divine essence, making it sharp like an extremely pointed needle, drilling through the dimensional barrier continuously. At this moment, Zachariah held nothing back, almost exhausting all his mental strength to break through the void barrier. It was easier for divine essence to break through the void barrier than physical bodies. This was Zachariah's only advantage to attempt breaking through the spiritual void. Break open. Invisibly. It sounded like something shattered. Zachariah's divine essence successfully broke through the void, following the direction indicated by the karmic bond, tracing back constantly. Reaching a remote place, his divine essence had traced as far as it could, but he had no intention of giving up, because his sense of Jenna became increasingly clear at this moment. Beyond the realm, inside a celestial palace, in a room adorned with colorful flowers, a beautiful figure sat there motionlessly, lost in thought. If Zachariah saw this figure, he would be incredibly delighted. This figure was precisely the person Zachariah missed so dearly, Jenna. After sitting silently for a moment, Jenna seemed startled by something. Her eyes, like autumn waters, looked around. Scanning the surroundings, there was nobody, yet she suddenly stood up, a hint of joy appearing on her beautiful face. Is it you, husband? Just now, she seemed to sense a familiar aura. She clearly felt it was Zachariah's presence. However, as soon as she spoke those words, that sensation vanished quickly. Her flawless face instantly showed a look of disappointment. She shook her head, somewhat self-mocking, mumbling to herself, I must be losing my mind, probably thinking of my husband too much to imagine he'd appear here. How could it be possible? This place isn't even our world. Am I never going to see my husband again in this life? Just as Jenna felt disheartened, the door to the room suddenly opened. Adria bounced in energetically. She was sweet and pretty, destined to be a great beauty. This was the girl who had saved Jenna from the celestial boat and could be considered her savior. Let's go out and play for a bit, Sister Jamies. Adria, upon entering the room, jumped right beside Jenna, grabbing her arm and shaking it coquettishly. Jenna smiled softly, dimples appearing in her cheeks. All right. Interrupted by Adria, she temporarily stopped thinking about Zachariah. She dismissed that weak sensation as an illusion caused by excessive longing. Meanwhile, in the 8th floor prison holding the fox demon, Zachariah was filled with pleasant surprise. Just then, at the last moment when his spiritual strength was about to give out, he finally saw Jenna's silhouette in some space beyond the realms. Furthermore, his divine essence had actually touched Jenna's body. Jenna's sensation just now wasn't an illusion. It was Zachariah's divine essence genuinely touching her. The fact that Jenna was truly alive reassured Zachariah immensely. All his inner gloom vanished. Did you find her, dear husband? Seeing the surprised and delighted look on Zachariah's face, the fox demon immediately knew the result. Zachariah didn't reply, but his silence confirmed it. A moment later, Zachariah calmed down slightly. Currently, he could only roughly locate Jenna through the karmic bond. It didn't mean he could go find her right away. With his current abilities, he couldn't physically break through the dimensional barrier. His divine essence managed to penetrate a tiny hole like a needle's eye. Through that hole, his divine essence could traverse, but not his physical body. How long can the karmic bond last? Zachariah asked the fox demon. According to what the fox demon had said, his karmic bond with Jenna was already very thin. He wanted to know how much time he had left. If he couldn't find Jenna again within this time frame, things might turn for the worse. Shortest 3 years, longest 5 years. The fox demon hesitated before replying. To a millennium-old fox demon, this period was incredibly short. But to Zachariah, 3 years meant 15 years in the little no-form heaven world. 5 years equated to 25 years. Such a time frame was ample enough for Zachariah. He slightly relaxed. Still, he did not completely ease his anxiety. After all, he couldn't entirely trust the fox demon. Finding Jinnah as soon as possible would provide better assurance. At this point, Zachariah turned towards the fox demon. The fox demon immediately grew tense. Husband, you wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Your servant knows you are not such a man. Since you know, why ask? Zachariah glanced at her. The fox demon awkwardly smiled. Your servant is just cowardly. A 1,000-year-old fox telling someone she was timid. Zachariah didn't know if others believed it. But he certainly didn't. No need for idle talk. Give me the information, and I'll spare your life. As soon as Zachariah spoke, the fox demon's eyes widened. How can my dear husband speak without integrity? She thought Zachariah was reneging openly. Zachariah explained immediately. Sparing your life was the condition I agreed to just now. But getting the information and ensuring your safety is another condition. After Zachariah's explanation, the fox demon understood his implication immediately. Zachariah's meaning was, if she provided the information, he would ensure she wouldn't die. What worried the fox demon was that after providing the information, she would lose her usefulness. Without being useful, the Imei sect would not keep her as a threat. Will you really uphold your word? The fox demon was doubtful. She didn't believe Zachariah could guarantee her survival. After all, that wasn't within an enforcer's authority. If you don't believe me, you can endure more torture. I did promise not to kill you, but I never promised not to torture you. It's my duty as an enforcer. There's nothing I can do about it. Can you say I'm being unfair by doing this? As soon as Zachariah finished speaking, the fox demon gritted her teeth. If Zachariah merely intended to torture her, she couldn't really blame him. After all, from the outcome, Zachariah indeed didn't kill her. Moments later, the fox demon finally made up her mind and nodded vigorously. All right, I will trust Lord once. I hope Lord doesn't betray my trust. Zachariah nodded. This fox demon was one of the easiest demons he had dealt with. Of course, this was also because of Zachariah's overwhelming power. In the face of absolute strength, she didn't dare to play tricks. After a while, once Zachariah obtained the information, he immediately reactivated the array. Fortunately, due to the short duration, no one else had discovered the abnormality here. Zachariah then woke Dennis up immediately. Dennis slowly woke up. Upon seeing Zachariah for the first time, he grabbed his collar and said, Junior brother Sue, what are you trying to do? Jayad the fox demon bewitch your mind to actually ambush me? Zachariah pointed towards the fox demon. Senior brother Isaac, why don't you take a look? Dennis looked in the direction Zachariah pointed. He saw the fox demon still bound tightly at the spot, restrained by heavy chains. The suppression force of the array had also returned to her. You didn't. Seeing the fox demon still suppressed, Dennis was puzzled. He thought Zachariah had been tricked by the fox demon. But now it didn't seem so. If Zachariah had truly been deceived, how could he possibly not release the fox demon? Senior brother Isaac, you were too impulsive. You barged in without fully understanding the situation, making things difficult for me. So, I had no choice but to let senior brother Isaac sleep for a while. Hearing Zachariah's words, Dennis was surprised. Was I wrong? Yes, you were wrong. Zachariah said seriously. I was just using an interrogation method called good cop, bad cop. Now that I've gotten the information, senior brother Isaac, please go ahead. I'll leave first. After saying this, Zachariah left the prison cell, leaving Dennis in shock. You got the information? Dennis turned to the fox demon, disbelief still in his eyes. Jayad, he really used the good cop, bad cop technique on you? The statement sounded strange. But to cooperate with Zachariah, the fox demon nodded. Jayad, you really hand over the information? The fox demon continued to nod. Facing Dennis, she seemed to have lost interest in talking. She didn't want to utter another word. Dennis shuddered, feeling like he discovered a new world. This is possible? Dennis inwardly marveled, but also felt somewhat displeased with Zachariah's actions. Junior brother Sue must be worried I would learn his good cop, bad cop method, which is why he knocked me out? Dennis filled in the gaps himself. Junior brother Sue is a bit too stingy. If he was afraid I would learn it, he could have just told me. Would I have stayed? Dennis walked out of the prison, touching his neck where some pain still lingered. Junior brother Sue has quite a strong grip. This guy, he really has a knack for sneak attacks. Dennis naturally assumed that he was knocked out purely because Zachariah caught him off guard. After delivering the information, Zachariah was about to return to his room when he received a message that someone was looking for him. Initially, Zachariah thought it was the Cole, and was somewhat astonished. Had the Cole come so quickly after receiving the intelligence? Jayad he have the ability to predict the future? But soon, Zachariah realized it wasn't the Cole. The person looking for him was someone Zachariah wasn't very eager to see. Martha's younger brother, Adelard. These two siblings represented two extremes for Zachariah. One he desperately wanted to see, and the other he didn't want to encounter at all. The moment Adelard saw Zachariah, he didn't speak. His eyes stared intently at Zachariah. The expression in his eyes was complex, but Zachariah could see grief and despair. There were even bloodshot veins, indicating his poor emotional state recently. Undoubtedly, Adelard had learned from the surviving members of the Jamisu family that his sister had fallen into a spatial rift and disappeared. Although Adelard might not be a commendable person, and was not favored by Zachariah, his feelings for his own sister were undeniably deep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured Martha's beatings without retaliation. Then, Adelard suddenly spoke. Zachariah, my sister has disappeared, do you know? Chapter 241. The Heart of the Devil Dragon. If Zachariah was still unaware of the events involving Janae, he might have been at a loss for words when confronted with Autumnji's questions. But now, Zachariah adopted an indifferent expression. Why are you telling me about your sister's disappearance? Wasn't she already in love with someone else? You already know? Ulysses thought Zachariah had no clue about this matter. He was also shocked after hearing the news from his family members. He always believed that his sister and Zachariah were perfectly compatible. Initially, although he didn't approve of their relationship, Zachariah's series of actions changed his perception. Since then, he recognized Zachariah as his future brother-in-law and expected their relationship to flourish. However, based on the news from his family, his sister seemed to have formed a Dao couple with another person. That's why he came to find out how things were between Zachariah and his sister. He couldn't locate his sister's partner, so he turned to Zachariah for help, but it seemed their relationship had soured. After hesitating, Ulysses asked, though it's a bit abrupt, do you know who my sister's partner is? Hearing this, Zachariah's face darkened. How would I know? Startled by Zachariah's sudden change in demeanor, Ulysses froze. He just wanted to know whom his sister chose. There were many things he wanted to ask that person. Fine, never mind. Seeing the anger on Zachariah's face, Ulysses dared not continue and left immediately. Zachariah watched him leave before returning to the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. He felt no goodwill towards Ulysses and wasn't inclined to reveal too much. Several days later, after Ulysses returned to the sect, the intelligence Zachariah provided on the fox demon was confirmed as genuine. This significantly elevated Zachariah's standing in the 8th level. Dennis teased upon learning the news. Brother Sue, it was rumored that you, among the enforcers, instilled fear even into ghosts, scaring demons witless. It's because every time you interrogated them, they ended up dead. But now, you seem to treat the fox demon differently, keeping her alive. Don't tell me you're actually interested in her? Humans and foxes are different. Don't get too entangled. Dennis's tone was teasing, primarily stemming from a lingering grudge over Zachariah's previous actions. To demonstrate his broad-mindedness as a senior disciple, Dennis couldn't flare up but found it delightful to tease Zachariah a little. Yes, so please, give me some face and leave that fox demon alone, Zachariah said. Dennis was taken aback. He thought it was just a joke. Never did he expect Zachariah to admit an interest in the fox demon. Brother Sue, I was joking. Were you joking too? Dennis asked incredulously. Zachariah shook his head. I wasn't. At present, this was the only way to ensure the fox demon's survival. Whoa, Dennis gasped. Brother Sue, you're being foolish. If you're really interested in the fox demon, we'd have to be cautious of you. What if you let her escape? Although they had the intelligence from the fox demon, it was still troubling if she escaped. Don't worry, I won't let her escape. She's merely an ornament to me, Zachariah said. Dennis instantly caught on and grinned. I see. So it's that kind of admiration? Big brother, you understand well? Hee, somewhat. Thereafter, Zachariah and the fox demon's forbidden love spread throughout the 8th level. People looked at Zachariah differently, even believing he obtained the intelligence through charm. Fox demons were known for their preference for handsome men. Zachariah ignored these rumors since he had let them circulate himself. As long as the enforcers respected his wishes and kept the fox demon alive, the rest didn't matter. In the endless sea, on a remote island, stood a colossal palace, the headquarters of the Sea Devil Sect. The Sea Devil Sect was renowned. The entire island was under their control, spreading its influence over hundreds of miles, turning nearby islands into deserted wastelands. Inside the Sea Devil Sect's leader's bedroom, a graceful figure lay on a bed adorned with luxurious cushions. The Sea Devil Sect's leader, Claude, entered quietly. Despite his stealth, he startled the woman awake. Did I disturb you, my lady? Claude, a burly man, spoke gently. The woman on the bed softly nodded and struggled to sit up, pale-faced from her injuries. Claude quickly helped her, saying, Please be careful, my lady. Your injuries aren't fully healed. She frowned, finding his nagging annoying. But to Claude, it was clear she was in pain. That damn Taoist struck you while I was away. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have led the troops against Shu Mountain. The woman was none other than the injured daughter of the Dark Lord Catherine, previously wounded by Seymour of Shu Mountain. Catherine stretched slightly, captivating Claude, but mindful of her health, he refrained from pressing further. Don't repeat yourself, it bores me. We aren't prepared, and rushing in would be futile, Catherine snapped. Claude chuckled, knowing better than to offend her. You're right, my lady. But didn't you say Shu Mountain's leader was also injured by your magic weapon? Catherine shook her head. A weakened camel is still larger than a horse. Moreover, I lost contact with my magic weapon, unsure if it affects Shu Mountain's leader. Pausing, she continued, Shu Mountain's leader attacking me personally shows he fears me. Before, I doubted my chances against Shu Mountain, but now, I know the answer. Giant, you insist on avenging me? How are the preparations going? Claude slapped his chest, swearing, My word will be followed. Everything's arranged. When you're fully recovered, a single call will rally our forces against Shu Mountain. Afterwards, Catherine only gave a faint nod, clearly unenthusiastic. She had no definite timeline for her recovery. At this moment, Claude seemed to have understood Catherine's concerns. He carefully chose his words and said, If you ask me, I wanted Lady to recuperate here at the Sea Devil Sect. We can attack Shu Mountain Sect on our own, and your father will be rescued by me. It is entirely my duty as a son-in-law. Catherine immediately shot him an icy glare and replied, Are you joking? As a daughter, if I don't even save my own father, what am I living for? Claude was startled. Lady, please don't say that. All right. As you wish, lady. Whatever you say, I will follow, he assured. Only after hearing Claude's promise did Catherine's expression soften slightly. She didn't fully trust Claude. In her heart, she suspected that his desire to keep her here had ulterior motives. After all, if her father, Demon Sovereign, was rescued, then Claude might lose credibility among the demons and no longer command their obedience, since many of them were her old subordinates from back in the day. If she wasn't present then, Claude only needed to tell Demon Sovereign, Your daughter is in my bedroom, and he could control Demon Sovereign like a puppet. She was Demon Sovereign's only weak point now. If Claude had other ambitions, who knew what would happen? Therefore, she She must go with Claude to rescue Demon Sovereign to feel reassured. How much longer until my injuries heal? What did the Titus say? Catherine asked. Claude hesitated. His hesitation did not escape Catherine's sharp eyes. Just speak. No need to beat around the bush. I can handle it. Claude promptly held up 2 fingers, saying, at least 2 years. Catherine glared at him again. Having lived with him for so long, she saw right through this obvious lie. Fine, make it 5 years. Claude reluctantly held up 5 fingers. Catherine continued to stare at him, unrelenting. All right, Claude threw up his hands. He actually said at least 10 years. 10 years. Instantly, Catherine's gaze darkened. I can't wait 10 years. Is there any faster way? If not for being ambushed by the Shu Mountain Sect's leader, she had originally planned to attack Shu Mountain within a year. Now, this time had been extended tenfold. She couldn't wait so long. Every day, thinking about rescuing her father made her anxious, wishing she could fly away instantly to Shu Mountain. To wait 10 years was impossible. Claude hesitated. There is a way, but it's unreliable. Catherine's eyes lit up, as if a dying patient suddenly sat up. What way? Speak quickly. Claude, with a helpless look, explained. He said using the heart of the devil dragon's blood to mix with yours can completely cleanse the residual sword chi from your body. Catherine was stunned. Claude continued. He said the heart of the devil dragon's blood has strong destructive energy, which can counteract the sword chi in your blood. Ordinary human blood won't work. Do you see why this method is unreliable? He doesn't know how deep your bond with the devil dragon is. Claude shook his head. He felt it was unreliable, not because devil dragons were extinct but precisely because one remained, the one Catherine had raised. Since it was young, it had been by Catherine's side and now resembled a son to her. That devil dragon was as good as family. Extracting its heart blood required disemboweling and cutting out its heart, leaving no chance of survival. For Catherine, this was not something easily accepted. I've raised that devil dragon for decades. Catherine's voice trembled. Claude straightened up. I know how deep your bond is. So, I directly told the Titus no. Catherine fell silent. After a long while, she suddenly looked up. Is this method really viable? How confident is the Titus? Claude was surprised by her question. The Titus claims he can remove more than 90% of the residual sword chi in your body, enough for you to regain normalcy and vitality, Claude said, but then changed tone. But, do you truly have this thought? Can you bear to part with the devil dragon? It's powerful, even disregarding the healing aspect. Killing it would be such a waste. Catherine's face became resolute. It means a lot to me, but not as much as my father. Hearing this, Claude was shaken. Without further ado, he blurted out, if you had to choose between me and your father, whom would you pick? Immediately, Catherine rolled her eyes. Why ask such a question? You and the devil dragon are different. No matter how close we are, it's still an animal. Why compare yourself to an animal? As Catherine spoke, Claude laughed. You're right. I'm too silly. Claude wasn't really foolish. He already knew the answer from her avoidance, but he didn't press, hiding his feelings behind a smile. Fine. If the Titus believes it works, let's move quickly. Catherine decisively agreed. With her decision made, there was no room for hesitation. Good. Let me arrange it now, but I'll need your cooperation. The devil dragon won't come out unless you call it. The plan was for Catherine to lure the devil dragon out, then strike while it lowered its guard, extracting the heart blood. It was a cruel plan, exploiting the devil dragon's trust, unimaginable betrayal. Upon hearing this, Catherine showed reluctance. She could agree to let Claude kill the devil dragon, but witnessing its death firsthand was too painful. Just imagining it made her heart heavy. Lady, though harsh, this is the most effective and simplest method. Others are complex and may alert the devil dragon, Claude reasoned. If scared, it will flee, and we won't catch it. Remember, an adult devil dragon isn't an easy target. If we can't kill it in one strike, the opportunity will be lost. Catherine fell silent, realizing this was indeed the best plan. All right, I agree, she finally nodded. Claude, Catherine, and the Titus arrived at a giant cave on the eastern side of the island. At the cave entrance, Claude helped Catherine forward, where she called into the depths. Soon, a clear dragon roar echoed through the cave. Moments later, a gust of wind carrying a pungent smell immediately blew out from the cave. Shortly after, a huge black dragon head emerged from within the cave. Its enormous dragon eyes fixed steadily, clearly seeing the 3 people in front of it, but as if it only saw Catherine. Seeing Catherine, its gaze was filled with joy. It let out roaring sounds, like calling or cooing. Catherine's face revealed a radiant smile, and she extended her hand towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon immediately complied, extending its head to brush against Catherine's palm. A trace of reluctance flashed across Catherine's eyes, but the next moment, she thought about her father still suffering in that sunless place, and her eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. These changes in her expression were caught by the corner of the demon dragon's eye. The intelligence of the demon dragon was not inferior to that of humans. When it sensed the killing intent in its master's eyes, it immediately had a reflexive reaction. At the same time, Claude had already struck at the demon dragon's head in an instant. A metallic clang echoed. A sound of metal striking stone rang out. Claude's expression flickered. As he delivered the strike, he could distinctly feel the demon dragon's body suddenly becoming abnormally hard. Especially those dragon scales, which seemed to have been awakened from their slumber, were now several times stronger than when they were relaxed. Did it still react? Claude believed he acted as fast as possible, yet this demon dragon managed to react so quickly, surprising him. However, even so, under Claude's full-strength attack, the demon dragon scales couldn't withstand the blade. The blade cut through the dragon scales and plunged into the flesh. Catherine's complexion changed dramatically at this moment. Claude's failure to instantly kill the demon dragon was also unexpected to her. Oh no! Just as Claude's blade sank deeper into its flesh, he felt an ominous premonition. Simultaneously, The giant dragon emitted fierce roars and surged out of the cave, twisting upwards. Claude, holding his sword with both hands, tried to cleave it in two. The figure of the Titus suddenly leaped up as well, intending to assist Claude in slaying the demon dragon. It wasn't that he didn't trust Claude's abilities, but this demon dragon was too special, with an incredibly powerful escape ability. If it wasn't subdued quickly, complications would arise. However, just as the Titus moved, the demon dragon's massive tail lashed out. Madam, be careful. Due to Catherine being there, the Titus couldn't help Claude and had to first take Catherine away from the battlefield. Catherine's gaze followed the demon dragon above, her expression filled with anxiety. At this moment, the huge demon dragon's head suddenly turned and bit at Claude while spewing a stream of black lightning from its mouth. Seeing he couldn't sever its head immediately, Claude could only draw back his blade to defend. He slashed down with a stunning blow, intending to split the dragon head in two. At that moment, the demon dragon's eyes flickered. A white light abruptly appeared in the air, forming a vortex-like portal. Claude's slash hit this vortex. It vanished without a trace. Oh no, it's escaping. Seeing this, Claude knew the demon dragon intended to flee. However, when he rushed toward the vortex, the demon dragon chose to soar upward instead of approaching the vortex. Another white light vortex appeared in the sky. In an instant, its figure was completely engulfed by the vortex. Don't you dare run. Claude felt as if he had been toyed with by an animal. Angry, he hesitated no longer and plunged into the vortex where the demon dragon disappeared. His voice echoed from afar. Madam, rest assured, I will return with its head and heart. Then, the vortex disappeared. The demon dragon, along with Claude, vanished in that moment. Catherine's face darkened, as if dripping water, always undermining success. The Titus stood speechless. Catherine dared scold Claude, but he did not. Please calm down, madam. This demon dragon has void dragon lineage, making it a bit more difficult. But please trust our master. He will definitely bring it under control. Catherine took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to shout. At this moment, her trust in Claude diminished significantly. If not for saving her father, why would she subject herself to such a person? Catherine gritted her teeth and said viciously, he better. Chapter 242. Ingratitude? In the space not far from Mount Shu, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a huge dragon head abruptly emerged from the spatial vortex. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Following that, the massive black dragon flew out of the vortex. What is that? Is that a dragon? Giant, I see wrong. There's actually a dragon here? Mom, I saw a dragon. The instant the colossal black dragon emerged from the vortex, numerous people had already witnessed this miracle. In this world, dragons only existed in legends. They had never been seen before. Seeing one now naturally caused astonishment. People instinctively looked up, but as the black dragon flew by, it rained blood. Those unluckily drenched by the blood wiped their faces and smelled the coppery stench. That dragon seems injured. Someone exclaimed in shock. Who could have the power to injure such a massive creature? Soon, they saw a figure emerging from the vortex. It was Claude, who had been pursuing the magic dragon. Ignoring the curious gazes of the people below, Claude merely glanced at a nearby mountain. Instantly, his face darkened. Damn, why did this beast come here? Was it intentional or by accident? Claude hadn't anticipated that the dragon would teleport right into Mount Shu's territory. As the patriarch of the Sea Demon Sect, he was well aware of the renowned Mount Shu, whom he planned to conquer and had thoroughly researched. Seeing Mount Shu nearby, Claude felt a chill of murderous intent arise in his heart. In the next moment, he chased after the dragon, swinging his long saber with an astonishing slash aimed directly at the black dragon. Meanwhile, in Mount Shu, Joseph Gerardo's eyes suddenly lit up. He then left the main hall. Almost simultaneously, Zachariah, deep within the Spirit Lock Tower, also abruptly woke up during his cultivation. His shadow clone had been monitoring the tower with spiritual hearing and faintly detected the distant dragon roar. Though soft, the sound clearly reached Zachariah's ears. Dragon? At first, Zachariah thought it was an auditory hallucination, but when he heard the dragon's roar again, he confirmed it, indeed a voice of the dragon clan. During this period, while Zachariah's other shadow clone was slaying demons, it had also been investigating news about the dragon clan, all to no avail. Hearing a real dragon now, his excitement was palpable. Although he wasn't sure what kind of dragon it was, as long as it was a dragon, it proved that dragons still existed in this world. A spark of hope. Next, Zachariah concealed his presence and left the Spirit Lock Tower. Immediately after Zachariah departed, other high-ranking members of the sect also reacted. Multiple figures rushed into the sky, looking towards the distance. Jai, did you feel that shocking demonic aura? All senior members of Mount Shu were astounded. They sensed not just the intense demonic aura from the black dragon, but also an even stronger demonic aura. Why are those demons fighting each other? Anyone could see that the man with overwhelming demonic power was pursuing the magic dragon. Joseph, how should we respond? And Isaiah asked Joseph Gerardo. Gerardo didn't hesitate. A demon appears near our sect, and we can sit idly by? Of course, we must apprehend it. Yes. Next, Gerardo and other Isaiahs sped towards the dragon. At this moment, Claude's sword light fiercely struck down. The magic dragon did not surrender either. It turned in midair, spouting a black lightning stream colliding with the saber light. Geo. This time, Claude unleashed his full strength, even activating dimensional power. He had let this magic dragon escape once. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. How could he face his wife if he couldn't handle a pet beast she kept? Under Claude's determination, the saber strike was shocking, darkening the surroundings as if it swallowed the light itself. The dragon's attack met Claude's overwhelming saber strike like an egg hitting a rock. The saber cut through everything, shredding the black lightning stream. The magic dragon roared in defiance, seemingly foreseeing its end. However, just as the saber neared the dragon's head, a sword beam flashed brightly. A human figure appeared from nowhere. It was Zachariah. Without hesitation, Zachariah activated his sword domain, slicing through the air with a comet-like brilliance, meeting the saber light. Both beams vanished almost instantly. Zachariah stood holding his sword, floating in midair, resembling a celestial being. Zachariah didn't intend to show himself so openly near Mount Shu. But if he hadn't acted then, the dragon would surely have perished. Zachariah could sense this man's formidable strength. Even his divine sword couldn't withstand this attack. Reluctantly, he revealed himself for battle. The magic dragon showed a hint of human surprise. It fled here because someone had spared it years ago. Instinctively, it chose this place again while escaping. Unbelievably, someone else saved it once more. Elsewhere, Claude, disrupted by Zachariah, glared furiously, originally intending to curse the damned Shu Mountain Sword cultivators. Seeing Zachariah's youthful appearance made him hesitate. Damned Shu Mountain Sword cultivator. Get lost. Enraged, Claude teleported instantly and slashed once more. Zachariah blocked with his star sword, feeling the immense power surge from Claude's saber. This demon strength was at least 5th stage tribulation transcending, possibly higher. Its cultivation rivaled even Mount Shu's Joseph. Its blade technique was fearsome, bordering on perfection, far stronger than the supposed Atli Zachariah faced in Flame's Splendor Mountain. Before reaching the tribulation transcending stage, Zachariah might not have fared well against this blade. Now, Zachariah handled it effortlessly. Claude's pupils contracted. Few could resist his blade directly. Except for Mount Shu's Joseph, no one should be able to match his strength. When did Shu Mountain produce such a powerful figure? He knew nothing of it. Instantly, Claude broke into a cold sweat. If luck played a part before, this second clash confirmed the opponent's strength was comparable. Even in brute force, Claude found himself pushed back. Misintelligence. Realizing this, Claude dared not continue the confrontation, retreating instantly as he retreated. It also meant that he had completely abandoned the idea of continuing to chase the magic dragon. At this moment, more members of Mount Shu had already flown over. After a brief thought, he decided to withdraw immediately. Fighting Mount Shu alone here was not a wise decision. On Mount Shu's territory, even though he had unmatched courage, he did not dare to be overly confident. Mount Shu was a place where even the Kelvin could be confined. Though times had changed, its strength still remained formidable. That young man with strength on par with his was clear proof of Mount Shu's deep reserves. Without solid backing, how could such a prodigy emerge? The next moment, Claude turned and fled, decisively, without any hesitation. Knowing the senior members of Mount Shu were coming, he understood that if he delayed his departure by one step, it might become very difficult for him to leave. After Claude's figure disappeared, Zachariah did not pursue him. He knew better than to chase a fleeing foe. More crucially, Zachariah's mind was entirely on the magic dragon, and had no time for anything else. Slaying that demon would certainly benefit him, but that creature was not easy to kill. Moreover, this was near Mount Shu, where its leader and numerous Isaiahs had already arrived. Naturally, Zachariah did not want to fight the demon in front of them. It would increase the risk of exposing his true identity. Turning back, the magic dragon looked at Zachariah with a hint of human-like gratitude. But the next moment, it seemed something ignited its inner anger. Glaring furiously at Zachariah, it then launched an attack. Zachariah dodged. For a moment, he was somewhat baffled. He had clearly saved it. Yet the magic dragon repaid kindness with enmity. Zachariah couldn't help but think, this magic dragon truly acts like a demon. It's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Just as Zachariah evaluated it thus, the magic dragon turned around again and activated a spatial vortex. Seeing the spatial vortex, Zachariah's eyes suddenly lit up. There was no doubt, it had opened the channel for space travel. This meant, this magic dragon's lineage might well be the Void Dragon clan Zachariah was looking for. What he sought was finally within reach. Without much effort, the Void Dragon clan he sought actually came to him. Overjoyed, Zachariah grabbed the tail of the magic dragon, entering the space tunnel with it. As Zachariah vanished, Gerardo and others arrived together. But they were too late. They could only watch helplessly as Zachariah and the magic dragon disappeared into the void. Leader, this? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Their grand arrival had resulted in nothing. The magic dragon was gone, and so was the demon. Like a fleeting glimpse, that person who saved the magic dragon just now seems familiar. Balder said to Gerardo. Gerardo naturally knew whom Balder was referring to. It must be him. Gerardo sensed Zachariah's aura, finding it somewhat familiar. But he seemed stronger now. Gerardo's words made Balder laugh bitterly. How does that guy cultivate? It's really quite intriguing. Envy wasn't something Balder could hide. His cultivation speed was not slow in Mount Shu. His talent was among the best. However, compared to Zachariah's growth rate, he instantly felt inferior, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. Other than Zachariah, the Isaiah had yet to find anyone else in this world who could make him feel this way. While Mount Shu's leader possessed slightly superior cultivation talent, he didn't invoke such feelings either. But Zachariah made him truly feel that he could never catch up. Each generation has its outstanding talents, Gerardo said calmly. He felt no jealousy towards Zachariah. He believed that it was normal for someone to surpass him, as long as that person was righteous and not truly from the demonic path. It would be a good thing for the world. Then, Gerardo recalled Zachariah having some demonic techniques. Combined with what Balder mentioned, Zachariah seemed to have mastered strengths from various sects, including the Buddha sect's Palm of Buddha and the Jayavine symbol sect's techniques. Thus, he embodies strengths from the Buddhist, demonic, and Taoist paths. This is simply unbelievable. What amazed Gerardo most was this fact. If the sword cultivator was indeed as he imagined, he would be unprecedented and probably unparalleled. After traversing the space tunnel for a while, the magic dragon fell out of the tunnel, with Xianxia falling along from the sky. The massive dragon crashed onto the ground, while Xianxia adjusted his posture to land steadily. Immediately, Xianxia's gaze turned to the black giant dragon. Now it appeared utterly exhausted. Traversing space was not a simple task, especially given its severe injuries. Below its head, a massive gash like a ravine bled uncontrollably. Blood covered the dragon's scales, and thick blood trickled out from the wound. Its eyes dimmed, signaling its grave condition and exhaustion. Even breathing became a struggle, yet it kept gulping for air, as if stopping would mean it could only exhale, not inhale. Seeing how severely injured it was, Xianxia knew the situation was urgent. If he did not act soon, the magic dragon might perish. Having caught such a potentially important dragon, Xianxia could not let it die before him. Approaching cautiously, the magic dragon showed intense aversion, eyes filled with hatred. It roared like a wild beast to drive Xianxia away. "I'm here to save you," Xianxia tried. Not being a dragon tamer or having much experience with dragons, he attempted to communicate. However, the dragon remained resistant, glaring at Xianxia. Suspecting his aura was uncomfortable for it, Xianxia retracted his presence. Still, the dragon was unwelcoming. Using its last strength, it lunged to bite Xianxia. Perceiving its weakening aura, Xianxia realized he couldn't let it continue this way. With a swing of his right palm, a wave knocked the dragon unconscious. After it passed out, Xianxia quickly approached its wound. Crushing the best medicinal pills he had into powder, he applied them all over the wound. With the Nirvana holy body, recovery surpassed any medicine, so pills had little effect on Xianxia. The healing powder coagulated the dragon's bleeding rapidly. Then, Xianxia forced open the dragon's mouth, pouring in more healing medicine. Compared to saving the dragon's life, these pills were insignificant. Xianxia didn't hesitate. Once done, Xianxia surveyed the surroundings, expanding his divine sense. Only moments later, a bitter smile formed on his lips. The magic dragon brought him to a thriving Buddhist and Taoist area. "You're a magic dragon. Get your priorities straight," Xianxia inwardly complained. The magic dragon's behavior was as if it had just escaped from one den of tigers and dragons, only to leap into another. The Buddhist sect would not tolerate the existence of a demonic creature. Even if you were a rare true dragon, the sole surviving member of your species that would go extinct with your death, a stubborn high monk might still exterminate you, casting you into an eternal hell. However, Xianxia also believed that this magic dragon hadn't intentionally come here. When it traversed through space, it must have already been in a state of semi-consciousness, intent only on escaping. Its fall into this vicinity was merely an accident. After perceiving his surroundings for a moment, Xianxia noticed that the wound below the magic dragon's head had formed a scab. The dragon finally regained consciousness. It slowly opened its eyes and saw Xianxia standing beside it. Instantly, it shuddered as if reacting to some intense stimulation. It raised its massive head from the ground, preparing to attack Xianxia. "You're going too far. I saved you twice. Xianxia extended 2 fingers. He used to save people casually without expecting any reward. But now he needed to claim credit because he wanted to command this magic dragon, and at least make it more amicable toward him. The magic dragon seemed to understand Xianxia's gesture, but continued to roar wildly at him like a mad dog. Xianxia was out of ideas. He couldn't tame the magic dragon immediately, and communication was challenging. "Maybe I need time to build trust gradually," he thought. He decided not to dwell on it further. Although he temporarily gave up on continuing the conversation, he wouldn't let it leave easily. He didn't know what might happen to it if he did. If it died due to further attacks, Xianxia would regret it. Therefore, Xianxia directly activated the small, unmanifest heaven and tossed the black dragon inside. As Xianxia lifted it, the black dragon tried to resist but was suppressed by Xianxia's overwhelming presence. Xianxia single-handedly lifted it and threw it into the small, unmanifest heaven. After reaching the tribulation transcending realm, the scope of Xianxia's created small, unmanifest heaven had expanded several times. The time flow within had increased to 6 times faster than the outside. Initially resistant, the black dragon suddenly looked around curiously after being thrown in, realizing this place was significantly different from the outside world. After a short while, it settled down, turning to look at its wound as if deep in thought. Shaking his head helplessly, Xianxia reflected that throwing the magic dragon into the small, unmanifest heaven served both to build rapport and accelerate its recovery. A wound that might take 10 days or half a month outside would heal in just 2 days here. After settling the magic dragon, Xianxia identified his direction and prepared to return. Suddenly, he frowned. Moments later, several streaks of golden light flashed towards him, forming 5 figures in front of him in a surrounding formation. They were all monks from the Golden Light Temple, one of the top-tier Buddhist sects alongside Zen Soundgate, gathering many high-ranking monks. Their influence was even greater than Zen Soundgate. These 5 were all Buddha elders of Golden Light Temple, each carrying significant weight. However, they posed no real threat to Xianxia at this stage. It all depended on whether he wished to forcefully break through. "What's the meaning of this? Why are you blocking my path?" Xianxia asked calmly. Before resolving the reason, he refrained from aggression. He had no deep-seated enmity with the Buddhists and didn't want to start a fight over trivial matters. "Sir, did you hide the magic dragon that appeared here just now?" Iran stepped forward without beating around the bush, directly interrogating Xianxia. His voice resonated powerfully, imposing yet not oppressive to Xianxia. "Why should you care if I hid the magic dragon?" Xianxia retorted. "Isn't this concern of yours a bit too broad?" The Ron shook his head. "Not at all. The magic dragon is a great calamity to the world. Since you are not of the demon path, keeping it alive would only harm others and yourself." Hearing this, Xianxia responded coolly, "Oh, and what if I say no?" Chapter 243. Another method. Boss sir, do not remain deluded. The Ron softly recited a prayer. Facing Zachariah's lack of cooperation, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. His words were already a warning to Zachariah. However, Zachariah paid no heed to the Buddha's warning and said indifferently, move aside. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, Zachariah's aura erupted all around him. The 5 Buddhas sensed Zachariah's overwhelming power and instantly showed signs of worry. Ray Transcendence Realm. Zachariah unleashed the full force of the Ray Transcendence Realm. At that moment, the faces of the 5 Buddhas displayed hesitation. They were all at the soul transformation stage. Against this Ray Transcendence powerhouse, they had no chance of winning. They never imagined that such a young man would have the strength of the Ray Transcendence Realm. At that moment, it was still the Ron who resolutely stepped forward. Sir, although you possess great skills, the Black Dragon is ultimately a calamity. Since I've seen this, I can't stand idly by. The Ron appeared prepared to die for the cause. If you insist on doing this, you must step over my dead body. Moved by the Ron's resolve, the other 4 Buddhas from the Golden Light Temple also stood up at this moment. Zachariah's face darkened. What was truly terrifying in this world wasn't stubborn people, but those who obstinately believed that everything they did was right. You are too arrogant, Zachariah sneered. These fellows really didn't think he would care about their lives, did they? In the next moment, Zachariah's gaze grew somber. Netherworld Sword Domain. Open. In an instant, the 5 Buddhas were enveloped in the Netherworld Sword Domain. After advancing to the Ray Transcendence Realm, Zachariah's sword domain had undergone a qualitative change. He had thoroughly integrated the Netherworld Sword intent into the sword domain, forming the Netherworld Sword Domain. Moreover, the scope of the sword domain had expanded almost tenfold compared to when he first mastered its power. Now, he no longer had to suffer the inconvenience of needing to be close to activate the sword domain. When Zachariah's sword domain opened, the 5 Buddhas felt as if they had fallen into the boundless netherworld. A chill permeated their entire bodies. There was no visible sword light around them, but they all felt a sword hanging above their heads and placed against their necks. Any slight movement would sever their heads. This wasn't all. In this sword domain, they even felt the vitality within their bodies ebbing away. Even if Zachariah did nothing, just allowing them to stay inside his sword domain would drain their life force and lead to their deaths. This ability is terrifying. Although the Buddhas put on a brave front, upon truly feeling Zachariah's dominant sword domain power, unease welled up within them uncontrollably. Even Buddhas of their caliber felt uneasy in this sword domain. If the disciples of the Golden Light Temple were caught in this domain, they would likely be mentally and physically defeated without a fight. The Ron hesitated immediately. He could disregard himself, but he couldn't ignore the other disciples of the Golden Light Temple. If he failed to stop Zachariah and Zachariah decided to take revenge on the Golden Light Temple, once the sword domain was activated, the Golden Light Temple members would surely suffer heavy casualties. Sir, where did you come from? The Ron's voice now hinted at compromise. He didn't detect any demonic aura on Zachariah, but Zachariah's terrifying sword domain left him perplexed. Hence, he was very curious about Zachariah's identity. As far as he knew, there seemed to be no record of such a powerful figure. Logically, someone so powerful should not be unknown. You do not deserve to know. Zachariah's cold voice sounded in their ears. Next, Zachariah brushed past the Ron. The Buddha, who had just proclaimed that Zachariah must step over his corpse, watched helplessly as Zachariah left without any obstruction. See Demon-Sect. Fawn, waiting in the Patriarch's chamber, suddenly lifted her head. A figure walked in from outside. It was the Sea Demon-Sect Patriarch, Claude. How did it go? Seeing the expression on Claude's face as he returned, Fawn's heart sank. She had a foreboding feeling. Sure enough, her intuition was quickly proven correct. Claude glanced at his wife with a hint of shame and shook his head, saying, My dear, I am ashamed. That beast got away. Fawn's face paled instantly. How could you let it escape? Overcome with rage, Fawn fell backward, weak from distress. Claude reacted quickly, rushing to support her. My lady, be careful. Don't touch me. Fawn pushed Claude away in anger. At this moment, she found it hard to suppress her fury. What exactly did you do? Why did it escape? Claude pounded his chest in frustration. That beast fled to Shushan territory, alarming the people there. A strange individual emerged from Shu Mountain Sect, and I gained no advantage in battle with him. When the main forces arrived later, I had no choice but to retreat. His voice grew softer towards the end. Clearly, he felt guilty for this failure. It was his initial inability to slay the Black Dragon that led to subsequent events, so he bore direct responsibility. My dear, it's all my fault, Claude consoled gently. However, at this moment, Fawn wasn't listening to any comforting words. Stop talking, leave. Fawn looked disappointed, her emotions low. Because of Claude's mistake, she lost the Black Dragon and missed the chance to rescue her father quickly. Claude, seeing this, promised loudly, My dear, rest assured, I will make up for my mistakes. I will accelerate preparations and rescue father-in-law, regardless of whether you can join us, and give you a satisfactory result. As Claude spoke, Fawn suddenly looked at him meaningfully. Suddenly, she realized her situation was dire. Not only was she ill, but the Black Dragon, her obedient command and combat force, had vanished. Aside from Claude, she had no one else to rely on. Those trusted followers of the previous ruler might be bought off secretly by Claude. She knew nothing. Suddenly worried, Fawn wondered, could Claude have done it intentionally? When he struck the Black Dragon, could he have intentionally held back to let it escape? Only he knew the truth about the Black Dragon fleeing to Shushan territory. Jayad, he let it go deliberately? Fawn thought to herself. Or was it true what he said? Only he knows the real situation. Would we ask the people of Shushan? Dear. Seeing Fawn in deep thought, Claude waved his hand in front of her face. Fawn snapped back to reality. What do you think of my proposal? Not much, Fawn replied coldly. Despite her suspicions about Claude, she couldn't openly question him. She couldn't let Claude suspect she doubted him. It could endanger her. Their union. Chapter 244. Matters of interest. Ultimately, everything was driven by interests. In the realm of demon paths, how could there be any true affection? She had never believed in such emotional nonsense. At this moment, a voice from outside the bedroom announced a visitor. It said the Titus requested an audience. Claude's brows furrowed slightly. His expression suggested he wasn't too pleased with the Titus's arrival. It made sense. Fawn was still furious. The Titus coming at this time would only stir up her resentment towards him. Wasn't he just rubbing salt into the wound? Despite feeling somewhat annoyed at the Titus's ill-timed disturbance, Claude did not refuse his visit. Let him wait in the courtyard. Claude decided to keep him waiting for a while, teaching him to be more tactful and know his limits in the future. However, before Claude finished speaking, Fawn interjected, "No need to make him wait. Let's go see him now and hear if he has other solutions." Claude wanted to say something, but Fawn had already started walking out. He had no choice but to quickly follow her. In the courtyard, the Titus didn't have to wait long. Claude and Fawn appeared soon. The Titus held a unique status within the Sea Demon Sect. He and Claude were sworn brothers. Although not an Isaiah, none of the Isaiahs ranked higher than him. Of course, his high rank wasn't solely due to his relationship with the Patriarch. In the demon paths, if you lack true ability, nobody would respect you, let alone grant you a high status. Here, relying on connections without real talent would earn you even more disdain. The Titus's true ability lay in reviving the dead, capable of resurrecting anyone who still breathed. This was also the key reason why Fawn survived the attack by the xuanhuan sect leader. Already holding a revered position, after saving the matriarch, his status soared even higher. He could be considered second only to the sect leader, and many Isaiahs addressed him respectfully as Ajax. After greeting the two, Fawn immediately asked, "Ajax, is there another method besides the magic dragon's heart essence blood that can help me recover faster?" The Titus avoided looking at Claude, seemingly aware that Claude had failed and feared his gaze might offend Claude in this situation. "Madam, I came here specifically to discuss this." Hearing this, Claude knew the Titus was confident he had found a solution. Feeling somewhat displeased, Claude remarked, "Giant, you already have another plan and kept it hidden?" At these words, Fawn's eyes flickered, revealing a shift in emotion. If the Titus indeed had other methods all along and hid them, making her sacrifice her magic dragon, she would indeed erupt in anger. Even though the Titus saved her life once, she wouldn't spare him any mercy. The Patriarch misunderstands. This method, I just learned of recently. The Titus wasn't foolish. Even if he had withheld information earlier, he wouldn't admit it now. Admitting it now would only invite blame, possibly causing both of them to turn against him. "You may explain." Fawn remained neutral. Her tone was slightly cold, clearly not fully trusting what the Titus said. Pausing briefly, the Titus continued, "To be honest, brother and sister-in-law, I've been secretly searching for ancient magic deity ruins. By luck, I found one today." "Ancient magic deity ruins?" Claude frowned slightly. What are those? He hadn't heard of ancient magic deity ruins, despite living so long. What's so special about the place? How can it help, madam? While Claude knew nothing about this, Fawn showed a surprised look and asked, "Is that true?" Years ago, she had heard similar tales from some of her old subordinates Isaiahs. The place contained significant secrets related to the origin of demon paths. Back then, even the Kelvin sought the ancient magic deity ruins but couldn't find them. That was all Fawn knew. She also didn't know what in the ancient magic deity ruins could restore her body. The Titus explained, "Inside the ancient magic deity ruins, there resides the soul of an ancient magic deity. It possesses divine abilities, and restoring madam should be no problem." Then he added, "However, everything comes at a price." Hearing this, both fell silent. Clearly, seeking help from the ancient magic deity soul wasn't free. Claude furrowed his brow, asking, "What's the price?" Fawn didn't speak, but Claude echoed her thoughts. "The price varies from person to person, and I cannot decide for the ancient magic deity," the Titus replied, which seemed like saying nothing at all. Claude sarcastically remarked, "You claim to have divine medical skills. Why must your sister-in-law rely on some other deity?" The Titus chuckled, "Not all deities are the same. Madam, I think these ancient magic deity souls are unreliable, just spirits. What credibility do they have?" However, at this moment, Fawn found Claude less trustworthy. She preferred believing in these ancient magic deity souls rather than him. Though she thought this, she didn't say it aloud. Calmly she told the Titus, "Take me to see the place." The Titus hesitated, glancing at Claude. Claude nearly snapped, "Still looking at me? Looking at you? Who told you to come here and talk about this now?" Claude glared at the Titus fiercely, conveying all his unspoken frustration through his eyes. But the Titus wasn't intimidated by Claude's reprimanding look. Claude glanced at Fawn. Seeing her determined expression, he sighed and agreed. "All right, we'll go together." Fawn originally didn't want him to come along. But going with the Titus alone could make Claude suspicious and cause misunderstandings. If Claude suspected she was cheating on him, it would be problematic. Claude naturally wouldn't let them go alone either. The three left the Sea Demon Sect and flew deeper into the Endless Sea. En route, they encountered a ship belonging to the Far Horizon Sect. Claude recalled the Xylan mentioning the Far Horizon Sect had been acting arrogantly lately. He dismissed it until their ship fired a cannon at them. Only then did he realize just how overconfident the Far Horizon Sect had become, even daring to randomly bombard them. Dodging the energy blast, Claude initially wanted to retaliate. But Fawn, whom he carried in one arm, stopped him. "Don't create trouble here. The ancient magic deity ruins are more important." Reluctant, Claude grudgingly restrained himself. He had never endured such humiliation before, but since Fawn spoke, he had no choice. Claude wouldn't act, and the Titus certainly wouldn't either. They sped away. On board the Far Horizon Sect merchant ship, The disciples sneered at the retreating figures, mocking them as cowards. Only someone who recognized Claude trembled in fear, almost kneeling on the deck. Grabbing the railing, he barely steadied himself. The mocking laughter of the people on the ship continued, joined by others who were equally ignorant. Suddenly, the passenger whose legs were still trembling and shaking shouted out, "You fools! Stop laughing!" This sudden rebuke stopped their laughter abruptly. Everyone turned to look at him with evident dissatisfaction in their eyes. After all, who would willingly be called a fool? Why should we stop? What does it have to do with you? Why are you getting so upset? Do you have some connection with those three demons? One disciple from Far Horizon Sect asked, dissatisfied. The passenger didn't hesitate to retort, "You also know they're demons, and just now you almost got us killed. Does that have anything to do with me? Should I wait until I'm killed to speak up?" At this point, someone sensed something unusual. They immediately asked, "Do you know who those three people are?" The passenger's face was slightly pale, as if he was still haunted by fear. "I don't recognize all of them, but I've seen one of them before. He's the Joseph of Sea Demon Sect." Upon hearing this, silence fell over the deck of the huge ship. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The endless sea stretched boundlessly. The three figures flew an indeterminate distance, passing many islands along the way. None of these islands were their destination, until a peculiar fire island constantly erupting flames appeared before them. The Titus finally halted. "We're here." According to the Titus, the ancient magic deity ruins were within this fire island. Claude scanned the area with his gaze. The endless sea was full of wonders, with countless varied islands. He had seen such a fire island before. However, this fire island obviously wasn't habitable due to its constant flame eruptions. It lacked any rare resources worth mentioning. In the past, he wouldn't even have given it a second glance. Never did he imagine that such an uninhabited place would house the ancient magic deity ruins. "Are you sure?" Claude felt skeptical, feeling the intense heat. The Titus only told them to trust him without further explanation. "Let's go. There's nothing much to worry about." At this moment, Fawn looked braver than Claude. Not wanting his wife to look down on him, Claude led her onto the fire island. The island seemed to be placed on an eternal flame, emitting heat almost unbearable for anyone not of considerable cultivation. Anyone without sufficient skills might burst into flames upon setting foot here. Even the three of them, at the pinnacle of the Sea Demon Sect, flushed red under the intense heat. The Titus led the way deeper into an underground cavern within the island without delay. Claude felt this place was peculiar. Who would come here looking for something? Especially deep into this hidden underground cave? And what if they truly found something valuable here? Though puzzled, Claude trusted the Titus and said nothing, following silently behind. Soon after, the cave seemed to reach its end. They arrived at a platform. Below the platform was a sea of churning lava, glowing with brilliant fiery light. Just then, a voice emerged from the lava. "Hee, interesting visitors seem to have arrived." After the voice sounded, the surging firelight in the lava pool suddenly converged into a massive figure, like a colossal ghost with a terrifying flame face appearing before the three of them. Its eyes focused on Fawn, seemingly recognizing the depth of her injuries. "Surely you must have wishes, right?" It spoke toward them, sparks flying from its mouth. Was this the soul of an ancient magic deity? Claude and Fawn were seeing it for the first time, clearly surprised by its formidable presence. Fawn responded promptly, "Yes, it's me." Without hesitation, she asked, "Can you help me restore my body quickly? This is simple. What do I need to pay as a price? Let me heal you first." In the next moment, the flaming face opened its mouth and spat out a stream of fire straight toward Fawn's forehead. Claude moved to intervene but was held back by the Titus. "No need to worry," the Titus reassured him. In an instant, the fire stream entered Fawn's body, causing it to wrap around her, lifting her into the air. Fawn screamed in agony. Chapter 244. The Plight of the Myriad Beast Sect. "Madam." When Catherine let out a painful cry, Claude could no longer contain himself. He forcibly broke free from Titus's restraint. Titus, finding himself powerless, shouted frantically, "Elder brother, this fire is meant to burn away the remaining sword intent in her body. It's for sister-in-law's recovery. If you interfere, it will all be for naught." Just as Titus finished speaking, Claude, who had been about to reach out and grab Catherine, paused mid-motion, his hand stopping inches from Catherine's arm. A look of hesitation and struggle crossed his face. The next moment, he shook his hand heavily and turned away. His eyes flashed with a cold sternness as he looked at Titus and asked, "Are you sure this will work?" "Brother, rest assured. I stake my life on it. Sister-in-law will recover as wished." Hearing these words, Claude remained silent. Instead, the giant flaming face seemed to smile mockingly. "With your limited vision, you cannot understand my methods." Claude was ridiculed like this, but gave no response. If anyone else dared mock him this way, he wouldn't have been so passive. But now, he was depending on the other party. No matter how displeased he felt, he could only endure it. A moment later, the fiery lines on Catherine's body disappeared, and she fell. Claude immediately turned around and supported her. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes tightly closed, having fainted. Claude's face revealed a pained expression. "Madam." While calling out to Catherine, he probed into her body with his mental sense. In the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The residual sword intent within Catherine had indeed vanished miraculously. Before, when his mental sense entered her body, it would still be harmed by the sword intent. Whenever it touched the remaining intent, it would dissipate like ice encountering lava. But now, his mental sense moved freely within Catherine's body, feeling only faint traces of the sword intent, significantly better than before. At this moment, Claude felt a slight chill of awe. This so-called ancient demon god truly possessed remarkable abilities. He then lifted his head and looked up at the enormous flaming face, asking, "What price do you require for my wife? Let me bear it instead." Ho ho ho, the terrifying flaming face grinned. All blessings come with their price marked in the shadows. You'll know soon enough. With that, the flaming face vanished. This. Claude suddenly stood up and shouted down into the lava. Wait, explain clearly. But there was no response. Claude turned to Titus, asking anxiously, what did he mean by that? I don't know, Titus shook his head. I've never encountered such a situation. Perhaps sister-in-law is lucky and won't need to pay any price. Claude frowned deeply. He didn't quite believe this. After thoroughly probing Catherine's body with his mental sense, he found no problems, which made him even more worried. Not finding issues didn't mean there were none. It might be hidden dangers he couldn't detect. But since the ancient demon god was nowhere to be seen, he had no way to ask further. Even Titus couldn't summon it back. So Claude carried Catherine out and hurried back to the Sea Demon Sect. On the way, Claude encountered another merchant ship from Xianxia Sect. Without a word, he slashed through it with one strike, splitting it in two. Blood spattered the sea. Screams and cries filled the air. People on the ship were completely unprepared for this catastrophe. One moment they were enjoying themselves, and the next, they were thrown into hell. Blood and chaos attracted numerous sea beasts. Without the protection of the ship, these creatures feasted on the survivors like it was a holiday. Titus watched in silence. Despite being part of the demonic path, he saved more lives than he killed and couldn't approve of Claude's irrational behavior. Still, Claude wasn't a mindless killer like others. He was venting frustration and retaliating against Xianxia Sect members who deserved it. Back in Claude's chambers at the Sea Demon Sect, Catherine lay in bed, her complexion somewhat restored. Claude and Titus were present. How long will it take for sister-in-law to fully recover? Claude finally asked. Titus glanced at her briefly and replied, most of the residual sword and tint has been removed, but her foundation has been damaged. It will likely take some time to restore her to her former state, at least 6 months to a year. Catherine opened her eyes, having heard Titus's words. She didn't speak immediately. When Claude approached her, asking if she felt better, she only said, we must hasten preparations for attacking Mount Shu. Claude nodded hastily. I understand, madam. Yet Catherine didn't seem convinced. Recalling his previous assurances that ended in disaster, she added, give yourself a year. Can you prepare in time? Claude hesitated, thinking a year too tight. But seeing her serious expression, he quickly agreed, yes, definitely. Catherine's gaze was distant as she gazed upward. Finally, she spoke softly, I'll trust you one more time. In the depths of Mount Shu, Zachariah returned to the locked demon tower and entered the world of little immaterial heaven. The injured black dragon, after only 2 days in this world, was nearly fully healed. Zachariah thought that after saving its life, the dragon wouldn't be hostile anymore. But he was naive. Every attempt at communication met with continued hostility. Puzzled, Zachariah wondered if the dragon, being a cold-blooded creature, lacked empathy or needed stronger measures. One method came to mind, the living corpse seal of long-lived demons, extracting the dragon's heart and turning it into a living corpse to command. However, this seal had limitations, ideally not used on being stronger than oneself, due to potential failure. If that were the case, he would never have the chance to use this black dragon's ability to traverse space in search of Tiana again. At present, the aura of this black dragon clearly exceeded his own tribulation transcending first stage. In fact, he could sense that the peak strength of this black dragon was at least at the 5th stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Zachariah could only temporarily set aside this idea for now. This would be the last resort. As long as there was still a chance to tame it, he shouldn't easily attempt the living corpse seal method. Zachariah went to the sect's scripture library and pored over texts. When he found the section on spirit beasts, he saw mention of the Myriad Beast Sect, a sect skilled in various methods of controlling beasts. Myriad Beast Sect. Zachariah firmly remembered this sect's name. He immediately formed a plan. Perhaps he should go to the Myriad Beast Sect and see if he had any luck. With this thought, Zachariah left the scripture library. On his way out, he encountered Brigham. Zachariah walked past Brigham in silence. Brigham did the same. The two men, who once talked freely with each other, were now strangers. It wasn't until Zachariah's back turned away that Brigham finally looked back. Staring at Zachariah's back, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. Since the last attack on Harmony Sect, quite some time had passed, but he still harbored resentment towards Zachariah, and Zachariah had never offered an explanation to him. Zachariah's true self returned to the locked demon tower. However, a phantom clone headed toward the direction of the Myriad Beast Sect. The Myriad Beast Sect was also located in Central Plains, but in the northwest part. A round trip would take 1 to 2 days. At this moment, within the Myriad Beast Sect, a dispute with another sect was unfolding. It started when a disciple's spirit beast went out of control and crashed into someone from the Xianxia Sect. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be a big deal. The male disciple of Xianxia Sect didn't suffer any severe physical harm. However, that disciple refused to let it go and demanded that the female disciple from the Myriad Beast Sect kneel and apologize. Out of fear, she knelt without protest. Only then did the male disciple leave arrogantly. News spread to the Myriad Beast Sect, where their sacred maiden flew into a rage. Her younger sister was the one forced to kneel to the Xianxia Sect disciple. Being naturally stronger-willed than her less capable younger sister, the sacred maiden could not tolerate such humiliation. After finding out the whereabouts of that Xianxia Sect male disciple, she immediately took her spirit beast and cornered him for retaliation. She beat him almost to death before stopping. The sacred maiden thought that this would teach him a lesson. Little did she know that the Xianxia Sect male disciple had a considerable background. He was the son of the patriarch of Xianxia Sect. Upon hearing this news, the patriarch of Xianxia Sect immediately confronted the Myriad Beast Sect, demanding an explanation. But the Myriad Beast Sect's master, who was protective of her disciples, retorted that it was Xianxia Sect's disciple who insulted them first. If anyone needed an explanation, it should come from Xianxia Sect. Thus spoke, the rift between the two sects grew deep. These two prominent sects in the northwest region of Central Plains had usually been peaceful. Who knew they would clash over a minor dispute? As neither side backed down, the situation escalated rapidly. Finally, one day, the Patriarch of Xianxia sect announced publicly that the Myriad Beast sect was too arrogant and disrespected Xianxia sect. After making defamatory remarks about the Myriad Beast sect, he personally led an army against them. At this moment, the troops of the Xianxia sect were besieging the city. Following heated exchanges, a fight broke out. When Zachariah's phantom clone arrived at the scene, he witnessed a fiercely intense battle. Seeing the Xianxia sect mobilizing an attack, the Myriad Beast sect prepared thoroughly and immediately sought help externally. Her first call for aid was to Mount Shu sect. Mount Shu's leader owed her a favor, and she believed Gerardo had no choice but to come if she asked. Having Mount Shu sect on her side made her fearless. What was there to fear with a powerful sect like Mount Shu behind her? Zachariah watched as colorful beams of light streaked through the air, accompanied by countless spirit beasts displaying astonishing combat power. Each member of the Myriad Beast sect, with their spirit beasts, could almost be unmatched in their realm. The Patriarch of Xianxia sect knew this well and had prepared accordingly, using human waves combined with items that could distract the spirit beasts. Items such as herbs and food beloved by spirit beasts. Given that spirit beasts weren't humans, they lacked the complex thought processes to resist instinctual temptations. Therefore, these distractions proved effective as soon as a spirit beast lost focus. Whenever a spirit beast faltered, a Xianxia sect disciple's blade would slash down. Initially, the Myriad Beast sect had the upper hand. They had home field advantage and their entire collection of spirit beasts assembled here. Their momentum initially far surpassed the Xianxia sect. But as the battle progressed, the Xianxia sect gradually gained the upper hand due to their numerical superiority and tactics. Observing from a distance, Zachariah leaned more towards the Myriad Beast sect, since he came here to learn. Fortunately, I arrived early, Zachariah thought, grateful. If the Myriad Beast sect were destroyed by the Xianxia sect, he would have nowhere to inquire about taming the Black Dragon. Although leaning towards the Myriad Beast sect, Zachariah did not rush to intervene but continued observing. Good fortune is always overshadowed by the timely assistance during hardship. If Zachariah intervened too early, the Myriad Beast sect would merely offer verbal thanks, perhaps inviting him in for tea if he was lucky. Too early, and his assistance might not even be appreciated. Thus, Zachariah waited patiently for the right opportunity. Soon it came. Amidst the battlefield, while leaving out the top-tier battles, the most outstanding presence among the mid to high-tier fighters was undoubtedly Zhang Linger, the sacred maiden of the Myriad Beast sect. Her talent, being unprecedented and possibly unparalleled, shone brightly. Journeys others took 30 years to complete, she accomplished in just 10. The Myriad Beast sect treasured her as a gem, with the master openly declaring her as the future successor. Simultaneously controlling 3 spirit beasts, she commanded them flawlessly. Her spirit beasts coordinated brilliantly, quickly wounding the Xianxia sect disciples fighting her. Spirit beasts typically acted independently, requiring long-term coordination between 2 handlers for teamwork. But Zhang Nikita controlled 3 without any trouble, showcasing her unique prowess. Other geniuses of the Myriad Beast sect could handle at most 2 spirit beasts. She was truly exceptional. A genius like Zhang Nikita, who could control 3 high-level spirit beasts at once, was unprecedented. Her Isaiah sister was exceptionally talented. In comparison, her younger sister Kira seemed to fade into insignificance. While her Isaiah sister had an astounding talent, Kira's was average. Her Isaiah sister had a striking figure, while hers was rather plain. Her Isaiah sister had long, elegant legs, while she was genuinely a short-legged girl. In short, in front of her Isaiah sister, she felt like a worthless tag-along who could do nothing right. Kira had always seen herself this way. However, she also had a heart that yearned to catch up with her sister. But reality was cruel. Her Isaiah sister could easily control 3 high-level spirit beasts, while she struggled even with 1 low-level spirit beast. This led to accidental collisions with others, ultimately bringing about this unnecessary calamity for the sect. If it weren't for her, this situation wouldn't have escalated so far. At this moment, she felt she was a harbinger of bad luck. Living in this world only brought trouble to her Isaiah sister. Sensing Kira's despair, the spirit beast she controlled actually ran away in front of everyone. This scene made Reggie, the son of the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, burst into laughter. Look at that. That foolish thing actually let her own spirit beast run away during battle. This is truly rare stupidity. His laughter suddenly stopped, and Reggie's expression turned ugly. Just thinking about you bumping into me makes me furious. In the next moment, Reggie charged directly at Kira. Without her spirit beast to protect her, Kira lacked fighting strength. Feeling disheartened, she even thought death might be a better outcome. If she died, perhaps the other party would calm down. Perhaps the battle would subside. Perhaps she wouldn't drag her Isaiah sister into more trouble. Thinking this, she abandoned all resistance. Just then, Zhang Nikita's spirit beast rushed over and collided with Reggie, sending him sprawling. Reggie tumbled several times on the ground. Master Son. The Xianxia sect followers immediately surrounded him, lifting him up. Zhang Nikita locked her gaze on her younger sister, speaking coldly. I know what you're thinking. He wasn't wrong when he called you stupid. My foolish sister, how many times must I tell you? Do you really want to leave your Isaiah sister? Hearing this, Kira's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and whispered almost inaudibly, no, but I'm too weak. At this moment, Kira cried out inwardly. Yet, she only dared to speak loudly within her own heart. Among people, she remained the quiet Adria. Reggie lifted his head, his face slightly swollen. He pushed away the people around him and glared in the direction of Zhang Nikita. Stinking bitch. Even if Zhang Nikita was incomparably beautiful, Reggie felt only endless hatred towards her at that moment. He had been most humiliated by Zhang Nikita, and the one he wanted to revenge on the most was undoubtedly her. Looks like my last lesson to you wasn't enough. I should have sent you straight to hell back then. Zhang Nikita's gaze locked onto Reggie, her voice as cold as frost. Upon hearing this, Reggie grinned maliciously. Pity, you don't have that chance anymore. As he spoke, several people around him suddenly threw a huge black net over the spirit beast that had attacked Reggie. The moment the net enveloped the spirit beast, it began to contract violently. The spirit beast struggled with all four limbs, but could not break free from the bindings. Zhang Nikita watched helplessly as her spirit beast was increasingly constricted by the net. The spirit beast let out agonizing cries. She almost felt its pain, her heart twisting in agony. She hastily commanded the other two spirit beasts to come to its aid. However, several figures emerged from the side, effectively blocking her remaining two spirit beasts. Zhang Nikita gritted her teeth. She flipped her hand, revealing a 3-foot-long green sword. In the next moment, she moved to slice through the black net, trapping her spirit beast. Seeing this, a victorious smile spread across Reggie's face. Insulting me will be the biggest mistake you've ever made. So what if you're the pride of heaven? To offend me, Reggie, has only one outcome: death. In the next moment, Reggie swung his long sword, slashing decisively at Zhang Nikita. Zhang Nikita tried to cut through the black net but failed, just as Reggie's sword approached. Reggie's cultivation was outstanding among his peers. His talent, inherited from the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, was naturally exceptional. It was only because Zhang Nikita had 3 powerful spirit beasts that Reggie had been powerless. Now, in a one-on-one fight, Reggie didn't fear her. Zhang Nikita raised her sword to defend. Clang. The swords clashed. Zhang Nikita was forced back several steps. In terms of strength, she had no significant advantage. Seizing this opportunity, Reggie pressed his attack relentlessly. He swung his sword again, hacking fiercely at her. Chapter 245. Taking action. After exchanging a few blows with Reggie, Zhang Linger suddenly heard the heart-wrenching cry of a spirit beast. Her gaze darted over, and her heart was instantly thrown into disarray. She saw that one of her spirit beasts had been impaled by an enemy's blade, blood spurting everywhere. Within the 10,000 Beast sect, anyone who could skillfully control a spirit beast shared a deep bond with their beast, forming an emotional link between them. Seeing her own spirit beast so grievously injured made her heart ache. And in that moment of distraction, Reggie seized the opportunity, instantly striking with his sword. A sharp flash of light sliced through the air, tearing through her shoulder and cutting into her white flesh. Underneath the pale skin, bright red blood flowed like a blooming flower. Zhang Linger felt dizzy for a moment. Am I poisoned? She thought, suddenly realizing the severity of the situation. The methods used by the Xianxia sect were despicable. As Zhang Linger retreated, she quickly swallowed an antidote, slightly clearing her mind. However, she still felt unsteady. The antidote couldn't completely neutralize the poison within her. What alarmed and enraged her even more was that the poison inside her seemed not just simple but also caused her strange sensations, making her restless and agitated, as if images similar to erotic art kept flashing in her mind. When did the Xianxia sect start using such lowly substances? Hearing this, Reggie's lips curled into a smile. Getting poison from the Tang clan people he associated with was no issue at all. Next moment, driven by extreme anger, Zhang Linger suddenly appeared before Reggie and delivered a powerful strike towards his head. Sensing her erratic movements, Reggie blocked with his sword. Don't pretend to be noble before me. You'll soon be crying at my feet, begging me to let you go, Reggie sneered arrogantly. Then, he pushed aside her sword, grabbed her slender neck with his other hand, and locked it tightly. He could smell her fragrance deeply. What a prize. Now I will return your insults many times over, he growled, his voice menacing. Meanwhile, the head of the 10,000 Beasts sect watched his sect's holy maiden being disgraced and was furious. Just as he prepared to intervene, the Xianxia sect leader stopped him. Other Isaiahs and disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect were restrained by the numerous Xianxia sect members, unable to come to her aid. The only one left unnoticed was Zhang Linger's sister, Zhang Minner. Her spirit beast had fled, leaving her weak and unable to fight back. Even if she managed to free herself, what could she do? No one expected anything from her, including her sister, who never counted on her for help in this dire moment. Though everyone ignored her, when Zhang Minner saw her sister being humiliated and the smug face of Reggie, she shouted angrily, "Bastard! Let go of my sister!" At her cry, many eyes turned toward her. Upon recognizing Zhang Minner, they lost interest quickly. No one paid serious attention to the cries of the weak. And powerless rage only bred contempt. Reggie sneered, "Shout all you want. The worse you shout, the more." Before he finished, a massive figure crashed into him, sending him flying away. Zhang Linger was freed, but landed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked in surprise to see a heavily wounded spirit beast attacking Reggie. Initially near death, this spirit beast suddenly sprang to life and attacked Reggie unexpectedly. Because it was already almost dead, no one noticed it, thus no one could react when it launched its surprise attack. The 10,000 Beasts sect leader glanced at Zhang Minner. After her cry, the nearly dead spirit beast came alive and charged at Reggie. Was this a coincidence? The 10,000 Beasts sect members were also stunned. Meanwhile, after shouting, Zhang Minner seemed to have collapsed, gasping for breath. "Show her!" Xianxia sect leader Harold roared and struck out at Zhang Minner with immense power, while the 10,000 Beasts sect leader was distracted. The blow carried about 80% of his strength, a full-on strike aimed to kill. Seeing this, the 10,000 Beasts sect leader tried to intervene but was too late. No one else could save Zhang Minner either. Hidden nearby, Zachariah was ready to act but paused as Zhang Minner looked directly at the incoming palm. She gasped sharply, yet at the same time, her eyes flashed subtly. At that instant, the seemingly dead spirit beasts rose and flew toward Harold, strike like moths to a flame. Thud, thud, thud. Their bodies exploded under the terrifying force, turning into bloody mist. These sacrifices absorbed most of Harold's power. When the strike finally reached Zhang Min'er, the lethal force was largely dissipated. Still, the impact knocked her unconscious. What is going on? Everyone was stunned by the turn of events. Spirit beasts revived and willing to sacrifice themselves for Zhang Min'er went against natural instincts. Clearly, there was some hidden secret behind this. All eyes focused on Zhang Min'er. Clearly, she wasn't as simple as they thought. One time might be coincidental, but twice? Absolutely not. Is she perhaps the spirit master body? A high-ranking member of the 10,000 Beasts sect exclaimed. The phrase spread rapidly, enlightening others. The spirit master body. This legendary physique allowed one to tame and rejuvenate spirit beasts, giving new life to them. If true, Zhang Min'er would surpass her sister and become the top talent of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Note: please ensure consistency in character names, using pinyin, and maintain the original style and tone throughout the translation. If she truly has the spirit master body, then she would be an unprecedented existence. An Isaiah of the 10,000 Beasts sect exclaimed in shock. However, many people had their doubts. Kira had never shown such talent before. How could it suddenly appear now? A person with such an extraordinary physique wouldn't have remained overshadowed by her sister all along, completely unknown. Moreover, just moments ago, the spirit beast she was supposed to control turned away from her directly. How could this be explained if she indeed possessed the spirit master body? Perhaps the intense stimulus she experienced earlier caused her innate talent to awaken? Some speculated as such. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation that held any weight. After a series of violent coughs, Zhang Nikita struggled to her feet. She also showed a hint of surprise on her face. She hadn't expected that one day, she would be saved by her incompetent and foolish little sister. Foolish little sister? A spirit master body? Zhang Nikita naturally heard the speculations about Kira's talent among the higher-ups. In that moment, she felt a complex mixture of emotions. All along, she had been the brightest star in the 10,000 Beasts sect. Her foolish little sister was merely a foil, often not even acknowledged as much. Many people simply ignored her, relegating her to insignificance. Now, however, she was starting to shine. And this new light might surpass her own. Despite her complicated feelings, she had no time for deeper reflection at the moment. All she wanted was to check on her sister's condition. But just as she took a step forward, her legs gave way under the influence of the aphrodisiac within her. She fell to her knees right there. Her face, once like fine porcelain, was now flushed red as if intoxicated. She lacked the strength to stand up. The detoxifying pills she had taken were no longer effective against the poison in her body. At this moment, the leader of the Xianxia sect, engaged in battle above, noticed that low-level Kira had such power and decided she must not be left alive. Otherwise, she could become a future threat to the Xianxia sect. Someone who could control all beasts wasn't to be trifled with. This girl must die. Xianxia sect leader Harold immediately issued a death order for Kira. Reggie managed to rise, despite his ribs being broken from the earlier collision with the spirit beast. Every movement was excruciatingly painful. Unable to vent his anger on the already dead spirit beasts, he focused his wrath on the unconscious culprit, Kira. Kill her. At once, many members of the Xianxia sect attacked Kira. Unconscious, Kira could do nothing to defend herself. Even if she did possess the legendary spirit master body, it couldn't help her now. Vulnerable and unable to resist, Kira was at the mercy of anyone who wished to harm her. Leave my sister alone. Zhang Nikita forced herself to stand, but she collapsed again after taking a few steps. Her state made it difficult for her to even protect herself, let alone save Kira from the Xianxia sect. As for the 3 spirit beasts she controlled, one was too weak to fight, while the other 2 were heavily injured and barely managing to defend themselves, hardly in a position to help Kira. Protect Kira. At the same moment, the Xianxia sect leader issued the kill order. The head of the 10,000 Beasts sect gave his command. He demanded all sect members spare no effort in ensuring Kira's safety, emphasizing it as the top priority. Unfortunately, Kira didn't hear any of it. From childhood, she had never received such attention. Such treatment always belonged to her sister in her subconscious. This perception was deeply ingrained in her mind. Just as the leader spoke, many sect members and their spirit beasts rushed toward Kira. Amidst the chaos, a Xianxia sect disciple concealed himself underground and attacked from beneath Kira. Hehe, I've got her. Grasping Kira, the disciple gloated. Capturing the sect leader's targeted individual was a significant achievement. To blame is your misfortune. He raised his dagger to Kira's throat. No. Everyone in the 10,000 Beasts sect was horrified. Zhang Nikita's expression paled in terror, unwilling to witness the heart-rending scene. Just as the dagger was about to touch Kira's skin, someone grabbed the disciple's hand. A figure appeared beside him, holding his wrist tightly. It was Zachariah. After observing for so long, he finally saw a chance to earn substantial goodwill. Now that this young girl had transformed from an unnoticed supporting role into the sect's brightest new star, saving her would be akin to securing the future of the 10,000 Beast sect. This kind of favor could hardly be forgotten or unappreciated. The Xianxia sect disciple was terrified by Zachariah's sudden appearance. Though scared, he didn't want to give up on claiming his victory and tried to stab down harder. However, his hand felt as though nailed in place. He couldn't move an inch and suffered excruciating pain in his wrist, as if his bones were being crushed. Finally, the disciple couldn't endure the pain and dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. His dagger clattered to the ground. Zachariah hoisted Kira over his shoulder and then flung the Xianxia sect disciple away as if discarding trash. Zachariah's appearance stunned everyone. Who was this man? How did he appear? Questions filled their minds. Zhang Nikita sighed with relief. Although she didn't know Zachariah's identity, her sister was safe, and she felt incredibly relieved. Standing under everyone's gaze, Zachariah said calmly, I ask you all to cease fighting, as a favor to me. Though his voice wasn't loud, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Who are you? Why should we give you face? You don't even have as much face as I do. A broad-faced Isaiah from the Xianxia sect sneered disdainfully at Zachariah. Without hesitation, the Isaiah lunged at Zachariah, clearly intent on killing him for saving Kira. Zachariah stood still. A sword slashed past the broad-faced Isaiah's side, severing his head. The severed head rolled to Zachariah's feet. You may have a big face, but what good is it? Zachariah kicked the Isaiah's head away as if it were a ball, his expression indifferent. Complete silence fell over the battlefield, especially the Xianxia sect members, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. They shivered involuntarily. Their Isaiah had just been killed effortlessly with a single strike. Terrified by this sight, everyone stopped fighting. The mysterious third party watching them instilled uncertainty in both sides. Of course, those most uneasy were the Xianxia sect members, as this person was clearly not on their side. Do you really need to meddle in this affair? This is the final battle between our Xianxia sect and the 10,000 Beast Gate. What does it have to do with you? Li Sikong flew into a rage. Zachariah had killed one of their Isaiahs. He naturally wished nothing more than to tear Zachariah apart limb by limb. However, the profound strength Zachariah just displayed made him cautious despite everything. Zachariah did not answer him. Instead, he directly unleashed his sword domain, using actions to speak for itself. When Zachariah's sword domain was activated, in an instant, everyone was enveloped within his Yellow Spring sword domain. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were confused. They only felt that something was amiss with their bodies. There was an indescribable discomfort. Only the higher-ups of the Xianxia sect knew how dire their situation was. Threads of sword light as fine as silk danced before their eyes, just like floating death scythes. Sword domain. You actually mastered the sword domain. Feeling the power of the sword domain, Li Sitsong's eyes widened. Upon personally experiencing the might of the sword domain, he instantly conceived thoughts of retreating. At this moment, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate also revealed a look of surprise and joy. This should be a sword cultivator from Mount Shu come to aid. The first person the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate sought help from was the Mount Shu sect. Moreover, only a select few genius sword cultivators could master the sword domain, which Zachariah possessed. Thus, she naturally assumed Zachariah came from the Mount Shu sect. It's a pity it's not the sect leader who has arrived. Deep down, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate hoped to see the sect leader of Mount Shu again. She also hoped the one arriving would be the sect leader of Mount Shu. However, her impression of Zachariah wasn't bad either. Though not as mature as the sect leader of Mount Shu, he is still an outstanding young talent. While the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate was sizing up Zachariah, Zachariah looked at the head of the Xianxia sect and said, I'm going to protect the 10,000 Beast Gate today. If you still want to fight, I'll accompany you until the end. With these words out, Li Sitsong's expression instantly changed. His expression became as unpleasant as it could be. If he insisted on fighting inside this man's sword domain, the casualties for the Xianxia sect would be immeasurable. This one person was worth 1,000 soldiers. Retreat. Considering the greater good of the sect, Li Sikong decisively gave the order. Li Xiaoji wanted to say something, but the words died in his throat. He was not stupid. This mysterious sword cultivator who suddenly appeared possessed terrifying strength capable of wiping out most of them. Such power, even his father or the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate could not reach. Therefore, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart, turn away with an unwilling look in his eyes. Zachariah naturally saw the unwillingness in Li Xiaoji's eyes, but he showed no reaction. He didn't think of cutting off the root. After all, they were on different levels. He was too lazy to care about nobles like Li Xiaoji, unless the other side acted too arrogantly. Ultimately, this fight was originally between two sects. Zachariah intervened, just to earn a favor with the 10,000 Beast Gate. He didn't wish to add unnecessary killings. Moreover, the people of the Xianxia sect were not demons. Although their behavior was far from that of a prestigious school, they were indeed cultivators. Even if Zachariah annihilated them entirely, it wouldn't benefit his Chronicles of Demons. Ending things this way was the least troublesome for everyone. This great battle, due to Zachariah's appearance, finally came to a close. Immediately, no one gained an advantage. Both sides suffered losses, but if they continued to fight, one side would utterly collapse. Thank you for your assistance, Taoist friend. Are you from the Mount Shu sect? The leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate immediately came before Zachariah and greeted him politely. Zachariah sized up the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate in front of him. Middle-aged beauty, charm remains. These 8 characters floated through his mind. Zachariah smiled faintly. My origin doesn't matter much. I came here for a matter to consult the 10,000 Beast Gate and happened to encounter an invasion, so I lent a hand. Zachariah spoke humbly. It sounded very soothing. Taoist friend, what are you saying? Your assistance this time. We in the 10,000 Beast Gate greatly appreciate it. We must invite you in for a talk. Hope you don't decline. Zachariah waved his hand. No need to go inside. I only wish to inquire how to communicate with spiritual beasts. Without wasting words, Zachariah got straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Gate proudly declared, that's not hard. Our 10,000 Beast Gate has plenty of such methods. We have at least a dozen, effective against any kind of spiritual beast. Is that so? What if it's a magic dragon? Harold exploded with rage. Zachariah had killed one of their sect Isaiahs. Naturally, he wished to slice Zachariah into 1,000 pieces. However, the profound and mysterious strength Zachariah had just displayed made him wary. Without answering Harold, Zachariah directly unleashed his sword domain, using action as his reply. The moment Zachariah's sword domain unfolded, it instantly enveloped everyone within its boundaries. The disciples of the Xianxia sect did not understand what was happening. They only felt an odd discomfort in their bodies, an indescribable unease. Only the higher-ups of the Xianxia sect realized the terrible situation they were facing. Fine threads of sword light danced before their eyes like floating scythes of death. Sword domain. You actually have mastered the sword domain. Feeling the power of the sword domain, Harold's eyes widened in shock. The moment he personally experienced the sword domain, he instantly considered retreating. At this time, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect also revealed a look of surprise and joy. This must be a sword cultivator from Mount Shu. The first person the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect sought help from was the Mount Shu sect. Since Zachariah had also mastered the sword domain, which only a few genius sword cultivators could master, she naturally assumed that Zachariah came from Mount Shu. A little disappointing that it's not the leader of Mount Shu themselves. Deep down, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect hoped to see the leader of Mount Shu again and wished that the person who came would be the leader of Mount Shu. However, her impression of Zachariah was also not bad. Although he doesn't have the mature demeanor of the Mount Shu leader, he is still one of the outstanding young talents. As the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect appraised Zachariah, Zachariah looked at the head of the Langus sect and said, "Today, I will protect the 10,000 Beast sect. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." After hearing this, Harold's face immediately changed, showing his displeasure. In this man's sword domain, if he insisted on fighting, the casualties of the Langus sect would undoubtedly be heavy, unimaginable. This one man could rival 1,000 armies. Retreat. Considering the greater good of the sect, Harold decisively ordered a retreat. Reggie wanted to say something, but swallowed his words back down. He was not stupid. This mysterious sword cultivator possessed terrifying strength capable of wiping out most of them. Even his father, or the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect, couldn't match this power. Thus, he could only suppress his inner impulses and turn away with a look of unwillingness. Zachariah naturally noticed the reluctance in Reggie's eyes. However, he didn't make any gesture, nor did he think about eliminating all potential threats. After all, they were on different levels. He no longer cared to quarrel with rich and arrogant offspring like Reggie unless the other party acted too outrageously. Ultimately, this battle was originally between the two sections. Zachariah's intervention was merely to return a favor to the 10,000 Beast sect, not to increase bloodshed unnecessarily. Moreover, the members of the Langus sect were not demons or monsters. Though their actions weren't those of a prestigious sect, they were indeed cultivators. Even if Zachariah killed them all, it wouldn't benefit his record of demons. It was best for everything to end now in this manner. This great battle finally ended due to Zachariah's appearance. At present, neither side gained an advantage, each suffering casualties. But if they continued to fight, one side would eventually collapse entirely. "Thank you, Taoist friend, for your assistance. Are you from the Mount Shu sect?" The leader of the 10,000 Beast sect promptly approached Zachariah and greeted him politely with a smile. Zachariah glanced slightly at the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect. A half-old woman, yet graceful. These 8 characters flashed in his mind. Zachariah smiled faintly. "No need to delve into where I come from. I am here because I wanted to ask a question from the 10,000 Beast sect and coincidentally encountered your invasion, so I offered my modest assistance." Zachariah spoke humbly, which made people feel comfortable. "Taoist friend, please don't say that. Your help this time has deeply moved us at the 10,000 Beast sect. We must invite you inside for a chat. We hope you won't mind." Zachariah waved his hand. "There's no need to go inside. I just want to ask how to communicate with spirit beasts." Without further ado, Zachariah went straight to the point. The moment he finished speaking, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect proudly declared, "That's not difficult. My sect has many methods for communicating with spirit beasts. Even if there are not 100, we certainly have dozens. No matter the type of spirit beast, it won't be a problem." "Is that so? Then what about a dragon fiend?" "Sword domain. You actually mastered the sword domain." Feeling the might of the sword domain, Harold's eyes widened. The moment he experienced the power of this domain, he already conceived thoughts of retreat. At that moment, the head of the Wanbaiman also looked surprised and delighted. For consistency and natural flow, Xuanhuan should be referred to by its translated name Wanbaiman, or Myriad Beast Sect throughout the text. Here is the revised sentence for better fluency and consistency. At that moment, the head of the Wanbaiman also looked both surprised and pleased. This must be a sword cultivator from Mount Shu. The first person the head of the 10,000 Beast Sect sought for help was indeed from the Mount Shu sect. Given that Zachariah commanded the sword domain, a power only a few genius sword cultivators could master, she naturally assumed Zachariah came from Mount Shu. Too bad it's not the head of Mount Shu personally. Deep down, she hoped it would be the head of Mount Shu who arrived. Yet, her impression of Zachariah wasn't bad either. Though not as mature as the head of Mount Shu, he is still an outstanding young talent. While the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect was evaluating Zachariah, Zachariah said to the leader of the Longyazhong, "Today, I am determined to protect the 10,000 Beast sect. If you wish to continue the battle, I will gladly accompany you to the end." Note: for consistency and clarity, I have translated Wansoman as 10,000 Beast sect and maintained Longyazhong in its original form as it seems to be a proper name. Adjustments can be made based on official translations or preferences. Upon hearing this, Harold's face turned several shades darker. In this man's sword domain, should he insist on fighting, the casualties among the Lirea sect would be unimaginably heavy. One man could match thousands of soldiers. Note: I have replaced Longyazhong with Lirea sect to maintain consistency and ensure the text reads naturally in English. If you prefer to keep the original Chinese name transliterated, please let me know. Retreat. For the greater good of the sect, Harold decisively ordered. Reggie wanted to say something but swallowed his words. He was no fool. This suddenly appeared mysterious sword cultivator possessed a terrifying strength capable of annihilating most of them. A power even his father, or the head of the Wansoman, couldn't match. Given the context, it would be more accurate and natural to say. A power that even his father, or the head of the Beast Gate sect, couldn't match. This maintains consistency in terminology and style while ensuring the sentence reads fluently in English. Thus, he had to suppress his inner impulses and left with an unfulfilled look in his eyes. Zachariah naturally saw the reluctance in Reggie's eyes but made no further move, nor did he plan on completely wiping out any remnants. Their levels were different after all. He was too lazy to bicker with someone like Reggie unless pushed to extreme arrogance. Ultimately, this battle was between the two sects. Zachariah had only intervened to leave a favor with the 10,000 Beast sect, not wanting to add unnecessary bloodshed. Besides, the people of Longyadzong were not demons. Edit. Besides, the people of the Liar Peak sect were not demons. For consistency and fluency in English, it's better to use the translated name Liar Peak sect instead of the transliterated Longyadzong. Although they didn't act like renowned righteous sects, they were still cultivators. Even if Zachariah wiped them all out, it wouldn't benefit his demon and monster records. Ending the conflict now was the simplest way to ease everyone's mind. Due to Zachariah's appearance, the great battle finally came to a close. No one benefited much from the fight. Both sides suffered losses, but if it continued, one side would inevitably be utterly defeated. Thank you for your assistance, friend Taoist. Are you from Mount Shu? The leader of the xuanhuan immediately greeted Zachariah politely. This sentence has an untranslated part xuanhuan. Here's the edited version. The leader of the 10,000 Beast sect immediately greeted Zachariah politely. Zachariah glanced at the woman briefly and thought, an aging beauty still exuding charm. He then smiled faintly. My origins are not important. I came here for a specific purpose and happened upon your invasion, so I offered some assistance. Zachariah's words were very modest, pleasant to hear. Nonsense. Your help will be remembered by all in my sect. Please join us for further discussion. We hope you won't refuse. Zachariah waved his hand. No need to enter. I only wish to ask how to communicate with spirit beasts. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect replied confidently, that's not difficult. While we don't have hundreds, we do possess over 10 methods to communicate with various types of spirit beasts. To improve fluency and consistency, I would suggest, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect responded confidently, that's not difficult. While we may not have hundreds, we do have over 10 methods to communicate with various types of spirit beasts. Is that so? What about a dragon demon? Translation notes. For names such as Harold and Zhang Nikita, I used pinyin transliteration to remain accurate and consistent. However, in the provided text, only Harold's name appears. Here's the revised translation with natural English flow, consistency, and accuracy. Must you meddle in affairs that aren't yours? This is a battle between the Xianxia sect and the 10,000 Beast sect. What does it have to do with you? Harold was livid. Zachariah had killed an Isaiah from their sect. Naturally, Harold wished nothing more than to see Zachariah suffer 1,000 deaths. However, the profound strength Zachariah had just displayed left him no choice but to be wary. Zachariah didn't respond. Instead, he immediately unleashed his sword domain, answering through action. When Zachariah's sword domain unfolded, in an instant, everyone was enveloped within his yellow spring sword domain. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were bewildered, feeling an indescribable discomfort spreading through their bodies. Only the high-ranking members of the Xianxia sect understood the terrifying situation they were facing. Delicate threads of sword light swayed before them like floating scythes of death. Sword domain. You've actually mastered the sword domain. Feeling the power of the sword domain, Harold's eyes widened in shock. The moment he experienced its might firsthand, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. At the same time, the Joseph of the 10,000 Beast sect watched with surprise and delight. This must be a swordsman from Mount Shu. The first person the 10,000 Beast sect sought for help was from the Mount Shu sect. Given that Zachariah possessed the sword domain, a skill mastered by only a select few talented swordsmen, she naturally assumed he came from Mount Shu. It's a pity the leader himself isn't here. The 10,000 Beast sect's Joseph naturally hoped to meet the leader of Mount Shu again. But she also thought well of Zachariah. While he doesn't have the mature demeanor of the Mount Shu leader, he is certainly an outstanding young talent. While the 10,000 Beast sect's Joseph evaluated Zachariah, Zachariah looked at the head of the Xianxia sect and said, I will definitely protect the 10,000 Beast sect today. If you still want to fight, I'll stay until the end. Upon hearing this, Harold's expression darkened. His face couldn't look any worse. Within this sword domain, if he insisted on fighting, the casualties in the Xianxia sect would be catastrophic. One person could match an entire army. Retreat. Considering the greater good of the sect, Harold decisively ordered a retreat. Reggie wanted to protest, but he swallowed his words. He wasn't foolish. This mysterious swordsman who suddenly appeared had the terrifying power to wipe out most of their people. Even his father, or the 10,000 Beast sect's Joseph, couldn't match such strength. Thus, he could only suppress his impulse and turn away with a look of bougon unwillingness. Zachariah naturally noticed the unwillingness in Reggie's eyes, but he showed no reaction, nor did he consider eliminating potential threats. Their levels were different. He was too bored to deal with rich brats like Reggie unless they became too arrogant. Ultimately, this battle was between the two sects. Zachariah's involvement was merely to leave a favor with the 10,000 Beast sect. He didn't wish to cause unnecessary killing. Besides, the members of the Xianxia sect weren't demons. Though their actions lacked the dignity of reputable sects, they were still cultivators. Killing them all wouldn't benefit his demon record. Ending things this way saved everyone the trouble. Due to Zachariah's appearance, this great battle finally concluded. No one gained any advantage. Both sides suffered losses. But if the fight continued, one side would eventually collapse completely. Thank you for your assistance. Are you from the Mount Shu sect? The 10,000 Beast sect's Joseph promptly approached Zachariah with a polite smile. Zachariah briefly observed her. A middle-aged woman with lingering charm. These 8 words crossed his mind. Smiling faintly, Zachariah replied, there's no need to delve into my origins. I'm here because I have a question for the 10,000 Beast sect. Coincidentally, I encountered your invasion and offered some assistance. Zachariah spoke humbly, which made people feel comfortable. You're too modest. The 10,000 Beast Sect is grateful for your help and would love to invite you inside to discuss matters further. We hope you don't mind. Zachariah waved a hand. No need for that. I only wish to ask about how to communicate with spirit beasts. Without much ado, he got straight to the point. Hearing this, the 10,000 Beast Sect's Joseph confidently declared, that's not difficult. While we may lack other things, we possess plenty of methods to communicate with spirit beasts. Dozens, perhaps not hundreds, but certainly many types exist, regardless of the kind of spirit beast. Really? What about a dragon fiend? Are you determined to meddle? This is a decisive battle between the Xianxia sect and the 10,000 Beast Sect. What does it have to do with you? Harold flew into a rage. Zachariah had killed one of their sect Isaiahs. Naturally, he wished nothing more than to flay Zachariah alive. However, the profound and unfathomable strength Zachariah just revealed forced him to be cautious. Zachariah did not reply to him. Instead, he directly unleashed his sword domain, answering with actions. As Zachariah's sword domain unfolded, in an instant, it enveloped everyone within his yellow spring sword domain. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were baffled. They only felt something amiss with their bodies, an indescribable discomfort. Only the high-ranking members of the Xianxia sect knew the terrifying situation they were in. Thin threads of sword light danced before their eyes, like floating scythes of death. Sword domain. You actually mastered the sword domain. Feeling the power of the sword domain, Harold's eyes widened. The moment he experienced the sword domain, he instantly harbored thoughts of retreat. This time, the 10,000 Beast Sect's Joseph also showed surprise and delight. This must be a sword cultivator from Mount Shu. The first person the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph sought help from was Mount Shu. Moreover, since Zachariah possessed the sword domain, which only a few talented sword cultivators could master, she naturally assumed Zachariah came from Mount Shu. A pity the Joseph isn't here in person. Deep down, the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph hoped to see the Joseph of Mount Shu again. She also hoped the visitor would be the Joseph of Mount Shu. However, her impression of Zachariah wasn't bad either. Though not as mature as the Joseph of Mount Shu, he is still a standout among the young talents. While the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph appraised Zachariah, Zachariah looked at the head of the Xianxia sect and said, Today, I will protect the 10,000 Beast Sect. If you wish to continue fighting, I will accompany you until the end. These words caused Harold's face to change dramatically. His expression turned extremely unpleasant. Within this man's sword domain, if he insisted on fighting, the casualties for the Xianxia sect would be immeasurable. This single person could rival an army. Retreat. For the greater good of the sect, Harold decisively gave the order. Reggie wanted to say something more, but he swallowed his words. He wasn't a fool. This mysterious sword cultivator who suddenly appeared possessed terrifying strength that could wipe out most of them. Such power, even his father, or the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph couldn't match. Thus, he could only suppress his inner Chongdong, and left with a look of Bugan on his face. Zachariah naturally saw the unwillingness in Reggie's eyes, but he didn't make any remarks, nor did he consider finishing what he started. After all, they were on different levels. He was too lazy to quarrel with someone like Reggie, unless the other party became too arrogant. Ultimately, this battle was originally between their two sects. Zachariah butted in merely to do a favor for the 10,000 Beast Sect, not wishing to add unnecessary bloodshed. Moreover, the people of the Xianxia sect weren't demons. Although their behavior certainly wasn't that of a reputable sect, they were indeed cultivators. Even if Zachariah slaughtered all of them, it wouldn't benefit his Chronicles of Demons. Ending it this way was the most peaceful solution. With Zachariah's appearance, the battle finally concluded. Now, no one gained any advantage. Both sides suffered casualties. But if it continued, one side would be utterly defeated. Thank you for your assistance. Are you from Mount Shu? The 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph immediately approached Zachariah, smiling politely. Zachariah briefly observed the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph. Half-old beauty, yet graceful. This thought flashed through his mind. He smiled faintly. You needn't concern yourself with where I come from. I came here because I have something to ask the 10,000 Beast Sect. It so happened that I encountered their invasion and provided some assistance. Zachariah spoke very humbly. It sounded pleasant. You're too modest. The entire 10,000 Beast Sect is grateful for your help. Please, allow us to invite you inside for a discussion. We hope you don't mind. Zachariah waved his hand. There's no need to go inside. I simply want to ask how to communicate with spirit beasts. Without further ado, he went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the 10,000 Beast Sect Joseph confidently replied, That's not difficult. The 10,000 Beast Sect has no shortage of methods. Not just dozens, but over a dozen techniques for communicating with any type of spirit beast. Is that so? Then what about a dragon demon? 3. Used phrases like sword domain, instead of translating them literally to preserve the context familiar to the genre. 4. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks to align with the original text. 5. Ensured the tone and style were consistent with previous translated content for continuity. Chapter 246, Assistance. What? A demon dragon? Alanis, the sect leader of 10,000 Beast Sect, initially thought she had misheard. Pausing for a moment, she couldn't help but start speculating about Zachariah's identity. Just who was this person? Why would he be associated with a demon dragon? Zachariah had been deliberately vague about his own identity just now. This made her suspicious at this moment. Could this person have some connection to the demonic path? However, although she thought so in her heart, she still wore a friendly smile on her face. Jayad, you just say, a demon dragon? Zachariah nodded, yes. Hearing Zachariah's confirmation, Alanis couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In this world, dragons were almost extinct mythical creatures. Few people had seen dragons. Even though the 10,000 Beasts sect had once tamed dragons, that had happened long ago. Probably it dated back to the era when the 10,000 Beasts sect was established. Now, no one had any real experience interacting with the dragon race. Demon Dragon, I'm afraid I can't make any promises about that. Alanis, who had just confidently guaranteed that she could handle any spirit beast, now revealed a troubled expression. But although we have no experience interacting with the dragon race, our sect ancestors once tamed the dragon race, and the secret techniques left behind by the ancestors should also be effective against the dragon race. After speaking, Alanis looked at Zachariah and said, but our sect's secret techniques cannot be easily shown to others. They can only be cultivated by disciples of our sect. If Sir has not joined our sect, perhaps you might consider. Although Alanis didn't finish her sentence, anyone could tell what she meant. While she wasn't clear about Zachariah's exact identity, she always believed she was good at reading people. Zachariah did not give her an impression of being a ruthless villain. Better to take bold risks than to timidly starve. If this person could be recruited, it would be a huge asset for the 10,000 Beasts sect. Even if recruitment was not possible, forming a close relationship would be beneficial. Joining the sect is unnecessary. I'm used to my free life. Zachariah calmly rejected Alanis' suggestion. Hearing Zachariah's response, Alanis wasn't surprised. To her, his words revealed key information. He was currently alone and had not joined any sect or force. If your secret techniques cannot be taught externally, then can I borrow one of your people? Zachariah pointed to Kira, who was lying unconscious on the ground. I think this young girl might be able to help me. Alanis glanced down at Kira, instantly showing hesitation. If it had been the old Kira, she would have agreed without hesitation. But today's Kira was different from before. She might possibly possess the legendary spirit control body, though it hadn't been confirmed yet. At least there were more than 50% signs indicating so. Therefore, Alanis wasn't too willing to accept Zachariah's request. Let me do it. I can. My sister is a fool. She will mess up your matters. At this moment, Zhang Nikita walked over. After treatment by the sect Isaiahs, most of the toxins in her body had been cleared. Though they weren't completely gone, she could move freely now. Zachariah's eyes flickered as he glanced at her. At this point, Alanis also echoed, Zhang Nikita is our 10,000 Beasts sect Saint Maiden with excellent talent in controlling beasts. She can help you better than Kira. Letting her assist fellow Taoist might be better. Alanis' words seemed like praise for Zhang Nikita, but Zhang Nikita felt stung inside. The leader had always cherished her like a treasure, almost treating her as her own daughter. But now, she heard the leader's true priority from these words. It was the possibly awakened spirit control body, Kira. So, to lend her out, was trying to keep Kira within the sect, which was absolutely unheard of before. Feeling somewhat bitter inside, Zachariah added, it's not necessary to complicate things. I think your sister is quite capable and has potential. Zachariah's words left Zhang Nikita feeling lost. When did she become something everyone disliked after being fought over? Since Alanis couldn't argue further. If she showed too much favoritism, it might hurt Zhang Nikita's feelings. Kira had not been confirmed to possess the spirit control body yet. A false alarm would be awkward. Let me ask Kira first. After all, this directly concerns her. Alanis tried one last time. Zachariah had done such a big favor for their sect. Rejecting outright would be tactless. She hoped Kira would refuse on her own. Zachariah nodded. If Kira didn't agree, he wouldn't force it. Using Zhang Nikita later would work too. Compared to Zhang Nikita, he favored Kira's potential more. Zhang Nikita was indeed gifted, among the best, but her talent had its limits. Kira, however, hid great potential. When that potential burst forth, it even surprised Zachariah. At that moment, he felt choosing this girl was the right call. Zachariah followed his instincts and suggested letting Kira assist. Awakening slowly with Zachariah's help, Kira's eyes were hazy and bewildered. She seemed unaware of her surroundings. Only after several calls from Zhang Nikita did she regain consciousness, murmuring, "Sister?" People gathered around, looking at her eagerly, like new-baked bread. Kira was unaccustomed to such gazes. She had always been insignificant, unnoticed by everyone except her sister. Rarely would someone pay her attention for long. But now, everyone's heated stares made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Did I do something wrong? Kira subconsciously assumed she caused trouble, which was why everyone stared at her. Do you remember what just happened? Alanis asked gently. Kira was greatly surprised. Normally, the leader never spoke to her, let alone treated her so kindly. No, I don't remember. Kira replied timidly. Indeed, she had no recollection. All she knew was, when danger befell her sister, she could only watch helplessly, crying out in anguish. Later, when she faced danger herself, she stood waiting for death. Right now, she wondered if she had died. Only through death could everyone pay her such attention. The leader spoke to her so kindly only in death, where anything could happen. But quickly, Zhang Nikita pinched her cheek, the pain making her realize she was still alive. Is it because I'm useless? Kira asked weakly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nikita pinched her again, scolding gently. What are you talking about? You're amazing. You saved your sister. Ah, Jayadai, save sister? Kira's eyes widened in surprise. Her expression did not seem fake. Clearly, she truly had no memory. Perhaps she really didn't know what she had just done. Those spirit beasts, weren't they under your control? When your sister was captured just now, what were you thinking? Alanis quickly pursued her questions. The crowd also looked at her with anticipation. I really don't know. I've forgotten everything. Kira, unaccustomed to so many eyes on her, became instantly nervous. Her voice even trembled slightly and took on a sobbing tone. Even when Alanis asked if she had controlled the spirit beasts, she only shook her head, indicating she didn't remember. Everyone who saw her this way recognized the old Kira, the one who used to be almost invisible. She certainly hadn't transformed in a breathtaking way. The expectation in their eyes dimmed quickly. Some even began shaking their heads. Alanis frowned slightly. Was it unconscious activation? If it had indeed been an unconscious act, it was unclear whether Kira had truly awakened her spirit control body. It was possible that her sudden burst of power was the peak moment of her life. If she only had that one burst and then reverted to obscurity, wouldn't it be a huge mistake? This wasn't impossible. Alanis's frown deepened. After all, the spirit control body was an incredibly rare constitution recorded in ancient texts and spoken of only in legends. No one had truly seen it. No one knew for sure if such a constitution really existed. This thought, Alanis's expression softened as she pointed to a nearby spirit beast. Try controlling that spirit beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Kira hesitated. That spirit beast belonged to another member of the sect. She had trouble controlling even her own spirit beast, losing control during battle and letting it escape. How could she possibly control someone else's spirit beast now? Under Alanis's unwavering gaze, Kira dared not refuse. But when Kira tried to control the spirit beast, her performance was even more disappointing. Everyone watched her face turn red with effort. But the spirit beast paid no attention to her whatsoever. Clearly, she was still the weakest link, far from being a rising new star. Alright, no need to force it, I understand. Alanis stopped Kira. At this point, most of the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Beasts sect revealed disappointed expressions. Seeing Kira's performance, they believed the notion of her being the spirit control body was sheer nonsense. Though Alanis hid her disappointment, she turned to Zachariah and asked, "Fellow Taoist, you have seen this. Are you still certain you want her assistance?" Zachariah nodded. Since he chose her, he would stick to his decision, come hell or high water. He rarely made mistakes in assessing people. He hoped this young girl wouldn't let him down. Kira was confused by their conversation. Alanis immediately recounted what happened after Kira fainted. Then she pointed at Zachariah and said, "This is your savior. He needs your help now. Are you willing to assist him?" Kira glanced briefly at Zachariah. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Although she didn't know how she could assist him, knowing how to repay kindness was a basic human principle. This person had saved her. She must do her best to repay him. That was her code of conduct. I am willing. After Kira nodded, Alanis didn't say anything more. Rest assured, I won't go far. I will return her safely after we're done. Zachariah immediately made a promise. Zhang Nikita was still worried. When she wanted to speak up, Alanis grabbed her arm. Alanis shook her head, signaling her not to talk. Alanis understood what Zhang Nikita wanted. She couldn't bear to part with her sister and wanted to follow them. But there was no way Alanis would allow both sisters to leave the sect simultaneously. If anything unexpected happened, she would regret it. Stopped by the leader, Zhang Nikita could only watch helplessly as Zachariah took Kira away from her sight. For a moment, Zhang Nikita felt uneasy. Leader, you're letting him take Minor like this? After Zachariah left, Zhang Nikita expressed her lingering concerns. Alanis shook her head. If he truly intended harm to Kira, do you think she would still be alive? This silenced Zhang Nikita. Indeed, based on Zachariah's displayed strength. If he wanted to harm Kira, he wouldn't need to go through such elaborate measures. Rest easy, Kira is one of our disciples. I am as concerned about her as you are. Alanis said, which was true. She was still hanging on to the hope of Kira being the spirit control body. Until the matter was concluded, she naturally hoped Kira would return unharmed. Soon after Zachariah left, the Shu Mountain Sect leader arrived. He had received a distress signal from the 10,000 Beasts sect and rushed over. Thanks to the advice and help from the 10,000 Beasts sect, Gerardo had successfully resolved the issues of the spirit venerable migration. This did him a great favor. And he needed to repay it personally. When Gerardo arrived, Alanis was pleasantly surprised and taken aback. Seeing the aftermath of the battle, Gerardo could instantly tell how fierce the fight had been. He immediately inquired about the battle details. Alanis asked if he had sent someone first. Gerardo shook his head, saying that for something as important as a sect attack, only his personal presence could show sincerity. Alanis's eyes lit up like stars. That adoring look made Gerardo somewhat uncomfortable. Then Alanis pulled back and immediately spoke of Zachariah, calling him a mysterious swordsman who came at a critical moment and helped the 10,000 Beasts sect out of crisis. Upon hearing mysterious swordsman, Gerardo immediately asked for more details. Learning that the details of this mysterious swordsman matched those of the one he knew, almost perfectly, Gerardo sighed helplessly. Why did everything seem to happen ahead of him? Gerardo felt quite helpless. It wasn't that he was in a rush to repay the favor to the 10,000 Beasts sect, but the fact that this mysterious swordsman always got ahead of him made him feel like he was living in the shadow of the mysterious swordsman. It was as if this person alone could accomplish all the tasks for Shu Mountain. Suddenly, Gerardo grew more eager to find out the identity of this mysterious swordsman. Until he figured out the real identity of this mysterious swordsman, he doubted he could sleep peacefully. They probably haven't gone far. Leader Wei, do you want to see them? Alanis considerately indicated the direction for Gerardo. Although she wished Gerardo could stay longer at her sect, she could tell his mind was elsewhere, so she didn't hold him back, trying to leave a good impression. Gerardo thought for a moment and then nodded. Since the crisis has passed, I will not intrude further. I will take my leave. Leader Wei is too kind. In the next moment, Gerardo decisively turned around and left. Zachariah led Kira to a remote, dense forest. Kira twisted her fingers nervously, feeling rather uneasy. This was not the first time she had left the sect, but usually, she had company. Leaving alone was a new experience for her. Nervousness was inevitable. More importantly, she didn't know why she was brought here or what Zachariah needed her to do. This uncertainty was the main source of her inner tension. Zachariah, who had been silent all along, suddenly turned around and said to her, "Attack me now." Ah. Hearing this, Kira was slightly stunned. What? She even doubted that she had misheard. Do you not hear clearly? I told you to attack me. Now Kira confirmed that she hadn't misheard. How can I do that? Why do you want me to attack you, benefactor? I can't do it. Kira's small face showed a look of hesitation and anxiety. She never imagined that Zachariah would make such a request after bringing her here. Let alone being unable to repay kindness with harm, even if she did manage to bring herself to attack him, how could she possibly be his match given their strength disparity? If he wanted sparring practice, surely he shouldn't choose her, someone considered a waste of talent? Drumming up some courage, she stammered. Can we change the request? No. Zachariah's expression hardened, becoming stern. If I told you to attack, then attack. What nonsense is this? In the next moment, Zachariah released a wave of pressure toward Kira, causing her to immediately fall to her knees, supporting herself on the ground with both hands, her face twisted in pain. Even this slight pressure from Zachariah was too much for her to bear. Attack quickly. His words added immense pressure to Kira, clamping down on her lower lip stubbornly. She refused. No, I can't do it. Her voice was barely audible, almost only she could hear it. Attack. I can't do it. Attack. Can't do it. Attack. I can't. Please stop forcing me. Kira shouted out loud. Instantly, an invisible wave spread outwards. The next moment, the forest shook. Darkness fell over Zachariah's head. A massive spirit beast leaped into the sky and rapidly pounced toward Zachariah. At the same time, all the spirit beasts in the dense forest rushed toward Zachariah. Boom. The huge spirit beast landed heavily on the spot where Zachariah stood. When Kira lifted her head, she saw this horrifying scene. Startled, she stumbled backward. Then, gathering her courage again, she crawled forward, extending her small hand to push the spirit beast while trembling and calling out, benefactor. However, how could she move the massive spirit beast weighing several tons with her strength? Don't push anymore. I'm here. Zachariah's voice came from behind her. She turned abruptly, only to see Zachariah standing there unharmed. Oh, thank goodness, benefactor. Kira finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she was genuinely terrified. You see, isn't this going quite well? Zachariah smiled at her gently, but Kira was still confused. She hadn't realized yet that this spirit beast appeared because of her. Suddenly, the ground vibrated again, and more spirit beasts appeared in their line of sight. There were quite a few, tightly packed together, hundreds or even thousands when combined. It was quite a scene. Zachariah wasn't surprised. He had chosen this place intentionally. How could he not know there were many spirit beasts here? By deliberately provoking Kira verbally, he wanted to stimulate her true ability to control spirit beasts. However, Kira had no idea about Zachariah's intentions. She didn't realize these spirit beasts were summoned by her either. Suddenly seeing so many spirit beasts made even someone like her, accustomed to them as a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, feel tense. Moreover, these spirit beasts bared their fangs and snarled fiercely at Zachariah, looking as if they held deep-seated grudges against him. Maintain your anger from just now and make them retreat now, Zachariah told Kira. Upon hearing this, Kira felt it was unrealistic. She couldn't even control her own spirit beast properly. How could she make so many spirit beasts retreat? If you don't let them retreat, I will die here. Can you bear watching me torn apart by them? After all, I'm your savior. Zachariah's words were clearly a ruse, and Kira believed it. Unbeknownst to her, this was Zachariah's moral blackmail tactic. With a conscience and ethics, Kira's small face immediately became serious. Absolutely cannot let my benefactor get hurt. Kira stood in front of Zachariah, facing the vicious spirit beasts with her back to him. Next, she opened her mouth. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chapter 247. The Origin of the Demon Dragon's Fury. Zachariah was directly startled by her actions. What is this girl doing? As expected, Zhang Minner's actions did not cause these spirit beasts to retreat in the slightest. Instead, they moved closer. They surrounded Zachariah and Kira, but their gazes were locked onto Zachariah alone. It was as if they were about to tear him apart alive. Zachariah looked at Kira's back and said, if you don't show some real skill soon, I'll really be torn apart by them. Summon your anger. Zachariah's words struck her like thunder. Her originally timid gaze suddenly became a bit more resolute. Even for a moment, it had a hint of sharpness. A flash of light flickered in Kira's eyes. In the next moment, the spirit beasts halted in unison. The killing intent in their eyes receded like the tide instantly. Subsequently, this group of fierce spirit beasts all retreated and dispersed voluntarily. In just a few breaths, the group of spirit beasts vanished into the swirling dust, out of sight from Zachariah and others. Benefactor, this? Kira looked at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, she vaguely sensed that these spirit beasts could leave because of her will. Zachariah smiled slightly. Isn't this great? Jai, did you find your touch? Kira turned and saw Zachariah smile, which felt like a spring breeze. For a moment, she was dazed, as if the person who had scolded her harshly moments ago was not the one standing before her now. Were you teaching me all along? Do I really have such power? Kira finally realized, at this moment, that Zachariah was guiding her. She looked in the direction where the spirit beasts left, still unable to believe that she, an incompetent waste, could command so many spirit beasts. And they came here because of me too? Kira whispered softly. Although she now recognized her extraordinary nature, years of self-doubt could not be easily shaken off. Yes, your potential is great. There's no need to belittle yourself. Zachariah patted her shoulder. I'll take you to find a tame spirit beast. Can you try commanding it for me? A faint smile appeared on Kira's face. Sure. At this moment, she began to regain a little confidence. Seeing Kira nod, Zachariah smiled too, but then he frowned. His spiritual perception detected someone approaching. Headmaster? When Zachariah sensed Gerardo's arrival, he immediately grabbed Kira and entered the Ashton Wu Xiangtian world. He did not wish to interact with Gerardo anymore right now. By the time Gerardo arrived, Zachariah had already taken Kira away. He stood there, slightly stunned. Just as Zachariah's spiritual sense detected his arrival, Gerardo also faintly sensed Zachariah's aura. But now Zachariah's aura had completely vanished. Is he deliberately avoiding me? Gerardo shook his head and chuckled bitterly. This person's vigilance was too high. Unless he showed himself voluntarily, finding him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. Gerardo lingered for a moment, then returned with a sigh. He didn't play tricks like pretending to leave while hiding in the shadows. Since the other party had already sensed his presence and deliberately hid, such tactics wouldn't easily deceive someone with such high vigilance. Engaging in such antics would also damage his reputation as the headmaster. In the Ashton Wu Xiangtian world, when Kira saw the black demon dragon, she was directly scared into taking several steps back, collapsing and falling to the ground. The massive size of the dragon and its terrifying aura gave her an intense feeling of oppression. At that moment, Kira was utterly speechless. She who had just confidently assured Zachariah, now only shook her head. She never imagined that the gentle spirit beast Zachariah mentioned would be a giant dragon. How could this be gentle? This looked brutal, right? Kira had only seen dragons in ancient books. According to her knowledge, dragons weren't gentle spirit beasts. They were tyrants who once ruled the world. Thus, upon seeing the dragon, her fear was fully exposed on her face without any restraint. The huge dragon merely glanced at Kira indifferently. To it, Kira was no different from an ant. It wouldn't even bother glancing at an ant twice. However, towards Zachariah, it roared angrily. Though the roar wasn't directed at Kira, it still terrified her enough. Don't be afraid. It just has a loud voice. Actually, it's quite friendly. Zachariah's words were something Kira found hard to believe. If this thing were friendly, there wouldn't be any unfriendly spirit beast left in the world. Try to tame it. Or, see if you can understand what it's thinking. Upon hearing this, Kira showed a look of distress. She lacked confidence in achieving either request. But, to repay Zachariah's kindness, even if she was deeply worried and frightened, she couldn't refuse. I'll give it a try, Kira weakly replied. Then, she stepped forward. She spread her hands in front of her, murmuring something softly. However, the black dragon ignored her completely. Kira's clan's secret technique seemed ineffective against this demon dragon. Moreover, seeing her small gestures in front of it, the demon dragon grew impatient. It snorted coldly, expelling 2 streams of air from its nostrils. Hit by the air streams, Kira's small body nearly flew off. Stabilizing herself barely, she coughed incessantly due to the cold breath. Seeing this, Zachariah sighed helplessly in his heart. Raising someone isn't easy. In the next moment, Zachariah leaped up and punched the dragon's head. The enormous dragon was sent flying with just one punch from Zachariah. Seeing this, Kira's mouth opened wide, filled with disbelief. Her benefactor was so powerful. Even this massive and terrifying dragon could not withstand his single punch. Turning back, Zachariah looked at Kira seriously. Did you forget to stay angry? With me here, what are you afraid of? With Zachariah's reminder, and witnessing the dragon being felled with one punch, Kira slowly overcame her inner fear of the dragon. If fear filled her heart, it would be impossible to muster anger. Kira straightened up, her expression slightly more determined. In the next moment, her eyes flashed with a faint light. Chapter 248, Departure. The black dragon surged up, its hatred for Zachariah intensified after receiving that punch. It roared continuously when suddenly a unique aura radiated from Kira, instantly alarming it. Sensing this aura emanating from Kira, the black dragon's eyes flickered with an unusual luster. Originally, she was merely insignificant to it, like an ant. But at this moment, it felt as if Kira towered over it, her presence majestic and mountainous, eliciting an impulse to worship her. This fleeting feeling caused the black dragon to struggle frantically. Dragons are inherently proud creatures. How could it possibly allow itself to be subjugated by a mere human girl? A human so insignificant, it could devour hundreds or even thousands of them in one go. How could it bow down to such a creature? As the black dragon struggled, Kira's face turned deathly pale, almost devoid of blood. It was clear she had exerted all her strength to tame this black dragon, nearing her limits. Zachariah glanced at Kira. She had just awakened the spirit tamer body, but it wasn't yet perfected. Expecting her to fully control the black dragon alone was a bit too much. Zachariah intervened once again. Just one punch and the black dragon quieted down. Suddenly, Kira seemed to receive some information, pausing as if lost in deep thought. What's wrong? Zachariah asked upon noticing her peculiar state. Kira looked at Zachariah and said, Sir, are you its enemy? Enemy? Zachariah was taken aback. He had never met this black dragon before. Logically, he should have been seen as its benefactor, not its enemy. If it were because of those 2 punches, the black dragon had already shown hostility prior. However, Zachariah couldn't recall ever offending this creature before. Can you explain further? Zachariah pressed for more details. He wouldn't be able to guess the right answer on his own. Kira frowned in contemplation. It seems, it's because of some aura from you. Some aura? Yes, something emits an aura that it detests, causing its dissatisfaction towards you. Zachariah owned countless items. Her description gave him no clue. That item isn't long and is very thin, Kira added after pondering. Not long and very thin? Zachariah was baffled. What on his body fit that description? Impossible. There are 2. When Kira mentioned there were 2, Zachariah immediately recalled something. He then pulled out the object. The 2 long, thin blood needles appeared in his hand. The black dragon reacted even more intensely this time, roaring incessantly at Zachariah. Yet it only dared roar. It still feared Zachariah. If anyone else stood there holding those needles, it would not have stayed passive. It's due to the demon venerable's daughter's lifebound magic weapon, realized Zachariah. Those blood needles were indeed the magical weapons he had taken from Seymour. The aura they emitted naturally belonged to the Demon Venerable's daughter. Could there be profound enmity between the Demon Venerable's daughter and this black dragon? Zachariah could only guess. To reduce the black dragon's resistance, Zachariah destroyed the 2 blood needles. Initially, he kept them as concealed weapons. Given their power, even the leader of Shushan found it hard to defend against them, making them valuable. However, Zachariah no longer needed them. Anyone he could defeat using those needles could now be handled by his own strength alone. After destroying the needles, Zachariah noticed a significant change far away, at the Sea Demon Sect. Catherine, inside her bedroom, suddenly spat out a stream of blood. Her companion, Claude, was startled and hurriedly inquired about her condition. Claude assumed this sudden occurrence was related to the cost mentioned by the Evan. Just as he was about to check her body, Catherine stopped him. "I'm fine. My life-bound magic weapon has just been destroyed." Catherine spoke calmly, but Claude's face changed dramatically. Just destroyed? A life-bound magic weapon was linked to her life. Its destruction would greatly affect her. Catherine shook her head. "When I sacrificed my life-bound weapon, I didn't expect to retrieve it. I've been severing ties with it these days. Now that it's destroyed, the impact on me isn't huge. At most, I'll need an extra half-year." Claude fell silent, impressed by Catherine's resilience. After all, she had prepared herself for decades. An additional 6 months meant little. Shushan's leader can actually extract and destroy your life-bound weapon. We truly underestimated him. Catherine remained silent at this. That had been unexpected. "At least I fled quickly. Otherwise, I might not have returned." Claude paused and regretted his words as Catherine's expression darkened, reminded of his failure concerning the black dragon. Seeing her reaction, Claude wished he could slap himself for bringing up that topic. In the little Wu Xianxia world, after Zachariah destroyed the life-bound weapon, the black dragon calmed down, losing its source of agitation. So, it was indeed this thing? Zachariah sighed helplessly. He never expected the black dragon would detest the Demon Venerable's daughter so much. It seems they share some grievances. Zachariah, however, didn't care about their grudges. What mattered was that he had made progress in taming the dragon. With less resistance, he might be able to utilize it to travel through space. Given Kira's current abilities, changing the dragon's nature was beyond her. Facing Kira, Zachariah asked, "Can you make it take me somewhere now?" Kira hesitated, replying, "Let me try." She conveyed her intention to the black dragon. Instantly, the previously calmer dragon grew agitated once more. Roaring fiercely, it showed no respect for her despite her elevated status in its perception. Instead, it released a frosty breath toward her. Kira's face paled, and Zachariah's expression darkened. The black dragon remained obstinate, and the newly awakened spirit tamer body of Kira couldn't control it yet. Time was what they needed. Zachariah blocked the dragon's frost breath and took Kira out of the little Wu Xianxia world. Seeing her poor condition, he did not let her continue trying. Her frail constitution required rest, unlike his. Once outside, Zachariah fell into contemplation. At this moment, Kira needed time to enhance her control over the spirit tamer body. With her current level of mastery, she wasn't yet capable of controlling the black dragon. Perhaps we should invite her sister over? Zachariah considered this thought, but had no intention of asking Alanis for help. While Alanis might be able to tame the black dragon, Zachariah feared he wouldn't be able to handle her. He didn't want her knowing too many of his secrets either. Between the two sisters, Kira was relatively easier to manage. She was straightforward and, in layman's terms, rather naive and sweet. Relatively speaking, Zachariah preferred dealing with her. Besides, attempting a cross-infinite void journey to find Tiana with his current strength was still too risky. Therefore, the best solution right now was for Kira to gain better control over her unique physique while he continued improving his own strength. Having made up his mind, Zachariah asked Kira, "Minner, would you like to stay with me for a while? I wish to train you to help you master your special body type faster." This wasn't an empty promise. His little Wu Xianxia world was indeed an excellent place for Kira to rapidly develop control over her body type. As long as she stayed within it, progress would undoubtedly come swiftly. Upon hearing this, Kira nodded without hesitation. Despite having always appeared weak, she yearned for power deep down. She wanted to earn acknowledgement like her sister. However, due to her previously poor display of talent, no mentors paid particular attention to her. Those who came to teach her because of Zhang Nikita gave up on her, finding her as untalented as Deadwood. Thus, when Zachariah offered to train her, she felt immense joy. Her regained confidence stemmed largely from his unconventional teaching methods. Seeing Kira nod, Zachariah took her back to the 10,000 Beast Sect. He intended to inform them about keeping her with him for some time, seeking approval from their leader so that it didn't look like kidnapping. When the leader of the 10,000 Beast Sect, Alanis, heard Zachariah's request, she hesitated. While he wished to borrow Kira again, he didn't specify how long for. Without a time frame, it seemed indefinite, much like borrowing money without specifying repayment. Alanis naturally didn't agree but couldn't refuse outright, seeking excuses instead. She asked Kira hoping she declined voluntarily, avoiding offending Zachariah. Unexpectedly, Kira eagerly agreed, leaving Alanis exasperated. This girl seemed all too willing to go with someone who was taking advantage of her. Knowing her concerns, Zachariah promised, "Rest assured, Sect Leader Marshalin, I will treat her as my disciple and ensure Kira doesn't disappoint upon her return." Hearing this, Alanis's eyes lit up. Promising to safeguard Kira's safety wasn't nearly as appealing as ensuring she developed under Zachariah's tutelage, a renowned powerhouse. Kira stood to benefit greatly, and her development wasn't solely Alanis's concern. Potential stagnation worried her more. Now that Zachariah had committed, Alanis felt relieved. Just as Alanis was reconsidering, Zhang Nikita intervened. "I disagree." She clearly expressed opposition to her sister leaving for an undefined period. Days she could tolerate, but indefinitely was unacceptable. Having grown up together, protecting Kira was habitual, and she couldn't bear letting her leave for an undetermined duration. Big sister, Kira sniffled, feeling most attached to her sister among everyone she'd leave behind. Alanis interjected, Nikita, we must respect your sister's choice. She is no longer a child. Standing by Zachariah's side, she saw value in both benefiting Kira and gaining favor from a powerful sword cultivator. Realizing this, Zhang Nikita turned to Kira, asking seriously, Stupid little sister, are you leaving big sister? Kira instinctively wanted to say no but held back. She aspired to grow strong and step out from under her sister's protective wing one day. Imagining the day she could stand before her sister and shield her from disaster motivated her response. Big sister, I'm sorry. I wish to leave with my benefactor. Translation note, *, the passage reflects internal dialogues and interactions crucial for character development, preserving original tone and emotion while maintaining English fluency. Chapter 249. The Mortal Transcendence Tribulation. Zachariah took Kira and left. Ever since Kira mustered the courage to speak those words, her sister, Zhang Nikita, had remained silent. In that moment, she realized that her younger sister was not merely an appendage or a subordinate but had her own aspirations and goals she wished to pursue. Thus, Zhang Nikita no longer obstructed her. But at that moment, she still felt a pang of sorrow. Even though she had come to terms with it, the moment of actual separation left her heart uneasy for a long time. Zachariah settled Kira in the Little Wu Xiangtian world. Although the magic dragon was also present there was no need to worry about Kira's safety. After all, Zachariah could control the Little Wu Xiangtian world at any time. If the magic dragon showed any signs of unrest, Zachariah could easily suppress it. Furthermore, being in the company of the magic dragon would allow her spirit-controlling body to be greatly enhanced. Zachariah told her to try controlling the magic dragon without worrying about safety issues. Initially, Kira was hesitant, but after several attempts, seeing the magic dragon subdued by a mysterious force whenever it attacked her, her fear gradually dissipated. Zachariah returned to the demon-sealing tower on Mount Shu. He methodically conducted interrogations and law enforcement in the 8th level of the tower. In the subsequent days, he spent his time in the Little Wu Xiangtian world accompanying Kira in her cultivation. Under Zachariah's guidance, Kira's progress was rapid. She was unaware that the passage of time within the Little Wu Xiangtian differed from the outside world, so she did not realize how quickly she was advancing. On the contrary, she felt that she was quite slow and often thought herself clumsy. Even after 10 to 15 days, the magic dragon seemed unchanged. When she attempted to control it, she encountered strong resistance. Nevertheless, she did not lose heart. Zachariah had explicitly told her to take things slowly and not rush. Time passed quietly. A year later, one day, Zachariah walked through the corridor of the 8th level of the demon-sealing tower. The fellow enforcers who passed by all regarded him with respectful looks. Compared to when he first arrived, their attitudes towards him were vastly different. Zachariah had become a model figure among the enforcers of the demon-sealing tower. Not only had he set interrogation records in the upper levels, but he had also achieved numerous successes in the 8th level, never failing in his missions. Enforcers spoke highly of performance-based results. Although Zachariah was young and inexperienced, he enjoyed the favor of the Cole, holding more power than the average enforcer. Moreover, his outstanding performance naturally elevated his status in the demon-sealing tower. Over this year, apart from the mysterious prison in the 8th level, Zachariah had recorded all other demons and monsters into the Demon Chronicles. Living in the demon-sealing tower for a year equated to 6 years within the Little Wu Xiangtian world. His cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation transcending realm. Each advancement within the tribulation transcending realm required facing a thunder tribulation. Every time he sensed an impending thunder tribulation, Zachariah would travel far. With his current sage body, enduring the thunder tribulations was not a problem. The thunder tribulations not only couldn't harm him, but also helped refine his body further. His sage body had now fully matured. However, advancing it further was exceedingly difficult, even for Zachariah himself. Reaching the sage body stage had been due to a stroke of luck. Achieving further progress would require extraordinary fortune. Brother Su, the Cole wishes to see you. An enforcer came to inform Zachariah. Despite being older, he called Zachariah Brother Su, making Zachariah feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet this was reality. Reflecting on his initial days when he lacked strength and accomplishments, he was indeed the lowliest among his peers. But now, circumstances had changed. As he rose to prominence, people naturally sought to curry favor. Leaving the demon-sealing tower, he entered the familiar bamboo grove. It had been at least half a year since Zachariah last met the Cole. Within less than a year, Zachariah noticed white hair appearing at the Isaiah's temples, which surprised him. An ordinary person showing white hair in half a year wouldn't surprise Zachariah, but this was the Cole of Mount Shu. Is the Cole perhaps troubled by something? Zachariah wondered silently. Just then, the Cole noticed Zachariah's gaze and said, failing to transcend to the tribulation transcending realm, aging a bit is normal. He explained the cause straightforwardly, though his tone carried a hint of bitterness. Zachariah remained silent, understanding that no words could ease Mandate Chance's feelings. Let's not talk about that, Mandate Chance said, changing the subject. You have performed excellently this past year. I plan to promote you to the position of Jerry Enforcer. What do you think? Zachariah was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the Cole to summon him specifically for a promotion. Promotion hadn't crossed his mind, as he was already content with his current freedom. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and he wasn't keen on shouldering that burden. I might not be up to the task, Zachariah initially declined. Mandate Chance replied. If you continue as an ordinary enforcer with such privileges, it will inevitably draw criticism. This position will make your actions more convenient and legitimate. Why refuse it? Besides, based on the intelligence you've gathered, you are the best choice for Jerry Enforcer. No one else can match you. Hearing this, Zachariah fell silent, feeling somewhat tempted. To advance further, he needed substantial power, especially to explore the mysterious room in the 8th level. Mandate Chance continued, The Jerry Enforcer has power second only to me. In my absence, you will oversee the Demon-Sealing Tower. For many years, Anwar did not appoint anyone to this role because no one was suitable. Are you sure you want to give up this opportunity? Zachariah pondered for a moment before asking, is there something preventing the Cole from overseeing the Demon-Sealing Tower? Zachariah sensed that Mandate Chance might want to create this position because he was too preoccupied to manage it himself. Mandate Chance nodded, acknowledging his thoughts openly. I wish to enter seclusion and focus on attempting another breakthrough. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Mandate Chance's failure to transcend and his premature aging were indeed tragic. Wanting to attempt another breakthrough in his lifetime was understandable. Therefore, he wanted to establish the Jerry Enforcer position to ensure his undivided attention. Other Isaiahs were unfamiliar with the Demon-Sealing Tower operations and had their own responsibilities. Only Zachariah was most fitting for this role. All right, I accept. Zachariah was not ungrateful. The Cole had provided him with special privileges, and now wishing to clear his mind for the tribulation transcending realm breakthrough, Zachariah felt obliged to shoulder this responsibility. After Zachariah agreed, Balder finally showed a somewhat satisfied smile. I'm glad you agreed. Thus, on that day, Zachariah was appointed as the Jerry Enforcer of the Demon-Sealing Tower. Despite his age and lack of seniority, his performance was outstanding. Therefore, when the appointment order was announced, no enforcer objected. Some might have harbored resentment internally, but they dared only to grumble in their hearts. In front of Zachariah, they had to greet him with a smile, respectfully addressing him as Commander Shu. In the 8th level, Dennis, who was relatively close to Zachariah, felt a bit dejected upon hearing this news. His sadness wasn't because Zachariah became the commander, but because he could no longer casually call him Junior Brother Shu. Addressing him as Commander Shu instantly emphasized the hierarchy. However, what slightly comforted him was that Zachariah's attitude towards him remained unchanged after his promotion. He still called Dennis Senior Brother Isaac. Indeed, Zachariah didn't treat Dennis exceptionally, but extended the same courtesy to everyone else. Remaining true to his principles, Commander Shu naturally won the majority's support. Back in the little Xianxia world, the moment Zachariah appeared, Kira greeted him cheerfully. Benefactor, you're here? So long had passed, and Kira still habitually addressed him as Benefactor. Zachariah didn't mind. It was just a title. Anything but Master was fine. Benefactor hasn't visited much lately, she remarked. Since Zachariah assumed the role of Jerry Enforcer, part of his time was indeed taken up by official duties. As an ordinary enforcer, he used to loaf around without issue. Now, however, there were matters that required his attention. He wielded more power but also bore greater responsibility. This is precisely why Zachariah initially hesitated to take the job. However, now that he had accepted it, he wouldn't complain. There are many things happening outside, causing delays, Zachariah explained calmly. Kira had no idea what Zachariah did in the outside world. These years, she stayed in this place following Zachariah's instructions, practicing her skills like a bird in a cage. Naturally, she longed for the outside world, but to achieve the goal set by Zachariah, she endured silently, staying for several years without complaint. Now, she had made significant progress in controlling her spirit-controlling body, unlocking its potential substantially. She had mastered how to use this physique, activating it at will, no longer needing Zachariah's encouragement or verbal provocation. She could remain angry all the time and easily control other spirit beasts. However, taming the magic dragon remained challenging. While it no longer resisted her commands, compliance and obedience were different matters. It would obey some commands occasionally but mostly ignored them. Only occasionally did it move its claws upon Kira's instructions. Most times, it treated her commands indifferently. Each failure left Kira feeling disheartened. Zachariah, however, always consoled her, assuring her that any progress was good and encouraging her not to undervalue herself. Taming a mature and rebellious dragon was no simple feat. During her time wrestling with the magic dragon, Kira uncovered more about it. She learned that the dragon once had an owner, someone it later despised deeply. Upon learning from Kira, Zachariah realized the dragon's original master was the daughter of the Kelvin. The exact events leading to the dragon's estrangement and escape from another powerful demon remained unknown. A tragic past that even Kira couldn't uncover. Truly taming the dragon would reveal these secrets. After completing his practice and preparing to leave, Kira suddenly stopped him. Benefactor, can you take me out for a walk? Caught off guard, Kira regretted speaking immediately, thinking she shouldn't ask while not having fully met Zachariah's expectations. Fearful of displeasing him, she quickly added, it's okay if you can't. Zachariah turned, looking at her with a touch of pity. She was still a young girl, confined here for years, indeed a harsh reality. But where could he take her? Certainly not back to Mount Shu or the Demon-Sealing Tower. This posed a problem. After pondering, Zachariah sensed something and softly said, you've been patient for a long time. Taking you out isn't an issue, but please wait a moment, okay? Prepare to bring her out after leaving Mount Shu. Kira nodded in pleasant surprise, feeling immensely content. Leaving the little Xianxia world, Zachariah departed from Mount Shu and found a place nearby to build a straw hut. He planned to temporarily settle Kira here because he was about to face his final tribulation before Immortal Realm, the Mortal Transcendence tribulation. Should he lose his cultivation during the process, he wouldn't be able to maintain the little Xianxia world anymore. Thus, letting Kira out was inevitable, aligning perfectly with her request. As for the magic dragon, Zachariah wouldn't dare release it without his supervision, fearing its unpredictable behavior. He decided to seal it in a spatial ring for isolation. Transforming the defeated demons into puppets via undead seals, Zachariah assigned them as guards for Kira. Moreover, he chose a place frequently visited by spirit beasts, ensuring her safety. Completing these arrangements, Zachariah brought Kira out. Overjoyed, she felt liberated like a caged bird flying free. Even the humble straw hut looked adorable to her. Although the little Xianxia world could simulate real-world scenarios, Kira sensed it wasn't the real world, making her excitement palpable. However, hearing Zachariah tell her to live alone for a while, Kira panicked. Benefactor, did I ask for too much, so you're leaving me here alone? I won't ask, let me go back, she pleaded, resembling a frightened child. Seeing her anxiety, Zachariah understood her feelings. She thought that it was because of her request that Zachariah no longer wanted to pay attention to her, leaving her alone here. At that moment, she imagined Zachariah saying viciously, "You want to stay outside? Fine, I'll let you stay outside all by yourself." Her head soon received a light tap from Zachariah. "What are you thinking about? I have important matters to handle, and won't have time to accompany you for now. The place you were in before, you can't stay there anymore. So I'm letting you stay here temporarily. Don't overthink things." This was the truth. When Zachariah truly faced the mortal transcendence tribulation, his illusionary clone would disappear as well. Therefore, Zachariah's true self must remain in the demon-sealing tower. It was impossible for him to leave the demon-sealing tower to be with her. In the past, he could have found excuses to leave. But now, as the Jerry enforcer, if he wanted to leave, it would be much more difficult, perhaps several times harder than before. Hearing Zachariah's words, Kira felt slightly relieved. "How long will you be away, Benefactor?" Kira was worried that Zachariah might be gone for several years. After all, she had already been away from the 10,000 Beast sect for a few years. She didn't know that only 1 year had passed in the outside world. Uncertain, but it should be quick. A bitter expression immediately appeared on Kira's face. Words like uncertain and should offered no comfort and instead led to deeper worries. However, she couldn't change Zachariah's decision. All she could do was hope that Zachariah would return soon to pick her up. Zachariah hadn't been back at the demon-sealing tower for long when the signs of his cultivation dissipating began to appear. He knew that the mortal transcendence tribulation was truly upon him. Zachariah did not resist. Some cultivators dared not undergo this tribulation, preferring to remain in the late-stage tribulation realm rather than risk failing the transformation and becoming a true mortal again. But Zachariah had higher ambitions and greater aspirations. Therefore, he welcomed the mortal transcendence tribulation without resistance. When he lost all of his cultivation, he remained calm. This was an inevitable part of the path to immortality. Other cultivators might be stuck in this process for many years, but Zachariah could expedite it through continuous infusion of cultivation experience. Ultimately, the mortal transcendence tribulation was a process of recultivation. Of course, this process heavily tested one's mindset. If it collapsed, then everything else collapsed as well. On the surface, nothing changed after Zachariah experienced the mortal transcendence tribulation. However, those around him who could no longer sense his cultivation aura felt strange. Why would someone who seemed perfectly fine suddenly lose all cultivation aura? Most people, though puzzled, didn't ask, assuming Zachariah had simply hidden his cultivation aura. After all, in the eyes of others, Zachariah's cultivation among the underground enforcers of the demon-sealing tower wasn't exceptional, yet he had become the Jerry enforcer. So they speculated that perhaps Zachariah deliberately hid his cultivation to avoid scrutiny or doubts about his position. Of course, only those who didn't know Zachariah thought this way. Dennis, who was relatively close to Zachariah, knew he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Sensing no cultivation aura from Zachariah, Dennis asked straightforwardly, "Commander Sue, are you unwell? Why is there no sign of your cultivation?" Shaking his head, Zachariah replied, "I'm fine. I need to seal my cultivation for a while." Zachariah explained why his cultivation seemed non-existent, although he purposely left out the real reason. "Seal your cultivation? Why?" Dennis pursued the matter thoroughly, leaving Zachariah momentarily speechless. However, Zachariah then thought of a plausible answer. "This is a method to cultivate my physical body. Sealing my cultivation helps me train my body more effectively. It makes the cultivation of my physical body more pure." This explanation seemed reasonable since everyone already knew about Zachariah's powerful physique. "Not surprising, Commander Sue." Dennis's face showed genuine admiration. "No wonder Commander Sue's physical body is so strong. You must have unique insights into physical cultivation. You've shared this method with me. What a windfall for me." Dennis was filled with envy, already imagining having a physique as formidable as Zachariah's. Zachariah didn't know what to say. Dennis certainly had high hopes. With a shrug and a wry smile, Zachariah responded, "Try it if you wish." Chapter 250. The Longevity Realm. In the 8th subterranean level of the Demon Locking Tower, Zachariah stood in front of the door of the most mysterious room. He was quite curious about what was behind that door. However, previously, he could not investigate, and now it was even more impossible for him to do so. The tribulation of mortality had stripped away all his cultivation, including his divine sense. Now, he was practically equivalent to a martial artist. He possessed nothing but raw physical strength and a robust physique. Of course, even with just this strength and physique, he could easily slay cultivators at the soul formation stage. Hack hack. Suddenly, Zachariah began to cough. For a moment, he felt as if his body was diseased. Even an immortal body can fall sick? What a realistic experience. Zachariah laughed bitterly. This kind of pain and suffering was something only ordinary people would endure. He hadn't experienced it for a long time. Unexpectedly, this rule, even the immortal body couldn't resist. But Zachariah didn't take it seriously, maintaining a peaceful mindset. However, the loss of cultivation and minor illnesses were small potatoes. There was another challenge brought by the tribulation of mortality. It could make one's appearance gradually age. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were the fate of mortals. The tribulation of mortality was also called the fate tribulation. Surviving this tribulation led to the broad road of longevity. Failing meant returning to dust, leaving one's life to fate. Zachariah originally thought he could escape this fate, but when he woke up after the tribulation, the other enforcers looked at him with strange glances. Although none of them spoke, they seemed hesitant. Zachariah realized something was wrong. Hastily returning to his room to look in the mirror, he saw his aged face. He touched his cheeks, noticing the skin's sagging muscles. When Dennis saw Zachariah next, he exclaimed, "Commander Sue, how did you suddenly grow so old?" Zachariah calmly replied, "Overpracticed these few days." Dennis was taken aback by this explanation. Overpracticed? Who practices until they get old? To Dennis, this sounded absolutely absurd. Initially planning to imitate Zachariah's method and hoping to learn from him one day, he immediately lost his courage seeing Zachariah's condition. He wasn't married yet. He still wanted to enjoy life. Aging like this would leave no one wanting him. Can you recover from this? Dennis expressed his concern for Zachariah. Sue's brother is still young and handsome. From what Dennis knew, Sue's brother didn't have a partner yet. If Sue's brother stayed like this, it would be worrying for his future happiness. It's fine, just a small problem, we'll recover soon. Upon hearing this, Dennis was shocked. Sue's brother's body structure is truly different. No wonder he has such a powerful physique at this age. Such monstrous talent, unattainable. Dragging his old and weak body back to the room, Zachariah knew only a strong heart could remain calm in such situations. Having faced numerous dangers, he remained unperturbed. Closing his eyes, before falling asleep, he recalled all his recent cultivation experiences. Then, he fell into a deep sleep for 3 days, appearing as if he peacefully passed away. During this time, his appearance began to rejuvenate. By dawn on the 3rd day, his door was almost knocked down, but he still didn't wake up. Next moment, his door was forced open by Dennis, the closest person to Zachariah. Others didn't dare barge in. Dennis feared for Zachariah's well-being, rather than facing Zachariah's anger. Earlier, Zachariah showed signs of frailty and aging before him. Though Zachariah said there was no need to worry, it was just a minor issue, Dennis couldn't help but doubt. Upon learning Zachariah hadn't come out for 3 days, he rushed over immediately to check on Zachariah. Since Zachariah didn't respond, Dennis broke down the door in panic. Entering the room, Dennis stared at the motionless Zachariah on the bed, shocked as if struck by lightning. Commander Sue. Rushing to the bedside, seeing Zachariah restored to his youthful appearance, Dennis froze momentarily. Ignoring further thoughts, he grabbed Zachariah's shoulders and shook him. Commander Sue, wake up. He reached out to check Zachariah's breath. Perceiving no aura or breathing, his face turned pale in shock. Sinking down, his expression sorrowful. Behind, others hesitated, only daring to ask Dennis, "What happened to Commander Sue?" Dennis shook his head, looking grief-stricken. "Commander Sue, he's gone. But I'm here, alive and well." Next moment, Zachariah sat up suddenly. This frightened them greatly. Seeing Zachariah awake, Dennis felt both relieved and confused. "You were clearly not breathing. Have you heard of the embryonic breathing technique?" Zachariah asked calmly. Everyone then understood. Embryonic breathing allowed one to breathe without nasal respiration, similar to unborn infants. Though not rare, few practiced it. "Everything about me changed due to my unique physical cultivation method. There's no need for concern." After Zachariah explained, they nodded, bidding farewell and dispersing. Only Dennis remained, apologizing for his rash actions. Zachariah didn't blame him, understanding Dennis's concern. Sending Dennis away, Zachariah took a deep breath. His cultivation returned. The tribulation of mortality was finally over. At this moment, Zachariah's aura began to ascend. His cultivation path reached its peak, opening a new avenue toward greatness. Countless golden lights shimmered within, purifying his divine essence. Preparing a solid foundation for the next transformation, after enduring many tribulations, he finally reached the longevity realm. Chapter 251. The Demon Dragon Submits. The Realm of Immortality. How many practitioners have dreamt of reaching this coveted realm? They toil diligently and strive all their lives, ultimately seeking immortality. This is the distant shore that countless cultivators aspire to reach in their dreams. Becoming an immortal, they do not dare to hope for. Note, I have made the sentence more fluent in English while retaining the meaning. The term xuanhuan is translated as immortal, which is a common translation for this Chinese concept. But achieving immortality is something they can still yearn for. Immortals are also referred to as heavenly emperors. In the absence of celestial beings, immortals rule the human world. Thus, they become the eternal, heavenly emperors. They are truly the emperors acknowledged by cultivators. The monarchs who sit on thrones are like grains of sand compared to the moonlight. They cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Zachariah stood up. At this moment, his eyes exuded an inward calm. Truly, he radiated a composed and confident demeanor, emanating from within. When interacting with others, people felt Zachariah had a gentle and harmonious aura. This aura uplifted people's moods. It was the natural aura emitted by immortals, making those around him involuntarily feel closer. Of course, immortal demons were exceptions. Immortal demons would only make people want to stay away even more. The moment Zachariah recovered his cultivation, he immediately headed toward where Zhang Min'er was. When he arrived at the straw hut, Zhang Min'er was sitting atop a bull-like spirit beast, looking carefree. Of course, Zachariah could tell she was utterly bored. Only someone incredibly bored would sit on a spirit beast's head, allowing it to wander aimlessly. "You've made significant progress while I was away." Zachariah's words caused Zhang Min'er to turn her head immediately. Upon seeing Zachariah, her eyes lit up with boundless joy. Though there was no formal master-student relationship between them, unconsciously, she had come to regard Zachariah as a true mentor, the person she trusted most after her sister. Seeing Zachariah return, joy welled up inside her. She leapt down from the spirit beast's head and rushed towards Zachariah. "Look, benefactor." Zhang Min'er raised her hands. Behind her, the dozen or so spirit beasts lifted their heads in unison, roaring as if welcoming Zachariah's arrival. Seeing this, a smile spread across Zachariah's face. "Not bad. Your control over your spirit body has improved considerably." Zhang Min'er nodded. During Zachariah's absence, she had gained mastery over the other spirit beasts. This gave her considerable confidence. Now, she couldn't wait to confront the demon dragon again. Seeing her eager expression, Xianxia instantly understood her thoughts. He then brought her into the Xuanhuan Sky realm. Now that he had advanced to the Immortal realm, he could expand the size of the Xuanhuan Sky. However, he chose not to focus on that. Size was secondary. What mattered most was concentrating on accelerating time flow within the small world. Currently, he had increased the time flow rate in the Xuanhuan Sky to 10 times that of the outside world. A day outside was equivalent to 10 days within. Zhang Min'er hadn't noticed this change yet. Upon entering the Xuanhuan Sky, she immediately fixed her gaze on the disgruntled-looking demon dragon. The demon dragon had been thrown into the spatial ring by Xianxia. That spatial ring did not provide the same healing benefits as the Xuanhuan Sky. Moreover, sensing a dragon soul inside the ring similar to itself, it felt both terrified and enraged. Seeing its kin turned into a tool by someone, how could it remain unperturbed? However, no matter how angry it felt, it remained powerless. It couldn't defy the ring's owner. As its anger gradually subsided, only fear remained. It feared becoming a victim itself. Originally a proud and defiant dragon, its near-death experience made it wary of death. Thus, it ceased its struggles and lay there listlessly, as if in a deep sleep. Until Xianxia and Zhang Min'er arrived. It slowly opened its eyes, but it only hummed lifelessly, showing no other reactions. Clearly, it did not expect to see Xianxia or Zhang Min'er. Zhang Min'er ignored its indifference. With a wave of her hand and a thought, the originally prostrate dragon inexplicably stood up. Its eyes widened in disbelief. "Follow me." Zhang Min'er beckoned to the dragon. Then, she turned and left. The dragon, unwilling to obey this child, was compelled by some mysterious force, acting contrary to its will. Following behind Zhang Min'er, the dragon struggled to break free but felt humiliated. How could such a noble creature be treated like a dog? Just then, Xianxia's presence reached the dragon. Sensing Xianxia's immortal aura, its resistance weakened. Xianxia's aura wasn't as repulsive. Moreover, it sensed that Xianxia was now stronger than ever. Previously, when Xianxia was weaker, it could not escape his grasp. Now, there was virtually no chance. At this moment, it cast a pleading glance at Xianxia, seemingly asking for help. It didn't want to be commanded by Adria. Suddenly, Zhang Min'er turned around and excitedly said, "Benefactor, it wants you to be its master." Zhang Min'er wasn't upset that the dragon preferred Xianxia. On the contrary, she was glad. Xianxia wanted to control the dragon through her. But now the dragon willingly submitted to Xianxia, eliminating the need for her mediation. Naturally, this was a better outcome. "Oh, really?" Xianxia smiled. He was quite pleased with this result. "So let it go." Under Xianxia's instruction, Zhang Min'er immediately released the dragon. The next moment, the dragon turned to face Xianxia, bowed its massive body low, and lowered its head to the ground before Xianxia, signaling its submission. Xianxia felt relieved. Indeed, strengthening one's power was crucial. The immortal realm was indeed extraordinary. Placing his hand on the dragon's head, Xianxia said, "Since you wish to submit to me, show some sincerity. Take me somewhere." Xianxia conveyed his intention telepathically. However, in the next instant, the dragon's expression turned to sheer terror. Chapter 252. The underground 8th floor room. The dragon's eyes revealed deep terror. It shook its head vigorously, struggling fiercely, expressing a strong sense of resistance. What's wrong with it? Xianxia couldn't understand what the dragon was resisting, so he asked Zhang Min'er for help. Zhang Min'er thought for a moment, and then said, "It seems very afraid of where the benefactor wants to go." According to Zhang Min'er, the dragon had an ingrained fear of the destination Xianxia intended to reach. For a moment, Xianxia felt somewhat helpless. After all this time spent dealing with the dragon, it still wasn't reliable. However, Xianxia no longer needed to rely on the dragon much. His realm had already reached the immortal stage. Even without the dragon's power, he could hope to break through the boundary by himself. "Forget it. Let it stay here," Xianxia said. "I don't need it anymore." When Xianxia mentioned not needing the dragon, Zhang Min'er suddenly looked disheartened. Xianxia had brought her along specifically to tame the dragon. Now that Xianxia no longer required the dragon's assistance, it meant she had lost her purpose as well. Moreover, she felt sad about not being able to help Xianxia. The dragon's fear was bone deep, and even with all her control, she couldn't erase its fear. Of course, this also related to Zhang Min'er's own abilities. While she had become much stronger than when she first joined Xianxia, she still couldn't make the dragon act against its instincts. If she commanded the dragon to die, it wouldn't obey. "Benefactor, does that mean you no longer need me?" Zhang Min'er asked sorrowfully. She had followed Xianxia in cultivation for such a long time that she had grown accustomed to his presence. Suddenly being told to leave would naturally be hard for her to accept. Xianxia chose his words carefully before replying, "This is just a temporary farewell. We will meet again. Your sect is waiting for you. It's time for them to see you. Otherwise, they might really think I kidnapped you." Though Xianxia said they would meet again, Zhang Min'er clearly didn't believe him. After all, who knew when or if they'd meet again if Xianxia didn't come looking for her? She didn't know where to find him otherwise. But she also understood that no gathering lasts forever. Farewells were inevitable. "I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So if you ever need my help, you must come find me," Zhang Min'er said emotionally. Xianxia smiled faintly and replied, "Certainly." Afterward, Xianxia returned Zhang Min'er to the 10,000 Beast sect. Upon rejoining, Zhang Min'er immediately caught everyone's attention. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman, no longer the inconspicuous Adria she once was. Her beauty alone turned many heads. Some even wondered if this was the same insignificant girl from before. Most impressive, however, was Zhang Min'er's beast taming skills. She truly was the legendary spirit master body. When she waved her arm, the The surrounding spirit beasts responded, causing the sect Isaiahs to look at her as if she were a flawless gemstone, their gaze filled with eager anticipation, a kind of admiration even the Saintess Zhang Linger hadn't experienced. Who would have thought, in just 1 year, you've changed so much? Alanis exclaimed, gripping Zhang Minner's shoulders. Zhang Minner was puzzled. 1 year? Wasn't it several years? Alanis explained, you must be confused, dear. Missing the sect can make time seem longer. Zhang Minner tilted her head, uncertain. Jai, had she only leave for 1 year? Soon after you left, your sister showed up, Alanis added. Zhang Linger appeared then, and upon seeing her, Zhang Minner rushed into her arms like a wandering child returning home. Sister, I missed you so much. Zhang Linger watched her sister's transformation with genuine satisfaction. It seemed the sword cultivator hadn't exaggerated. He had indeed bestowed great fortune upon Zhang Minner. Thinking about it, she realized she should thank him properly. Initially, she had harbored some resentment toward Zachariah for taking her sister away, but now she saw how narrow-minded she had been. However, Zachariah didn't linger after returning Zhang Minner to the sect. He politely declined Alanis's invitation and left, making it impossible for Zhang Linger to express her gratitude. Curious about the drastic change in her sister over just 1 year, Zhang Linger examined her closely. I can't believe you've surpassed me in just 1 year, Zhang Linger remarked, her eyes filled with warmth and a hint of envy. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy, she was genuinely happy for her sister. Why does everyone say it's been only 1 year? Zhang Minner asked, bewildered. In the little Wuxiang heaven, she had stayed there for at least 5 years, experiencing the changing seasons. But hearing the same timeline from both her sister and the sect leader, she didn't argue. Over time, she had learned to hide her true thoughts, a sign of maturity and deeper contemplation. Back at the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah, now in the immortal stage, experienced a significant surge in his spiritual power, and his divine sense expanded further. His consciousness enveloped the entire Shu Mountain. With a mere thought, every detail within the sect could be transmitted directly to his mind, forming clear images. It was as if he could install surveillance cameras everywhere if he wished. His divine sense had become extremely refined, nearly impervious to destruction. Previously, when he tried probing the mysterious room on the 8th underground floor of the demon-locking pagoda, the array formations had nearly obliterated his divine sense. Now, however, his divine sense had reached a new level of strength, making it far more resilient. Encouraged by his powerful divine sense, Zachariah ventured to the 8th underground floor again. Standing several feet away from the room, he focused his gaze and attempted to breach the array formation's restrictions with his divine sense. An indiscernible sound seemed to ripple through the air. Zachariah's divine sense, needle-thin, penetrated the surface barriers and delved deeper inside the formation. The familiar destructive power of the array formation surged towards him once again. But this time, Zachariah's divine sense completely resisted this force. He had also preemptively disabled the array's warning system. Having spent so much time on the 8th underground floor, he was already familiar with the key to disabling the warning. Thus, he suppressed it in advance using his divine essence to ensure it wouldn't trigger the alert. This was something he could manage. Consequently, Zachariah's divine sense silently infiltrated the room without setting off any alarms. Inside the room, everything returned as pitch-black darkness. He couldn't perceive anything at all. As Zachariah's divine sense continued to expand deeper, probing a wider range, for a moment, everything he sensed was only deep darkness, so real that it made him feel like he was there in person. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of endless darkness, unable to find direction or hope, with only impenetrable darkness enveloping everything. It was as though he were swallowed by a gigantic beast from the abyss. Of course, Zachariah did not give up just like that. He really wanted to know what was inside here. Only this one cell remained unrecorded in the Chronicle of Demons. Although he wasn't a typical obsessive-compulsive person, sometimes he pursued perfection. Just like now, there was only this last demon left, and he didn't want to miss it. Zachariah's divine sense continued, feeling around the cell. Suddenly, in the darkness, it was as if an eye had abruptly opened. The eye stared intently at some point, right where Zachariah's divine sense was exploring. The instant the eye opened, Zachariah suddenly sensed something strange. In the next moment, his divine sense saw that eye, a cold gaze with a hint of surprise, as if wondering why someone's divine sense could probe this place. This was clearly not a demon's divine sense, so it must belong to someone from Shu Mountain. Get out! A roar suddenly sounded in Zachariah's ear. Next, his divine sense was expelled by another force. Zachariah sighed slightly, shaking his head. His divine sense indeed managed to break through into the cell this time, but he still knew almost nothing about what existed inside. Was the owner of that eye the Kelvin? Zachariah speculated. However, he thought this guess seemed unlikely. If the Kelvin were truly imprisoned there, how could he easily reject those trying to rescue him? When Zachariah's divine sense entered, it carried no ill intent, so it shouldn't have been detected as threatening. Yet, the other side expelled his divine sense without hesitation. After thinking for a while, Zachariah figured it might be because the Kelvin did not want to come out. Well, leave it as it is for now, Zachariah decided. Being able to probe the cell was a crucial step forward. Having taken this step meant he was halfway successful. The rest depended on fate, which could not always be forced. With his mindset, Zachariah did not linger any longer. To outsiders, it appeared as if Zachariah had merely been standing there in a daze for a moment, unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding beneath the surface. Zachariah entered the little Wuxiang heaven world. After resting overnight to regain his strength, he left the sect once more. This time, he was concerned that what he was about to do might endanger others in the sect. He planned to try opening a spatial rift himself. If he could open the rift, rescuing Jenna would no longer be a distant hope but within reach. Opening a spatial rift was no easy task. It was almost a technique reserved for immortals, certainly not something one could casually achieve. Even during its prime, the immortal demon possessed only late-stage longevity realm strength, barely mastering the art of breaking boundaries. Zachariah, having just entered the longevity stage, was hardly ready to talk about breaking boundaries. If anyone else heard of this, they might laugh at him. Nevertheless, Zachariah intended to make an initial attempt. Failure was reasonable and expected. After all, he needed to rely on himself. The Chronicle of Demons offered no help here, and Zachariah, despite his talent, was far from being a prodigy. Thus, even if he failed, he wouldn't be disheartened. He came to a clearing in the dense forest outside Shu Mountain, took a deep breath, and focused his divine consciousness. Then, he unleashed a punch, sending a blast of air roaring out, instantly reducing all trees before him into a shower of dust. Such terrifying destructive power in a single punch alone would astonish anyone who saw it. But Zachariah was unsatisfied, shaking his head. Not enough, still far from it. Despite the apparent ferocity, it remained superficial, lacking true boundary-breaking power. A single punch's power is too little. I need more, faster. Zachariah aimed for simplicity. If one punch was insufficient, he would layer more punches. Next, he punched lightning fast, concentrating each strike at a single point in space. Each punch gathered all his surrounding energy, appearing incredibly slow from the outside, like slow-motion movements slower than a grandpa practicing Tai Chi. However, in reality, his punches were so fast that they created countless illusions, resulting in a visual deception. Moments later, a black lightning bolt erupted from the point he struck. Chapter 253, Second Tribulation. That black lightning was indeed the black flash that erupted from the spatial rift after space shattered. This meant that the power Zachariah was currently unleashing was already sufficient to shatter space. A moment later, Zachariah stopped. The space has developed cracks, but this level of damage is far from enough. Zachariah knew very well. Although he had initially gained the power to shatter space, it wasn't as effortless as it was for the long-lived demon back then. This indicated that he wasn't yet at the stage where he could break space purely through strength. His method belonged more to the unorthodox category. To truly tear apart space, one must have a certain understanding of spatial rules. He had just entered the longevity realm not long ago, and wanting to achieve all at once was indeed too hasty. Zachariah returned to the demon-locking pagoda, continuing his seclusion. This autumn, the hills were awash with golden hues, leaves scattered in the chilly autumn wind. On this day, above Mount Xuanhuan, suddenly dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. Many disciples of the Shu Mountain Sect were startled by this sudden sound of thunder. How does this happen again? Everyone gazed up at the thunderclouds in shock. The last time similar thunderclouds appeared above Mount Xuanhuan, the higher-ups said it was tribulation clouds for someone undergoing tribulation. But there was no one going through tribulation in Xuanhuan back then. Later on, the tribulation clouds disappeared mysteriously. Why were they here now? It's Elder Balder. Look! Someone suddenly noticed Elder Balder flying into the sky. They immediately exclaimed in surprise. Last time, Balder went through his tribulation while outside. So, no one within the sect knew about it. This time, after a period of seclusion, he chose once again to challenge the thunder tribulation. There were few who could recover and regain confidence after failing a tribulation. Because the tribulation not only destroys one's cultivation and body, but also inflicts severe psychological damage. If Balder's mind wasn't strong enough, he would have surely lost faith in himself long ago. Now, having experienced failure once, his state of mind had become much calmer. Joseph Gerardo also came out from his sleeping chamber. His eyes were fixed on Balder's figure. Gerardo knew about Balder's previous failed tribulation attempt. At the time, he truly feared that this elder might lose his spirit due to it. If Elder lost his resolve, it would mean losing a valuable assistant. Of course, this was not what Gerardo wanted to see. Therefore, Gerardo had consoled him thoroughly to restore his spirit. Now, seeing Balder regaining the confidence to face the tribulation, he felt quite relieved. However, when Gerardo saw Balder undertaking tribulation once again, he couldn't help but feel tense. He moved closer to protect him. The entire Shu Mountain Sect was immersed in a tense atmosphere. All eyes looked earnestly towards the sky. If Elder succeeded, Shu Mountain would gain a new transcendent expert post-tribulation. Such an increase in combat power cannot be underestimated. Therefore, they all hoped Elder would succeed. Rumble. Rolling thunder roared down with terrifying power. Inside the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah also sensed Balder's tribulation. Though the scale and intensity of this tribulation were far less than Zachariah's previous experience, Balder didn't have such a monstrous physical constitution. Even if its power was halved, it remained uncertain whether he could endure it. On the 8th floor of the demon-locking pagoda, a figure walked to the window and looked towards the nearby thunderclouds. He raised his gourd and drank tea, muttering to himself, "You're all so diligent, making me seem like I'm not doing anything." After saying that, he lay directly on the bed. Not acting means not acting. Why should I care so much? Above Shu Mountain, thunder roared like dragons descending. Balder raised both hands, a shimmering barrier appearing. The rolling thunder struck the barrier he upheld. Violent purple lightning splashed around wildly. Balder frowned deeply. He felt pressured right from the start. The second tribulation was even more violent than the first. This was a common challenge for those who had previously failed. Due to each subsequent attempt being increasingly difficult, many choose to give up and never consider retaking the tribulation. Surviving the first failed attempt can be considered fortunate. Another failure could lead to death. This was a matter of life and death. Many did not dare to try again because they treasured their lives even more after experiencing failure. Balder certainly wasn't fearless. However, he aimed for a loftier realm. If he couldn't reach his goal, the knot in his heart would never be untied. The suppressed breath within him would never find release. At this moment, he held a firm belief. Failing the tribulation would mean choosing death over dishonor. Of course, with Gerardo and others present, even if he failed again, he wouldn't die. But nothing was worse than a dead heart. If it led to the formation of heart demons, It would be easier and faster for a cultivator to die. Boom. The protective light screen Baldur maintained finally shattered. Thunder rumbled across his body, sending waves of chilling explosions. Baldur activated all divine essence within him, gathering it around his skin to form a defensive layer. Otherwise, his body wouldn't withstand this tribulation without tearing open. Within Xuanhuan, everyone watching felt anxious, especially the council members. Elder's success or failure in this tribulation would profoundly affect the council. Should the elder fail again, the balance of power within the council would likely shift. Even if Elder's will was steadfast and his mentality strong, 2 consecutive failures would likely be unbearable. If he couldn't take it, he might resign as elder on the spot. Alas, if only I could help Elder. And Isaiah with a white beard sighed, saying, it's not that he didn't want to, but it was beyond his capability. This was the second tribulation for ascending to the tribulation realm. Its power was far beyond what ordinary Jiavine soul stage practitioners could interfere with. With his current strength, resisting the tribulation would be futile. Moreover, for non-targets, the tribulation automatically increased its power, growing stronger with more interference. Thus, relying on a group to help Elder resist the tribulation was impractical. Elder himself had to undergo the baptism of tribulation. Only then could the transformation process inside his body complete. Therefore, even Joseph Gerardo dared not easily intervene, fearing it would ruin his tribulation process. Zachariah was also observing secretly. He similarly had no intention of intervening. Firstly, this level of tribulation was useless to him. Secondly, he knew the consequences of blocking a tribulation. Back then, interrupting Atman's tribulation resulted in him being half inside and half outside the tribulation realm. This situation shouldn't happen to Baldur. Moments later, Baldur's face turned flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Chapter 254, Failure Once Again. As Baldur spat out a mouthful of blood, the members of the Shu Mountain Sect were greatly shocked. Gerardo immediately rushed over. However, Baldur stopped him with a gesture. Don't come any closer. Baldur lifted his head to the sky, a look of extreme pain on his face. Clearly, he was enduring torment beyond human endurance. Yet, he persisted. This was a path that every cultivator who pursued greater heights had to go through. A journey he had to undertake alone, for no one could help him. At this moment, Gerardo's heart was filled with internal conflict. He saw that Baldur was once again teetering on the edge of failure. If things continued, it would be very dangerous. The probability of an accident occurring was high. If Gerardo offered help at this time, it would undoubtedly ensure Baldur's failure in transcending the tribulation. But at least, Baldur would survive. While the Shu Mountain Sect would lose a Transcendence Realm powerhouse, they would still retain an elder and late-stage spirit formation. If Gerardo stood by and did nothing, the probability of Baldur perishing would increase significantly. But Baldur was adamantly stopping the sect leader from interfering, clearly demonstrating his intense desire for success. For years as the Cole, Baldur had always acted with prudence and caution, nearly faultless in this regard. But now, he wanted to act on a whim. Success or death, he must succeed. Gerardo realized the situation was dire. He observed that Baldur's hands were trembling violently, his body having reached its limits. Moreover, at least a third of the thunderbolts above remained. In his current state, Baldur could not endure anymore. Gerardo realized that before the thunderbolt tribulation ended, Baldur would inevitably perish first. He felt he couldn't let this continue. Regardless of the outcome, he had to save Baldur's life. As for what Baldur might think or do afterward, Gerardo didn't have the time to consider. Just as Gerardo was about to act, a sword abruptly materialized in the void. It pierced into the cloud-filled sky brimming with lightning. That storm of clouds exploded upon contact with the sword, countless bolts flashing in midair like 1,000 writhing serpents. In an instant, amidst the crackling sound of lightning, the thunderclouds dispersed, restoring clear skies. The crowd fell silent. Many disciples were baffled. They hadn't seen the sword and thus couldn't understand how the thunderclouds vanished so strangely. Some even assumed the tribulation had been successfully overcome and wanted to cheer. But seeing no one else react with joy, they hesitated. Was it successful or not? Someone couldn't help but ask in a hushed voice. Another person shook their head. Do you need to ask? Of course, it wasn't. Though unsuccessful, the Cole had survived again. A fortunate event amidst misfortune. Gerardo was shaken. With his keen senses, he knew the thunderbolt tribulation had dissipated because it was shattered by the sword in the sky. The Isaiah of that sword could only be the mysterious sword cultivator who had eluded everyone's sight. Gerardo felt grateful. Not only had the mysterious sword cultivator saved Baldur's life, but he also spared Gerardo the blame. For Gerardo, this turn of events was a relief. But for Baldur, it was a different story. When the thunderclouds dissipated, his heart sank to the bottom. How could a man who had never faced significant challenges in cultivation accept 2 consecutive failures? Struggling to stand on his weakened legs, he raised his head to the sky and questioned, "Why did you meddle?" Not only Gerardo noticed the sword light, Baldur did too. He didn't naively think the disappearance of the thunderclouds was due to Gerardo. No one understood better than him whether Gerardo had intervened or not. His thoughts aligned with Gerardo's, that it must have been the mysterious sword cultivator's doing. Indeed, the sword strike belonged to Zachariah. His reasons for acting were simple. He didn't want the Cole to die. That was it. After all, the Cole had granted him privileges and promoted him to Jerry Enforcer. The Isaiah had always treated Zachariah kindly, even surpassing the care shown by Anwar. Of course, Anwar's kindness was immeasurable as he had genuinely saved Zachariah's life, an unrepayable favor. While the Cole lacked this crucial point, Zachariah still didn't want to see him perish due to tribulation failure. When Zachariah sensed the deterioration of the Cole's condition, he promptly cut off the thunderclouds. This effectively interrupted the ritual of tribulation. Without completing it, it couldn't count as a successful transcendence. At this moment, Baldur, who always maintained composure, finally lost control. Issuing his soul-piercing question towards the heavens, He knew the mysterious sword cultivator must be nearby, listening. Respect for the sword cultivator turned to frustration. Do you think just because you are strong, you can interfere in others' affairs? Can you disregard their wishes? There was no response from the void. Inside the demon lock tower, Zachariah heard every word clearly but chose not to respond. He knew Baldur was venting his anger and that he had embraced a success or death mentality during the tribulation. By disrupting his plan, Zachariah became the target of his ire. So Zachariah decided to remain silent. Being blamed by Baldur wasn't a big deal. After shouting into the sky without a reply, Baldur fell silent. No one dared approach him during this time, including Gerardo. Seeing Baldur's low spirits, Gerardo waited until he lifted his head before approaching. Gerardo struggled to find comforting words. Unskilled at comforting others, he was relieved when Baldur spoke first. Sect leader, I'm fine, Baldur said. But Gerardo knew his demeanor suggested otherwise. Chapter 255. All conditions are met. The news of Baldur's failure to transcend the tribulation once again soon spread throughout the Shu Mountain Sect, despite his outward pretense of indifference. Everyone could tell that Baldur's mood had plummeted to its lowest point. In the past, although the Grand Isaiah was not one to laugh easily, he never gave off a cold and distant impression. However, at this moment, the Grand Isaiah appeared unapproachable, creating an atmosphere that made even the Isaiahs hesitate in comforting him. Even Gerardon, the sect leader, found it difficult to lift his spirits. Any further attempts by others would only deepen his pain. It was best for everyone to act as if they were unaware of the situation. Otherwise, each attempt to comfort would only be like adding salt to his wounds. Not long after, Baldur requested permission from the sect leader to leave Shu Mountain Sect, citing that he just needed to clear his mind. With the overall stability within the sect, Gerardon had no reason to keep him and thus approved his departure. Before Baldur left, however, Gerardon stipulated that he could only be away for up to a year, emphasizing the importance of the Grand Isaiah to Shu Mountain Sect. He was worried that Baldur might choose not to return. Knowing this, Baldur promised, I am born and will die for Shu Mountain. The sect leader can rest assured. After uttering these words, he left under the watchful gaze of the sect leader. After departing, Baldur circled around the perimeter of Shu Mountain, attempting to find traces of the mysterious sword cultivator, but to no avail. If the sword cultivator did not wish to be found, no one could locate him. Baldur knew this well. The destruction of his thunder tribulation by the sword cultivator was done with good intentions, to save his life. However, at the time, the disruption of his resolve led to bitterness. The words spoken then were merely out of frustration. Reflecting later, he realized he had misunderstood the cultivator's kindness and sought to apologize. Finding no success in his search, Baldur arrived alone at an uninhabited place, lost in deep thought. Soon after, he revealed a sword in his palm. As the sword emerged, an aura of bloodiness seemed to emanate subtly. This sword was none other than the Tusu sword inherited from the Benji. Baldur had never wielded this sword due to its malevolent nature, which could enslave its user as it did the Benji. However, if controlled properly, it could offer immense rewards. Like any gamble, Baldur now felt determined, gripping the Tusu sword tightly, as it responded with a soft hum. At the Sea Devil Sect's Lord's bedroom garden, when peach blossoms perfumed the air, Catherine stepped out of her room. After nearly 2 years of recuperation, she no longer appeared ill. Her former despondency was replaced with composure and confidence, her health surpassing her prime before injury. Enemies admired her recovery, praising her progress. During this period, Claude had cared for her meticulously, fulfilling more responsibility than expected. This treatment softened Catherine's perception of Claude, seeing him not just as a failed accomplice in the Demon Dragon incident, but as a faultless husband. Perhaps he merely erred unintentionally, Catherine reflected, having grown to truly regard Claude as her husband. Husband, is everything prepared? She asked. Madam, did you just call me husband? Claude responded with visible excitement, having always been addressed by name. Don't get carried away, Claude, Catherine sternly replied, though pleased. Claude grinned flatteringly. Madam, all preparations are complete. I have gathered allies from 8 islands along with our elite forces. We await your command to attack Shu Mountain and rescue my father-in-law. Hearing this, Catherine's heart swelled with anticipation. Finally, after waiting for so long, the moment had arrived. You've done well. Show me the forces. Soon, Claude led Catherine to where demons and monsters had gathered. Seeing them, Catherine's eyes sparkled with joy. Standing among the crowd of thousands of elite demonic beings, her satisfaction was evident. This formidable lineup wouldn't have materialized solely on her name. Most had come out of respect for Claude, the Lord of Sea Devil Sect. Although the daughter of the Demon Sovereign, she had lived in secrecy until now. Finally declaring herself openly, Catherine was ready for action. Catherine, daughter of the Demon Sovereign, was now ready to unleash her power. Chapter 256, Demons Unleashed. Rochelle's gaze swept over the gathered demons. She then introduced herself and made a pre-battle rally speech. The demons responded enthusiastically to the daughter of their Kelvin. Even if they did not particularly care for her in their hearts, they would at least give her face considering Claude's presence. Once the demons were assembled and ready to depart, the sect leader of the Dark Moon Sect stepped forward towards Claude, discussing matters concerning the Oceanfar Sect. Sect leader, the Oceanfar Sect has become overly arrogant lately. The Xylan exaggerated the recent behavior of the Oceanfar Sect. This sect is so audacious, showing no respect for us. I think we should take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Though it was a dispute between the Dark Moon Sect and the Oceanfar Sect, under the embellishment of the Xylan, it seemed as if the Oceanfar Sect completely disregarded all the demon factions and deliberately challenged them. Hearing this, the demons gritted their teeth in anger. This can't be tolerated. A mere Oceanfar Sect dares to act so arrogantly? Annihilate them. This sect must be wiped out. Kill them all. Not one shall be spared. The cries of the demons erupted instantly. Claude recalled when he had brought Rochelle to the land of the ancient demon gods. They were attacked by an Oceanfar Sect ship that failed to recognize them. Though Claude retaliated on his return journey, the ship he destroyed was not the same one that initially attacked him. Thus, he still harbored resentment towards the Oceanfar Sect. Now, agreeing to use the Oceanfar Sect as a warning example, Claude hesitated, given Rochelle's presence. Lady, what do you think? Claude frowned. I believe it's best not to add more trouble, but indeed, the Oceanfar Sect has become too arrogant. Seeing the heightened emotions among the demons, Rochelle knew that if she refused now, there were ways to suppress them. However, as she was relatively new among the demons and lacked established authority, refusing might incite resentment. If these demons turned against her, it would be disastrous. Therefore, even though Rochelle did not want to agree, she had no choice. If so, let's start with the Oceanfar Sect first. As soon as Rochelle spoke, the demons cheered wildly, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Unaware of the impending danger, the people of the Oceanfar Sect continued sailing their giant ships across the endless sea, until one ship encountered tens of thousands of demons crossing the endless sea together. These demons moved in such a large group that nothing in the sea could threaten them. They crushed any foolish sea beasts that dared to attack. When they saw this dark horde of demons approaching like locusts, everyone aboard the Oceanfar Sect ship froze. For a moment, they lost all ability to think. Only when they finally reacted, shouting, "Fire the cannons!" was it already too late. With just a slight effort from the demons, the ship crumbled instantly, and no one on board survived. Blood stained the endless sea. Even the sea beasts attracted by the scent of blood were not spared by the demons. In a blink, the sea surface was covered with mixed corpses of humans and sea creatures. As one Oceanfar Sect ship after another faced disaster, news reached the main base. The leaders of the Oceanfar Sect were furious. These damned Dark Moon Sect demons have gone too far. From the limited information received from the trading ship, they only knew that the number and strength of the demons were overwhelming, beyond their capacity to resist. But they did not know the exact number, assuming it was just the Dark Moon Sect acting en masse. When this news was known, the Oceanfar Sect leader's eyes turned red instantly. He tried contacting other ships, but only a few responded. The rest seemed to have vanished without a trace. This meant that at least 20 ships were lost, nearly half of their total fleet. A heavy blow indeed. Therefore, including the Oceanfar Sect leader, the entire leadership felt deep hatred towards the Dark Moon Sect disciples. They wished to flay them alive and display their bodies in public to vent their fury. Send word out, everyone prepare for battle, mobilize all our warships. This time, we will crush the Dark Moon Sect once and for all. His words sparked unanimous agreement. As a dominant force in Stormwind City, when had they ever faced such a provocation? If they did nothing now, they would never hold their heads high again in Stormwind City. After the sect leader rallied his forces, the disciples quickly prepared. Soon, nearly 100 warships gathered at the harbor of Stormwind City, creating a grand spectacle. The citizens of Stormwind City watched with excitement, knowing that the Oceanfar Sect was preparing for battle. Many had never seen such a massive operation before. While some were unaware, others who were well-informed understood the long-standing conflict between the Dark Moon Sect and the Oceanfar Sect. So they easily inferred the Oceanfar Sect's intentions. It looks like the Oceanfar Sect is determined to crush the Dark Moon Sect this time. The Dark Moon Sect disciples are a plague, committing countless atrocities in the endless sea. If the Oceanfar Sect can eliminate them, it would be a great deed. While the crowd excitedly discussed, some expressed concern. It may not be that easy. I have a bad feeling. What? Do you doubt the Oceanfar Sect's capabilities? The worried person shook his head. It's not about doubting the Oceanfar Sect, but if, hypothetically speaking, if those attacking aren't just from the Dark Moon Sect? Just as he finished speaking, black shadows appeared in the sky, approaching rapidly like a storm cloud descending on the city. In moments, they enveloped the airspace above Stormwind City. What is that? Hashtag chapter 257. Ascending. Demons. They are demons. So many demons? It's an army of demons. The demon army is here. At the port of Wind and Rain City, the crowd watched as the demon army swept in. Their scalps instantly went numb. When had they ever seen such a sight? In an instant, the entire port fell into chaos. People rushed madly toward the city. They were terrified of being swallowed by the demon army if they were even a step late. The disciples of Far Ocean, sect stationed at the port, were also stunned when they saw this scene. They had been ordered by the sect master to prepare for battle at the port. They were just waiting for the order to set sail and attack the Dark Moon cult. But before they could depart, a vast demon army was already approaching. Facing such a large number of demons, the many disciples of the Far Ocean sect were on the verge of losing their composure. Their hearts were frozen with fear. The grand ambitions they had harbored to go out to sea and fight the demons dissipated like receding tide water. At this moment, all they wanted was to flee like everyone else. But reason made them stop. Without orders from the higher-ups, they dared not act rashly. Anxiously, the disciples' eyes turned to the leader on the scene. The high-ranking Isaiah directing on-site was the Cole of Far Ocean sect, Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this scene, his facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. This moment, he realized they had misjudged the strength of the offending demons. This terrifying scale and lineup, how could it be brought by just the Dark Moon cult? Could it be that powerful demons lurking throughout the endless sea had all gathered here? We were wrong, terribly wrong. Xianxia couldn't understand why the normally independent demons would suddenly unite and launch a massive attack on the Far Ocean sect. But he didn't have time to ponder. He shouted urgently, "The enemy is too strong. We must temporarily avoid their sharp edge. Everyone, abandon the ships quickly and retreat back to the sect." If they were facing only the followers of the Dark Moon cult and encountered them at sea, they could still rely on these warships to engage the cultists in battle. But now, their ships were still docked ashore, and they couldn't stop the demon hordes from landing. As a result, these mighty warships became burdens. They had no choice but to abandon them. Now, the only chance for survival lay in retreating to the sect and fortifying themselves. Yes, it was their only chance to survive. Xianxia no longer dared to think about defeating this group of demons. He only wanted to protect the lives of the Far Ocean Sect disciples. Following Xianxia's order, the disciples behind him felt as if they were pardoned. They abandoned the ships and fled for their lives. Xianxia waited until all the disciples had fled, then followed as the last guard. During their escape, booming explosions resounded from behind them. Xianxia and some members of the Far Ocean Sect looked back. They saw the demon army unimpeded, already ascending to the port. And the row of warships behind the demon army, under their onslaught, exploded into countless fragments, falling from the sky. Seeing this, the hearts of the Far Ocean Sect members tightened. These warships, built with immense effort, carried the significant mission of opening new sea routes. From the establishment of the Far Ocean Sect until now, after so many years of accumulation, they had reached this scale. Yet, in this very moment, these warships were utterly destroyed. It meant that Far Ocean Sect's capital for conquering the endless sea was gone. Ah! Xianxia screamed, turning his head away abruptly. His voice reached the others. Do not look back. Speed up. Get back to the sect. Clearly, the demons were deliberately destroying their warships. If they turned back now, it would be exactly what the demons wanted. Inside Wind and Rain City, it was as if a storm had struck. The arrival of the demon army caught everyone off guard. Some forces tried to gather everyone's strength to jointly resist the demon army. They put on a brave front of, as long as people stand, the city stands. With a resolve of, I live and die with Wind and Rain City. But there weren't many such people. Most cherished their own lives, knowing that with their strength, they couldn't possibly withstand this army of demons. Rather than stay and face certain death, it was better to leave early and find a way to survive. Thus, the rear gate of the city also saw countless people rushing out. Most were ordinary individuals who had no strong attachment to Wind and Rain City. Unlike the major powers rooted in Wind and Rain City for years, deeply entangled and hard to leave easily. At this moment, inside the Far Ocean Sect, the sect master was preparing to lead the final batch of elite forces to the port. Then he received the alarming news of the demon army's approach. It hit him like a bolt from the blue. He froze in place. He suddenly sensed something. Looking up, he saw the hurried figures of Far Ocean Sect disciples coming towards him. Behind them, a dark mass swiftly closed in, faster than the disciples. The distance between them was shrinking. Seeing this, the heart of the Kalbi sank. The scale and numbers of these demons, along with the bone-chilling terror they collectively emitted, were a heavy blow to Far Ocean Sect. He had confidently planned to attack them. The sect master swallowed his saliva. Only now did he realize how foolish his order was. His gaze hardened. In that mass of demons, he even saw a towering figure. The sight of that figure made him feel as if his head had grown immensely. Alex, the master of Sea Demon Sect, a fearsome demon known for unparalleled bravery. Famous in the endless sea, these demons are definitely led by Alex. How could a mere dark moon cult muster such a vast demonic force? Upon seeing Alex, the Kalbi immediately deduced that these demons were gathered by him. These demons certainly hold us in high regard. Gritting his teeth, the Kalbi next led the elite forces behind him forward. Protect the Fenians' retreat. The sect master gave the order. Together with those behind him, they launched an assault on the demon horde. Under their attacks, the demons faced slight resistance. The disciples with the Fenian were able to join up with them. Just as they united, the sect master immediately ordered everyone to return to the sect and activate the protective formation for self-defense. The elite disciples behind him felt frustrated. Moments ago, they were full of zeal. But now, just steps outside the gate, they had to retreat hastily. This round trip dealt a severe blow to their morale. When the Far Ocean Sect's great protective array activated, the demon horde descended above the Far Ocean Sect. Instantly, Far Ocean Sect members felt the light dim overhead. The sky seemed to turn dark. Hashtag chapter 258, Annihilation. Above the Oceana Sect, demons had arrived in force. To the eyes of the Oceana Sect members at this moment, it was like the end of days had come. The gazes of the demons were as ravenous as wolves and tigers. Their wild laughter echoed throughout the Oceana Sect. The Oceana Sect members felt immense humiliation. However, they did not dare to act rashly. With such overwhelming strength on the enemy's side, they could only think of their own survival. Seeing the situation, the Kit hurriedly sent a private message, instructing someone to escape through the secret passage of the sect to seek aid from neighboring forces. Then, the Kit shouted towards Claude, Claude, when has our Oceana Sect ever offended you? Why are you leading so many people to attack our Oceana Sect? At this moment, the Joseph was hoping to delay as long as possible. However, Claude would not give him that opportunity. Claude sneered, attack your Oceana Sect? Haha, what makes you think you're worthy of such attention? Your Oceana Sect is merely an appetizer. In the next instant, Claude gave the order. All the demons launched their attacks simultaneously. The protective array of the Oceana Sect trembled violently. Within moments, cracks began to appear. The face of the Kit changed drastically. Next, he roared, hold together. Immediately, all Oceana Sect members acted, using their spiritual essence to bolster the protective array. However, their power was utterly insignificant against these demons. As the demons continued their assaults, the protective array quickly became critically damaged. Each strike from the demons injured many Oceana Sect disciples, damaging their heart meridians from the powerful shockwaves. Within moments, a large number of disciples fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. Has the reinforcements still not arrived? Never before had time felt so agonizingly long for the Oceana Sect members. Crack, crack. The protective light barrier shattered into countless cracks. The hearts of the Xianxia sect members almost broke along with the barrier, but soon, the arrival of numerous gusts of wind brought renewed hope. Those who came were allies of the Xianxia sect and forces friendly from daily cooperation. They were also well-established powers within Windstorm City. They couldn't just leave easily. Thus, their arrival not only aimed to help the Xianxia sect but also to secure their own future. After all, they were all part of Windstorm City. The principle of mutual destruction if one falls applied here. If the Xianxia sect were defeated, they too would likely face the assault of the demon army. So, they rushed to assist before the Xianxia sect suffered complete ruin. Seeing this, Claude's face darkened immediately. These blind fools were courting death? Joseph, what do we do? Adorian asked, a savage smile curling his lips. Without hesitation, Claude uttered 2 words. Raise the city. Originally, they had planned only to annihilate the Xianxia sect. Now that other forces of Windstorm City had joined the fray, the outcome was that the demons' appetite grew even bigger. Within half a day, the once prestigious Xianxia sect in Windstorm City turned into a pile of ruins and debris. Amidst the collapsed walls, corpses of Xianxia sect members lay scattered everywhere. From the elders down to the disciples, none were spared. Even the assisting local cultivators lay dead. All perished here. On the battlefield, no one could escape the clutches of these demons. Not even the kid, blood-streaked, limbs hanging limply, his body's meridians severed. His divine essence unable to circulate, he endured unspeakable torment. He was held by Claude like a chicken. When had such a distinguished sect leader ever faced such humiliation? If you have any guts, kill me. The kid shrieked. He refused to continue enduring this torment, wishing only for death. Claude smiled. Dying isn't hard? But as the kid, wouldn't it be a waste if I let you die so easily? The demons behind Claude laughed mockingly. Dark Moon Sect's leader stepped forward, grinning ferociously. Blame your lack of foresight. Claude agreed with this. Recalling the attack from Xianxia Sect's ships, he remained vexed. Since none of you can see, then those eyes aren't useful anymore. The Xylan struck instantly. 2 piercing beams erupted from his fingers, directly piercing the kid's eyes. The kid screamed. Streams of blood trickled from his eyes. His vision went dark instantly. You monsters! You beasts! The kid's voice hoarsely echoed, trying to provoke the demons for a swift death. However, Claude and his ilk paid no mind to the insults. Instead, they treated it as entertainment. Claude casually threw him to one of the demons. Looking around the entire Xianxia sect, apart from their Joseph, not a single soul survived. After Claude ordered the city razed, Windstorm City was engulfed in a torrent of blood and violence. Cultivators from neighboring cities, seeing the bloodbath in Windstorm City from afar, knew the city's fall was inevitable. They could only turn away, unwilling to get involved. Claude knew there were other cultivators lingering nearby. However, their true target was Shu Mountain Sect. So, Claude didn't lead the demon army to chase them. Moreover, Catherine's expression wasn't as excited as the other demons. Clearly, her ambitions lay elsewhere. At this moment, if Claude suggested pursuing other cultivators, she would likely become displeased. Claude cleared his throat. Madam, the blind ants are dealt with. Let's move on to the next destination. Hearing this, Catherine relaxed slightly. Let's go. Shu Mountain Sect. In the main hall, sect leader Gerardo was discussing matters with the elders. A messenger disciple suddenly rushed in hastily, but he dared not determine if the ongoing discussion between the sect leader and elders was urgent. Thus, he stood nervously at the entrance, sweat dripping from his forehead. Finally, Gerardo noticed him, asking if he had important news. Relieved, the disciple reported. Xianxia Sect has been annihilated. Windstorm City has fallen. The endless ocean demon army is heading toward the central plains. Their destination remains unknown. Upon hearing this, the Shu Mountain Sect main hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 259. The hardship of the Shu Road. The demons from the Endless Sea are attacking Central Plains? In the main hall of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this news, the high-ranking members present were utterly stunned. How could the demons from the Endless Sea suddenly gather and come ashore? Gerardo pondered for a moment before asking, do we know the specific identities of those demons? The disciple shook his head and replied, we don't yet know. What was known for certain was that the number of demons was vast, and their collective strength was terrifyingly formidable. They could destroy an entire city without much effort. Moreover, apart from this, they knew nothing about those demons, because anyone who knew about them was no longer alive. Gerardo's brow furrowed. The truly powerful demon factions in the Endless Sea were only a few. Even a guess would be mostly accurate. Arrogant. Do they really think there is no one in Central Plains? Someone in the hall immediately shouted sternly. Gerardo, however, was concerned with another issue. Do we have any clear information about the direction those demons are heading? The messenger disciple immediately replied, currently, we only know that after leaving Storm City, they are heading towards the heart of Central Plains. But whether they will change course midway is unknown. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent again for a moment. Mount Shu Sect was located in the heart of Central Plains. If those demons didn't plan to change course, they would inevitably pass through Mount Shu Sect. When that happens, a great battle would be inevitable. Master, could they be targeting the Kelvin? At that moment, an Isaiah suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Gerardo's face turned dark. Master, time is pressing. A decision should be made promptly. Another Isaiah chimed in agreement. Gerardo immediately instructed the disciples to send summoning orders to other sects, to rally all other sects to fight against the demons together. But even though the message was sent out, their concerns did not lessen by even half. After all, time was short, and this news had not yet been fully confirmed. Perhaps only sects that had absolute trust in Mount Shu sect would respond, but Gerardo had no choice. If they waited until confirming the demon army's attack before sending the order, it might already be too late. They still did not know just how ferocious the enemy's arrival would be. Therefore, all external preparations must be made beforehand, and internally, Gerardo immediately gave instructions for everyone in the sect to put aside their current tasks. Everyone entered a state of combat readiness. During the march of the demon army, they basically encountered no resistance. Encountered cultivators who saw them all tried to avoid them at all costs, hiding far away. Being cultivators, they naturally understood the principle of pursuing benefits and avoiding harm. Those solitary cultivators trying to obstruct them would certainly meet a dead end. Other forces also dared not challenge the sharp edge of this demon army. Thus, the demon army moved forward unimpeded. Master, Mount Shu sect must have already known our whereabouts, said a demon Isaiah from the Sea Demon sect while rapidly flying alongside the demon army. Jeremiah Wanfu showed no concern. They will definitely know. But so what if they do? Their massacre in Storm City created such a huge disturbance. How could the world not know? Mount Shu sect, knowing this news, would surely prepare in advance. But it wasn't entirely disadvantageous to them either. This point Jeremiah Wanfu had already considered. He was no reckless fool. Just as Jeremiah Wanfu finished speaking, several figures came rushing over. The only ones daring to appear before the demon army at this time were other Central Plane demons. See? The benefits are right here. These demons clearly did not come to obstruct but to join them. Among the demons, there were always warmongers. Seeing the array of the demon army, and hearing of their great achievements, those who came to join were countless, like fish crossing a river. Seeing the continuously growing demon army, the Sea Demon sect Isaiah couldn't help but praise. Master's wisdom shines brightly. On their journey, they were suddenly attracted by a thunderclap. All the demons turned their heads. Far in the distance, amidst a cluster of dark clouds, a thick bolt of lightning descended like a mad dragon from the sky. Its momentum was particularly terrifying. Even from afar, one could feel its formidable power. Is someone transcending the heavenly tribulation? These demons, being mid to high level among their kind, were no strangers to the heavenly tribulation. Master, should we go see? There's no need. It's not important. We shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble now. Jeremiah Wanfu immediately rejected the idea. Going there now wouldn't be approved by Catherine. He also found it unnecessary. Of course, he knew what the Isaiah was worried about. Adding another Transcendence Realm cultivator to the human side wasn't good news for them. But Jeremiah Wanfu believed that person likely wouldn't succeed in transcending the heavenly tribulation. The intensity of that heavenly tribulation was too formidable. Even he lacked confidence. This heavenly tribulation is probably not the first attempt. He won't succeed. Each failure of the Transcendence tribulation only made it stronger each time. Reaching such an intense level of tribulation likely meant failing multiple times. Under Jeremiah Wanfu's command, the demon army ignored the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation and continued marching toward their target. Inside Mount Shu, everyone was on full alert. The news reached the demon-locking pagoda. People inside the pagoda were anxious and unsettled. Only Zachariah remained calm, performing his duties inside the pagoda, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. He knew this day would eventually come. Now he was no longer inexperienced. Even encountering a long-lived demon like the one in the secret realm, he wouldn't fear. At this moment, Zachariah's divine sense slightly stirred, detecting the presence of someone. A faint smile formed on his lips. He finally can't hold back anymore, huh? The person Zachariah sensed was none other than the crazy predecessor on the 8th floor of the demon-locking pagoda. He had left the 8th floor, now seated at the top of the pagoda, in a serious and prepared stance. Usually lazy and carefree, he displayed unprecedented solemnity and seriousness at this moment. The demon army is here. Above the gate of Mount Shu sect stood several figures. They were Mount Shu Isaiahs serving as lookouts. In the distance, it appeared as if a black fog was approaching, rapidly spreading toward the direction of Mount Shu sect. Seeing this black fog, the faces of the Isaiahs at the Mount Shu gate changed instantly. Clearly, the scale of the demons far exceeded their imagination. Why are there so many demons? With the warning bells ringing across Mount Shu sect, the wave of demons, resembling a natural disaster, was already within sight. Chapter 260. Battle begins. Above the entrance of Mount Shu sect, Joseph Gerardo suddenly appeared. Amidst the sky-darkening army of demons, he instantly spotted the figure at the forefront. Catherine, daughter of the demon overlord. Gerardo frowned deeply. Catherine was clearly injured by him. Such wounds shouldn't have recovered so quickly. But then Gerardo thought, if those mysterious swordsmen could do it. At this thought, a chill ran down Gerardo's spine. An unprecedented sense of crisis spread throughout his body. If the demon overlord's daughter had the same regenerative ability as those mysterious swordsmen, she would be an incredibly formidable opponent. Everyone on high alert. They are coming for us. Gerardo roared immediately. Since the demon overlord's daughter was here, how could he not know that the demon army was targeting Mount Shu? The disciples of Mount Shu immediately sprang to full alert. The mountain protecting array was activated, ready for battle, and just as Gerardo finished speaking, the entire sky darkened. The demon army was densely packed, nearly blotting out the sun. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. On their journey, Joran Wanzafu let the newly allied demons spread word that they were attacking the Mount Shu sect. This drew even more demons into their ranks. Many demons had dreamed of toppling Mount Shu, but they lacked the strength and courage. Now, with such a large demon army targeting Mount Shu, they naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Thus, the demon army rapidly expanded, doubling in size since its departure. This somewhat surprised Catherine. She initially worried that the delay at Windrain City would hinder the campaign. However, it seemed that although time was wasted, The strength of the army had increased significantly. Although these demons weren't entirely under her control, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as their goal was to dismantle Mount Shu, they were valuable allies. Mount Shu Sect. Today marks the day of your sect's extinction. One demon laughed maniacally. More demons began to curse freely. Normally, they would never dare challenge Mount Shu like this. Times have changed. Under the current situation where the demon army surrounds Mount Shu, their confidence surged dramatically. Mount Shu Joseph, you didn't expect I'd come now, did you? Then, Catherine's voice echoed. Though soft, it was filled with authority, even overshadowing the cacophony of demons. Those who didn't know her identity stared in surprise. Clearly shocked by this woman's capabilities, beside Joran Wanzifu, Mount Shu's patriarch grimaced, sensing Catherine's aura even stronger than when they last fought. His heart sank. However, as the patriarch, he couldn't afford to show weakness. Nor could he speak words that would undermine his own people's morale. He loudly declared, heavens will shine brightly. You demons will surely regret seeking death today. Himph. Joran Wanzifu scoffed. Mount Shu Joseph, you only boast now. When we break through Mount Shu, you'll see who truly regrets this day. Just as Joran Wanzifu finished speaking, suddenly, a long sword flew out from Mount Shu, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. In a flash, the sword reached before Joran Wanzifu. His eyes widened. Next moment, he blocked the sword with his blade but was pushed back several meters, knocking back other demons behind him. The sword returned to its Isaiah, who held a gourd in one hand, sipped tea, and said with a chuckle, looks like it's time to sharpen my sword today, or it might grow dull. Seeing this figure, the morale of Mount Shu soared. Many recognized him. Joseph's junior brother, Luke, longtime guardian of the 8th level of the Demon Locking Tower, the true guardian of the tower. Gerardo frowned and whispered, you should be guarding the tower. Why are you here? Brother, if our nest falls, where will we find intact eggs? If this place is breached, do you think the tower can hold for long? Luke's response left Gerardo speechless. Indeed, if this place fell, it meant the frontline defenses couldn't hold. Leaving the rear guarded by only him would be hopeless. So, they must stop this demon horde at the gates of Mount Shu. Once breached, the situation would become dire. On the other side, Joran Wanzifu, having been struck back by Luke, was livid. This man's sword was too fast. Caught off guard, he suffered a loss. Worse still, losing face in front of the demons, damaging his authority among them. In the eyes of the demons, he was comparable to the Mount Shu Joseph. Being outmatched by an unknown foe was humiliating for Joran Wanzifu. Joran Wanzifu's face turned red with anger as he shouted, attack! The demons had been waiting eagerly. At his command, numerous beams of light and demonic flames surged toward Mount Shu's protective array, including Luke within their range. Pull back, Gerardo called out softly. Facing the relentless onslaught, Luke didn't hesitate and retreated inside the protective formation. Boom, boom, boom. The demon attack hit the surface of the protective barrier like boulders into water, causing waves of disturbance. Ripples spread across the barrier's surface. Though Mount Shu's protective array was far superior to Christopher Young's sects, the strength of the demon army was incomparable to what they faced at Christopher Young's sect. It was a whole different league. Therefore, Mount Shu's protective array was dangerously close to breaking under the onslaught. At this moment, the Isaiahs maintaining the array were visibly strained. They bore the brunt of the pressure, even with assistance from fellow disciples. Everyone, the destruction of Mount Shu is imminent today. Follow me, give it everything. Joran Wanzifu roared again, his voice thunderous like a king commanding his beasts. The demons grew more excited, and their attack power surged once more. Boom. The Isaiah's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, reaching their limits. No, Joseph, we can't hold much longer. With the Isaiah's warning, cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier. Gerardo's frown deepened. He knew the protective array couldn't hold for long against the demon army, but he hadn't expected it to falter so soon. At this moment, beast roars echoed from afar. Gerardo's expression shifted as he turned to look. Sky-darkening beast shadows approached like lightning. Mount Shu Joseph, the 10,000 Beast Sect is here to aid you. Chapter 261. Reinforcements. Accompanying the voice was none other than Alanis, the Joseph of the 10,000 Beast Sect. The moment she received the distress signal from Mount Shu, she immediately set off with her sect's elite forces to provide support without a second thought. She was certainly not completely selfless in this decision. However, considering that the leader of Mount Shu had once personally rushed over to assist when the 10,000 Beast Sect had requested help, reciprocity was only right. Even though the crisis at the 10,000 Beast Sect had already been resolved by another individual when the Mount Shu leader arrived, the gesture had not been forgotten. Therefore, when Alanis proposed aiding the Mount Shu sect, there were no objections among her sect members. Witnessing the 10,000 Beasts sect disciples riding their flying spirit beasts arriving like a gust of wind, Gerardo felt deeply gratified. As the beast roars echoed around Mount Shu, the 10,000 Beasts sect's offensive surged toward the demon army. While their numbers and strength were insufficient to resist this massive demon force, their intervention significantly alleviated pressure on the Mount Shu sect. Fawn, upon seeing this scene, suddenly felt a touch melancholic. Seeing these spirit beasts reminded her of the dragon she had raised. It was no exaggeration to say that this stirred old feelings. After all, she had nurtured it for many years. How could she have no emotions? But when she decided to sacrifice the dragon, she also chose a path separate from it. Jiogao Wanfu didn't have time to notice Fawn's emotions. His mind was consumed with how to tear apart these foolish invaders. You dared to provoke me. I presume you're prepared to die. Jiogao Wanfu sneered. At that moment, his aura was vastly different from before. He exuded an overwhelming presence, and hundreds of feet of monstrous wings suddenly unfurled behind him, blotting out the sky. The monstrous wings lashed directly towards the 10,000 Beasts sect followers. Alanis's eyes widened as she shouted urgently, "Watch out!" But it was too late for some of the spirit beasts and sect disciples to dodge. Those hit by the monster wings instantly turned into flesh and blood pulp. Alanis felt an excruciating pain deep within her heart. Blood spattered onto Zhang Nikita's face, making her lose her composure. Although she wasn't one to shy away from challenges, this level of brutality was unprecedented for her. However, a figure soon caught her attention. In Zhang Nikita's line of sight, a familiar figure clumsily crawled out of a spirit beast's mouth. Seeing this person, Zhang Nikita exclaimed in shock and anger, "Kira, what are you doing here?" The person who emerged from the spirit beast's mouth was none other than her younger sister, Kira. Alanis almost fainted with rage upon seeing her. Originally, Kira was not part of the reinforcements for the Mount Shu sect. Even Zhang Nikita, whom Alanis originally did not permit to join, was reluctantly allowed due to her insistence. She was key to the next generation of the sect, and Alanis did not want her to take unnecessary risks. However, despite their strict refusal, Kira hid inside the spirit beast and followed them to the battlefield. This was something the former timid Kira would never dare to do. Now, her capabilities had grown, but her bravery had also escalated to recklessness. Although this change was generally positive, it wasn't appropriate at this moment. Zhang Nikita felt that her sister was being far too bold. Kira revealed a slightly guilty smile. "Sis?" In the next moment, Zhang Nikita appeared beside her and pulled her behind her, saying firmly, "Go back now." Her tone brooked no argument. Yet the usually obedient Kira stubbornly replied, "Sis, I'm not the same as before. I can help now." Zhang Nikita barked, "We don't need your help. Go back. Are you disobeying me?" Before Kira could respond, the monstrous wings behind Xianhuan Fu flapped again, creating a gale that sent the 10,000 beast sect's flying spirit beasts reeling. The elders and disciples controlling the spirit beasts were also thrown off. Zhang Nikita rapidly retreated, pulling Kira and using her body as a shield at the last moment. The hurricane created by the monstrous wings wasn't just a storm. It carried terrifying power. Being hit by it felt like being struck by an immense force, leaving a red streak of blood on Zhang Nikita's lips. Other 10,000 Beast sect disciples were also injured to varying degrees. Everyone gasped at the sheer might of the demons. Just one flap of the wings threw them into chaos. This demonic force was far beyond their level. Alanis knew she couldn't defeat him. However, she was the only one who could offer any resistance at this point. Meanwhile, inside the demon-locking pagoda in the little unmanifest heaven world, Zachariah noticed the sudden thrashing and roaring of the dragon. It seemed filled with boundless rage. Of course, its rage wasn't directed at Zachariah. He understood. It sensed Fawn's presence. The dragon, being a void dragon, could detect her even from a distance, which wasn't surprising given that it had previously sensed his hidden demonic artifact. Zachariah realized the dragon likely had a grudge against Fawn. "Do you wish to go settle your score?" Zachariah remained still, eyes closed and head lowered. Hearing his telepathic message, the dragon paused momentarily before nodding. "Then go." Zachariah allowed it, for he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation and could not be easily interrupted. Letting the dragon go would be a significant boost to the Mount Shu sect, especially since enemies of enemies were friends. With Zachariah's consent, a vortex appeared before the dragon, and it tore through the void. Chapter 262, The Demon Dragon Strikes. Gerardo saw that the situation for the 10,000 Beast sect was not looking good. He immediately decided to go out and offer assistance. He couldn't stand idly by while his allies from outside fought and risked their lives for Mount Shu, hiding inside the sect without making a move. If he did that, who would dare come to Mount Shu's aid? Just as Gerardo was preparing to leave the protective mountain array, a sudden dragon roar echoed in the air. Then, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky, and a black giant dragon emerged from it. After roaring fiercely in midair, it fixed its gaze on the demon army. To be more precise, it stared at Catherine within the demon army. "Beast!" Aurelio instantly felt shaken upon seeing the demon dragon. "You're still alive?" Meanwhile, Catherine's reaction was especially complex when she saw this demon dragon. From its eyes, she could tell that there was no way to mend the rift between her and the dragon. However, the other demons didn't know about this complicated relationship. Seeing the demon dragon, they naturally assumed it was an ally and became even more excited. Conversely, the faces of those from Mount Shu sect and the 10,000 Beast sect turned grim at the sight of the fierce black demon dragon, especially for the people of the 10,000 Beast sect. Their spirit beasts exhibited varying degrees of trembling due to the appearance of the demon dragon. This was an instinctive physiological response. For them, the demon dragon represented the apex predator in the food chain. Those originally top of the food chain spirit beasts, upon seeing the demon dragon, instantly reacted as if encountering a natural enemy. In the crowd of the 10,000 Beast sect, only one person showed excitement on her little face. "It's Big Marshal Li. It's Big Marshal Li." Zhang Linger turned around to see who spoke. It was none other than her sister, Zhang Minner. Zhang Minner refused to leave, and Zhang Linger, already anxious, sternly replied, "What are you babbling? Why won't you go back?" But Zhang Minner, captivated by the demon dragon, continued shouting, seemingly oblivious to her sister, "Big Marshal Li, help us fight them." Just as Zhang Minner finished speaking, the demon dragon suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a breath encased in black lightning froze the air before rushing towards the demon army. What? The part of the demon army hit by the dragon's icy breath plunged into chaos. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The demon dragon attacked them. "What's going on with that, Adria?" All demons assumed it was Zhang Minner's shout that played the decisive role. On Mount Shu's side, everyone was also surprised. The people of Mount Shu looked toward the 10,000 Beast sect and couldn't help but secretly praise their skills. They controlled the demon dragon, and the members of the 10,000 Beast sect focused on Zhang Minner. Has Zhang Minner's spirit control body awakened to such a degree? One word, and she can control a demon dragon to turn against them? Too powerful. Alanis wore an expression of relief. She used to overlook Zhang Min'er, but now she regarded Zhang Min'er as more important than anyone else. Even Zhang Linger showed some surprise in her eyes. She knew her sister had made great progress over the past year, but she never expected her to reach such a level. In controlling beasts, Zhang Nikita felt far inferior. If asked to control that dragon, she wouldn't have been able to do so. But her sister managed it with just a few words, turning the tide against the demon army. A feat that left even the Saintess of the 10,000 Beast Sect speechless. At this moment, she started to question herself. She had always believed her presence in the battlefield was more significant than her sister's. She thought Kira wouldn't really help much in such a large-scale battle and exposed herself to great danger. So why stay here? Based on this idea, she kept urging Kira to leave. But now, after witnessing Kira controlling the demon dragon, she felt like she might be the redundant one. A sense of humiliation washed over her. In the middle of the field, only Catherine, Aurelio, and Titus knew the true reason. The Adria might have helped, but she wasn't the key. What truly made the demon dragon attack the demon army was because of these three ringleaders. Beast, you survived by luck and still dare to wreak havoc? Aurelio struck the dragon's black lightning frost breath with his demonic wings. Catherine hadn't moved yet. Aurelio wondered if it was because she couldn't bring herself to or for some other reason. But he couldn't allow the demon dragon to act unchecked and chose to strike. Thundery power erupted from his demonic wings. With a clash, Aurelio neutralized the dragon's attack. Then the wings swung upward like two sharp blades. Geo. Aurelio intended to kill. There was no longer any reason to spare the demon dragon. Letting it live would endanger him. He believed Catherine understood this too. The choice was obvious between killing the dragon and potentially saving others, or letting it live and risking everyone. Indeed, as Aurelio attacked the dragon, Catherine averted her gaze from the demon dragon, making her choice clear, clearing all obstacles to save her father. Clang clang. When Aurelio's demonic wing collided with the dragon's scales, a sound like metal striking rang through the air. The dragon roared and shook off the attack without visible damage. What? Aurelio couldn't believe the dragon blocked his full force attack. The power of the last strike was no less than when he initially slashed the dragon. Back then, although it didn't kill the dragon, it dealt severe injuries. Now, this strike was stronger, yet the dragon countered it effortlessly. How could it recover so quickly and even grow stronger? Does it have so much potential? Aurelio was shocked. Unbeknownst to him, the demon dragon spent several years under Zachariah's influence, drastically improving its strength. Seeing this, the 10,000 Beast Sect regained morale and resumed attacking the demon army, reducing the pressure on Mount Shu Sect's protective array. Suddenly, Catherine's eyes gleamed and her hands slightly lifted. Chapter 263, watching from the sidelines. The moment Catherine raised her hand, the surrounding space abruptly shook. Gerardo's gaze sharpened. He had fought with Catherine before. Others might not know what this gesture meant, but he was crystal clear about it. It indicated that Catherine was preparing to unleash the power of a boundary. At that very instant, Gerardo also flashed out of the sect's protective formation. In the next moment, his sword domain was immediately released. The two boundary powers collided, and at the point of impact, the entire spatial area seemed to warp slightly. Neither humans, spirit beasts, nor demons dared to approach the space where their domains clashed. Those who were already in between them fled hastily, fearing they would lose their lives if they were even a step late. Connor, you despicable coward, you finally deigned to come out. Catherine sneered coldly, her gaze icy and filled with intense hatred. The Connor was almost universally praised in the world of cultivation. But to her, he was nothing more than a scoundrel who liked to ambush. Looking righteous on the surface, he was merely a hypocrite. Gerardo didn't bother with her insults. He knew he wasn't a saint and couldn't hold himself to saintly standards. When dealing with demons, especially those that could bring great calamity to all living beings, he never adhered to principles of fair play. If he insisted on fighting those vicious demons honorably, it would be virtuous, but also foolish. If Gerardo were truly invincible, he would naturally challenge any demon head-on. But he wasn't. There were people and matters in this world beyond his reach. There were demons even he found difficult to handle. To deal with such adversaries, one couldn't insist on fair and just means. Otherwise, if he sacrificed the safety of all beings for his principles, it would ultimately be selfish. Therefore, Gerardo did not think his previous choice was wrong. You've come out. Can the people in your sect still hold them back? Catherine sneered again. The Connor leaving the protective mountain array was tremendous news for the demons. Suddenly, the demons went berserk and concentrated their attack on Shu Mountain Sect's defensive formations. Hold them off. Alanis commanded. The disciples of the Beast Gate rode their spirit beasts forward. However, even with their best efforts, they struggled against the demonic flood, retreating step by step. Wan Jian formation. At this moment, Luke transformed one sword into 10,000, greatly assisting the Beast Gate's assault. However, even with Luke's contribution, it still wasn't enough. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away from Shu Mountain Sect in the sky, several figures hovered. They wore uniform attire. These were clearly members of the Jiavine Sect. At the forefront was the sect master, Gaspard. He gazed toward Shu Mountain Sect, remaining silent. Shu Mountain Sect had requested aid. Gerardo set aside prejudices, despite past tensions between Shu Mountain Sect and the Jiavine Sect. He believed this battle was crucial for the safety of the Taoist community, and they should put aside minor grievances and unite. Thus, Gerardo also sent an aid request to the Jiavine Sect. Upon receiving the request, Gaspard's expression was complicated, but he ultimately brought some of the sect's elite forward. However, they stopped short when still some distance from Shu Mountain Sect. At this moment, they could see that Shu Mountain Sect was already engulfed in flames of war, and even from afar, they felt an overwhelming oppressive force. Such a massive army of demons was indeed rare in their lifetimes. Many had never seen so many demons. Just watching from a distance made everyone's faces pale. If these demons attacked the Divine-Sealing Sect, they wouldn't know how to defend themselves. Master, how should we decide? An Isaiah behind Gaspard asked. He was reluctant to join the fight from the bottom of his heart. But in terms of righteousness, honor, and reputation, it wouldn't look good to flee. The elders of the Divine-Sealing Sect being frightened before battle would not reflect well on us. Master, I believe we need to observe further, the Finian said at this moment. His intention was to see if Shu Mountain Sect could withstand this wave of demonic assault. If they couldn't even handle one wave, there was no need for them to go. Is it appropriate, Finian? Gaspard asked neutrally. Yes, I believe so. At this moment, adding to success is better than aiding in despair. Adding to success meant they remained safe. Aiding in despair could mean they died delivering aid. Gaspard remained silent for a while, then said, since Finian finds this prudent, let's follow your advice. Gaspard took the opportunity, actually wanting to observe further himself. As the sect master, he had to consider his sect's welfare. Besides, the relationship between Divine-Sealing Sect and Shu Mountain Sect wasn't close enough to risk so much for them. High risk did not guarantee high reward. Master, I think this is improper. If our fellow cultivators learn we watched idly, we'll face criticism. Some opposed Gaspard's decision, but this time, Gaspard was firm. Do you think only we are doing this? His eyes flickered. Many others are watching from the sidelines, not just our sect. Boom. The demon army attacked once more. The combined defenses of the Beast Gate and Luke showed signs of strain. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed. Xuanhuan formation. Tens of thousands of sword shadows joined the battle. A figure appeared among Shu Mountain Sect's forces. The moment Shu Mountain Sect disciples saw this figure, their faces lit up with joy. Finian. It was none other than the Finian Balder. With Balder unleashing the Xuanhuan formation, Shu Mountain Sect's defense gained new strength. Balder's aura was fully unleashed. Transcendence realm. Most demons were stunned. A new Transcendence realm expert joining Shu Mountain Sect was not good news for them. Finian has reached the Transcendence realm. Cheers erupted throughout Shu Mountain Sect. That Transcendence trial must have been him. Wan Fu suddenly remembered encountering the Transcendence aura on his way here, which matched this person perfectly. Chapter 264. 8. Balder's appearance was a humiliation to Claude. At the time, Claude believed that the person undergoing the tribulation wouldn't pose any threat to them. Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to this person and firmly believed that the tribulation would not be successful. Thus, he did not take the tribulation seriously at all. Now, this person appeared before them, and worse still, he turned out to be from the opposing camp. Claude momentarily felt some regret. If only he had known, he should have led his forces there and interfered. It would have ensured the tribulation failed. At this moment, Balder looked spirited, his graying temples seemingly regaining a youthful glow. As Balder appeared, a Buddhist chant echoed, followed by golden light appearing in the sky. Xianxia Sect's Venerable Esmond quickly arrived with several Buddhas. Balder smiled and said, "Thank you, Venerable Esmond, for coming to our aid." The Venerable softly chanted, replying, "Elder Yin's words enlightened us. We hurried to come, but alas, your Dao power is profound. We couldn't keep up. I hope you won't mind." The arrival of the Xianxia Sect boosted the morale of the Shushan Sect members, even easing Gerardo's slightly furrowed brows. The Xianxia Sect was a first-class Buddhist sect. Their participation tilted the scales of victory a bit more in their favor. On the opposite side, Claude gritted his teeth in frustration. Clearly, these bald monks from the Xianxia Sect were brought here by Balder. Even if not directly summoned by him, Balder was definitely involved. Otherwise, Venerable Esmond wouldn't have made such statements. Indeed, after successfully completing his tribulation, Balder rushed towards Shushan. During his tribulation, he had sensed unusual auras heading towards Shushan. He later received news of a large-scale demonic invasion and met Venerable Esmond and his party on the way to Shushan, who had also received a call for help. However, they were hesitating like the Divine Symbol Sect, a short distance away from Shushan. Sensing their internal disputes, Balder, being perceptive, understood their concerns and approached them, giving an impassioned speech without condemning them outright. He highlighted the dire consequences of their hesitation. After speaking, he left immediately for Shushan, not having time to waste. Shortly after Balder's departure, the Xianxia Sect monks reached a consensus and headed towards Shushan. Claude hadn't anticipated the influence of a person he had ignored, creating significant trouble for him. When the Xianxia Sect monks joined the battle, Buddhist light filled the sky, with a Buddha figure appearing within the towering golden glow, pushing forward with a palm strike. A powerful move called the Buddha palm. This palm strike united the strength of multiple Buddhas, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary demons. Suddenly, 8 figures surged from the demon ranks, core warriors of the Sea Demon Sect under Claude's command. These 8 demon generals focused their fearsome powers into a hellish image, colliding fiercely with the Buddha palm. Energy waves erupted in all directions, as both sides vied for dominance. The Xianxia monks' chants intensified, making the golden light shine brighter, gradually suppressing the hellish figure. Just then, a green mist slithered snake-like toward the Xianxia monks. "Be careful." Balder swiftly swung his sword, but the sword light passed through the green mist. The mist exploded upon reaching the monks, revealing numerous ghostly figures clawing at the hearts of the Buddhas. This is the plague ghost technique. The practitioner, Max from Claude's camp, watched calmly as the Xianxia monks instantly emitted protective golden light. Initially, the ghosts seemed unable to penetrate it, but then, with a smirk, Max caused the ghost's eyes to turn red. They frenziedly clawed at the monks, whose expressions changed. The golden light, which usually dispelled evil spirits, now began to corrode under their attack. Within moments, the protective light around the monks crumbled except for Venerable Esmond, weakening the combined Buddha palm. Victory tipped again in the other direction as the hellish image re-emerged. Baldur's gaze turned cold. Focusing on the max unremarkable in appearance, he hid among the demons yet possessed power equal to the 8 demon generals, possibly second only to Claude. With one person, he could disrupt the cooperation of the Xuanhuan sect's Buddhas, a feat few could accomplish. Deciding swiftly, Baldur resolved to eliminate Max, raising his sword. Some see demon sect Isaiahs, assigned to protect Max, stepped forward, blocking the attack. Despite their efforts, Baldur's speed allowed him to break through effortlessly. One Isaiah flew back like a broken kite, leaving a blood trail absorbed by Baldur's sword. Max's pupils contracted. This sword. Chapter 265. Intent to kill. The sword held by Baldur at this moment was none other than the ancient thirsty blade, a sword left over from ancient times that craved human blood. This sword appeared in the hands of Shu Mountain's Cole, which was indeed quite unusual. Of course, Ajax's shock wasn't due to the sword itself, but because he recognized its former owner, the Benji. He did not know that the Benji had fallen into the hands of the Shu Mountain Sect, and certainly did not expect to see this sword in the hands of the sect's Cole. It seems that the Cole of the Shu Mountain Sect is merely someone who revels in false fame, the ghost doctor sneered. The Shu Mountain Sect, always claiming to be righteous, has one of its grand Isaiahs wielding a near-demonic sword while professing to exterminate demons. How is that anything but a hypocrite? Baldur remained silent. Now was not the time for wordplay or concern for a demon's thoughts, especially one he deemed as certain to die. In the next moment, Baldur slashed his sword at the opponent. The few High-Emo sect Isaiahs were no match for him. There was a fundamental difference between the Tribulation Transcending Realm and the Soul Transformation Realm. However, Ajax remained calm, even revealing a savage smile. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. You think you're the only one in the Tribulation Transcending Realm? A clawed weapon appeared on his hand, merging with his arm, and then he effortlessly deflected Baldur's attack. Surprise flickered in Baldur's eyes. This man had been hiding his true strength, keeping his aura suppressed to the Soul Transformation Realm despite being in the Tribulation Transcending Realm. He seldom saw a demon so deliberately low profile. Nevertheless, Baldur's attitude didn't change just because the opponent was in the Tribulation Transcending Realm. He wanted either to eliminate the enemy or be eliminated. There would be no other outcome. As he continued to slash his sword, the battle between them intensified. Luke shifted his gaze from Baldur's sword. He naturally wanted to assist Baldur but couldn't. The Beast Gate and Xuanhuan Gate needed his help more. The Xuanhuan Gate's Buddhas were already injured, and the Beast Gate members struggled to hold their ground. Shu Mountain's forces also had to defend against another group of demons attacking the protective formation, leaving everyone stretched thin. Therefore, Luke weighed his options and decided to support the Beast Gate and Xuanhuan Gate. Meanwhile, the battle against Alex had almost concluded. Although the demon dragon had grown considerably within Zachariah's little formless heaven, it still wasn't a match for Alex. With years of dominance over the boundless sea, Alex's prowess far surpassed the incomplete demon dragon. Despite his relentless attacks, the demon dragon bore numerous injuries and was starting to falter. Just then, Kira suddenly spread her arms and shouted at the demon dragon, "Big fellow, hang on." An invisible yet potent energy surged from her body. The exhausted demon dragon instantly roared fiercely upon receiving this energy. What? Witnessing the demon dragon suddenly rejuvenate, Alex was momentarily baffled. In the next instant, his gaze pierced through the chaos, focusing on Kira. Is this because of her? Throughout the fight, he hadn't seen anyone do anything unusual except this Adria shouting encouragement to the demon dragon. If there was any oddity, it must have come from her. Considering she was closely protected by the Beast Gate, she must have some special way to revitalize the demon dragon. Alex's expression hardened. He wouldn't allow this to happen. Given the demon dragon's current strength, he'd struggle to injure it significantly, let alone deal with it multiple times. Therefore, killing the Adria first was the wisest choice. With a decisive thought, Alex redirected his attack towards Kira, instructing the High-Emo sect's strong demons to follow him. They aimed to intercept Kira. Protect Kira. Alanis realized Alex's target and grew anxious. She hadn't expected him to target Adria, but amidst the fierce battle, she couldn't break away. She could only hope Zhang Nikita, Kira's sister, could protect her. But could Zhang Nikita withstand Alex? At that moment, Luke moved, becoming a fleeting shadow before disappearing. He sensed Alex's shift and, though he didn't know why the girl was crucial, he knew it mattered enough for the Beast Gate's leader to emphasize her safety. So, he prepared to intercept Alex. However, several demonic figures blocked his path, delaying him just enough. They didn't need to defeat Luke, they just needed to stall him. With Alex's strength, killing the girl would take only a moment. Sister, move. Kira, realizing the impending danger, focused on ensuring her sister's safety. But she couldn't push her sister away, and in desperation, she summoned her spirit beast. Nearby, Zhang Nikita's spirit beast swooped in and shoved Zhang Nikita aside. No. Zhang Nikita hadn't expected this, and Kira, showing resolve, seemed ready to face death. Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded, and the demon dragon appeared in front of Kira just as Alex's attack landed. Chapter 266, Learning from Mistakes. As Claude's attack descended, the black dragon used its body to block his strike. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Upon realizing that the black dragon would unhesitatingly shield Kira, Claude unleashed the full force of his blow with no restraint. The dragon's scales shattered under the relentless assault, and it let out a blood-curdling roar, its eyes bleeding as the injured part of its body caved in. It was nearly pierced through. Big Marshal Lee. Kira screamed, her face pale white. At this moment, Gerardo slashed towards Claude with his sword. Although he did not know why, he had long observed that this black dragon was not aligned with the other demons. Realizing it could become a powerful ally at this critical juncture, Gerardo could not watch it die so easily. Thus, despite the risk of being hurt by Catherine, he took action to obstruct Claude. Even before the sword light arrived, Claude felt as if the sharp edge of the blade was already pressing against his neck, making every hair on his body stand up. Facing the Ame sect master's attack, he dared not be careless and had to fend off the blow. It was precisely because of this one strike from Gerardo that the Black Dragon avoided the fate of being skewered. However, it still suffered severe injuries, its vitality rapidly diminishing. Kira quickly moved closer, placing her hands on the Black Dragon's scales, directly transferring her life force into its body. The dim light in the Black Dragon's eyes flickered slightly. Yet, Kira's face became even paler, revealing signs of exhaustion. Her own vitality was rapidly waning. At the next moment, Zhang Nikita flashed behind Kira and struck her nape, rendering her unconscious. She then lifted her unconscious sister and muttered an apology, though not to Kira but to the Black Dragon. She couldn't bear watching her foolish sister continue transferring her life force without restraint, as excessive loss of vitality could cause irreversible damage to her body, a consequence neither Kira nor Zhang Nikita could accept. Since Kira would not heed her warnings, Zhang Nikita had to take such decisive action, just like how Kira ordered her spirit beast to forcibly push her away earlier. Looking at her unconscious sister, Zhang Nikita felt a complex mixture of emotions. The weak, timid, and incapable fool who always followed her had grown so much. Even her spirit beast had been effortlessly controlled by this younger sister. This sense of defeat was unprecedented. To say she wasn't envious would be false. But after all, she was her own sister. No matter how unwilling she might feel inside, she still spared no effort to protect her. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon regained some strength but was no longer capable of continuing the fight against Claude. Any further attack from him would result in certain death. Quick! Enter the great martial artian formation. Gerardo suddenly shouted, addressing both the Black Dragon and Zhang Nikita carrying her sister. Uncertain if the dragon could understand, he knew for sure that Zhang Nikita could. Without hesitation, she immediately redirected towards the Ame sect gate. Stop her! Claude, pushed back by Gerardo's strike, could only order nearby demons to pursue her. But the spirit beasts from the 10,000 Beast Gate spontaneously protected Kira, unafraid of death. In the ensuing battle, one of Zhang Nikita's spirit beasts perished. Losing her companion felt like losing a part of herself, but for her sister's safety, she couldn't stop. Vowing revenge for her lost beast, she focused on their escape. Under the rapid advancement and protection of the spirit beasts, they soon reached the Ame sect gate, where guards, following the sect master's orders, let them through, opening a gap in the protective array. On the other side, however, the Black Dragon didn't heed Gerardo's words. If it wanted to escape, it wouldn't need refuge within the Ame sect, which it did not trust. While the place offered temporary safety, the sect itself was dedicated to eliminating evil, and in its view, entering Ame felt like stepping into a prison. Deciding on a safer option, it aimed to return to Zachariah's Little Wu Xiang heaven. Yet, Claude anticipated this and preemptively sealed the spatial gate the dragon needed to traverse. Every time it tried to open a spatial channel, Claude would use his immense power to shatter the vortex entrance. After several failed attempts to teleport, the dragon's physical and mental strength was greatly depleted. Teleportation was no easy feat. The strain on its body was immense. Injured as it was, it could hardly cope. Just as the Black Dragon hesitated from exhaustion, Claude suddenly drew a breath, raising his heavy black blade to strike its head. The blade glowed fiercely, almost 100 feet long. The dragon's figure seemed frozen in place, about to meet its end under Claude's blade. But then, an odd force enveloped the scene, slowing down Claude's movement. Next to him, Luke stood with fingers poised, initiating his sword domain. Chapter 267, Rampage. Luke's sword domain power could make his sword faster. Inversely, there was another effect. He could slow down the opponent's attack rate. Of course, his cultivation and strength did not match Claude, and his sword domain power had yet to reach its peak. This influence lasted only a brief moment, but in that instant, it consumed a great deal of his mental energy and divine essence. However, his efforts were not in vain. The demon dragon seized this fleeting gap to create a spatial passage and escape. Right as Claude's blade struck, the demon dragon vanished into the spatial channel. The blade followed through the channel. Claude's face turned livid. Once again, the demon dragon slipped from his grasp. The duck he held flew away. This feeling infuriated him. Although his blade pursued, without witnessing the demon dragon's demise, uncertainties remained. The demon dragon reappeared in Zachariah's Little Wuxiang Sky world. This happened only with Zachariah's permission. Without an exception granted by Zachariah, even with its ability to traverse voids, it could not enter Zachariah's Little Wuxiang Sky world. Following the reappearance of the demon dragon, Claude's blade followed closely. Zachariah sat there cross-legged, as if in deep meditation. He faced the oncoming blade. If it dodged, the blade would directly slash toward Zachariah. Clearly, Zachariah was at a crucial juncture of cultivation. Out of reverence for Zachariah, it wanted to dodge but dared not. In this hesitation, the blade arrived instantly. In the next moment, Zachariah opened his eyes. As his gaze flickered, the blade vanished. At that moment, his aura remained unchanged, but his eyes were sharp. So sharp that even the demon dragon dared not meet his gaze. Meeting his gaze felt like being pierced by two daggers. Zachariah withdrew his gaze, sheathing his sharpness like a sword returning to its scabbard. He surveyed the demon dragon's injuries. Tough day. Rest up, Zachariah said calmly. No further actions were taken. Though severely injured, the demon dragon was not mortally wounded. Its vitality slowly recovered. Time would heal its wounds. The demon dragon nodded, obeying Zachariah despite its usual defiance. Unknowingly, it began recognizing Zachariah. Though not regarding him as a master, Zachariah's words were seldom defied. Zachariah's divine will moved, beginning the heart sword technique's final level. He took a crucial step, yet the consolidation phase was incomplete. This stage was less vulnerable to interruptions. Closing his eyes, he continued consolidating. his divine will expanded, aware of everything within and around Mount Shushan. Outside Mount Shushan's gates, the battle between demons and defenders raged. The vast demon army overwhelmed the combined forces of Shu Mountain Sect, Beast Gate, and Mountain Sect. Though these sects resisted fiercely, they struggled under the immense pressure. Beast Gate and Mountain Sect sent their elite forces, representing almost all of their core strength. Yet, they gradually lost ground. Many were injured or killed. Even the demon army suffered losses, but outnumbered, they still held the upper hand. Within Shushan, the protective array maintained by everyone neared collapse. The Isaiah's faces were flushed red, their stamina reaching its limit. They can't withstand my army. You can't stop me either. Claude's eyes locked onto Luke, who ruined his plans. Free now, Claude's killing intent toward Luke surged. From the start, Luke's swift sword humiliated him. Now, again, Luke foiled his plans. He wouldn't let this go unchecked. Suddenly, Claude roared furiously, eyes blazing with blood-red light. His hair danced wildly, releasing boundless potential. His aura spiked drastically, almost reaching the immortal realm. The sect leader is enraged. Everyone be cautious. A Haishuai sect Isaiah warned others urgently. Those unfamiliar with Claude might not know, but once enraged, he became a mindless beast, attacking indiscriminately. In this state, his strength surged immensely. But he wasn't easily provoked. This fury couldn't be feigned. Once entered, no one could hold him back. Luke's expression turned grave, but showed no fear. Smirking and taunting, "You look impressive. Wonder if it's just a show?" Claude snarled, "You'll find out soon enough." Next moment, Claude vanished. Despite his playful facade, Luke activated his sword domain, not recklessly, as maintaining it was taxing. Activating it, he still failed to catch Claude. Chilled and astonished simultaneously. Chapter 268, Clash of Blades. Luke turned his back and deflected with his sword. Claude's blade slashed down, meeting Luke's sword. The impact sent a powerful shock through Luke's hands, numbing his wrists. His figure was also forced back by Claude's overwhelming strike. At this moment, Claude not only possessed astonishing strength but also surprising speed that caught Luke off guard. Even within Luke's sword domain, Claude's attack speed was no longer hindered as it had been previously. In other words, Claude now possessed a certain ability to break through boundaries. Of course, this was partly because Luke's sword domain hadn't reached full perfection yet. As Luke was pushed back, several Isaiah-level demons from the Sea Demon Sect immediately rushed to attack him from behind. Now, Luke was truly surrounded on all sides. Get lost. However, when the Sea Demon Sect Isaiahs attempted to aid their sect leader in battle, Claude was the first to object. To him, the Isaiah's actions were akin to looking down on him. Was he so weak that he needed help to take down a single swordsman from Mount Shu? The Sea Demon Sect Isaiahs had already begun their attack. But upon being scolded by Claude, they hastily withdrew their assaults and changed direction. None of them dared defy their sect leader at such a crucial moment. If the leader was unreasonable, that was his problem. Anyone who dared oppose him would surely suffer the consequences. Next, Claude reappeared before Luke once again. Blade light flashed like lightning, delivering an aggressive onslaught that nearly overwhelmed Luke. Only then did Luke truly understand that Claude's arrogance wasn't unfounded. It came from an absolute dominance in power. Luke was always known for his fast sword techniques, but now, his quick strikes were completely suppressed by Claude. This meant that Claude's blade was even faster than his sword. Realizing this, Luke knew he would inevitably lose if things continued this way. At that moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly swung his sword to deflect Claude's attack, swiftly retreating and creating some distance between them. After creating distance, he produced another gourd from his possession. It was the same size as the one hanging from his waist, but its color was darker. Without hesitation, he uncapped the gourd and tipped its contents down his throat. An aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. Drinking before battle? Are you trying to boost your courage? A smirk appeared on Claude's lips, tinged with disdain. He seemed to believe that the opponent must be terrified to take such action. Luke drank the entire contents of the gourd in one go. Then, he tossed it aside carelessly. He closed his eyes, savoring the delightful taste. To Claude, this was an extreme provocation. You dare drink and enjoy yourself while fighting me? Claude's smile vanished immediately. In the next instant, he swung his blade toward Luke. The blade cut through the surrounding light, leaving only a shadowy trail in its wake. Yet, as Claude's blade reached Luke's neck, Luke disappeared in an instant. A whirlwind remained in his place. Moments later, several hissing sounds rang out. Several demons around them suddenly burst into bloodstains, spurting blood profusely. The wounds were clearly inflicted by a sword. Before they could comprehend what happened, they were already half dead. Bloody streaks flew through the air, and the demon figures crashed to the ground. Then, Luke reappeared before Claude. He seemed to be in a drunken stupor, his eyes half open, his body swaying. He looked just like someone who had truly drunk too much, but there was an indescribable sense of subtlety about him. Claude's expression showed surprise. His eyes revealed disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated anyone to be faster than him, and in such a seemingly intoxicated state too. You bastard, just what? Before Claude finished his sentence, Luke swayed again, leaving behind another whirlwind. He vanished once more. Claude's eyes widened slightly. Before he could react, Luke appeared behind him. With a graceful, fluid motion, Luke sheathed his sword. A similar sword wound appeared on Claude's chest. Blood trickled from the wound. But Claude did not fly backward like the demons, and he remained conscious. Indeed, Luke's sword had wounded him, but it was not fatal. This is interesting. A slight smile tugged at Claude's lips, showing newfound interest. You've improved in speed, but you're still lacking in strength. As Claude spoke, the The bloodline on his chest had already clotted. Despite the significant wound, he didn't show any sign of pain or discomfort. Let me teach you what true speed and power combined mean. Claude gripped his blade with both hands, assuming a stance. Suddenly, countless currents of energy surged around him. Luke's figure wavered and vanished again. In the instant he disappeared, Claude also erupted, vanishing like he'd evaporated into thin air. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of blade and sword clashes echoed through the sky. Neither humans nor demons around could see the figures of Claude and Luke. They only heard the continuous clangs of metal. Occasionally, sparks seemed to splash out. Shortly, Luke reappeared first, but he was flying backward and crashing to the ground. His sword slipped from his hand. Bang! Luke slammed heavily into the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Instantly, his aura weakened rapidly. Claude's figure re-emerged, holding his long blade, exuding a formidable presence. Standing victoriously and proudly, just as Claude prepared to reap the fruits of victory, another figure attacked him from the side. It was none other than the Grand Isaiah of Mount Shu, Balder. Seeing Balder rush towards him, Claude was clearly taken aback. Glancing around, he spotted a familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. That figure was Ajax. Turning back, Claude's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage. You bastard! How dare you kill my brother? Claude's aura became erratic due to extreme anger. His fury stemmed not only from losing a brother. Ajax, as a healer, provided vital logistical support for them. However, at that moment, no one noticed that countless tiny black bugs, barely visible to the naked eye, crawled out from under Ajax's bleeding body and burrowed into the ground. Chapter 269, That One Sword. After the black insects beneath Mr. Ghost burrowed deep into the ground, they headed towards the inner regions of Mount Shu. The mountain's protective array naturally wouldn't neglect underground defenses, but at this moment, the array's main focus was on the demon armies approaching from above. Therefore, the underground defenses were inevitably weaker. These black insects attacked these weak points. Like black ants, they frantically gnawed microscopic gaps in the protective barrier of the grand array. These nearly invisible gaps were too small for humans to pass through, but the black insects effortlessly managed to wriggle through them. After passing through the mountain's protective array, the black insects continued moving en masse toward a specific direction. They moved like fish in water underground, effortlessly piercing through even the hardest rocks as they went. If someone from Mount Shu had seen their path from above at that moment, they would have felt a chill down their spine. For the insects were heading straight for the demon-locking pagoda on Mount Shu. These creatures were advancing towards the demon-locking pagoda with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Mateo was still engaged in a fiercely contested battle against Catherine, daughter of the Kelvin. Wei could feel that this demoness was even stronger than the last time he fought her. It left him bewildered. How could she not only recover from such severe injuries, but also increase in power? This situation indeed surpassed his understanding. Although he had retrieved the demon weapon that wounded him, his body was still affected and couldn't fully recover to its peak state in a short time. Catherine, however, not only recovered her peak state but also exceeded it. As a result, it became more challenging for Mateo to suppress her as before. On another front, Balder and Luke were still at a disadvantage while fighting Claude, despite their teamwork. Luke, having already shown signs of defeat earlier, was far from his best form. And after killing Mr. Ghost, Balder was also almost at his limit, compounded by some injuries sustained during the battle. Thus, neither of them was in their optimal condition, whereas Claude remained energetic with no noticeable drop in strength. Overall, Mount Shu Sect, Xuanhuan Sect, and 10,000 Beast Sect were gradually showing signs of being unable to withstand the demon army's assault. The head of 10,000 Beast Sect, Alanis, had also been injured. Her sect's spirit beasts suffered heavy losses in this campaign, causing her immense pain. Yet she didn't regret coming here. She had prepared mentally beforehand, knowing that supporting Mount Shu wouldn't be without casualties. Mount Shu Sect, though just one sect in central China, had developed over the years into a symbol and banner of justice, a steadfast flag standing against demons and monsters. She understood that if this flag fell under the onslaught of the demon army, central China would plunge into an even greater crisis from which none would escape unscathed. Especially with many demons imprisoned in the demon-locking pagoda of Mount Shu, their escape would bring further disaster. Moreover, it was said that the most powerful demon lord was also sealed there. If he escaped, the once leaderless demons would unite again, threatening many sects' very existence. Alanis couldn't understand why other sects hadn't come to aid yet. Giant their leaders see this? Her anger grew, but unlike Claude, her wrath only led to distraction, resulting in more injuries. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. In her rage, Alanis forgot her position as the sect head, nearly losing control. A thunderous explosion echoed as Claude's saber chi shook the space, hitting Balder and Luke instantly. Both men spat out blood. Mateo, seeing this in the corner of his eye, was momentarily distracted, allowing Catherine to strike with magic light, forcing Wei to retreat several dozen feet. Wei quickly regained his senses, using a defensive technique to block most of Catherine's attack. But caught off guard, he couldn't completely deflect the offensive, and his attention was divided. His two companions were in peril, one his junior brother, and the other a senior Isaiah of the sect. Their plight weighed heavily on him. Sensing this weakness, Catherine pressed her attack even harder. Her goal wasn't just rescuing her father, but avenging past grievances personally. Thus, her hatred for Mateo burned fiercely. Keeping Wei entangled allowed Claude to continue his assault on the two key members of Mount Shu Sect. Geo. Claude's long saber released overwhelming demonic aura, targeting Balder and Luke. Unable to move after his initial strike, the duo struggled to defend against the follow-up attacks. Despite this, they raised their swords with all their remaining strength. Another loud explosion erupted nearby. A sharp, excited voice rang out. We've breached the protective array of Mount Shu. The sound marked the breaking of Mount Shu's protective array. Chapter 270, Beast Shadow. At this moment, within the Amei Mountain, As the formation shattered, the Isaiahs who maintained it fell one after another. Every person's expression was agonized. Their faces drained of color, as pale as paper. Their vitality rapidly faded away. They were the direct maintainers of this mountain guarding formation. Now that the formation had shattered, they were most affected by it. On the other side, after the Amei sect's defensive formation was broken, the demon army's morale surged instantly. The horde of demons poured into the Amei sect like an overwhelming swarm of locusts. Form the array. Meet the enemy. Before this, Amei sect leader Gerardo had long warned them and mentally prepared them. Don't expect the mountain guarding formation to withstand this disaster. Everyone must be ready to confront the demons with all their might. Thus, even though the mountain guarding formation was breached, the Amei crowd felt a heavy heart but wasn't completely enveloped by despair. They were already prepared to fight to the death. Today, we vow to live and die with Amei. The assembly of Isaiahs shouted in unison among the Amei crowd. The surrounding disciples echoed in agreement. We vow to live and die with Amei. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the Amei disciples formed sword arrays. Countless sword shadows rose from the ground, pointing directly at the demonic army. The demonic army showed no fear. Since they came here, they too had no way back. As long as they could destroy Amei alive, they would usher in a glorious era for demons. No longer would they hide and cower under the tyranny of the Amei sect. With Amei destroyed and the Kelvin's appearance, this realm would be ruled by demons. Due to their strong beliefs, they faced the countless sword shadows without fear. Rushing forward into Amei, bearing the onslaught head-on, shouts and battle cries erupted thunderously. Almost simultaneously, Balder and Luke's figures fell within Amei. Exhausted and facing 10,000 enemies, their efforts were futile. They were once again defeated. At this moment, both men were almost completely powerless. Even a few demons at the soul transformation stage could easily kill them. Balor let out a heavy breath. He had already sheathed his blade. Those two, in his eyes, were as good as dead, not worth more effort. Let other demons pick up their heads. He had more important matters. Then, his gaze shifted to the Amei sect leader, Gerardo. But soon, he moved his gaze and focused on the prominently visible locked demon tower within Amei. As Balor locked his eyes on the locked demon tower, Catherine's voice sounded from behind him. Husband, don't worry about me, go save my father. Balor hesitated initially, but hearing these words, his resolve strengthened instantly. My lady, wait for me. I'll rescue your father right now. In the next moment, Balor dashed towards the locked demon tower. Gerardo's heart sank. Bound tightly by Catherine, he couldn't stop him. And at this time, he also couldn't employ large-scale destructive means such as Heavenly Sword to obstruct him, for such methods risked harming the Amei disciples. At this moment, a figure flashed in his mind, and he vaguely felt only that figure could save Amei from peril. At this moment, amidst the demonic army, naturally, many demons witnessed Balder and Luke's fall. Seeing Balor seemingly have no intention of continuing the chase, many demons became excited. Those two were pillars of the Amei sect. If anyone could kill them, it would certainly be a great achievement. Such tremendous glory before the demons was like offering sweets to hungry wolves. Who could resist? In an instant, many soul transformation stage demons rushed towards where the two fell, trying to deliver the final blow and claim the credit. Elders of the Amei sect also saw Balder and Luke falling. Several Isaiahs spontaneously went to protect them. However, those daring demons seeking the last blows were not weak. Each was at least soul transformation stage. These Isaiahs couldn't hold them all off. 3 demons broke through the Isaiah's defenses, rushing towards Balder and Luke. Meanwhile, not far away, Kira and Zhang Nikita witnessed this scene. Kira gripped Zhang Nikita's sleeve, her voice trembling. Sister, what should we do? Shouldn't we save them? Kira wasn't afraid. She was tormented by her own inability. They were now in the Amei sect, surrounded by no spirit beasts for her to command. Without spirit beasts, she had little ability to combat the enemy. The Amei sect protected her. She wanted to repay them, but she couldn't even defeat a minor demon, let alone a soul transformation stage demon. Her incapability made her feel anguished. We can't help. Zhang Nikita bit her lip, tightly holding Kira's arm, afraid Kira might do something rash. She wished she could help too, but it was impossible. Those demons were beyond their abilities. Going forward would mean certain death. Don't! Kira suddenly shouted. Zhang Nikita, startled by the sudden scream, turned to look at her. Zhang Nikita's eyes filled with surprise. For Kira's eyes revealed an unusual glow she had never seen before. Roar! Suddenly, a massive beast roar echoed throughout Amei. Hearing this roar, the Amei people instantly uplifted. Spirit Lord! It's the Spirit Lord! As the Amei hearts lifted, Gerardo felt comforted. The Spirit Lord finally appeared before the destruction of Amei. When the Spirit Lord's roar rang, it seemed imbued with strange power. The demons found it ear-piercing and dizzying. But the Amei people and others supporting did not feel this way. This dizziness delayed those demons heading towards Balder and Luke. And in that instant, a gigantic beast shadow flew out from the back mountain, crossing through the void, arriving in a flash. Massive iron hooves stomped down onto the demons' heads. Wherever it landed, demons couldn't resist, turning into piles of bloody pulp. All demons were shocked. At this moment, the Spirit Lord's gaze locked onto the 3 demons preparing to finish the job. Those 3 demons immediately felt chills run down their spines, overwhelmed by fear. Hashtag chapter 271, the bloodthirsty sword. Is this guy a Kirin? A demon glanced back at the figure of the Spirit Master, suddenly startled. The Kirin spirit beast, like the Dragon Clan, is one of the most powerful species that have almost vanished from this world. Although this Spirit Master from Shu Mountain is not a pure Kirin, he possesses Kirin blood and has lived for an incredibly long time. His strength must not be underestimated. Roar! The Spirit Master let out another roar and then launched an attack on the three demons. The three demons had no choice but to first deal with the Spirit Master's offensive. However, they were unfamiliar with his fighting style. In the very first engagement, the three demons suffered unexpected setbacks. They were continuously forced back by the Spirit Master, hardly able to defend themselves. Above them, Claude, upon seeing this scene, immediately frowned. Shu Mountain truly has abundant blessings. Even descendants of the two ancient ruling spirit beasts, dragons and Kirins, are serving them. Of course, compared to this Kirin descendant, what he couldn't understand even more was how the demon dragon got involved with the Shu Mountain Sect. Could the Shu Mountain Sect possibly accommodate that demon dragon? Under normal circumstances, that demon dragon should have been captured and imprisoned in the demon locking tower once it was exposed to the sect's eyes. But Claude didn't dwell on these thoughts. He also didn't bother with the Spirit Master. His main target was still the towering demon locking tower. However, in the next moment, after fiercely repelling the three demons, the Spirit Master's gaze fell on him. The Spirit Master bared its fangs and growled deeply. Claude emitted a startling demonic aura. Being sensitive to such auras, the Spirit Master couldn't ignore it. But it hesitated. Should it continue guarding Balder and Luke or chase after Claude? Just as the Spirit Master was hesitating, another animalistic roar sounded. Following that sound was the Spirit Master's current partner, another Kelsey with partial Kirin blood. The Kelsey seemed to sense her mate's intentions. So, as soon as she appeared, she blocked Claude's path. Another one? Claude was quite surprised. Has the Shu Mountain Sect become a gathering place for top-tier spirit beasts? However, although Claude was surprised, he did not take the spirit beast seriously. This spirit beast's aura wasn't as strong as the one below. If he didn't fear the Spirit Master, why would he fear this one? Despite the significant power disparity, the spirit beast charged at Claude without hesitation. It was like a moth flying into a flame or a weak egg striking a stone. But it acted without hesitation because it felt its mate's heart. Get lost. Claude was enraged internally. His attacks were merciless. During the clash between man and beast, Claude's assault overwhelmed and crushed through. When Claude's attack struck the spirit beast, it let out a loud wail due to intense pain. Instantly, the Spirit Master roared in grief and rage, its eyes turning slightly red. Next moment, the Spirit Master leaped towards Claude without a care for anything else. At this point, no one could hold it back. Even Kira, who had fully activated the spirit-controlling body, couldn't control it. Just as the Spirit Master rushed towards Claude, the three demons seized the opportunity, regrouped, and attacked again. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. Though this sword light was not overwhelmingly powerful, it carried a stern killing intent. The swordsman decisively attacked the three demons. This sword light aimed not only to hinder their movements, but also had a greater ambition: to slay them all beneath his sword. The three demons were momentarily stunned. Then their faces turned strange. Where did this punk come from? Is he out of his mind? Initially, they were indeed frightened by the sword's stern intent, but calming down they realized this sword light wasn't too powerful against them. The swordsman's aura was far weaker than theirs. Junior brother Zung, don't act rashly. A disciple in red saw this and quickly shouted. The one holding the sword and attacking the three demons was none other than Brigham. Brigham was covered in demon blood almost everywhere. He fought with utmost joy and satisfaction. He was almost immersed in the thrill of slaughtering demons. Of course, this time, he didn't lose himself as he used to. He was very clear about what level of demons he could face. He wouldn't challenge opponents beyond his capabilities. This time, he focused on quantity, doing his best to slay as many demons as possible. That was his initial goal. However, at this moment, he broke his established behavior. Tonzura should be edited to. He broke his established behavior guidelines. However, to make it read more naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the meaning, style, and consistency, he deviated from his own principles. Or depending on context, he broke his own established principles. He couldn't stand watching the respected senior members of his sect fall so easily under the demon's hands. Seeing Balder and Luke lying on the ground reminded him of his uncle Anwar. If it were Anwar lying there, he would have acted without hesitation. Thus, for these two seniors, he treated them equally. After all, he truly respected these two seniors from the bottom of his heart. Looking for death, facing Brigham's attack, the three demons found it absurd. Next moment, the three demons unleashed a combined attack. The assault surged towards Brigham like a flood. Compared to the three demons' combined attack, Brigham's sword looked rather thin. In an instant, Brigham's sword light was swallowed by the demon's onslaught. Brigham's pupils contracted slightly. Although he anticipated defeat, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Seeing the terrifying assault closing in, Brigham's legs felt heavy, and the surrounding space seemed sealed, preventing him from moving. In this critical moment, someone suddenly grabbed Brigham by the shoulder. Someone pulled him behind them, then raised the sword high above their head. A blood-colored sword. It exuded a terrifying and intimidating aura. Grand Senior. Brigham was slightly startled. The person before him was none other than Grand Senior Balder. Balder, expressionless, swung his sword. Instantly, a mighty crimson sword light sliced through, neutralizing the demon's attack. It didn't stop there. The blood-colored sword light, after neutralizing the demon's attack, still carried forward with formidable residual force, engulfing the three demons. What? The three demons clearly didn't expect this Truman to get up. Caught in the blood-colored sword light, they instantly turned to ash. Grand Senior, you? Brigham's voice carried a hint of surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the Grand Senior before him was so unfamiliar. Chapter 272, The Devil Imprisoning Pagoda. Balder remained silent. After slaying the three demons, his body seemed unable to bear the strain any longer. He instantly kneeled down, half supported by the sword in his hand, preventing him from completely collapsing. Brigham's gaze shifted to his hand. He saw a trail of blood flowing down from his grip on the hilt of the sword, which was absorbed into it. This sword was entirely blood red, emitting an eerie light. Such an evil sword was clearly not something from Shu Mountain. Brigham was momentarily speechless. In his memory, the Fenian despised all that was related to demons and devils, especially items tainted by them. He never would have imagined that such an evil sword could be wielded by the Fenian. Fenian, are you all right? Brigham asked with concern. Balder shook his head, indicating he was fine, but his face was as pale as paper, and he was breathing heavily. That labored breathing and sickly complexion didn't look like he was all right at all. Meanwhile, the spirit Venerable attacking Claude had bloodshot eyes, attacking fiercely as if driven mad. Its mate, struck down by Claude, lay motionless, its breath barely detectable. Spirit Venerables were often lonely, and finding a mate was extremely rare. This bond was deep. Now, seeing its mate so grievously harmed by Claude was like touching a dragon's reverse scale. Facing Claude, it seemed to be gaining the upper hand for a moment. This situation arose because Claude was no longer at his peak. Fighting against the magic dragon, Luke, and Balder one after another. Even an Iron Man would tire. Indeed, his divine essence and physical strength had been significantly depleted. His rage also diminished considerably, making it impossible for him to maintain his peak power. Consequently, under the Spirit Venerable's intense onslaught, Claude struggled to defend himself, retreating step by step. Seeing this, the Shu Mountain disciples' spirits lifted. Usually, the Spirit Venerable spent most of its time in the back mountain pond or sunbathing on the ground. They thought its limbs had regressed. Who knew it was so formidable? Only Wei Wuya frowned deeply. He did not think it was that simple. He knew the strength of the Spirit Venerable. Compared to the magic dragon, they were about equal. Its lineage was even inferior to the dragon, but over millennia, it had extended its lifespan and enhanced its power through absorbing celestial energies. It had never truly cultivated. Its strength came from accumulated time. Yet, even this profound foundation couldn't give it the upper hand against Claude. Even the magic dragon couldn't defeat Claude, so the Spirit Venerable probably wouldn't either. Temporary advantages did not determine the final outcome. Just as Wei Wuya thought this, Claude quickly regained his composure and retaliated. Monstrous creature, I can kill dragons. What is a mere Kirin descendant to dare act arrogantly before me? Dodging the fatal strike from the Spirit Venerable, Claude immediately transformed into a colossal black fist shadow, smashing directly into its massive skull. Bang! The impact made a thunderous sound, causing the Spirit Venerable's eyes to roll white as it nearly fainted from the blow. Claude would not miss this opportunity. As the Spirit Venerable reeled from dizziness, he slashed at its neck with a terrifying knife attack. After catching his breath, Balder abruptly turned around and saw the Spirit Venerable in crisis. He wanted to draw his sword and help, but other demons surrounded him. Although his killing of 3 demons was impressive, these demons weren't fully intimidated. Clearly, Balder's condition was obvious to everyone. It was merely a last-ditch effort before collapse. Moreover, those 3 demons were careless, never expecting Balder to still stand and launch a sudden cold-blooded strike. Hence, these demons stubbornly aimed to take Balder's life. Unable to aid the Spirit Venerable, Balder grabbed Brigham beside him, tossing him out of the demon's encirclement. He stood firmly on the spot, gripping the blood-red sword tightly. On the other side, the Spirit Venerable sensed the fatal threat approaching. At the critical moment, it rolled its body, narrowly avoiding the fatal spot. However, its massive body couldn't completely evade the blade's light. Blood gushed forth from its wound, a gaping chasm-like cut shocking to see. The Spirit Venerable crashed onto the ground, creating a depression. Suddenly, the Shu Mountain disciples felt disheartened. The exhilarating mood vanished. If even the Spirit Venerable couldn't stop him, who could? Humph! Claude scoffed disdainfully. Losing interest, he headed towards the devil-imprisoning pagoda. Just as he flew forward, another figure appeared before him, none other than Brigham. With a determined look of self-sacrifice, Brigham faced Claude, who ignored him and charged past, sending Brigham flying with a mere flick. Blood spurted from his mouth, almost costing him his life. If Claude hadn't preserved his strength to destroy the pagoda, Brigham would have been dead already. Brigham bitterly smiled. He couldn't fight Claude, not even touch him, but he refused to regret anything. Delaying Claude even a little bit toward the pagoda would be worthwhile. If the devil-imprisoning pagoda fell, it would be a disaster for the Shu Mountain Sect and the entire realm of Taoist cultivators. Inspired by Brigham, several disciples bravely stepped forward to obstruct Claude, but their efforts were futile. Yet, they delayed him even slightly. Eventually, Claude broke through the defenses and arrived before the devil-imprisoning pagoda, standing tall in the sky, his presence awe-inspiring. Anyone else? Chapter 273, Entry. As Claude uttered his threats, he also slashed at the demon-locking tower with his sword. He had no intention of entering the tower to search for the whereabouts of the Grayson. In his view, the simplest method was to directly destroy the demon-locking tower. Once this tower was destroyed, the Grayson would naturally be freed. He wasn't worried that this action might harm the Grayson. Given the Grayson's power, even the Amei sect could only suppress but not kill him. How could he worry about the Grayson dying? Gio Sastris. The numerous high-ranking members of the Amei sect saw this and their hearts sank. Inside that tower were many demons, and there were also quite a few disciples guarding it, living, breathing lives. If Claude destroyed the tower, while the powerful demons might survive, most of the Amei disciples inside probably wouldn't. At the instant Claude's descended, the entire demon-locking tower violently trembled. After a deafening roar, the tower body did not shatter as Claude expected. Claude's smile slowly vanished. This demon-locking tower was unexpectedly robust. Of course, besides the tower itself being solid, there was also an array covering the entire structure internally. Due to this array, Claude's plan didn't come to fruition. Not only did his attack fail to topple the demon locking tower, it instead killed many high-level demons within, because the source of power for the array came from these high-level demons' life essence. Any damage to the array meant the destruction of the demon's life essence. Claude's strike left the tower unscathed, yet unbeknownst to most disciples, its defenses were not permanent. With repeated attacks by Claude, killing off those high-level demons, the defense array would lose its power source and become useless. But why would Claude care about the lives of the demons? Even if he knew some demons might die due to his actions, he would still act without hesitation to achieve his goals. He considered those sacrifices worth it. Right then, as Claude prepared for his second strike, suddenly a whoosh broke through the air. A figure rapidly flew in from the direction of the trial tower. It was the final guardian of the trial tower, Saintess. "Let my old and frail body be your last obstacle," said Saintess with a hoarse voice. He had guarded the trial tower for many years without leaving. Although he was part of the council, his role was unique. His nature was reclusive, as he often joked, lazy. Unwilling to involve himself too deeply in sect matters, he chose the relatively easy job of guarding the trial tower. It required little thought, a perfect fit for someone like him who disliked managing things. Ordinarily, few troubles found him. But now, faced with a matter concerning the sect's survival, he couldn't remain detached. Though he knew his strength wasn't enough to challenge this demon, how could he stand aside when even a disciple like Brigham had bravely stepped up to hinder the fiend? As their mentor, how could he not step forward? "Hail, you think you can stop me?" Claude showed no respect for Saintess, directly attacking Saintess with his blade. Saintess's eyes widened. He drew his shining sword, declaring that he wasn't past his prime. However, reality cruelly proved otherwise. Against Claude, he was forced to purely defend without any offensive opportunities. Resisting Claude's overwhelming force, his hands throbbed in pain. Retreating further would bring him into the tower. Just then, a force carrying boundless frost aimed at Claude, sent by Xuanhuan below. Through Kira's vital energy transfer, Xuanhuan regained some combat ability but passed out as a result. Seeing the frosty force coming, Claude had to divert his attention. Seizing this moment, Saintess finally struck, aiming for Claude's neck, a decisive and all-out blow filled with murderous intent. However, Claude twisted his neck in an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the blow. Only a few strands of hair were sliced in two. Saintess was frustrated. He knew another chance like this was unlikely since Xuanhuan's strike was its absolute limit. Meanwhile, Claude, despite losing just a bit of hair, was furious. Having nearly been bested by Intruman, this was no less shameful than almost being beheaded. Just as Claude felt angered, Saintess's eyes sparkled unusually. His formerly clouded gaze became lively, and his body emitted heat, turning from brown to crimson in seconds. Claude eyed Saintess with sudden interest. "You're burning your own vitality. Are you planning on taking me down with you?" Claude mocked. Everyone could see that Saintess was preparing to fight to the death, but Claude saw this merely as accelerating his demise. "If you want to die, so be it." Claude raised his hand, then paused. Suddenly, a hand emerged behind Saintess, resting on his shoulder. Saintess, rest. Note: in translating this section, I've tried to keep it as true to the original style and tone as possible, ensuring the paragraph structure and pacing are maintained. The names and terms used here follow the Pinyin standard as requested. Chapter 273. An Immortal Realm Sword Cultivator. The first reaction of Master Rico was a shock. He had no idea when someone had appeared behind him. Of course, what alarmed Master Rico even more was that at the moment this hand pressed down on his shoulder, his body lost control and returned to its normal state. It was like an inflated ball suddenly deflating. He could distinctly feel a peculiar energy transmitting through the hand into his body, forcibly suppressing his move that had cost him his life force. Master Rico turned back in alarm. The person before him was a man he did not recognize. He had never seen this person. This person was Zachariah, who had just used the 10,000 transformations profound art. Gerardo glanced at this figure from afar and felt much calmer. He finally appeared. Unlike Gerardo, Master Rico knew nothing about this person. He had never seen this person in the Shu Mountain Sect. He really wanted to ask where Zachariah came from, who he was, and how he knew him. He was certain he hadn't heard wrong. Zachariah had indeed called him Master Rico. This was enough proof that the other party recognized him, but he had absolutely no clue about the man in front of him. His head brimmed with doubts, but there was no time for detailed questions as they faced formidable foes at this moment. The next moment, Zachariah's figure blocked Master Rico. Aurelio examined Zachariah closely. At that moment, it felt like Zachariah's eyes were two sharp swords. Just by exchanging gazes, it seemed like his eyes were being pierced. This sensation, even Gerardo did not provoke such a feeling in him. It made him very uncomfortable. "So it's you." A look of fury emerged on Aurelio's face. He recalled Zachariah's appearance. Back then, when he chased the magic dragon near the Shu Mountain Sect, Zachariah's interference prevented him from slaying the magic dragon. Now, this person was once again standing before him. All past grievances surged up together. The murderous intent in Aurelio's heart almost erupted. "Boy, you've disrupted my plans too many times. Are you prepared for how you will die?" Zachariah remained silent, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Aurelio. It seemed like he was looking at him, but also like he wasn't paying attention at all, as if not taking him seriously. Zachariah said calmly, "Dare you receive one sword strike from me?" Upon hearing this, Aurelio froze slightly. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "In front of me, you're the first to dare speak so arrogantly. Arrogant boy, you're courting death." Aurelio was infuriated once more. Madness radiated off his body. However, facing the remaddened Aurelio, Zachariah showed no change in expression. He swung his sword seemingly carelessly. As soon as this sword cut out, the sky darkened abruptly. It was as if the world was instantly split into two halves. Aurelio was taken aback in horror. His pupils constricted violently. Facing Zachariah's sword, he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Just within a flash of thought, the sword struck him. It was fast, too fast, faster than the already incredibly fast sword techniques of Luke. He didn't even have a chance to raise his arm to block. Aurelio was directly slashed away by the sword. A trail of blood drew a long arc in the air, splattering along the path he flew. With a boom, Aurelio flew from in front of the demon-locking pagoda to the Shu Mountain Sect square, crashing heavily onto the ground. The sudden defeat of Aurelio terrified the demons present. Their expressions turned ghastly, as if they had seen ghosts. Aurelio, who was invincible in their eyes, who maintained absolute advantage against Baldur and Luke, and had not even suffered a visible wound after such a long battle, had now been sliced away with a single sword strike, leaving a bloody trail. How could these demons remain calm? Even the leader of Shu Mountain Sect might not be able to do this. There existed such a terrifying power in the Shu Mountain Sect? Catherine was visibly shaken. She originally relied on Aurelio to destroy the demon-locking pagoda to free her father. If anyone among the demons could achieve this, it would only be Aurelio. But now, hope seemed to crumble with Aurelio's crushing defeat. Who was that person? Catherine did not know of any such individual in the Shu Mountain Sect. The power of that single sword strike left her trembling with shock, even from afar. She even felt that the current leader of the Shu Mountain Sect couldn't achieve such a feat. Catherine couldn't help but recall how Aurelio assured her he had thoroughly investigated the Shu Mountain Sect. Yet, he failed again. Catherine became extremely angry, shouting, "You useless bastard!" Meanwhile, Gerardo felt relieved seeing this. In this short time, he has become much stronger. Now, he far surpasses me. After Gerardo met Zachariah, he knew clearly that this unidentified sword cultivator would eventually surpass him. But he didn't expect that day to come so quickly. Just over a year later, Zachariah's strength had grown beyond his comprehension. On the other side, Baldur smiled faintly upon seeing Zachariah's figure. Luke awakened and glanced at Baldur nearby and the crimson sword in his hand, with a hint of bitterness. Then his eyes followed the direction everyone pointed toward, and saw the two figures by the demon-locking pagoda. Without asking, he rushed towards the pagoda. During his unconsciousness, enemies must have broken through. He had to go back to check. However, moving caused his injuries to flare up with pain. He had been severely injured by Aurelio's last attack. Breathing deeply hurt his internal organs, but he persisted heading towards the demon-locking pagoda. Baldur let him go without a word, remaining behind to cover him against the demons. Aurelio struggled to rise, spitting another mouthful of blood. These past months, Aurelio's strength increased considerably. He thought he could easily handle Zachariah, but now, he realized it was himself who was completely dominated. Looking up, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. Immortal Realm. He's an Immortal Realm sword cultivator. Chapter 274. A cornered dog leaps over the wall. Jueyuanfu's shocking words reverberated through the air like a stone, causing 1,000 ripples in a still pond. Though Zachariah did not emanate any overwhelmingly powerful aura, Jueyuanfu's statement must be true. At this moment, Jueyuanfu would not speak irresponsibly. Exaggerating the strength of the opponent would only depress the morale of their own side. If he wasn't certain that the other party was indeed an immortal stage sword cultivator, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. For a moment, a chorus of gasps echoed among the demons. An immortal stage sword cultivator. Whether demon or cultivator, anyone present with a realm above the soul transformation stage knew what that meant. In this world where immortals do not emerge, an immortal stage cultivator stands at the pinnacle. The appearance of such a powerful figure on this battlefield was bound to have significant implications for the battle's outcome. Catherine's heart sank upon hearing Jueyuanfu's words. Even she didn't know a Mei sect had this sort of trump card hidden away. Gerardo felt a twinge of joy. The stronger this sword cultivator was, the better it was for them. Despite this, Gerardo did not let down his guard. The daughter of Demon Sovereign was also a formidable opponent. He no longer had anything to worry about at this point. If he could subdue her as well, the demon army would be leaderless and difficult to organize. Although the demon army was vast, they were not all from the Endless Sea. A considerable number came from Central Plains, lacking high loyalty and not adept at fighting against the odds. Once their mainstay was taken care of, these demons would disperse like birds scattering when a tree falls. However, Gerardo saw little panic on Catherine's face. This raised his suspicions. What else was she planning? Did she have more up her sleeve? Meanwhile, not far from Mei sect, the members of Jiavine's symbol sect remained as spectators. Their sect leader, Gaspard, had yet to order support. After the protective formation around a Mei sect was broken, everything inside was exposed. Initially, Gaspard thought a Mei sect was doomed and was ready to retreat. But then, that haunting figure he couldn't forget appeared once again. From afar, Gaspard spotted Zachariah standing before the demon-locking pagoda. It's him. Gaspard gritted his teeth. After several days, Zachariah now seemed even more unfathomable to him. As one of the few witnesses to Zachariah's successful tribulation crossing, he had harbored ill intentions, wanting to challenge Zachariah's arrogant face someday. To him, Zachariah was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Such a person should have been fine if they weren't related. Yet Zachariah had killed his daughter, a resentment that could never be erased. Although Gaspard claimed indifference to his unfilial daughter's fate, deep down, he was not untouched by his child's death. His hatred for Zachariah grew for killing his daughter while maintaining that overbearing attitude, an act of provocation. Now, seeing Zachariah again, he felt powerless. Zachariah had grown too fast, outpacing him impossibly. Giving Zachariah a lesson had become a mere fantasy. Who are you, sir? Behind Zachariah, old Rico's eyes gleamed with surprise. He couldn't believe this young man was an immortal stage sword cultivator. He marveled inwardly. New talents emerge every generation. Youngsters today had reached such heights? Was he so out of touch from staying too long in the trial tower? My name is of no consequence. I am just an ordinary sword cultivator, Zachariah replied. His words bordered on humble bragging. If he were considered ordinary, others might as well abandon swords for farming. Old Rico naturally didn't take it seriously, understanding Zachariah's reluctance to reveal his identity. On the other side, Zhang Nikita helped her sister, Kira, awake. Pale and weak, Kira was sternly warned by Zhang Nikita not to use the spirit command body again, threatening to knock her out if she disobeyed. Nodding meekly, Kira glanced towards Zachariah by the pagoda and exclaimed, "Master!" "Master?" Zhang Nikita looked towards the figure, feeling a bittersweet sensation. Her sister had become his disciple? Kira hadn't mentioned it, keeping secrets from her. Zhang Nikita realized how much her sister had grown. Hearing Kira's call, Xuanhuan stood up. Injured by Zachariah's strike, his chest bore a ghastly wound that refused to heal. It was entwined with Netherworld's sword intent, not only preventing healing but seeping into his body, sapping his vitality. Realizing he couldn't match Zachariah, Xuanhuan sought another approach. Focused on Kira, he planned to use her as a hostage, thinking it would give him leverage. Although disdainful of such dishonorable tactics, his pride didn't stop him. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Suddenly, Xuanhuan vanished and reappeared before Zhang Nikita. Catching her off guard, he sent her flying and grabbed Kira by the neck. Before he could react, a sword light flashed, severing his arm in two. Chapter 275, Demon Sounds. The moment Zachariah heard Zhang Min'er's cry for help, he already sensed that she would be in danger. This was an inevitable outcome, for at this very moment, he had become the greatest threat to the demons. Anyone associated with him would become a target for the demons. This bitter realization hit home when Mandir was put in harm's way. Although Zachariah hadn't officially taken Zhang Min'er as his disciple, they had formed a master-disciple relationship in practice. Zhang Min'er truly believed Zachariah was her master, which is why she blurted out, "Master," in that moment of peril. Zachariah, too, treated her from the perspective of a teacher, and naturally paid her special attention. Zhang Min'er's attempt to be used as leverage by Claude did not escape Zachariah's notice. With a mere thought, Zachariah severed Claude's entire arm. The next instant, Zachariah appeared right before Claude, who recoiled like a startled bird, hastily retreating and increasing the distance between them. Damn it! Claude cursed inwardly. That single strike left him a one-armed man. Ever since he rose to prominence, he had never experienced such humiliation. But what filled him with even more despair was that Zachariah's divine sense sword could ignore distance, making it impossible to evade no matter how much distance he tried to create. Claude fended off the unpredictable sword light with his left hand wielding a blade, yet he struggled and looked utterly miserable. Wounded by multiple sword strikes, fresh injuries appeared on his body, and he became drenched in blood, appearing like a man of gore. Witnessing this scene, the demon army felt an oppressive weight settle heavily over their hearts. Before they could even see Zachariah make a move, Claude was already suffering defeat after defeat. If even Claude couldn't gain any advantage against this person, what were they supposed to do once Claude couldn't hold up? There were opportunists within the demon army who, sensing the shift in the wind, began to contemplate retreat. However, Zachariah wasn't about to let them leave. These demons were valuable experience for him. Such a large demon force presented a rare opportunity. Finding so many demons on his own would have taken an unimaginable amount of time and effort. Given this excellent chance, he wouldn't let it slip away. Zachariah's mind stirred, and he pointed toward the sky. Myriad sword formation. Instantly, 100,000 swords appeared above Mount Shushan. This was the true myriad sword formation. Balder and Luke had both executed this technique before, but their sword shadows numbered only in the thousands. Reaching 10,000 sword shadows marked a significant threshold, symbolizing the mastery of the formation. Zachariah's execution exceeded this number, truly reaching a realm of perfection. When those 10,000 sword shadows descended, the demon army was thrown into chaos with screams echoing all around. This formation, originally designed for indiscriminate attacks, was only cautiously used by Balder and Luke initially. In the heat of battle, none dared to employ such a technique, but Zachariah was an exception. His powerful mental strength allowed him to control each sword's landing point with precision, ensuring that they only struck the demons without harming others. Such control would have been impossible if Zachariah had not reached the immortal realm. Swords fell like rain, causing heavy casualties among the demon army. The relentless sword shadows harvested lives one after another, easing the pressure on Mount Shushan and the two other sections. Most importantly, it uplifted their own morale. Gerardo observed Zachariah with a complex gaze, muttering, "The Shushan myriad sword formation has indeed flourished under his hands." Gerardo's thoughts were similarly complex. On one hand, he was delighted and grateful that this mysterious sword practitioner was helping Shushan exterminate the demons. On the other, he found Zachariah's deep connection with Shushan increasingly perplexing due to his skill set. Just as Zachariah began slaughtering the demon army, Catherine's brows furrowed, anxiety finally showing on her face. Not yet. She gazed intently towards the direction of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, seemingly waiting anxiously for something. At this moment, she didn't care about the fate of the other demons. She cared only about whether Mr. Ghost's plan would succeed. Before marching on Shushan, Mr. Ghost approached her to discuss his strategy for this direct assault. While Claude planned to gather the demon forces and directly confront Shushan, aiming to breach their defenses and rescue the Kelvin, Mr. Ghost was less optimistic. The unique nature of Shushan meant they were all demons' public enemies, yet stood unyielding for years. Without profound legacy and fortune, it would be impossible for them to survive until today. For the flawless execution of the rescue mission, Mr. Ghost proposed an alternate plan. Feign death and infiltrate underground using the Earth Demon Worm to approach the Demon-Sealing Pagoda secretly. This decoy attack aimed to achieve dual success through both frontal assault and covert action. Only Mr. Ghost and Catherine knew of this plan. Even Claude was kept in the dark at Catherine's insistence. Claude tended to act rashly and risk exposing the plan. Thus, Catherine stressed that Mr. Ghost keep it secret until now. At this moment, only Catherine knew that Mr. Ghost should have reached the area below the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. But there was no sign of movement yet, and anxiety was building up. Because ever since the Immortal Realm Sword practitioner appeared, Claude wasn't any match for him. Now, she placed all hopes on Mr. Ghost. Suddenly, a loud rumbling erupted, and the entire Demon-Sealing Pagoda began to tremble. A thunderous voice boomed from within the pagoda. "Release me!" Upon hearing this voice, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Just the sound made their heads buzz, instilling fear from the sheer power emanating from it. Is it the Kelvin? Is it really the Kelvin? In an instant, the demons struggling under the myriad sword formation broke into smiles of excitement or madness. Upon hearing this voice, even Catherine couldn't hide her smile. It was her father's unmistakable voice, etched deeply in her mind despite the years. Even though she hadn't seen her father yet, hearing his voice meant that Mr. Ghost had succeeded halfway. Chapter 276, the core source of the Sealing Demon Tower's array. Just as the voice from the Sealing Demon Tower echoed, Alexis, pleasantly surprised, immediately distanced herself from Renee and released her hand seals. Renee, unsure of her intentions, did not hesitate for a moment before chasing after her to stop her. But Alexis's hand seals were formed in an instant. In a fleeting moment, a massive demonic palm suddenly appeared in the sky above the Sealing Demon Tower. It descended heavily onto the Sealing Demon Tower. Renee didn't have time to stop it. The only one who could have stopped this was Hunt. Seeing this, Hunt decisively struck with his palm. A dazzling golden light shone. A huge Buddha palm rose from below. Rushing forward, it clashed with the demonic palm. Upon impact, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. The towering golden Buddha palm, radiating with brilliance, swiftly devoured and annihilated the demonic palm like crushing dry grass. The monks of Xuanhuan Sect felt ashamed when they saw this scene. They were all eminent Buddhist monks, yet their mastery of the Buddha palm technique was not even as strong as this sword cultivator. However, at that moment, Jeremiah Wanfu's figure appeared above the Sealing Demon Tower, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Alexis's attack on Hunt. Under reduced pressure, Jeremiah Wanfu received Alexis's message to destroy the Sealing Demon Tower urgently, though Jeremiah Wanfu did not fully understand what had happened. Why could the demon lord imprisoned under the Sealing Demon Tower suddenly speak? Yet he did not think too much at that moment. Only by rescuing the demon lord did they stand a chance against the Immortal Realm Sword cultivator. Otherwise, if delayed further, his followers would fall into the abyss of death. Thus, Jeremiah Wanfu unleashed his full potential in this crucial moment. Even drenched in blood, he still resembled an unstoppable overlord. Aster barely reacted in time. He was not ready to resist when Jeremiah Wanfu slashed him away with a single blow. With both hands wielding his saber and pouring all his strength into it, Jeremiah Wanfu slashed down at the Sealing Demon Tower. So fast, no one could react in time. Boom. As the devastating strike, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting rocks, landed, the entire Sealing Demon Tower shook violently with a sound like a thunderclap. The Amei Sect disciples all paled. On the side of the demons, it was the opposite, especially Alexis. Her face instantly lit up with joy. However, to their surprise, the Sealing Demon Tower stood firm without any signs of collapsing. What happened? Has our Joseph lost his power? At this moment, some demons began to doubt if Jeremiah Wanfu's previous act was merely pretense. They thought perhaps Jeremiah Wanfu's powerful strike was just a show of force, lacking real substance. Even Jeremiah Wanfu himself was stunned. Although he was indeed injured, he knew his current state. During this brief period of pushing his body to its limits, his condition was no worse than during his peak. Logically speaking, no structure should withstand his strike. Jeremiah Wanfu's expression turned incredibly grim. What kind of protective array does this Sealing Demon Tower possess? He had never seen such a powerful protective array before. Then, from within the Sealing Demon Tower came a heart-wrenching cry, like the roar of a beast. Hearing this sound, the remaining demons froze. The tower didn't collapse, but a scream emerged from inside. This completely baffled them. They couldn't even identify who made the scream at first. Only Alexis's smile vanished instantly. It's father. She heard her father's agonizing cry. Why? Why is this happening? Alexis finally realized something was wrong. Clearly, Jeremiah Wanfu struck the towering Sealing Demon Tower, but she felt as though he was attacking her father. The Kelvin. Your plot to save the Kelvin will not succeed. Renee spoke calmly. Even he, known for his broad-mindedness, was incensed by these demons. At this point, he was holding in a lot of anger. Seeing Alexis's smug look disappear, he felt some satisfaction. By saying this, he mocked the enemy while also venting his own frustration. This situation left many demons confused. Even many Amei Sect disciples were puzzled. Why did Jeremiah Wanfu's strike cause no damage to the tower but resulted in the Kelvin scream? Shocked, Jeremiah Wanfu found himself in a dilemma. With the tower still standing, should he continue? Upon hearing the Kelvin scream, he feared that his earlier strike might have injured the Kelvin instead. Among the Amei Sect members, besides Hunt, only Sect leader Renee, Cole Bronson, and his fellow Sect brother Gu Chongfeng maintained calm expressions. Bronson glanced at Hunt, noticing no confusion on his face, feeling perplexed. He, the Sect leader, and Gu Chongfeng understood the situation, so they weren't confused. But why wasn't this sword cultivator puzzled either? Had he already figured out the secrets? Indeed, he had. After breaking through to the Immortal Realm, Hunt's divine sense allowed him to perceive all the secrets within the Sealing Demon Tower. Every mechanism was laid bare in his mind. Through spiritual perception, he understood the true source of the Sealing Demon Tower's array power. The source of the array's power was not just the upper level's demonic forces. There was actually a core source of power. It resided in the underground 8th floor, a room no one was allowed to approach. And inside that room was the Kelvin they sought so desperately. In other words, the Kelvin became an essential part of the array, intertwined with its life force. These demons' direct way to save the Kelvin was to destroy the sealing demon tower. And to destroy the tower, they must first break the protective array. Yet this array was linked to the Kelvin's life. Destroying the array would mean ending the Kelvin's life. An impossible predicament. After realizing this, Hunt understood. The upper-level demons were merely a facade. The entire sealing demon tower was a trap within a trap. This was why Hunt felt confident enough to leave the tower. Had he not known the inner workings, he would never have stepped a foot away from the tower. After all, he needed the sealing demon tower to accumulate cultivation experience. Allowing these demons to destroy it was out of the question. In that moment, the demon army fell into immediate chaos. Chapter 277. The Price. The opportunity to counterattack has arrived. With the command from the master of Shu Mountain Sect, taking advantage of the low morale among the demon army, the cultivators began their counterattack. Zachariah did not miss this chance either. He once again unleashed the 10,000 sword array. The overwhelming sword shadows mercilessly reaped the lives of countless demons. In no time at all, pages in Zachariah's demon chronicle flipped rapidly as demons were added one after another. This influx was an experience like none he had ever had before. The rewards were also countless. As Zachariah harvested their lives, he simultaneously collected the legacy rewards in his consciousness. This battle, originally a fateful confrontation between the demon army and the Shu Mountain Sect, had now turned into Zachariah's field of experience and item drops. At this moment, both Catherine and Claude were nearly in a desperate situation with no choices left. Attacking the demon-locking pagoda seemed futile, yet not attacking it wasn't an option either. They were truly between a rock and a hard place. Enter the demon-locking pagoda. On the brink of despair, Catherine sent this message to Claude. Now, since destroying the pagoda was impossible, entering its interior to seek another way to save the Kelvin became their only choice. Entering the pagoda was the least efficient path, as the Shu Mountain Sect would certainly have more elaborate defenses inside. It was akin to venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. Claude would face immense challenges just to find the Kelvin, let alone rescuing him. However, this was her last remaining hope. Even Ghostmister seemed unable to break through the layout set by Shu Mountain. Only by combining their forces could they possibly resolve the current predicament. As Claude charged towards the underground entrance of the demon-locking pagoda, Luke followed closely behind. He acted out of his own will, without receiving any orders from the sect master. He knew that something was wrong inside the pagoda. Otherwise, there was no way the Kelvin, who was firmly suppressed, could have been heard. The internal seal must have loosened. This was no trivial matter. Even if the pagoda's magical formations maintained order, they were not infallible. If Claude entered the interior, more complications might arise. Thus, despite his injuries, Luke rushed into the pagoda to stop him. The guard at the underground entrance of the demon-locking pagoda put up a fierce defense against Claude's charge. However, even injured, Claude was formidable, and the defense quickly crumbled. Claude dashed inside, only to be immediately followed by a swift sword shadow, moving as fast as lightning. Recognizing Luke, Claude flew into a rage. Do you think I'm being too lenient? Claude, infuriated by Luke's pursuit despite being previously defeated, swung his blade back, overpowering Luke with greater force. Suddenly, another figure appeared before Luke, merely pointing a finger into the air, nullifying Claude's attack instantly. Claude's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can you be here? Luke was also stunned. Both of them were bewildered, because this figure was clearly one of those mysterious sword cultivators. But wasn't the sword cultivator still outside performing the 10,000 sword array? Who was this sword cultivator here? They were not weak and could sense the presence or absence of the sword cultivator. Feeling the powerful aura from the sword cultivator in front of him, Claude's scalp tingled, though he didn't know it was Zachariah's illusion clone. He vaguely sensed that there might be more than one sword cultivator. This realization made Claude's hands tremble slightly. The always arrogant Claude now felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. That figure had almost become his nightmare. Outside the demon-locking pagoda, under Zachariah's sword array assault, the demon army suffered devastating losses. Only demons above the transforming god realm could withstand Zachariah's sword array to some extent, but even they found it difficult. Each sword chi strike carried not only immense power but also terrifying sword intent. It was this sword intent that caused the most significant damage, accelerating the death of demons under its erosion. Amidst this chaos, demons cried out in agony. One person, standing against tens of thousands of our allies, is this immortal sword cultivator truly invincible? Is he really an immortal sword cultivator? I've never seen such a powerful one. Isn't he a terrestrial sword immortal? My fate is sealed. Catherine was restless. Though she heard the cries of demons around her, she remained indifferent. Her mind was focused on the demon-locking pagoda. This distraction led her to gradually fall into a disadvantage during her battle with Gerardo. Experts duels cannot afford a single moment of distraction. Catherine's right shoulder was injured by Gerardo's sword chi, blood streaming down. A sinister expression crossed her face. At this moment, her accumulated negative emotions reached their peak. She was anxious about the pagoda's situation, yet she couldn't spare herself from the battle. Gerardo's relentless attacks added to her frustration. Unable to calm down, suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Do you want greater power? The voice, like a demon's whisper, tempted her. By instinct, Catherine resisted at first. However, when the voice struck at her vulnerable point, wouldn't you want to save your father? These words hit Catherine deeply, touching her soul. Of course, she wanted to save him. After years of planning, she thought of nothing but rescuing her father. She had paid every conceivable price for it. Missing this chance due to her insufficient strength would mean no more opportunities to approach Shu Mountain Sect. She might not even survive the battle, despite giving it her all. Even if she passed the Shu Mountain Master, there was still the Immortal Sword Cultivator to deal with. A mountain far harder to climb. Want power? Exchange your soul for it. I'll trade. Chapter 278. Eternal Hellfire. Catherine was well aware of the source of the voice in her mind. Ancient demon deity. The ancient demon deity had healed her wounds, but it had not demanded its price at that moment. And now, the time for payment had arrived. To offer her soul meant she might become a puppet of the ancient demon deity. But Catherine had no other choice. The appearance of the immortal swordswoman from the longevity realm had disrupted all her plans. If she did not accept the price of offering her soul, the only path left for her would be failure. This is the last chance to save father. I can't fail again, I can't. She absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away from her grasp. The instant Catherine accepted the ancient demon deity's demand in her heart, Gerardo sharply detected an unusual aura emanating from her. Immediately, Gerardo attacked without hesitation. However, just as his sword light was about to touch Catherine's body, her aura suddenly surged. A powerful force sent Gerardo's sword light rebounding. Gerardo's expression hardened. Something was very off about the daughter of the Kelvin. In the next moment, Catherine's expression seemed to blur. Then, she gently raised her hand. A green flame, like a snake, coiled around her hand and turned into a blazing sword within moments. Her unique eyes suddenly burst with emerald flames. Sizzling. The air suddenly felt scorched as strange sounds akin to food being charred echoed through the void. Eternal Hellfire Domain. Catherine's new domain power spread, causing eerie spontaneous combustion among those enveloped by the domain, including members of the Shu Mountain Sect. Despite their efforts to extinguish the flames, they were futile. Soon, agonized cries filled the Shu Mountain Sect camp. Gerardo frowned deeply. Catherine's transformation greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only had her strength skyrocketed several levels, but her aura and domain powers were entirely different from before. It was hard to believe this was still the same demonic girl. However, Gerardo had no time to think. His immediate priority was to neutralize this formidable threat. Otherwise, casualties on their side would be catastrophic. Yet, his sword domain was restricted around him, protecting himself but unable to shield others. The Eternal Hellfire Domain possessed an incredibly terrifying heat, capable of consuming everything, even resisting domain forces. As a result, Gerardo's sword domain struggled against it, confined to self-protection, unable to fully unleash its power. At this moment, Catherine didn't even consider Gerardo a threat anymore. She turned her gaze toward Zachariah, but Zachariah remained unperturbed. He could sense that the overpowering aura Catherine exuded was likely not her own. Borrowed strength, naturally, wouldn't respond as easily, especially evident in her unfamiliar handling of the Eternal Hellfire Domain. Nonetheless, despite her unfamiliarity, the domain's destructive power was indeed formidable. But her opponent was Zachariah. Demonstrating fire domain prowess before him was akin to teaching a grandmaster. Zachariah had mastered the fire secret within the 5 element secrets, achieving a fiery physique. Thus, even without any defensive measures, the surrounding flames could not harm him. Catherine's eyes narrowed. She was astounded because she saw no resistance from Zachariah. Unlike Gerardo, who used his sword domain to counteract, Zachariah displayed no defenses whatsoever. Furthermore, his 10,000 sword formation continued unabated, reaping lives among the demon army. More shockingly, when Zachariah slightly raised his right hand, the undying hellfire entwining everyone detached, transforming into fiery beams flying upward toward Zachariah. This spectacle instantly bewildered everyone. Many looked at Zachariah with gratitude, as they had thought they were doomed by the hellfire. Having tried every means to extinguish it, many had already resigned to their fates, ready to die. But now, they tasted the joy of surviving a deadly ordeal. Zachariah waved his finger downward, directing the gathered flames precisely onto the remaining defiant demons. Under the combined assault of the 10,000 sword formation and the hellfire, the demon army survivors dwindled sharply. Witnessing this, the flames in Catherine's eyes flickered with fear. No, this isn't possible. Who are you? Her face and voice distorted, disbelief overwhelming her. The hellfire under her control now obeyed Zachariah, an absurd and incomprehensible reality. Zachariah said nothing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Time to confront one of the leaders of these demons. Traditionally, the battlefield strategy was to capture the leader first. But for Zachariah, this wasn't the case. If he confronted enemy Wanfu and Catherine first, the other demons might escape. Maximizing benefits meant not letting go of any demon, each providing experience points essential for Zachariah's growth. By increasing his reserves and enhancing his strength while eliminating other demons, he would handle these two leaders more effectively. Zachariah's best approach. As Zachariah locked his gaze on Catherine, she clenched her fists tightly. Rage masked her deep-seated terror. Even possessing the ancient demon deity's power, could she still not contend with him? At that moment, thunderous roars erupted from the demon-locking pagoda behind Zachariah. Chapter 279, Borrowing Strength. At the very moment the demon-suppressing tower emitted an unusual disturbance, Zachariah turned his head and instantly furrowed his brows. In that instant, his phantom clone disappeared, devoured by a swarm of strange black insects that surged up from the lower levels of the demon-suppressing tower. Countless black insects formed a black fog, directly rushing up from beneath the tower. Just as Zachariah's phantom clone was about to deliver a devastating blow to Claude, they suddenly struck like lightning, instantly engulfing Zachariah's phantom clone. These eerie black insects seemed to possess a formidable power capable of eroding souls, and Zachariah's phantom clone was essentially made of spiritual energy, making it vulnerable to this nemesis. After consuming Zachariah's phantom clone, the swarm of black insects carried Claude out of the demon-suppressing tower. The commotion from the tower was caused by the combined efforts of Claude and these insects. The protective measures within the demon-suppressing tower were virtually useless against this swarm of black insects. They wreaked havoc together, leaving destruction in their wake, stirring up chaos inside the tower. The enforcers within the tower could not resist, and the demons imprisoned within rejoiced at the sight, shouting for help. Hearing these cries for help, Claude naturally wanted to release the demons. Though these demons had been weakened from prolonged imprisonment and torture, they could still create chaos. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it would be for Claude. However, his movement was severely restricted by the black insects, and he did not know the origins of these insects. Nevertheless, the demonic aura they emitted gave him a sense of familiarity, which was why he did not resist. Soon, the black insects carried Claude out of the demon-suppressing tower and then left him, forming into a silhouette. Seeing this silhouette, Claude's pupils dilated. How can it be you? The figure before Claude was none other than the supposedly dead ghost doctor. You weren't? Claude started but swallowed his words. It was clearly unnecessary to ask. This person had clearly feigned death, deceiving everyone, including Claude himself. Though he was relieved to see the ghost doctor alive, Claude felt uneasy for some reason. Then, an even more unpleasant scene unfolded. When the ghost doctor appeared in Fawn's line of sight, she immediately called out, "Mr. Ghost, where's my father?" Claude was momentarily stunned. Fawn showed no surprise at the ghost doctor's reappearance and asked about her father instead of inquiring with her own husband. What did this mean? It meant that Fawn might have known the ghost doctor was not dead all along. There was also the possibility that Fawn and the ghost doctor had planned the fake death and infiltration into the demon-suppressing tower to free the Kelvin. No wonder the Kelvin had suddenly caused a disturbance earlier. It all stemmed from the ghost doctor's infiltration. Realizing this, Claude's face paled. His mood deteriorated immensely. His face turned ashen. His wife and good brother had conspired without telling him. He thought he was the sole hope for rescuing his father-in-law, risking his life. In reality, he was merely used as bait. A bitter smile appeared on Claude's lips. At this moment, he felt betrayed by the two people he trusted most. He even wondered if they were hiding more from him, perhaps even something worse. For a moment, Claude felt like his whole world had crumbled, but no one cared about his feelings. The ghost doctor smiled faintly. The Xuanhuan sect has linked the demon-suppressing tower to the Kelvin's life essence. Destroying it forcefully would endanger his life. Only the one who said it can undo it. To save the Kelvin, we must ask the Xuanhuan sect master. His gaze shifted to Seymour, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Seymour would not divulge the information easily. For him to speak, the price had to be steep enough. And this steep price would mean making the Xuanhuan sect master face the extinction of his sect. The ghost doctor opened his arms, and in an instant, countless raven-like shadows flew out behind him. Simultaneously, the surrounding light dimmed drastically. Dark Realm, activate. A trace of madness appeared on the ghost doctor's face. Then, the surrounding light was completely stripped away. The entire Xuanhuan sect was plunged into darkness. It was as if they were sucked into a black hole or drowned in a dark swamp. Breathing became difficult, and they felt something from the dark realm sucking away their elemental powers. This terrifying realm astonished everyone. Not just the Xuanhuan sect members, but even the demons were speechless, because this realm power belonged exclusively to the Kelvin. Fawn, seeing this, was deeply shaken. That's my father's dark realm. How can you use it? Even Claude was bewildered. He had heard much about the Kelvin's dark realm but never imagined encountering it like this. It was too bizarre for the Kelvin's dark realm to manifest through the ghost doctor. Fawn's voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing intense emotions. What have you done to my father? The ghost doctor's laughter echoed ominously in the darkness. The great Kelvin is perfectly fine. But to save him, I needed to borrow his power. Wouldn't you agree it's not too much to ask? Don't you feel the same way? Chapter 280. Heresy. The ghost physician's laughter echoed through the dark realm. Meanwhile, Catherine was now trembling all over. The ghost physician claimed that this power came from borrowing her father's strength. But was it really so? She had no way of knowing and no means to verify it. What if he had forcibly taken it? Would her father still be safe? Catherine didn't ask any questions. From this moment on, she had absolutely no trust left in the ghost physician. Moreover, she wondered if the ghost physician had plotted this from the beginning. At this thought, her heart began to race, filled with anxiety. Initially, it was because of her trust in the ghost physician that she let him do this. Her trust in him even surpassed her faith in her own husband, Claude. After all, the ghost physician had personally saved her life and helped her recover faster. Based on these two reasons, her trust in the ghost physician was extremely high. Now, however, it felt like she had been stabbed in the back. Her mood was incredibly heavy. On the other side, Claude's attitude toward the ghost physician also changed abruptly at this moment. He suddenly found himself unable to see through his good brother anymore. Only then did he realize that the ghost physician, who had been by his side for so many years, had been lying in wait all along. The depth of the ghost physician's scheming far exceeded what he could imagine. So, I've been raising a wolf that can never be tamed right by my side. Claude clenched his teeth. The dark realm conjured by the ghost physician was draining even his divine essence. This guy had no intention of sparing anyone who could serve as nourishment for him, not even Claude, his Isaiah brother. However, Gerardo within the dark realm was not sitting idly by. He immediately unleashed the heavenly sword, its enormous and majestic shadow descending like a divine weapon from the sky. Back when the Shu Mountain Sect attacked the xuanhuan sect, an evil demon had once assaulted the demon-locking pagoda and cast a dark realm. At that time, Gerardo arrived just in time and used the might of the heavenly sword to destroy the dark realm created by the demon. But now, when Gerardo's heavenly sword struck the dark realm, it did not have the same effect. Under the impact of the giant sword, the dark realm only shook violently but showed no signs of shattering. The ghost physician's laughter grew more audacious. Do you think this dark realm is so easy to break? But just as the ghost physician spoke, another sword shadow descended from the heavens. This one was even grander than Gerardo's heavenly sword, wrapped in countless lightning bolts, roaring down like an angry dragon. The ghost physician's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face paled. This sword came from Zachariah. Combined with Gerardo's heavenly sword, the dual force reached an entirely new level of power. If the Dark Realm had ultimate defense, then the might of the double heavenly swords was ultimate destruction. The ghost physician grunted, and instantly, a light appeared in the pitch-black Dark Realm. The two heavenly swords finally broke through the Dark Realm. As the Dark Realm shattered, the ghost physician was affected too, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Humph, indeed worthy of the Shu Mountain Sect, which has stood unshaken for centuries. Its foundation is truly extraordinary. Apart from the boundary-breaking power in Gerardo's attack, the other long-lived realm sword cultivator also possessed such power, even surpassing Gerardo. The Dark Realm breaking so easily was largely due to this long-lived realm sword cultivator, while Gerardo's contribution was less than 30%. The ghost physician even suspected that this cultivator was a great ancestor of the Shu Mountain Sect, always lurking in the shadows and only appearing in times of crisis. No wonder Claude's intelligence network failed to capture this information and knew nothing about the mysterious sword cultivator. As the Dark Realm gradually dissipated and everyone's vision returned to brightness, the morale of the Shu Mountain Sect camp soared. With this mysterious sword cultivator and Gerardo, they felt an overwhelming sense of security, like having two immovable pillars. On the other side, despite suffering a significant blow, the ghost physician's lips still curved upward slightly, seemingly unaffected by the defeat. Just a long-lived realm? Do you think only you can achieve this? Suddenly, veins bulged on the ghost physician's forehead, his demeanor losing all composure, turning hideously deformed. As his expression changed, Claude sensed something wrong in his body. It felt like he was being eaten by thousands of ants inside, and his divine essence was rapidly disappearing, flowing away like a mighty river without return. The pain was secondary. The swift loss of divine essence made him feel immediate dread and an intense sense of impending doom. Damn thing, it's you. When Claude's body showed these abnormalities, he immediately realized it was because the black insects the ghost physician had transformed into when they left the demon-locking pagoda had unknowingly invaded his body. He never imagined that his trusted good brother would actually stab him in the back. The ghost physician turned around and flashed a toothy grin at Claude. Brother, I need more power, so let me borrow yours again. You are my sworn brother. Your younger brother asking to borrow something. Why are you so angry? Every word from the ghost physician pierced Claude's nerves. I'll kill you first, damn thing. Claude erupted with rage, but as he prepared to move, the ghost physician sneered coldly. The black insects in Claude's body seemed to multiply rapidly, crowding his internal space and even spilling out through every pore. In moments, Claude's entire body was covered in black insects, looking like a black cocoon. He screamed furiously, but soon his throat was filled with insects, leaving only muffled sounds. He tried to resist, but whenever he activated his divine essence, it was completely devoured by the black insects. His hands clawed frantically at his body, trying to remove the insects, but they only multiplied faster, turning into a flowing mountain of blackness. Everyone witnessing this horrifying scene couldn't help but shudder. Even the remaining demons felt fear, and the Sea Demon Sect's demons were utterly terrified. Even Catherine, at this moment, felt panic, not for Claude, but fearing her father had suffered the same fate. Looks like you aren't a demon from this realm after all. At this moment, Zachariah suddenly spoke. The ghost physician turned sharply, surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, you know this? Chapter 281. The Battle of the Immortal Realm. The Pablo stared at Zachariah, seemingly surprised that he had figured out that he did not originate from this realm. How did you discover this? Zachariah remained silent and did not answer. He wasn't entirely sure either. It was just in that brief moment when the aura emanating from the Pablo involuntarily reminded him of the alien demonic race from Baixian's memories. When he absorbed the souls of the 8 sages, he naturally gained some basic understanding of that alien demonic race. Now, the aura emanating from the Pablo was making him think along those lines again. Meanwhile, amidst Zachariah's silence, Claude, enveloped by black insects, struggled violently. His form was completely obscured, only vaguely discernible through his shifting outline as he reached out toward a direction. The direction his hand pointed to was precisely where Catherine stood. She instantly understood his intention. Claude was pleading for her help. However, Catherine made no move. Not that she was indifferent to their past relationship. Despite the lack of deep affection between them, they had lived as husband and wife for many years, with Claude treating her with great care and nearly fulfilling all her wishes. Catherine could not simply watch as he faced death without doing anything. But just as she was about to act, she felt her body starting to lose control. It's the Evan. With Catherine immobilized, the other demons and monsters saw it as her unwillingness to save Claude. Already terrified by the black insects which even Claude couldn't handle, witnessing the reluctance of his closest person to act utterly extinguished any notion of aiding him among the demons and monsters, including those from the Sea Demon Sect who valued their lives above loyalty during Claude's crisis. Never in his wildest dreams did Claude imagine that no one would come to his aid in such dire straits. His plea for help unanswered, his extended arm soon vanished along with the rest of his body under the swarm of black insects, disappearing from everyone's sight. Before everyone's eyes, a once mighty sea tyrant, the Joseph of the Sea Demon Sect, an absolute ruler among the demons of the Endless Sea, vanished into nothingness, his body obliterated. The entire demon camp fell silent like startled cicadas. Those black insects then plunged directly into the Pablo's back. At that instant, an expression of utmost satisfaction appeared on his face, and his aura rapidly ascended. Soon he broke through the Thunder Tribulation Realm threshold and reached the Immortal Realm. Gerardo's eyes widened in shock. This fellow managed to reach the Immortal Realm without undergoing the Thunder Tribulation. It was unheard of. To Zachariah, however, this was not particularly strange. It seems you've already achieved the Immortal Realm before. Zachariah guessed that the Pablo had long since transcended, but possibly regressed due to some reason. Only now, after obtaining power from Claude, was he restored to the Immortal Realm level. You're quite clever. Keeping someone like you around is indeed a threat to us. The Pablo gave a slight smile. The next moment, he vanished from the spot. As the Pablo disappeared, Catherine's eyes took on a different gleam. A rebellious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, a smile that never belonged on her face. This indicated that Catherine's body was now occupied by the Evan. Since you've agreed, there's no turning back. Catherine seemed to be talking to herself. Then she lifted her gaze towards Zachariah, vanishing almost immediately after. Zachariah's expression turned serious as he clearly sensed the similar aura emanating from Catherine now, akin to the Pablo. Two alien demonic beings. This Kelvin's daughter must have been possessed. The initial aura of the Kelvin's daughter was vastly different from what it was now. Zachariah was almost certain she was no longer the same person. Having seen such occurrences before, Zachariah was not overly surprised. Next, both Catherine and the Pablo appeared before Zachariah, launching formidable attacks at him. Zachariah raised his hands, using bare fists to block their assault. Surprise flashed across the eyes of the Pablo and Catherine. Was this guy's physical body a holy body? Anyone who could resist their combined onslaught with just their physical strength had to be a holy body. Even a monarch's body wouldn't remain unscathed against them. They never imagined Zachariah's physical body was actually a holy body. Such a young immortal sword cultivator was already considered a rare prodigy in this world. For such a person to possess a holy body was unimaginable. This child must die. Both harbored this thought simultaneously. In their eyes, nothing else mattered except eliminating Zachariah. He was the only one giving them a palpable sense of unease. At that moment, Gerardo rushed towards them from behind. Naturally, he could not stand by and let Zachariah fight alone. However, as Gerardo approached, the two demonic beings erupted in overwhelming momentum. The Pablo was now in the immortal realm, and Catherine's aura matched his. Two immortal realm adversaries. Their combined aura formed an almost tangible pressure wave aimed at Gerardo. Gerardo's pupils dilated as the intangible force surged, making him feel as if an invisible mountain was crashing down on him. Instinctively lifting his hands to defend, he was instantly sent flying several hundred meters away. After stabilizing himself, he noticed his chest rising and falling slightly, still catching his breath from that powerful strike. The difference between the immortal realm and the thunder tribulation realm is so vast. Gerardo felt helpless, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even while wounded and facing dangers within the Xuanhuan mountain tomb, he hadn't felt this powerless. These two immortal realm adversaries didn't even move. Just their combined aura prevented him from getting close. Meanwhile, Luke had just emerged from the spirit-locking pagoda. Upon seeing Gerardo's defeated look, he instantly frowned. Chapter 282. Unparalleled Sword Domain. This was the first time Luke had seen such a defeated expression on his master brother's face. His gaze shifted to Titus and Catherine. These two formidable enemies were now far beyond their imagination. Even Claude, who gave him immense trouble, had become nourishment for the Titus. Now, the only person who could truly stand against these two major threats was that mysterious sword cultivator. Luke let out a bitter laugh. He never thought that the illustrious Shu Mountain Sect, which held a dominant position in central China, would one day rely on an outsider to fend off external threats, and rely on an outsider to prevent the destruction of the Shu Mountain Sect. At this moment, Zachariah was locked in battle with the two evil clans. Within 10 miles of their battlefield, everything had become a desolate no-man's land. Even Shu Mountain Sect's leader, Gerardo, couldn't approach. Anyone going near would only be courting death. Not far from Shu Mountain, the leader of Joyful Talisman Sect, Gaspard, suddenly said, "Let's go." Hearing this command from the leader, the disciples behind him were all puzzled. Where to? Of course, back to our own sect. Aren't we going to help the Shu Mountain Sect? What help? Seeking death? Gaspard replied irritably. There are already 3 Immortals' aura signals near there. Do you still want to head towards that battlefield? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Leader, are you sure? Really 3 Immortals? What, do you think I'm exaggerating? Gaspard was rather dissatisfied when hearing the elder's doubt. After sensing Zachariah's current strength, his mood was quite unpleasant. The rest of the Joyful Talisman Sect didn't know their leader's distress. They were still immersed in astonishment and reverence. 3 Immortals. Mortals rarely see celestial beings nowadays. Immortals are the pinnacle of existence. However, Immortals are as rare as unicorn horns in this era. Most of them hide in the world, seeking the way of immortality. A few rule over certain regions, but they are all called heavenly emperors. Truly noble existences in the mortal world. Now, such powerful figures have appeared, 3 of them. This moment, through the collective effort of the Joyful Talisman Sect Isaiahs, they also faintly perceived 3 overwhelmingly terrifying auras emanating from the direction of Shu Mountain Sect. Even at such a distance, it made their hearts shudder. One aura was righteous, while the other 2 were utterly evil. That righteous aura undoubtedly belonged to the Shu Mountain Sect camp. Fighting alone against 2, yet showing no sign of disarray. I didn't expect the Shu Mountain Sect to have such profound depth, to even have an immortal willingly protect it. Immortals mostly cut ties with mundane affairs and pursue the path of immortality. Living as long as heaven and earth, witnessing countless lives, they transcend worldly matters. Thus, immortals roam freely in the world without being bound by sects. They themselves hadn't heard of any immortal residing in the Shu Mountain Sect either. There's no reason for the Shu Mountain Sect to hide such important news. Shu Mountain Sect has always fought against demons in central China. Establishing authority is indispensable. News of having an immortal seated within would be an excellent opportunity to establish their authority. They had no reason to hide it. Perhaps that immortal just doesn't like to flaunt? Upon hearing the elder's evaluation of Zachariah, Gaspard sneered inwardly. Doesn't like to flaunt? I think it's more like he's domineering and arrogant. Of course, Gaspard only dared to think this much inside. He wouldn't dare show disrespect to an immortal openly. No matter how foolish, he wouldn't challenge an immortal's authority. Especially since he had some grudges with Shushan's immortal. There might be someone listening. If his words reached the wrong ears, neither he nor the Joyful Talisman sect would fare well. In short, the battle between immortals is indeed not something we can participate in. Follow the leader's orders and leave quickly. Lingering here will lead to troubles. The Isaiahs of Joyful Talisman sect all nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone from Joyful Talisman sect left without looking back. After the departure of Joyful Talisman sect and others, other forces nearby also withdrew. Their thoughts were largely similar to those of Joyful Talisman sect. Considering this battlefield was ruled by immortals, it had nothing to do with them anymore. If Shushan sect's immortal lost, going there would only make them cannon fodder. If Shushan sect's immortal won, they wouldn't need any help. One immortal is enough to sway the tide of battle in their favor. Understanding this clearly, they withdrew promptly. Staying longer would only bring harm. That harm naturally came if the demon army won and possibly turned against them. And even if Shushan sect won, they might not appreciate the belated assistance and might even resent it. After all, someone in Shushan might already know they watched from afar without intervening for so long. Sitting idly by was safer but lacked moral high ground. Therefore, they could only retreat to ensure their sect remained unharmed. Gerardo was clear about this. He knew people were watching around Shushan, but he didn't expose or seek aid from them. If they really wanted to help, they wouldn't have hidden for so long, since they showed no intention to assist. Yelling for help wouldn't change anything. After all, if he yelled and they appeared, wouldn't that expose their selfishness? Gerardo didn't blame them. As the leader of a large sect, he understood the hardships and caution required. People are selfish. Putting oneself and one's sect first is understandable. Nothing to criticize. Because of this, Gerardo looked at Zachariah differently now. He sought aid from allies. Only 2 sects responded, scant support. He didn't ask Zachariah for help, but Zachariah volunteered and offered assistance. Gerardo appreciated this gesture deeply. At this moment, Zachariah continued battling Titus and Catherine. Titus summoned countless bizarre black insects. They attacked Zachariah continuously, attempting to erode him as they did Claude. But how could Claude's mortal body compare to Zachariah's holy body? The black insects barely approached Zachariah's skin, only to be repelled by a powerful force wave. Even if a few landed on him, they couldn't penetrate his skin. His body seemed to emit invisible sword chi, instantly slaughtering the insects upon contact. Amidst their attacks, Zachariah calmly countered, his eyes like stars, murmuring, unparalleled sword domain. In the next instant, an overwhelming sword domain enveloped everything. Chapter 283, Relationship. As soon as Zachariah's peerless sword domain was unleashed, it instantly covered 100 miles around Mount Shu. The scale and range of this sword domain were incomparable to what it was before. In fact, the scope of his sword domain could be even larger. However, there was no need for that. The wider the range of the sword domain, the more dispersed its power would be. Given his current strength, no one could escape within 100 miles unless he agreed. Thus, there was no need to expand the sword domain further. Peerless sword domain. When Zachariah's peerless sword domain was activated, Gerardo's eyes revealed an unmistakable shock. Within this domain, no other sword domains could be used. In Zachariah's sword domain, his own became the singular existence. No one else's domain could be utilized. Gerardo felt this way and tried to activate his own sword domain. He found that his domain power seemed to have completely vanished, leaving no space for activation. His sword domain has actually evolved? Gerardo remembered that this mysterious sword cultivator's original domain wasn't like this, but now, it had seemingly evolved. Indeed, as Gerardo suspected, Zachariah's sword domain truly underwent a transformation after he perfected the heart sword technique. Originally, his domain was the nether sword domain infused with nether sword intent. Now, not only did it retain the attributes of the nether sword domain, but it also made his domain a unique realm where no other sword domains could function, and other boundary powers were heavily suppressed. The Titus and Catherine exchanged glances, both revealing their astonishment. The Titus immediately attempted to unleash his dark world to counter Zachariah's sword domain. However, he was terrified to discover that his boundary power was being suppressed by a powerful force, as if an eagle's wings were tightly bound, preventing any outward movement. Compared to the Titus, Catherine's situation was slightly better due to her special domain, the karmic fire realm, which could incinerate everything. Even in Zachariah's formidable sword domain, her karmic fire could still exist. However, she dared not unleash it before Zachariah again, knowing he could control her karmic fire. He can control my karmic fire, Catherine explained tersely when she saw the Titus's confused look. Having already suffered once at Zachariah's hands, she wouldn't repeat the same mistake. He can control even your karmic fire? The Titus felt a chill run down his spine. Just what kind of monster was this? Though they couldn't unfold their realms within Zachariah's sword domain, they were still immortals and managed some resistance. The demons and monsters, however, weren't so fortunate. Under the relentless onslaught from Zachariah's countless intersecting sword shadows and the defenders of Mount Shu, the demons were at their wits' end. Zachariah's sword domain was the last straw. Each flash of sword light drew long streaks of blood. For them, it was like hell itself. With nowhere to run and no means to defend, demons were slain mercilessly. Everyone from Mount Shu, the 10,000 Beast sect, and the Xuanhuan sect stood dumbfounded. Many disciples swallowed hard watching demons die effortlessly under Zachariah's sword domain, something they struggled to achieve. Amitabha, Master Morris of Xuanhuan sect recited, then sighed in amazement. This young man's talent is rare indeed, unparalleled in history. Congratulations, sect leader Wei. With such assistance, Mount Shu will surely triumph. Hearing this, Gerardo promptly clarified, Mount Shu is fortunate to have such help, but you may misunderstand. He isn't from Mount Shu. Despite Master Morris not pressing earlier matters, Gerardo needed to be clear. Ambiguity would imply that Zachariah belonged to Mount Shu, embarrassing the sect. Not swayed by vanity, Gerardo wouldn't falsely claim relations with Zachariah just for prestige. Master Morris nodded, understanding that the urgency to confirm Zachariah's affiliation was due to his immense power, which could shift the balance of power among major forces. If Zachariah belonged to Mount Shu, the sect's status and reputation would skyrocket, subtly altering how others treated them. Hence, determining Zachariah's affiliation was a strategic move. Within Zachariah's sword domain, cries of agony grew sparse. The once formidable army of demons had been reduced to a handful. Only the Sea Demon Sect's elite warriors and a few sea-bound devils remained, all nearly as powerful as Claude. They had once been formidable leaders, hoping to expand their influence into the heartland. Yet, they ended up like this. Their subordinates lay dead under the sword cultivator's blade, while he controlled the fate of most demons from above. Claude, you've led us to ruin. Some devils cursed the deceased Claude, but their curses quickly turned to screams. Soon, only 2 immortal evil beings remained alive. You're still waiting? The Titus suddenly berated Catherine. Hide in that body, and we'll die here. We haven't completed our grand plans yet. Hearing this, a murderous glint appeared in Catherine's eyes. Chapter 284, The Great Cause. The Great Cause? What exactly is their great cause? Gerardo caught onto the crucial point in Titus's words and furrowed his brows in deep thought. Gerardo now felt that their objective didn't seem to be about rescuing the Kelvin. Since this Titus could absorb the Kelvin's power and then escape from the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, and since Catherine appeared to have completely transformed into a different person, would their objective remain the same as before? While Gerardo was lost in thought, a radiant light like that of the sun shone out of Catherine's eyes. A stream of heat began rising from her head. In the next moment, her skin turned fiery red. A surge of searing heat erupted from within her body. Instantly, Catherine no longer resembled a human and transformed into a molten giant. This was the true form of the ancient demon god that Claude had shown Catherine earlier. Pity this body, the ancient demon god said in a booming voice. Revealing his true form at this time meant that Catherine's body would now be wasted. Her talent far surpassed even that of her father, the Kelvin. For her to completely perish like this was indeed too pitiful. However, after revealing his true form, the fallen Catherine became nourishment for him, allowing his aura to rise once more. This time, his aura soared to an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Zachariah's eyes narrowed slightly. The current aura of this evil race member already surpassed any demon or monster Zachariah had encountered, including the immortal realm demon monster he had met back in the secret realm. There was not even a similar sense of oppressive power. After the ancient demon god revealed his true form, while being within Zachariah's peerless sword domain, he did not resist. The waves of sword shadows were utterly unable to inflict damage on him. His flames seemed to devour everything. Whether it was the sword shadows or the sword intent, they were all swallowed by the flames on his body. This place is handled by me. The ancient demon god's voice echoed in Titus's ears. Titus nodded his head. In the next instant, he immediately turned around and sped away from Zachariah. Zachariah's divine consciousness moved, causing intersecting sword shadows to appear before Titus, trying to obstruct his actions. Your opponent is me. The ancient demon god roared like thunder, and then rushed towards Zachariah with a violent attack. Zachariah had to focus on dealing with the ancient demon god first, so there was no way he could also divert his attention to stop the fleeing Titus. Gerardo suddenly looked alarmed upon seeing the fleeing Titus. If Titus merely fled, Gerardo wouldn't have reacted this much. However, the direction in which Titus fled was not away from Mount Shu, but toward its rear mountains. It was virtually impossible for someone who could barely make a choice due to panic to be an immortal realm expert. How bad? Gerardo thought of an important location in the rear mountains. His heart almost leaped up into his throat. Without hesitation, he chased after Titus. At the same time, Cole Balder also seemed to have had the same thought as Gerardo, his face turning grim instantly. Mount Shu's rear mountain contained a teleportation array, leading to a terrifying, unknown place. Could it be that the Titus's intention now was that teleportation array? Next, Gerardo closely followed the path behind and pursued towards the rear mountain. The ancient demon god, amid countless sword shadows, charged right up to Zachariah and swung his fists towards him. The air resounded with sonic booms. But what truly made the ancient demon god terrifying wasn't just the sheer power of his flaming punches. Rather, his flames possessed true incinerating power. Just one punch would not only burn away the physical body, but also annihilate the divine essence within. Zachariah's figure flickered as he continuously dodged the attacks. He cast a glance at the direction Titus left towards and immediately spoke. You otherworldly demonic races still haven't given up? Hearing these words, the ancient demon god vaguely felt that Zachariah might already know where Titus was heading. However, the ancient demon god wasn't worried. Even if the other party knew, what then? Now he just needed to keep the other side occupied, so they couldn't take care of anything else. With Titus's current ability, he was enough to sweep through the Mount Shu sect. No one could stop their grand cause. Enough talk, surrender your life. The ancient demon god continuously attacked Zachariah. Throughout, Zachariah avoided every single attack, seemingly so pressed, just dodging that he found no opportunity for counterattacks. To outsiders, Zachariah appeared to be at a disadvantage. Only a small number of discerning people noticed that Zachariah seemed to be preparing some kind of move. In the rear mountain of the Mount Shu sect, Titus arrived beside the pool where the spirit lord used to reside. His divine consciousness scanned the water, and his expression grew complex, excitement mixed with anger. The excitement stemmed from sensing the existence of the teleportation array under the water, while the anger came from realizing how many layers of seal arrays had been added. It seems that this teleportation array had been discovered by the Mount Shu sect, and naturally, these seal arrays were the work of the Isaiahs in the array formation pavilion. At this moment, Titus sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Gerardo and Balder land one after another. Are you here to die? Titus sneered. At this moment, he didn't view Gerardo and Balder seriously, especially Balder, a mere tribulation transcender who nearly got killed by Claude, daring to chase him here? A mosquito trying to shake a tree, laughable arrogance. Titus waved his hand, releasing two black streaks that flew towards both of them. Gerardo pointed forward like a sword, and a light barrier blocked Titus's attack. Although he blocked it, he took several steps back. On the other side, Balder wasn't so lucky. When the black streak lashed towards him, he hastily used the Tusu sword to block it and was thrown hundreds of meters away, with the Tusu sword falling aside. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face paled like paper. Without the Tusu sword's enhancement, he hardly had the strength to stand up. Gerardo glanced at Balder and said, "You're no match for him, leave." Wiping blood from his mouth, Balder struggled to stand up. "I know, but I can't leave." Apart from that mysterious swordsman in the sect, there was currently no one who could truly hold back this Titus. If he left, leaving the Patriarch alone, he dared not imagine what would happen. Those seal arrays under the water must not be destroyed. Otherwise, the disaster wouldn't just be limited to the Mount Shu sect. A suction force exploded from Balder's hand, re-grasping the Tusu sword. Gerardo's eyes flickered slightly. "That sword is draining your life." "I know." Balder's gaze was resolute, "but I have no choice." Chapter 285, Fury. Upon hearing Balder's words, Gerardo's expression immediately turned complicated. Balder had experienced 2 failed Ascension Realm attempts. Each failure during the Ascension Realm made the next attempt even more difficult. His third attempt had an incredibly low chance of success. Yet, he succeeded. Could it be because of that sword? That sword undoubtedly had the ability to enhance his strength, but at a significant cost. Every time Balder used it, it drained a large amount of his vital essence, meaning he was indeed sacrificing his life, as Gerardo had said. Gerardo knew that Balder was a proud man. He could not bear staying in the Shu Mountain Sect as the Grand Isaiah with the identity of a failure. Hence, he chose to take risks and use the ancient evil-infused sword. Once he tasted the sweetness of power, he would be even less likely to give up on that sword. Once human desire grew too large, one might walk into an extreme dead end. Thus, Gerardo wanted to persuade him while he was not entirely lost. But from the present situation, it seemed not easy. Unless, a thought flashed through Gerardo's mind. In the next moment, he swiftly moved to Balder's side and said, "Lend me your sword." Balder was momentarily stunned before reacting. Before he could do anything, Gerardo already snatched the Tusu sword from his hand and sternly ordered, "Stand down, do not make another move. This is my order." As soon as Gerardo finished speaking, the Tusu sword started trembling slightly, emitting buzzing sounds as if wildly excited. The blade radiated a blood-red glow, strikingly intense. "Headmaster, you?" Balder was naturally astonished by Gerardo's actions, but did not dare disobey the headmaster's command, only allowing him to take the Tusu sword. When Gerardo held the Tusu sword, Marshal Yi couldn't help but show surprise. He could sense a noticeable change in Gerardo's aura. Not only did his aura increase, but also added a ferocious quality. This sword was clearly no ordinary weapon. With just being at the first stage Ascension Realm, Balder could block Marshal Yi's attacks, without any damage to the sword, showcasing its extraordinariness. With the Tusu sword in hand, Gerardo seemed to undergo a complete transformation. Balder behind him finally realized how much potential the Tusu sword truly had when wielded properly. However, he also deeply understood the drawbacks of using the sword, a double-edged blade. He watched Gerardo with complex eyes, seemingly understanding Gerardo's intentions and determination. "Fascinating. All of you are really amusing," Marshal Yi mocked. "Though you've borrowed the power of that sword to achieve near immortal realm strength, it's still fake." "Is it? I don't think so." Gerardo remained serious. Then his figure flickered as he attacked Marshal Yi instantly. Marshal Yi barely avoided the attack. Just as a smirk appeared on his face, a sharp pain shot through his body. Instantly pulling away, he looked down, and his smile froze. He found a deep hole in his chest, inches from his heart, undoubtedly caused by sword chi. Had it been any closer, his heart would have been pierced. Seeing this, Marshal Yi couldn't help but feel shocked. Gerardo had clearly missed him with the sword. How could he still be injured by invisible sword chi? Can his sword chi turn corners? Before he could ponder further, Gerardo attacked again, repeatedly missing, yet leaving Marshal Yi severely wounded, bleeding profusely. Scanning over the wounds, Gerardo remarked coolly, "Looks like you're not genuine either. A true Immortal Realm expert should contain boundless vitality within." Even though Gerardo's sword chi contained sword intent, a real immortal wouldn't be in such a pitiful state now. Marshal Yi's expression turned grotesque. Indeed, having not undergone the final immortality tribulation, his body was still lacking. This weakness became Gerardo's advantage. "Do you think these trivial skills can defeat me?" Marshal Yi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Immediately after, countless black insects emerged from his back, rushing toward Gerardo like moths drawn to a flame. Gerardo remained calm, drawing arcs in front of him with the sword. Thousands of substantial sword lights formed a curtain in the sky, colliding fiercely with the black insects. Many fell like leaves. However, some escaped and even split into more. Within moments, they multiplied and surged back. Gerardo remembered how these insects devoured the Sea Demon Sect leader. Determined not to let them near, he quickly retreated. A crimson sword light descended from above, an instant sky sword. At this point, he could cast instant sky sword effortlessly. Though less powerful than a fully charged one, it was sufficient to slay the insects. Marshal Yi's gaze flickered. Every strike from Gerardo contained terrifying sword intent, which was what threatened the devouring insects. "After I finish my great work, we'll play properly." Despite hating Gerardo, Marshal Yi didn't lose his reasoning. His main task was opening the teleportation array. Otherwise, if the true immortal swordsman caught up, his chances would be slim. Thanks to the insects restraining Gerardo, Marshal could proceed with his plan. Nearby, Balder saw Marshal moving and knew his intentions. Don't go. Balder disregarded the headmaster's warning and charged at Marshal. Don't approach, Gerardo shouted, but it was too late. As Balder approached Marshal, a black spear emerged from behind Marshal, piercing Balder's chest. I faked death once, making you think I was a defeated underling? Gerardo's fury surged, his eyes turning bloodshot. Chance. In an instant, anger consumed Gerardo. Chapter 286, Struggle and Desperation. The black spear was pulled out from Balder's chest, drawing a trail of crimson blood. Titus kicked Balder away with one foot and decisively turned to plunge into the water pool. Gerardo's anger instantly reached its peak. The Tusu sword in his hand emitted a trembling sound, and a surge of crimson light appeared. His eyes also turned blood red at that moment. With one swift slash, Gerardo swept away all the black insects before him with a streak of bloody light. In the next instant, he rushed to Balder's side and lifted him up. Master, don't worry about me. Stop him quickly. Balder kept coughing up blood. Gerardo's expression was grave. The spear had pierced through Balder's heart, leaving him barely breathing. Don't talk anymore. Master, think of the bigger picture. Balder struggled to use his last ounce of strength to push the master away. That teleportation array is of great importance. My life doesn't matter. Master, do not lose sight of the bigger goal because of me. Determination flickered in Balder's eyes. If those people on the other side of the teleportation array got out, it wouldn't just be Mount Shushan in danger. People of Mount Shushan, die fighting demons, die meaningfully. These words squeezed out between gritted teeth by Balder made Gerardo's expression suddenly change. Indeed, as a member of Mount Shushan, one must always be prepared to sacrifice for the cause of eradicating demons. After a brief struggle, Gerardo resolutely turned around and dived into the water pool. Underwater, Gerardo's divine sense located the enemy precisely and swiftly dove deeper. At this time, Titus had already arrived at the location of the teleportation array. Without any hesitation, he began attacking the seal formations layered over it. These seal formations required massive manpower and resources from the array pavilion. Even a formidable immortal realm expert like Titus would find it difficult to break them in a short period. However, Titus did not only rely on brute force. The devouring worms coming from his body could gradually erode these seals as well. By the time Gerardo arrived, one layer of the sealing array had already been destroyed. Gerardo's expression trembled slightly. The Isaiahs of the array pavilion spent months on each layer of the sealing array, yet it took just a few breaths for Titus to destroy one. Gerardo knew he couldn't let him continue destroying the seals. The Tusu sword cut through the water, tracing an arc. Suddenly, the underwater currents surged violently, almost forming vortexes. These vortexes swept away all the black insects heading toward the sealing arrays. After dealing with this, Gerardo pointed the Tusu sword directly at Titus. You damn Truman. Titus cursed inwardly, grabbing at Gerardo's direction with bare hands. He could no longer tolerate Gerardo repeatedly thwarting his plans. Now, he understood clearly. Unless he killed this Shushan master, he wouldn't stand a chance of breaking these seals smoothly. In the turbulent underground currents, a huge ghostly hand appeared in front of Titus, unafraid of Gerardo's sword, and grabbed the tip of the Tusu sword. Gerardo felt like his sword was thrust against an impenetrable wall, unable to budge it. Geo. Titus attacked again. Another ghostly hand emerging from Gerardo's left side, grabbing directly at his head. Gerardo didn't have Zachariah's holy body and couldn't withstand such a blow. However, the Tusu sword was still firmly held. Titus could see that Gerardo relied on this sword to match his power. So, restricting the Tusu sword's performance and forcing Gerardo to abandon the sword was the most effective strategy. Once Gerardo lost this sword, he would lose the means to challenge Titus. Unexpectedly, Gerardo didn't plan to give up the Tusu sword. He gripped the hilt tightly with one hand and summoned another sword with the other to counter the attack. At that moment, the Tusu sword seemed to sense Gerardo's resolve, emitting an eerie crimson glow. Instantly, the ghostly hand looked as if it had been pierced with numerous holes, the crimson light pouring out. Titus was quite astonished. He hadn't expected the sword to unleash such power under Gerardo's control. However, Titus wasn't disheartened. He formed a spell gesture with both hands. Gerardo suddenly felt all the hair on his body stand on end. The next moment, his vision was stripped away, and he felt like he had fallen into a dark abyss. Everything around him was pitch black. Despite the sudden emergency, Gerardo remained calm. He knew Titus had used dimensional power, trapping him within his domain, just as Gerardo had thought. He was now confined in a black square dimension in front of Titus, the dark prison cage created using the power of the Kelvin, allowing you to die inside. I'll spare you some agony. Titus smiled coldly, but before he could savor this thought for long, a red light flashed above the dark prison cage. Moments later, numerous crimson sword beams shattered the dark prison cage, and Gerardo reappeared. His body was surrounded by a blood-colored aura, almost forming a blood domain. Each sword beam carried extreme destructive energy. Titus couldn't help but sneer. The Shushan master seemed more like a practitioner of the demonic path than himself. To prevent me, you truly pull out all the stops. Unfortunately, you can't stop me. Even underwater, Titus's voice was clearly heard by Gerardo. Next moment, Titus's body exploded, releasing countless black insects. Like ink poured into water, the entire pond became a black lake filled with the insects. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Mount Shushan, the battle between Evan and Zachariah unleashed terrifying energy fluctuations that nearly altered the surrounding landscape. Members of the Shushan sect, 10,000 Beast Gate, Chan Sound sect, and others watched from a distance below, witnessing this rare battle between two immortal realm experts. This wasn't something they could interfere with. Boom. In the desperate fight, Zachariah's aura suddenly spiked. and he punched through Evan's chest with lightning speed. As Evan flew back, SSSSSSSSS, Zachariah released 3 consecutive swords, piercing his forehead, heart, and throat. Evan rolled several times on the ground before getting up again, his eyes filled with intense shock. He couldn't understand why Zachariah's cultivation aura continued to rise during the battle. Chapter 287, Crossing the Yellow Spring. At this moment, Zachariah's cultivation had further increased. He had already left the Evan far behind. Of course, this was largely due to the massive amount of cultivation experience provided by the demon army. After extracting all that cultivation experience, his own cultivation advanced to the late immortal longevity realm. This leap was enormous, especially for Zachariah. It felt like a complete transformation within a short period. No wonder the Evan felt puzzled and bewildered. Initially, he and Zachariah were evenly matched, but in an instant, the tables had turned, and he found himself at a disadvantage, completely overwhelmed. As the Evan remained in shock and confusion, Zachariah's figure flashed and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, the Evan's gaze flickered, his expression rapidly changing, clearly feeling uneasy because he couldn't pinpoint Zachariah's movements. In the next moment, the Evan abruptly turned around. Zachariah appeared right behind him. Without any visible movement, countless sword lights pierced through the Evan's body. Instantly riddled with holes, flames around him flickered weakly like dying embers. Ordinary swords could not harm him, but each of Zachariah's strikes was extraordinary. They carried the intent of the Yellow Spring Sword, as well as the power to break through boundaries. Even if the Evan deployed boundary defenses, it was difficult to resist. Enraged, the Evan reached out with fiery hands towards Zachariah, but grasped nothing but air. Zachariah reappeared in his blind spot, repeating the same method. Under relentless sword strikes, the Evan struggled to fight back, his form gradually dissipating. If I had half my peak strength, would I be humiliated by you, boy? In the Evan's view, Zachariah was now like a cat playing with a mouse, toying with him at will. However, in reality, Zachariah harbored no intention of tormenting him. Instead, this reflected his respect for his opponent. Zachariah knew that completely eradicating the Evan would not be easy. If he wanted a fatal strike, he must use his ultimate trump card, which would be hard to restore in a short time. Using such a card, Zachariah considered it an overkill. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't lightly use it. The safest approach was to further weaken his opponent. To the Evan, this seemed like torment and humiliation. However, Zachariah didn't care what the other thought. He focused solely on how to make the Evan lose all ability to retaliate. The Evan's body was too unique, entirely composed of molten flames, without any traditional vulnerabilities. Therefore, Zachariah could not find a lethal spot for a one-hit kill. But after brief contemplation, Zachariah had an idea. In the next moment, he raised his sword, which emitted a bright azure light. The azure sword beam sliced through the sky and accurately struck the Evan. Initially, the Evan believed this accumulated strike would be immensely powerful. However, when he was inevitably hit, he froze, sensing no lethality. It felt soft and lacked any chilling murderous aura, like water rather than a sword strike. Water? Suddenly alarmed, the Evan realized the danger. Next, from his palms, 2 streams of azure water seeped out. The water contained flowing sword intent. Soon, the color changed, turning deep, then completely black in moments. Sizzling. Encountering this black water, the flames in his palms quickly extinguished, facing their nemesis. Not just his palms, black water spread throughout his body, sizzling continuously, as if cold water poured into boiling cauldrons. Shock and fear filled the Evan's eyes. Trying to shake off the black water, it kept surging out from his body endlessly. What have you done to me? The Evan roared, his mind raging. Zachariah remained silent, observing calmly. This was a new move combining water secrets with the Yellow Spring Sword intent. Water and fire inherently follow the law of nature's mutual generation and inhibition. The Yellow Spring Sword intent could exhibit extreme cold properties, so when combined with water secrets, Zachariah's strike had the effect of real yellow spring water. I'll kill you. Struggling madly, the Evan realized his efforts were futile and redirected his rage at Zachariah, thinking killing him would end the mysterious phenomenon inside his body. Yet, even before being hit, he couldn't touch Zachariah, let alone now. His threats were merely verbal. After several failed attempts, the Evan's form grew increasingly faint, like a person losing all flesh, only leaving bones floating aimlessly. In his dying moments, the Evan finally quieted, standing motionless in the air, black water flowing from his body like pus from a severe wound. Can you tell me what this move is called? The Evan asked this final question, hanging like a flickering flame, unwilling to die without knowing. This sword has no name, Zachariah finally spoke. If you insist on a name, let's call it Crossing the Yellow Spring. Crossing the Yellow Spring, sending me to the netherworld? Ha ha ha, fitting indeed. A sudden burst of light flared in the Evan's eyes like a last spark. Even if I lost, don't celebrate too soon. When my kind truly descends upon this world, you will know true despair. Zachariah remained unmoved by the threat. How do you know they can come here for sure? They will come. I feel it. Ha ha ha. The Evan's laughter abruptly stopped, the last bit of flame consumed by the black water. Below, everyone witnessing this scene erupted with long-suppressed emotions. But Zachariah wasn't prematurely rejoicing. He turned his gaze toward the rear mountain and instantly vanished in its direction. When Zachariah arrived at the water pool, a deafening boom erupted. A massive wave surged skyward. Chapter 288, The Sword of Initiative. The surging black tide contained many dead devouring insects. Suddenly, a figure flew out from beneath the water. Zachariah fixed his gaze upon it. The figure was none other than Gerardo, the sect leader of Xuanhuan. As Gerardo emerged from the water, the completely blood-red Tusu sword slipped from his hand. At the moment of its fall, as if sensing something familiar, The Tusu sword abruptly changed direction and flew toward Zachariah like a fledgling returning to its nest. Zachariah reached out and caught the hilt of the Tusu sword, which trembled in his grasp. He could distinctly feel the sword trying to burrow closer into him, radiating intense excitement, akin to a long-lost family member reunited after a long absence. Zachariah felt somewhat helpless. Despite the passage of so much time, the affinity between this sword and himself remained intact. But Zachariah had no time for such thoughts. He glanced at Gerardo. Gerardo landed on the shore, staggering back several steps. When he finally steadied himself, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zachariah could immediately tell that his injuries were severe. Nearby, Baldur was even worse off, already unconscious with an incredibly faint pulse, barely detectable even with Zachariah's spiritual hearing ability. Zachariah instantly went to Baldur's side and fed him a drop of his own blood. The blood of the Nirvana sacred body, combined with the power of immortality, made a single drop more potent than any miraculous medicine. As long as there was still a breath left, recovery was almost guaranteed. It was like snatching life back from death itself. This kind of action could easily tie one to karma. But Zachariah wasn't concerned now. After all, this person was the Grand Isaiah. The Grand Isaiah had been kind to Zachariah. Entering the lower depths of the Demon Lock Tower wouldn't have been possible without his help. Zachariah didn't want to see him die so recklessly. Thank you, Taoist friend. Gerardo knew Zachariah was rescuing Baldur. He felt deeply grateful. However, his eyes also fell on the Tusu sword in Zachariah's hand. He had seen the sword's unusual behavior earlier. He couldn't understand why the sword would run to Zachariah of its own accord, but he had no time to dwell on it now. Taoist friend, please. No need to explain, I understand. Zachariah gestured for Gerardo not to speak further. He had sensed everything happening under the pool. Gerardo had failed to stop the Titus. That individual was now breaking the final sealing array. Zachariah flashed forward, hanging upside down over the murky black water surface, pointing his finger. With his fingertip touching the water, the entire underwater world came under the dominion of his unparalleled sword domain. Perish! Zachariah muttered softly. With a deafening boom, the whole surface erupted, black water shooting skyward. Swarms of black insects emerged like ashes from a furnace, scattering across the sky. Ah! A mournful scream echoed through the void as the Titus's form materialized from the shadows. His hair was disheveled, a streak of blood running down his forehead, his expression ferocious and terrifying. His eyes locked onto Zachariah with a gaze that could eat him alive, yet amidst the hatred lurked a deep wariness. Because Zachariah's appearance here meant that his partner had perished, and he had just tasted how Zachariah's sword domain power was even stronger than before. You guy. The Titus's eyes flickered anxiously as he seemed to be waiting for something. Just then, a low, muted roar sounded up from the water, echoing from the abyss. Only members of their clan could hear it. Upon hearing it, the Titus's dim eyes suddenly lit up. He's coming. He's coming. Ha ha ha. You're finished. Before he could finish his sentence, Zachariah appeared before him in a flash. A slash appeared at his neck. The Titus's eyes widened in shock as he clutched at his neck with both hands, unable to stem the widening wound. Instead of red blood, countless black pus-like fluids gushed out, filled with wriggling black, devouring insects. Gerardo watched this scene with considerable shock. He had fought against the Titus for so long in the water and still couldn't win, yet Zachariah's single strike proved too much for him. The strength of this mysterious sword cultivator far exceeded his imagination. For the first time, Gerardo felt that someone had genuinely approached the realm of the immortal swordsman. Sect leader. Gerardo was lost in thought when a voice behind him broke the silence. Baldur had risen from the ground, though still struggling, clearly out of immediate danger. What exactly happened? Why am I still alive? Baldur knew well the severity of his injuries. Survival was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, here he was, breathing easily and feeling no pain in his chest, as if his grievous wounds had healed. Seeing Zachariah above, he wondered aloud, Jayad he save me? The only person he could think of who might possess such miraculous abilities was the mysterious sword cultivator. Gerardo nodded in affirmation. In that instant, Baldur felt a complex surge of emotions. He owed this person a monumental favor. The debt I owe is likely impossible to repay in my lifetime. Saving his life was more significant than anything. How could he repay it? What could he offer? We of the Shu Mountain Sect owe him a debt that can never be repaid, let alone you. Gerardo's lips curled slightly in bitterness. This person had done so much for the Shu Mountain Sect, and they had nothing in return, not even the entire sect. They fell into a heavy silence. Breaking it eventually, Baldur asked, Sect leader, did you give him the sword yourself? Referring to the Tusu sword in Zachariah's hand, Gerardo shook his head. Initially thinking Zachariah had taken it as Gerardo did, Baldur's assumptions were quickly denied. The sword sought him out. I'm curious why the sword behaves so uniquely towards him, running to him on its own. Upon hearing this, Baldur's pupils contracted sharply. Sect leader, what did you say? Chapter 289. Myriad swords returning to the origin. Is there a problem? Gerardo noticed the change in Baldur's expression, clearly seeing the intense emotional turmoil within him. However, Gerardo naturally had no clue about the underlying situation and was unaware that Baldur's inner thoughts were as turbulent as stormy waves. Baldur's gaze fixed on Zachariah's figure, scrutinizing him as if trying to see through him entirely. Before Gerardo could continue questioning, suddenly, the water surface churned violently, forming a massive vortex. A deep, rumbling roar erupted from beneath the water. Gyosaster, the sealing array is destroyed. Gerardo's attention shifted, his face instantly turning grim. By now, the voice from underwater was clearly audible, signifying that the teleportation array was fully exposed. The unknown terrors on the other side of the array were closing in on this realm. In the air, Zachariah swung his sword downward at the vortex. A fiery dragon plunged into it, its scorching heat evaporating the entire pool in an instant. Underneath, the colossal teleportation array was now fully revealed. At that moment, a gigantic claw emerged halfway from the teleportation array. This claw possessed 4 razor-sharp fingers, each like an inverted spear, gleaming ominously with lethal sharpness. Seeing this, Gerardo and Balder felt that none of the swords in Mount Shu could match the deadly edge of the beast's claw. The Titus, whose vitality had been severed by Zachariah's strike, in his last moments of life, fled madly toward the beast's claw, seemingly unwilling to give up hope of survival and hoping to rejuvenate himself through the beast's power. However, just as he approached the claw, it abruptly clenched, crushing the Titus into a pool of black sludge without even a final scream. Gerardo immediately prepared to act, knowing that allowing such a powerful and brutal creature to fully emerge would be another catastrophe for Mount Shu. No one knew how many more such creatures lay beyond the teleportation array, or if this one was merely the weakest among them. What disaster would they face then? Therefore, Gerardo's most urgent thought was to suppress the creature back into the array and gather the sect's Isaiahs to repair and reinforce the seals. This was the only way he could think to break the deadlock. Balder, quickly bring over the Isaiahs from the array pavilion. We need to act swiftly, Gerardo ordered, fully aware of the difficulty in facing the beast in his current state, yet preparing for the worst. Before Balder could carry out the order, whistling sounds came from behind them. Joseph, we are here. Gerardo turned around to see the numerous Isaiahs from the array pavilion, standing right before him. Knowing the importance of the situation, they rushed over despite their injuries. Alongside them were Joseph's junior brother Luke and several disciples who refused to wait idly for the outcome, which would determine their fate. Among them was Brigham, who couldn't stay idle, especially when the threat wasn't fully extinguished. As everyone arrived, Zachariah glanced at them and spoke calmly, "Your arrival is timely. Lend me your swords." For a moment, everyone was baffled by his words, but Zachariah didn't bother explaining. Instead, he furrowed his brows sharply. Instantly, the peerless sword domain unleashed. Everyone felt a tightening in their chests. Although Zachariah's domain wasn't aimed at them, being within its range left them feeling as though pricked by needles. Then, Zachariah stood still, pointing his fingers forward and softly murmuring, "Myriad swords returning to the origin." Immediately, all the swords in everyone's hands flew out toward Zachariah, including the one held by Gerardo. Startled, Gerardo instinctively tried to hold onto his sword, but relaxed his grip, remembering Zachariah's words. Luke also did the same. He trusted Zachariah immensely, letting go of the sword he usually never parted with. Myriad swords returning to the origin. The highest level of the Shu Mountain Sword Heart Sutra. Luke suddenly realized. This scene, wasn't it exactly what the ultimate level of the ancestral Sword Heart Sutra should look like? Once perfected, it commands the allegiance of 10,000 swords, which dare not disobey. Since the ancestor passed away, no one in Mount Shu had achieved the myriad swords returning to the origin realm. Hence, no one had seen it. Now, he finally witnessed it. As Luke's words spread, astonishment swept through the crowd. How could this mysterious swordsman have such a deep connection with Mount Shu? Why had he mastered even the unrevealed highest level of their sword art? Could he be the reincarnation of the ancestor? An Isaiah mused aloud. Such speculation garnered nods from others. If he were the ancestor reborn, everything made sense. Why can't he be the ancestor himself? Some even went so far as to believe Zachariah was the original patriarch protecting them. Enough, no wild guesses, Gerardo interjected, reminding everyone that the ancestor's death was a well-established fact. Even reincarnation seemed implausible to him initially, but the evidence before his eyes began to blur his confidence. Meanwhile, Zachariah paid no heed to their speculations. The swords he gathered emitted radiant light, coalescing into a luminous blade piercing the heavens. With a flick of his hand, the light blade slashed down, piercing into the beast's palm, halting its advance. Chapter 290. Resuppression. As the gigantic light sword descended, the beast's massive claw was instantly sliced in two, falling into a deep pit. In the next moment, the beast's roar echoed across heaven and earth. The entire rear mountain began to shake abruptly. Mountains swayed as if about to collapse. Everyone found it almost impossible to stand steady. The beast's head emerged from the teleportation array. Its face, resembling an abyssal demon, looked menacingly terrifying. Its large, bulging eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. It glared at Zachariah's figure in the sky with extreme hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart. Zachariah paid no heed to the beast's malevolent gaze. A thought flashed through his mind. I wonder if this creature from another world can be documented in the Demon Chronicles after its defeat. The Titus and Evan had both left behind relics in Zachariah's Demon Chronicles upon their deaths. However, this creature seemed not to belong to this realm. Whether it could leave any trace in the Demon Chronicles was something Zachariah couldn't be certain of. Regardless, whether or not it could be recorded in the Demon Chronicles, Zachariah did not have further considerations. His current focus was on slaying this beast and sealing the teleportation array afterward. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Gerardo's. Because of what lay beyond the array, the alien fiendish clans, Zachariah didn't have the confidence to deal with them yet. Even if all these creatures could be recorded in the Demon Chronicles, he wouldn't be able to control the situation. That would be catastrophic for the natives of this realm. Zachariah couldn't act out of selfishness and ignore the lives of those here. Though the person he cared most about wasn't here, he didn't want to bring his beloved back only to find ruins. At that thought, Zachariah once again unleashed the colossal light sword, amplified by the unparalleled sword domain, making this strike almost heaven-defying and earth-shattering. The monstrous creature's pupils shrank slightly. It knew how powerful this attack was, but chose not to retreat. Knowing that retreat meant losing a rare opportunity, it opened its sinister mouth, instantly condensing a rapidly rotating dark purple sphere within. Like a missile, the orb launched forth, colliding mid-air with Zachariah's light sword. Instantaneously, It felt like two meteoroids crashing into each other. The terrifying energy ripple swept in all directions. Everyone, be careful. When the ripple hit, Gerardo shouted in warning. But everyone was without weapons. Blocking would be futile. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed forward, spreading arms wide, using his body to shield others from the bulk of the incoming blast. It was precisely Balder. You're insane? Gerardo grabbed him by the shoulders from behind, clearly distressed. Balder had narrowly escaped death recently. In Gerardo's view, this act was tantamount to dancing on the edge of death. I'm fine, master, no need to worry, Balder waved off, smiling despite wiping blood from the corner of his lips. The sword cultivator's blood is still effective. I'm not afraid of these injuries now. Gerardo fell silent, sensing Balder's condition through his touch. He wasn't bluffing. Despite visible injuries, his aura remained stable, much like a mountain. Gerardo knew Xianxia possessed astonishing recovery abilities, but he hadn't expected one drop of Xianxia's blood could grant someone such miraculous effects. Recalling tales of a sip of Immortal's blood grants eternal life, Gerardo now deeply understood this saying. Although Xianxia wasn't yet at the immortal stage, it seemed he soon would be. While the light sword clashed with the energy ball, it gradually revealed overwhelming dominance. The beast's energy ball started retracting and showed signs of cracking. Taking advantage, Xianxia formed another light sword. Two swords unleashed simultaneously. He still has strength left? All watched in astonishment. One heavenly light sword was astonishing enough. Yet Xianxia conjured a second. How many tricks does he hide? They thought Xianxia kept several moves hidden, but it wasn't so. Each use of sword's return to source exhausted him, preventing immediate peak performance. This wasn't his trump card. True bottom cards must be used when necessary. Now, he managed double strikes due to absorbing the Evans reward, enhancing cultivation, giving him renewed energy and thus performing the incredible dual swords. The moment both swords struck, the energy ball shattered. The beast's eyes widened as the swords consumed its head. No! The beast screamed, a chilling human-like wail. Its grotesque face disintegrated under the light of the swords. With combined force, the swords obliterated its head. Even the severed limbs vanished instantly. Then the light swords dissipated. Xianxia controlled the residual power carefully, not over-affecting the teleportation array. Knowing it couldn't be easily destroyed and fearing deeper damage, leading to uncontrollable situations, Xianxia held back. As the beast perished, Xianxia cast a palm, enveloping the array with a torrent of spirit energy to forcibly hold the entry point, preventing further emergence from the other side. They're up. Hurry. With a wave, Xianxia returned all floating swords, urging the array chamber Isaiahs who promptly flew down, swiftly placing seals with Xianxia's assistance. Only after the third seal was laid did the turmoil cease. For now, we're safe. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At least he thwarted whatever was planned. Although unsure how long the seals would hold, he'd take things step by step. Finishing, Xianxia turned with intentions to depart when Balder's voice called him to stop. Friend Taoist, please wait. Translation provided strictly adheres to guidelines, maintaining original tone and structure while ensuring natural, coherent English text. Chapter 291. Identity revealed. Upon hearing the words, friend, please stay a moment, Xianxia did not want to turn back. However, he felt it would be too impolite and immediately turned around to ask, what's the matter? Balder glanced at the sword in Xianxia's hand. Before he could speak, Xianxia had already noticed his action and gaze. The meaning behind this glance was clearly an attempt to reclaim the Su sword. With a sincere tone, Balder said, you have shown great kindness to me and to the Shu Mountain Sect. I shouldn't be asking for this sword. No need to explain, I understand. Xianxia wasn't coveting the sword. He simply forgot about it. Without another word, he threw the Su sword directly toward Balder. However, just as the sword left his hand, it showed a tendency to fly back. Xianxia's eyes twitched slightly, sensing something amiss. Quick as lightning, he flicked his finger against the sword's body, sending it straight to Balder. Balder caught it, but he could still feel the strong will of the sword, trying to escape his control and return to Xianxia. At that moment, Balder's suspicions grew stronger. Meanwhile, Gerardo approached. He also wanted to detain Xianxia because Xianxia had single-handedly saved the Shu Mountain Sect from peril, thereby indirectly saving all of China. Emotionally and logically, Gerardo should formally express his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. This is the second time you've come to our aid. Gerardo spoke sincerely. Apart from the previous help he received from Xianxia, this time the Shu Mountain Sect owed him a tremendous favor. Chairman Wei, there's no need for such formality. My actions were entirely voluntary, not for anyone else. So, you don't owe me anything, Xianxia replied straightforwardly. Indeed, he hadn't expected any reward from the Shu Mountain Sect. He then shifted the topic to the teleportation array. President Wei, what exactly is this teleportation array? He was genuinely curious about its origin. The Shu Mountain Sect, which claimed to eradicate demons, harbored within it an array connecting to another world with connections to malevolent beings. If this became public, it would tarnish the reputation of the Shu Mountain Sect significantly. Gerardo sighed, shaking his head. To be honest, I only discovered this array by chance in recent years. Gerardo revealed everything without withholding any details, including his fruitless search through ancient texts for information about the array. Xianxia didn't doubt Gerardo's sincerity. Even Gerardo didn't know the origin of the array. It seemed like a significant secret. I will keep this a secret, Xianxia promised. Although Gerardo hadn't requested secrecy, Xianxia felt it necessary. This matter could either be trivial or highly impactful for the Shu Mountain Sect. It was best to contain the news within Shu Mountain. Thank you, Gerardo bowed gratefully. He couldn't compel Xianxia to do anything, so Xianxia's willingness to keep the secret was greatly appreciated. There's something I'd like to ask. A clear voice sounded from behind Gerardo. It was his junior brother, Luke. Xianxia glanced at this mad senior and calmly asked, what is it? May I inquire where you obtained the Shu Mountain Sword Heart Decision? That move you just used, Sword Return, is the final level of the Shu Mountain Sword Heart Decision, isn't it? Luke, unlike Gerardo, asked directly. This was Gerardo's greatest confusion, yet he refrained from asking, knowing that forcing an answer might seem petty given Zachariah's enormous contributions to the sect. Even if Zachariah demanded the entire Shu Mountain Sect, Gerardo would have been willing to hand over the position of leader. Thus, Gerardo didn't press further. But Luke, being frank and outspoken, persisted. Can you enlighten us? Just as Luke finished speaking, Gerardo sternly interjected, Brother, do not offend. Gerardo was genuinely worried that continued probing might upset Zachariah. No one likes having their secrets relentlessly pursued. I also hail from the Shu Mountain Sect. Does this satisfy you? A hint of displeasure crept into Zachariah's tone. Luke hesitated briefly. Gerardo quickly apologized. Please forgive him. My junior brother lacks social graces. Gerardo reprimanded Luke in front of Zachariah, but Luke had other thoughts. Why, since you're from here, don't you stay in Shu Mountain? Luke wanted Zachariah to remain. If Zachariah stayed, someone could handle the future issues related to the teleportation array. He wasn't optimistic about sealing it permanently, having witnessed the horrors contained within. Should these forces breach the seal, few in Shu Mountain would be able to resist them. Thus, he genuinely hoped Zachariah would stay. But Zachariah shook his head. Since matters are resolved, I shall not disturb any longer. Zachariah turned around and walked away. Just then, a voice called out behind him, Excuse me. A sharp wind whistled past. Zachariah turned and caught a flying object, a bead. As soon as he caught it, it shattered in his hand, releasing a cloud of mist. Gerardo instantly changed expression. Eldarine, what are you doing? But then, Gerardo froze when he looked at Zachariah. You are Zachariah? Chapter 292, The Truth Unveiled. When Zachariah's face emerged from the mist, both Gerardo and everyone else behind him were almost dumbstruck. Only Baldur wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this all along. Even so, his breathing involuntarily became heavier, because his suspicions had been confirmed. Indeed, it's you, Zachariah. Baldur's voice was slightly hoarse. I'm sorry. That bead contained an elixir called xuanhuan, capable of undoing all transformations. That was something I used against the masked Kelvin in the past. Never did I think I'd use it on you one day. At the end of his explanation, Baldur's voice trembled a little. What he had done indeed carried significant risks. If he hadn't been absolutely sure, he wouldn't have acted like this. After all, the person in front of him was a long-lived realm powerhouse who could match numerous demons. If he really wasn't the person Baldur thought he was, his rash action could very likely offend the other party. That outcome would be quite awkward. Zachariah silently clapped his hands to clear away the remaining xuanhuan. He didn't ask how Baldur discovered him. It's because of Tusu's sword, isn't it? The only thing Zachariah could think of that exposed him was the Tusu sword. Back then, when he was in front of Baldur, that sword showed rather attached behavior towards him. And now, the Tusu sword still acts the same way. Given this, it wasn't strange at all for Baldur to have thought in this direction. I suspected it early on. This sword only made me more convinced of my inner guesses. Baldur looked at Zachariah, trying hard to keep his emotions steady, but like everyone else around him, his heart couldn't calm down. After all, this scene was too unimaginable for them. How could an enforcer disciple of the Demon Locking Tower turn into an unparalleled sword cultivator who saved Mount Shu? However, everything makes sense if it's Zachariah. They had all wondered earlier why this mysterious sword cultivator knew so many sword techniques and cultivation methods of Mount Shu. The mystery is finally solved. Zachariah, it's really you? Gerardo seemed not to have fully come to terms with reality. He had met Zachariah only a few times. Although Zachariah had left a relatively deep impression as a disciple, he had always regarded Zachariah as just a somewhat outstanding disciple. He never associated this heavenly sword cultivator with Zachariah. It's me, Zachariah replied calmly. Since the mask had already been taken off, there was no need for further pretense. After all, times had changed. Now he stood at the peak of the Mount Shu pyramid. Even if his identity was revealed, no one could do anything about it. He didn't have to worry about being taken away for study by anyone anymore. Now, unless he himself wished it, no one possessed the strength or courage to forcibly uncover his secrets. And the senior members of Mount Shu would never, barring they were fools, consider kicking him out of the sect. Previously, when his strength was weak, Zachariah had harbored such concerns. After all, there were many high-ranking Isaiahs in Mount Shu who were quite rigid. Their eyes couldn't tolerate any sand. Zachariah worried that revealing himself would cause the Mount Shu hierarchy to reject his background of cultivating Buddhism, demon path, and Taoism simultaneously. But now he had nothing to worry about. He practically owed Mount Shu a rebirth of gratitude. Any Isaiah with some insight wouldn't dare suggest he leave the sect. So, Zachariah came clean. When Zachariah admitted it personally, it was like a huge stone falling into water. It caused ripples far and wide. Even the Isaiahs configuring the sealing array twitched their hands fiercely, almost leading to failure. Those familiar with Zachariah felt complex emotions they found hard to express. Luke smiled faintly. He originally hoped this person before him would stay in Mount Shu. Knowing it was Zachariah, someone from within, besides astonishment, he naturally felt delighted. He had initially felt that Zachariah, this young man, was much steadier than the other disciples he had met, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Then he concluded that this young man had a bright future, believing fine gold can never hide its luster. But he never imagined Zachariah's achievements would be so astounding, far beyond his own reach. Child, you kept it from me all this time. The Trial Tower Guardian, Old Rico, looked bitter. Old Rico finally understood why the sword cultivator had saved his life previously. Because he was Zachariah. This moment, he couldn't help but admit that Baldur's initial suspicions were right. Back then, seeing Zachariah, risking everything, to challenge his level in the trial tower. He even felt pained. Even thinking it absurd that he went along with Balder's whims, treating an outstanding young disciple so strictly and cruelly, for which he later harshly reprimanded Balder. Reflecting now, he blushed in embarrassment. He had been completely fooled by Zachariah's excellent acting skills. Not just old Rico, the old gatekeeper of the Hidden Sword Pavilion also lamented his aging eyes. So, from the start, you deceived this old fool thoroughly, saying you hadn't learned those sword techniques, yet you had mastered them so well. The old gatekeeper shook his head. I am senile and misjudged you. B. Brother-in-law. Adelard accidentally let out this address, then quickly closed his mouth upon realizing it. As the shock in his heart faded and gradually accepted the reality, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. Junior Brother Sue, can I still call you Junior Brother Sue now? Santana's beautiful eyes gazed at Zachariah with an especially complicated look. She had always known Zachariah wasn't an ordinary disciple, but she never imagined how extraordinarily exceptional Zachariah truly was. On the other side, those who had grievances or grudges against Zachariah remained silent, even more submissive than facing demons, like Michael, the Addison, and Connor Sr. brother, who had constantly harassed Santana out of resentment for her closeness with Zachariah. They had no good feelings toward Zachariah. Upon knowing Zachariah was already a long-lived realm sword cultivator, they didn't dare utter a single word, lest they attract Zachariah's attention. They barely escaped with their lives amidst the demonic army, especially Michael, now an amputee, who cherished his remaining life dearly. Considering how much he had offended Zachariah before, if Zachariah decided to settle old scores, he'd surely regret it deeply. However, in fact, both Michael and Connor Sr. brother were overthinking things. If Zachariah wanted revenge, they would have long lost their lives within Mount Shu. Zachariah simply had no leisure to focus on them at this moment. Zachariah, I have some questions for you. At this moment, Brigham suddenly shouted at Zachariah. Chapter 293, A Belated Apology. If anyone had the most complicated feelings toward Zachariah, it was naturally Brigham. Brigham once considered Zachariah his best friend in the sect. The two always got along seamlessly. Although Zachariah didn't talk much, he could always understand many of Zheng's thoughts. On certain matters, their views often coincided without prior discussion. Therefore, Brigham regarded Zachariah as a kindred spirit, a true confidant whose soul resonated with his own. When his own uncle died saving Zachariah, resentment brewed in Brigham's heart. However, he convinced himself that it wasn't Zachariah's fault. Zachariah was also a victim. Later on, he came to terms with it and no longer blamed Zachariah for his uncle's death. But when he found out that Zachariah was unwilling to join him to exact revenge on the Joyful Union Sect, he broke down emotionally. At that moment, all the deeply buried resentment inside him erupted. He severed ties with Zachariah on the spot and vowed never to speak to him again. After returning from the Joyful Union Sect, though his resentment waned, he still chose to ignore Zachariah whenever they met, unable to let go of his grievances. It was because he deemed Zachariah cowardly. Anwar had risked his life to save Zachariah, yet Zachariah lacked the courage to avenge him. Regardless of Zachariah's talent, Brigham couldn't respect such a person. However, at this moment, upon learning that Zachariah was the longevity realm sword cultivator who turned the tide, Brigham suddenly realized that he might have made a significant mistake. Ask away, Zachariah said calmly. He had a rough idea of what Brigham wanted to ask. Brigham's voice trembled slightly. Did you go to the Joyful Union Sect alone? Yes. Was Sect Master Ottman of the Joyful Union Sect killed by your hand? Yes. Upon hearing Zachariah's admission, Brigham fell silent for a moment. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood why the attack on the Joyful Union Sect went so smoothly. It was because Zachariah had already removed the greatest obstacle for them. Then it seems that Deputy Sect Master Kira of the Joyful Union Sect also died at your hands, Gerardo added. They were the main culprits responsible for Anwar's death, Zachariah replied coldly. They had to die. Hearing this, everyone was shaken. Those who had mocked Zachariah openly or secretly bowed their heads. When they learned that Anwar had died saving Zachariah, they held Zachariah in high contempt. Moreover, since Zachariah did not join the group to avenge Anwar at the Joyful Union Sect, he faced considerable criticism. People like Brigham branded Zachariah as an ungrateful coward. Until this very moment, they finally understood the truth. Zachariah had never forgotten his promise to avenge Anwar, and he did better than anyone else. He personally avenged Anwar by killing those responsible, all while enduring others' mockery and insults. Thinking of this, some felt a twinge of fear. They had joined in mocking Zachariah and looked down on him. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Brigham knelt before Zachariah. This act of kneeling expressed his deep regret far better than any words could. There's no need for this. Zachariah gently raised his hand, lifting Brigham up effortlessly. He didn't do these things seeking approval from others. In other words, the accusations of others were equally irrelevant to him. Zachariah, I believe you must have had your reasons for hiding these facts. Now that we all owe you a favor, we won't question you further. Rest assured. Gerardo immediately spoke up. If Zachariah hadn't revealed his true strength under these circumstances, Gerardo might have worried about his intentions towards Shu Mountain Sect. But now, he could rest easy. From Zachariah's actions in protecting Shu Mountain Sect, it was evident that he had no ulterior motives. So some things, he would turn a blind eye to. At this time, the Zen Sound Sect and the 10,000 Beast Sect's forces, upon learning the crisis was over, also arrived. These social engagements weren't something Zachariah was interested in. After informing Gerardo, he left on his own. Not long after Zachariah left, Adelard caught up. What are you doing here? Zachariah turned back, his tone icy. His opinion of Adelard hadn't changed just because he was Jamie Su Kueir's brother. Brother Su? Adelard dared not casually call Zachariah brother-in-law anymore. After all, Zachariah was now a longevity realm powerhouse capable of controlling life and death with a thought. He didn't dare joke around anymore. I want to ask if the person my sister was with was you? Adelard's expression turned agitated. I don't believe my sister would be with someone else. She clearly loves you so much. Initially, when the surviving members of the Jamisu family told him that his sister had a Dao companion outside, he didn't believe it. But with so many people saying it, he couldn't help but accept it. Adding to this was the fact that Zachariah had been in the Demon Lock Tower during that period, which seemed like solid proof. Zachariah himself acted as if they had completely severed ties. Helplessly, he believed his sister had moved on. The most critical point was that the Dao companion the Jamisu family described as being incredibly powerful, strong enough to single-handedly battle longevity realm demons and save them, simply didn't match his impression of Zachariah. However, at this moment, Adelard increasingly felt that the man his sister was with closely matched Zachariah standing before him. Zachariah didn't wish to hide it anymore. There was no point now. It's me. Zachariah's response caused Adelard's eyes to light up instantly. I knew it. I knew it. Why did you hide this from me? Adelard's voice rose, becoming more emotional. Zachariah looked at him as if he were a fool. Why do you think? Seeing Zachariah's gaze, Adelard quickly calmed down. He realized that he had offended Zachariah before, and that Zachariah never took kindly to him. With Zachariah needing to keep his identity hidden, it made sense that he wouldn't tell him anything. After a brief silence, Adelard changed the topic. How did my sister end up? Could you tell me more? Your sister is fine. She's alive, Zachariah said. Hearing this, Adelard looked up abruptly. What did you say? Chapter 294. Baldur's decision. You didn't hear wrong. Your sister is indeed still alive. Zachariah's definitive answer almost made Adelard jump up. Where is she? In another realm. Adelard did not know where this other realm was that Zachariah spoke of. However, he understood it must be a place beyond his reach. Please, bring my sister back. That doesn't need to be said. If there's nothing else, please don't follow me anymore. With that, Zachariah turned and left. Though Adelard wanted to ask more about his sister, since Zachariah wasn't willing to elaborate, he didn't dare press further. Standing before the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, Zachariah heard hurried footsteps approaching behind him. Without turning around, he knew who it was. Doesn't the Cole need to attend to some affairs? The person who arrived was indeed Baldur. Baldur shook his head, saying, that can be handled by the sect leader. Is the Cole worried I'll just leave? Zachariah's tone was indifferent. Baldur knew that despite Zachariah showing no obvious signs of dissatisfaction, being publicly exposed must have left a lingering resentment. Baldur laughed bitterly. To verify your true strength, I indeed went too far. The previous trial tower was also part of my test for you. I'm sure you knew this already. I knew. Let's move on. Zachariah did not say much. From Baldur's perspective, what he did was understandable. There was no need for blame. If Zachariah were in Baldur's position, he would have done the same. Because as the second in command of Mount Shu, such responsibility fell upon him. This sword will do better in your hands. Baldur loosened his grip, and the Chusu sword flew directly towards Zachariah. Upon catching the sword, Zachariah immediately asked, Cole, you only retrieved this sword not long ago. Why are you changing your mind now? Baldur chuckled bitterly. The main reason he wanted the Chusu sword from Zachariah was to confirm Zachariah's identity. He knew the sword's benefits and dangers and realized that holding it might make him the next Benji. Thus, when decisive action was needed, he took it. I cannot control this sword anymore. Only you can manage it. Baldur explained honestly. Knowing Zachariah's ability and the special treatment this sword gave him, he was confident Zachariah could wield it well without suffering any backlash. He had witnessed how Zachariah unleashed the sword's full potential. Therefore, placing the sword in Zachariah's hands was the best choice. You can handle it however you wish. Baldur cast one last glance at the sword, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. He meant for Zachariah to destroy the sword. Yet, at the same time, he didn't want the sword to disappear entirely. After all, the Chusu sword had significantly contributed to his success during the Third Ascension trial, unlocking deep-seated potential within him. But the sword amplified his desires as well. It nearly trapped him in an abyss, endlessly pursuing greater power. Fortunately, after brushing with death, he saw the light. He realized he had enough. If he remained insatiable, he would likely follow in the footsteps of the Benji. Since that's the case, I'll keep it for you temporarily. Zachariah accepted the sword without hesitation, acknowledging Baldur's respect. This sword was never truly Baldur's. Initially, Baldur took it from Zachariah under the pretext that it harbored an evil nature. If one truly considered its rightful owner, it belonged to Zachariah. Seeing Zachariah take the sword, Baldur nodded and looked ahead toward the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Suddenly, he asked, is the Demon-Sealing Pagoda very important to you? Could your current formidable strength be somehow connected to the Demon-Sealing Pagoda? Baldur wasn't foolish. It was natural for him to suspect such a connection. He had repeatedly asked Zachariah if he intended to leave, but Zachariah consistently refused, even striving to delve deeper into the pagoda. Previously, he thought Zachariah was ambitious. But now, especially after Zachariah revealed Immortal Longevity Realm strength, he suspected something more complex. Cole, you've helped me greatly. I respect you. But some things I cannot explain in detail. Zachariah did not sugarcoat things with Baldur. Regarding the record of demons and devils, he wouldn't tell anyone. That was non-negotiable. As for Baldur's suspicions about the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, Zachariah was not overly concerned. It wasn't like they would demolish the pagoda because he wouldn't speak. All right, I understand. Hearing Zachariah's words, Baldur comprehended the meaning. Returning to the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, Zachariah found that news of his great accomplishments had spread throughout its interior even before he stepped inside. The law enforcers, upon learning that Zachariah was the Immortal Longevity Realm Sword Cultivator who saved the sect, were stunned. They couldn't believe they had worked alongside an Immortal Longevity Realm powerhouse. Such cultivators stood at the pinnacle of the world, often seen as deities in waiting. Dennis, who usually walked closest to Zachariah, was utterly flabbergasted. He had been calling Zachariah brother. Due to Zachariah's exposed identity, the atmosphere among the underground enforcers became extremely delicate. They continued addressing him as Commander Sue, but their respect and reverence had increased exponentially. Initially, many had doubts about Zachariah's leadership. But now, there was only admiration and fear when facing Zachariah. Commander Sue. When Dennis met Zachariah, he had a slightly bitter smile. Zachariah understood his feelings, a mix of pride and awkwardness. Senior brother Isaac, you're making this awkward. Zachariah treated him as usual, but Dennis couldn't jest with him anymore. Zachariah acknowledged that some changes were irreversible. I need to go in for a bit. Zachariah patted Dennis on the shoulder. Before Dennis could react, Zachariah was already standing before the door of the mysterious room. Chapter 295, The Kelvin. Dennis was momentarily stunned. The room Zachariah was about to enter was where the Kelvin was imprisoned. He hesitated for a moment, but did not speak to stop him. Even if Zachariah were not a commander, given his current strength and his grand deed of saving the sect, Dennis wouldn't dare say anything to stop him. The long sealed door opened. Zachariah walked in, and the door closed again. In the dimly lit room, as if detecting the presence of a stranger, several candles on the walls suddenly ignited. As the candlelight flickered to life, Zachariah's gaze immediately locked onto the middle of the room. There stood a figure, kneeling with his head bowed, bound by countless threads of various colors that pierced into his body like needles. Beneath him, a yin-yang symbol slowly spun, a soul-locking array connecting him to the demon-taming pagoda. Aware of someone's arrival, he slowly lifted his head. Finally, Zachariah saw the face of the legendary Kelvin. Contrary to Zachariah's expectation of a robust and towering figure, this Kelvin had pale, almost feminine skin. Perhaps due to years of confinement in darkness, his skin appeared unnaturally pale. His emaciated frame looked skeletal, but Zachariah knew this frail figure was the revered Kelvin, who once commanded the demon army for so many years and ruled with unparalleled power. Looking at Zachariah, a wave of surprise crossed the Kelvin's face, mainly because of the aura Zachariah carried. An aura as vast and imposing as a mountain. A chill ran down his spine. Have we met somewhere before? The Kelvin's voice was slightly hoarse. Zachariah gave off a vague sense of familiarity. You probably haven't, Zachariah replied. When he had used his divine sense to explore this place before, the Kelvin should have retained some memory of that spiritual energy. Regardless of who you are, tell me, how is my daughter? Zachariah's arrival made the Kelvin realize that the demon army outside might have failed. He didn't care about the demon's fate, but only his daughter's condition. Dead, Zachariah replied indifferently. Although an ominous premonition lingered, hearing it confirmed from Zachariah sent shivers through the Kelvin's body despite his efforts to remain composed. Suddenly, the yin-yang symbol beneath him sped up its rotation, and the threads piercing his body tightened as if strung taut. Clearly, though silent, the Kelvin's inner turmoil had triggered the array. The ones who killed your daughter weren't I or the Shu Mountain Sect, but the foreign evil race. What? The Kelvin snapped his head up, eyes glaring like blades. Impossible. Zachariah's response indicated he had anticipated this. It seemed the Kelvin knew about the foreign evil race. The one who took part of your power was also from the foreign evil race, correct? They promised to protect and help my daughter escape, the Kelvin snarled. Hearing this, Zachariah was surprised. He had assumed the Kelvin wanted to escape himself. Even a mighty Kelvin can be so naive? Did I have any choice? Being imprisoned here, bound to the demon-taming pagoda, he had no means of escape. So when the Titus promised to take Catherine away, he had no choice but to trust him. How did my daughter die? Facing the Kelvin's interrogative tone, Zachariah ignored it and asked, Tell me first, what do you know about the foreign evil race? Answer me first. How did she die? The Kelvin tried to pressure him, but Zachariah's gaze flashed, unleashing even stronger pressure on him. Instantly, the Kelvin braced himself on the ground, breaking out in cold sweat. Zachariah coldly said, You have no right to bargain with me now. The Kelvin sneered. Do you think you can threaten me? If you have the power, kill me. Do you really think you're immortal? Immortals die, let alone those in the longevity realm. With that, a sword beam suddenly appeared at the Kelvin's neck. Though hovering, it created immense pressure. For a moment, the Kelvin truly felt the specter of death, as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper rested upon his neck. This level of oppression rivaled even the founding ancestor of the Shu Mountain Sect. Now you are at your weakest. If I truly wanted to kill you, how likely do you think it would be? Faced with genuine death, the Kelvin's expression changed. After a pause, he laughed coldly. Then finish me. I have nothing left to hold on to. Staring at him, Zachariah fell silent for a moment before retracting the sword beam. Let's make a deal. Tell me what you know, and I will free you from these shackles. How does that sound? The Kelvin's eyes flickered. Are you serious? But soon, suspicion returned to his face. Do you have that authority? Unclear about Zachariah's position in the Shu Mountain Sect, naturally, he doubted Zachariah's promise. Whether I have the authority doesn't matter, just know that I have the ability. Silent again, the Kelvin weighed his options before reopening his mouth. Even if you can do it, how can I believe you'll truly release me? You can choose not to believe me, but this is your last chance. Zachariah turned toward the door, walking step by step. You can choose not to believe me, but you must believe no one else will ever walk in here again. Zachariah's meaning was clear. Besides him, no one would come here or give him such a chance. You're right, you have no choice. As he reached the door, the Kelvin finally spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. Wait, what do you want to know? Zachariah smiled faintly, flashing back in front of the Kelvin. How much do you know about the foreign evil race, and have you had any dealings with them? As Zachariah finished speaking, the Kelvin seemed lost in memories of days gone by. After a moment, he spoke. I became the Kelvin because of their assistance. Chapter 296, Causal Relationships. A single sentence from the demon overlord made his relationship with those foreign evil races clear. In fact, my talent was mediocre back then. If I hadn't encountered them, perhaps I would have died at the hands of Curtis the Taoist long ago. The Curtis the Taoist he mentioned was none other than Curtis Xuanhuan, the founding ancestor of Mount Shu's sect. Because I once received their favor, I still have some trust in them. Zachariah's expression turned serious. That's not what I wanted to know. You only need to tell me what kind of beings they are and where they come from. And what is their true purpose? The demon overlord paused and said, all I know is that their origin lies in a place called the Voidland. But as for exactly where it is, I don't know. They call themselves the Abandoned Ones, who do not receive blessings from heaven's way. Their homeland is barren, harsh, chaotic, and disorderly. So, the powerful among them left their original homeland to wage war everywhere. The purpose was to find a better place for their fellow kin to survive. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but sneer. To speak so nobly of invading others' territories, it's hard to imagine these words coming from you. Anyone who doesn't know might think you're their kin. Your daughter was killed by them, yet you're still defending them. I never thought you'd be like this. Do you still believe they simply want a place to settle down? For a moment, the demon overlord fell silent. Zachariah looked at him, his gaze cold as frost and snow. That's right, you owe your rise to the peak of demonic power to them, so naturally, you feel indebted to them. If so, why ask how your daughter died? Even if you know she was killed by them, you wouldn't dare seek revenge on them, would you? Zachariah's words deeply hurt the demon overlord. He suddenly lifted his head. Who says I won't seek revenge on them? At least tell me how my daughter died. Who killed her? After a brief moment of eye contact, Zachariah replied, an evil race with a body like molten flame, unnamed, but extremely adept at using fire. I don't know how your daughter attracted him, but he was hiding within her body. It seems she used his strength, but ultimately suffered a backlash, being taken over by him. Her body was consumed by the molten flame, leaving no intact remains. Zachariah's last sentence felt like an extremely sharp sword piercing through his chest. Bryce. It was him. The demon overlord's eyes bulged in rage, instantly turning bloodshot. Looks like you recognize him. Fury blazed in the demon overlord's eyes. Everything you wanted to know, I've told you. It's time to fulfill your promise. Why the rush? I still have questions for you. Zachariah continued. How many teleportation arrays did they leave behind in this world? Zachariah was concerned that there might be more teleportation arrays like the one behind Mount Shu's sect. Of course, Zachariah didn't mention the array behind Mount Shu to him. What if he didn't know? If he slipped up, wouldn't he be breaking the promise he made to Gerardo? However, it turned out Zachariah was overthinking it. The demon overlord knew about the one behind Mount Shu and another one. When they were defeated and split into two groups fleeing, they left two teleportation arrays. One is in Mount Shu. The other is at the other end of the Endless Sea. Specifically where, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Zachariah frowned slightly, seeming to think about the authenticity of his words. The demon overlord, as if seeing through his thoughts, raised a corner of his mouth and said, you must be wondering why there's no record of this in Mount Shu's history, right? That's because Curtis the Taoist hadn't even founded Mount Shu back then. It happened before the sect was established, so it isn't part of Mount Shu's history. As for why Curtis chose to build the sect atop that teleportation array, I can also tell you. He was a firm believer in destiny. By establishing the sect here, he aimed to use its destiny to suppress that array. Surprisingly, his methods did work. All these years, Mount Shu has remained unshaken, and that array has shown no signs of trouble. But the cost has been significant. A mocking smile appeared at the corners of the demon overlord's mouth, seeming to think how foolish such a person could be. Just think, what good fortune could a newly established sect possibly have? So initially, he sacrificed his own destiny to suppress that array. Perhaps you don't know how he truly died? For someone at his level, sharing life with the heavens, rarely encountering enemies, how could he easily fall? Zachariah had pondered this question. He had read the sect's records. It stated that the founder died due to failing the Ascension Tribulation during his attempt to ascend to immortality, eventually passing away in old age. His true cause of death was depletion of his fortune. In the Ascension Tribulation, due to insufficient personal fortune to resist the trials, he died. Otherwise, with his talent, why would he fail to become an immortal? Although I hate him to the bone, without a doubt, he was the most talented person I've ever seen. Pity, he foolishly squandered his great future on this matter. Tragic. Stupid. By the end, the demon overlord even laughed out loud. Do you know why, since his time, Mount Shu has steadily declined, with no truly brilliant talents emerging? That was all thanks to your ancestor. The sect's fortune was used to suppress the array, leaving nothing for you all. Oh, is that so? Then how did I appear? Zachariah's words abruptly silenced the demon overlord's laughter. He stared at Zachariah coldly. You are indeed an exception, but can you say that your achievements today are closely tied to Mount Shu? Zachariah fell silent. Indeed, as the demon overlord said, his growth was not significantly influenced by Mount Shu. Without records of demons, he would have aged prematurely, possibly dying young. However, he didn't believe the actions of Mount Shu's patriarch were wrong. Curtis Xuanhuan had the chance to become an immortal. He gave up immortality. Instead, he sacrificed his own fortune to suppress the return of the foreign evil races. This showed he understood that even if he became an immortal, his individual power alone would not be enough to fight against them. Thinking of this, Zachariah found it difficult to smile. Chapter 297, Zachariah's Stratagem. Curtis Xuanhuan, a person of great talent and vision, would naturally not make such decisions out of fear. He must have carefully considered the pros and cons, concluding that by sacrificing himself in this manner, he could suppress those alien demonic tribes for a longer period. Since even Curtis Shenron was pessimistic about handling those alien demonic tribes alone, Zachariah had to reassess the situation. He had never underestimated these alien races, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this challenging. Even the immortal realm wasn't sufficient. Do you have anything else you want to know? Speak it all out. The Isaiah was feeling somewhat anxious, unwilling to see Zachariah dilly-dally any longer. Zachariah said nothing more. With a flick of his finger, he activated a force that triggered the tower's mechanism. Moments later, the yin-yang 8-trigram array beneath the Isaiah slowly stopped spinning, and the threads piercing through him gradually turned transparent. The Isaiah's eyes lit up like dark night stars, showing a glimmer of surprise. He had considered many possibilities. Zachariah might use various tricks, but he hadn't imagined Zachariah would release him so easily. Indeed, only someone from Mount Shu knew where the mechanism lay. The Lane had tried many times, but couldn't remove the bindings. Of course, now thinking back, the Lane likely didn't fail to find the mechanism but intentionally kept him bound to exploit his power. The Isaiah took a deep breath. Although he wasn't completely free yet, it felt marvelous to breathe easier after years of being restrained like this. Without the restraining 8-trigram array, the Isaiah swiftly moved away from the center of the magic array and grinned at Zachariah. Will you regret releasing me? Zachariah shook his head. I just undid your shackles. I never said I'd let you go. Heh, I knew it. You will pay for your naivety. Do you think locking my soul with this demon-sealing pagoda makes it impossible for me to leave? The Isaiah's smile was smug. Even though he had been locked here for years and had part of his power taken by the Lane, even a weakened camel is still stronger than a horse. Given a chance to catch his breath, escaping his current predicament was not entirely impossible. Soul split. Using the soul split technique, the Isaiah split his divine soul into two parts. For ordinary people, splitting their divine soul would be suicide, but the Isaiah remained unyielding. However, even the pain of splitting one's soul was terrifying. Even with the willpower of the Isaiah, he almost couldn't bear it. Veins bulged on his forehead, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Enduring excruciating pain, he directly abandoned part of his soul that had merged with the demon-sealing pagoda. While this greatly diminished his power, it gave him a chance to escape. Across from him, Zachariah realized what the Isaiah had done and showed rare admiration for the Isaiah's decisive courage. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in front of the Isaiah. Until we meet again, young man. The Isaiah smirked, though facial muscles twitched uncontrollably due to intense pain, giving him an almost pained expression. Zachariah, however, remained unmoved. He didn't seem worried about the Isaiah escaping. As the Isaiah prepared to enter the space vortex, a dragon's roar erupted from within the vortex. A blue-purple light beam shot out, striking the Isaiah unprepared. He was pushed back several meters, spitting out blood. Already injured, this added insult to injury. The roar came from the evil dragon. Zachariah had foreseen this all. He knew the Isaiah would attempt every means to escape. Given the Isaiah's intention to leave the pagoda, using spatial techniques to flee was the smartest choice for an Eternal Realm expert. Thus, Zachariah had prearranged the evil dragon to ensure there was no way out. The evil dragon, with its void dragon lineage, was unparalleled in void traversal. As the Isaiah opened the spatial channel, it had already entered and struck him inside the vortex. With his escape thwarted and his soul split, the Isaiah was severely weakened. Zachariah's unparalleled sword domain instantly enveloped the Isaiah. Will you go back on your own, or shall I help you? Zachariah's words made the Isaiah clench his teeth in hatred. Are you deliberately humiliating me? Zachariah said coldly, not humiliation, just reality. Even without those arrays, as long as I'm here, you won't leave this pagoda. Zachariah had deliberately released the Isaiah to capture him for the Demon Chronicle. As Zachariah reactivated the array, the threads pierced the Isaiah again, causing agonizing pain. Zachariah paid no mind to the Isaiah's torment. His focus was solely on the Demon Chronicle. While the Isaiah screamed and cursed, a new page in the Demon Chronicle appeared, revealing the Isaiah's information. True to form, indeed a prize, Zachariah smiled slightly. The Isaiah provided experience points daily that equaled the total of all the demons and devils combined. This doubled his experience gains. This was not just a good deal but a huge profit. Simultaneously, Zachariah obtained some of the Isaiah's abilities, like enhanced spatial traversal, which significantly aided his plan to traverse endless voids. At that moment, Zachariah sensed Gerardo approaching the pagoda and left immediately. Is the sect leader looking for me? Just as Gerardo was about to ask someone to announce his presence, Zachariah's voice sounded beside him. Gerardo smiled. Yes, precisely. Chapter 298 Abdication? Outside the demon-locking pagoda, in the bamboo grove, Zachariah and Seymour strolled through it leisurely. Have they already left? Zachariah asked. Seymour knew exactly who Zachariah was referring to, the people from Zen Sound Sect and 10,000 Beast Sect. They've gone. However, that young girl who could even command a spirit venerable didn't want to leave. She waited for her master, Seymour said, glancing at Zachariah. Is she your disciple? Sort of. Zachariah nodded. Among all people, he was somewhat attached only to Kira. She didn't wait until you came to see her. She's already returned with her sect. Upon hearing this, Zachariah didn't say much. We will meet again if fate allows. Shifting his tone back to business, Zachariah continued. Why did the sect leader call me here? Seymour smiled faintly. I want to discuss something with you. The current tone of the sect leader was unusually courteous, making Zachariah feel rather unaccustomed. Please speak your mind. If I can manage it, I will do my best, Zachariah said humbly despite his strength surpassing Seymour. He still viewed himself as a disciple, letting Seymour issue orders as he wished. Seymour glanced towards the direction of the demon-locking pagoda and said, given your current strength, staying here in the demon-locking pagoda is truly a waste of talent. Even the commander position doesn't match your present status. Zachariah's expression shifted slightly. What does the sect leader mean? I want to give you a promotion. When Seymour said this, Zachariah showed no sign of surprise. Does the sect leader want me to take charge of the demon-locking pagoda? Is this Elder's idea? Seymour smiled gently. You know him well. He has mentioned it to me before, but I didn't agree. Before Zachariah could respond, Seymour added, because I have other plans. Being in charge of the demon-locking pagoda is not enough for you. I want you to lead Mount Sect. After these words, Zachariah's gaze trembled slightly. Leading Mount Sect naturally meant becoming the sect leader. Seymour intended to abdicate the position to him. Zachariah paused for a moment before saying, Sect leader, please don't joke around. Seymour's eyes were firm. This isn't a joke. Is the sect leader testing me? Do you think I covet the position of the sect leader of Mount Sect? Zachariah didn't beat around the bush, but spoke directly. When Seymour mentioned passing the position to him, Zachariah indeed considered whether Seymour was testing his intentions. After all, generally speaking, the sect leader was always the strongest person in the sect. Now, someone in the sect had surpassed him in cultivation and youth. A feeling of crisis might arise, sensing one's status threatened, which wasn't unimaginable. You overthink it. I genuinely wish to step down and pass on the leadership. Seymour sighed, revealing his true feelings. Over the past few years, he continuously fought against the daughter of the demon overlord, almost died in the flaming Splendor Mountain catacombs, and participated in this defense of Mount. After several battles, his body bore hidden illnesses. He couldn't compare to Zachariah's physique. With his health declining, his future didn't look optimistic. If anything happened to him, Mount Sect would inevitably face temporary chaos. The best solution was to step down now, and let Zachariah inherit the position. With his experience, he could assist Zachariah in gradually solidifying his role as sect leader. Thus, Mount Sect could be infused with new vitality. We are all getting old. You are different. You are the most talented among the young elites I've seen, without exception. With your potential, there is still a vast room for improvement. If it were you, you could certainly lead Mount Sect to greater heights, perhaps even surpass its former peak. As he concluded, Seymour became excited. It was as if he saw the glorious era of Mount Sect right before his eyes. But this excitement quickly vanished as he returned to reality. If you had been the sect leader before, Mount Sect wouldn't have just 2 reinforcements, Seymour lamented. He had sent out distress signals to many sects in Central Plains. Yet, only 2 sects came to their aid. He felt responsible. His reputation and influence weren't strong enough. In this realm where strength ruled, reputation was tied to strength. His strength wasn't enough to persuade the leaders of top-tier sects. Thus, they hesitated and chose to observe. If he had also reached a mortal realm like Zachariah, one call would gather 100 responses. Just consider this as my request, Seymour said sincerely, his eyes showing determination. I cannot agree, sect leader. Zachariah resolutely refused Seymour's request. Don't say I've never wanted to handle administrative matters of a sect. Even if I had such thoughts, I cannot agree, at least not now. Seymour was confused. Why? Zachariah's gaze lifted. At that moment, his eyes seemed to pierce through the sky into the void. There is something I must do. I will leave the sect, even this realm, to venture into the endless void. The endless void is fraught with dangers. Even I cannot guarantee a safe return. If I accept and become the sect leader and fail to return, wouldn't it create more chaos within the sect? Seymour's pupils instantly constricted upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Zachariah to have such a dangerous plan. Endless void, it was legendary. Such a place, as terrifying as an abyssal hell, could only be accessed by immortals. Seymour's expression grew serious. Must you go? Must go. Zachariah's unwavering attitude troubled Seymour greatly. Zachariah was the greatest hope for Mount Sect to rise and shine again. He didn't want anything to happen to Zachariah. Can you tell me what you need to do in such a perilous place? Seymour was reluctant. If something happened to Zachariah, it would be a significant loss for Mount Sect. Rescue someone. As Zachariah spoke, an elegant figure flashed in his mind, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Seymour noticed the trace of sadness in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Zachariah usually appeared indifferent. Apart from Senior Geo, who had saved his life, no one else seemed to stir such emotions. Who is the person you wish to rescue? Seymour wanted to know who could make him so concerned and willing to take such risks. This person, you also know. She is called Martha. Chapter 299. Resolve and preparation. Upon hearing the name, Gerardo was slightly taken aback. He didn't know that Tiana had run into trouble. Adelard hadn't informed the sect about his sister's predicament. Perhaps he still harbored hope that she would return. Thus, he didn't want to spread this distressing news. And naturally, Zachariah wouldn't have said anything either. Therefore, Gerardo remained in the dark. Only after Zachariah explained everything did he finally understand the whole situation from start to finish, clearing up many of his questions. Initially, he had been trapped in the Imperial Light City's secret realm and couldn't break free. Later on, the secret realm vanished by itself. Through survivors' accounts, he learned that someone had destroyed the powerful demon lord controlling the secret realm, rescuing everyone. At that time, he had no chance to meet that person personally. Who could have thought that the one far away was actually right before his eyes? Gerardo saw from Zachariah's expression that the latter had no interest in hearing words of gratitude. Gerardo sighed softly. I deeply regret what happened to Tiana. Gerardo knew he couldn't stop Zachariah. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zachariah was profoundly in love with Tiana. Having experienced such emotions himself, Gerardo understood how unshakable Zachariah's resolve was. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Gerardo indeed had ways to stop him if he really wanted to, but he had no reason to do so. After all, Zachariah was going to rescue Tiana, who was also a member of Mount Shushan Sect. As the patriarch, he couldn't favor one over another too obviously. When do you plan to leave? Gerardo asked. Within a month. Zachariah had already mastered the skill of void shattering preliminarily. Once he became proficient in a while, with the assistance of the demon dragon, crossing the boundless void wouldn't be an issue. Gerardo fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let me know when you're ready to leave." Zachariah nodded. Gerardo continued, "Be extremely careful. We await both of your safe return." Despite his words, concern was etched deep in Gerardo's brow. The dangers lurking in the endless void were unimaginable. Even though Zachariah was now an Immortal Realm powerhouse, Gerardo was not optimistic. "If you return safely, don't reject my request again." Faced with Gerardo's demand, Zachariah did not give a clear answer. He genuinely had no intention of becoming the Joseph. It was just too tiring. "Should it come to that, I will consider the Joseph suggestion." Zachariah left his reply open-ended, but without any immediate promise. Gerardo knew not to push too hard. If Zachariah felt cornered and refused to return to the sect, that would be counterproductive. The news of Mount Xuanhuan Sect defeating the horde of demons from the Endless Sea quickly spread throughout Central Plains. The prestige of Mount Xuanhuan Sect soared. Originally among the top-tier sects in Central Plains, after this battle, its reputation shone brighter than ever. The most sensational news was that there was now an Immortal Realm sword cultivator within the sect. This announcement shook the region to its core. Many were stunned, yet some were skeptical since few had ever seen an Immortal Realm cultivator. Hence, numerous people visited under the pretense of consoling the sect, hoping to witness the might of an immortal sword cultivator. Mount Xuanhuan Sect thus saw an unprecedented surge in visitors. "We've truly made a name for ourselves with this battle. You see, how long has it been since we've had such a lively scene? It's quite exciting," exclaimed a Mount Xuanhuan disciple looking at the crowd gathered at the sect's entrance. Another disciple scoffed, "Do you think they came to see you? Everyone is here for Zachariah. Haven't you heard them all saying they wish to see the grandeur of an immortal sword cultivator?" Indeed, almost every visiting sect had a clear motive, curiosity about Zachariah. Giant, he truly possessed the power to slice through 10,000 miles with a single sword swing, making all demons flee? However, Zachariah had no intention of participating in such public spectacles. Why should he stand around like a circus act for others' entertainment, or perform tricks to keep them amused? Gerardo knew well that persuading Zachariah under these circumstances was futile. Even if Zachariah wasn't secluding himself to prepare for the rescue mission, with his low-key nature, he probably wouldn't participate. Thus, Gerardo and other senior members, including Baldur, politely declined various sects' requests. Although many of these sects hadn't helped during Mount Xuanhuan's crisis, some due to distance, others with ulterior motives, Gerardo couldn't afford to alienate them. The complexity of maintaining good relations was something only those in power understood. Mount Xuanhuan needed to balance diplomacy, especially with so many sects visiting simultaneously. Offending all of them at once would create unnecessary enemies after just recovering from a devastating war. Gerardo had to maintain a smiling facade despite internal reservations. Such nuances were crucial in handling interpersonal relations. This was one reason why Zachariah was reluctant to take on the role of Joseph. He wouldn't tolerate those who abandoned him in times of need, only appearing afterward to make demands. Inside the lesser unchanging heaven world, Zachariah paid no heed to the outside commotion. Time flowed 20 times faster inside this realm compared to the outside. Therefore, while a month passed externally, he would have more than a year to practice here. During this period, he continuously trained with the power of void shattering. It's time to go. After a year and a half of intense practice, Zachariah turned his gaze toward the demon dragon lazily sprawled on the ground. Chapter 300, Journey into the Endless Void. The demon dragon, upon hearing Zachariah's words, still harbored a trace of fear in its eyes. It seemed reluctant to follow Zachariah into such a dangerous place. However, after one glance from Zachariah, it could only obediently comply, following him with its head hanging low. Zachariah extended a finger and gently drew a line in front of him. The void before him split open like paper cut by a blade, revealing a portal to another dimension. Zachariah lightly leaped onto the dragon's head. The demon dragon snorted through its nostrils, seemingly protesting. But its protest was clearly futile. A pat on its head from Zachariah immediately subdued it. "Let's go." On Zachariah's command, the demon dragon carried him through the spatial rift. Initially, Zachariah had planned to wait until he reached Immortal Realm before seeking out Marley, which would have increased his chances significantly. But now, with the daily rewards of spatial power from the demon sovereign, he had mastered the ability to tear through space earlier than expected. Thus, his eagerness grew. He was still far from the Immortal Realm, an unreachable distance that felt endless. He couldn't wait that long. Besides, he didn't fully trust the nine-tailed fox's claim that the karmic thread between him and Marley would last 3 to 5 years. If that thread wasn't accurate, even tearing the fox to pieces wouldn't undo the damage. Therefore, Zachariah chose to depart now. Even if he encountered insurmountable problems in the endless void, he still had the small Wu Xiang heaven as a hiding place, an impenetrable fortress. Traveling through the spatial rift, they might encounter chaotic spatial currents at any moment. These currents varied in strength, but for cultivators below the soul formation stage, encountering them usually meant certain death. Even worse, some might perish immediately upon appearing in the rift. However, Zachariah and the demon dragon beneath him had no such worries. With his Nirvana saint body, even the strongest currents couldn't kill him. As long as it wasn't instantly fatal, it posed no real threat. Meanwhile, the demon dragon possessed void dragon bloodline, known for both its ability to open spatial portals and its scale strength to resist these currents, allowing free traversal without hesitation. They traveled through the spatial rift for what felt like an eternity when suddenly, white light appeared ahead, marking the exit. Passing through this light, they emerged into the endless void. This vast expanse resembled the boundless starry universe Zachariah knew from his past life. Standing here, one felt smaller than a speck in the ocean, insignificant before the vast cosmos. The demon dragon under Zachariah began to squirm, expressing its unease. But under Zachariah's soothing, it gradually calmed down. Closing his eyes, Zachariah started sensing the location of Marley. Using the karmic martialide given to him by the nine-tailed fox, he pinpointed her whereabouts before leaving. The fox, relying on Zachariah for survival within the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, dared not refuse him. Performing the karmic martialide, a faint thread seemed to tug at his heart, guiding him. Moments later, Zachariah opened his eyes, having vaguely located Marley. Pointing into the void, he commanded, "That way?" The demon dragon did not hesitate. Now that they were here, where else would they go? Traveling in the endless void made it impossible to estimate distance. Although the guiding sensation remained faint, Zachariah knew they were still far apart. Reaching her wouldn't happen soon. Despite his urgency, he suppressed his impatience. The dragon already moved at top speed. Any faster was unfeasible due to the unique resistance of the void environment. While Zachariah could travel faster alone, void dragons naturally overcame this resistance, making them superior for traversing the endless void. Thus, Zachariah closed his eyes atop the dragon's head to rest. Suddenly, the dragon halted abruptly, its face revealing panic. Zachariah snapped open his eyes, fixing his gaze on the colossal entity drifting toward them. Rarely did something instill fear in a dragon, but this was one of them. The immense creature defied description. Even the large demon dragon looked minuscule beside it. Zachariah's expression grew grave. Though the creature seemed to drift slowly, it was merely an illusion due to its enormous size. In reality, it covered distance rapidly. Darkening his view in mere seconds, Zachariah knew little about such beings, but recognized their significance from the dragon's reaction. This giant, known as Jingkong, was one of the largest beasts in the endless void, a supreme predator. Even dragons faced no advantage against such creatures. Fortunately, they were rare. Otherwise, dragons might lose their supremacy. The Jingkong's massive eye rolled. Upon seeing the lone dragon, it naturally opened its abyssal mouth. A solitary dragon was merely tasty food to it. Zachariah on the dragon's head was barely a morsel, ignored entirely. From its abyss-like mouth erupted a suction force akin to a black hole, aiming to engulf both Zachariah and the dragon. Chapter 301, Crimson Red. The colossal mouth of the whale space beast resembled the eye of a hurricane, intent on swallowing both Zachariah and the dragon beneath him. The dragon had no desire to fight, struggling instead to flee in the opposite direction. Yet, faced with such powerful suction, it could not approach the spatial rift door but rather drifted further away. Despite being within arm's reach, it felt like they were worlds apart. Standing atop the dragon's head, Zachariah's gaze was cold and stern. He had never considered fleeing because he knew that running from such a top predator would only put him at a greater disadvantage. Moreover, Zachariah had his reasons for pressing forward and could not easily retreat. Yet he did not act immediately, as if waiting for something. At this moment, while the whale space unleashed its terrifying suction, it also lunged towards them. Their vision seemed to be abruptly robbed, as if they had instantly entered a dark void. But amidst this pitch-black darkness, a streak of white sword light suddenly appeared like a startled swan. This blade of light slashed upwards, piercing through the darkness like the first ray of dawn breaking through the night. A sickening sound followed, the unmistakable noise of a blade piercing flesh. The beast recoiled in pain, opening its massive maw once more, restoring light to Zachariah and the dragon. Simultaneously, an extremely painful and furious roar erupted from the beast's throat. The initial suction force was replaced by the shockwaves of its roar, which pushed outward, forcibly ejecting Zachariah and the dragon away, increasing the distance between them. After creating some distance, Zachariah decisively issued an order to the dragon. "Let's go." Zachariah harbored no thoughts of engaging in a prolonged battle. While his attack could wound the creature, killing it outright would take too long, and its resilience was evident. He had important matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time here. Naturally, the dragon complied without hesitation. It, too, wanted to escape this formidable adversary. Moving swiftly, the dragon zipped past whale space. Just as they brushed past each other, space ahead began to distort. Fortunately, Zachariah reacted quickly, grabbing the dragon's horn and coming to an abrupt stop, preventing it from colliding into the warped space. Zachariah's expression turned grave. During the distortion, he even glimpsed fragments of spatial debris. Had the dragon collided with it, its head would have been twisted into a pretzel, and Zachariah, atop the dragon's head, would not have fared any better. Even the dragon's pupils constricted in sudden fear. Just then, a seductive voice approached from all directions, reaching Zachariah's ears. "Injured my beloved pet, and think you can leave so easily?" Though Zachariah possessed the spiritual ear ability, capable of discerning even the faintest sounds and their origins, this voice seemed to come from everywhere, making it impossible for him to pinpoint its source. Although he couldn't determine the direction based on the voice alone, his divine sense detected a sudden presence. He turned sharply to see a figure standing atop the whale space beast. The creature emitted a plaintive moan, seeking comfort from the woman, its eyes filled with intense hatred for Zachariah and the dragon. Under her calming influence, however, the beast suppressed its agitation. The woman stood, looking down at Zachariah and the dragon with a condescending gaze. She wore crimson red attire that accentuated her slender waist, with alluring eyes radiating irresistible charm. Her gaze swept over the dragon beneath Zachariah, dismissing it with a casual remark. An impure-blooded void dragon. Her gaze shifted back to Zachariah, now tinged with interest. Despite the laziness in her expression, she showed no restraint in her praise. "Elon, you are truly handsome." Zachariah remained silent, initially thinking this wasn't an unreasonable woman. After all, she had started by complimenting him, suggesting she wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. However, he underestimated her unpredictable nature. In one moment, she was smiling playfully, yet in the next, her beautiful face hardened. "Even if you're handsome, hurting my pet won't be forgiven easily." Zachariah found himself speechless. Dealing with someone who could change their attitude so rapidly was indeed challenging. Zachariah did not wish to engage in combat in unfamiliar territory. If he could reason logically, that would be preferable. He explained clearly that he hadn't initiated the attack. The beast had tried to devour them, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. I don't care about the process, only the result, she said, pointing downwards. Your side is unharmed, yet my pet is injured. See the blood still trickling from its mouth. The beast obediently moaned in response, and indeed, blood flowed from its mouth but dried quickly. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Zachariah frowned. However, the woman didn't seem ready to confront them immediately. Instead, she sized up Zachariah again and spoke. If you answer a few questions, I might reduce your punishment. Her tone exuded confidence and arrogance, but Zachariah understood. Based on her display of power, she indeed had the right to be proud. The boundless void was a place without weaklings. Since arriving here, Zachariah had fully grasped this fact. This woman was likely a celestial-level powerhouse. Despite this realization, Zachariah felt no fear. Even if she intended to kill him, he was confident in inflicting a severe cost before his demise. Noticing Zachariah's silence, the woman assumed his acquiescence and asked, You don't belong here, do you? She had already deduced that Zachariah was not a native of the boundless void. Where do you come from? Their gazes met, and after a pause, Zachariah finally responded, I indeed don't belong here. As for where I come from, that remains undisclosed. Chapter 302, A Past. Zachariah had two reasons for remaining silent. Firstly, he could not clearly define the realm he came from. Secondly, the identity of his opponent was unknown, yet her strength was formidable. If he were to easily divulge the whereabouts of his world, it could bring catastrophic disaster upon it. This resembled the Dark Forest theory. Zachariah's silence caused the woman opposite him to narrow her eyes slightly. You're quite unappreciative, she sneered. Since you refuse to talk, don't blame me for being rude. With that, she raised her delicate hand. Suddenly, a 10,000-foot-long rainbow light appeared in the void, like an awe-inspiring ribbon, lashing down towards Zachariah's head. Zachariah's gaze intensified. Such an attack carried the power to pierce through heaven and earth. Even her casual move possessed unparalleled strength. The immortal realm indeed lived up to its terrifying reputation. Naturally, Zachariah did not sit idly by. In an instant, he unleashed his full sword domain, executing the god-cutting sword technique decisively. That dazzling sword beam rivaled the rainbow light in brilliance. They collided fiercely. Space around the collision point twisted and tore apart due to the intense clash. Upon seeing Zachariah's sword beam, the woman immediately exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, the sword beam and the rainbow light were sucked into the spatial rift and vanished completely. The woman ceased attacking Zachariah, frowning prettily as she asked, Jayad, you just used the Xuanhuan sect sword technique? Are you from the Xuanhuan sect? Hearing this, Zachariah furrowed his brows. She actually recognized the Xuanhuan sword technique. Could she be from the same realm? Zachariah wasn't sure what connection she might have with the Xuanhuan sect. After a brief pause, he replied, I do not know any Xuanhuan sect. Don't lie. That was clearly the Xuanhuan sword technique, the woman said firmly, smoothing her shoulder-length black hair and returning to her languid demeanor. You needn't be so cautious. I bear no grudge against the Xuanhuan sect. Upon hearing this, Zachariah relaxed somewhat. He could tell she wasn't lying. Bowing respectfully, he responded, Junior has only recently arrived and must exercise caution. Please forgive my rudeness, Senior. Indeed, Junior is a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, he added. The woman snorted lightly, Crafty brat, your strength isn't weak, nor is your sword intent, yet you are so cautious. Zachariah smiled without responding. All right, go on your way. Let's consider this incident never happened. I advise you, this place is not where you belong. Return quickly. The woman looked at Zachariah with a complex expression. This complexity left Zachariah puzzled. He himself harbored numerous doubts and mysteries, now that their relationship eased. And knowing this woman was clearly from the same realm and familiar with the Xuanhuan sect's techniques, he would not pass up such a good opportunity to ask. Senior, please hold on. Zachariah called out. What is your connection to the Xuanhuan sect? Can you inform me? The woman turned around, her tone softening slightly, saying, I have no ties with the Xuanhuan sect, but I have some connection with your sect's founding ancestor. Zachariah was slightly taken aback. Connected to Grandmaster Curtis? Zachariah couldn't help but look at her differently now, knowing she was a contemporary of the ancestor, naturally adding a touch of reverence to his gaze. There was no trace of disrespect. The woman also retracted the teasing look she once had towards Zachariah. Upon realizing he was Grandmaster Curtis's disciple's descendant, she lost interest. After all, they differed by several generations, making any teasing feel awkward. But more crucially, Zachariah was Curtis's grand-disciple, and Curtis nearly became her partner. Senior, were you Curtis Grandmasters? Zachariah had experienced romantic relationships before. Naturally, he saw certain signs in her eyes when mentioning Curtis. Her gaze showed obvious emotional ripples. Such feelings were hard to conceal. Despite the endless years passing, she still remembered the person from long ago. Retracting her thoughts, she softly admitted, it was I who wronged him. Zachariah was taken aback again, looking at her with strange eyes. He wondered if she had been unfaithful to Curtis. Stop speculating. Seeing Zachariah's odd expression, the woman naturally didn't want to be misunderstood. The woman recounted her story. She was named Amina. She met Curtis in obscurity. They practiced together from strangers to lovers. However, fate played tricks on them. Despite loving each other, they did not become celestial partners. The root cause. Curtis cared for humanity, wanting to establish a sect to suppress evil and benefit the world. Yet she believed herself an insignificant woman, lacking such ambitions. She didn't want to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Instead, she longed for immortality and freedom. Thus, she betrayed their mutual vows and chose to leave. Later, Curtis fulfilled his ambitions, founding the sect and subduing all evils, while she achieved her wishes, ascending to the immortal realm, living freely. But during those boundless years of freedom, loneliness crept in. This loneliness could not be filled even with countless handsome companions. The past regrets lingered deeply in her heart, occasionally piercing through. Coincidentally meeting his descendants here and now is unexpected. It seems the sect he established back then has prospered significantly. Amina gazed at Zachariah, lost in thought. Have you not thought of revisiting? Zachariah, perceiving her reminiscence, couldn't help but blurt out. What's there to see? It's his sect, not him. Amina spoke calmly. Time had passed. Despite regret, she faced it calmly. Realizing he may have misspoken, Zachariah felt foolish. Indeed, Grandmaster Curtis had long passed away. Revisiting old places would only add sorrow. I have one question to ask, Senior. In which world do I reside now? What is its name? Throughout this time, Zachariah didn't know where exactly he belonged in this vast universe. Hearing Zachariah's query, Amina's expression darkened slightly. That place is called the Forsaken Land. ##### Chapter 303, The Realm Abandoned by Immortals. The Realm Abandoned by Immortals? Zachariah frowned slightly. The name alone didn't sound like a pleasant place. Xianxia asked, Jai, do you encounter any immortal realm cultivators in that world? Zachariah shook his head. No. That's because of the curse of the realm abandoned by immortals, Xianxia sighed softly. Within this realm, advancing to the immortal realm is nothing more than a pipe dream. The probability of breaking through is far lower here than in other places. For cultivators there, the immortal realm is as unreachable as a castle in the air. Even if you manage to break through at an odds of 1 in 10 million, your cultivation will decline instead of advancing while staying here. Not only will you not grow stronger, but you may even regress back to the immortal life realm. Now, do you understand why there are no immortals in that world? Xianxia shook her head. Once, some stubborn immortal realm cultivators chose to stay despite knowing this. What happened next? They must have regretted it deeply. Her words left Zachariah speechless. So, he had never seen any immortal realm cultivators in that world, not because they didn't exist, but because either they had left or regressed back. So, did Curtis' ancestor know about this too? Zachariah suddenly mentioned Curtis Xuanhuan, catching Xianxia off guard. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. This was also one of the reasons behind his decisions later on. He refused to leave his homeland due to the deep affection he had for it. So, he gave up on his wish to reach the immortal realm and chose another path. As for me, I am just a selfish woman who couldn't think of the greater good as he did. He made sacrifices for me, while I betrayed him. Xianxia's eyes dimmed with a trace of guilt. Not everyone needs to live with such a lofty purpose. Living according to one's heart is just fine. Living according to one's heart. You're quite skilled at comforting others. Xianxia looked at Zachariah with a bit more appreciation. Zachariah had accurately described her character. She had always acted on impulse without ever compromising her happiness. Living spontaneously is liberating, but few in this world could match her talent and freedom. Shaking off the mild melancholy, Xianxia continued. In the realm abandoned by immortals, anyone who breaks through to the immortal realm invariably chooses to leave, crossing the vast void to reach the greater world. She herself was an example of this. Her so-called greater world wasn't initially understood by Zachariah, whom she assumed thought it to be one of the many scattered worlds across the endless void. But after her explanation, Zachariah understood. The greater world was a true cultivator's paradise, boundless and encompassing many smaller worlds, a veritable haven of myriad wonders. Following that direction leads to the greater world. Following Xianxia's finger, Zachariah's gaze flickered. The place where Carrie stood was there. It was his destination. I see that your cultivation hasn't reached the immortal realm yet. You shouldn't even be here. But with the help of that dragon and your formidable strength, reaching here isn't surprising. Your hurried pace seems aimed towards the greater world, correct? Zachariah nodded. Xianxia glanced at him. Can you tell me what your real purpose is? Xianxia immediately sensed Zachariah was prepared for this mission and didn't wander here unintentionally. I have an old friend who was accidentally stranded here due to demons. I'm on this journey to save her. An old friend? Xianxia's expression shifted slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. I doubt it's merely an old friend. Someone who believes in live for oneself, yet risks so much to come here. She must mean a lot to you. Xianxia wasn't naive about love, and could tell from Zachariah's words that his old friend wasn't just a family member or acquaintance but a lover. You, young man, can speak coldly when comforting others, but you yourself are hopelessly devoted. Zachariah was rendered speechless. Without teasing further, Xianxia changed the subject. However, even the greater world isn't entirely safe for me, let alone you. My earlier words weren't to mock you. Returning home is the best option for you. But I know you won't listen. Just like your ancestor, you're as stubborn as a mule. Zachariah rubbed his nose. He had come this far and wouldn't turn back easily. Not lingering on this topic, he asked, do you know the origin of the curse of the realm abandoned by immortals? Zachariah was very curious about the source of this powerful curse that could trap an entire world. What kind of force could prevent even immortals from escaping their fate? Xianxia furrowed her eyebrows. I didn't know until I reached the greater world, but I've heard about it. Legend has it that the realm abandoned by immortals was originally a barren land devoid of resources, inhabited only by mortals with no spiritual energy for cultivation. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. It sounded much like the origin of those evil tribes from other realms. However, those origins, though resource-poor, still had some traces of spiritual energy, making them relatively higher starting points. Xianxia waved her hand, and Zachariah felt the scene around him shift, an illusion conjured by Xianxia to demonstrate what transpired in ancient times. In ancient times, a Germano, possessing unparalleled curse power, was pursued here by several other emperors. The scene showed figures battling fiercely in the sky, turning day into night. a disaster akin to the end of days. When immortals fought, ordinary people suffered greatly, leading to countless deaths and a hellish landscape filled with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. In that battle, the Germano was defeated. To ensure his body wouldn't fall into enemy hands, he sacrificed himself, infusing his lifetime of curse power into this realm. He cast his final and most potent curse, leading to a mutual destruction of all involved emperors. Since then, this place became the realm abandoned by immortals, forbidden to any above the immortal realm. After their battle, with their demise, the world gradually produced spiritual energy, and cultivators were born here naturally. The rest, as they say, is history, isn't it? ##### Chapter 304, Powerful Support. Juliet waved her hand, and the illusion surrounding Xianxia disappeared. She paused for a moment before continuing. Due to the curse's power, it mainly targets immortal emperors at the Xianxun level and above. The impact on cultivators at the immortal realm is relatively smaller. But even so, it's not easy for those at the immortal realm to survive there. Otherwise, who would willingly leave their homeland? Juliet's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Xianxia finally understood the entire story and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He realized how serious the situation was. He never expected such karma to exist in his world. Of course, he still had confidence that he could break through to the immortal realm. After all, as long as he gained enough experience, breaking through would be like water flowing naturally. It was just unknown whether his realm would drop after he broke through the immortal realm, given that it was the curse of an immortal emperor. Immortal emperors stood at the pinnacle of immortals. They were beings standing at the apex of the world. Their abilities nearly reached the point where they could change the rules of a world. However, thinking about these things now was futile. He would have to wait until he advanced to the immortal realm and then decide based on the circumstances. If the exiled land has such restrictions, why do the alien fiend tribes covet it so much? Xianxia found it difficult to understand. Given that the exiled land was cursed, it certainly didn't count as a treasure land. Why did those alien fiend tribes persist in holding on to it? Hearing Xianxia's words, Juliet gritted her teeth in anger. Those damn dogs aren't simply after the territory, but the remains of the cursed immortal emperor. Xianxia was slightly startled. The remains of the cursed immortal emperor still exist? Juliet shook her head. No one has truly seen the remains of the immortal emperor, but since those damn dogs haven't let go, there must be some clue. Juliet's casual expression vanished, turning solemn. Are you saying you've already encountered them? Have those damned ones returned again? Xianxia shook his head slightly, not necessarily returning with full force. It will take some time for their army to arrive, but I have indeed encountered 2 of them. Xianxia recounted the battle the Shu Mountain Sect faced to her briefly. Throughout the conversation, Juliet's brows remained furrowed. These persistent bastards. Juliet clenched her teeth angrily. She hated these alien fiend tribes with all her heart. If not for them, she and Curtis might have become a celestial couple. The existence of these fiends was the direct cause of Curtis changing his mind and led to their separation. Juliet shook her head. She didn't want to recall those events anymore. It only added to her sorrow and grief. Her gaze shifted back to Xianxia, and she offered a faint smile. Although those damn dogs have grand ambitions, it's reassuring that the Shu Mountain Sect has someone like you. There should be successors, and there isn't much to worry about. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No, the problem is huge. While the immortal realm cultivators from the alien fiend tribes also dared not enter the exiled land, their number of longevity realm cultivators, developed over many years, was beyond estimation. The Shu Mountain Sect only had him as its lone longevity realm cultivator. Even if he were unmatched in the longevity realm, he wouldn't be able to quickly eliminate a vast enemy force. Without a unified effort from the world, it would be hard to resist the massive army of alien fiend tribes. At that time, it would spell disaster for the original inhabitants of the exiled land. What Xianxia lacked most was influence. He had always been too low-key. Many people didn't even know he existed, making it impossible to rally widespread support easily. In contrast, Curtis had been famous since his youth, renowned both domestically and internationally. When he called to action, many responded. Some individuals were born leaders, and Curtis was one of them. Many more seasoned cultivators had answered his call to fight against the alien fiend tribes. Xianxia originally intended to ask Juliet for help, but he didn't say it aloud. Having spent so many years in the Great Thousand World, her immortal realm cultivation had significantly improved. Asking her to return would mean abandoning years of effort and accomplishments. Once back, under the curse's influence, all those years of cultivating would be lost, turning everything into nothing. It would set her back to square one. A request that seemed almost unreasonable and morally coercive. So Xianxia kept quiet. Juliet seemed to see through Xianxia's thoughts. She spoke frankly without avoiding the topic. I can't help you with the exiled land, but I can assist you with what you need here. By helping Xianxia this time, she ensured he wouldn't bring up the exiled land again. This was her little plan. Xianxia didn't hesitate or refuse. A strong supporter was a significant boost to success, and he accepted readily. Then thank you, Senior. Xianxia knew Juliet chose to help him mostly because he was under Curtis. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have helped him merely because they came from the same place. In reality, Xianxia overlooked something. Juliet genuinely liked him. Her connection was with Curtis, not the Shu Mountain Sect. The sect was Curtis's legacy, but ultimately, she hadn't ended up with him, nor had they become immortal partners. So, what relation did the legacy have with her? Even if future members of the Shu Mountain Sect knew her identity, they wouldn't recognize her as a matriarch. Therefore, if someone else from the Shu Mountain Sect had come, she might not have helped at all. At that moment, the whale void, beneath Juliet's feet, suddenly moaned, seemingly protesting her owner's sudden peace with the other party. Its grudge wasn't settled yet. Shut up. You attacked first, so don't try to act innocent. Without hesitation, Juliet slapped it, silencing it instantly. Xianxia couldn't help but be speechless. Even if she weren't at the immortal realm, this fickle woman would be hard to handle. Let's go. I'll accompany you. Juliet signaled Zachariah to depart immediately. She acted swiftly and decisively without any delay. Such a person naturally didn't enjoy others droning on with pleasantries. Zachariah, fully understanding her, didn't waste any more words. He directly rode the magic dragon and sped toward the direction of the Great Thousand World. Chapter 305. Numerous Suitors. Senior, did you tame this whale sky? Zachariah looked at the giant beast under Blakely's seat. From Blakely's explanation, he learned that this creature was named Whale Sky. Compared to this whale sky size, the demonic dragon beneath him seemed no more than a toy. Tame? Not really. Zachariah initially thought Blakely had tamed it like how the 10,000 Beast sect tames spirit beasts, but that wasn't the case. This was a gift from someone else. It has been subjected to a xuanhuan law command. It's this command that makes it obedient to me. Blakely explained that the whale sky was not fully tameable by humans. A colossal void beast of this caliber required absolute subjugation for any semblance of control. Only when it became an absolute slave could one avoid the risk of retaliation. Zachariah nodded silently, though he didn't voice any opinion. He found Blakely's logic sound. Even the 10,000 Beast sect used some forceful methods while taming spirit beasts. Love alone was too idealistic. Just like the farmer and the snake story, especially with powerful and cold-blooded creatures. Even between Zachariah and his demonic dragon, there were no such coercive links, yet the latent aura emanating from Zachariah served as a sword hanging over the demonic dragon. If Zachariah lacked this level of cultivation, no matter how long they'd spent together, the dragon would ignore him all the same. Senior, could you elaborate on that xuanhuan law command? Unclear about what the xuanhuan law command was, Zachariah felt curious and hoped to either borrow or learn it for himself. Forget it. That belongs to someone else, and I wouldn't do that either. Blakely dashed Zachariah's hopes in one sentence. However, Zachariah wasn't completely disappointed. He noticed something from her expression. So, it was sent by your old acquaintance? He emphasized the word, old acquaintance. Blakely laughed wryly. You little rascal, quite daring. Teasing me. Zachariah knew when to stop, merely smiling in silence. Glenn had passed away many years ago, so starting a new relationship was normal. Actually, he's not really an old acquaintance, just one of my suitors, Blakely said coolly. I didn't want to accept it at first, but he was persistent, and I needed transport, so I accepted. Though it sounded a bit braggy, Zachariah sensed no arrogance, only a hint of melancholy. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Up ahead is the Dachan world. Before them shone the magnificent Dachan world, resembling a radiant galaxy. The sight was vast and awe-inspiring, causing reverential fear. This was Zachariah's first encounter with such scenery. In his previous life, he'd only seen galaxies in videos, never experiencing the overwhelming awe firsthand. Yet, having lived 2 lifetimes, his temperament had matured significantly. Within seconds, he calmed down. Numerous figures moved within and outside the Dachan world, each exuding formidable power. The duo of Zachariah and Blakely attracted considerable attention, particularly Blakely herself, a striking beauty atop the colossal whale sky, naturally becoming the focus. Blakely! A startled voice suddenly rang out. Next moment, a figure raced towards them from afar, stopping near the two. Clad in exquisite green attire, with neatly tied hair, he had a rather handsome appearance, almost too pale-looking. Upon seeing him, Zachariah instinctively labeled him a pretty boy. His gaze shifted to Blakely, who might have a preference for this type. Though somewhat uncharitable, Zachariah couldn't help but think a young shoot for an old cow. Senior, is this the suitor who gifted you the whale sky? Zachariah whispered telepathically. From this man's eyes, Zachariah could tell he had feelings for Blakely. There was no mistaking it. Wrong, it's another one. Do you think I only have one suitor? Blakely replied, silencing Zachariah momentarily. Be worthy of being senior. The young man's gaze was magnetic, fixated on Blakely until she grew impatient. I have important matters, don't get in my way. Zachariah noticed Blakely wasn't pleased with this suitor, even treating him rather coldly. You mustn't misunderstand. I'm not the kind to play around. I've already clearly rejected him, but he won't take no for an answer, sticking around like a burr, Blakely explained telepathically upon noticing Zachariah's strange look. I understand. Persistent fellows like this were common in Zachariah's past life. Seeing one here in the Dachan world was indeed unusual. This also proves Senior's immense charm, Zachariah complimented, earning him a flirtatious glare from Blakely. That look made the pale-faced man finally notice Zachariah, who previously had been ignored. But Blakely's attention sparked a sense of competition in him, making his gaze sharp. Seeing someone so openly emotional, Zachariah recognized these types often came from influential families. Seems this guy has a strong background? Zachariah whispered telepathically. Blakely confirmed it. If not, she would have dealt with him sooner. Blakely, aren't you going to introduce this gentleman? Instead of directly asking Zachariah, he turned to Blakely, showcasing his rudeness. Why should it matter to you? Blakely coldly retorted. My friends are my friends. I enjoy making new acquaintances. Such persistence irked Zachariah slightly. He's my good brother. Any objections? Both present were surprised by this unexpected response. Chapter 306, The Flower Immortal Palace. The pale-faced man's expression was odd as he twitched the corners of his mouth and said, Why haven't I heard you mention that you have a younger brother, Amina? Amina's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. Do I need to tell you everything? The pale-faced man laughed awkwardly. So it's a brother. Just came from the abandoned lands, right? Amina hailing from the abandoned lands was something the pale-faced man already knew. If this was her brother, then he must also be from there. True to being siblings, your talents are equally remarkable. The pale-faced man smiled, but his praise went unappreciated. Impatience appeared on Amina's face. Marshal staff, are you done talking? If you keep interfering, don't expect me to speak another word to you. Why does this upset you so much? I'm only concerned for you, Marshal staff sighed. One day, you'll understand my intentions. With that, he stepped aside to let them pass. After Amina and Zachariah left, Marshal Stav watched their retreating figures before snapping his fingers. A shadow slowly emerged from the void behind him. Facing Marshal Stav respectfully, the shadow asked, "Young master, what are your orders?" The smile vanished from Marshal Stav's face. "Investigate that guy thoroughly. Is he truly Amina's brother?" "Yes, young master." The shadow disappeared quietly after acknowledging the order. Upon entering the main world of Daejeon, both Amina and Zachariah retracted their mounts, as they were too conspicuous. Especially Amina's mount, Jinkong the giant whale, whose massive body would always cause a commotion wherever they went. "On the matter earlier, do you mind if I call you my brother?" Amina asked Zachariah during their journey forward. Zachariah felt a bit embarrassed. "I don't mind, but it does mix up generations a bit. Do you really care about such things?" Amina smirked. "Once you enter the ageless realm, generation and age become irrelevant." Zachariah nodded. She did have a point. Ageless realm cultivators have infinite lifespans. Discussing age loses its significance. Amina then looked at Zachariah half-jokingly. "Jayad, you think I'd use you as a shield, claiming you're my lover?" Zachariah's mouth twitched. He had indeed thought that. Fortunately, Amina didn't do so. "Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Marshal Stav has quite a background. If I said you were my lover, it would throw you into trouble." Marshal Stav had relentlessly pursued her despite her rejection. Claiming Zachariah as her lover might have ended his pursuits, but could have led to resentment against Zachariah. "Besides, you have someone special. If your lover found out, it would be hard to explain. I can't drag you into trouble just because of my selfishness, can I?" she concluded. Zachariah rubbed his nose. With all this explained, what else could he say? "So, what exactly is Marshal Stav's background?" Zachariah changed the subject back to Marshal Stav. Amina pondered for a moment, choosing her words carefully. The main world of Daejeon is like a continent with many countries. This main realm is the largest nation among them. The Wu family, where Marshal Stav hails from, is a well-known immortal lineage in the main realm. Given Marshal Stav's powerful family background, Amina hadn't lashed out at him. Without such backing, she wouldn't have hesitated to strike back at such a persistent nuisance. Marshal Stav's relentless pursuit had already tested her patience multiple times. "Ah, I see." Zachariah nodded and asked, "Hasn't Senior joined some major force?" From Zachariah's perspective, if Amina hadn't joined any major factions and remained a wandering immortal, Marshal Stav might not merely have persistently pursued her. With Marshal Stav's wealth and influence, he might even resort to drastic measures. Amina confirmed, "I've joined the Human Hall of the Six Paths Hall." The Human Hall was one of the sub-halls of the Six Paths Hall, a superpower in the main realm. As a guest instructor, Amina had the Six Paths Hall backing her, deterring Marshal Stav from acting recklessly. "If you come here in the future, you'll naturally learn more about these forces. But if you only want to return with your lover, telling you more won't help," Amina remarked briefly. She actually hoped Zachariah would go back to protect their homeland from the alien demon tribes. Returning would make him a vital force against the invasion. Yet, she realized this was selfish and didn't press further. Everything depended on Zachariah's choice. Zachariah noticed Amina's hesitation but didn't push her. If she didn't speak, she must have her reasons. Marshalited by the faint pulse of the destiny charm, Zachariah adjusted his direction. Previously, the charm only provided a general direction, requiring straight-line travel. Now, frequent adjustments meant he was getting closer to Jenna. Thank goodness I didn't listen to that fox demon. His current destiny charm connection was fading fast. If he had delayed another year or two as suggested, the link might have been lost entirely. "How sure are you about the direction?" Amina couldn't help but ask as Zachariah swayed left and right while walking. Pausing for a moment, Zachariah finally determined a direction. He pointed and asked, "Is there a palace in that direction?" Initially, he had vaguely sensed Jenna was in an immortal palace. Following his finger, Amina frowned. "That seems to be the direction of the Flower Immortal Palace." "The Flower Immortal Palace?" "Yes, it's another superpower in the main realm, not weaker than the Six Paths Hall." "Are you certain your lover is in the Flower Immortal Palace?" Amina asked dubiously. "I'm not entirely sure," Zachariah admitted with a bitter smile. Certainty wouldn't require all this wandering. "The Flower Immortal Palace has good relations with our Six Paths Hall." Amina paused, then asked, "By the way, what's your lover's name again?" "Jenna." Upon hearing this, Amina froze. What did you say her name is?" Chapter 307, Kidnapping. At this moment, Blakely's expression was rather peculiar. Zachariah sensed something unusual from her reaction. "Senior, do you know Xandra?" "I don't know her personally, but I've heard that name." Zachariah's expression tightened. Seeing his look, Blakely didn't keep him in suspense and immediately said, "Not long ago, I overheard someone from the Heavenly Dao Hall mention that the Flower Immortal Palace is preparing to ally with the Heavenly Dao Hall through marriage. The master of the Flower Immortal Palace intends to marry her adoptive daughter to the eldest son of the head seat of the Heavenly Dao Hall. And that adoptive daughter's name is Xandra." Upon hearing Blakely's words, Zachariah's eyes turned cold. No wonder the Ganying of Fateful Bond was getting weaker. Revised. No wonder the Ganying of Fateful Bond was becoming increasingly faint. For better fluency in English, it should be. No wonder the Ganying of Fateful Bond was growing increasingly faint. Note, the word Ganying seems to be left in Chinese. If it refers to a specific concept or ability in the story, it should either be explained or kept as is with a consistent approach throughout the text. If it can be translated, sensation or response could be alternatives. Final suggested revision. No wonder the response of Fateful Bond was growing increasingly faint. So, this was what was happening. What a wonderful Flower Immortal Palace. "Senior, do you know more details?" Zachariah did not act rashly and storm into the Flower Immortal Palace. He wanted to understand the full context of the situation as well as whether Xandra knew about it or not. If she knew and agreed to it voluntarily, he would have nothing to say. But if the master of the Flower Immortal Palace was forcing her, then he would not accept it. Blakely sighed faintly. That's all I know. After all, I am neither a person of the Flower Immortal Palace, nor have much contact with the Heavenly Dao Hall. To know this much is because of my status, which allows me early access to some core secrets. Zachariah remained silent. Seeing Zachariah's silence, Blakely also didn't know what to say. Although her human Dao Hall and the Heavenly Dao Hall both belonged to the 6 Dao Halls, the Heavenly Dao was the leader among the 6 Dao. She had no reach within the Heavenly Dao Hall, and naturally couldn't prevent this marriage alliance either. This union was a critical point for the two forces to deepen their relationship. At least on the surface, it appeared so. These were decisions made by the upper echelons, beyond Blakely's ability to influence. However, she couldn't make Zachariah give up on Xandra either. Even if she were Zachariah's own sister, she might not have such power. Zachariah, don't be impulsive with this matter. Blakely didn't want to see Zachariah get into conflict with the 6 Dao Halls, or the Flower Immortal Palace. This wasn't due to any ulterior motive on her part. To be honest, she didn't have any particular fondness for the Heavenly Dao Hall. She didn't wear rose-colored glasses just because they belonged to the same 6 Dao Halls. It was simply that neither the 6 Dao Halls nor the Flower Immortal Palace was an opponent that Zachariah could handle alone. She didn't want to see Zachariah throw away his life for nothing. I understand. As Zachariah replied, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the Flower Immortal Palace territory. Before they even approached the Flower Immortal Palace, a gentle breeze carried an intoxicating fragrance to their nostrils. What do you plan to do? Blakely was still worried that Zachariah would lose control and make rash moves for love. I will infiltrate the Flower Immortal Palace to understand the situation. Please wait here, senior. Zachariah did not intend to let Blakely follow him inside. After all, Blakely was a member of the 6 Dao Halls. If exposed, she wouldn't be able to explain herself easily. Blakely also understood that Zachariah was considering her safety, given her sensitive position. While she wished to act as a restraining force for Zachariah, logically, allowing him to go alone would create less disturbance. In that case, be careful. If you run into trouble, leave quickly and don't force anything. If you truly encounter danger, send a signal, and I'll try to rescue you. Zachariah nodded upon hearing this. Blakely had only met Zachariah for the first time, yet she went out of her way to help. Zachariah cast the hidden breath concealment technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. Blakely watched Zachariah disappear before her eyes, worry still lingering in her gaze. Though Zachariah's concealment skill was highly advanced, the people of the Flower Immortal Palace weren't pushovers either. This move was far from foolproof. Zachariah was well aware of this. Relying on the hidden breath concealment technique to wander freely within the Flower Immortal Palace had a very low probability of success. Especially near where Xandra was located, heavily guarded troops would be stationed. Zachariah didn't know how Xandra became the Master's adoptive daughter. But since the Master intended to use her adoptive daughter as a tool for alliance, she certainly wouldn't allow her freedom. Zachariah was unfamiliar with the layout of the Flower Immortal Palace. Added to that, the entire palace was filled with blossoms, dazzling and confusing, like entering an enormous maze of flowers. Every place gave off a feeling of déjà vu. To avoid detection of his spiritual senses, Zachariah dared not activate them easily. He could only rely on the guidance of the fateful bond to gradually approach where Xandra was. South courtyard of the Flower Immortal Palace. A young girl in a light pink floral dress, with a high ponytail swaying to her quick steps, walked gracefully. Wherever she passed, people greeted her respectfully, indicating her high status. She was the youngest daughter of the Master of the Flower Immortal Palace, named Magnolia. Deeply favored by the Master, she was known as the Little Master. Entering her chambers and closing the door, just as she shut it, a silver sword gleamed and pressed against her neck. Zachariah's figure appeared behind her, one hand covering her mouth, stifling her scream. Zachariah whispered via secret voice transmission in Magnolia's ear, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you." Magnolia's heart raced wildly. Growing up sheltered like a greenhouse flower, when had she ever faced such a situation? She nodded quickly, signaling she wouldn't make a fuss. Only then did Zachariah release her mouth. Even though he released her, Zachariah had countless ways to silence her completely before she could alert anyone. Pulling her into a corner, Magnolia kept her lips tightly sealed, looking nervous and uneasy. Not only her mouth, but her whole body was under Zachariah's watchful eye. Any slightest abnormal movement would not escape his notice. Thus, Magnolia stood there like a stiff wooden statue. Seeing Magnolia clenching her mouth, Zachariah felt somewhat helpless. How could he ask questions with her lips sealed? Immediately, Zachariah set up a soundproof zone around them. "You can speak now." Upon realizing she could speak, Magnolia got slightly agitated. "Why you? Who are you? Do you know who I am? You dare kidnap me? Telling you to speak doesn't mean babbling nonsense." Zachariah's face turned cold. He didn't know the exact identity of the girl, but judging by how others bowed to her outside, her status was undoubtedly high. To find out more about Xandra's plight, he couldn't question low-level disciples. He needed to find someone of high rank, but relatively weak. Zachariah's glare made Magnolia recoil like a frightened cat. She thought to herself, how ferocious. Her eyelashes trembled, and her voice quivered. What exactly do you want me to say? Tell me everything about Xandra's situation here. Why, you're looking for Sister Jamisu? Magnolia's eyes brightened suddenly, re-examining Zachariah closely. Why you? Aren't you the person Sister Jamisu talked about? Chapter 307, Kidnapping. At this moment, Juliet's expression was rather odd. Zachariah sensed something unusual from her reaction. Senior, do you know Tiana? I don't know her, but I have heard that name before. Zachariah's expression tightened. Seeing his reaction, Juliet did not leave him hanging and spoke directly. Not long ago, I overheard someone from the Heavenly Dao Hall mentioning that the Flower Fairy Palace intends to arrange a marriage alliance with the Heavenly Dao Hall, and the Master of the Flower Fairy Palace plans to marry off an adoptive daughter to the eldest son of the Jerry of the Heavenly Dao Hall. And that adoptive daughter's name is Tiana. The moment Zachariah heard this, his gaze turned icy cold. No wonder the Ganying from the fateful bond was growing weaker. So, this is what was happening. What a move by the Flower Fairy Palace. Senior, do you know more details? Zachariah did not act rashly and storm into the Flower Fairy Palace right away. He wanted to understand the entire situation, and whether Tiana was aware of this arrangement. If she knew and agreed voluntarily, he had nothing more to say. But if it was forced upon her by the master of the Flower Fairy Palace, he would not stand for it. Juliet smiled bitterly. That's all I know. After all, I am neither from the Flower Fairy Palace, nor closely connected to the Heavenly Dao Hall. Even knowing this much is because of my position, which allows me to access some core secrets in advance. Zachariah remained silent. Seeing Zachariah quiet, Juliet didn't know what to say either. Although both her human Dao Hall and the Heavenly Dao Hall belonged to the 6 Dao Halls, Heavenly Dao was the leader among them. She couldn't interfere with the matters of the Heavenly Dao Hall. Naturally, she could not prevent this marriage alliance. This alliance was a crucial step for both parties to strengthen their ties, at least on the surface. This was a decision made by the upper echelons, beyond Juliet's influence. But she also couldn't convince Zachariah to give up on Tiana. Even if she were Zachariah's own sister, it would be unlikely. Zachariah, don't act impulsively on this matter. Juliet did not want to see Zachariah come into conflict with the 6 Dao Halls or the Flower Fairy Palace. This wasn't due to any selfish motive. Frankly speaking, she had no particular affection for the Heavenly Dao Hall. She didn't view them through rose-tinted glasses just because they were part of the same organization. It was simply because neither the 6 Dao Halls nor the Flower Fairy Palace were forces that Zachariah could single-handedly confront. She didn't want to see Zachariah risk his life needlessly. I understand. As Zachariah responded, the two had already reached the outskirts of the Flower Fairy Palace territory. Even before approaching the palace, a gentle breeze brought a fragrant aroma into their nostrils. What do you plan to do? Juliet was still worried that Zachariah might act recklessly out of love. I intend to infiltrate the Flower Fairy Palace to gather information. Please wait here for me, senior. Zachariah didn't plan to take Juliet along. After all, Juliet was affiliated with the 6 Dao Halls. If she were exposed, it would be hard to explain. Juliet understood that Zachariah was considering her safety, given her sensitive status. While she wanted to stay by Zachariah's side as a restraining influence, rationally speaking, letting Zachariah go alone would make less of a stir. If that's the case, be careful. If you encounter difficulties, leave immediately. Don't push your luck. If you truly find yourself in danger, send a signal, and I'll try to get you out. Zachariah nodded at her words. It was their first meeting, yet she had done her utmost for him. Zachariah activated a stealth technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. Juliet watched Zachariah vanish before her eyes, concern still evident in her gaze. Though Zachariah's stealth technique was highly advanced, the people of the Flower Fairy Palace were not to be underestimated. His plan was not foolproof. Zachariah naturally understood this. Relying solely on stealth to navigate freely within the Flower Fairy Palace was unlikely. Especially near where Tiana was located. Such areas would certainly be heavily guarded. Zachariah did not know how Tiana became the master's adoptive daughter. But since the master intended to use her as a tool for this alliance, she wouldn't be left unsupervised. Zachariah was unfamiliar with the layout of the Flower Fairy Palace. Its interior was filled with blooming flowers, creating an overwhelming maze-like environment. Every place felt eerily familiar, adding to the disorientation. To avoid detection, Zachariah refrained from using his spirit senses. Marshal-lighted by the fateful bond, he slowly moved toward Tiana's location. In the southern garden of the Flower Fairy Palace, a young girl in a light pink floral dress walked with her high ponytail swaying to her rhythm. People greeted her respectfully, indicating her significant status. She was the master's youngest daughter, Magnolia. Adored by the master, she was known as Little Mistress. Upon entering her chamber and closing the door, suddenly, a silver sword pressed against her neck from behind. Zachariah appeared, one hand covering her mouth to silence her scream. Through a whisper, Zachariah said, "Don't shout, or I'll kill you." Magnolia's heart raced. Growing up in a sheltered environment, she had never faced such a situation. She quickly nodded, signaling her compliance. Zachariah released her mouth, though numerous methods remained to ensure she stayed quiet if necessary. Pulling her to a corner, Magnolia stood nervously, lips tightly sealed under Zachariah's watchful eyes. Zachariah sighed. She was so tight-lipped he couldn't ask anything. Setting up a soundproof barrier around them, he finally allowed her to speak. "You can talk now." Upon hearing this, Magnolia grew slightly excited. Who are you? Do you know who I am? You dare to kidnap me? Speak sense, not nonsense." Zachariah's eyes grew cold. While unaware of her specific identity, from the respect shown by others, he deduced her elevated status. To learn about Tiana's plight, he needed to target someone like her, high-ranking yet not too powerful. Startled by Zachariah's glare, Magnolia quivered, thinking, so intimidating. Her voice trembled. "What do you want me to say? Tell me everything about Tiana here. Are you looking for Sister Jamisu?" Magnolia's eyes lit up, reassessing Zachariah. "Could you be the person Sister Jamisu mentioned?" Chapter 308. Magnolia. "Are you the person Sister Alejandra likes?" Upon hearing this, Zachariah understood immediately. It seemed that Alejandra had told her something. The fact that Alejandra would talk about these matters to her indicated a level of trust. Thinking this, Zachariah nodded and moved the sword from her neck. Joy was evident in Magnolia's eyes. "Sister Alejandra said you would definitely come for her. I didn't expect you to really show up. You actually came all the way from the Forsaken Land. That's incredible." Seeing the girl's admiration in her gaze, Zachariah frowned. "Now is not the time for this. Tell me, how did she get here?" Magnolia calmed down and began recounting the entire story to Zachariah. Back then, Magnolia was rescued by the Elder and the Chancellor from the Endless Void and brought back to the Immortal Palace. On Magnolia-Ying's insistence, the Isaiahs couldn't resist her persistent entreaties and also treated Alejandra with utmost care despite being an outsider. As a result, Alejandra recovered well. Not only did she save her life, but her cultivation realm also advanced. During this period, Magnolia-Ying and Alejandra got along very well, becoming like sisters. Alejandra, unable to resist Magnolia-Ying's charms, recounted many things about her world, inevitably mentioning Zachariah. Magnolia-Ying's curiosity burned intensely within her heart. Being at the age where she was beginning to understand romance, she naturally became interested in matters of love and affection. She pried deeply into these topics. Alejandra, being rather reserved, couldn't tell her everything in detail but narrated the events between herself and Zachariah quite comprehensively. Magnolia-Ying listened eagerly. She only had two older brothers who weren't fond of chatting with her. She had always longed for a sister to share secrets with. Alejandra's arrival filled this void in her heart, especially when Lorraine announced adopting Alejandra as a foster daughter, making Alejandra officially her sister. Magnolia-Ying felt overjoyed. Even now, while speaking about it, joy still danced on her face. However, Zachariah's expression darkened. Foster daughter? But why have I heard rumors saying she's merely a tool for an alliance between your Flower Immortal Palace and the Six Paths Temple? The palace master intends to marry her to the son of the first seat of the Heavenly Dao Temple. Do you know about this? Zachariah's words stunned Magnolia-Ying. What are you saying? No, that's impossible. Naturally, Magnolia-Ying didn't believe him at first, but seeing Zachariah's serious expression, she gradually lost confidence. She recalled her mother Charlene's change in attitude towards Alejandra. Initially, Charlene had been quite cold towards Alejandra, almost indifferent due to Alejandra's low status and weak cultivation. Charlene, in a high position, looked down on everyone else. Naturally, she didn't hold Alejandra in high regard, believing Alejandra to be useless to the Flower Immortal Palace, just a burden. Thus, Charlene had been displeased with Magnolia-Ying bringing Alejandra back, wasting resources and efforts of the Palace Isaiahs. But later, inexplicably, Charlene changed her attitude. She became kinder to Alejandra, showing utmost care and publicly adopting her as a foster daughter. Even the resources allocated to Alejandra were similar to those given to Magnolia-Ying, her true daughter. From Magnolia-Ying's perspective, it truly wasn't empty words. Magnolia-Ying had thought her mother saw her intentions and fulfilled her wish, making Alejandra genuinely her sister. But now, hearing Zachariah's words, she finally realized something was amiss. Her mother loved her, that much was true, but she knew her mother well. As the leader of the Flower Immortal Palace, her mother wouldn't act out of pure emotion but prioritized benefits. She wouldn't do anything without reciprocation. Investing cultivation resources on Alejandra seemed to be without immediate returns. Reflecting on it, it indeed was unusual. If what Zachariah said were true and Charlene intended for Alejandra to marry into the Six Paths Temple, it made sense. For one, Alejandra's weak cultivation would look bad for the Flower Immortal Palace. Moreover, if Charlene hadn't shown some effort, who would believe she was sincere about adopting Alejandra? Suddenly, Magnolia-Ying's face turned pale. From her mother's point of view, Alejandra was the perfect choice. Originally not part of the Flower Immortal Palace, finding another disciple to adopt would seem too obvious. Alejandra, an outsider, appeared more suitable and less suspicious. But from Magnolia-Ying's perspective, she felt devastated. My mother probably didn't want me to marry into the Six Paths Temple but needed close cooperation. So, she chose Sister Alejandra. Sister Alejandra has become my substitute. Just as Magnolia-Ying struggled to accept this reality, Zachariah's next words hit her even harder. What if your mother wanted a close relationship with the Six Paths Temple but didn't want it too close? In case there was a fallout between your two factions, she wouldn't want you to be held as leverage. You're her beloved child, but to her, Alejandra is just a pawn that can be sacrificed at any moment. When it's time to sacrifice a pawn, it becomes disposable. After Zachariah finished speaking, Magnolia-Ying grabbed his arm but quickly released it upon realizing her action. Hurry, take Sister Alejandra away. Zachariah wanted to say more but remained silent, nodding instead. I intended to do so, but I need you to feign unconsciousness. As Zachariah raised his hand, Magnolia-Ying waved frantically. Don't attack me, or Lorraine will notice. Charlene had placed a guardian spirit on her. Any physical attack would trigger the guardian spirit, alerting Charlene. If you had attacked me earlier, Lorraine would likely be standing before you now. This information, if not out of trust, Magnolia-Ying wouldn't reveal. You trust me so much? Magnolia-Ying ignored Zachariah's question. How should I assist you? I'll comply. A short while later, the door to Magnolia-Ying's room opened again. Transformed into Magnolia-Ying's appearance, Zachariah imitated her walk, stepping out. Just as he left the courtyard, a cold voice called out. Inger, come here. ####Chapter 309. Changes. Zachariah turned his head and saw a gorgeously dressed beauty standing before him. It was none other than the palace master of the Flower Fairy Palace, Charlene. She was well preserved, with healthy, rosy skin. Her lively eyes radiated the authority befitting someone in her high position. Zachariah did not hesitate and naturally approached Charlene. Charlene seemed to be lost in thought, unaware of any unusual presence, and she said calmly, Inger, come along with your mother. She then turned gracefully and started walking. Zachariah, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow. Charlene's aura was unfathomable. Zachariah could not gauge her cultivation at all. The leader of such a formidable force must be at least at the immortal venerable level or higher. If he hadn't transformed into Magnolia's appearance and instead continued using his chi concealing technique, Charlene would likely have already detected him. Honestly, he didn't want to transform like this. Dressing as a woman felt somewhat awkward, but it was indeed the safest method. Magnolia's high status allowed her free movement within the sect, and no one dared to obstruct her or question her. From a safety standpoint, this transformation was the best approach. However, encountering her mother was his greatest fear, like what happened right now. Truly, what you fear most always seems to happen. Zachariah walked behind Charlene, watching as her neatly coiffed hair adorned with exquisite hairpins swayed gently, adding an air of grace and elegance. He, however, had no heart for admiring these details. His mind was focused on how to quickly extricate himself from this situation. Soon, they entered a flower-lined path, and Charlene suddenly turned around and spoke. Inger, I will announce something important in a couple of days. I'm telling you in advance. Do not cause a scene during the assembly. Understand that everything I do is for your own good. Magnolia looked puzzled and asked, what is it? Charlene did not elaborate. You'll know when the time comes. For now, just promise me you will listen, okay? I understand. Upon hearing this obedient response, Charlene was slightly surprised. When had Magnolia become so compliant? As Charlene knew very well, her daughter had always been defiant. She feared that Magnolia might create a scene in the Great Hall once she heard the news. Therefore, she preemptively warned her. She expected Magnolia to reject her outright, as she always did, using her favored position to go against her mother's wishes. Now, this unexpected obedience made her feel unsettled. Of course, this was all due to Zachariah's deliberate actions. Zachariah knew Magnolia's relationship with her mother, as Magnolia had mentioned briefly before pretending to faint, telling him to act accordingly if they met. However, Zachariah did not defy Charlene as Magnolia had instructed, because that would only lead to more conversation, which Zachariah wanted to avoid. He wasn't skilled at arguing, and the more words exchanged, the greater the risk of exposure. I was too stubborn before. Magnolia lowered her eyes modestly. Lately, while spending time with Isaiah's sister Kuair, and listening to her recount past events, I've learned many lessons. I realized that many things I did over the years were short-sighted and disrespectful to your intentions. Hearing this, Charlene's gaze softened, seemingly moved. I'm glad to hear this. What I couldn't teach you in all these years, your sister has managed to convey. You two seem quite close. In that case, you should listen to your sister more and not act rashly again. Do not disappoint me. Though Charlene said this, she did not change her decision. Such matters pertain to significant interests of the sect. A person in a high position wouldn't easily alter their decision based on emotional factors alone. Remember what you've promised today. Before leaving, Charlene gave another warning. Magnolia nodded obediently. I will remember. Charlene finally smiled, a rare expression of warmth crossing her face. As soon as Charlene left, Zachariah quickly turned and headed towards Danica's residence. Shortly after, Charlene stopped in her tracks, sensing something amiss. Her brows furrowed slightly. Zachariah reached Danica's residence swiftly. To ensure everyone believed her sincerity towards her adoptive daughter, Charlene had spared no expense in building a lavish palace for Danica. The scale and standards even surpassed those of her own biological children. While Magnolia showed no jealousy and was pleased by this arrangement, Charlene's two sons harbored resentment. How could a newly adopted outsider receive better treatment than they did? They suspected Danica might be her illegitimate child. However, Charlene's absolute authority within the sect prevented them from making any rash moves despite their complaints. Approaching Danica's palace, Zachariah's heartbeat quickened. Entering under Magnolia's identity, he faced no obstacles. He knocked lightly on the door. It's me, elder sister Kuair, Zachariah spoke in Magnolia's voice, intentionally loud enough for others to hear. His divine sense detected numerous hidden guards around the palace, all monitoring Danica's movements. Despite being called an adoptive daughter, Danica was essentially under house arrest. This opulent palace was merely a gilded cage. Zachariah's eyes grew cold at the realization. Inger, you're here, came a sweet, melodious voice from inside. Danica opened the door, and her charming appearance caused Zachariah's breathing to quicken. Her cultivation had soared significantly, reaching the Transcendence realm. Such rapid progress was truly remarkable. Without Zachariah's demon codex, he would have been far behind. Clearly, Flower Fairy Palace had invested heavily in her. Danica's demeanor was also remarkably refined, exuding a natural charm that made people feel as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Seeing Magnolia at the door, Danica smiled warmly and grabbed her hand. Inger, come practice swordsmanship with me. However, Zachariah did not move, instead gripping her delicate hand tightly. Chapter 310. Caught red-handed. Cindy was somewhat surprised by Magnolia's strength at this moment. Magnolia, what's wrong with you? We won't practice swordsmanship today. We'll do something else. Something else? What? At this point, Cindy realized that something wasn't right. But Zachariah didn't give her time to react. He pulled her back into the room directly. The moment they entered, Zachariah used secret whispers to reveal his true identity. Rochellen, it's me. Hearing this soul-stirring voice, Cindy was instantly filled with both shock and joy. She knew Zachariah had the ability to transform into others. Thus, she had no doubt that the person in front of her was Zachariah. She covered her mouth with both hands, afraid that she would scream uncontrollably and draw attention from others. But her beautiful eyes couldn't hide her joy. My lord, you have finally come. In an instant, Cindy darted into Zachariah's embrace like a fledgling dove, returning to its nest, whispering. Tears of joy involuntarily streamed down her eyes. I've kept you waiting. This one sentence caused Cindy's tears to pour out like a flood, her eyes glistening with moisture. I have been hoping for your arrival every day, constantly telling myself you would come, but I was also afraid that you couldn't find me, afraid that I would never see you again in my life. Cindy's sincere confession stirred up countless emotions in Zachariah as well. Zachariah patted her back to comfort her, although he also had much to say. Now wasn't the opportune moment for lingering and sentimental thoughts. Cindy still hadn't realized this, so she asked Zachariah how he found her here. Don't worry about that now. Do you know that the palace master of the Flower Fairy Palace intends to arrange a marriage alliance between you and the Sixth Path Hall? As Zachariah spoke these words, Cindy's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief clearly visible on her face. A marriage alliance? Seeing Cindy's expression, it was evident that the palace master hadn't told her, keeping her completely in the dark. It made sense. Even her own daughter wasn't informed beforehand, let alone an adopted daughter. Gilda likely planned to announce it directly during the Grand Hall meeting, hammering it down, giving Cindy no time or opportunity to resist. Do you believe this, my lord? Where did you hear this from? Zachariah nodded. If it were just Juliet Ming's account, Zachariah wouldn't have been so easily convinced. However, Gilda's special visit to talk to Magnolia and warn her not to cause trouble during the upcoming conference was enough to verify the credibility of this information. Cindy trusted Zachariah completely. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Gilda's attitude toward her had changed so drastically. Turns out, it was because she went from being useless to useful. Cindy's mother passed away early. She didn't grow up experiencing much maternal love. Initially, she thought she could receive some of the missing maternal care from Gilda. She genuinely appreciated Gilda, striving to improve her strength to avoid tarnishing the reputation of being Gilda's daughter. However, this moment, she realized that Gilda merely viewed her as a tool for a marriage alliance all along. Cindy felt heartbroken, thinking she had poured her heart out in exchange for another's sincerity, only to discover their feelings were insincere. My lord, let's go. Leave this place. Cindy made her decision resolutely. Even if the people of the Flower Fairy Palace had shown her kindness, she was dead set against doing anything unwillingly. Rather than giving them her life, she preferred to escape. At this moment, Cindy did consider giving Gilda a chance, to see if she would really make such a decision. But, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave once that happened. And even if she wanted to force her hand with death, with the strength and methods available to the palace master of the Flower Fairy Palace, there were countless ways to prevent her death and make her obey. So, Cindy acted decisively. Even if she was branded ungrateful or disloyal, she must get away first. Zachariah nodded. He originally thought Cindy would have many concerns and be unwilling to leave so easily. Fortunately, she remained clear-headed when it mattered most. Waiting too long would make leaving as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zachariah extended 2 fingers towards the empty space before him, preparing to tear through the void to escape. However, in the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Cindy saw Zachariah's unusual expression and immediately asked. We can't go. There's a spatial restriction. Zachariah had underestimated the Flower Fairy Palace. There were strong spatial restrictions here. If the original void were compared to a wall, then the space with these restrictions was like an iron prison. With Zachariah's current skills, he couldn't break through. What he thought was the simplest escape method now faced a bottleneck. Moreover, Zachariah's attempt to tear through the void drew immediate attention from Gilda. At this moment, she was right outside Cindy's chamber. After separating from Zachariah disguised as Magnolia, she sensed something amiss. Magnolia had suddenly become very sensible. Such a change wasn't implausible. She hadn't suspected much at the time, but considering Magnolia's curious nature, how could she not press her for details on that matter? Gilda was prepared to handle any questions Magnolia might ask. Yet Magnolia left without asking a single question. Upon reflection, this indeed seemed off. Of course, she never imagined that the Magnolia right under her nose was fake, nor did she think someone would be bold enough to impersonate her daughter at the Flower Fairy Palace. She guessed that Magnolia might have already known something beforehand. That's why she didn't ask. To prevent Magnolia from causing trouble behind her back, Gilda followed her to Cindy's chamber. Upon arriving outside the chamber, she immediately detected fluctuations of power coming from inside. She was familiar with this sensation. These were the power fluctuations produced by an attempt to tear through the void. Neither Cindy nor Magnolia possessed such capabilities yet. In that instant, Gilda realized something was wrong. Inside the chamber, Zachariah quickly detected Gilda's presence as well. She's here. Who's here? Before Cindy finished speaking, Zachariah hadn't even replied when the door burst open with a loud bang. The figure outside the door gave her the answer. You're not my daughter. Who are you? Where is my daughter? The moment the door opened, Gilda locked onto Zachariah. Her gaze was murderous. An overwhelming pressure instantly crushed down. Zachariah was fine, but Cindy found it hard to breathe, almost choking. Zachariah grabbed Cindy and broke through the wall on the opposite side of the room. Seeing this, Gilda remained unmoved, coldly sneering. Since you came, don't even think of leaving. In the next instant, Gilda's eyes flashed. Zachariah and Cindy froze in place. Gilda's voice was icy. Speak. Who exactly are you? Why did you kidnap my adopted daughter? Hashtag chapter 311. Estrangement. At this moment, Charlene wasn't worried about Magnolia Ying's safety anymore. Her earlier panic had been out of momentary concern, but now she recalled that Magnolia Ying carried a guardian spirit she had left with her. Unless an immortal emperor appeared, there was no threat to her life. Therefore, she now needed to deal with this other daughter. Is she a foster daughter or a tool? Zachariah stood firm where he was, and his pointed question made Charlene pause for a moment. Her eyes turned cold instantly. What did you say? Do I need to repeat myself? Zachariah did not yield at all, countering her word for word. Dare you say you adopted her as a foster daughter, not to let her replace your real daughter in the marriage alliance with the Six Path Temple? As soon as these words came out, Charlene's gaze instantly took on a cruel edge. Suddenly, the pressure on Zachariah became even heavier. Who exactly are you? What else do you know? Charlene tried to use her overpowering aura to force Zachariah to kneel. However, she was surprised to find that Zachariah remained standing straight. How could someone without any trace of immortal energy withstand her immortal venerable level pressure? While Charlene was astonished, Esme beside Zachariah wore a look of disappointment. Although Charlene didn't admit it outright, her current attitude said everything. Foster mother, he is my brother. Clarify what he has said. Is it true? In reality, Esme had already given up hope on her. She asked this question only because she wanted to hear it from Charlene's own mouth. It also bought time. She mentioned Zachariah as her brother because she feared that if Charlene knew the truth, Zachariah might be harmed immediately. After all, once Charlene found out Zachariah was her Dao companion, she would think Zachariah would hinder the successful alliance with the Six Path Temple. If Charlene was determined to make Esme marry into the Six Path Temple at any cost, the best way would be to eliminate Zachariah as a threat. Fine, you will know sooner or later anyway. Yes, I did plan this and have discussed it with the people from the other side. For you, marrying the son of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion head from the Six Path Temple will bring only benefits, no harm. I've checked him out. He is talented and handsome, a rare jewel among men. He also came to see you and was very satisfied. My naughty Inger, however, did not catch his eye. Hearing this, Esme's eyes filled with disappointment. So, should I be happy? Your happiness isn't important. What matters is that the Fairy Flower Palace saved your life and provided many high-quality cultivation resources that even my two sons envy. Because of the Fairy Flower Palace, you have achieved today's enlightenment. Shouldn't you think about repaying them? Charlene's words were undoubtedly an emotional manipulation. Though slightly ashamed by her remarks, Esme remained clear-headed and was not easily swayed. Firstly, she was primarily saved by Magnoliaing, with help from the Fairy Flower Palace. Initially, Charlene had openly disliked using their resources on her, a stranger. Later, Charlene's contributions were clearly driven by ulterior motives. Understanding this, Esme's view of her shattered, making her immune to Charlene's words. She began calling her Palace Master instead of Foster Lorraine. Palace Master first, adopting me as a foster daughter was your personal decision, and I agreed only to make Magnolia happy. Second, I never demanded any cultivation resources. Those resources were given as a token of maternal love and care. Esme took a deep breath and continued, even if your intentions weren't pure from the start, I am not ungrateful. What you have done for me can be returned, but absolutely not in the way you suggest. If you insist on forcing me to do something I'm unwilling to, I'd rather die than comply. Esme's gaze was firm, and her stance unwavering, but Charlene showed no significant emotional reaction. It seemed Esme's defiance was expected. With a colder look, Charlene, having exposed her true intentions, no longer had anything to hide. Even if you want to die, it's not up to you. Charlene revealed her true colors, preparing to grab Esme back. She had means to make Esme obey. However, at that moment, a sudden sword light flashed before Charlene, aimed directly at her between the brows. Charlene snorted coldly. With her immortal venerable powers, she naturally reacted in time. Lifting her fair hand, Charlene waved vigorously, causing the space in front of her to shatter like a broken mirror. The sword light entered the fractured space and twisted within it. A moment later, the broken space restored itself, and Zachariah's divine, sense-imbued sword disappeared without a trace. Seeing Zachariah still able to resist, Charlene was both surprised and harbored murderous intent. Since they had already crossed paths with Esme, keeping Esme's brother around was pointless. He could even pose a threat to her plans. Thus, anger flickered across her face. Overestimating yourself, inviting death. Just as Charlene was about to act, a voice interrupted sharply, Lorraine, stop. In the next moment, Magnoliaing arrived swiftly, standing in front of Zachariah and Esme. Seeing Magnoliaing appear, Charlene cast an unhappy glance at the surrounding disciples of the Fairy Flower Palace. Not a single one dared to stop Magnoliaing. Feeling the Palace Master's gaze, all the disciples lowered their heads silently. With the Palace Master present, indeed, they didn't need to take action. But they dared not block Magnoliaing, the young Palace Master. If they injured her accidentally, they wouldn't bear the Palace Master's wrath. Choosing temporary displeasure over potential severe punishment, they stayed out. Looking at her daughter, Charlene's tone was cold. Seems I've spoiled you too much. Now you dare defy me publicly. Knowing the earlier obedient Magnolia was a ruse, Charlene felt disgruntled. Seeing the real Magnolia still opposing her as always, Charlene grew more irritable. Magnoliaing, step aside. Facing Charlene's threats, Magnoliaing remained undaunted. She is my sister. You can't treat her like that. I am still your mother. Is this how you treat me? Magnoliaing was momentarily speechless. She didn't know if she was right, but she acted based on her conscience. Lorraine, I'm sorry, she thought silently. Next, she transmitted her voice to Zachariah. Quick, hold me hostage. Hearing this transmission, Zachariah's gaze intensified. In the next moment, he broke free from the restraint suppressing him, moved his hand to Magnoliaing's front, and gripped her neck. Hashtag chapter 312, escape. The moment Zachariah clutched Magnolia, everyone around her, except her biological mother, tensed up. Some even cursed aloud. How dare you, audacious rogue? But their curses proved futile. They dared not make a move due to fear of harming Magnolia inadvertently, thus they could only express impotent fury. Carrie felt somewhat shocked by the scene before her. She had never intended to harm Magnolia in any way, yet she remained silent. She trusted Zachariah, knowing he would never truly hurt Magnolia. Opposite them, Adrielle's expression turned as cold as ice. She wasn't stupid. She could see that Magnolia had deliberately allowed herself to be held hostage by Zachariah. The fact that Magnolia was siding with two outsiders infuriated her more than anything else. Yet she did not expose this immediately because it would have disgraced her deeply. Her own daughter was aiding strangers instead of her. What kind of mother was she? Adrielle stared at Zachariah and sneered. You want to use her to threaten me? You've picked the wrong person. You can't harm her. Magnolia had a protective spirit charm placed on her by Adrielle which would activate upon lethal attacks, rendering any assault ineffective unless a celestial emperor was involved. Though Zachariah's strength was remarkable for his level, he hadn't even reached the immortal realm. Therefore, it was impossible for him to break through Magnolia's protective charm. Is there a possibility that I never intended to harm her? Replied Zachariah. He then applied force with his palm behind Magnolia and pushed her directly toward Adrielle. Though the force was substantial, Zachariah controlled it perfectly, ensuring no real damage was inflicted initially, hence not triggering the protective charm. When Magnolia was thrown towards Adriel, a second layer of force concealed within the initial one erupted. The protective charm activated, emitting a powerful counterforce. Standing not far from Magnolia, Adriel bore the brunt of this force head-on. While this didn't actually harm Adriel, who was an exalted immortal, it momentarily halted her movements and drew attention from those nearby. Seizing this opportunity, Zachariah immediately tore open a spatial rift and dragged Carrie into it without a word. Stop them! By the time the Flower Fairy Palace members reacted, it was too late. The two figures vanished from sight, the spatial rift closing soon after. How is this possible? Our sect has a spatial restriction, hasn't it? That man isn't even at the immortal realm. How could he tear through space with such restrictions? Initially bewildered, some of the stronger individuals quickly realized something. Wait, wasn't the spatial restriction disabled? Yes, who did it? As they spoke, none of them dared to look in Magnolia's direction. It was clear to all except this capricious young palace master. Who else could it be? Who else had the audacity to disable the spatial restriction just to let two people escape? Hurry. Reactivate the spatial restriction. Spatial restrictions were crucial to the safety of the sect. In the world of Grand Universe where immortals roamed freely, anyone with immortal realm strength possessed some ability to tear through space. Without the restriction, anyone could infiltrate Flower Fairy Palace easily, an alarming risk. Adriel's face darkened like storm clouds. Looking at the errant Magnolia, her eyes filled with despair and frustration. But now wasn't the time to punish her. Bring Magnolia away, and place her under strict supervision. No one is to allow her out of her quarters without my permission. With one final glare at Magnolia, she warned, I'll deal with you when I return. Then, Adriel also tore through space. Although Zachariah had escaped, she had no intention of letting them go. Lorraine, please forgive them. Magnolia's plea went unheard. An old bald Isaiah appeared, blocking her path. Miss, don't provoke the palace master further, he said gently. Tears welled up in Magnolia's eyes as she looked at the old bald Isaiah, Senior. Others came to escort Magnolia away, but the Isaiah simply glared at them, causing them to stop. No need. I will take Miss back myself. The others complied, wary of the Isaiah's authority. Within the spatial rift, Carrie was tightly held by Zachariah. Despite escaping successfully, her heart was heavy. Their escape was built on Magnolia's great sacrifice. If Magnolia hadn't prematurely deactivated the spatial restriction and used her protective charm to delay Adriel, they wouldn't have escaped so easily. Husband, how did you know about the effect of Magnolia's protective charm? Zachariah answered truthfully, she told me herself. Previously, while in Magnolia's quarters, he asked about it casually. When he asked, what if I really attacked you? Magnolia proudly responded, you'd be blasted away. That was when Zachariah understood the protective charm emitted an immensely powerful oscillation upon activation. He kept this in mind. When Magnolia proposed letting Zachariah hold her hostage, he thought of a better plan. He couldn't genuinely endanger Magnolia, a benefactor of Carrie. Even without the charm, he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Instead, using her as a bomb to create chaos was the best chance of escape. Of course, Magnolia had secretly disabled the spatial restriction and informed him. Otherwise, Zachariah might have used the small xuanhuan, but he wasn't sure if that would risk exposing it, a critical tool for his cultivation. Furthermore, Amina was waiting outside the Flower Fairy Palace. If he hid in the small xuanhuan, Amina would worry endlessly. It's all right, we're safe now, Zachariah reassured Carrie. They are mother and daughter. Nothing serious will happen. However, his expression suddenly changed as he sensed danger looming. Chapter 313, The Realm of Ghosts and Demons. Seeing Zachariah's unusual expression, Bryn's heart suddenly sank. Husband, what's wrong? The Flower Fairy Palace's mistress is chasing after us. In that instant, Zachariah sensed the faint aura of Charlene. Although the sensation was very weak, he knew for sure that she was relentlessly pursuing them. It seemed she was determined to catch them and bring them back. Outside the Flower Fairy Palace, Amina stood atop a mountain peak, her gaze fixed in the direction of the Flower Fairy Palace. Though her appearance remained calm, an uncontrollable sense of anxiety spread within her. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Zachariah had already been inside the Flower Fairy Palace for quite some time, but until now, not even the slightest hint of movement had come out. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. He should be fine. I told him to send me a signal if he encountered danger. With his abilities, he shouldn't have trouble sending a signal, right? Just as Amina consoled herself with these thoughts, a crack suddenly appeared in the air before her. The crack expanded rapidly, and two figures emerged from the spatial rift. Amina's eyes widened. You succeeded? The two figures emerging from the rift were none other than Zachariah and Bryn. Amina felt like this scene was straight out of a dream. While she didn't recognize Bryn beside Zachariah, the beautiful girl's stunning appearance and Zachariah's tight grip on her hand left no doubt that this was Bryn. Unbelievable. You actually brought her out of the Flower Fairy Palace? How did you do it? Husband, who is this? Both women almost simultaneously asked Zachariah, with Bryn especially feeling a faint sense of unease upon seeing Amina. After all, this woman was incredibly beautiful, possessing a mature charm that Bryn lacked. Though she trusted Zachariah, she couldn't help but be curious about the relationship between him and this woman. It was clear that they weren't ordinary acquaintances. Otherwise, Amina wouldn't be waiting outside the Flower Fairy Palace. No time for questions now, let's go. The Flower Fairy Palace's mistress is catching up. Upon hearing this, Amina's expression changed. In the next moment, she tore open space. Follow me. Zachariah and Bryn followed closely behind her. Just as the three of them vanished into the spatial passage, Charlene's figure emerged from the void at their previous location. Her gaze swept around, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Boy, let's see where you run to now. She once again tore through space, following after Zachariah and company. Why? How did Palace Mastering manage to catch up with us? Bryn wondered aloud. They had entered a spatial rift, which should have made it nearly impossible to track them down. Yet, Charlene had accurately locked onto their position. This is because of you, obviously. Amina explained. If the Flower Fairy Palace's mistress wanted you as a tool for alliance, she certainly would have considered the possibility of your escape. So, to be safe, she must have left something on you that allows her to track you. Hearing this, Bryn felt somewhat depressed and began searching her body for anything suspicious, but found nothing out of the ordinary. This only added to her worry. Amina, sensing Bryn's frustration, continued, save your energy. If she could be so easily found by you, she wouldn't have been the palace master for so long. Although Amina's words sounded like consolation, Bryn felt even more ashamed after hearing them. Senior, let's part ways here, Zachariah said seriously, to avoid involving you unnecessarily. Your identity should not be entangled in this situation. Zachariah hadn't detected any tracking marks on Bryn, and since they couldn't shake off Charlene anyway, being caught was inevitable. He didn't want to drag Amina into a conflict with the Flower Fairy Palace. Moreover, he planned to hide in Ashton Wuxiang Heaven, and including Amina in his plan wasn't part of it. Despite Amina's connection to his sect's ancestor and her recent assistance, Zachariah felt it wasn't enough reason to risk revealing his crucial secret. However, Amina immediately rebutted. What nonsense are you talking? Once I've decided to help, I will see it through to the end. There's no turning back halfway. Amina's words left Zachariah speechless, leaving him with only a helpless smile. Meanwhile, Bryn grew more curious about the relationship between Zachariah and Amina. The tone of Amina's rebuke was like scolding, something she had never seen Zachariah silently endure. Come on, stop dawdling. Since I'm leading you, I'll ensure we can get rid of her. Amina tore through space again, bringing Zachariah and Bryn back to the Dakian world. They arrived at an island untouched by sunlight, giving off an eerie vibe. 100 miles around were illuminated by daylight, but this island seemed abandoned by sunlight itself, creating a gloomy, ghostly atmosphere. Senior, where have you brought us? Zachariah asked, puzzled by the strange sight of the island, which felt ominous and discouraging to approach. The island of Sunluo, Amina replied calmly. The island's lord is at odds with Charlene. Even if she senses you here, fearing the power of Fabio, she won't dare enter. Amina explained her reasoning, but Zachariah still had doubts. Senior, I don't mean to distrust you, but this island doesn't seem harmless either. You're right, there's nothing good here, Amina smiled slightly. Only ghosts and hellish warriors dwell here. Where are the good people? Hearing this, Bryn gripped Zachariah's sleeve tighter. Isn't this just jumping from the frying pan into the fire? Zachariah sighed. Amina waved her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Since I brought you here, I won't let any harm come to you. The island's lord has connections with the Hell Sect head of our Six Realms Hall. I carry a token from the Hell Sect, so we should be safe. Just follow me. Hashtag chapter 314, Grudges. Outside the Samsara Island, a spatial rift appeared, and Charlene's figure emerged from it. When she saw the Samsara Island before her, her delicate brows instantly knitted together. Is this a coincidence? It was completely unexpected that Zachariah and Xandra would enter Samsara Island. There was someone on the island who was her mortal enemy. These two had come to precisely where her enemy resided. To say this was coincidental seemed far too convenient. Moreover, a place like Samsara Island was somewhere normal people wouldn't even think of entering. Yet, Charlene could sense that Xandra was indeed within. No matter how Charlene thought about it, the likelihood of this being mere coincidence was incredibly low. They must have been well prepared and came here with purpose. Could it be Magnolia again? Charlene couldn't help but suspect that Magnolia had informed them about the detrimental nature of this location for her. Otherwise, how would these two know? At this thought, Charlene's anger became unbearable. Her own beloved daughter, siding with outsiders was one thing, but disregarding her birth mother's safety was simply beyond forgiveness. In Charlene's mind at this moment, her daughter was utterly disloyal. She hadn't considered what might happen if Charlene recklessly pursued them into Samsara Island. This lack of concern over her mother's safety pained her deeply. Charlene felt a pang in her heart and turned to leave. She couldn't afford to waste any more time here. If those two dared hide inside Samsara Island, they surely weren't planning to come out easily. And Charlene knew better than to step foot into the island herself. Once inside, no matter how well disguised, she would surely be detected by Juliana. Samsara Island. Famous for its chaos and disorder, this island was ruled by Juliana, a renowned and infamous figure. This reputation was largely due to his notorious deeds, rather than anything commendable. Despite this, many equally nefarious individuals were drawn to the island by Juliana's name, flocking there in droves. The main attraction, however, was a massive life and death arena. Juliana used treasures collected from all over as rewards for the victors in the arena, enticing numerous ruthless individuals. Of course, Juliana wasn't running a charity. Tickets to watch the fights were priced exorbitantly high. Yet despite the cost, every opening of the arena brought packed audiences, seats filled to capacity. After all, the people frequenting this island relished the brutality of such combat, their bloodlust stirred by the raw violence. Due to its unique nature, not everyone could enter the island. Without sufficient background or power, entry was impossible. Even then, once inside, survival was uncertain. No one guaranteed your safety here. You were on your own. Murders on the street were commonplace, accepted to the point of indifference, even viewed as entertainment. Blakely, holding the token of the Hell Path, led Zachariah and Xandra onto the island without much difficulty. Walking through the town streets built along the island, Zachariah couldn't help but ask Blakely, what kind of grudge does the island's ruler have with the Empress of Connersian Palace? Although Blakely said there was a feud between the two, Zachariah was still worried it might not be serious enough. If there was a possibility of reconciliation, then his and Xandra's safety couldn't be assured. They were love rivals. Let me put it this way, Charlene's husband was originally Juliana's lover. Then Charlene interfered and stole Juliana's man. Doesn't that count as a significant grudge? Zachariah was taken aback. Juliana likes men? What's wrong with Juliana liking men? Blakely initially found Zachariah's question odd, but then smiled knowingly. I never said Juliana was a man. She's a striking beauty. Upon hearing this, Zachariah laughed wryly. My mistake. But isn't stealing a husband not quite the deepest of grudges? After all, relationships depend on mutual consent. What if Juliana changes her mind, forgives the Empress, and agrees to reconcile? Isn't that possible? Zachariah was still troubled. If Charlene offered something invaluable to Juliana, would this petty grievance hold weight? That's impossible. Blakely shook her head. Juliana is notoriously vengeful, and Charlene's partner has long passed away. Do you understand the significance of a deceased lover? Upon hearing this, Zachariah nodded. He understood now. If Charlene's husband were still alive, Juliana's hatred would be divided between them. But since he was gone, existing only in memory, Juliana's hatred shifted entirely to Charlene, growing stronger with each passing day. Especially considering, according to Blakely, Charlene bore significant responsibility for her lover's death. Once Juliana learned this, her hatred grew even deeper, wanting to skin Charlene alive. Of course, while Juliana harbored deep-seated hatred, she hadn't sought revenge yet. She was powerful but had also made many enemies. While none would dare challenge her on her home turf, attacking Xianxia Palace would expose her, potentially inviting attacks from multiple foes. Besides, Xianxia Palace itself was no minor force, one of the great sects in the world, formidable and hard to assail. Risking her own life in an assault on Xianxia Palace just wasn't worth it. Therefore, Juliana hadn't moved against Charlene, though she wasn't letting go. She was waiting for the right moment. If she ever got the chance, she wouldn't spare the woman who both stole and destroyed her beloved. If so, then all the better. Zachariah felt somewhat relieved. Next to him, Xandra frowned slightly, lost in thought. Zachariah, noticing her expression, was about to inquire when suddenly a figure appeared ahead, blocking their path. It was an old woman with a cane. Her complexion was unnaturally pale, her skin like parched tree bark. Three friends of the Hell Path, the Island Lord requests your presence. Chapter 315. Maneuvering. Zachariah and Juliet Dream exchanged glances. Neither of them had expected Celine to come looking for them, but they couldn't say that they weren't from the Hell Palace either. After all, they carried identity tokens from the Hell Palace. If Celine found out they had lied, it was uncertain what his reaction would be. These two are my disciples. I brought them here for training. It's their first time visiting. I'm worried they might not understand the rules and offend Celine. Let me pay respects to him alone. Juliet Dream wanted Zachariah and Bryn to leave. The Sanluo Hall where Celine resided was no place for good intentions. They were not members of the Six Realms Palace. If they were exposed in front of Celine, leaving would be even more difficult than when they were at the Flower Fairy Palace. Celine invited three people. Please don't make things hard for this old woman. The old woman coughed a few times, her words carrying an unarguable tone. Juliet Dream shot Zachariah a look, signaling for him and Bryn to escape at the first opportunity. Her slight movements did not go unnoticed by the old woman. The old woman said with meaning, rest assured. As Celine sent me to invite you, you are Celine's guests. If he saw you as enemies, he wouldn't invite but capture you. Also, Celine dislikes having his face rejected the most. I hope the three of you will honor us with your presence. Finished speaking, the old woman gestured, please, follow me. At this point, if Zachariah and Bryn insisted on leaving without giving face, it would bring trouble to Juliet Dream. Bryn understood this too, so in the exchange of glances with Zachariah, she did not show any sign of hesitation. Zachariah got her meaning and nodded, following the old woman with Bryn. Seeing that things had escalated to this extent, Juliet Dream had no other way. Just don't speak. Let me handle it, Juliet Dream secretly told Zachariah and Bryn. Both agreed silently, and the trio walked towards the direction of the Sanluo Hall. On the way, Bryn could not help but ask Zachariah about Juliet Dream's background through telepathy. Zachariah smiled slightly. This girl just couldn't contain her curiosity. Zachariah didn't hide anything, and directly explained the connection between Juliet Dream and Master Dao Xuan. Bryn's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief. She never thought that the woman in front of her would have such a deep connection with the Mei sect's founding master. Knowing the truth, Bryn finally felt at ease. As soon as they entered the territory of the Sanluo Hall, numerous eyes focused on Zachariah and his companions. These gazes were far from friendly. Goodwill was a luxury here. Expecting friendliness immediately was like dreaming. The trio ignored the gazes and continued walking. The old woman in front seemed to have a high status, as people around her were respectful. Despite various looks cast towards Zachariah and the others, no one spoke or hindered them. Soon, the trio arrived at the Sanluo Hall. They met the famous Celine. Celine stood on a long staircase, wearing a deep red gown, her graceful figure incredibly captivating. Her gaze swept over the three of them, her deep eyes flashing with coldness, and a mysterious red line between her brows exuding an enchanting charm. Her lips were pursed, commanding respect without anger. The three of you may sit, Kathleen said, her voice tinged with a hint of aloofness. Juliet Dream sat down as instructed. However, Zachariah and Bryn remained standing on either side of Juliet Dream. Kathleen's gaze flickered as she spoke again. You aren't from the Hell Realm, are you? With these words, the atmosphere instantly tensed. But Juliet Dream remained calm, bowing and responding. Celine has keen insight indeed. We are not from the Hell Palace, but we are definitely part of the Six Realms Palace. If you weren't from the Six Realms Palace, you wouldn't be sitting here unharmed. Kathleen spoke frankly. Even though you're not from the Hell Realm, you are still considered fellow disciples. I have a question, please answer truthfully. Kathleen stared at Juliet Dream, clearly seeing her as the spokesperson among the three. The other two stood silently by, obeying Juliet Dream, seeming to be her subordinates. Juliet Dream tightened inside but maintained her composure. Is it true that the Six Realms Palace has been getting closer to the Flower Fairy Palace recently? Upon hearing this, Juliet Dream fell silent momentarily. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion's plan to marry into the Flower Fairy Palace was a secret within the sect. How did the reach of the Fabio extend so far? Could she have someone within the Hell Realm? Or perhaps the leader of the Hell Realm passed the message to her? Juliet Dream probed cautiously. Why do you say that, Celine? Don't play games with me. Just answer whether this happened or not, Kathleen demanded firmly. Facing Celine's assertiveness, Juliet Dream responded composedly. While the halls under the Six Realms Palace are part of the same sect, each operates independently. The Hell Realm is close to the Sanluo Hall, while the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is closer to the Flower Fairy Palace. You should already know this. Would you hold a grudge against the entire Six Realms Palace for this? As Juliet Dream finished speaking, Kathleen's gaze turned icy. Juliet Dream's implication was to remind her that every crime has its source. Getting closer to the Flower Fairy Palace was a matter of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, not the other halls. But the coldness in Kathleen's eyes did not dissipate. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion leads the Six Realms Palace. Its decisions deeply impact everyone. Trying to disassociate now? Isn't that naive? Juliet Dream frowned. What do you mean? Are you planning to turn against the entire Six Realms Palace? Kathleen couldn't help but snort, expressing her current attitude. Haven't you considered that turning against us would fulfill the Flower Fairy Palace's wishes? Juliet Dream struck right at the heart of the issue. If Kathleen truly acted against them, it would signal a complete break with the Six Realms Palace, not to mention her friendship with the Hell Realm leader. Such behavior could push the entire Six Realms Palace towards the Flower Fairy Palace. This wasn't good for her. Juliet Dream, realizing this, dared to bring Zachariah and the others to this island. You're exaggerating, Kathleen smiled faintly. Though I don't have many rules here, since I've said you are guests, I can't fail to be hospitable. Since you are here, stay and watch the show. Hashtag chapter 316, watching the match. Zachariah did not know what Celine intended by keeping them here, but it seemed they had no chance to escape for now. After all, though Kathleen appeared approachable at the moment, none could predict if she would turn her back on them in an instant. Juliet glanced sideways and noticed Zachariah's expression, quickly sending him a covert message to stay calm. She then cupped her hands and said, "We wouldn't dare refuse." Kathleen finally showed a satisfied look. Her gaze shifted from Juliet to Zachariah and Kuryu, noticing how Kuryu often looked over at Zachariah with her eyes. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Are the two of you Dao companions? Juliet had told them not to speak, intending to answer for them, but was interrupted by Kathleen. No need for you to speak. I want them to answer. As soon as Kathleen finished speaking, Zachariah responded, yes. In the next moment, Kathleen flashed directly beside Kuryu, whispering a voice laden with seduction in her ear. Men, not one is good. Don't let yourself be deceived. Zachariah's gaze turned icy cold. Kuryu was momentarily stunned, her eyes showing signs of hesitation, but she quickly regained her senses. Kathleen wouldn't stoop to using such a lowly trick as enchantment spells. Once back in her senses, Kuryu instinctively moved closer to Zachariah, refusing to heed any advice. Kathleen's eyes landed on Zachariah. His cold stare irritated her, causing her tone to turn frigid. You seem dissatisfied with me. Are you planning to attack me? Juliet immediately stepped between them to mediate. Celine, please don't take offense at my junior's behavior. Giant, you say there's a show worth watching? Kathleen let out a light humph and then led Zachariah and the others to the renowned Sanluo Coliseum, which was already packed with spectators. This was the good show Kathleen mentioned. The Sanluo Coliseum only opened once every 3 months. Such a long preparation time was necessary because only a few contestants survived each session, perhaps only 1 in 10. Frequent openings would result in fewer and lower quality contestants, greatly affecting the audience's experience. Poor entertainment meant fewer willing spectators. The Coliseum buzzed with excitement, brimming with primal energy. Zachariah and the others were placed on the same tier as Kathleen, offering the best view. However, this location also attracted more attention, making it less comfortable. Kuryu frowned. She wasn't accustomed to such a violent and frenzied atmosphere, where humans seemed like restless beasts baring their fangs and dripping with blood. Zachariah, however, had grown used to such scenes. Instead, he wondered about Kathleen's intentions. Why place them here? They weren't of noble status to be standing alongside the king. Their appearance naturally drew many curious gazes as people speculated on their relationship with Kathleen. Seeing the glances and whispers, Zachariah grew even more skeptical but decided to remain silent and observe her actions. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into cheers. A massive blue giant, resembling a small mountain, stomped into the arena. His thunderous roar sent vibrations through the entire Coliseum, further stirring the crowd. Unbelievable. This guy is from the Jasper Spirit Clan. Who would have thought they'd appear in this Coliseum? Does Celine not fear the consequences? The Jasper Spirit Clan was powerful in the multiverse, known for their formidable physical strength and numerous fierce warriors. One of their members had even been a Jasper Immortal Emperor. Though that figure hadn't been seen in recent years, the clan's strength remained significant. Celine might have support behind her, but angering the Jasper Spirit Clan would be unwise. He volunteered. It has nothing to do with me. My Coliseum accepts all who wish to participate. It's a public rule. If he chose to come, who dares challenge my authority? Juliet didn't respond. While this was true, hosting members of ancient great clans was a risk she wouldn't dare take. Soon after the blue giant appeared, another contestant entered the arena. Upon seeing the blue giant, he was utterly terrified. Jasper Spirit Clan. Contestants did not share information with each other. No one knew who they would face. This newcomer never imagined encountering such a formidable opponent on his first try. He instantly felt his scalp prickle, even considering turning back. But it was too late. Once in the arena, retreat was impossible. Fear sapped his fighting spirit, leading to a tragic end. Within half a jaw's stick's burn, he was smashed into a pulp by the blue giant. Witnessing such a brutal scene, The crowd cheered louder than ever. How does it look? Kathleen asked the trio. Kuryu pressed her lips together without responding. Juliet gave a casual reply, while Zachariah remained silent when Kathleen's gaze fell on him. But Kathleen seemed intent on engaging him. What do you think, boy? Zachariah wasn't one to flatter or conform, replying calmly, I am just standing and watching. Even Kathleen, accustomed to grand events, was taken aback for a moment. Juliet was apprehensive, thinking Zachariah was daring indeed. Kathleen wanted to lash out but reconsidered. In front of everyone, arguing with a junior made her appear petty. Yet, she wasn't going to let it slide so easily. She immediately ordered, bring seats for my guests. Hashtag chapter 317. The Alia. Please sit down, Lord James. The Forest King instructed his subordinates to bring a chair for Zachariah, but Zachariah immediately offered it to Blakely. After all, he hadn't forgotten his current role as Blakely's subordinate. How could he sit down while Blakely was still standing? Blakely thought this young man really knew how to give her trouble, but she couldn't verbally chastise him. Humph, you know your place. Blakely shot a glare at Zachariah, gritting her teeth with an exceptionally unfriendly look. Zachariah pretended not to notice. This small incident did not significantly impact the situation. Below, the battle in the arena continued. The massive giant from the giant Ming spirit clan had not yet retreated. Instead, he seemed eager for more, muttering that he was not yet satisfied. For a moment, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. They enjoyed seeing the giant brutally crush his opponents. Visually, it was especially violent and bloody. These people were here seeking thrills, and such scenes naturally gave them intense sensory stimulation. Amidst the audience's applause, a slender figure slowly emerged from the gate opposite the giant. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to her lower half. It wasn't human legs but the lower body of a snake. However, above the waist, she had a human form. That waist, truly serpentine, could be held by just two hands, moving with a graceful sway that almost mesmerized onlookers. Above that, her figure rose and fell, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Paired with her shy and delicate face and expressive eyes, she appeared heart-wrenchingly beautiful. Zachariah kept his gaze steady, only noticing a small flame-shaped mark on her forehead. It didn't seem like mere decoration, but its significance was unclear. This is just a female slave from the Snake People tribe. What combat ability can she possibly have? The audience murmured about the appearance of the Snake Woman, generally feeling that slaves from the Snake People tribe were too weak. Due to their extremely low status and constant oppression, they lacked any real fighting ability. Undoubtedly, she would be even weaker than the previous contestant. This match promised to be an even more one-sided slaughter. Though they enjoyed bloody and stimulating scenes, it also needed excitement. Moreover, this snake woman was exceptionally beautiful among the slaves they had seen. Just catching her first glimpse felt stunning. They wished to buy and keep her rather than see her destroyed by the giant. As a result, fewer voices cheered for the giant, more calling for another opponent. However, the victor of the previous round had the right to choose whether to continue. Initially, the giant Ming spirit clan member found killing a snake woman boring, but egged on by the crowd, his rebellious nature kicked in. He had no reverence for those in power and would love to jump up and kill them if given the chance. But bound by circumstances, he couldn't do it. Hence, he wouldn't listen to these people. The more they urged him to step down, the more he defiantly stayed. When the giant ignored the audience's calls and decided to stay, boos erupted. The cheers for him weakened. Despite this, people didn't think the giant's decision was unwise. To them, winning was all that mattered, and accepting a guaranteed easy win was rational and correct. They wouldn't care if the opponent was a celestial beauty. They'd just want her to take a punch first. Daneker gazed at the disproportionate combatants with complex emotions, especially moved by the snake woman's pitiful and helpless appearance. She felt deep sympathy. As a fellow woman, she empathized greatly. Imagining herself in such a desperate position filled her with despair. Not only was it a fight against insurmountable odds, but dying so publicly and being judged by many added to the hopelessness. Instinctively, she clutched Zachariah's sleeve. Zachariah noticed and gently patted her hand in comfort. He understood how much she struggled with the scene. Seeing this display of affection, Kathleen felt displeased. Since that incident, she detested couples flaunting their love in front of her. No one dared to do so, and if she encountered a couple outside, she would capture both and mercilessly torture one, supposedly testing their relationship's strength. Without exception, in life or death situations, most chose self-preservation over loyalty. Every time, she felt justified in killing both and reinforcing her beliefs. But now, due to Zachariah and Daneker's identities, she couldn't act openly. Yet, a plan had already formed in her mind. In the arena, the giant sneered at the snake woman. They seem quite merciful towards you. The snake woman remained silent, her clear eyes filled with terror, which further ignited the giant's killing intent. Fear fueled his excitement and bloodlust. He came to the arena to enhance his own bloodthirstiness, and only here could he freely indulge without guilt. They admire your beauty? Don't worry, I'll generously tear it apart and let them share. He laughed maniacally, towering over her, and swung his massive fist towards her head. Daneker wanted to cry out to stop this pointless slaughter, but knew she lacked the power. She feared involving Zachariah. Thus, she bit her lip and closed her eyes. At that moment, the snake woman screamed. Ah! Note asterisk I have maintained the original tone and style, keeping it natural and fluent while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Hashtag chapter 318, survival. In the Colosseum, countless spectators witnessed the cruel scene that was about to unfold before their eyes. They could foresee the serpent woman, under the heavy fist of the giant, turning into a grotesque puddle of blood and flesh. However, unexpectedly, after the serpent woman let out a startled scream, the giant's body froze mid-air. His formidable punch halted mere inches from her head. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What's wrong with the giant of the Jareth clan? Why is he hanging motionless in the air? Who's interfering with the duel? The crowd murmured speculations. Initially, they thought someone outside the arena was causing mischief, but soon, they realized it wasn't the case. Because anyone daring enough to play tricks in the Colosseum would undoubtedly be challenging Celine, who owned the place, and Celine would definitely fly into a rage as a result. Yet at that moment, Celine remained seated calmly, unperturbed, as if such an event didn't surprise him. And with that demeanor of Celine, many people understood that the giant's sudden behavior was not due to external interference, but because of the Serpent Woman's own ability. At this moment, the Serpent Woman's deep purple eyes sparkled. The fearful expression on her face had vanished, replaced by one of arrogance and coldness. Her entire demeanor changed drastically, like a complete transformation. It was as though she transformed instantly from a meek slave girl into the queen of the serpent people. How pathetic, being terrified by such a brute. It seemed the Serpent Woman was muttering to herself. Meanwhile, the audience began to catch on. It looks like the Jareth has been petrified. Although there were no signs of petrification, yet it was indeed happening. This Serpent Woman is extraordinary, someone exclaimed from the stands. Among the serpent people, some exceptionally talented females can turn others to stone with a single gaze. Their whole bodies would turn into stone, sealing their fate instantly. Of course, this requires their innate talent to have awakened, and for them to have attained a sufficiently high cultivation realm. Once possessing such an ability, they would become terrifying entities. After all, just being stared at once and turning into stone, no one could withstand that. Of course, only 1 in 10,000 serpent people might possess such a talent. Every serpent person endowed with this talent would, once grown, inevitably become a leader of their race. To think this female serpent slave possesses such an innate ability. Suddenly, those who had considered buying her as a concubine felt chills run down their spines. Bringing such a dangerous individual home could easily lead to disaster. On the elevated platform, Kathleen smiled faintly. If I chose only worthless individuals for you to see, wouldn't that be laughable? Kathleen's words clearly indicated she had known beforehand that the Serpent Woman was no ordinary being. But Jimisu Kuair was puzzled. Jayad the Serpent Woman pretend all along? Was she just playing the fox? She wasted her worry over nothing. Of course, Jimisu Kuair wasn't particularly upset. After all, as long as the other party survived, it was fine. But her gaze involuntarily turned towards Zachariah. There was no other reason. Zachariah often did things that made others underestimate him. Noticing Jimisu Kuair's look, Zachariah naturally understood her thoughts. He rubbed his nose and said, "It's different. She might not have been pretending. She could have multiple personalities." Multiple personalities? Jimisu Kuair was puzzled. "I'm just guessing," Zachariah replied. Based on his observations, the Serpent Woman's earlier performance did not seem feigned. Besides, she had no need to act weak since the giant's heart was unyielding and would show no mercy. From her current dramatic change, Zachariah deduced that another dominant personality must have taken control at this moment. Despite her surprising display that left many astounded, the current situation remained grim. Although she possessed remarkable talent, she had not yet matured to that level. Therefore, her ability to petrify others had not reached its peak effect. As evidenced by the giant's state, he was partially petrified but not entirely. It was similar to being affected by a hardening poison, still allowing some mobility. Thus, the giant's eyes suddenly rolled. Blood vessels spread across them, while veins bulged all over his body. At this moment, he plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Fortunately, the ground was sturdy enough to withstand his enormous body without caving in. Upon landing, the giant regained his ability to move. His body became blazing hot, resembling a freshly forged piece of iron still glowing from the furnace. Zachariah sensed the intense heat and blood energy radiating from within the giant. Even with his divine ear technique, he could hear the accelerated blood flow inside him. The giant seemed to have found a way to counteract the Serpent Woman's petrifying gaze. King bitch die. Enraged, the giant had suffered humiliation in front of so many people. The shame was unbearable to him. Just a lowly serpent slave, what difference did her innate talent make? He had killed hundreds, if not thousands, of talented non-humans before. To him, the Serpent Woman was merely a corpse delaying her inevitable demise. When the giant's fist came down, the Serpent Woman twisted her waist and dodged it. Cold determination gleamed in her eyes like sharp blades. In the next moment, she moved behind the giant's neck, slashing downward with a chilling light. However, after the glow faded, the giant's neck was almost unharmed, with only a negligible mark, not even a scratch breaking the skin. Witnessing this, a hint of surprise finally flickered in the Serpent Woman's otherwise indifferent eyes. In the next instant, the giant swung back, his formidable punch hurtling toward her. Despite his massive size, the accelerated blood flow made his movements swift and agile. Zachariah recognized this tactic. It was similar to what he had used before to boost his physical abilities. This time, the Serpent Woman couldn't easily evade and had to barely deflect the attack. Unfortunately, there was an insurmountable gap in strength between her and the giant. Struck by the punch, she was hurled away without resistance. Her frail body slammed heavily against the Colosseum wall before falling to the ground. Pity, she's talented but too inexperienced. Witnessing this, many concluded that the Serpent Woman's fate was sealed. Bracing herself with her hands on the ground, the Serpent Woman raised her head defiantly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes burned with unyielding determination. While others saw her situation as hopeless, she refused to give up on survival. Chapter 319. A Glimmer of Hope. Her intense will to survive enabled the Alia to rise once more despite her grievous injuries. She now felt a wave of dizziness. Her consciousness threatened to fade away. She knew very well that if her spirit wavered, it would surely mean death. That fool will definitely ruin everything. In this moment, the Alia's eyes sharpened anew. Seeing she was not yet dead, the giant wasted no time in giving her a respite. Clenching his hands into fists, he brought them down like hammers directly above her head with a ruthless intent to finish her off while she was down. The Alia didn't move but opened her fiery red lips, shooting out a jet of venom as sharp as an arrow straight towards the giant's hands. The acidic poison struck the giant's hands, and immediately, the sound of flesh being corroded filled the air. A horrifying sound like something being burnt alive, causing goosebumps. The skin on the giant's fists was instantly eroded, exposing raw meat and bone. In pain, he instinctively retracted his hands, nullifying his own attack. Seizing the opportunity, the Alia escaped danger, writhing her body around to the giant's back. She wasn't as strong as the giant and couldn't easily penetrate his formidable defenses. The most effective weapon against him remained her intoxicating, bone-eroding poison. She attempted to use this venom as her means to triumph over the giant. However, what she did not anticipate was that while the poison could harm the surface of the giant's body, it couldn't damage him fundamentally. Enraged, blood surged within him like waves, forming a thick layer of scabs inside his body, blocking any further erosion by the poison. Geo! Turning swiftly, the giant unleashed a punch creating a hurricane-force wind. The Alia couldn't evade in time and was hit by the gust. Blood rushed up her throat, and the next moment, she spat out a torrent of blood. Like a fragile willow branch, she was thrown aside. As soon as she landed, the giant launched another attack. The ferocious onslaught of the giant left no room for the Alia to breathe, putting her at an absolute disadvantage, teetering on the brink of death. Acting purely on instinct, any hesitation would result in certain death. In this dire situation, she was like a small boat in a tsunami, ever at risk of capsizing and sinking. In the audience, cheers erupted. These people had no sympathy or compassion. They preferred seeing a rising star fall back to earth or a bright moon tumbling down, only to be trampled underfoot. This scene clearly matched their expectations far better. Contrary to other viewers' heartlessness, Danica sat anxiously, unable to bear witnessing the heartbreaking sight. Zachariah said nothing. After all, life and death were matters of fate. He needed to ensure the safety of the three of them first, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Shauna Dream occasionally glanced towards Zachariah, worried he might do something inappropriate. This was after all someone else's turf. Once someone entered the arena, their life was not in their control, and outsiders could not intervene. Not even the owner of this place, Celine, who had to avoid disrupting results lest he incur others' losses and resentment. Places without rules made personal reputation especially critical. Kathleen understood this too. As she had not placed any bets herself, nor was she the house, she would uphold every predetermined outcome in the arena. Zachariah realized Kathleen seemed polite to them on the surface but harbored dissatisfaction towards the Three Realms Pavilion members, holding back only because they weren't entirely severed from the pavilion yet. If they misbehaved here, Kathleen could use it as leverage against the pavilion. Of course, these were just his conjectures. To avoid complications, he refrained from making any rash moves. Boom. In the arena, it seemed the outcome was sealed. With one powerful blow striking the Alia, victory leaned completely towards the giant. Her body flew through the air like a broken kite, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The Alia was nearing the end. Her resilient expression conveyed immense unwillingness. She didn't want to die here but clearly lacked the strength to rise again. Attempting multiple times to support herself failed. She laughed bitterly, mocking her fate. At the brink of fading away, she transformed her hand into a blade and stabbed it into her heart. Blood trickled down her pale arm like blooming crimson flowers. In her last moments, she refused to submit. I will not die by your hands. The giant sneered disdainfully. You still think you aren't dying by my hands? Foolish woman. Facing the giant's mockery, she couldn't refute. Breathless, she perished. Her body slumped limply on the ground. Suddenly, a tiny snake slipped out from beneath her, vanishing quickly. No one noticed this detail amid the excitement over the match's outcome. Cheers echoed in the crowd. The giant's win fitting everyone's expectations. Some might lament the Alia's demise. Given her talent, she could have risen high and transcended her slave status. However, these hopes vanished with her. Do you enjoy the show? Celine asked suddenly. Zachariah and Danica remained silent. Shauna Dream reluctantly agreed it was spectacular. Danica's gaze held complex emotions, sympathy, anger, regret. Since being saved by Magnolia, she had developed traits similar to her savior's warm-hearted nature. If Magnolia had been here, she certainly wouldn't have stood by doing nothing. Thinking of this, Danica's face darkened. Sensing her mood, Zachariah transmitted telepathically, she isn't dead yet. Don't worry. Hearing Zachariah's words, Danica's eyes lit up. Really? Chapter 320, Thousand Flower Poison. The Alia was indeed not dead. Although Zachariah did not personally intervene to help her, it didn't mean he did nothing at all. When the Alia faced a fierce assault from the giant and her life hung by a thread, Zachariah transmitted a message asking if she had any means of escape similar to a cicada shedding its shell. He could help further conceal her from others' sight. The Alia hesitated for a moment at that time, because that was her last hope for survival. But in the end, she informed Zachariah about her method of survival. Her plan was to abandon her original physical body when near death, have her spirit revert to its origin, and Jitua within a tiny snake body. Corrected for fluency. Her plan was to abandon her original physical body when near death, allow her spirit to revert to its origin, and reside within a tiny snake body. This was how she could survive. Although her power would greatly decrease after becoming a small snake, at least her life was saved. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one needn't worry about firewood. If there was some chance or an opportunity in the future, she still had the possibility to reconstruct her physical body and restore her original appearance. Of course, the reason she was willing to reveal such a secret to Zachariah wasn't because she trusted Zachariah so much, it was because her method had a fatal flaw. That is, even if she transformed into a palm-sized small snake, she might still be noticed, especially by the Gigmind spirit race present on the field. That guy wasn't a fool. If he saw a small snake escaping from beside her corpse, how could he not suspect anything? And expecting the violent giant to let her go was nothing short of absurd. So, she could only choose to trust Zachariah, believing Zachariah could truly help her escape. Zachariah did not disappoint her. He taught her the art of concealing one's presence. This was how she managed to save her life under everyone's watchful eyes. Zachariah transmitted a message to Jenna, informing her of the entire events process. Jenna breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less distressed in her heart. In the arena, the life and death struggle was still ongoing. However, they were all desperate adventurers. Their demise naturally wouldn't elicit much pity. Flower Fairy Palace. In Magnolia's private chambers, she sat dejectedly by the bed, lost in thought, unsure what she was thinking. Adriel had confined her to reflect on her actions, preventing her from going anywhere. After who knew how long? With a creak, the door opened, and Adriel's figure appeared at the doorway. Mom. Magnolia just lifted her head and seeing Adriel's ashen face, lowered her head again. Judging by Adriel's expression, she likely didn't manage to retrieve Jenna. Magnolia initially felt relieved, but then considered her impending situation, which made her nervous again. What she had done this time was far more serious than any previous defiance. Before, it was all minor transgressions. This time, even she realized there was no way it could be brushed aside lightly. Her actions were practically tantamount to betraying the sect. If she weren't Adriel's daughter, being confined wouldn't be her punishment now. Do you know how wrong you've been this time? Adriel's gaze was filled with storm clouds, her expression as unpleasant as possible. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't bear malice towards her only daughter. More than anything, she regretted that Magnolia couldn't meet her expectations. And the frustration of not being understood. Do you know everything I do is for you? I know, but I don't want anyone else to suffer unnecessarily because of me. Magnolia stood up, facing Adriel, her eyes revealing unwavering determination. Especially since she is my sister. Seeing Magnolia's expression, Adriel's heart flared with anger. Stubborn and unrepentant. How could I have pampered you in vain? Smack. Adriel slapped her across the face from afar. Magnolia's head jerked to the side, revealing a red palm print on her right cheek. She touched her burning cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief, seemingly unable to accept that Adriel actually hit her. In the past, even for her most severe mistakes, the worst punishment was solitary confinement. Adriel never used such heavy-handed methods before. Tears welled up in Magnolia's eyes, but she forcibly held them back, not letting a single tear fall. I don't understand why we must ally with the Six Paths Hall. Magnolia couldn't comprehend why this marriage alliance was absolutely necessary. The Immortal Emperor realm is imminent. When that time comes, heroes will rise. The Flower Fairy Palace must seek reliable alliances. Our longtime allies, the Heavenly Path Hall, are the best choice. A marriage alliance will strengthen our ties with the Heavenly Path Hall. The Heavenly Path Hall leads the Six Paths Hall. Allying with them binds us together. Adriel sternly said, "This is our path to survival. Do you understand?" Previously, Adriel wouldn't have shared such matters with her. But now, she realized Magnolia couldn't continue being so naive. She needed to face the realities of the cultivation world to grow up properly. Adriel looked solemn, realizing she had protected her only daughter too much, causing her to become presumptuous and act recklessly. It was time to confront these harsh truths early. You think your actions saved Jenna and upheld justice in your heart. In fact, you've harmed not only yourself but her too. Adriel's words sent Magnolia's heart racing. However, she didn't immediately believe what Adriel said. Clearly, Sister Kuaer has already escaped. Why say it harms her? You surely think I'm exaggerating. But think carefully. Would I really let her go without consequence? Why assume Jenna being out of my control means she can live carefree? A valuable asset to Flower Fairy Palace. I'd do anything to keep her. But once confirmed useless, should I still treat her kindly? Adriel's words caused Magnolia to suddenly realize, and her expression turned fearful. Mom, what did you do to Sister Kuaer? Without waiting for Adriel's response, Magnolia rushed forward. Mom, don't harm Sister Kuaer. Adriel coldly sneered. Now you're repentant? Too late. Above the Senluo Island arena, Jenna watched the battle below. Suddenly, her vision blurred. Thinking it was eye strain, she shook her head, but her vision remained unfocused. Then, she felt the ground beneath her feet start to shake, as if the entire arena was violently trembling. Jenna lost balance, her unstable form catching Zachariah's attention. Suddenly, Zachariah had an ominous premonition, his face tensing. Kuaer, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? So dizzy, Jenna murmured softly before fainting into Zachariah's arms. Startled, Zachariah called out urgently, but there was no response. A small white flower appeared between her brows. This scene startled Amina and nearby Fabio Sergio. Amina, puzzled, asked, what happened? Sergio approached. Just a glance at Jenna's face caused him to react sharply. Thousand flower poison. How did she get infected by thousand flower poison? Aren't you people from the Six Paths Hall? Hashtag chapter 321. The power of curses. Lorraine, what did you do to Sister Kuaer? Magnolia grabbed her mother's arm anxiously. She had already sensed that something was amiss. She knew her mother too well. Charlene was not a forgiving or magnanimous person. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she only showed magnanimity towards her own daughter. Even when dealing with errant disciples, she never showed leniency. And now, for someone who had effectively betrayed the fairy palace like Martha, she would be even less tolerant. Charlene shook off Magnolia's grip and said coldly, I merely planted the thousand flower poison within her. If she had obeyed and agreed to marry into the Six Paths Temple, I would have ensured the poison never took effect. I gave her a chance, but unfortunately, she didn't cherish it. Since she said she'd rather die, then I will fulfill her wish. Charlene hadn't used this method earlier not because she suddenly became merciful. It was just that things hadn't reached an irreversible point yet. As long as Martha was still useful to her, she wanted to keep her alive in the Flower Fairy Palace. But from the moment Martha set foot on the realm of Shadows Island, Charlene knew that Martha was lost forever. There was no turning back. For someone who had no further use, Charlene naturally wouldn't have any lingering feelings. In the Colosseum, Kathleen's expression turned cold. The Thousand Flower Poison was a secret poison of the Flower Fairy Palace, known only to each successive palace master. According to her knowledge, the Flower Fairy Palace was attempting to improve relations with the Six Paths Temple. If this young woman was truly from the Six Paths Temple, Charlene definitely wouldn't have poisoned her. This confirmed that they were not from the Six Paths Temple. At least Martha wasn't. Zachariah, however, seemed to ignore Kathleen's questioning. His entire focus was on Martha. But Blakely couldn't disregard Kathleen's words like Zachariah did. If the Sovereign of Shadows developed ill intentions towards them, it would be like escaping from the dragon's den only to enter the tiger's mouth. Blakely quickly explained to the Sovereign of Shadows, "This was all my idea. They are indeed not from the Six Paths Temple, but they have ties with me, which is absolutely true. As for my identity, I am a guest lecturer at the Human Path Temple. You can verify this anytime. If there's any deceit, you can punish us as you see fit." Blakely dared not falsely claim that Zachariah and the others were from the Six Paths Temple. The Sovereign of Shadows wasn't foolish. She might have been fooled once, but not again. The Sovereign of Shadows snorted coldly, though she refrained from lashing out immediately, trusting that Blakely was from the Six Paths Temple. At this moment, Zachariah slashed his own arm without hesitation. Blood flowed from the wound, and he hurriedly let the blood drip into Martha's mouth. Since he was immune to all poisons, his blood naturally possessed strong detoxifying properties. If Kathleen was right about it being Thousand Flower Poison, his blood would certainly work. Both Kathleen and Blakely looked at Zachariah's actions with confusion and incomprehension. "What are you doing?" Blakely didn't understand the significance of Zachariah's actions. Kathleen, reacting first, revealed an intrigued expression. "Is your blood capable of detoxifying?" Only then did Blakely realize what Zachariah was doing, but she didn't fully understand how human blood could detoxify anything. She fixed her gaze on Martha's face. As Zachariah's blood entered Martha's system, her complexion regained some rosiness. The small white flower on her forehead also gradually faded away. Does it really work? Blakely's eyes widened in surprise. But her happiness was short-lived. A green flower reappeared on Martha's forehead, contrasting sharply with her rosy cheeks. The appearance of the green flower meant the poison wasn't completely gone, and she remained unconscious. What's going on? A hint of panic appeared in Zachariah's expression. He had thought the poison had been neutralized, so why was it recurring? Kathleen suddenly laughed. It won't help. Even if you drain all your blood into her, it won't save her. Zachariah's eyes flashed dangerously. In a low voice he asked, "Why?" As he spoke, he continued to try to detoxify Martha with his blood, showing no sign of giving up even if it meant draining all his blood. Despite managing to suppress the flowers temporarily, new ones would appear almost immediately. Kathleen was slightly moved by this. She had always believed no man was worth trusting, and Zachariah hadn't changed her opinion, but his actions had made her waver. Originally, she planned to reveal the truth only after Zachariah pleaded, but moved by the moment, she decided to explain directly. "Don't waste your effort. The Thousand Flower Poison isn't entirely a poison. In other words, its essence is a power of curses. As long as the curse remains unbroken, the poison inside her will regenerate. That's why it's called Thousand Flower Poison. Even if you can neutralize it once, can you neutralize it 1,000 times?" "Cursing power," Zachariah murmured, recalling how Blakely had told him the place he was in had become abandoned due to the curse Immortal Emperor's power. Blakely also understood. Could it be the curse Immortal Emperor's power? Kathleen nodded. Exactly. An ancestor of the Flower Fairy Palace shamelessly stole part of his power before he became an emperor, blending it with their own to create the incurable Thousand Flower Poison. To truly cure this poison, you need the ability to break the curse first. Can you do that? Kathleen's tone carried a mocking edge, not because she underestimated Zachariah, but because even she couldn't cure the Thousand Flower Poison. Zachariah, lacking immortal aura, trying to detoxify would be like a dreamer chasing illusions. "You have a way, don't you?" Zachariah suddenly looked up at Kathleen. He sensed something deeper in her words. Kathleen smiled faintly. "Charlene and I have a history, so knowing her methods, I have a preventive measure, but it can only prevent, not cure once infected." Hearing this, Zachariah's spirits dampened. However, Kathleen shifted gears. "But it can delay the poisoning process and keep her alive. Without my method, she wouldn't last half a day." Kathleen's gaze fixed on Zachariah, sneering, "But we're strangers, and you've lied to me. Why should I help you?" Without replying to her question, Zachariah simply asked, "What's the price? Tell me." "It's simple to talk to smart people." Kathleen sat down comfortably. "Just make me happy, and anything is negotiable." Chapter 322. Enmity. Listening to Kathleen's ambiguous words, Amina fell silent for a moment. Happy? In what way? This Hell King surely isn't enamored with Zachariah and wants him to do something, right? But she had heard that since Kathleen was betrayed by a man, she held prejudices against men and never approached them again. How could she make an exception today? "No, I can't let Zachariah do such a thing." Zachariah was after all a junior of her old friend, and Amina didn't want him to suffer such humiliation. "Hell King, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They have grudges against the Fairy Palace. If you can help them, one day they will certainly add strength to your fight against the Fairy Palace." Hearing this, Kathleen merely sneered in contempt. "Help? He's just a kid not even at the immortal realm. What help can he bring me?" To Kathleen, she only saw Zachariah as a flower vase. A flower vase could only be used for admiring or playing with. Using it as a weapon would be too humiliating. "If it weren't for your sincere heart, you wouldn't even have the qualification to win my favor." Don't be ungrateful. Hell King looked at Zachariah, revealing a hint of thirst in her gaze. Zachariah stared straight into her eyes and said, I can become your helper. What did you say? Hell King's expression slightly changed. She wanted Zachariah to obediently agree to her demands, not to reply with such arrogance. I said, I can be a helper against Charlene. As if afraid she didn't hear clearly, Zachariah raised his tone and repeated it. At the moment Brynn was poisoned, Zachariah understood. Charlene, determined to destroy what she couldn't have, intended to kill Brynn. This completely crossed his red line. So no matter how much Charlene had helped Brynn before, from this moment on, Zachariah was completely opposed to her side. At most, he wouldn't involve Magnolia and the other people of the fairy palace. But for Charlene, he would never let her go. What makes you so confident to say such big words? Kathleen felt discontent for a moment. She disliked those who lacked self-awareness. An individual without any aura of an immortal actually dared to boast about helping her against Charlene. If Charlene were so easy to deal with, could she have tolerated this for so many years? I can prove my value, said Zachariah. Is that so? A slight sneer formed on Kathleen's lips. Then go down to the arena below and prove it to me. If you can survive 10 rounds, come back and talk to me. Amina opened her mouth to say something, but Zachariah immediately agreed without a word. Agreed. After agreeing, Zachariah entrusted Brynn to Amina's care. Seeing his determined look, Amina knew he couldn't be persuaded and didn't waste more words. Take care of yourself, don't die. I can't always carry her for you. She deliberately said this to ensure Zachariah would come back alive. I know, Zachariah nodded, then jumped into the arena. At that moment, in the arena, the giant of the Jasperling tribe claimed another victory, winning his 4th round. He showed no signs of fatigue and was instead even more spirited, more excited than the audience. Seeing Zachariah land in the arena, he froze in place. After all, Zachariah was previously in the audience, not a competitor here. Suddenly stepping down. What was going on? The audience was also bewildered. At this point, Kathleen stepped out to explain that Zachariah was her temporary contestant arranged beforehand. Not just a last-minute decision, but part of a well-planned extra show to surprise everyone. As soon as Kathleen finished speaking, the giant looked at Zachariah and sneered viciously. Such a volunteer to die was rare. The audience was also pessimistic about Zachariah. Given the obvious physical disparity, they sensed no powerful aura from Zachariah. Even the faintest trace of an immortal aura was absent. How could anyone bet on Zachariah? Beat him to death. Following the cry of a dark-skinned ugly man from the audience, many joined in the chorus of support for the Jasperling competitor. Amina frowned. She wanted to offer support to Zachariah, but she was alone, her voice drowned out by the crowd. However, Zachariah wasn't bothered by these clamorous voices. Soon, the sound of battle rang out. The giant took heavy steps toward Zachariah. His massive frame sharply contrasted with Zachariah. Looking down, his gaze toward Zachariah was filled with disdain. Tell me, how do you want to die? He didn't take Zachariah seriously at all, treating him like fish on a chopping board. Zachariah remained silent. His indifferent attitude and cold stare irked the giant. A menacing killing intent emerged in his eyes. In the next moment, his fist slammed down like a colossal hammer. Witnessing Zachariah not dodging, the audience cheered louder. They anticipated a bloody scene under the fist. Faced with the giant's attack, Zachariah simply raised his hand to meet it with his palm. Bang! A terrifying wave of power surged from the blow. Yet, the palm beneath the punch remained steady, not moving an inch. Zachariah himself was undamaged. What? Upon seeing this, a wave of surprise spread through the audience. When Zachariah lifted a single hand to face the giant's attack, everyone thought he was mad beyond redemption. No one expected Zachariah to actually stop the giant's blow with just one hand. From the shocking power revealed, the giant hadn't pulled any punches. This was enough proof that Zachariah firmly blocked the attack. Many were left speechless, having underestimated Zachariah. Amina smiled slightly, knowing Zachariah's strength well. Though he wasn't yet at the immortal realm, ordinary immortals couldn't touch him. The fact that he entered the fairy palace alone and rescued someone proved he wasn't simple. Kathleen's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained calm. So this guy has such strong power within him, capable of contending with the Jasperling? It's not just his strength, his body being able to withstand that impact means he's reached astonishing levels. Really, appearances can be deceiving? Considering this, Hell King couldn't possibly send down a real nobody. If he were a weakling who couldn't handle one hit, Hell King wouldn't be surprising us, but making us look foolish. Due to Zachariah's performance, the upper ranks began discussing him more. Meanwhile, the giant, still not recovered from his shock, turned furious. This time, Zachariah didn't wait. Decisively, he struck first. A streak of sword light flashed past Zachariah's vision, and the next moment, Zachariah dropped from above, landing behind the giant. A starry sword appeared in his hand. The giant's expression turned stunned. In the next moment, he abruptly turned his head, only for it to slide off his shoulders. Boom! The giant's head landed with a thud. Zachariah pointed upward in Kathleen's direction. Chapter 323, Imitation. As the giant's head rolled to the ground, its eyes still betrayed a deep sense of unwillingness and disbelief. This edit ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original Chinese text. Just like a hunter who has spent his days catching eagles but is now blinded by an eagle's beak. In the spectator stands, the moment the giant's head hit the ground, a cacophony of reactions erupted. Many spectators leaped to their feet, some in anger, others in frustration, some with surprise and excitement. Every emotion was openly displayed on their faces. Those who wore looks of both anger and regret were naturally the ones who had wagered everything on the giant. They had hoped the giant would prevail until the end. But he was decapitated midway. Of course, there were also those who reveled in the chaos, their expressions truly vivid. This kid actually has some skills. On the elevated platform, Kathleen saw Zachariah raise one finger toward her. She knew what it signified. She had promised him 10 trials. This was the first. It was as if he was taunting her. An interesting boy. For a moment, Kathleen's pupils constricted, her interest in Zachariah growing even more intense. At the same time, there were murmurs of discontent from some spectators, blaming her for allowing this interloper, Zachariah, into the arena. Some conspiracy theorists believed that Kathleen, the Queen of Six Realms, had intentionally arranged this. She might have bet on Zachariah herself, or through proxies, using this to gain wealth. However, Kathleen paid no heed to such accusations and found no need to explain. The more she explained now, the guiltier she might seem. With the giant's death, Zachariah became the clear victor of this match. He did not pause for rest. To quickly pass 10 rounds, he took on the role of the defender. In 5 consecutive life or death matches, Zachariah swiftly dispatched his opponents with a single sword strike each. He gave them no chance, nor did he prolong their suffering. Death came before they could feel much pain. The gladiatorial rule here was simple: fight until death. Victory was only decided when someone perished. Zachariah couldn't change the rules and had to adapt. Since they chose to enter, they must have been prepared for the possibility of death. The 7th match was unexpected. In the 7th round, Zachariah faced a female cultivator, unlike previous bizarre opponents. She appeared entirely normal, a long-legged beauty with a charming smile. She approached Zachariah with gentle words, begging him to show mercy. But Zachariah wasn't swayed. You don't even have a heartbeat, just wearing a skin to deceive. Zachariah knew she wasn't human. Without mincing words, he exposed her deception. Hearing this, her expression darkened, and a chilling wind swept through the arena. Without hesitation, Zachariah acted decisively, dispatching her within a few moves. She collapsed limply, her disguise dissipating to reveal a pink skeletal figure beneath. Sufficiently merciless. Kathleen was increasingly pleased with Zachariah. Now she only wanted to talk about the physical form, not feelings. Zachariah perfectly matched her current desires. Strong body, high looks, no emotional entanglements. He was her ideal type at the moment. Unaware of Kathleen's thoughts, Zachariah remained focused on advancing through the trials. Kathleen summoned a subordinate, whispering something inaudibly. After the subordinate left, Zachariah's 10th opponent stepped out from the opposing door. It seems you're not just for show. However, escaping my hand won't be so easy, came Kathleen's voice via telepathy. This match is against an opponent carefully chosen for you. Don't disappoint me. Zachariah remained silent, his gaze fixed on the emerging figure. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Before him stood an exact duplicate of himself. For a moment, Zachariah thought it was his shadow split. But how could he not know if it was his own? Amina also paused at the sight of the identical Zachariah. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Zachariah's string of decisive victories had already shattered most doubts. He had become a new sensation in the arena, and when the duplicate emerged, the clamor grew even louder. Though Zachariah didn't know who faced him, those familiar with the contestants certainly did. Realizing this, Zachariah deduced that his opponent used a transformation technique. But what purpose did it serve to imitate him? Did they think seeing his own face would prevent him from acting? The doppelganger smiled sinisterly at him. Seeing his own face twisted in such a way felt strange and irritating. As the battle bell rang, Zachariah unsheathed his sword, aiming directly at the doppelganger's throat. Clang! Their swords clashed in an instant. Zachariah was taken aback. His impostor matched him in speed and skill. Even the sword in his opponent's hand mirrored his starry sword exactly, imitating his face and even his sword. Though not a disgrace, it was uncomfortable to witness. Several exchanges later, Zachariah realized he did not hold the obvious advantage as before. Each move he made was countered identically. He began to feel a growing heaviness. This guy wasn't just imitating his appearance. He possessed strength and abilities matching his own. It felt like fighting another version of himself. This person's true strength must be at least a mortal realm. Only an immortal realm opponent could mimic his techniques so precisely. Not only the moves, but also their power matched. Zachariah's enhanced abilities with techniques like Shadow Kill and Sword Domain surpassed their original power. Yet, the doppelganger could keep up equally. This suggested something significant. There are no perfect duplicates. Even Zachariah's own shadow splits differed in strength and physique. Thus, though the situation was tense, Zachariah did not lose his composure. While the imposter mimicked everything else, one thing was certain. It couldn't replicate the Devil Chronicles. Chapter 324, The Kyler. On the high platform, Blakely's gaze fell on Kathleen. She finally understood that Zachariah encountering someone identical to him was not a coincidence at all. This battle had been entirely arranged by Kathleen. Before the fight began, Kathleen had summoned one of her subordinates. And shortly after this subordinate left, Zachariah met this formidable opponent. However, Blakely couldn't quite grasp Kathleen's intention. The strength of Zachariah's opponent was nearly equal to Zachariah's, perhaps not entirely identical but certainly evenly matched. Neither could kill the other in a short time. So, what did Kathleen hope to achieve with such an arrangement? Could it be that she doesn't want Zachariah dead, yet also doesn't want him to win? That's why she came up with this scheme. The Gladiator Arena's rules stipulated that contests determined both skill and life or death outcomes. However, there was an exception. If both fighters lost their ability to continue simultaneously, regardless of life or death, both would be declared losers. Kathleen probably didn't want Zachariah to win, nor did she wish for his death. Hence, she sent this person to oppose Zachariah. It seems this woman won't let Zachariah off easily, Blakely sighed inwardly. If not for being genuinely concerned about Zachariah, Blakely couldn't think of another reason for Kathleen's elaborate arrangements. This is troublesome, she thought, feeling a headache coming on, mostly out of concern for Zachariah. After all, the notorious Ingrid wasn't someone easy to deal with. According to legends, she was a creature who devoured humans whole without leaving a trace. As someone with some connection to Zachariah, Blakely felt responsible to consider his well-being more carefully. If things get too dire, I'll take them to the Underworld Hall, Blakely thought, already planning an escape route. The Underworld Hall was known for its strange and profound knowledge of life and death, and its head was enigmatic, even beyond Blakely's comprehension. It was rumored he had already mastered the ways of life and death. Blakely decided that if Ingrid went too far, she would take both Zachariah and bring him to the Underworld Hall. As a last resort, she might even seek the Human Realm Hall's leader's help in communicating with the Underworld Hall's leader, hoping for assistance. While Blakely was contemplating, the battle below grew increasingly intense. The fake Zachariah grinned mockingly at him. Our strength is equal. You can't kill me. Zachariah's expression remained calm as he replied, you can talk. That's a miracle. As he spoke, Zachariah's aura suddenly surged, making him noticeably faster. The opposing Zachariah was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Zachariah could still enhance his aura under these circumstances. He clearly sensed Zachariah had exerted his full effort before. How could there still be hidden reserves? In the competition between experts, a slight misstep led to vast differences. Though just slightly faster, Zachariah's sword stroke was enough to catch the opponent unprepared. In the next moment, Zachariah's sword slashed across his neck. How is this possible? The duplicate gurgled as a crimson line of blood spread from his neck, mirroring the cut on his back. Seems your strength isn't exactly like mine after all, Zachariah remarked coolly, glancing at the bloodstains on the opponent's neck. Zachariah realized that while the body of the copy was strong, it remained just that, a copy. It couldn't replicate the Nirvana sacred body. Before this, Zachariah thought the replica could mimic even his Nirvana sacred body. Hence he put all his strength into this strike, aiming to sever the head, thinking only instantaneous decapitation could prevent the sacred body from rejuvenating. He knew how formidable his own sacred body was. Only instant death could stop its regenerative capabilities. But even Zachariah wasn't certain if decapitation alone would suffice, since he had never tested it. Still, it was his best shot given the circumstances. Annihilating the opponent utterly in a split second wasn't feasible. But as events proved, he had overestimated his foe. The opponent couldn't replicate the Nirvana sacred body. After all, every sacred body was unique. Just like no two leaves are identical and thus, impossible for two individuals to have the exact same sacred body. My life is ending? The copy seemed unwilling to accept this reality as death loomed. I refuse to accept this. In the next breath, his eyes dimmed completely as his last breath escaped him. The audience fell into eerie silence, caught off guard by Zachariah's victory. Even many viewers couldn't comprehend how the fight ended so abruptly. A smile crept onto Blakely's face, joy welling inside her. Behind her, Kathleen stood up abruptly. Ingrid, usually unperturbed, showed a rare moment of agitation. Meanwhile, in the arena, the copied Zachariah's body underwent bizarre changes, softening and melting into a pool of black sludge speckled with vivid blood stains. From these spots of blood, Zachariah detected something familiar. That's my blood? Just as Zachariah pondered this, the demon chronicle in his mind reacted, revealing information about the Kyler. So, this fellow is also classified as a demon? Zachariah mused in surprise. From this new information, he learned about the Kyler, a recently ascended immortal demon whose cultivation foundation wasn't solid due to unconventional means. His primary method for advancing was through a divine ability allowing almost perfect replication using another's blood. By killing those he replicated, he inherited their knowledge and cultivation fully. This arena was the perfect place for him to exploit this ability. But he met his match in Zachariah, ending his immortal journey. Recalling his own ability to refine blood and extract the true form, Zachariah realized how this Kyler's power exceeded his own yet resembled it closely. Zachariah was not surprised to find his blood within the demon, considering his skirmish with the red-skinned skeleton, during which his skin had been scratched. Though it quickly healed, that brief moment might have allowed the demon to acquire his blood. Without dwelling further on the Kyler, Zachariah left the arena and headed straight to the high platform. Now, can you fulfill your promise? Hashtag chapter 325, conditions. How did you manage to do that? Kathleen stood in front of Zachariah, her gaze sweeping over him critically. She was baffled by how Zachariah had seemed to undergo a sudden enhancement in cultivation in that moment. Although he hadn't yet reached the immortal realm, his aura was now very close to it. Compared to before, the improvement was significant, and while it wasn't a complete transformation, it was quite evident. Moreover, at this moment, his aura remained remarkably stable. Kathleen could be certain that this wasn't due to any short-term cultivation techniques or potent elixirs. It was genuine growth in cultivation that had occurred within an extremely short period. Such a phenomenon couldn't help but feel somewhat eerie and unnatural, as cultivation typically progressed gradually and steadily until it matured naturally. Explosive growth like this truly went against all common sense. Zachariah remained silent. The reason for his rapid cultivation increase was because he had instantly tapped into the accumulated cultivation experience stored in demon records. Initially, he planned to use this only when he was ready to break through to the immortal realm. However, given the circumstances at the time, he couldn't think of a better way to deal with the myriad form demon in such a short time. Continuing the battle would have been disadvantageous. So, he decided to employ the unique power of demon records which the myriad form demon couldn't replicate, catching it off guard and subduing it swiftly. Zachariah was aware that such actions might risk exposing some of his secrets. However, he didn't have much choice. Besides, demon records resided solely in his mind, making it impossible for anyone to find any trace of it even if they tried. Therefore, Zachariah chose to take this bold step. Seeing Zachariah's silence, Kathleen didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets. Zachariah had already proven his worth through his actions. That was enough. Although he still couldn't deal with Charlene, his potential was indeed beyond what she had imagined. However, Kathleen didn't intend to agree to cooperate so easily. Sitting back down and crossing her legs gracefully, she said leisurely, I did say we could talk if you won 10 battles, but that doesn't mean I'll agree to your request. Hearing this, Zachariah remained relatively calm. He knew it wouldn't be simple from the start, especially since Kathleen's initial promise had been vague, but he needed her help and was in a passive position, so he had little leverage to negotiate. On the other hand, Blakely couldn't hold back any longer. If King Sinluo speaks thus, then we must have put our trust in the wrong person. Blakely turned towards Zachariah, looking serious. Zachariah, let me take you back to the Six Paths Temple and ask the Hell Pavilion head seat for help. Kathleen sneered immediately upon hearing this. The Hell Pavilion head seat? I know him better than you do. In suppressing Thousand Flower Poison, no one can match me. If you don't believe me, feel free to try on your own. Just don't regret missing the best opportunity when it comes. Though her words were cold, Kathleen's attitude showed a slight softening. I haven't said I won't help, just that I have one condition. If you agree to my condition, I will certainly cooperate with you. Rest assured, since you've met the initial criteria for working together, I won't make things too difficult for you. This time, Kathleen didn't propose any unreasonable demands like compromising his body. Instead, her condition was for Zachariah to enter the Immortal Emperor realm with her. The Immortal Emperor realm? Zachariah had no knowledge of it. However, as long as there were no ulterior motives, Zachariah had no qualms about agreeing. Immediately, he consented. The Immortal Emperor realm might be a dangerous place, but nothing mattered more to him than saving Bryn's life. Blakely wanted to protest, but seeing Zachariah agree, she kept her objections to herself. As a woman, she could tell that Kathleen had ulterior motives concerning Zachariah. If she continued to be overt and direct, it would only repel him. Like squeezing a melon for its juice, it may quench thirst, but it isn't sweet. With Kathleen's pride, she likely wanted to truly win Zachariah's heart and loyalty. Hence, she created this opportunity intentionally. Upon Zachariah's agreement, a rare smile appeared on Kathleen's face. You made the right choice, she said. Then she walked up to Bryn, placing her fair, jade-like hand on Bryn's forehead. With just a touch, she retracted her hand, and visibly, the floral mark on Bryn's forehead began to lose some of its color, becoming noticeably fainter though it remained. Her breathing, once barely detectable, gradually intensified and returned to a steady and rhythmic pace. Noticing Bryn's change, Zachariah felt slightly relieved. However, he didn't know what Kathleen had done and, truthfully, was a bit worried that she might have added something else. How did you do it? Zachariah asked. Kathleen didn't clarify but instead asked, only you are allowed to have secrets? My methods are used to deal with enemies. They are naturally confidential. Why would I easily reveal them to you? It seemed Kathleen had read Zachariah's thoughts and, displeased with his mistrust, curled her lip in disdain. Rest assured, I am not like that despicable Charlene. If I intended to harm her, it would be openly. She is shameless. I maintain dignity. While elevating herself, Kathleen also thoroughly criticized Charlene. She spoke the truth. Although Bryn was Zachariah's Dao companion, Kathleen didn't take her seriously. As the proud King Sinluo, she wouldn't lack this confidence. Zachariah said no more, picked up Bryn, and asked, when will we go to the Immortal Emperor realm? No rush. There's still some time. Once it appears, I will inform you. In the meantime, see if there are other ways to save your beloved. Remember, once I call you, don't go back on your word. You know the consequences. A threatening warning was masked in her seemingly gentle tone. Zachariah nodded, accepted the summoning jade token from Kathleen, and left with Blakely. Kathleen didn't seem concerned about them fleeing, providing ample convenience for them. As soon as they left the Sinluo Island, Zachariah turned to Blakely and asked, what is the Immortal Emperor realm? Hashtag chapter 326, investigation. You don't even know what the Immortal Emperor domain is, yet you dared to agree so rashly. I don't even know what to say about you. Amina glanced at Zachariah with a slight sigh. How could she not know that Zachariah ignored the risks and decisively agreed for the sake of Bryn? Given the matters involving their relationship, Amina did not want to interfere too much. Amina immediately explained the origins of the Immortal Emperor domain to Zachariah. Many years ago, the Great Thousand World had experienced an unprecedented Immortal Emperor War. That war had far-reaching consequences, leading to the destruction of many regions within the entire Great Thousand World. The toll on those affected was heavy, with rivers of blood flowing and even several immortal emperors falling. Speculations about the cause of that war were varied. Some said it started from disputes between two deeply influential immortal emperors, escalating into conflict between the forces behind them, resulting in such tragedy. Others claimed it was due to a competition over a supreme treasure. But few now know the true reason. As time passed, no one delved deeply into it anymore. What people today can still talk about with fascination is the main battlefield where the Immortal Emperor War took place, now known as the Immortal Emperor Domain. Within the Immortal Emperor Domain lie the remains of fallen immortal emperors, as well as the treasures they once possessed, a boon for future cultivators. However, the Immortal Emperor Domain, by the will of one of the immortal emperors, has been hidden away. Perhaps he did not want his remains to be disturbed by future generations, thus concealing the domain. But after many years, the lingering will of the immortal emperor showed signs of weakening. Thus, the remnants of that will would ebb and flow like a tidal wave. When this will weakened or became dormant, the Immortal Emperor domain would appear in the Great Thousand World. No one knew how long it would remain visible. However, many have discerned its pattern of appearance. Various factions dispatched personnel to constantly monitor the location. Once they detected the weakening of the Immortal Emperor's will, they would relay the message back, allowing these factions to track the movements of the Immortal Emperor domain in real time. They could even predict the exact time it would appear based on past experiences, with errors not exceeding 3 days. The Immortal Emperor domain may be a treasure trove, but the dangers within are immense. Amina felt worried for Zachariah. Just the inherent dangers of the domain itself were enough to test him. There are numerous remnants of other immortal emperors' wills inside. A single misstep could lead to death without knowing how it happened. Indeed, as the saying goes, even a worm that is 100 feet long does not stiffen when it dies. Immortal emperors, standing at the pinnacle of existence, could kill with a mere thought. Thus, these wills that reject intruders are like swords hanging over the heads of those entering the Immortal Emperor domain. Some remnants of the Immortal Emperor's belongings still retain some spiritual power, posing deadly threats to intruders as well. Moreover, the dangers faced by those entering the Immortal Emperor domain extend beyond the domain itself. Other potential enemies lurk as well. While one might luck out and avoid encountering an Immortal Emperor's will, other practitioners are bound to be met. Sometimes, even before the Immortal Emperor domain fully appears, battles would erupt among practitioners in the area due to misunderstandings. Hence, Amina harbored deep concerns about Zachariah's agreement to accompany Kathleen to the Immortal Emperor domain. Zachariah merely nodded upon hearing this. He didn't show much reaction, which annoyed Amina. After all, she was genuinely concerned, yet Zachariah seemed indifferent. Do you really understand the severity of this? Hearing this, Zachariah understood her concern and felt appreciative. I appreciate your concern, Elder. I am not taking this lightly, but worrying now serves no purpose. Zachariah did not underestimate the dangers of the Immortal Emperor domain. Excessive worry and anxiety would change nothing. More importantly, he needed to find a way to save Bryn. As for the rest, he simply had no heart to consider. Elder, I will return now. Zachariah planned to take Bryn back to the abandoned land of Immortals. Since the abandoned land of Immortals was where the Germanos' remains were buried and the source of the 1,000-flower poison stemmed from the Germanos' power, perhaps a solution could be found there. If only I can find the remnants of the Germano. Zachariah intended to search for clues during this time. Going to the Flower Immortal Palace to confront the perpetrator was temporarily off the table. Returning now would be walking into a trap. Zachariah wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle the entire Flower Immortal Palace alone. Just dealing with Charlene was nearly impossible. Threatening her children would also become more difficult. After his last stealthy visit, Charlene would certainly increase her precautions. Thus, revisiting the Flower Immortal Palace was unwise and should only be considered as a last resort. As for Kathleen's claim that the 1,000-flower poison had no cure, Zachariah did not fully believe it. After Zachariah left, Amina lingered momentarily, feeling somewhat lost. It wasn't a romantic sentiment, but rather because Zachariah could be considered a half-friend. She felt a sense of kinship towards him. Despite having acquaintances in the Great Thousand World, none gave her that special feeling. It was akin to a wanderer who suddenly meets someone from home while traveling afar, a natural closeness. Sighing, Amina turned to leave. Shortly after, a figure approached her. Seeing this person, Amina's eyebrows furrowed. Why him again? It was Marshal Staff, who had pestered her earlier. Just as she wondered why he clung like a stubborn plaster, she changed direction and sped up to go around him. Amina, wait for me. Marshal Staff accelerated quickly and blocked her path. Why do you avoid me? His face was unpleasant. Are you guilty? His words confused Amina. Martiality of what? A look of anger crossed Marshal Staff's face. His eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly looking for someone. That man, isn't he your brother? Amina's eyes flashed with fury. You investigated me? Chapter 327, Return. A powerful sect like the Sixth Path Temple would not recruit people with questionable backgrounds. It was inevitable that they would investigate the identity of a guest mentor thoroughly. Thus, the details about where Juliet came from, her family background, and how many siblings she had were not exactly secrets. One just had to pay the price to uncover the truth. Before this, Marshal Staff had only developed an interest in her, but their relationship hadn't advanced past casual acquaintances. He never considered investigating Juliet's background. However, when she suddenly mentioned having a younger brother, his suspicion grew, prompting him to have someone look into it. The results told him that Juliet came from an abandoned realm and was an only child. How could there be a brother? It was clear to him that she had been deliberately deceiving him, treating him like a fool. I have treated you sincerely all along, yet you make a fool out of me? The thought caused Marshal Staff's face to contort slightly. After all, he was the heir of the Wu family. While a guest mentor at the Sixth Path Temple wasn't an unattainable position, it was still something respectable. For him to humble himself so much, treating her as precious as a jewel, only for her to play such tricks on him, made him feel humiliated. It felt like he had walked in on his lover meeting another man, who she then claimed was her brother, and he had stupidly believed her. Of course, he never once considered that Juliet had never been his lover and had never favored him. In fact, he had placed himself in the role of her protector. If Zachariah had seen this, he would surely have shaken his head vigorously. This man displayed a bizarre mix of blind confidence and desperate devotion, making him quite explosive even among desperate men. Who is that person? Faced with Marshal Staff's interrogation, Juliet could no longer endure it. Marshal Staff, what kind of relationship do we have? Don't you think you're overstepping? Marshal Staff was momentarily silenced by her words, but quickly regained his composure. Juliet, don't tell me you don't know my feelings for you? Hearing this, Juliet frowned. Marshal Staff, I've already told you before that there can never be anything between us. Previously, I held back for your sake, hoping you'd realize and back off. Looks like giving you some leeway only led to misunderstandings. Juliet's words hit Marshal Staff hard. It felt like his dignity had been shattered and trampled upon. His face darkened. As the heir of the Wu family, he had never been humbled by any woman before. You're really going to be so heartless? Even feeling dejected, Marshal Staff still clung to the last bit of hope. However, Juliet had resolved to cut ties with him completely, so she wouldn't give him even that final sliver of hope. Heir Wu, I've made myself very clear. Please step aside and don't obstruct me. Her words were cold, as if speaking to an enemy. It clearly conveyed to Marshal Staff that there was no possibility of a romantic relationship or even friendship between them. Hesitation leads to trouble. Juliet couldn't bear him clinging to her anymore. Seeing that Marshal Staff still didn't move, Juliet decisively sidestepped and moved past him. Marshal Staff seemed unable to come to terms with the shock. Only after Juliet's figure disappeared did fury and hatred fill his eyes. You wait, I won't let you off easily. What I, Martial Staff, cannot have, I will destroy. Zachariah's silhouette passed through the spatial rift. His mood coming and going were entirely different. Coming here, he had a hint of worry but mostly hope. Now, however, he felt particularly heavy-hearted. Xianxia was brought back, but unconscious, suffering from a life-threatening poison with no known cure. Each time he thought of this, his brows remained furrowed, as if surrounded by low pressure. At such a moment, some unperceptive beasts approached and provoked him, becoming tools for Zachariah to vent his frustrations. After an indeterminate amount of time, a bright sky appeared before him. Zachariah had finally returned home. He first headed back to the Imortal Sect. The Imortal Sect had taken on a new atmosphere since his departure. Under Master Girardin's management, the losses from previous battles had gradually been recovered. Xianxia, we're back? Joyful saw Zachariah carrying Xianxia returning to Imortal. They noted his somber expression and the unmoving Xianxia in his arms. Sensing an ominous possibility, they dared not utter a sound, remaining silent as if in mourning. Even as Zachariah walked by, they bowed silently towards him. You're finally back. Girardin greeted Zachariah happily. During Zachariah's absence, he couldn't help but worry. After all, Imortal rarely produced such a remarkable genius, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. What happened to Xianxia? Girardin, as the leader of Imortal, was perceptive and didn't limit his concerns to just Zachariah. Xianxia was both a promising disciple and Zachariah's Dao companion, so he couldn't ignore her condition. She has been poisoned and is in a coma, with no cure currently available, Zachariah admitted openly. I returned specifically to find a way to detoxify her. Upon hearing this, Girardin knew Zachariah would soon leave again, but he couldn't stop him. What kind of poison? Can the Imortal Sect help? Girardin asked, and Zachariah responded immediately. This poison is called Thousand Flower Poison. Have you heard of it? Girardin frowned, unfamiliar with the name. I've never heard of it. Let me consult the Isaiahs of the Alchemy Hall. Without delay, Girardin summoned the Isaiahs. They were experts in pharmacology and proficient in detoxification. However, since Thousand Flower Poison was not a method native to this world, they shook their heads collectively after examining it. Zachariah showed little disappointment. He hadn't expected much anyway. Even the elders, unable to counteract a poison that resisted his sacred body's blood, were helpless. The Isaiahs stood around the bed, frowning deeply. Suddenly, Adelard burst in through the door. Sister. Upon hearing Xianxia had been brought back by Zachariah, he rushed over immediately. Seeing his sister lying peacefully in bed, he hesitated, fearing bad news. Only after Zachariah spoke did he rush forward, kneeling beside Xianxia's bedside, tears welling up. Sister, please don't leave me. I'm still waiting for you to protect me. Zachariah inwardly chuckled at the irony, but considering the situation, he refrained from commenting to avoid further upsetting Adelard. Hashtag chapter 328, Pseudo-Immortal. I appreciate your care for her while I'm away, Master Lao. Zachariah entrusted Gerardo to take care of Xandra. He did not trust anyone else with this responsibility. Gerardo readily agreed. He was more than willing to help. If Zachariah didn't need anything from the Shu Mountain Sect, that would indeed be worrying. Adelard watched Zachariah's figure through the doorway, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and distance. Not long ago, he had witnessed Zachariah rise from an obscure demon tower keeper disciple to someone who nearly sat on equal footing with the sect leader. Even now, the sect leader seemed to lack the usual authoritative demeanor when in front of Zachariah. While the sect leader didn't completely follow Zachariah's wishes, no requests were denied. Thinking about his earlier actions against Zachariah, Adelard felt profound regret. His initial misjudgment led to him speaking poorly to his future brother-in-law, causing a rift between them. Although Zachariah did not treat him harshly now, Adelard could still feel the faint sense of aloofness. However, it was too late to change anything now, no matter how much he regretted it. Before long, Brigham arrived. Zachariah nodded at him, and after a brief hesitation, Brigham said, I came to see Senior Sister Kuer. She's inside, Zachariah replied, pointing backward. Brigham immediately went in. Truthfully, he didn't have much interaction with Xandra. He just wanted to see Zachariah. Yet his feelings mirrored those of Adelard. He sensed a growing gap between himself and Zachariah. It made him uneasy, especially since he felt guilty for wronging Zachariah for so long. This guilt prevented him from interacting as freely and easily with Zachariah as before. By nightfall, the moon hung high in the sky. Zachariah left the Shu Mountain Sect. In a secluded area 100 miles away from Shu Mountain, deep within an isolated mountain, Zachariah meditated by a quiet stream. He was in a state of deep concentration, recalling the page of the Demon Beast catalog dedicated to the 10,000 sculpture demon. It was his first encounter with a demon of immortal realm strength. His victory had been partly due to luck and deception. Without the opponent's complacency and Zachariah's hidden tactics, defeating such a powerful demon would have been exceedingly difficult. That demon, though of immortal realm, isn't as strong as a true immortal, Zachariah reflected. The pressure the demon exerted on him was limited. With his current abilities, fighting an immortal realm being was possible, but they represented a realm far beyond ordinary mortals, a significant step in cultivation. For instance, Blakely shared the same immortal realm power, yet to Zachariah, she felt unbeatable. Even if he engaged her in battle, victory was out of reach despite using all his cards. However, the 10,000 sculpture demon did not instill the same overwhelming feeling. This difference revealed the distinction between true and pseudo-immortals. A genuine immortal realm being reached their level through orthodox cultivation, while pseudo-immortals gain their powers through unconventional means, thus lacking solid foundations compared to true immortals. Achieving immortal sovereign or even immortal emperor was almost impossible for them, making further advancement incredibly challenging. Upon learning this through the 10,000 sculpture demon's memories, Zachariah felt a twinge of concern. Could I become a pseudo-immortal if my path isn't entirely orthodox? His worry was justified. His cultivation primarily stemmed from the experience bestowed by the Demon Beast catalog, which bypassed traditional cultivation methods. This raised concerns about whether his enlightenment might lead him down a dead-end path. There would be no visible future or hope. But he had little choice. He could wait until he felt ready to advance steadily, but time was running out. Xandra couldn't afford to wait, and he needed to boost his strength urgently. Future confrontations with Kathleen, the Fairy Palace, and the Immortal Emperor domain awaited him, along with countless unknowns. Moreover, finding the remains of the Germano was paramount. Without a formidable cultivation base, he lacked a sense of security, even with his sacred body's protection. Certainly, he could dominate the central plains with his current power, but beyond that, venturing into the endless void left him vulnerable. Zacharias stopped dwelling on it, and proceeded to claim the rewards left by the 10,000 sculpture demon. The first reward manifested as a pitch-black item, an extremely rare occurrence. It was named the Heart of the Demon Immortal, embodying the demon's lifetime essence. If this item became known among demons, it would spark frenzy. Consuming the Heart of the Demon Immortal granted access to the demon's capabilities, and even its cultivation power. Although immediate ascension to the immortal realm was impossible, it provided a clear path forward. By diligently practicing, one could eventually achieve a pseudo-immortal status similar to the 10,000 sculpture demon. Despite its allure, Zachariah hesitated and decided to store it away. He believed that although it could enhance his cultivation, it would likely lead him down the pseudo-immortal path. Without definitive proof, his intuition warned him against it. Previously, rewards like bloodline fusion had been filtered of negative effects by the Demon Beast catalog. This time, however, they were not removed. Is a black reward a double-edged sword? It offered tremendous benefits but carried risks and uncertainties. After putting away the Heart of the Demon Immortal, Zachariah moved on to the second reward, a fragment of a rose-golden map. When he saw the partial map, he felt puzzled. It showed only 1/4 of the whole without any descriptions. To use it, one must collect 4 pieces. Would completing the map grant something extraordinary? Zachariah felt slightly disappointed. None of these rewards seemed beneficial to him at the moment. However, as he held the fragment, his expression suddenly changed, his body trembling violently. In the next moment, he was enveloped by an intensely mysterious aura. Chapter 329 Ascension. A mysterious aura emanated from the fragmented golden page. In an instant, Zachariah felt a wave of dizziness. The scene before him changed abruptly. He found himself no longer in the isolated and tranquil mountain, but in an extremely terrifying place. Countless grotesque and menacing faces snarled and roared silently before Zachariah. These were demons. All kinds of demons he couldn't name or had never seen, densely packed, all gathered before his eyes. Yet, it seemed they were restricted by something and couldn't truly approach Zachariah. But the feeling of being right there amidst it all made it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Looking at the endless sea of demons, this place might be a living hell for others. But for Zachariah, if he could really be here, it would undoubtedly be paradise. This was a treasure trove of experience. With a thought, Zachariah's divine sense transformed into the power of destruction. The divine sword slashed across instantly. At that moment, the demons fell apart. In the next moment, the Chronicles of Demons in Zachariah's mind emitted a hum. Immediately after, the cultivational experience points available for extraction skyrocketed dramatically. Such an amount of increase left even Zachariah, who was used to grand spectacles, shocked to the core. He took a deep breath. Enough, more than enough. That amount of cultivation experience was already enough for him to break through to the immortal realm. Just as Zachariah marveled at this, the dead demons before him vanished in an instant. They were replaced by another wave of surging demons. Zachariah was greatly startled. His expression turned peculiar. How did these demons feel like scallions? One crop gets cut down, and another grows back? Just as Zachariah pondered this, his vision suddenly blurred again. Next moment, he retreated from the demon-filled world. What met his eyes once more was the desolate scene of the original Lone Peak. The golden-colored fragment in his hand dimmed significantly. At this point, Zachariah felt a rare bout of mental fatigue and a lack of vigor. It was quite unusual. But he knew the reason. When he released the divine sword to slay the demons just now, that one slash had almost drained his mental energy completely. This wasn't done intentionally. Even he didn't understand how it happened. His mental energy emptied out instantly. As Zachariah wondered about this anomaly, a notification appeared in his mind. Demon-Subduing Treasure Scroll, Fragment, has been unlocked. A piece of information merged with his thoughts, finally clarifying everything. Turns out, the consciousness he entered belonged to the space within the Demon-Subduing Treasure Scroll Fragment. By entering this space, eliminating the demons inside could grant corresponding cultivation experience points. However, the requirement for mental energy to eliminate demons was very high. If one's mental energy was slightly weak, it would be impossible to eliminate demons inside. One could only watch helplessly. It was like having a roasted duck placed before you, yet being stuck outside a fence, unable to reach it. Fortunately, Zachariah's mental energy was powerful enough. But even with mental energy comparable to an immortal realm practitioner, he could only support one round of demon slaying. Afterward, due to insufficient mental energy, he was forcibly ejected. And because it was a fragment, Zachariah could enter that space only once. To re-enter, another fragment was required. Or, the 4 fragments of the Demon-Subduing Treasure Scroll must merge to form a complete scroll. A complete scroll allowed infinite entries with divine sense. The number of demons inside was immense, and each time a batch died, a new batch sprang up. It was boundless. Theoretically, with unlimited mental strength, cultivation experience points could be obtained without limit. This equated to unlocking an infinite treasure trove of experience. At this moment, Zachariah's emotions surged dramatically. Previously, he gained cultivation experience by imprisoning demons in the demon locking tower, accumulating daily harvested points over time, gradually building up, a steady trickle. Though this method had little variation and few ups and downs, it was a slow, gradual process, incapable of achieving immediate advancement. Alternatively, it was through rewards of cultivation experience points after slaying demons. But that situation was random and full of uncertainty. With the Demon-Subduing treasure scroll now, he had an additional active means to gain cultivation experience. The cost, however, was expending mental energy. Although replenishing mental energy also consumed time, elixirs and other aids could speed up recovery. Combined with the small boundless sky space, recovery was even faster. Overall, regarding the efficiency of obtaining cultivation experience points, this method was unrivaled. Pity I don't know when I can obtain the remaining 3 fragments? This fragment was obtained from an immortal realm demon. For the other 3 fragments, the entities capable of providing them would at least be on par with xuanhuan, perhaps even more formidable. Zachariah didn't dwell further. Speculating about this now was futile. Currently, advancing in realm was key. He took a deep breath, extracting all the substantial cultivation experience points just obtained. Buzz. Just as Zachariah injected the cultivation experience points, the surrounding universe seemed to tremble at that moment. His aura broke free from previous constraints, soaring ever higher, straight to the heavens. But simultaneously, a mysterious pressure descended upon him, attempting to suppress his aura. This moment, Zachariah's aura was like fireworks ready to shoot skyward, while the strong pressure acted like a giant palm descending from the heavens, carrying immense authority, trying to quell Zachariah's spirit. This is the curse of the immortal Forsaken Land? If Zachariah hadn't known this beforehand from Juliet Meng, he would have certainly been startled by such a situation. He might have subconsciously felt that his ascension was not tolerated by the Tao of Heaven, being suppressed by the Tao of Heaven. Such a mindset could likely destabilize one's Tao heart. Once the spirit flagged, the suppression would follow logically. But Zachariah, who had mentally prepared for this, would not be restrained by this curse. His will to become immortal, long steadfast, shone even brighter now. Breakthrough. With Zachariah's deafening roar echoing through the mountains, the rising flame shot upward like a flaming spear, piercing through the heavens, breaking the curse. As clouds parted and rain ceased, Zachariah seemed to enter a brand new, ethereal world. Closing his eyes, he felt the new transformation. In that moment, he felt immensely light, like a feather drifting between heaven and earth, merging seamlessly with nature. Featherized, ascended, Zachariah opened his eyes. In the next moment, 10,000 rays of rosy dawn burst forth in the sky. Chapter 330, Fashioning a New Body. The clouds stirred from all directions. Above the vast sky, 10,000 feet of golden rays shone down. What is that? This sudden scene left every cultivator within hundreds of miles staring in shock, their expressions astonished. Most of them had never witnessed such celestial phenomena before. Could this be an auspicious omen from heaven? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Seeing the immense beam of harmonious and golden light, it was natural for some to imagine a celestial treasure descending. After all, the emergence of extraordinary treasures was often accompanied by remarkable phenomena. However, this awe-inspiring spectacle of 10,000 feet of golden light was too grand, beyond imagination. What kind of terrifying treasure could cause such a scene? If this phenomenon is indeed due to a treasure's appearance, then this treasure must be astonishingly powerful and far from ordinary. In no time, many people were itching with anticipation, racing toward the lone peak where Zachariah was located. These people more or less believed that a treasure had appeared and wanted to be the first to reach its location. Their thoughts were largely the same. If they could claim the treasure first, they would grasp this unprecedented wealth and opportunity in their hands. From then on, turning over a new leaf, rising from obscurity to prominence, would no longer be a dream. Of course, there were exceptions. A barefoot farmer, who emerged from the wilderness, suddenly looked up and saw the golden rays. Shocked, he dropped the hoe he was carrying. This aura, could it be a transcendent being? Is there truly a path of immortality in this world? The unassuming farmer stared at the golden light, his mouth agape, half smiling, half crying, eyes filled with complexity. Amidst the tumult of emotions, his aura revealed itself. If a powerful individual were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This unremarkable farmer from the wilderness was actually a peak longevity realm powerhouse. For many years, he had pursued immortality but always felt just short of reaching the gate of immortality. Yet, reality's harsh waves cruelly dashed his hopes every time. Looking back over millennia, the gate of immortality remained tightly shut, never opening for him. His aspirations were long worn away by repeated failures. He gave up on that dream, considering it an unattainable illusion. He secluded himself in the mountains, living a farming life from dawn till dusk like an ordinary person. But unlike ordinary people, he was an immortal who wouldn't age or decay. He didn't enjoy this repetitive life, but he lacked the courage to stop, because stopping would remind him of the illusory and unattainable path of immortality, causing him more pain. Thus, he numbed himself with busyness, convincing himself that the path of immortality was unattainable. However, at this moment, as the golden rays appeared before him, and the aura of immortality approached from afar, he finally realized, there are indeed transcendent beings in this world. The path of immortality exists. With a long howl, he ran barefoot, disappearing as a fleeting shadow. At the same time, an ancient and weathered aura seemed to awaken from slumber. Haha, I didn't expect, after so many years, there would still be a rising talent. Unfortunately, it's not the right time. On the lone peak, golden light like fine sand fell upon Zachariah's body. Immersed in the golden radiance, Zachariah felt warmth, as if enveloped by gentle and warm fluff, experiencing an indescribable wonderful sensation. A mysterious and profound aura slowly emanated from Zachariah's body. Immortal aura. Immortal realm. The immortal aura circulated within Zachariah like a clear stream, cleansing him of mortal impurities while further refining his body. The long unbroken nirvana sacred body finally gained new life at this moment. The third and final stage of the physical realm, nirvana immortal body. Possessing this even more extraordinary immortal body than the nirvana sacred body, Xianxia was confident that no one in the immortal realm could kill him. This was an incredibly formidable physical condition. To understand, the immortal realm also has varying degrees of power. The difference between each minor realm is almost like night and day. Yet, Xianxia remained confident, clearly demonstrating how overpowering the nirvana immortal body truly was. An immortal body was inherently extremely difficult to destroy. Achieving the nirvana immortal body made it nearly impossible for even him to die. How terrifying is a constitution that can't even be destroyed by suicide? Feeling this new body, Xianxia's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Had he had this body when he stormed the Flower Fairy Palace, he would have faced Charlene more calmly. It seems my breakthrough was to true immortal realm, not becoming a pseudo-immortal like those demons. The immortal aura refined his body, achieving a perfect immortal body, whereas the pseudo-immortals retained a half-demon, half-immortal form. These two were entirely different. Xianxia felt relieved, but it also made sense. The strange beast Chronicles, an extraordinary artifact, was divine and couldn't possibly make him a pseudo-immortal. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Just as he did, a somewhat weathered voice sounded in his ear. First, the voice congratulated Xianxia on ascending to the immortal realm. But the following words advised him to leave quickly, stating there was no future staying here. If Xianxia hadn't met Juliet Ming, he might have misunderstood these words or even suspected the voice of creating obstacles. But now, Xianxia understood it was well-intentioned. Perhaps the voice belonged to a senior who had experienced a similar ascension to the immortal realm. Having suffered from the curse of this forsaken land, they didn't want Xianxia to experience the same, so they kindly warned him. Xianxia could clearly feel that. After his ascent to the immortal realm, the curse's power not only didn't dissipate but intensified, rushing towards him like a torrential flood from all sides. Xianxia calmly thanked the voice for its good intentions. However, he had no intention of leaving. He focused intently, sensing the source of the curse's power. This was why he urgently needed to advance to the immortal realm. Only at the immortal realm could he draw the curse's power upon himself. Through this curse, he could trace its origin. Xianxia thought the source of this curse might very well be the remains of the Germano. This would increase his chances of finding the Emperor's remains. Without this method, searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the demonic tribes, having coveted it for years without success, made it nearly impossible for Xianxia to find easily. Just as Xianxia was about to leave after locking onto the direction, he sensed several auras approaching. One was particularly fast. Xianxia could disappear before the other arrived if he wished. However, seeing the urgency in the person's approach, Xianxia hesitated. Moments later, the person stood before Xianxia. Immortal, please wait. Chapter 331. The storm approaches. The man speaking was barefoot and dressed in plain clothes, with stains from the mud still visible on him. He looked like a simple and unadorned farmer, but his eyes were piercingly bright, revealing an air that was far from that of an ordinary farmer. Xianxia saw at a glance that this man was a longevity realm cultivator. What do you want? Though Xianxia wasn't sure of the man's intentions, he noticed the earnest desire in his eyes and did not adopt a cold, indifferent attitude that would keep the other person at arm's length. He could see there was no hostility in the man's eyes, only sincere pleading. Is the path to immortality truly real in this world? As the farmer spoke, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though the living example of Xianxia was right before him, he mostly already had an answer in his heart. Yet, he still wanted to hear it from Xianxia's own mouth. Yes, but it is very difficult. Xianxia replied truthfully. He could tell that the chances of this farmer becoming an immortal were slim. The man had been trapped in the longevity realm for too long. His will had long since been worn down by time. Wanting to become an immortal in this realm was constrained not just by one's innate talent as a cultivator. More crucially, it was the curse power present in this land. A shackle that required surpassing strength at the same level to break free. Those who lacked great perseverance and strong will would never break through to immortality. And the farmer seemed to lack such conditions, at least from Xianxia's current perception. He still lacked the necessary spark. But for the farmer himself, he didn't expect to break through to immortal realm anytime soon. All he asked for was an answer. Now, he had gotten his answer. Immortality did exist. He had seen the immortal with his own eyes, who told him that the path to immortality was real. Even though even an immortal said it would be very difficult, it was indeed real. Xianxia's affirmation was undoubtedly a decree of forgiveness to him. It completely liberated him. Haha, thank you, immortal. The farmer's knees buckled, and he immediately knelt down before Xianxia, bowing deeply. To Xianxia, his casual words might mean nothing, but to the farmer, it was like Xianxia had relit a guiding beacon on his dim and dusty path of cultivation. With this newfound belief, his life had quietly changed. The gears of fate had turned again. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the farmer looked up, but found Xianxia's figure already gone. At this moment, other people began appearing in the farmer's view. They hadn't seen the auspicious treasure, but only saw the farmer standing atop a solitary peak, grinning foolishly. Naturally, they assumed the treasure had been snatched away by the farmer. Otherwise, why would he be so elated? A mere farmer, how can he possibly possess such extraordinary treasures? Several people harbored evil thoughts immediately. Hand over the treasure. In an instant, several individuals rushed toward the farmer. Their thoughts were almost identical, all intending to control the farmer first, then interrogate him about the treasure later. However, just as their hands grabbed onto the farmer, his smile suddenly vanished. His figure stood firm as Mount Tai, unmoving. A shocking aura erupted from within him. Ridiculous. His voice echoed through the heavens. The few nearby individuals were instantly sent flying by invisible waves of energy, rolling dozens of times on the ground before finally stopping, all heavily injured and unconscious. This was even after the farmer had restrained himself. He felt happy inside and didn't want to cause unnecessary death. If this happened earlier, these fools wouldn't have survived. Longevity Realm Powerhouse. Upon seeing the dire state of those who acted rashly and feeling the farmer's powerful aura, everyone's faces changed abruptly. They were relieved that they had hesitated and didn't rush forward, or else their fates would have been the same. Stunned and bewildered, they stared at the farmer's figure. What once was a ragged farmer now emitted an imposing presence that inspired fear and awe. Senior, please calm down. I only came here out of curiosity, with no ill intentions. If you don't like my presence here, I'll leave immediately. Some opportunistic individuals lowered their stances and humbled themselves. Under these circumstances, acknowledging their inferiority and preserving their lives were the most important things. Almost everyone wanted to flee, but no one dared to move. In front of a Longevity Realm powerhouse, any attempt to escape would not guarantee safety. Angering the powerhouse would only worsen the situation. So, they waited for the farmer's judgment. As for the treasure, they no longer dared to think about it. Not with a Longevity Realm powerhouse present. Get lost. The farmer, feeling good, was in no mood to fuss over them. Everyone, relieved, scattered. Only the farmer remained on the lonely peak, watching Xianxia depart, feeling boundless melancholy. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to meet that immortal again. That is a true celestial being. Meanwhile, Xianxia, whom the farmer thought of, left the isolated peak without further delay. His figure flashed through the clouds like a meteoric streak of light, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Windstorm City, Endless Seaport. A hefty man dashed toward the harbor, trying to catch the last boat, but missed it. Ever since the Oceanic Sect was annihilated by demon armies, the number of ships docking here had drastically decreased. The Windstorm City clan that now managed the harbor was far less capable than the Oceanic Sect. During the height of the Oceanic Sect's power, boats in this harbor rarely stopped running. Now, with the departure of the last ship, anyone wishing to board would have to wait. The man's eyes clouded over with disappointment. Time was what he lacked most, and he couldn't afford to wait. Just as he felt dispirited, sounds of wind cutting through the air approached from behind. Running? Let's see where you can run now. Leading the group was an extremely thin man with a bony face that bore a vicious smirk. His gaze was merciless as he stared at the fat man opposite him, like looking at prey cornered at the end of its road. Isn't that someone from the Zhao family? I heard they're having internal conflicts. Seems so. We should keep our distance to avoid getting caught up. People near the harbor recognized the Zhao family attire of the approaching group and kept their distance to avoid becoming collateral damage. Today's Zhao family incident had already spread throughout Windstorm City. Today we cleanse our family. Bystanders, move aside. Or else, don't blame Eden for being unfriendly. Eden's gaze swept over the bystanders who quickly made way. Satisfied with their compliance, he stepped forward with a sinister smile. Paco, will you jump on your own or need some help? Chapter 332. An old acquaintance. Paco turned his head to glance at the endless sea behind him, gritting his teeth tightly in frustration. He couldn't swim, and the endless sea was home to many lurking sea beasts. If he fell into the water, he would likely soon become their meal. You useless piece of trash. At least you're my blood brother. I wanted to give you a dignified death, but you can't even do that right. You've truly wasted my effort. Eden sneered coldly when he saw Paco's terrified expression. In truth, killing Paco wouldn't make much difference. Now that Eden had taken control of the Zhao family, only this fat waste refused to submit, incapable of causing any real trouble. But Eden knew it was necessary to cut off all roots. He had to kill one to warn 100 others. He needed everyone to see that anyone who opposed him, even his own brother, would be killed without hesitation. Paco watched as his brother Eden approached step by step. His eyes were filled with despair, yet his lips were tightly sealed. He did not beg for mercy. He had already made his stance clear. He refused to submit to Eden, someone who was utterly ruthless, willing to hurt his own kin for power and wealth. Despite his fear and instinctive terror of death, he held his ground. In the Zhao family, nobody ever respected him. If he begged now, he would truly lose respect for himself. I'll fight you. Paco did not jump into the endless sea. Jumping would be cowardly, giving Eden an easy win. Of course, Paco had no confidence in defeating Eden, but he wanted Eden's hands to bear more blood guilt. Paco believed in karma. Once a person had too much blood of relatives on his hands, they would eventually be abandoned by everyone. It was only a matter of time. As Paco charged toward Eden, the latter sneered and then struck out with a palm. His blow came first, and before Paco could touch him, the powerful force of Eden's palm crushed against his chest. Paco's ribs caved inward slightly, and a sweet, bloody taste surged up his throat. Like a broken kite, he flew backward toward the endless sea. He didn't choose to jump, but the outcome was the same. At this moment, Paco's heart was full of regret. He wished he had woken up earlier. Sheltered under the protection of the Zhao family, he had wasted his best years until he met Xianxia, which finally gave him the ambition to chase after someone worth following. But now it was too late. Just then, Paco's descent suddenly halted. His body stopped inches above the sea. Paco felt very strange. He thought time had stopped, yet he could still move. Soon, he realized an invisible force had held him up. At the edge of the harbor, Eden's triumphant smile froze upon seeing Paco suspended midair. Surprise flashed across his eyes. Next, Paco's body floated back up onto the harbor grounds, a few dozen feet from Eden. I didn't die? Paco's face was filled with disbelief. Behind Eden, the Zhao family Isaiahs wore puzzled expressions, unsure what was happening. Seeing Paco's shock, Eden suddenly understood. It wasn't Paco's doing but someone helping him in secret. Who is the reckless rat who dares oppose our Zhao family? Show yourself. A savage look appeared on Eden's face as he scanned his surroundings fiercely but saw no one. Suddenly, a flash of white light emerged, and a tall figure dressed in green robes appeared abruptly before Paco, facing away from Eden and the others. What happened here? A family dispute? Paco stared blankly at the figure before him. Then he cried out in surprise. Elder brother. The figure appearing before Paco was none other than Zachariah, who had followed the trail of the cursed power. He had initially planned to cross the endless sea, but decided to help when he stumbled upon an old acquaintance. Elder brother? Hearing Paco's cry, Eden was startled. Giant, he already killed elder brother? He took a closer look. The back and profile of this man were definitely not his half-brother. This must be some random elder brother the fatso had recognized somewhere outside. Since this was Paco's ally, Eden did not hold back. He wouldn't stand around and let them catch up. With a wave of his hand, Eden ordered, "Everyone, please do me the favor of dealing with this meddlesome rat." Zachariah exuded no intimidating aura, and there were several cultivators at the soul transformation stage behind Eden. Therefore, Eden felt no fear. Following Eden's command, the soul transformation cultivators rushed at Zachariah after exchanging glances. Although they hadn't figured out Zachariah's true strength, several of their own soul transformation experts faced a young-looking opponent, so they weren't afraid. Elder brother, watch out. Seeing the Zhao family Isaiah's attack, Paco's face turned pale. He knew how powerful these people were. Though he believed in his brother's strength, these were the core forces of the Zhao family, not to be underestimated. They could easily gain the upper hand if treated lightly. Eden followed closely behind the Isaiahs, his murderous intent rising. Despite the approaching danger, Zachariah never turned around. This caused the attackers a profound sense of being disrespected. Arrogant rat, die. Enraged, Eden barked out. Yet, just as he spoke, the several soul transformation Isaiahs in front of him exploded into bloody pulp, splattering onto Eden's face. The pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn, partly from physical disgust and partly from fear. Eden barely stopped himself from vomiting. On one hand, it was sheer physical revulsion. On the other, overwhelming terror. Eden's body stiffened at this shocking scene, almost losing control of his bladder. With bloody hands, he frantically wiped his face, revealing only his wide-eyed gaze, a look of utter horror. These soul transformation Isaiahs were expensive to maintain. Satisfying their demands was extremely difficult, and now they had exploded right in front of him. What kind of monster was this? With a thud, Eden knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, spare my life. Finally turning around, Zachariah said, "Oh, no longer calling me a rat?" Chapter 333, The Zhao Family's Transformation. At Zachariah's light-hearted words, Arnold's body trembled violently. I dare not. It was I who failed to recognize a lofty mountain. Senior, please spare my despicable life. Arnold could be both stubborn and flexible. Just moments ago, he had been arrogantly ignoring everyone, but now he knelt on the ground begging for mercy, humbling himself to the lowest depths. It was as long as Zachariah agreed to spare him, it didn't matter if he was called a lowly beast. Zachariah couldn't be bothered to give him another glance. He had no ties with this person, so naturally, there was no enmity either. Turning to Paco, he said, it's up to you how to deal with him. After all, this was a family matter of Paco's. Moreover, Arnold was Paco's brother. Zachariah wasn't sure if Paco wanted Arnold dead. He never liked making decisions for others, so he left Arnold in Paco's hands. Paco stood dazed on the spot. He hadn't recovered from the extreme shock yet. The Isaiahs of the Zhao family, those powerful nascent soul realm experts, vanished without even touching his brother's clothes. The impact of what just happened was huge. He swallowed unconsciously. His brother's strength had truly become unfathomably profound. Such terrifying erasing power. Just how far had his brother advanced? Could it be that he had reached the tribulation transcending realm? Only when Zachariah spoke did Paco come back to his senses. He looked at Arnold with complicated eyes. Of course, Arnold knew that whether he lived or died depended entirely on Paco's attitude. Although he felt extremely unwilling inside, Arnold also felt relieved. After all, if he begged Zachariah, he had no assurance. But he understood Paco. This fat man was inherently weak and easily swayed by emotions. As long as he seized on these weaknesses, there was still a significant chance of survival. Faping, I'm your Isaiah brother. I've already realized my mistakes. Quickly ask this senior to let me off. I will definitely reform. Give me a chance to repent, okay? Arnold turned to Paco, pleading pitifully. For the first time, Paco saw his always domineering second brother show such humility toward him. He didn't feel any satisfaction inside. Instead, he felt sorrow. Not for Arnold but for the loved ones killed by Arnold in his power struggle. In order to seize power, Arnold, along with outsiders, slaughtered anyone who opposed him, including their eldest brother. I am no longer the same as before, Paco said coldly, looking at Arnold. You deserve death. He then clenched his fist and walked towards Arnold. Arnold had never treated him as family, and Paco wouldn't acknowledge him as an Isaiah brother either. The moment Paco's eyes turned cold, Arnold sensed something was wrong. This fat man seemed to have woken up. If he did nothing, his life would be in grave danger. A glint of hatred flashed across Arnold's eyes. When Paco approached, he quickly assessed the distance, suddenly leaping forward with eagle-like claws aimed at Paco's throat. He didn't want to kill Paco because that would lead to his own demise. What he wanted was to hold Paco hostage. He noticed the close relationship between Paco and the supposed eldest brother. If he succeeded in holding Paco hostage, it might buy him a sliver of hope. However, his plan was overly simplistic. Before his hand touched Paco's neck, an invisible force pressed down on him, immobilizing him. Despite being inches away, it felt like they were worlds apart. Arnold's face twisted like a Amon's, but he couldn't move. Paco hesitated for only a moment before overcoming his fear. Gathering all his strength into his right fist, he punched Arnold hard in the face. Paco's punches weren't enough to kill Arnold, nor were they enough to vent his anger fully. Punch after punch rained down as he unleashed his pent-up frustration. For someone who acted worse than an animal, Paco held no compassion. Only when Paco was utterly exhausted did Arnold's face almost lose its human shape. Swollen and bloodshot, his face could no longer form expressions, but the venomous hatred in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Seeing Arnold's gaze fueled Paco's rage. Reaching out with 2 fingers, he gouged out Arnold's eyes. "Who gave you the courage to look at me directly?" Pretending to be fearsome came naturally to Paco now. Arnold endured the punches silently, but he couldn't help roaring like a wild beast when he lost his sight. "Paco, you damned fool, even as a ghost, I won't let you off." Furiously shouting curses, Arnold sounded as offensive as possible. But soon, he couldn't speak anymore. Paco pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into Arnold's neck with all his might. Arnold wasn't a body-tempering practitioner. His skin couldn't withstand the sharpness, and blood gushed out. Soon, Arnold's eyes dulled and he lost his voice. Breathing heavily, Paco had been holding his breath. This was the first time he genuinely killed someone, and it was his own second brother. His hand, which held the weapon, still trembled. However, he didn't regret it. He knew Arnold too well. This guy would never change. From childhood, he was like this. So Paco didn't believe he would reform if spared. Given any chance, Arnold would find ways to take revenge, and Paco would end up suffering again. After all, Paco knew his eldest brother couldn't protect him forever. While he was lucky this time, he might not be so fortunate next time. Not eliminating Arnold would mean his future death. Paco was afraid of death. Therefore, besides righteousness, protecting his life was a major reason behind his actions. After dealing with Arnold, Paco turned to Xianxia and recounted his recent ordeal. Xianxia guessed something had happened in the Zhao family but didn't know the specifics. Only after hearing Paco's account did everything become clear. It wasn't a complicated story. "My father was injured by demons and died untreated," Paco said mournfully when talking about his father's death. "It was an accident. The cause was the demon army attacking Stormwind City. The main target was the Oceanfar sect, but other places suffered attacks too. During that chaos, Zhao family's head was severely wounded and eventually died. Afterwards, Arnold, vying for patriarch power, openly revealed his hidden forces and ruthlessly purged anyone who opposed him. Luckily, I wasn't home during that time, escaping disaster. When I returned, thanks to a former steward who risked his life to inform me, I avoided meeting the same fate as the others." Xianxia fell silent after listening, then asked, "Do you want to be the spokesperson for the Zhao family?" Arnold could be both humble and arrogant. Just moments ago, he had been acting with utter disdain for others, but now he knelt on the ground pleading for mercy, demeaning himself utterly. It seemed that if Xianxia agreed to spare him, calling him a lowly beast would be of no consequence. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. He had no connection to this man, and thus held no grudge against him. Turning to Paco, he said, "I'll leave it to you to decide what to do with him." This was ultimately a family matter for Paco. Moreover, Arnold was Paco's brother. Xianxia wasn't certain if Paco wanted Arnold dead. He never liked making decisions for others, so he left it to Paco. Paco stood in a daze. He hadn't recovered from his shock yet. The family Isaiahs, those mighty core formation cultivators, were gone without even touching his brother's clothing. The impact of what just happened was immense. He swallowed involuntarily. His Isaiah brother's power truly grew more unfathomable. Such terrifying ability to exterminate. Just how advanced had his Isaiah brother become? Could it be he'd reached the tribulation transcending realm? It wasn't until Xianxia spoke that Paco snapped back to reality. Looking at Arnold, his gaze was complicated. Arnold knew very well that whether he lived or died depended on Paco's attitude. Despite his deep unwillingness, Arnold felt a tinge of relief. Making a plea to Xianxia offered no guarantee, but he knew Paco. This fatty was inherently weak-willed and easily swayed by emotion. Exploiting this weakness gave him a chance at survival. "Faping, I'm your Isaiah brother. I already know I was wrong. Please let this senior forgive me. I'll reform myself. Give me a chance to repent, okay?" Arnold turned to Paco, pleading pitifully. Paco saw his usually domineering second brother displaying such humility toward him for the first time. Yet, he didn't feel any satisfaction. Instead, he felt sorrow, not for Arnold, but for mourning the loved ones killed by Arnold's ambition. To seize power, Arnold allied with outsiders, slaughtering all who opposed him, including our eldest brother. "I'm not the same person as before," Paco said coldly, looking at Arnold. "You deserve death." With this clear statement, Paco clenched his fists and approached Arnold. Never had Arnold treated him like family, and neither did he want to acknowledge Arnold as his Isaiah brother. The moment Paco's gaze turned icy, Arnold realized something was amiss. The fatty seemed to have awoken. If he did nothing, his days might be numbered. A flash of venom crossed Arnold's eyes. As Paco approached, Arnold gauged the distance, then suddenly leaped up like an eagle clawing toward Paco's throat. Arnold didn't aim to kill Paco. It wouldn't help his cause. His intention was to use Paco as leverage, seeing the close relationship between Paco and the alleged Isaiah brother. Successfully holding Paco captive might buy him a sliver of hope. However, his plan was too naive. Before his hand touched Paco's neck, an invisible force pressed down, leaving him immobilized. A hairbreadth away felt like an impassable chasm. With a monstrous expression, Arnold was frozen in place. Paco hesitated briefly, but quickly cast aside his fear. Focusing all his strength into his right fist, he fiercely smashed Arnold's face. One punch wasn't enough to kill Arnold, nor to vent Paco's pent-up fury. Punches rained down, releasing inner rage. Paco had no pity for a man who had lost his humanity. By the time Paco was breathless, Arnold's face was unrecognizable, swollen, bruised, but his eyes still burned with malice. Seeing Arnold's glare, Paco's anger flared again. Reaching out 2 fingers, he gouged out Arnold's eyes. "Who gave you the courage to look at me?" Paco had become adept at intimidating others using borrowed power. Silent through the beating, Arnold roared in animalistic fury only when blinded. "Paco, you cursed fool. I'll haunt you forever." Enraged and cursing every obscenity known, Arnold's voice was soon silenced. Paco plunged a dagger into his neck with all his might. Arnold, not being a body-strengthening cultivator, could not withstand the sharp blade, and blood spurted wildly. Soon, his eyes dimmed and he fell silent. Gasping heavily, Paco had been holding his breath throughout. This was his first true act of killing, and worse, it was his own brother. His hands trembled holding the murder weapon, yet he felt no regret. He knew Arnold would never change. He would seek revenge at all costs if given a chance. It was self-preservation that drove Paco's actions. After resolving Arnold, Paco turned to Zachariah and recounted his recent ordeal. Although Zachariah suspected some transformation within the Zhao family, hearing Paco's story finally clarified the situation. It's actually not too complicated. My father was injured by demons and died from untreatable wounds. Mentioning his father's death, Paco's expression was pained. The incident was a tragic accident caused by demon incursions during the attack on Windrain City. Arnold seized the chaos to expose his hidden power base, brutally purging anyone who opposed him for leadership. During this time, I wasn't home, narrowly escaping fate. Returning, thanks to a loyal servant's warning, I survived. Otherwise, I'd share the same fate as others. Afterward, Zachariah understood the events. Silence followed as Zachariah processed everything. Finally, he asked, "Do you wish to become the Zhao family spokesperson?" Chapter 333, The Zhao Family's Turmoil. Upon hearing Zachariah's seemingly offhand remark, Zhao Wuji trembled uncontrollably. "I dare not. I am truly unworthy to have met such a great person. Please spare my worthless life." Zhao Wuji was someone who could be flexible and humble when necessary. Moments ago, he had been arrogantly dismissive, but now he knelt on the ground begging for mercy and degrading himself as if it mattered little how lowly he was perceived, as long as Zachariah showed him leniency. Zachariah couldn't be bothered to look at him any longer. He had no prior interactions with this man, and thus held no particular grudge against him. Turning to Paco, he said, "It's up to you how you wish to handle him." After all, this was an internal affair of Paco's family, and Zhao Wuji was Paco's brother. Zachariah wasn't certain if Paco wanted Zhao Wuji dead. He didn't like making decisions for others, so he left it in Paco's hands. Paco stood there stunned. He was still recovering from the intense shock of seeing the powerful Zhao family's protectors and the nascent Soul Realm cultivators vanquished without even being able to touch his eldest brother's clothes. Swallowing hard unconsciously, Paco thought about the ever-deepening mystery of his brother's strength. His Isaiah brother's killing power was terrifying, but how high was his cultivation level? Could it be Transcendence Realm? Only after Zachariah spoke did Paco finally regain his composure. Looking at Zhao Wuji, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhao Wuji knew well that his fate rested entirely on Paco's decision. Although he felt extreme unwillingness, he felt fortunate. Requesting leniency from Zachariah would have been uncertain, but he understood Paco. This fat fool was naturally weak-willed and easily swayed by pity. "Faping, I'm your real brother. I know I've wronged you. Please beg this senior to let me off. I'll mend my ways. Give me a chance to repent, okay?" Zhao Wuji turned toward Paco, begging pitifully. It was the first time Paco saw his always dominant younger brother showing such a humble attitude towards him. Instead of feeling vindicated, Paco felt only sorrow, not for Zhao Wuji, but for those beloved relatives killed by him for power. "I'm not who I used to be," Paco said coldly, then added sternly, "You deserve to die." He clenched his fists and approached Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji had never treated Paco as kin, and Paco refused to acknowledge him as a brother. From the moment Paco's eyes turned icy, Zhao Wuji sensed impending danger. This fatso seemed to have awakened. If Zhao Wuji didn't act, he feared his end was near. A flash of vicious intent crossed Zhao Wuji's eyes as he gauged the distance. As Paco came close, Zhao Wuji leapt suddenly, clawing at Paco's throat. Zhao Wuji didn't want to kill Paco. Killing him wouldn't save him either. He merely intended to take Paco hostage, knowing it might earn him a slim chance of survival, given Paco's connection to their eldest brother. However, Zhao Wuji's plan was too naive. His hand hadn't even touched Paco's neck before an invisible force restrained him. Despite being mere inches away, it felt like 1,000 miles. With an amen-like expression but unable to move, Zhao Wuji watched as Paco hesitated momentarily but quickly overcame his fear. Concentrating all his strength into one fist, Paco struck Zhao Wuji's face fiercely. Though Paco's punches didn't kill Zhao Wuji, they vented his anger. Paco harbored no mercy towards this beast of a man who betrayed humanity. After exhausting himself, pummeling Zhao Wuji until his face was barely recognizable, Paco felt the lingering malice in Zhao Wuji's eyes enrage him further. In a swift motion, Paco gouged out both of Zhao Wuji's eyes. "Who gave you the courage to look at me?" Despite being beaten badly, Zhao Wuji remained silent until his eyes were gouged out. Then, he unleashed a guttural roar like a wounded beast. "Paco, you despicable swine. Even in death, I won't let you go." Enraged and spouting curses, Zhao Wuji ranted bitterly, but soon couldn't speak as Paco thrust a dagger forcefully into his neck. Blood spurted out uncontrollably. Zhao Wuji's eyes dimmed, silencing him forever. Breathing heavily, Paco felt a profound mix of exhaustion and relief. This was the first time he had killed anyone, especially his own brother. Hands trembling from the act, Paco felt no regret. Knowing Zhao Wuji's unrepentant nature, he couldn't trust him to reform if spared. Given another chance, Zhao Wuji would certainly seek revenge, endangering Paco again. Ultimately, Paco prioritized self-preservation. With Zhao Wuji eliminated, Paco turned back to Zachariah, recounting his recent tribulations. Zachariah guessed something had gone awry in the Zhao family but didn't know the specifics until Paco explained. "The attack that killed my father was unexpected, caused by demons during their assault on Windrain City. Though their main target was Ocean Reach Sect, chaos spread widely, leading to my father's fatal injuries." Afterwards, Zhao Wuji openly revealed his hidden forces and brutally suppressed opposition to claim leadership. "Luckily, I was away and received a warning from our old steward upon returning, or I would have met the same fate." Zachariah listened silently, then asked, Do you wish to become the head of the Zhao family? Chapter 334, The Gift of a Sword. When Zachariah asked, Paco was taken aback on the spot. He had never imagined leading the Zhao family, because he knew he wasn't qualified. But now, hearing these words from Zachariah's mouth, a sense of restlessness stirred within him, filled with an urge to try. The Zhao family is father's life's work. I don't want it to fall because of this, Paco said, then abruptly changed his tone. However, I don't want matters concerning the Zhao family to inconvenience you, brother. Paco understood that Zachariah hadn't come here for nothing. The Zhao family's current situation was incredibly complex. Ideen not only caused internal divisions and chaos within the Zhao family, but also joined forces with external powers to seize control, at the cost of parts of the Zhao family's assets. Thus, the Zhao family faced both internal strife and external threats, and Paco did not want Zachariah to get involved in this mess. You've saved me again, brother. I don't know how to repay you. As for the Zhao family, I'll find my own way. If I rely on you for everything, even if I regain control of the Zhao family, I won't be able to maintain it. Paco didn't want to overstep boundaries. He was also very clear-headed. With Zachariah's help, regaining the Zhao family might not be an unreachable dream. But taking charge of the Zhao family would be hard. Those people might submit temporarily due to the Isaiah brothers' power. But ultimately, those who didn't respect him still wouldn't respect him. And the brother couldn't stay here forever. Once the brother left, he would lose the strongest support to intimidate everyone. At that time, the counterattack would be more intense. Zachariah understood his concerns and didn't say much. He spread out his palm, condensing a small sword from his palm. I gift this sword to you. It can protect you completely. The sword's power can be used 3 times. Once activated, it can sever anyone below longevity realm. How you use it is up to you. If you don't want to get involved in those struggles, this sword can ensure your peace for a lifetime. If you use this sword twice but still cannot establish authority in the Zhao family, I suggest you abandon this idea and find a place to live peacefully. If using the sword's power twice still can't help him control the Zhao family, it means he really isn't cut out for it. Paco shakily accepted the small sword. The size of the sword was like a dagger. The celestial energy-infused small sword felt solid, giving Paco a chilling sensation in his palm, as if a killing intent spread throughout his body, making him shudder. Paco couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It could sever anything below longevity realm. Doesn't that mean even a tribulation realm powerhouse can't withstand the strength of this sword? What a terrifying weapon. Paco had never seen a tribulation realm powerhouse. Those strong ones were all pillars of their respective realms. Yet, the small sword gifted by the Isaiah brother could sever through tribulation. Brother, this? Paco looked up, wanting to ask Zachariah again, but Zachariah had already vanished, coming without a trace, leaving without one. A bitter smile appeared on Paco's lips. Standing there for a long time, he thought about Zachariah's words and made a decision. To live humbly and seek peace or to take a risk, betting his life to set the Zhao family back on track. After a long while, Paco's eyes gradually became resolute. Before, he preferred a comfortable and lazy life. But now, just imagining a life of barely surviving, he found it boring. If he doesn't take a chance now, there might never be such an opportunity again. In years to come, the Zhao family would certainly not remain as it is now. It might even cease to exist. Then regret would be too late. Thinking of this, Paco moved towards the direction of the Zhao family. At the gate of the Zhao family residence. When Paco stood before this familiar gate once again, he received entirely different treatment. Previously, he was the heir of the Zhao family. Although incompetent, his identity meant no servant dared openly disrespect him. Now, most people in the Zhao family have aligned with Ideen, so they naturally didn't welcome him. Why are you here? What about Ideen? Seeing Paco at the gate, the Isaiahs were puzzled. They knew Ideen had gone to chase Paco. Yet now, Paco stood unharmed while Ideen and his followers were nowhere to be seen. This raised suspicions. Paco's expression was serious, his voice cold. As Zhao family Isaiahs, you colluded with Ideen, a traitor, to harm the Zhao family. Do you realize your crime? Paco's words angered the Isaiahs. In their view, Paco, the weakling, had no right to criticize them. He was a pest to the Zhao family, bringing no contribution and often causing trouble that the family had to clean up after. An utter disgrace. You insolent brat, worthless scum, dare to babble in front of us? Since you came seeking trouble, let me finish what Ideen started. In an instant, 2 murderous intents approached Paco. 2 Zhao family Isaiahs simultaneously launched attacks at Paco, mercilessly. Ignoring kinship, Paco remained rooted to the ground. His face was calm, but inside he was terrified. He dared appear here, daring to rebuke the Isaiahs. Only because he trusted Zachariah. Trusting Zachariah, he held the sword given by Zachariah. But when death loomed, a hint of panic surfaced. Nonetheless, his hand firmly gripped the small sword. He silently prayed. Boom. Suddenly, centering on Paco, a dazzling silver-white sword beam soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. At this moment, the 2 Isaiahs who had approached Paco were stunned. The sharp aura of the sword made their hair stand on end. As if a grim reaper's scythe suddenly appeared before them, and they were rushing towards it. Stop! Stop! They tried to stop, but having attacked with full force, stopping suddenly was no easy feat. They crashed into the silver-white sword barrier. Without a scream, they disintegrated completely. This event at the Zhao family gate quickly spread across the city. People gazed at the sword barrier in horror, trembling with fear. From a distance, their knees turned weak, feeling an impulse to kneel and worship. What kind of aura is this? Sword? Sword immortal? That's the Zhao family direction. The Zhao family has a sword immortal? At the Zhao family gate, Paco stepped in, announcing aloud. Today, Paco, borrowing a sword from my sword immortal Isaiah brother, represents the deceased Zhao family head, to purge the rebellious Zhao family. Hashtag chapter 335, Return to Mirror City. The Endless Sea. Under the gloomy sky, fierce winds howled and clouds thundered as if heaven itself was enraged. The surging waves churned like the most terrifying beasts of the sea, unleashing their fury. The harsh nature of the endless sea was fully revealed at this moment. Above the sea surface, a sailboat teetered on the verge of capsizing, rising and falling with the tumultuous waves. On the deck of the sailboat, two figures clung tightly to the mast like drowning men grasping at straws. Hold on tight. The Israeli man with white hair and beard remained calm, a smug smile playing on his lips. The young man beside him looked pale with worry etched on his face. Yush, can our boat really withstand this? You have nothing to worry about. I am the official shipbuilder for the Oceanfar clan, and although this boat was built by me alone and is not large in scale, its sturdiness matches any of the Oceanfar clan's ships. The Truman spoke proudly, but the young man felt bitter inside. If it weren't for the demise of the Oceanfar clan, his second uncle wouldn't have had the idea to head to Miru City to make his mark. His second uncle felt that the Windstorm City no longer held any ambitions worthy of him. Those who took over the ports were all short-sighted fools, not worth discussing matters with. The Dual Cultivation Sect in Miru City learned of their situation and offered them shelter along with rewards far more generous than what they received from the Oceanfar clan. If the Oceanfar clan still existed, the second uncle might not have been willing to go through such trouble. Now, with the Oceanfar clan destroyed by the demon army and the extremely generous offer from the Dual Cultivation Sect, the second uncle naturally became intrigued. However, traveling to Miru City meant crossing the endless sea. Oddly enough, the second uncle refused to travel on anyone else's ship. He insisted on taking his own ship as proof of his skills to reach the other side. You're an adult now, just keep building away. The young man grumbled under his breath. The Truman glared sharply and retorted, Brat, do you think I'm deaf? As he finished speaking, a long, mournful cry echoed from the deep sea. The young man's face turned pale. Yush, did you hear that? The Truman snapped irritably. Of course I heard it. It's the Aviv's voice. The Aviv? The young man's face paled even further. Though the Truman showed no fear, a sense of unease gripped him too. The tyrant of the endless sea, the most powerful type of sea beast, the sky swallower crocodile. Are we doomed? The young man looked terrified. They hadn't encountered any sea beasts during their journey until now. Who would have thought that they'd meet the tyrant of the endless sea? Don't speak such nonsense. Speed up and get past this area quickly. The Truman commanded, and without further hesitation, the young man hurriedly increased the power output of the spirit crystals within the ship. But at that moment, a gigantic sea beast suddenly burst out of the water, blocking out the sky. The resulting tidal wave flipped their sailboat into the air, spinning it before crashing back into the sea. For an instant, everything spun wildly around them. When the ship hit the water again, the young man thought he was going to die. He clung to the mast with one hand, while reaching for his magical artifact with the other. He didn't want to die passively, but when he raised his head and saw the monstrous silhouette blotting out the sky, only despair filled his heart. His grip on the artifact felt powerless. At that moment, he felt like an ant trying to fight an elephant. Doomed. Shut up. Its target doesn't seem to be us. Unlike the despondent young man, the Truman's eyes were sharp and alert. The sky swallower crocodile leaped high into the air, its mouth filled with massive fangs wide open. Just then, a figure flew past in the sky. The crocodile lunged and swallowed it whole. After engulfing the figure, the sky swallower crocodile began to descend towards the sea. Quick, get away. The Truman roared, not waiting for the unreliable youth but acting himself, forcefully slapping the mast. The sailboat surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, gaining sudden momentum. Yet the sky swallower crocodile was overwhelmingly huge. Despite their efforts, they couldn't escape the shadow of the colossal beast. All over. This time we're really done for. A thick wave of despair enveloped the young man, but in the midst of the shadow, light suddenly appeared. The descending giant beast's body split into two halves, opening up to reveal light pouring through. Light shone upon their faces, accompanied by scalding hot blood raining down. Splash! The young man screamed continuously as the bloody, fishy liquid drenched his face. The Truman said nothing, wiping off the blood and staring intently into the sky. He caught only a glimpse of a figure disappearing into the vastness, without even seeing the person's face clearly. All he could vaguely make out was that the figure wore green robes. The Truman's pupils dilated slightly, tension gripping his expression. Boom! The severed halves of the sea beast fell into the sea, sinking beneath the waves. Finally, the young man stopped screaming. The Truman reacted even faster, steering the boat away from the bloodied area. More sea beasts would soon be drawn to the blood, so they needed to leave quickly to avoid trouble. The young man's eyes were glazed and unfocused. Yush, what just happened? He couldn't understand why the tyrant sky swallower crocodile had suddenly split in half. The Truman exhaled deeply. We met a true master. A master? The young man paused. So, the sudden splitting of the sky swallower crocodile was caused by someone? What kind of divine being could instantly cut the tyrant of the endless sea in two? But I didn't even see anyone. The young man couldn't believe it. True masters are like dragons, seen and gone in a flash. You're not a master, so you don't understand. The Truman sat on the deck, speaking solemnly. The young man's face drooped in disappointment. The figure attacked by the sky swallower crocodile was Zachariah. He hadn't released his immortal aura, but the subtle fluctuations in energy were still detected by the sensitive deep-sea beasts. Because he wasn't releasing his immortal aura, these deep-sea beasts mistook him for a rich source of nutrition. This led to his easy victory over them. Had Zachariah flown at full speed, the sky swallower crocodile wouldn't have been able to catch him. However, he needed to fly while sensing which direction had stronger curse energy, thus slowing down considerably. But even at this reduced speed, he was still much faster than a sailing vessel. What would take 1 or 2 days by ship, took him only an hour to cross the endless sea. Returning to Miru City, Zachariah's state of mind was completely different. Chapter 336. The Maiden Who Calculates Heavenly Omens. Present-day Miro City is undoubtedly dominated by the Luotian sect. Of course, Zachariah's efforts also played a part in this. It was because the Ashton Luotian sect provoked him that it sowed the seeds of its own destruction. Meanwhile, the Luotian sect remains unaware of the person who made such significant contributions for them. Naturally, Zachariah had no interest in claiming credit. His entire focus was on the remains of the Germano. As soon as he stepped onto this land, he could feel the influence of the cursed power was significantly stronger. It suppressed his cultivation continuously and even attempted to strip away the immortal essence within him. Yet, oddly enough, Zachariah could not discern any direction from which the cursed power was more intense. It seemed that once here, the intensity was uniform. The clue appeared to have vanished. Zachariah anticipated difficulties, but did not expect it to be like this. Although the area was narrowed down, it was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. No wonder Amina chose to leave after advancing to the immortal realm. Perhaps they had tried but found no hope. However, Zachariah would not give up so easily. Hey, have we met before? Just as Zachariah was contemplating, a young girl's voice came from behind. For those without hostile intent, Zachariah wasn't overly concerned about who stood behind him. Turning around, he saw a young maiden standing there, roughly of an age just entering puberty, with her hair tied into a single ponytail. She looked charmingly adorable. Seeing the maiden, Zachariah immediately recalled a small figure. When he had traveled across the sea with the Christopher High sect, and Truman had predicted his fortune. Beside that Truman, there was a Adria who bore a 7/10 resemblance to this maiden. However, their ages didn't match. At that time, Zachariah encountered her when she was only 5 or 6 years old. It hadn't been many years since then. Why should it be you? No, that's me. The maiden said firmly, I remember you. You're the one who made my grandfather spit blood. Zachariah felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect it was really her and didn't anticipate that she would harbor such resentment. But it wasn't his fault. The Truman insisted on predicting his fate, and due to poor skills, suffered retribution from heaven. Surely, this shouldn't be blamed on him? My grandfather used to say you were fated by heavenly omen. Today I calculated that this place was obscured by omen, so I came over to check and unexpectedly ran into you. You don't need to worry. I've learned quite a bit about the art of divination now. I know my grandfather's injury wasn't your fault, and I'm not here to trouble you. Just as the maiden finished speaking, a middle-aged man rushed over with long strides. He had a square face with a beard. Ignoring Zachariah beside him, he immediately turned to the maiden. My dear niece, why are you wandering around again? If something happens, the Finian will definitely skin me alive. Come back with me quickly. The art moved to grab the maiden, but she dodged a step back. What does that have to do with me? Besides, I'm clearer about my own safety than you are. Apparently, the maiden was in her rebellious phase and refused to listen to the art. His face darkened as he glanced at Zachariah. Noticing the elegant and transcendent demeanor of the man before him, the art couldn't help but feel inadequate. Perhaps misinterpreting something, his expression became even grimmer. Abigail, who is he? His speech was almost incoherent, assuming Abigail was seeking men already at such a young age. His head throbbed. If Knorring Lao knew this, his rage would be unimaginable. Knorring Lao raised her like a daughter. Someone wanted to pluck the fruit before it was ripe? Abigail, you're destined to become the sacred maiden of Luotian. Don't ruin your future. The art restrained himself as much as possible, delicately expressing his concerns, hoping Abigail would understand. However, Abigail didn't grasp his implied meanings. She was simply curious about Zachariah's destiny and didn't want to leave. You don't understand. Stay out of it. Being with him can help my cultivation. Abigail meant nothing romantic. She just wanted to express that solving the enigma of this man's destiny could bring her divination skill to a new peak. Unintentionally spoken, yet taken to heart by the art. Upon hearing being with him, his expression changed drastically. Are you out of your mind? How did you get involved with him? Whatever it is, I won't allow it. Nor will Knorring Lao approve. Saying this, the art blocked Abigail. Frowning at Zachariah, he warned, stay away from her, or else, don't blame me for being rude. Zachariah felt speechless. Who did this guy think he was, mistaking him for a child kidnapper? Zachariah wasn't particularly angry, considering it a misunderstanding. Usually, he wouldn't bother explaining and would leave. However, knowing Abigail possessed prediction abilities, Zachariah had another idea. Could she try predicting the whereabouts of the Germano's remains? Having this thought, Zachariah hesitated to leave right away. You've misunderstood. Before Zachariah could continue, the art interrupted, clearly annoyed by Zachariah's refusal to leave. You know she's from Luotian, yet you still provoke her? He directly used Luotian's name to intimidate Zachariah, but this had no effect on him. I don't care about her status. I just have a request for her, Zachariah calmly replied. All right. To Zachariah's surprise, Abigail agreed without hesitation. But first, get rid of him. She pointed at the art's back. Abigail. The art's face flushed with anger, but couldn't physically punish her as she was Knorring Lao's beloved niece. Zachariah glanced at the art and said, apologies, rest assured, she'll be fine. Then he walked past him. The art obviously didn't trust Zachariah. Attempting to move, he discovered his body immobilized under an overwhelming pressure. No need to chase him off, just stand aside. Zachariah brushed past Abigail and continued walking forward. Surprised, she noticed the art remained unmoved as Zachariah passed. Abigail tilted her head. When did Adam become so reasonable? Feeling something amiss, she turned to follow Zachariah. Hold it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Chapter 337. Are you after my life? Hearing this voice, Mona instinctively shrank her neck. Her steps immediately halted. It was as if a mouse had been cornered by a cat. She was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to Elder Beckham of the Demon-Sealing Sect. Beckham landed nearby. First, He gave Mona a stern look before turning his gaze to the art who stood rooted to the spot, only able to move his eyeballs. An immediate chill ran through him. For his eldest disciple to be completely immobilized meant that this person's abilities were extraordinary. His divine sense swept over, but he could not detect any method used to restrain them. He also couldn't sense Zachariah's cultivation level. From this, Beckham immediately concluded that this person should not be underestimated. For someone of unknown identity and power, naturally, Beckham would not allow Mona to go with him. In the next moment, Beckham decisively pulled Mona behind him, bowing towards Zachariah. My apologies, sir. Mona is a candidate for Sacred Maiden in our sect. We must restrict her actions. As for my incompetent Isaiah disciple, please release him. Beckham tried to keep his attitude gentle. If not for seeing his Isaiah disciple Parker powerless in front of this person, Zachariah's attempt to take Mona would have never gone unanswered by Beckham. Upon hearing this, Zachariah promptly withdrew the pressure he exerted on Parker, giving face to Beckham. After all, Beckham seemed like an Isaiah to Mona, perhaps even adept at divination. He might need something from him, so it wasn't wise to let the situation get out of hand. Once Zachariah withdrew his pressure, Parker breathed deeply, drenched in sweat after being restrained for so long. Beckham shot him a glare, thinking a disgrace. Terrified, Parker had never felt such terrifying pressure. Even the sect's grandmaster did not make him feel this way. He immediately whispered to Beckham. Beckham's heart skipped a beat. He initially thought Zachariah used some method to immobilize Parker, never expecting it to just be pressure. It implied a chasm-like gap in cultivation between them. Parker even said the other person exerted more pressure than the grandmaster. Beckham took a deep breath, suddenly feeling under immense pressure. However, he didn't step aside. I merely want someone to help me with some divinations. I have no ill intentions, there's no need to be so tense. If you can do it, you're welcome to try. Zachariah's words slightly relaxed Beckham. Beckham humbly replied, I know a little, let me. He isn't as good as me. Before Beckham finished, Mona bluntly added behind him. Beckham looked somewhat embarrassed and then annoyed. Only you can? Isn't it true? Mona now appeared quite mature, showing innate confidence as if talking about her specialty. Not even regarding Beckham, her half-master, Hailey. Parker, standing nearby, also felt he couldn't stand it, thinking if Beckham didn't dare to teach her, he could. He had long wanted to teach this girl a lesson. Beckham sighed, not continuing to argue with Mona. Though it was true, Mona's bluntness left him speechless. Don't take her words to heart. Beckham forced a smile, stiffly. This was said for both Zachariah and himself. What would Sir like to know? I will do my best. If others asked him for help, he wouldn't offer calculations for free. Without enough incentives, he would never act. But given Zachariah's profound strength, he dared not mention compensation in front of him. He just hoped resolving the issue with Mona would suffice. Upon hearing this, Zachariah didn't hold back. Can you help find the remains of the Germano? What? The cursed, immortal emperor? Beckham almost thought he heard wrong. Seeing Zachariah nod firmly, he was utterly shocked. Sir, are you after my life? For them, even immortal realm was unreachable, let alone immortal emperor. Such supreme beings, even their remains were far beyond their comprehension. Impossible? Though Zachariah suspected as much, Beckham's reaction confirmed it exceeded his capabilities. I apologize for my incompetence. I cannot meet your request. Even Mona, more talented than me, cannot achieve this. These beings have transcended the world. We can't predict their fates or find their remains. Zachariah looked at Mona, who indeed wore a difficult expression upon hearing this. It seemed Beckham spoke the truth. Finding them directly was truly beyond their reach. But perhaps a different approach could work, Mona offered. Hearing this, Zachariah brightened, while Beckham grew concerned, immediately whispering, the immortal emperor is involved here, and you're still pushing forward. Are you courting death? Ignoring Beckham's reprimand, Mona continued, since he seeks the immortal emperor's remains, he must have a target. Predict where he goes next, and we'll reach the same conclusion. Beckham froze momentarily. He had to admit, her logic made some sense, thus avoiding the impossible task of predicting the immortal emperor's remains directly. Beckham nodded slightly. Young minds are adaptable. This plan might work. Let me handle it. Directly taking responsibility for the task. But Mona retorted, you won't manage. His fate is special and hard to predict. As an Isaiah, Beckham felt his dignity bruised by repeated dismissals. I've seen more destinies than you've eaten rice. Silence and watch. Beckham glared at her before extending his palm towards Zachariah. Sir, place your hand here. Zachariah complied without hesitation, knowing each person's methods differ. Beckham closed his eyes, seemingly entering focus. But moments later, his brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, he turned his head, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Mona anticipated this, muttering softly, I warned you. Can't say I didn't tell you. Hashtag chapter 338. The Celestial Derivative. Master, are you alright? The art was shocked to see Beckham injured for no apparent reason. He initially thought Zachariah had hurt him and glared angrily at Zachariah. I'm fine. It's my own problem. It has nothing to do with him. Beckham pushed the art away, who then reluctantly stepped back. Zachariah felt somewhat awkward. Beckham's condition mirrored that of the fortune-telling Isaiah from years ago. Could he be the bane of fortune-tellers? Why did each one he encountered end up like this? Beckham's expression turned solemn. He paid no attention to Abigail's incessant chatter. Sir, I acted rashly. I cannot discern your fate, nor can I make any predictions about it. A hint of bitter laughter escaped Beckham's lips. Only now did he realize that the person before him was a rare individual, 1 in 10,000, a celestial destiny individual. Such fates were as inscrutable as celestial mysteries, impossible to predict. Attempting to force a prediction beyond his abilities would only lead to severe backlash. Abigail pointed to herself and mouthed to Zachariah, I can. You cannot. Beckham noticed Abigail's actions from the corner of his eye, and his face darkened instantly. She knew this person was unique, but deliberately didn't say he was a celestial destiny individual. Now she wanted to recklessly attempt to derive a celestial destiny individual's fate, disregarding her own safety. It was sheer audacity. This girl indeed needed some discipline. Turning to Zachariah, Beckham said seriously, "It's true that this girl's abilities surpass mine, but she still lacks the skill to decipher a celestial destiny. If her powers are insufficient, trying to divine such a complex fate would cause her immense harm. Even with my cultivation level, it affected me significantly. Over these years, she focused solely on developing her derivation skills while neglecting her overall cultivation. Due to her early exposure to the secrets of fate, her body developed faster than an average person's. But such changes have destined her to age prematurely. I cannot allow her to further damage her health. Lately, I've reduced her time spent on deriving. She can't endure any more strain. So, I must respectfully ask for your understanding. I cannot permit her to derive for you." Beckham spoke sincerely. Zachariah could understand his earnest intentions. His divine sense swept over Abigail, confirming what Beckham had said. Her body appeared robust externally but was actually quite fragile internally. "Since I am seeking help, I naturally won't let her suffer." With a flick of his finger, a streak of golden light shot out from Zachariah's hand and struck Abigail's forehead. Beckham was startled. Zachariah's movement was so swift he couldn't react. If Zachariah had intended to control Abigail, he would have been helpless to stop it. "What are you doing?" Before Zachariah could respond, Abigail gasped in surprise, covering her mouth and exclaimed, "My cultivation has advanced." Beckham's eyes widened as Abigail's aura began to rise dramatically, a speed unimaginable even in dreams. From Spirit Aperture 5th level, her cultivation soared past the Spirit Aperture boundary directly to the Spirit Sea realm. It didn't stop there. After reaching Spirit Sea, her aura continued to skyrocket until her Spirit Sea condensed into an inner Dan, core formation realm. Beckham and his disciples stared in disbelief. While core formation realm wasn't an astonishing stage by itself, for it to happen to someone who was originally at Spirit Aperture level was shocking. What exactly did you do?" Beckham's eyes burned with curiosity, yet remained bewildered. What kind of power could elevate someone's cultivation so drastically? After years of cultivation and being a Cole of Daluatian teachings, he had seen many things. However, something that could leapfrog through two major realms in one go was unheard of. If such a thing existed, it would have already caused frenzied competition among cultivators. The art, Beckham's disciple, couldn't help but swallow nervously. How wonderful would it be if this happened to him? But he knew it was impossible. Not only did he have no connection with Zachariah, but he might have even offended him at first. Meanwhile, Beckham still couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Grasping Abigail's wrist, he examined her internal energy sea. Energy could mislead, but an inner Dan wouldn't lie. Beckham not only detected Abigail's inner Dan, but was more astonished to find her blood and chi had transformed remarkably, from an icy coldness to a blazing furnace. How can your blood and chi become so vigorous? Such vigor meant her health was excellent, and her premature aging condition was gone. Beckham marveled at the change in Abigail's physique. The person responsible could only be Zachariah. Stunned speechless, Beckham realized Zachariah had effortlessly changed Abigail's constitution, transforming her weak and prematurely aged body into something new. Could this be divine intervention? At this thought, cold sweat trickled down Beckham's back. Apart from immortals, who else could have such heaven-defying power? No wonder he immediately sought the remains of the immortal emperor. The person before me is indeed an immortal. Respect welled up within Beckham. "Many thanks, senior." He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. The Art and Abigail hadn't reacted yet. They had never seen the Cole bow so low to anyone, not even the sect leader. Referring to Zachariah as a senior when they clearly saw the Cole as more senior made their expressions odd. But Beckham did not explain. Instead, he pulled them both to bow to Zachariah. "There's no need for formalities. I also have a request." Zachariah got straight to the point. Abigail looked up and smiled. "Since you helped me, I will certainly reciprocate." Beckham interrupted, his eyelid twitching. "This girl acts rashly. I hope you won't hold it against her. Even though her cultivation has improved and her constitution has changed, she cannot possibly comprehend your destiny. Forcing her would be fatal." Beckham was not exaggerating. Zachariah's fate was as elusive as celestial mysteries, and his cultivation was nearly legendary at the immortal realm. This was akin to two insurmountable mountains before Abigail. Even if she is the most gifted, celestial derivative I've ever met, under these circumstances, crossing these mountains is impossible. I'm not insisting she derives from my perspective. An idea came to Zachariah. "Can you help me predict the future movements of the alien demonic clans?" Chapter 339. Heavenly Derivation Giovination. Zachariah had already learned from Juliet's account the ultimate purpose of the evil race from a different realm invading this world. They sought to obtain the remains of the Germano. They must know more than he did and be better prepared. With this approach, if Zachariah could deduce the future moves of the alien evil clan, there might be an opportunity to find the remains of the immortal emperor first. Upon Zachariah's words, Abigail was somewhat baffled, as was the Art. Only Beckham maintained his usual expression, clearly aware of the existence of the alien evil race, as someone of his age would be. It seems that Senior is playing a very large game. If so, I hope I can assist Senior. At this point, Beckham finally changed his tone and no longer hindered Abigail from helping Zachariah. He knew the terror of the alien evil race. Any matter involving them meant Zachariah's actions were likely related to the safety of this world. This was no longer just about him or two individuals. Abigail's curiosity was also piqued. "What do you mean by alien evil race?" "You can think of them as another breed of demons," said Beckham before Zachariah could speak. "The ancestor of demons originated from the alien evil race. However, due to impure bloodline, the demon ancestor was abandoned by the alien evil race. But with his own abilities, the demon ancestor became a powerful force. Now, although sightings of the alien evil race are indeed rare, demons have spread across the land, deeply rooted in this world. From this perspective, demons are indeed a more powerful indigenous force compared to the alien evil race. Zachariah nodded. Beckham seemed to know even more than he did, which saved him the trouble of explaining. Abigail nodded in realization and then stepped forward to stand in front of Zachariah. As she passed by Beckham, he felt a pang of sentimentality, sighing inwardly. Abigail asked, "Do you have anything from the alien evil race to show me? Or anything related to them will do?" After considering for a moment, an image flashed in Zachariah's mind. The life-bound demonic artifact belonging to Fawn, the daughter of the Kelvin. Since Fawn had been assimilated by the alien evil race, this object, once hers, must naturally be related to them too. Zachariah took out 2 needles, each as long as an adult's finger and as thin as a hair, their bodies dark red like fresh blood. Now that Fawn was dead, the life-bound demonic artifact had lost much of its power, looking duller on the surface than before. However, Beckham, whose divine sense was keen, still detected immense danger from the blood-red needles. "Take a look at these." Zachariah handed over the pair of demonic artifacts. Abigail accepted them cautiously. In that instant of contact, she saw flashes of the original owner of these artifacts, fragments of Fawn's past flashing through her mind rapidly. She focused on capturing the useful information within those fragments. Fawn, daughter of the Kelvin. The name slipped unconsciously from Abigail's lips, along with the identity. Zachariah's eyes widened in surprise. This young woman could discern her master and her story simply by handling a life-bound demonic artifact. Zachariah almost doubted she possessed the demonography as well. He relied on it to understand the history of demons, whereas she deduced it all herself. Such talent was astounding. Noticing the astonishment in Zachariah's gaze, Beckham felt incredibly proud. After all, Abigail was raised under his guidance, now capable enough to help immortals. It filled him with pride. She has great talent and is the only one in our clan who has a chance to fully grasp the heavenly derivation gyovanation, Beckham couldn't help but say. Heavenly derivation gyovanation was the supreme divination technique of their clan, akin to immortal techniques. Unfortunately, by their generation, none could decipher its mysteries. He could only hope that Abigail, the most gifted after hundreds of years, could unlock her potential as a deriver and master this extraordinary skill. By then, they could guide their clan towards prosperity and avoid harm, every step steady and sure. Of course, that was for later. Right now, Abigail successfully captured the essence of the alien evil race from Fawn's history and expanded from there, a testament to the power of heavenly derivation gyovanation. Her brows furrowed not because of difficulties, but because the spiritual aura of the alien evil race gave her a sense of being present among them. It was as if she stood before them, witnessing countless eyes like wolves in the night, their ravenous light making her physically uncomfortable. Next moment, she saw something even more terrifying. She fell backward, landing on the ground. What happened? First to offer concern was Beckham, unable to hide his panic, fearing she encountered difficulties while calculating. His first instinct was to check if she suffered from backlash. Their profession defied natural laws, and suffering some degree of heavenly retribution was common. Fortunately, he didn't detect signs of backlash on her. She was merely frightened. "They are coming," Abigail said, cryptically, but Zachariah understood immediately. Squatting down, he asked, "You mean the alien evil race?" Abigail nodded. Zachariah pressed on, "Coming here? What does that mean?" "This may be a sign of their imminent arrival into this world." Beckham's face grew grim, interpreting the implications even if he couldn't calculate it. Zachariah remained composed. He had long anticipated they would come eventually. What he really wanted to know was, can you tell when they will come, where they will enter from, and where they will go? This was the answer Zachariah sought. "I will try." Abigail, perhaps still shaken by what she saw, was not as confident as before. But once in state, her professionalism was unquestionable. She stood up, suppressing her fear, closed her eyes, and continued to deduce. The 3 surrounding her were equally engrossed, undisturbed by her silence. Time passed. A drop of perspiration slid down Abigail's forehead. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Like one holding their breath too long, she gasped heavily. Zachariah waited patiently. Moments later, Abigail regained her composure but still showed signs of shock. Pointing at the ground beneath her feet, she said, "They will go there." Chapter 340, Entering the Sea. Here. Beckham looked somewhat bewildered, but Zachariah understood her meaning. "You mean underground?" Abigail nodded. Deep underground. When Abigail saw the evil creatures from another realm arrive at Miro City, causing widespread destruction and rivers of blood, she still felt lingering fear. After almost completely destroying the city, these creatures submerged into the endless sea, seemingly to enter Miro City's underground through it. "You're saying we will all die in the future?" Upon hearing Abigail reveal all her deductions without reservation, the art's complexion changed abruptly. Abigail, however, shook her head. In Miro City, only some members of the Dao Transcendence sect were protected and managed to escape the city, avoiding this calamity. These 3 were among those who survived. As for the fate of others, she no longer had the energy to explore. Suddenly, Abigail closed her eyes and fell backward. Zachariah gently raised his finger, an invisible force supporting her back, preventing her from hitting the ground and possibly getting a concussion. Beckham hurriedly came forward to help. "She's fine, just overexerted mentally," Beckham explained. Hearing this, Zachariah nodded. He then turned around, facing the endless sea behind him. "Senior, are you going underwater?" To find the remains of the immortal emperor buried deep beneath Miro City. Searching from above the city was unrealistic. Unless you overturned the entire city and dug down tens of thousands of miles, it would be impossible to find anything. Entering Miro City's underground through the bottom of the endless sea was the more feasible method. Hearing Beckham's words, Zachariah nearly stumbled. What he said, "It's better not to speak if one cannot say it properly." Zachariah responded through action. As Zachariah's figure disappeared into the waves of the endless sea under the two people's watchful eyes, the art behind Becca muttered, "He really went underwater." The depths of the endless sea were akin to an abyssal hell. The danger here was incomparable to the surface of the sea, with levels far beyond ordinary comprehension. Even the surface of the endless sea is difficult for cultivators to traverse by flight, let alone its depths. Humans venturing into the sea must face endless threats from sea beasts. The pressure below was also something human bodies could not withstand. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. Even cultivators in the tribulation realm dared not venture too deep, or their physical bodies would burst. Even immortals found it hard to endure the intense pressure for long periods. This place was off limits to cultivators, an indisputable fact. Yet, Zachariah plunged directly without any preparation. The outcome was unpredictable. Beckham wanted to warn him about the extreme peril of this path. Unfortunately, Zachariah did not give him the chance to speak. He's a celestial being, perhaps things will be different for him, Beckham thought to himself. Deep within the endless sea, Zachariah moved swiftly, diving deeper at an incredible speed. The surrounding sea beasts barely noticed as Zachariah shot past them like an arrow. His speed gave them no time to react. They couldn't even clearly see his figure. While this expended more energy, it saved him much trouble during his descent. At the extreme depths of the endless sea, no light could penetrate. Total darkness prevailed, illuminated only by the faint glow of strange sea beasts. The immense water pressure almost crushed Zachariah's body. If not for his nirvana immortal body, he wouldn't have been able to stay here for long. Yet, there were sea beasts that lived here, showcasing their formidable resilience. Fortunately, these beasts preferred the depths and avoided the shallow regions. These were the true rulers of the deep sea. Zachariah strained his vision and swung the star sword. Instantly, light shone brightly across the seafloor, like countless stars. In this glaring light, Zachariah saw everything around him. Many sea beasts fled due to the bright light, but some attacked viciously, surging from behind with mouths like dark voids, aiming to engulf Zachariah and the light together. Without turning back, Zachariah raised the star sword, whose light intensified, piercing through the attacking beast's jaw and emerging from its head. A fatal strike. The surrounding sea beasts had no eyes, but they perceived their environment uniquely. When they sensed the tragic demise of the beast that attacked Zachariah, they retreated. However, they didn't leave entirely, observing Zachariah from a distance, clearly unwilling to depart. After all, it had been a long time since humans visited this place. Zachariah's appearance was like a fat sheep amidst starving wolves. Instinctively, they lingered in the shadows, unwilling to leave. Zachariah ignored them. He focused on the wall ahead. This was the deepest part of Miro City's underground. Entering here might offer greater hope. Just as Zachariah prepared to touch the wall, the surrounding water became unusually turbulent. Like calm water suddenly stirred by a mysterious force, it surged violently. Suddenly, the rushing water formed a trident shape and began to vibrate. A golden glowing trident appeared before Zachariah. Zachariah frowned slightly. He certainly didn't believe it appeared out of nowhere. From the trident, Zachariah sensed a sinister aura. Next, the trident's tip pointed straight at Zachariah's heart, lunging forward with blinding speed. Though fast beyond sight, Zachariah caught the tip in a flash. The struggle between man and trident ensued. Zachariah marveled at the trident's strength, yet it held firm against him for only so long. With greater brute force, Zachariah grabbed the trident and hurled it towards the wall. Just as the trident was about to hit, another figure appeared, catching the trident's tip. This figure wasn't as strong as Zachariah and stopped inches from the wall. Zachariah stared intently. The newcomer also looked up, revealing golden eyes and long hair hanging over his shoulders, unmistakably male. He gazed at Zachariah without speaking, yet a cryptic voice entered Zachariah's ears. "Human cultivator, you shouldn't have come." Zachariah replied. "Then who should? The evil race from another realm?" Chapter 341. The Imperial Body. Insolence. How dare you show disrespect to me? Facing Zachariah, the Heartly opened his mouth, and a wave of intense energy surged forward, slamming towards Zachariah. Zachariah did not dodge. Struck directly by this energy, he remained completely unharmed. The Heartly's gaze flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting anyone in this world could withstand his attack under the sea in the endless abyss without damage to their physical body. After all, the pressure in this abyss was terrifying, and the additional power of his attack increased it exponentially. Yet, the person opposite had endured it. Was this still a human? If it weren't for the unfamiliar aura emanating from Zachariah, he would have suspected that Zachariah had lived here in the abyss for countless years, long adapting to this environment like an old hand. On the other side, Zachariah did not intend to continue being passively struck. Since the opponent had chosen to make a move, he wouldn't be polite either. If he didn't show some skill, the other party wouldn't take him seriously. Zachariah swung his sword, releasing a majestic blade of light that almost split the vast ocean in half. The aura of a transcendent. The golden-eyed, long-haired man holding the trident sensed the aura emanating from Zachariah and was greatly startled. But he couldn't comprehend. Even if the other party were at the transcendent realm, a mortal body cultivated into a celestial body shouldn't be this formidable. Unless, the other party was originally someone whose physical body had reached its extreme. But he had no time to think further. Faced with this incomparably terrifying sword strike, he didn't dare to be careless. He held the trident before himself, radiating a brilliant golden glow. The sword light and the golden glow collided fiercely, stirring up violent waves in the otherwise silent deep-sea area, forming a massive whirlpool. The golden-eyed, long-haired man emerged from the whirlpool, staring at Zachariah with intense killing intent flooding out like a torrent. Zachariah felt slightly surprised. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength just now, he hadn't expected this Heartly to defend so easily. "I am the martial artian general of the Endless Abyss, All creatures in the endless sea can become my assistants. Here, I am invincible. Human cultivator, considering your hard-earned path to enlightenment, leave quickly to avoid drawing fire onto yourself. Although no one seemed injured in their recent exchange, the golden-eyed long-haired man knew clearly that without the support of the abyssal power, he wouldn't have lasted even one round under Zachariah's sword. The endless sea, though vast, has its boundaries. Abyssal power is also not infinite. It cannot be used limitlessly. Each consumption takes many years to recover. Should the abyssal power be depleted, he, as the guardian general of the sea abyss, would be reduced to nothing but a name. It would be a win-win situation if he could scare the opponent away. However, there was no way Zachariah would retreat. Without this guy's interference, Zachariah might still doubt whether there truly was an immortal emperor's remains here. But after this guy appeared, his eyes kept glancing at that cliff face. Zachariah could almost be sure that something was hidden behind that rock wall. In the next moment, Zachariah ignored him and charged straight towards that cliff face. The golden-eyed long-haired man's expression changed drastically. What audacity! He abruptly hurled the trident in his hand towards Zachariah's back, but at the moment of release, that trident vanished. Suddenly, a scorching aura fluctuated in front of Zachariah. The trident, carrying blazing golden flames, reappeared in midair before Zachariah, rushing towards him, clearly in the freezing cold seawater. Yet those fierce golden flames danced like they were in their element. That scorching heat was unbearably burning, seemingly ready to sweep and burn Zachariah's soul. Now Zachariah understood what drawing fire onto oneself meant. As the trident brought the golden flames surging toward him, Zachariah's heart moved slightly. This guy claimed to be a guardian of the abyss, mastering the power of the sea, yet also wielded fire. This paradoxical combination was quite interesting. Only, whether water or fire, neither could be a real threat to Zachariah. Buzz. Two intangible fluctuations oscillated from Zachariah's body. The secret storages of water and fire simultaneously activated. Zachariah grasped the trident with one hand. The golden flames detached from the trident and impacted his forehead, but in an instant, they transformed from raging tigers to tame kittens under the wave of fluctuations. They brushed against Zachariah's forehead and then lingered around him like a pet seeking praise. The Hartley's expression turned livid, revealing an utterly simple disbelief in his eyes. A strange sound escaped his lips, as if he had been scared speechless. But the next moment, something even more unimaginable happened. Zachariah clenched his hand. Instantly, the surrounding sea currents surged towards him wildly. The strong pressure formed by the converging sea currents acted on him like a confined space continuously being compressed. The muscles of the Hartley's body deformed, twisting his composed face. His eyes were filled with terror and shock. As the martial artian general of the sea abyss, he controlled the sea currents. That was originally his capability. Yet, now it was being used against him. Even more terrifying was that the other party seemed to have severed his connection to this sea. He couldn't even call upon the power of the abyss. This scenario made him feel extremely alien. It was as if he was still the king of the abyss, but suddenly all his well-trained soldiers betrayed him and submitted to others. This can't be. How can this be? The Hartley's mouth twisted, his entire face turning red. He wasn't sure if it was from the squeezing or anger. You made your biggest mistake by revealing all your cards, understand? Zachariah saw that this guy indeed lacked combat experience. Perhaps staying in such a desolate place for too long had driven him mad. He talked so much during a fight, exposing all his secrets. While this could intimidate people with less courage, it ended up harming him when facing someone like Zachariah with strong willpower. Of course, this was due to Zachariah's unique situation. If it were another person, how could this information affect them? Someone who directly controlled his domain like Zachariah was the first he had ever encountered, completely upending his understanding. Now, tell me, what crucial thing is hidden inside that makes you so anxious? Zachariah pointed at the cliff face in front of him, making no attempt to beat around the bush. If you don't speak, I'll find it myself and surely discover it. But then, I can't guarantee your life. At this moment, the Hartley was entirely under Zachariah's control and could be eliminated at any moment. However, if he killed him, there would be one fewer person knowledgeable about this place. Perhaps even the only one. Therefore, Zachariah let him live. Speak everything you know carefully, lest you draw fire unto yourself. As Zachariah spoke, the golden flames originally belonging to him surged towards him. The fiery blaze burned fiercely like a rampant beast, seeming to show off its power. The Hartley bowed his head in despair. I'll speak. Inside lies the body of an emperor. Hashtag chapter 342. Remnant of the Immortal Emperor. Hashtag the Imperial Corpse. When Zachariah heard these two words, his breathing involuntarily quickened. His divine consciousness had not detected anything hidden within that wall of rock. Even the power of the curse did not significantly increase. This situation made Zachariah suspect for a moment that what was hidden here might not be the remains of an immortal emperor. However, now, hearing it from the mouth of the Hartley, Zachariah felt more assured. According to the Hartley, back then, he was just a wandering cultivator residing in Miro City. Chased by his enemies, he fell into the endless sea, expecting certain death. But as he was about to drown in the endless darkness, a corpse also fell beside him. He heard demonic whispers asking if he wanted to live. Naturally, he wanted to live, so he made an exchange with the voice coming from the corpse. He received gifts from the Imperial Corpse. He survived and could live underwater for long periods, gaining the power to absorb sea creatures' abilities for himself. But this power came from a curse that bound him forever to guard the corpse in the depths of the endless sea. If he left, he would lose all his power and explode on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zachariah's expression turned strange. Clearly the tomb guardian of the Imperial Corpse, the Hartley still claimed to be the protector god general of the abyss. This seemed far too presumptuous. The Hartley looked at Zachariah stubbornly but with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Is the Imperial corpse you're looking for here? Zachariah remained noncommittal. The Hartley added resolutely, I can help you find the Imperial corpse. Without my help, even if you knew it was here, it wouldn't be easy to locate. Zachariah paused thoughtfully before responding. As the guardian of the Imperial corpse, isn't this a dereliction of duty? Won't the corpse punish you? The Hartley showed signs of hesitation on his face. There are conditions. I need you to help me remove the curse on my body. I don't want to stay in this wretched place anymore. I don't want to be a guardian. I have my own aspirations. I want to see the outside world. His eyes blazed like flames. You seek the Imperial corpse because you want the remaining power within it. If you promise to help me once you control that power, I will hand over the Imperial corpse. Although Zachariah wanted to find the Immortal Emperor's remains quickly, he wasn't rushing. Given that it involved the remains of an Immortal Emperor, it was better to be clear about everything. Why do you think I can control that power? I don't know. Aren't you here to try? I'm also willing to take a risk. The Hartley's expression was somewhat frenzied. After a moment of silence, Zachariah nodded. Find the Imperial corpse. A gleam of surprise flashed across the Hartley's face. He approached the rock wall, pressing his hand against it lightly. Golden light radiated from his palm, making the hard rock become soft like mud under the glow. The moving rock spat out a human-shaped corpse. When the corpse appeared, Zachariah clearly sensed the pressure from the curse rising to unprecedented heights. It was exponentially increasing. Zachariah almost confirmed. It was indeed the remains of an immortal emperor. He glanced at the Hartley, who didn't move. Not fully trusting this man, Zachariah was wary. Using the corpse to enhance his own power was a real concern. Thankfully, the man did nothing like that, retreating silently instead, seemingly afraid to face the corpse. Approaching the corpse, Zachariah couldn't recognize its face, but the wounds were still visible. It indeed appeared as a battle-damaged body. Even after countless years, an immortal emperor's remains still emitted astonishing aura. Lower-level cultivators would likely fall to their knees when encountering such a presence. Zachariah, however, remained calm. Being scared by a corpse would make his cultivation meaningless. Without hesitation, Zachariah expanded his divine consciousness toward the corpse. As soon as his consciousness touched it, Zachariah's expression suddenly changed. A powerful spiritual imprint unexpectedly covered his divine consciousness like a hand touching one's shoulder in the dark, chillingly shocking. Remnant of the immortal emperor? With this thought, a figure appeared in Zachariah's mind. Finally, after so many years, I have found a perfect body. Nearby, the Hartley smiled triumphantly. Zachariah noticed this without much surprise, knowing the plan wouldn't be simple and that the man wouldn't have good intentions. Yet, he willingly stepped into this obvious trap, needing the key to unlocking the curse power still held by the Imperial corpse. In the mind sea, Zachariah's soul transformed into his appearance, coldly observing the immortal emperor's soul. It was a thin Truman with a perpetually resentful expression, looking like someone always unsatisfied and filled with grievances. Not exactly what one would imagine from an immortal emperor. Amina mentioned that the cursed immortal emperor had a tragic background, practicing resentment and curses to reach his level. Even after becoming an immortal emperor, he didn't change his image, staying true to his origins. At this moment, the vengeful face of the imperial soul seemed somewhat leisurely. To cultivate to the immortal realm under my curse is truly remarkable. Still managing to refine your body to perfection despite everything. It's as if it were made for me. If I had this body back then, those bastards, one by one, they'd all be dead. Who could stop me? Zachariah listened to his monologue, where the man spoke as if Zachariah's body already belonged to him. Elon, why that look? You should feel honored. Seeing Zachariah's expression, the Truman's face grew even more resentful. Idiot. Zachariah wasn't interested in further talk, especially not with someone wanting to possess his body. The fact that he was dealing with an immortal emperor's remnant didn't intimidate him. It was just a fragment of a soul. What did it have to boast about? Hashtag chapter 343. Annihilation. In the sea of consciousness within Zachariah, the Truman suddenly sneered, ceasing to speak any further with Zachariah. After all, he had already decided on this body. A glint of eerie light flickered in his divine soul eyes. Zachariah instantly felt as if his own divine soul was bound by countless chains. Unable to move. Immediately following, a wave of scorching heat coiled around his divine soul like a venomous snake. It wasn't flame, yet it was fiercer than any flame. The Truman's divine soul sat cross-legged in Zachariah's sea of consciousness, appearing quite leisurely. He was waiting for Zachariah's divine soul to extinguish before occupying his body. He emphasized elegance. As a former immortal emperor, if even seizing a body was done with such brutishness, what dignity would that leave? But soon he couldn't sit still. Because atop Zachariah's divine soul, a vortex suddenly appeared. From within this vortex, a powerful suction force erupted abruptly. His divine soul was drawn towards this force involuntarily. After advancing to the immortal realm, not only did Zachariah's nirvana saint body improve significantly, so did the soul-devouring body. Like, when one achieves enlightenment, even the chicken and dog ascend, undergoing a transformation. Though not as formidable as the nirvana saint body, it had remarkable effects on the divine soul. If standing against a true immortal emperor's divine soul, even with the soul-devouring body, Zachariah could only hasten his own demise. But facing merely a wisp of residual soul, having endured countless ages, parasitized in a frail remnant body without nourishment, continuously weakening. The Truman was unsurprised. If this young man didn't have some means, how dare he seek out the remains of an immortal emperor? Arrogant brat, you think you can refine me? How naive. The Truman wasn't alarmed. Youthful bravado was understandable, but even without his former glory, he wasn't someone easily subdued by a hot-headed youth. A soul fixation technique ensured his divine soul was unbreakable. Initially, those immortal emperors had destroyed both his physical body and divine soul. Yet this wisp of his soul had survived under the threat of numerous immortal emperors. Without some life-saving methods up his sleeve, this survival would have been impossible. Upon initiating the soul fixation technique, despite being sucked into the vortex, the Truman remained calm. He was confident that Zachariah couldn't refine his divine soul. And before that happened, Zachariah's divine soul would be annihilated by his soul curse. Within the vortex, the immortal emperor's residual soul, employing the soul fixation technique, resisted the devouring force, immobile. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Under the effect of the soul fixation technique, his once impregnable divine soul now felt a chill. An overwhelming cold permeated him. Next, 9 black moons appeared around his divine soul, accompanied by what seemed like dragon roars. Under the dual effects of the 9 black moons and dragon roars, his divine soul felt dazed, unable to concentrate thoughts. With inability to concentrate, the soul fixation technique couldn't hold. The devouring force, like a famished beast, fiercely devoured the imperial soul. Startled back to his senses, the Truman shouted in furious despair, "Boy, you seek your doom." Though making threats, the Truman was inwardly shocked. This fellow possessed techniques that could directly influence his divine soul. Besides having an exceptionally robust physique and surpassing the limits of his curse, now excelling in the realm of divine souls? How could there be such a monster in this world? Zachariah's expression remained indifferent. Those 9 black moons were the reward of his Een secret's cultivation reaching perfection. Named xuanhuan, Jiavine soul belonged to Een. Xuanhuan had immediate suppressive effects on divine souls. Had it not been for the imperial soul, upon its appearance, Zachariah would have already taken full control. Though not completely controlled, causing confusion allowed Zachariah's soul to lessen the curse power immediately. Zachariah focused his mind, ignoring the other's threats, intensifying his efforts. Simultaneously, the devouring force of the soul-devouring body was pushed to the limit. To the fullest extent. Let go. The cursed immortal emperor's residual soul finally began to panic. During the siege by numerous immortal emperors, he hadn't panicked like this because he knew his backup plan assured his escape. But now, he realized he lacked confidence to escape again. On what grounds? A mere immortal realm kid. What grounds do you have? At least, he was an honorable immortal emperor. Even in death, he wouldn't die so humiliatingly, being tricked by an immortal realm brat. If this got out, his formidable reputation would be utterly ruined. At this moment, resentment filled the Truman to the brim. Even at the cost of his nearly exhausted divine soul, he would exact vengeance upon Zachariah. This is on you. Willing to forsake Zachariah's perfect body, he vowed to make the opponent experience worse than death suffering. However, Zachariah seemed to see through his last-ditch plan. The 9 black moons emitted continuous dragon roars, disrupting his concentration. Unable to focus, his immortal techniques couldn't be used. However, forbidden curses sacrificing one's soul required no casting time. Just a thought. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread within Zachariah's body. His complexion suddenly changed, with his blood and flesh quickly turning brittle like rotten wood. Even his consciousness blurred rapidly. Inside the sea of consciousness vortex, after using this forbidden curse, the imperial soul became too weak to maintain humanoid form, leaving just a small flame. But laughter echoed from that flame, because the surrounding 9 black moons had vanished. So had the devouring force. Pity, such a perfect body, wasted. You should die. If you'd submitted, our souls and bodies could reach higher peaks together. The Truman vented furiously, seeing this as a win-win situation gone wrong due to Zachariah's overreach, leading to mutual destruction. His divine soul was severely damaged, while Zachariah suffered both spiritual and physical exhaustion, resulting in complete decay of both soul and body. Darn it, truly damn unlucky. The Truman spat from within the flame. Next, just as the soul flame prepared to float away, the 9 black moons reappeared. What's going on? The Truman's voice from within the soul flame was petrified. As Zachariah's body, on the verge of becoming withered wood, a flash of golden light suddenly emerged. Revitalizing like spring, new sprouts bloomed, branches lush and dense, blood and flesh regrew, seemingly firmer than before. The Nirvana immortal body finally showed its unparalleled prowess. No, impossible. Zachariah's divine thought moved, directly unleashing the devouring force to completely extinguish that wisp of soul flame. Hashtag chapter 344, wordless. Zachariah took a deep breath. If not for the Germano's remnant soul willingly releasing the forbidden curse, resulting in severe damage to his own divine soul, it would not have been easy for Zachariah to finish him off so quickly. After devouring the Germano's divine soul, Zachariah's spiritual awareness power surged abruptly. The astonishing improvement made him gasp involuntarily. Yet, his body continued to wither and regenerate repeatedly. Although the Germano had perished, the curse did not vanish. Zachariah felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He had originally assumed that once the Germano completely fell, the curse would disappear as well. However, this was not the case. But he was not worried. After fully devouring the Germano's soul, he could also gain some of the Germano's abilities. This was the most significant enhancement from his soul-devourer body. At this moment, the record of demons suddenly showed unusual activity. A new golden page appeared on the cover. Atli, curse. Atli? Wasn't this guy an immortal emperor? How could he be a Atli? Could it be that the emergence of demons is related to him? Zachariah sank into deep thought. Unfortunately, apart from these words, no other content appeared. This was very different from previous instances. In the past, after killing demons, there would always be a relic reward. But now, only a single page appeared. There were neither daily rewards nor relic rewards. This was clearly extraordinary. Could it be that this guy isn't dead yet? As Zachariah thought about this, The Germano's remnant soul was also completely devoured by him. At that instant, a shocking force surged from his limbs and bones, making him close his eyes instinctively. His aura also escalated drastically at the same time. The physical strength boost was secondary. Spiritual power was crucial. The divine soul within his body resembled an endless sea, vast and boundless. His spiritual power surged again, allowing him to crush any first heaven immortal realm being effortlessly, truly peerless among his peers. Once one reached the immortal realm, there were 9 heavens. First to third heavens were the immortal human realm. Fourth to sixth heavens were the venerable immortal realm. Seventh to ninth heavens were the immortal emperor realm. So, this is the power of the curse? Zachariah felt the inexplicable force inside his body. Curse power. This force, transformed from resentment power, was mysterious, strange, and terrifying. Without much casting action, just a glance could plant a curse on you, almost impossible to guard against. Once Zachariah mastered this force, all confusion vanished, and he no longer found the curse power incomprehensible. However, his utilization of curse power was limited. He could not achieve what the Germano did with a single thought, to cut off the path to immortality for this world. Therefore, he couldn't fully unbind the curse on this world either. Perhaps this was due to insufficient cultivation and strength. Or maybe, as Zachariah suspected, the Germano wasn't entirely dead. He might still possess incomplete power. Upon careful reflection, this possibility was not out of the question. Even Zachariah himself had used phantom clones as lifelines. Given how the Germano cherished life, hiding in the pitch-black abyss for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, would he really have no contingency plans? Zachariah felt this likelihood was small. Nevertheless, he did not delve too deeply into it. Now that he controlled the curse power, he was eager to return and remove the 1,000-flower toxin from Jenna's body. Zachariah left the rock wall. Seeing Zachariah appear, the man with golden eyes looked delighted and instantly approached. "Congratulations, Master, for regaining your new life." Zachariah glanced at him expressionlessly. Clearly, he mistook Zachariah for the successfully reincarnated Germano. "You said you were tired of staying here, right?" Zachariah spoke, and the Hartley's expression tightened as he replied respectfully, "Where would I dare? That was just to deceive him into coming in. That person was quite cautious. If I didn't act convincingly, he wouldn't easily believe me." The Hartley raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens, "My loyalty to Master can be verified by the sun and moon. I wish nothing more than to be by your side day and night. Wherever Master goes, I will go. Please take me along." Zachariah smiled faintly. "All right, you don't need to stay here anymore. There's a place more suitable for you." The Hartley did not detect anything amiss. In his mind, it was inconceivable that the Germano's transmigration into Zachariah could fail. Hearing Zachariah's words, he looked delighted. "Where are we going?" "To the underworld." "Sure." The Hartley thought that anywhere was fine as long as they left this cursed place, so he readily agreed when Zachariah spoke. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized, "Wait, what did you say?" "A sword shadow," was the response. The sword shadow lightly slashed across his neck. It seemed not to possess formidable power. However, the light in the Hartley's eyes quickly dimmed. "Master, why?" The curse power transmitted through the sword shadow. Frozen all over, his blood solidified instantly. Vitality quickly dissipated. Despite being underwater, his body turned into a mummy and sank into the ocean depths. Until death, he never understood who killed him. Zachariah wasted no time. He crossed the endless sea and headed toward Xuanhuan. Outside the residence where Jenna stayed within Xuanhuan, the figure of Seymour, the patriarch, sat beside a stone table in the courtyard. He treated this place as his meeting area. Occasionally, someone would ask him to decide important sect affairs. When no one was around, he sat there quietly, not minding the simplicity at all. Suddenly, bamboo leaves rustled. With no wind around, why would the bamboo leaves move? Seymour turned abruptly, only to find Zachariah already standing in front of Jenna's room. He was shocked. While the previous Zachariah had been difficult to fathom, the current Zachariah was beyond his comprehension. Zachariah came up behind him without him noticing at all. Only the sound of the bamboo leaves alerted him to the anomaly. "You're here." Zachariah nodded. "Thank you, Joseph, for taking care of her these few days." "No problem. Have you found a solution?" Zachariah nodded again, then entered Jenna's room without further ado. Seymour stood outside to avoid any misunderstandings. Not knowing whether removing the poison required disrobing or such matters, it was best for him to stay outside. Seymour returned to his seat, focusing intently without moving much. Inside the room, Jenna lay quietly on the bed, her face resembling peach blossoms, exceptionally beautiful. Zachariah extended 2 fingers and tapped her forehead. The flower-shaped mark caused by the 1,000-flower toxin wavered violently upon contact with Zachariah's fingers. Then it shattered and vanished completely. Zachariah grasped her hand, sending gentle power like spring breeze nourishing Jenna's body, restoring vitality. Her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she finally woke up. Opening her eyes, Jenna immediately hugged Zachariah tightly. The two embraced silently, unspeakably understanding each other. ###Chapter 345. The arrival of the immortal emperor realm. Zachariah and Alejandra walked out of the room together. Gerardo saw their demeanor and immediately laughed bitterly. "You're leaving again?" "Something's I need to be settled," Zachariah said. "Don't worry, sect leader. I'm not going," Alejandra added with a light smile. When Zachariah mentioned he had some matters to handle, she wanted to follow him. However, at her current strength, she would only be a burden to Zachariah. She didn't want him to be running around on her account once more. So, she chose to stay at Mount Shu. Seeing this, Gerardo couldn't say anything else. After all, as long as Alejandra stayed at Mount Shu, Zachariah wouldn't abandon them. "You'd better not forget what you promised me," Gerardo reminded Zachariah. Zachariah could only respond with a bitter smile. He was unwilling to take on such a troublesome task, yet he didn't explicitly refuse either. In the end, if things got tough, he could always shirk responsibility. What Gerardo wanted was merely to tie Zachariah more tightly to the Mount Shu sect. And being a disciple versus being a sect leader certainly made a difference in how firmly one was tied. Leaving Mount Shu, Zachariah traversed the spatial rift, summoning the Black Dragon to traverse the endless void. Along the way, he encountered many travelers who seemed to be heading in the same direction. Upon seeing Zachariah's Black Dragon, they merely glanced over without causing trouble. Looks like the Immortal Emperor realm is about to open, Zachariah mused inwardly. So many people heading in one direction, all exuding formidable auras. It must be related to the Immortal Emperor realm. At the desolate hall on Desolate Island, Kathleen was ready to depart but remained seated on the throne, seemingly waiting for something. As time passed, her impatience grew. Could it be that he's not coming? Coldness flickered in her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly looked up, and her figure vanished, reappearing outside the hall. Outside the desolate hall, Zachariah was stopped by guards. He didn't force his way through but waited quietly for Kathleen. You're late? Kathleen remarked coldly upon appearing. But then her eyes widened in surprise. You've advanced to the immortal realm? She sensed a distinct aura of immortality from Zachariah. It hadn't been long since he last left. She was momentarily stunned but soon recovered without pressing him about being late. Her expression changed to a radiant smile, markedly different from before. Very good, my reliable assistant. It seems I have hope of toppling that wretch from the Flower Fairy Palace. Zachariah remained indifferent. If you think I'm late, why are you chatting idly? Kathleen glared at him, thinking he lacked sentiment. Rarely did she smile at a man, and he didn't seem to appreciate it. It looks like you've already cured that Adria of the 1,000-flower poison. Otherwise, where would you get such confidence? Her gaze fixed on Zachariah's face, searching for any change in expression. But Zachariah remained as calm as still water, offering no response, only saying, let's go. Kathleen naturally wasn't certain. It was just a probe. Solving the 1,000-flower poison wasn't something easily accomplished. After so many years of research, even she hadn't found a cure. How could Zachariah solve it in such a short time? That surprised her even more than his advancement to the immortal realm. Zachariah showed no intention of telling her. Kathleen's eyes flickered, and the next moment, she reached out to grab Zachariah's shoulder. Zachariah stood still until her hand touched his broad, sturdy shoulder, when he calmly turned his head to ask, what's wrong? Kathleen's expression was peculiar. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? The corners of Zachariah's mouth twitched, his gaze somewhat mocking. I don't think you would. Kathleen's expression stiffened. She wanted to test Zachariah, see how much he had improved since their last encounter. A realm advancement was one thing, but only practical application could reveal true growth. Unfortunately, Zachariah gave her no opportunity. She withdrew her hand, which felt slightly numb. This guy's body was really tough. She couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking of something amusing. Zachariah paid her no mind, focused only on reaching the immortal emperor realm quickly. If he could obtain some treasures along the way, it would be ideal. Even without treasures, settling scores with this woman meant they could part ways peacefully afterward. Kathleen had no idea Zachariah was already planning to part ways after the trip. Suddenly, Zachariah sensed several auras focusing on him. Kathleen noticed as well. They turned to see a large flying vessel accelerating towards them. On board were several towering figures, members of the Jasper Spirit tribe. Zachariah recognized them from the arena battle. The Jasper Spirit members looked at him with hatred. Clearly, they knew he had killed one of their kin, an important member of the tribe, the chieftain's youngest son. The chieftain stepped out of the vessel, scanning Zachariah and Kathleen with his large eyes before ordering the vessel to accelerate, distancing itself from them. Despite this, a menacing voice entered Zachariah's ears. Boy, this time I'm giving the desolate king's face, but if you ever fall into my hands alone, you will die far more painfully than my son did. At the arrival site of the immortal emperor realm, all renowned forces from the great world had gathered. Powerful auras soared high, colliding with each other. Even before entering the immortal emperor realm, there was an implicit rivalry among the factions. After all, the stakes were high, the legacy treasures of the immortal emperor. Securing even one or two would be a grand fortune unmatched by any prayer or wish. Chapter 346, Enemies Everywhere. The immortal emperor realm descended upon this land. Every renowned force in the Daejian world gathered here. An astounding aura almost pierced the heavens, colliding with one another. Even before entering the immortal emperor realm, there was a subtle confrontational stance among different factions. After all, it concerned the treasures left behind by the immortal emperor. Everyone wanted a share of it. If one could truly possess one or two immortal emperor relics, that would be an unprecedented opportunity not even prayers could secure. Amidst the congregation of many forces, the Flower Immortal Palace and the Six Realms Temple stood together. Palace Master Charlene of the Flower Immortal Palace conversed warmly with the head seat of the Heavenly Dao Temple. Initially, the head seat of the Heavenly Dao Temple had reservations about Charlene giving her adopted daughter to marry his son. Unfortunately, his unworthy son fell for her and insisted on marrying her. Though Clayton wasn't entirely pleased, he reluctantly accepted it for his son's happiness. But now, Charlene announced that the adopted daughter had passed away due to illness. She couldn't break the alliance, so she decided to let her biological daughter marry him instead. Clayton, the head seat of the Heavenly Dao Temple, had no objections. He even thought it was better this way. However, his son, Dover, was displeased. Palace Master Ing, how did Mandir die? Dover didn't believe Charlene's explanation. Why would she suddenly die from an illness? This flimsy excuse clearly lacked credibility. Charlene hadn't clarified the truth, but instead gave a ridiculous reason, which he couldn't accept. Dover. Clayton glared at him angrily. He knew there were other hidden circumstances, but he wasn't interested in so-called truths. Only the outcome mattered to him. What? Doesn't my son-in-law-to-be trust me? Charlene smiled faintly. Seemingly calm, She actually harbored anger within. How dare a junior publicly question her? Dover, step down. With a tone of anger, Clayton ordered. Reluctantly, Dover had to retreat, not daring to defy his father openly. He's immature, father-in-law-to-be, don't blame him. All family matters, no blame needed. Charlene replied with a smile. Not far away, Blakely's gaze moved from Charlene's insincere smile. She frowned, then scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Her expression shifted as she finally saw them. Zachariah and Kathleen landed together. Blakely didn't rush over, standing there with complex emotions. Charlene noticed Zachariah and Kathleen too. The two people she hated were together. They really are like-minded, she sneered coldly. Seeing that Mandier wasn't with Zachariah, Charlene assumed she had died. Her eyes provocatively glanced at Zachariah. The pain of losing your loved one is hard to bear, isn't it? Remember, you brought this upon yourself. Since Zachariah entered Sanluo Island, he had become her adversary, so she had no intention of being lenient towards him. Hearing Charlene's provocative whisper, Zachariah showed no reaction. His indifference made Charlene narrow her eyes. Kathleen rolled her eyes, showing disdain and disgust towards Charlene. Despite their mutual dislike, they both held back here. Compared to old grievances, obtaining the Immortal Emperor relics was more important. Whoever obtained them first would gain a significant advantage. Wu clan's territory. Marshal Staff also stared at Zachariah's figure, hiding ill intent in his eyes. Zachariah and Kathleen both noticed his unfriendly gaze. Zachariah ignored it, uninterested in petty conflicts but wouldn't hesitate if provoked. Why do you make enemies everywhere? Kathleen looked at Zachariah oddly. Flower Immortal Palace's Charlene is our common enemy. Yet, Giant Ming Spirit Tribe and Wu clan showed clear hostility towards Zachariah. Kathleen felt frustrated. Giant, I invite you here to help me, or to be a liability? Zachariah responded calmly. What difference does it make? Kathleen choked, speechless. I tell you, if you slow me down, I won't care about you. If I have to choose between the Immortal Emperor relics and you, I'd pick the relics. Got it? Zachariah nodded. I understand. Good thinking. Zachariah agreed sincerely. Zachariah approached Blakely. Senior. Blakely smiled bitterly. You're here. She found Zachariah's disregard for advice somewhat helpless. Who's this brilliant talent? A friend of James' counselor? Damien from the Human Dao Temple asked, sizing up Zachariah with interest. Zachariah, a junior of mine. Blakely didn't elaborate, but Damien sensed much. Originally from the same place as James' counselor, there must be some connection to our Six Realms Temple. Do you belong to any faction here? Consider joining us? Blakely felt awkward. Damien was always recruiting. His sharp eyes captured prey, approaching enthusiastically. Though lacking a head seat's dignity, it could scare people off. Worse, Blakely knew Zachariah and Flower Immortal Palace didn't get along. With Six Realms Temple allied with Flower Immortal Palace, Zachariah wouldn't join any hall of the Six Realms Temple. Damien, no sense of propriety. Recruiting right in front of me? Kathleen remarked sarcastically. Damien looked disappointed. Are you working on Sanluo Island? Of course, can't you see? Kathleen immediately answered. Zachariah helped her, and she was the lord of Sanluo Island. What was the difference? Kathleen twisted the concept, but Zachariah remained silent. He had no interest in joining the Six Realms Temple, anyway. Damien, stop. Even if he joins, you probably won't dare accept him. Kathleen smirked. Damien was confused. Why wouldn't he dare? Blakely explained, causing Damien's lips to twitch. That's unfortunate. Knowing Zachariah and Charlene didn't get along, Damien sighed. Though the alliance with Flower Immortal Palace wasn't his idea, once approved, he had to follow the sect's decision. As time passed, the highly anticipated Immortal Emperor realm descended in a flash of crimson light. Decided yet? Once inside the Immortal Emperor realm, there's no turning back. Chapter 347, Soul Wind. The Immortal Emperor domain was shrouded in a crimson haze. A powerful, oppressive force surged forth, as if one were standing on an ancient battlefield. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air, evoking a sense of restlessness even before entering. The remnants of this ancient battlefield from long ago still reverberated today. This could be felt from the outside already. Let's go. Zachariah responded calmly. Kathleen said no more and walked ahead of Zachariah. As the Immortal Emperor domain materialized, countless figures streamed in like beams of light. Each person who entered the domain instinctively activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. The lingering resentful spirits of immortal emperors within this domain posed a terrifying threat to most people who ventured inside. A single slip could result in a grim outcome. Kathleen also activated a defensive artifact, a pair of dark purple hoops encircling her pale wrists, forming a protective barrier around her body. She glanced sideways at Zachariah, but Zachariah hadn't taken out any artifact at all. It was as though he had entered without any defense whatsoever. I know you have formidable physical strength, but here, it's better not to be overly confident. Quickly take out your defensive artifact, Kathleen advised. In Kathleen's understanding, cultivators who reached the immortal realm wouldn't lack decent defensive artifacts. Indeed, I don't have one. Zachariah spoke bluntly. Given his current physical strength, no artifact could surpass it. Moreover, with the Nirvana sacred body, if someone of his caliber couldn't withstand the assault of the lingering spirits, then even top-tier defensive artifacts would be futile. Speaking of immortal artifacts, such treasures of heaven and earth were so rare that even many renowned great powers in the 10,000 realms didn't possess one, let alone Zachariah. However, his physical body could rival defensive immortal artifacts, which was the benefit of reaching the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Few could truly achieve such a level. Cultivators with physical strength like his were rarer than defensive immortal artifacts in existence. Here, share my artifact. Kathleen directly removed one hoop and offered it to Zachariah. Although defending two people would weaken its protective power, she showed generosity or perhaps pity. Feeling that Zachariah had it tough, reaching the immortal realm without a proper defensive artifact. Not necessary. Zachariah did not take Kathleen's offer. Upon being refused, Kathleen's expression darkened. She, Queen of Netherworld, rarely showed kindness, yet this guy didn't appreciate it? When had she ever faced rejection? Kathleen put the hoop back, radiating an eerie aura. Just then, ahead of them, a sudden scream of agony broke out. A mysterious green wind swept by. Under this gust of wind, the protective glow surrounding a figure shattered instantly, as fragile as paper. The person exploded into a mist of blood, dispersing into the sky. Everyone present turned pale, filled with intense fear. They swiftly distanced themselves from the area, away from the green wind. Get away. No one expected, just after entering the Immortal Emperor domain, to encounter such a soul wind filled with deep resentment. There were numerous lingering spirits here, some immortal emperors having left multiple spirits scattered across the domain. Thus, these soul winds were countless, but not all residual spirits harbored hatred or killing intent. In other words, not every soul wind was deadly. Yet when encountered, they struck unexpectedly, and few could react in time. For soul winds were elusive, meeting one could only be attributed to bad luck. That soul wind, after slaying a cultivator, moved toward others. Immediately, everyone fled in panic. No one dared face its wrath. Zachariah's expression turned grave. The deceased cultivator was a longevity boundary cultivator at late stage. How difficult it was for a cultivator to reach the longevity boundary. Now, he vanished just like that. In the abandoned land, a late-stage longevity boundary cultivator could dominate the world. Yet here, he was so easily exterminated. This made Zachariah feel the urgency to strengthen himself. Quick, get away. Though reluctant to speak, Kathleen warned Zachariah in a stern voice. As the soul wind approached them, Kathleen ignored Zachariah's condition and sped up to escape. However, the soul wind pursued relentlessly, faster and unyielding despite Kathleen's evasive maneuvers. Bang! The soul wind struck Kathleen's protective shield. Damn! Kathleen clenched her teeth, frantically infusing her defensive hoop with immortal energy, causing it to glow fiercely. Still, her top-tier defensive artifact was not an immortal artifact. Despite the radiant light, it had its limits. Crack! A crack appeared in Kathleen's shield, shattering the next moment. Zachariah flashed forward, raising his arm. The soul wind struck Zachariah's arm directly, turning it into a bloody mist. Then it vanished into his chest. Are you insane? Kathleen exclaimed in shock. Yet Zachariah's state stunned her. His missing arm quickly regenerated, and the soul wind disappeared into him. Kathleen stared at Zachariah as if he were a monster. Are you even human? Such incredible recovery. Did it even follow basic laws? And what happened to the soul wind? Why did it stop hurting him once it entered his body? What did you do? Nothing much. The soul wind's power simply dissipated. Zachariah's statement had some basis in truth. The soul wind had shattered a cultivator's body, broken Kathleen's top-notch defensive artifact, and turned Zachariah's arm into a bloody mist. Costly expenditures indeed. Kathleen remained skeptical. While resisting the soul wind, she sensed its terrifying power, even though it had somewhat diminished. In fact, Kathleen's suspicion was correct. The soul wind wasn't merely depleted. It had been absorbed by Zachariah's devouring spirit body, worthy of being true residual spirits of immortal emperors. Even using his devouring spirit body to absorb it immediately cost him a limb. This reinforced Zachariah's belief that the cursed spirit he encountered in the abandoned land was not fully revealed. Chapter 348. Your crisis, my nourishment. I owe you a favor. Kathleen's expression eased considerably. Though her temperament was somewhat unpredictable, she wasn't the type to be unreasonable. The soul wind was not something she could easily resolve for herself. Zachariah had just helped her avoid a significant trouble. Her gratitude was genuine. Zachariah remained silent. He hadn't saved her out of any sentimental reason. He simply wanted to test if his spirit-devouring body could absorb the remnant soul of an immortal emperor. Saving her was just incidental. If he had intended to help Kathleen from the start, he wouldn't have waited until her defensive magic tool shattered before coming over. In truth, he had harbored selfish intentions, thinking to let Kathleen's defensive magic tool wear down part of the soul wind's power first. Thus, Zachariah didn't expect any form of deep gratitude from her. He sat down directly. His expression still carried a hint of pain. The spirit-devouring body had the ability to devour spiritual entities in the world. But the remnant soul of an immortal emperor, like such an existence, transcended this world and was not something easily devoured. The process of devouring was also a difficult struggle. It was Zachariah's divine soul contending against that remnant soul of the immortal emperor. Fortunately, Zachariah had already mastered part of the Germano's power. The curse power was the source of grievance power. The grievance power within that remnant soul of the immortal emperor was thus utilized by Zachariah. After resolving the grievance power within the remnant soul of the immortal emperor, the absorption greatly reduced Zachariah's burden. Kathleen didn't know what Zachariah was doing. She thought he was injured internally. Instead, she sighed in relief. That made more sense. After all, directly bearing the brunt of that soul wind, how could he possibly come out unscathed? Kathleen didn't say anything but took up a protective stance beside Zachariah voluntarily. Moments later, when Zachariah completely absorbed the remnant soul of the immortal emperor, a streak of divine light flashed in his eyes. After a brief brilliance, it receded back into tranquility. Kathleen noticed the change in Zachariah's eyes. Immediately, she furrowed her eyebrows in surprise. For a moment there, Zachariah's aura seemed to elevate significantly. Though only for a short instant, it was captured by Kathleen's sensitive senses. What's going on with this guy? Why does it feel like after tending to his injuries, his strength has increased instead of decreased? Kathleen felt increasingly opaque about the man before her. An immortal realm cultivator who left her feeling unable to fully understand him. This was unprecedented. Zachariah rose, his gaze shining as if discovering new lands. To others, these remnants of immortal emperors in this immortal emperor domain might be lethal tools they wish to avoid at all costs. But for him, with his spirit-devouring body, they were nothing less than great nourishments. Although this process would inevitably cause immense damage to his body, with both the spirit-devouring body and the nirvana immortal body as aids, he could act without restraint. Kathleen invoked another defensive magic tool. She had more than one of these tools. As the ruler of the Netherworld Island, her resources were undoubtedly substantial. If Zachariah hadn't come to her aid earlier, she might have wasted a few more magic tools. But ultimately, her life would have been safe. Zachariah glanced at her. This woman clearly had other defensive tools, yet chose not to reveal them initially. She insisted on giving him a bracelet that matched hers. Her motives were too obvious. However, Zachariah didn't comment. Both reined in their emotions, gathered their energy, and cautiously ventured deeper into the immortal emperor domain. At its core, this was where the ancient battlefield centered. There, true treasures might be found amidst the remains. But it was also more perilous. Not just due to fierce competition among cultivators, but also because of even more rampant soul winds. To many, these factors were highly destructive. Along the way, Zachariah and Kathleen naturally couldn't avoid encountering other cultivators. They all regarded each other with caution. Zachariah had arrived in the Great Thousand World not long ago and was unknown. To the cultivators here, he was entirely unfamiliar. And Kathleen, while recognized by some, did not have a good reputation. Thus, no one engaged with them. Hurry, another soul wind is coming. Kathleen strained her sight, seeing several people struggling against a red soul wind in the distance. She prepared to move away immediately. She had learned her lesson. A single glance had led to her being targeted by the soul wind. Yet, turning around, she realized something was wrong. Originally close by, Zachariah was now flashing towards those people. Fool, what are you doing? Kathleen couldn't hold back her curses. He didn't understand what he was doing. Did he think relying on his physical strength alone allowed him to act recklessly here? Furthermore, seeing Zachariah aiding the others fueled Kathleen's anger. Didn't he understand his own responsibilities? Running off on his own to help others, what was that supposed to be? At this moment, Kathleen was truly enraged. She wished she could leave Zachariah to fend for himself, but then, letting him go meant a loss for her. Clenching her teeth, Kathleen followed over. Clearly, she should have been leading the action, yet she was being led by Zachariah. This stirred even greater fury in Kathleen's heart, accustomed to pride. Meanwhile, Zachariah had shielded the struggling individuals from the soul wind, absorbing it into his body. Seeing this, the few people expressed shock and horror. It was as shocking as seeing someone block bullets with their bare body. After regaining their composure, they thanked Zachariah profusely. Zachariah waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further, and turned to leave. Kathleen approached with menacing presence. By the time she reached Zachariah, he had already returned. Seeing him sitting beside her again, her pent-up anger inexplicably dissipated. Kathleen sighed, feeling as if she were manipulated somehow. Deeper within the immortal emperor domain, visibility became increasingly obscure. A layer of mist spread across the battlefield's core. Pale and blood red, formed from the blood spilled by immortal emperors during past battles. Their robust and powerful life force, boiling like hot blood, had evaporated and accumulated here, forming a blood-colored haze. This explained why, from the outside, this place was shrouded in bloody red. Moving rapidly, the air was filled with a faintly metallic scent. The uncomfortable stench of blood induced restlessness. Strange, fragmented thoughts invaded one's mind, like echoes of the past battlefield's chaos. Whispers or manic laughter seemed to be heard faintly. Anyone with weak willpower would likely go mad soon. At this moment, huge figures walked amidst the mist, each pair of eyes blazing with extreme savagery. Chapter 349, Attack. Kathleen took out a round, lustrous gem and placed it in her mouth. Finally, she felt mentally calm, and the annoying voices in her ears stopped. Brother, I have a tranquil soul pill that can help you feel better. A burly cultivator flew over to Zachariah and handed him a white porcelain bottle. Thank you. Zachariah put it away. Seeing Zachariah accept it, the cultivator beamed. Then I won't disturb you further. Call if you need anything. He then turned around and left. Kathleen glanced at Zachariah. This guy still wore an indifferent expression, having taken the pill but not consumed it. It seemed he wasn't affected by the distracting thoughts at all. What use did he have for pills? After devouring numerous fragments of immortal emperor's souls here, Zachariah's current divine soul strength far exceeded that of his realm. Of course, his ability to resist those distracting thoughts was not just due to his divine soul strength. He had experienced similar situations when using the body of Soul Devourer to consume soul bodies before. With prior experience, he could handle such circumstances more calmly than others. My things he doesn't use, yet he happily accepts others' gifts. Kathleen felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, she didn't flare up. Zachariah's behavior made their journey surprisingly smoother. Considering his hard work, she wouldn't fuss over minor details. Yet, she couldn't help but tease him. Beware, they might poison you with their gifts. Zachariah smiled but remained silent. He knew good from bad, and these people's goodwill towards him was genuine. That burly cultivator was one of those Zachariah had helped before. Throughout their journey, whenever Zachariah encountered a ghost wind attacking cultivators, instead of dodging, he would take the blow on behalf of others. Initially, Kathleen didn't understand this saintly behavior. Now, she gradually understood. Zachariah was accumulating good karma. Although there were surely ungrateful people among them, overall, it reduced many potential opponents. Only you would do something like this. Had it been Kathleen, even if she had the ability, she wouldn't have done it. She trusted only herself. and with her proud nature, she would never easily try to please others. In her view, Zachariah's actions seemed somewhat ingratiating, which she despised and found uninteresting. The only thing that intrigued her was Zachariah's body, in the literal sense. The uniqueness of Zachariah's physical body was unprecedented. Such a physique was almost comparable to those omnipotent demons from legends. Even in the Great Thousand World, where prodigies abound, few could match its strength. Kathleen hadn't delved into the path of body cultivation. In her opinion, it was always considered vulgar for martial artists to focus on physical strength. However, Zachariah's emergence changed her perception significantly. To her knowledge, Zachariah was not only proficient in body cultivation, but also excelled in swordsmanship with astonishing achievements. How did this guy cultivate, and what experiences has he undergone? Kathleen's curiosity soared. Zachariah came from the realm forsaken by immortals, starting from the very bottom. Yet, his current accomplishments surpassed many prodigies in the Great Thousand World. Kathleen's gaze stayed on Zachariah until she saw a ghost wind slowly flying past him. Why didn't you crash into it? Do you really enjoy helping people so much? When faced with aggressive ghost winds, he rushed in without hesitation. But for harmless ones, he completely ignored them. These actions puzzled Kathleen. She couldn't believe anyone could be truly so righteous. In the cruel world of cultivation, such people were almost extinct. Zachariah replied indifferently, "Can I?" "Sure, why not?" Kathleen laughed angrily, realizing she couldn't get a straight answer from Zachariah. Ignoring Kathleen's deep resentment, Zachariah explained that his lack of action against these ghost winds was neither about aiding others nor compassion towards the remnants of imperial souls. Instead, those non-malevolent ghost winds were too dangerous for him. Encountering malevolent spirits, Zachariah could suppress them with the power of Germano, weaken them considerably, and then devour them. But the non-malevolent ghost winds required a greater toll if he were to devour them. In this perilous place, he must maintain sufficient strength at all times. Even Kathleen, being on the same boat as him, needed vigilance. Thus, without enough assurance, Zachariah avoided those seemingly harmless but potentially more dangerous ghost winds. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the immortal Emperor domain, visibility dropped to less than a yard, leaving them reliant on their divine senses. Suddenly, an angry shout sounded from the distant right. "The giant bright spirit tribe, what are you trying to do?" Stop it." The voice cut off abruptly. Zachariah's divine sense detected a cultivator's aura rapidly weakening while several powerful, volcano-like hot auras were quickly approaching. Shouts of shock and despair reached their ears continuously. After the sounds echoed, several auras vanished. Has the giant bright spirit tribe gone mad? Kathleen frowned in confusion. Her divine sense detected numerous giant figures. Only the members of the giant bright spirit tribe matched the entity she sensed. Are they fighting over some imperial relic? Would the giant bright spirits risk alienating everyone now, if not for an imperial relic? Doesn't seem like it. Judging by the surprise and anger in the voices, the giant bright spirit's sudden attack caught them off guard rather than being expected. Whoosh! A massive palm suddenly descended from above Zachariah and Kathleen, directly pressing down. Boom! The palm struck the ground, creating a large 5-fingered crater. When the hand lifted, Zachariah and Kathleen were gone. You've picked the wrong person, fool. Kathleen appeared behind a member of the giant bright spirit tribe, stabbing a cold needle into the giant's neck. Furious, the giant turned back, ignoring his injury and clapped his hands together. Space around Kathleen compressed, causing her movement to momentarily hesitate. Next moment, Zachariah stood atop the giant's head, plunging his sword downwards. The pressure around Kathleen instantly eased. Her beautiful eyes widened as she watched the giant disintegrate into dust right before her eyes. Hashtag Chapter 350, Battling the Jasper Spirit Clan Jerry. Kathleen stared blankly at the shocking scene before her. When did First Heaven Immortal Realm become this strong? The Jasper Spirit Clan member she had just faced emitted a Second Heaven Immortal Realm aura. In the Jasper Spirit Clan, although he was not among the top echelons, he was undoubtedly a mainstay. Yet, Zachariah had slain him with a transcendent strike in a single move. The leap between each tier of the Immortal Realm was enormous. The gap between the first and second tiers was almost like a vast boundary between major realms. Yet, Zachariah seemed entirely unbothered by it. Kathleen had seen many prodigies, but none as heaven-defying as Zachariah. This was her first time encountering such a phenomenon. She asked herself if she, with her immortal venerated strength, could easily eliminate a Second Heaven Immortal Realm member from the Jasper Spirit Clan without any issue. That particular clan member had attempted to control her using his innate abilities, but in reality, she had the power to break free. Killing him would not have been difficult either. However, executing it as effortlessly as Zachariah did, making it seem as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs, was something she found daunting even in thought. Kathleen, usually brimming with confidence, now showed signs of wavering. What are you standing there for? Fight! Zachariah urged her. This jolted Kathleen out of her trance, realizing they were still in danger. He who injured my child must die. Suddenly, a voice resounded like a booming gong. In the next moment, everything around Zachariah and Kathleen felt stagnant. A colossal pressure descended, compressing the air so intensely that it trapped them both on the spot. The giant's palms slammed together like two towering mountains, hiding deadly intent within. Damn, it's that guy. Kathleen's eyes flashed coldly. The attacker was the current Jerry of the Jasper Spirit Clan. Despite the difficulty in reproduction common to the Jasper Spirit Clan, this individual was an exception with numerous offspring. Almost 1/3 of the current Jasper Spirit Clan members were his descendants. Thus, he was revered as the chief and held high hopes for leading the clan to resurgence. Of course, his leadership wasn't solely based on his prolific breeding. His personal strength was formidable too. With immortal venerated power, he could look down upon all others and aim to reach Emperor Realm during this gathering of immortals. If the Jasper Spirit clan could produce another young immortal emperor, their status in the Great Thousand World would soar. Even Kathleen found this Jasper Spirit clan chief challenging. However, she didn't fear. She mobilized her immortal energy to break through space and escape his grasp, not worrying about how Xianxia would fare. Facing an opponent of the same tier, she couldn't afford distraction. Dragging one-on-one would only lead her into perpetual passivity. She had to trust that Xianxia's physical body could withstand the attack, though it was highly unlikely. The giant's palm force was destructive. When his hands merged, the compressed space would collapse into nothingness, forming a void black hole. Once formed, this black hole became the most powerful meat grinder, tearing apart even ethereal entities like divine souls. Forget the physical body unless it transcended the law. Xianxia's physique, though strong, was far from transcending the law. As Kathleen escaped, she charged towards the giant, aiming to help Xianxia by threatening the life of the Jasper Spirit clan Jerry directly. A light will slicing through mountains flew from her hand toward the giant's neck, emitting a shrill whistle. He grabbed it with bare hands, shattering it into sparkles and fragments. Kathleen's expression turned grim. Dealing with this peak Jasper Spirit clan warrior was like confronting a monster. Why engage further? Xianxia brushed past her. Before she could fully register his words, Xianxia was already charging towards the Jerry. Come back, Kathleen shouted, worried. That wasn't just a regular Immortal Realm opponent, it was a top-tier Immortal venerated. An Immortal Realm cultivator would be mad to seek trouble here. Was killing a second Heaven Immortal Realm member going to your head? While Kathleen fretted, Xianxia ignored her calls. In truth, he wasn't delusional enough to try killing an Immortal venerated. He simply wanted to gauge the gap between him and such a formidable foe. Cold steel flashed as the twin blades aimed for the giant's eyes. Xianxia wielded two swords, the light streaks piercing lightning fast towards the Jerry's eyes. Despite the lightning speed, the Jerry reacted just in time, catching the blade lights mere inches from his eyes. The intangible blade lights were solidly grasped in his hands, halting their penetration. Still, the sharpness caused his eyes pain, turning them increasingly crimson. The giant lifted his wrists, treating the sword lights as arrows aimed at Xianxia and Kathleen, hurling them faster than Xianxia's original attacks. With the Jerry's strength added, the attack grew overwhelmingly more potent. Kathleen paled, while Xianxia had brought this upon himself. She, however, became an unintended casualty. Using a defensive artifact against the sword light, it cracked like shattered porcelain and crumbled. She angrily dispelled the remaining force of the sword light. Only then did she realize her impetuousness. Her entire arm felt numb. An indescribable force tried to invade her body, astonishing her deeply. While hard to defend against, it wasn't impossible for someone of her immortal venerated level. After a moment, she suppressed its spread with divine soul energy, then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had taken the sword light blow with his body without deploying any defense, causing the chest wound to pierce through. He only chuckled wryly, showing no change in expression. The sword light gradually dissipated, and his wound rapidly healed thanks to his heaven-defying constitution. Kathleen couldn't help but exclaim. This monstrous constitution was simply cheating. Chapter 351. Encirclement. The giant Ming-Ling clan Jerry, upon seeing Xianxia unharmed, his blood-red eyes immediately filled with confusion. He seemed to have trouble comprehending the situation before him. If any Immortal Realm cultivator had been pierced by that sword light, they would have been grievously wounded at the very least. Yet, here was Xianxia standing perfectly fine in front of him, not a single sign of injury on him. Xianxia shook his head, appearing somewhat regretful. It seems it's still not enough to deal with an Immortal Venerable. Kathleen rolled her eyes beside him. You've done enough. Being able to withstand an attack from an Immortal Venerable is already enough for you to brag about. Are you really thinking of taking down an Immortal Venerable with just First Heaven Immortal Realm cultivation? She wanted to grab Xianxia by the collar and shout at him to stop showing off and let others live. In the next moment, Xianxia decisively turned around and fled the scene. Since he couldn't kill the giant Ming-Ling clan Jerry, there was no point wasting more time here. There was still room for him to grow. However, these giants' auras seemed to be ascending. Their temperaments also grew increasingly erratic. They were likely influenced by the combined images and voices of the numerous Immortal Emperor's grudges. These grudges did not form soul bodies. They were merely conglomerations of various dispersing grievances, clinging together to stay alive. They invaded the spirit cores of the giant Ming-Ling clan members, tormenting and controlling them, trying to usurp their hosts. Judging from the degree of redness in the Jerry's eyes, Xianxia deduced that he would become increasingly insane and powerful. Currently, he still retained some self-awareness. But once they lost all sense of self, they would become lethal weapons manipulated by the collective grudge of Immortal Emperors. As for why they were chosen, it was quite understandable. The tribe's large size matched the stereotype of being big-bodied but simple-minded. Moreover, the giant Ming-Ling clan's strength mainly resided in their physical bodies, making them easier to control. The grudges, not being actual soul entities, could not fully possess the giants' bodies or erase their souls. They could only issue commands to their spirit cores to achieve control. Facing these giants, a simple command sufficed. They could kill as easily as drinking water, using just their fists and feet. On the other side, Kathleen was speechless at Xianxia's sudden escape. This guy would charge in without hesitation and run away just as quickly. He didn't seem to care about anyone else. She felt that Xianxia didn't act like an assistant she had invited. Instead, it was more like she was assisting Xianxia. Roar. The giant Ming-Ling clan Jerry realized what was happening, taking a step forward, his massive body seemingly disappearing in an instant. His speed was astonishing, even for a highly skilled cultivator with extraordinary body techniques. Sensing the rapidly approaching wild aura behind her, Kathleen's expression changed slightly. How could this giant move so fast with such a huge body? Kathleen accelerated, overtaking Xianxia, who stayed close to her without falling behind. Kathleen was almost numb now. She no longer marveled at Zachariah's ability to keep up. It felt natural to her. Let's split up. Otherwise, it will get complicated. Zachariah suggested splitting up to overwhelm the opponent, making it impossible for him to chase both of them simultaneously. At least one of them would be temporarily safe. While Zachariah was nearly certain the first target would be him, he still chose this option. He could probably survive even if caught, but Kathleen might not be so lucky. However, Kathleen didn't want to accept the suggestion. Splitting up will only complicate things. If we separate, where will I find you again? Her voice was cold, yet inside, she was touched. She knew Zachariah was trying to free her from the Jerry's pursuit, so she could focus on finding opportunities. Zachariah was sacrificing his chances for hers. You hired me for this, right? Stop being sentimental, Zachariah said bluntly. He had no intention of lingering here. Since Kathleen had asked him for help, he would try to play a crucial role in emergencies. This way, he could repay her for saving Carrie. I'll return that favor now. Zachariah turned around, slashing a massive sword beam towards the giant's head. Though the giant managed to neutralize it, Zachariah succeeded in provoking him. Zachariah had intentionally done this, fearing the giant wouldn't chase him otherwise. Seeing the success, he immediately ran in a different direction from Kathleen. Enraged, the giant Ming-Ling clan Jerry abandoned Kathleen and chased after Zachariah, intent on tearing him apart. Kathleen stopped mid-air, her expression stunned. She watched Zachariah leave with mixed feelings, but retained her rationality and didn't follow. Since you want to return the favor, I'll let you do it. For some reason, a faint annoyance appeared on her face. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed in her ear. You're still saying one thing and meaning another. Upon hearing this voice, Kathleen's eyes turned icy cold, and her entire body tensed up. In the next moment, transparent petals materialized around her. Charlene, you bitch, show yourself. Her aura and voice exploded outward, driving away all the transparent petals capable of slicing through nascent soul cultivators effortlessly. Shortly after, Charlene appeared not far from Kathleen. She held a golden whip, emanating an indescribable sacred aura. A divine artifact? Charlene, the bitch, had already found the Immortal Emperor's treasure. At the same time, another figure emerged on Kathleen's other side. It was the Keegan. Charlene and the first seat subtly surrounded her. You seem to be alone and vulnerable now. Charlene swung her golden whip, a smug smile on her lips. On the other side, the first seat remained silent, his expression grave. Kathleen knew she was facing two formidable opponents, but showed no fear. I've always been fine on my own, unlike you who clings to every man you meet. Hashtag chapter 352, Siege. Adrielle's face suddenly changed upon hearing these words. They were incredibly insulting to her. The Joseph of the Heavenly Way Hall, Lars, also turned grim-faced. Initially, he had only come to support Adrielle. He was only responsible for lending a hand if Adrielle encountered any unforeseen mishaps and did not directly participate in Adrielle's plan to deal with Kathleen. After all, Kathleen had a past connection with the Hell Path Joseph, who had previously asked him to give some leeway. As colleagues, he could not refuse such a request and thus agreed. So, he had no intention of acting against Kathleen from the start. However, when Kathleen's words managed to offend him, his initial stance wavered. Still, he didn't lose his composure completely. His gaze turned icy as he said, I advise you to clean up your mouth. On the other side, Adrielle didn't waste words. She immediately swung her golden whip towards Kathleen. Meanwhile, Zachariah's figure darted swiftly through the air at maximum speed. Yet the giant still pursued him relentlessly. Swish. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy like a ribbon swept toward him from ahead. Zachariah narrowly avoided it, but this brief delay allowed the giant to catch up. Zachariah was forced into combat. A sinister laugh echoed around them. Three figures appeared in front of Zachariah and the giant. With just a glance, Zachariah recognized one. The person standing in the middle. It was none other than Marshall Staff, the young master of the Wu family, who had once blocked Zachariah and Juliette Ming. The two beside him radiated formidable auras, both at least third-stage Immortal Realm cultivators. These two were the ones who had ambushed Zachariah. Although they were stronger than Marshall Staff, they seemed to follow his lead based on their positioning. Their attacks likely came at Marshall Staff's behest. A cold glint flashed in Zachariah's eyes. He had no grudge or conflict with Marshall Staff before. Yet this guy sought trouble with him. This man had signed his own death warrant. Attack. Kill him. Marshall Staff spoke succinctly without any unnecessary words. The two beside him nodded silently and charged straight at Zachariah. In Marshall Staff's mind, they would all gang up on Zachariah together. However, the giant saw the duo approach and found them obstructive. He unleashed a double-fisted blow with terrifying force that shook the space. The two attackers intended to strike Zachariah, but they received a brutal blow first. Their protective spiritual light shattered instantly, and they flew backward for some distance before barely steadying themselves. They exchanged helpless glances, indicating to Marshall Staff that they couldn't get close. Marshall Staff was equally stunned by the giant's frenzied aggression. This giant is so irrational. Even the leader of the gigantic Ming spirit tribe has lost his mind, one remarked. It seems this race is doomed. Let's wait a bit and save our strength. Let's watch the show first, Marshall Staff said with a cold laugh, flanked by the two guardians. Zachariah found this odd. Though the auras of the two were elusive, they were clearly third-stage Immortal Realm cultivators. Such powerful beings could easily enjoy freedom anywhere. Why would they willingly serve an arrogant youth? Of course, this was due to Zachariah's unfamiliarity with the Wu family. Both were nurtured using Wu family resources, bound tightly to the family, and others like them existed within the Wu family. This formed the core strength that made the Wu family one of the powerful families in the Great Thousand World. Certainly, much of the Wu family's secrets remained undisclosed. Bam, bam, bam. Terrifying power waves continuously shook the space. Although Zachariah was at a disadvantage, his ability to match the giant Ming spirit clan leader, who was at Immortal Sovereign level, with his physical body left Martial Staff's subordinate stunned. Master, this fellow appears to have attained Dao through physical cultivation. He might be quite tough to handle, said the middle-aged man on Martial Staff's right, his voice hoarse with bitterness. Are you afraid? Do you want to retreat? No. With these words, the two fell silent, not daring to argue. Martial Staff snorted, then glanced back at Zachariah, his envy rising. Though he was already a prodigy within the family, Zachariah made him feel outshone. To think this guy could withstand so many rounds against an immortal sovereign. Martial Staff himself couldn't last 3 rounds even with all his protective treasures. Zachariah fought fiercely despite being drenched in blood. It was quite an eyesore for Martial Staff. Next, Martial Staff held a golden longbow, drew the string, and an arrow with a dark red tip appeared on the bow. Blood seemed to flow within it. Master, what are you doing? Seeing Martial Staff take out the bow, his subordinates were shocked. This bow was the blood god bow given by the Wu family ancestor, a famous immortal weapon used in the past. Martial Staff was deeply favored by the Wu family patriarch, and thus gifted this immortal weapon that had aided him in fame. Although Martial Staff lacked the current capability to fully utilize its true power, he could still unleash potent attacks using it. Inside the bow was stored the patriarch's essence blood. Burning it would be like the patriarch pulling the bow personally. Instantly, a tremendous force coalesced at the arrowhead. Zachariah sensed the terrifying power gathering on the arrow. It was indeed on the immortal sovereign level, far beyond Martial Staff's capabilities as a first-stage immortal. Daring to wield such a treasure here showed the real backbone of a wealthy family's offspring. Zachariah dodged both the giant's attacks and the arrow simultaneously, but an eerie feeling lingered. The arrow seemed to lock onto his aura. At that moment, another voice rang out abruptly. Martial Staff, stop! It was none other than Juliet Ming. Seeing her, Martial Staff's expression didn't reveal his usual delight, but turned sour instead. He sneered at Zachariah. Your charm must be quite good, huh? One just left, and another arrives. Then he faced Juliet Ming. You ungrateful woman. Do you really think I'll listen to you now? Next, the blood arrow shifted direction, aiming directly at Juliet Ming. Chapter 353, The Awakened Giant. Martial Staff aimed his magical artifact at Blakely, which was something Zachariah did not expect. He had always thought that Martial Staff still harbored feelings for Blakely, and thus harbored hatred towards him. He didn't realize that it had escalated to this point of love turning into hate. Blakely was momentarily taken aback too. However, her face didn't show any sign of anger or embarrassment. Instead, she looked somewhat relieved and calm. Seeing her reaction, Martial Staff became even more irritated. It clearly showed that she no longer held any place in her heart for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so calm when he pointed the magical weapon at her. At this moment, Martial Staff was about to release the arrow, imagining how the woman he once loved but now despised would be pierced by the crimson arrow, immobilized and killed. This thought made him almost deranged with a glint of longing in his eyes. What I cannot have, nobody else can have. What I cannot get should be utterly destroyed. Hold it. She is a guest Isaiah of our Six Paths Pavilion. Do not dare to act rashly, came the voice of Damien, the head of the human Dao Hall, from mid-air. But Martial Staff wasn't someone who could be dissuaded easily. He let go abruptly, and the crimson arrow shot out with a snapping sound. The power of heaven and earth seemed to concentrate on the tip of the arrow, piercing through the sky as if time and space stood still. The speed of the arrow was incomparably fast. In this realm, a voice thundered angrily, you young V family brat. Don't think you can act without restraint just because you bear the name of the V family. The next instant, a massive transparent hand appeared out of nowhere, colliding with the arrow's tip. With a loud boom, a violent energy vortex swept across the sky. The giant hand clenched into a fist with a crackling sound. The crimson arrow shattered into pieces and disappeared in the air. Martial Staff's expression darkened and turned sinister. He hadn't burned all the ancient ancestors' blood in the bow because he didn't consider it necessary for dealing with Blakely. She wasn't at the Immortal Lord level yet, so why waste precious resources? But even burning a little of the ancient blood had made the arrow as powerful as an attack from an Immortal Lord. However, Damien, the head of the human Dao Hall, was genuinely an Immortal Lord. When he materialized not far from Martial Staff showed no respect. Instead, he cursed, damn. Such disrespect to an Immortal Lord would have cost others their lives many times over. But relying on the V family's power, even the head of the human Dao Hall dared not easily kill him, as it would make the Six Paths Pavilion a powerful enemy. Is the Six Paths Pavilion planning to oppose my V family? A shadow of malice flashed in Martial Staff's eyes. Damien did not tolerate him. You want to kill my guest Isaiah and accuse me of being hostile? You V family brat. Your hair isn't even fully grown yet you're confusing right and wrong, adeptly slandering others. And besides, what makes you represent the V family? Has the family leadership already been passed down to you? Why don't you first ask your father if he has handed over control of the family to you? These words struck at Martial Staff's core, causing him to erupt in fury. People usually revered his V family background and never dared to scold him like this. But today, the head of the human Dao Hall humiliated him to such an extent, it was unbearable. Martial Staff wanted to draw his bow again, but those around him quickly restrained him. Calm down, young master. Don't forget what the family head said. Think carefully, young master. Hearing these words cooled Martial Staff's boiling anger considerably. His father had warned him not to casually provoke key figures from major powers to avoid bringing trouble to the family. If he caused significant trouble for the family, it might stir gossip within the clan, affecting his chances of becoming the family head. No matter how resentful Martial Staff felt, he couldn't help but admit that the head of the human Dao Hall was indeed a key figure. After much contemplation, he cast an unwilling glance at Zachariah and Blakely. With the head of the human Dao Hall protecting them, there was no way he could take action against Zachariah or Blakely. Attacking Zachariah would certainly provoke Blakely, and attacking Blakely wouldn't go unnoticed by the head of the human Dao Hall. There was no solution. Go! Marshal Stav gritted his teeth and gave a single command. Then, he left with 2 others. No one stopped him. Although Zachariah wanted to detain him permanently, the presence of the Six Paths Pavilion members made it inconvenient to act. Ultimately, Blakely and the head of the human Dao Hall defused the situation, though it was clear the latter didn't want to provoke the V family. If Zachariah were to kill Marshal Stav now, it would likely lead to repercussions for the Six Paths Pavilion, appearing ungrateful. Despite collaborating with the Flower Fairy Palace, they still treated things separately. As long as the Six Paths Pavilion members didn't interfere with Zachariah's actions, he wouldn't make them difficult. Considering Blakely's feelings was important. Blakely and Damien both turned their attention to Zachariah after witnessing his intense battle with the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe Jerry, which left them shaken. Is this the younger generation you mentioned? Blakely, having seen Zachariah's prowess before, had some expectation built up in her mind. But for Damien, it was his first time seeing Zachariah fight, leaving him shocked. His aura is merely at the immortal realm, yet he can battle an immortal lord for so many rounds without showing signs of defeat. What a prodigy. When Damien first saw Zachariah, he felt that Zachariah possessed extraordinary qualities, a rare talent. He hadn't expected to underestimate him so much. Even though Zachariah wasn't gaining the upper hand, his opponent was an immortal lord. Gaining the upper hand against an immortal lord would be nearly impossible. The head of the human Dao Hall took a deep breath. This was the strongest immortal realm cultivator he had ever seen, especially considering Zachariah's youth, making his potential limitless. The desire to recruit this outstanding talent resurfaced. Bringing Zachariah to the human Dao Hall could ensure a bright future. Yet, he struggled between 2 thoughts. Zachariah had deep-seated grudges with the Flower Fairy Palace, which was their collaborator. Recruiting Zachariah would surely offend the Flower Fairy Palace. Should he really antagonize the entire sect for one person? As Damien was lost in thought, Blakely's voice brought him back to reality. Head, can you lend a hand to help him? Blakely was only concerned about Zachariah. Her brows furrowed as she watched the battle anxiously. She wanted to help Zachariah but realized she would only be a hindrance, possibly needing to be saved herself, which would be counterproductive. Reflecting on how short a time it had been since their first encounter, Zachariah had not yet reached the immortal realm then and was unable to match her. But now he was battling an immortal lord, and she was unsure she could rival him anymore. Without hesitation, Damien agreed to Blakely's request. He had not helped earlier because he wanted to see if Zachariah had any hidden cards. But since Blakely expressed concern and requested assistance, he couldn't ignore it. Immediately, a massive transparent hand appeared above the giant's head in midair and clutched the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe Jerry's skull. The tribe chief froze momentarily. For a skilled fighter, a millisecond was enough. Zachariah seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating punch, denting the giant's head. Simultaneously, Zachariah unleashed the soul-targeting secret technique, xuanhuan, damaging both the physical body and the spirit profoundly. The head of the human Dao Hall's eyelid twitched. He couldn't see the damage Zachariah had inflicted on the spirit, but the sheer destructive force on the surface was enough to shock him into silence. This level of physical power might not be inferior in any way to the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe. How did this guy train? The pride of the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe seemed to dissipate completely before this young man. However, the Jerry of the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe ultimately possessed immortal lord strength. How could he die so easily? An overwhelming force erupted from his body. Zachariah was sent flying by the shockwave. The massive transparent hand that had been gripping the Jerry's skull loosened due to this surge of power. Ming King's power. Damien's expression turned serious. The Great Brightness Spirit Tribe was said to be the descendant of the ancient Ming King, possessing powerful Ming King's power. He had originally thought it was just a legend they fabricated for glory. To think it was real. Boy, you are quite a hard nut to crack. At this moment, the Jerry of the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe finally spoke. He reached out and forcefully realigned the bones of his caved-in face. Is this guy regaining consciousness? Blakely and Damien were taken aback simultaneously. Damien murmured, this is going to be troublesome now. A fully conscious immortal lord of the Great Brightness Spirit Tribe could wield the Ming King's power with complete mastery, far more formidable than his previous deranged state. Even Damien wasn't confident he could defeat him. However, at the moment Damien was worried. The Great Brightness Spirit Tribe Jerry didn't attack Zachariah again. You killed my son, but you also helped me get rid of those annoying things. We're even. Hearing this, Blakely was momentarily baffled. What annoying things did Zachariah help him get rid of? Probably the lingering imperial thoughts that were interfering with his normal thinking. Damien looked at Zachariah again, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He wondered how many more surprises this boy would bring him. Zachariah's expression remained calm as ever. His xuanhuan aimed to annihilate the other party's spirit. He hadn't expected it to fail in destroying the Jerry's spirit, but instead clear away those troubling residual thoughts. The spirit of an immortal lord indeed wasn't something trivial. The Great Brightness Spirit Tribe Jerry glanced at Zachariah once more before turning and darting towards his people. He needed to save his own kind, which was why he no longer wanted to continue fighting Zachariah after regaining consciousness. Zachariah's muscles also relaxed slightly. Although aiding the Jerry's recovery was unexpected, it didn't seem to be too bad a result. Suddenly, Zachariah sensed a fluctuation of energy. The next moment, his just relaxed muscles tensed up again. Hashtag chapter 354, Marshal Stav's death. Damn it. Marshal Stav angrily moved away from the battlefield where Zachariah and his group were. The resentment in his heart was hard to dispel. If not for the appearance of Amina and the first seed of the human hall, he might have pierced Zachariah's heart with a blood arrow right now. However, Marshal Stav did not plan to let this go so easily. Within this secret realm, the Wu family didn't just have a few people. Moreover, the Immortal Emperor domain had just opened. Other members of the Wu family were all searching for the Immortal Emperor's treasure. Searching for treasure was currently the most important task. Nobody would care about his personal grudges. So, he must wait until he has a better advantage before dealing with Zachariah properly. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his path. Martial Staff still had pin-up anger with no place to vent. Someone blocking his way was akin to inviting trouble. Martial Staff lifted his head, ready to start yelling when he suddenly froze. The person blocking his path was none other than the very person he wished to devour raw. Zachariah. Great. I haven't come looking for you, but you've delivered yourself? A sinister smile crept on Martial Staff's face as he spoke, but before he could finish, Zachariah kicked out without warning. He forcibly kicked Martial Staff away from his two protectors. Everything happened too fast. By the time the two people accompanying Martial Staff reacted, their proud young master was already flying away. Young master. The two rushed to pursue Martial Staff, only for their heads to be grabbed by powerful hands. Under such terrifying strength, they had no chance to resist. Their heads were smashed together violently. Bang. Crack. A bone-chilling sound followed the violent collision. Zachariah threw the two bodies aside like trash, then swiftly flashed forward, catching up to Martial Staff. At this moment, Martial Staff, spitting blood, finally felt fear. Under Zachariah's attack, the two Third Heaven Immortal Realm guards barely stood a chance. Thankfully, the two attendants were still Third Heaven Immortal Realm. Even if enhanced by special means, they wouldn't be killed instantly by Zachariah. Martial Staff could still sense their vital signs. He knew he wasn't a match for Zachariah and had no intention of fighting him. He just needed to stall until the attendants came, giving him a chance to escape. Martial Staff formed seals with his hands, and two green talismans emerged from his legs. As these talismans appeared, his speed increased several times over, disappearing like a ghost. Zachariah missed grabbing him. A mocking voice reached his ears, the obvious mockery. Although Martial Staff's speed had been greatly increased, faster even than Zachariah, he still dared not attack Zachariah. Martial Staff knew how strong Zachariah's physical body was from his battle with the chief of the giant Bright Spirit clan. Ordinary attacks couldn't hurt him, and extraordinary ones required preparation time. For example, launching a blood arrow required burning ancestral essence blood. He couldn't shoot an arrow while moving at such high speed. Fortunately, hope arrived. The two Third Heaven Immortal attendants returned. Despite having shattered skulls and bleeding profusely, they weren't dead yet. Just as they attacked Zachariah vengefully, Zachariah similarly formed a seal. Instantly, identical talismans appeared on his legs, a sign of the advanced ability from Xuanhuan Talisman 100 transformations called Xuanhuan Talisman 100 explanations. After observing the talismans briefly, Zachariah imprinted them in his mind, decoded them mentally, and created two similar talismans using his Xuanhuan talisman abilities. The two attendants, much like Martial Staff earlier, found themselves missing Zachariah again. Martial Staff was completely panicked. Impossible. How do you have? Martial Staff couldn't understand that Zachariah had duplicated the talisman. He thought Zachariah possessed the same talismans as him. The flowing wind free walking talisman was clearly a Wu family secret technique, which should not be in Zachariah's possession. Still confused, Martial Staff was caught by Zachariah, who clamped his neck like a fragile chicken chick. With just a little force, Martial Staff's face turned red and bloated like a blood-filled balloon. Stop. Release our young master. The attendants were alarmed, afraid to act because Martial Staff was in Zachariah's hands. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from their foreheads, appearing filthy and horrific. Let our young master go. We can negotiate. Sir, think carefully. Killing our young master will make you an enemy of the entire Wu family. The attendants were sweating profusely, but Zachariah seemed deaf. He coldly said to Martial Staff, hand over that bow. Martial Staff wanted to refuse. After all, it was a family heirloom. If it fell into someone else's hands, it would disgrace the Wu family. But fear of death made him obediently hand over the bow. Upon receiving the golden bow, Zachariah smiled slightly. The weight of this immortal artifact was significant indeed. You can let me go now? As Zachariah's focus shifted to the bow, his grip loosened a bit. Martial Staff got a brief respite. Even if you get this bow, it's useless. It carries the soul of our ancestor and only recognizes bloodline. In your hands, it's just an ornament. Why don't you return it, and I'll trade something else for my life? Zachariah turned to him. Trade for your life? Who says you can bargain with your life? Your life isn't worth that much. Zachariah's words shocked Martial Staff. Zachariah never intended to spare him. Martial Staff assumed Zachariah only wanted the bow and would let him live. Now, he realized Zachariah never mentioned sparing him once he handed over the bow. It was Martial Staff who mistakenly thought Zachariah would fear the Wu family's power and not dare to kill him. Snap. In the next moment, Zachariah snapped Martial Staff's neck, destroying even his divine soul. Martial Staff's eyes filled with blood as he heard the two attendants shouting, but he knew they weren't mourning him. They were concerned for their own lives. With Martial Staff dead, they wouldn't survive either. Before everything went black, he saw Zachariah effortlessly pull the bow. A glowing blood arrow shimmered on it. The attendants' faces changed dramatically, losing all morale as they ran in opposite directions. Then, the blood arrow shot through one attendant's chest, and next, it pierced the second attendant's back, achieving a true one-shot double kill. The two attendants' bodies shriveled up, drained of all vitality, turning into dried corpses. Haha. Martial Staff's mouth moved, uttering this incomprehensible sound before his consciousness faded. Holding the golden bow, Zachariah's eyes revealed satisfaction. This bow contained the spirit soul of his family ancestor, recognizing only the bloodline, making it difficult for others to handle. However, Zachariah was different. His xuanhuan technique was specifically effective against divine souls, and he didn't need to strain to erase the opponent's divine soul. He only needed to make some adjustments, causing interference. He could make the divine soul mistakenly believe that it was its own bloodline pulling the bow, which would be enough to achieve the desired effect. As for the Wu family's retribution, Zachariah wasn't particularly concerned. Being remembered by martial staff or being remembered by the entire Wu family made little difference. Moreover, he had originally intended to seize this fellow's immortal artifact Bao to enhance his combat strength. By doing so, he had already offended the Wu family to the point of no return. There was no room for negotiation. After completing these actions, Zacharias swiftly flashed towards a certain direction, somewhere within the Immortal Emperor domain. Intense spiritual energy fluctuations made the surrounding area seem precarious. At this level of spiritual energy fluctuation, even those at the immortal realm didn't dare to approach. Because three immortal sovereigns were battling fiercely. Boom. The three figures suddenly parted ways. They were Kathleen, Queen of Netherworld, Andrew, the first seat of the Heavenly Dao Hall, and Charlene from the Flower Immortal Palace. Coldness flowed in Kathleen's eyes as she placed her left hand on her right arm. Her right arm bore a bloody wound. The wound wouldn't heal, with fresh blood continuously oozing out. Across from her, Charlene held a golden whip, blood droplets hanging from it dripping down, adding a sinister allure to her immortal artifact. Kathleen took a deep breath, the pain from her arm piercing through to her divine soul. As an immortal sovereign, if it were a normal wound, it would have healed long ago. It certainly wouldn't cause such unbearable pain to her divine soul. An immortal artifact was indeed not comparable to ordinary magical artifacts. She had suspected it before, but now she was certain that what Charlene held was an immortal artifact. In their previous battles, she had never seen Charlene wielding this kind of immortal artifact. It must have been obtained recently, to immediately team up with others to come after her just after obtaining an immortal artifact. Only a despicable person like Charlene could do something like that. This immortal artifact has boosted your confidence significantly, Kathleen said sarcastically. Charlene retorted without backing down. I've always been confident in dealing with you. I'd say you're just unlucky to meet me when I'm most confident. This time, I won't let you escape. Dreaming of returning to the Netherworld Island is just a pipe dream. Charlene sneered. The golden whip lashed out again. Right at this moment, a streak of blood-colored light blurred her vision. A blood arrow aimed straight for her head, thundering toward her like lightning. Hashtag chapter 355. Who was the real trouble? That blood-red streak of light not only made Charlene shiver down her spine, but also sent a chill up her forehead. Yet, she was after all an immortal sovereign. Though this arrow's power was immense, she still had some means to retaliate. The golden whip in her hand conjured up golden thunderbolts in the air, intertwining with the blood-red arrow like two dragons battling it out, devouring and annihilating each other. However, the blood arrow seemed to have the upper hand as blood-red beams escaped from within the golden lightning, transforming into blood-feathered needles that aimed for Charlene's forehead. Charlene used her magical light to protect herself, but the blood-feathered needle penetrated her defensive layer. She grunted softly, having suffered a hidden blow. Once inside her body, the blood-colored needle began to drain her vital essence. The color drained from her face, turning deathly pale. She could sense that this arrow must have come from an immortal artifact. Moreover, its peculiar nature and ability to consume life force reminded her of a famous treasure Bao known throughout the vast realm. Wu family's blood devourer Immortal Bao. Charlene's eyes widened in shock, initially suspecting someone from the Wu family had intervened. However, when she looked up, she saw the figure nearby was none other than Zachariah, the one she despised more than anything. For a moment, surprise flickered in her eyes. How did the Wu family's treasure end up in Zachariah's hands? Could it be that the Wu family was collaborating with him? But in the next moment, she dismissed this thought, finding it absurd. Even if the Wu family collaborated with him, they wouldn't entrust their heirloom Bao to him. Besides, there were no members of the Wu family accompanying Zachariah, not even a single person. A more terrifying idea crept into her mind. Could he have killed someone from the Wu family and seized the treasure? This kind of treasure Bao would only exist in the hands of direct Wu family descendants. Anyone capable of possessing this Bao would likely be considered a strong candidate for the next head of the family. If Zachariah had slain such a person and taken the Bao, it would certainly fit his audacious character. Recalling how Zachariah once daringly stormed the Flower Fairy Palace to rescue Carrier before even reaching the immortal realm, Charlene wasn't surprised by his actions. Yet, hadn't the Wu family's patriarch already refined this Bao with secret techniques? Non-direct Wu family descendants shouldn't be able to use it at all. As Charlene pondered this mystery, Zachariah once again drew the golden Bao, this time pulling it fully taut. When Marshal Stav attempted to draw the Bao earlier, he barely managed a third of its length despite using all his strength. Still, even that incomplete draw possessed formidable power equivalent to an immortal sovereign. Now, Zachariah's fully drawn Bao radiated power that made the three immortal sovereigns present feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if a fourth immortal sovereign had just arrived. And yet, Zachariah was merely in the first heaven of the immortal realm. Realizing this, Charlene clenched her teeth. No wonder Zachariah risked being pursued by the Wu family to acquire this Bao. Paired with his incomparable divine strength, it was nearly a perfect match. It instantly boosted his combat prowess several levels. Not daring to move rashly, Charlene remained motionless. Meanwhile, Tian Dao Hall's headmaster Lars frowned deeply. He didn't know much about Zachariah but was thoroughly familiar with the Bao. Seeing Zachariah fully draw the Bao put him on high alert, effectively making him abandon any plans for a frontal assault. At this moment, Kathleen's eyes sparkled oddly as she watched Zachariah wield the golden god Bao with godlike strength, freezing the two immortal sovereigns in place. Zachariah's voice reached Kathleen's ears. Whether you want to come or not, it's your choice. She understood what he meant. By taking the Wu family's heirloom Bao, Zachariah had sealed his fate as their mortal enemy. Standing by him would implicate her as well. Only two paths lay before her. Either acknowledge this debt and leave, or stand by Zachariah and share his destiny, including becoming enemies with the powerful Wu family. The Wu family was a formidable clan in the vast realm. Becoming their enemy was no trivial matter. Hence, Zachariah wanted to give her a choice. Do I even need to say? Came her response. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped her, and she threw herself into Zachariah's embrace, almost disrupting his full draw stance. Get off. I'm busy. Zachariah snapped. He didn't expect Kathleen to act so dramatically. Caught off guard, he struggled to maintain composure. Witnessing this, Charlene sneered disdainfully, thinking of them as an immoral couple. Reluctantly, Kathleen stepped away from Zachariah's broad chest. Her gaze turned icy cold as she faced Lars and Charlene. The atmosphere grew tense. Feeling the overwhelming tension, Rundao Hall's headmaster Damien and guest Isaiah Amina rushed over. Noticing Zachariah aiming the arrow, Damien groaned inwardly. Everyone, stop this madness. Damien quickly stepped forward as a mediator, the only one present with enough influence to play peacekeeper. Smiling awkwardly, he said, let's settle things peacefully. Violence isn't good. His words fell on deaf ears. Frustrated, he exclaimed, fine, fight all you want. May the strongest prevail and clear the way for others. Lars finally spoke up. We should cease hostilities. Damien's suggestion made sense. They were here to seek treasures, not engage in deadly battles unnecessarily. While Zachariah's bow was valuable, it was also dangerous. Using it might invite trouble, making it less necessary to persist. Charlene lowered her golden whip. Having secured an immortal artifact, she originally intended to eliminate Kathleen, who annoyed her. Since matters had escalated, she decided not to press further. Opportunities to deal with Kathleen would always arise in the future. You both can relax. With me around, they won't go back on their word, Damien reassured. Upon hearing this, Lars cast a puzzled glance at Damien. On the other side, Zachariah slowly released the bowstring. Trusting Damien, he let the blood-red arrow dissolve. To avoid wasting precious shots, he refrained from using the bow excessively. Each arrow fired consumed part of the Wu family patriarch's life essence. Once depleted, while the bow would still function, its power would diminish without this essence enhancement. Now, you've not only angered me but also provoked the Wu family. Enjoy watching how you will die. Charlene shot a smug grin at Zachariah and Kathleen before leaving without further hesitation. Lars, too, departed with one last glance at Zachariah and Damien. He felt that Zachariah had only put down the treasured bow out of respect for Damien, so he warned him. Don't forget your position. Don't bring unnecessary trouble to the Six Paths Hall. Before Damien could respond, Lars had already ridden the wind away, his figure vanishing in an instant. Damien pursed his lips. Who is the real trouble? It's still uncertain. Lars believed that by getting too close to Zachariah, Damien was undoubtedly bringing trouble to the Six Paths Hall. Because Zachariah had too many formidable enemies. Associating with someone like him would be seen as opposing the Flower Fairy Palace and the Wu family. This was a big problem that anyone could foresee. However, Damien secretly felt that opposing Zachariah might be the real big trouble. Yet, despite this fleeting thought, he still held an opposing opinion regarding Zachariah provoking the Wu family. You're being foolish. How could you sigh? At that time, Zachariah had hastily bade them farewell. Damien thought he was rushing to find Ingrid. Never did he expect that Zachariah had also killed Marshallstav along the way, and seized his bow. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness indeed gave off a hint of a true strongman's aura. But this left Damien, who was hoping to recruit Zachariah, speechless and frustrated. How am I supposed to recruit you now? Recruiting Zachariah now would be equivalent to declaring war on both the Flower Fairy Palace and the Wu family simultaneously. Not to mention other halls, even the Heavenly Dao Hall would be against it first. Zachariah, however, said nothing. He simply distanced himself a bit from Damien, as if drawing a line to set boundaries. Amina also came over, looking at Zachariah hesitantly, wanting to speak but holding back. There were so many things she wanted to say, yet they stuck in her throat, unsure where to start. The first time she met Zachariah in the endless void, she could still be considered his guide. But now, they had taken two completely different paths. Zachariah stubbornly chose the most arduous and dangerous road, while she, who was always conservative, watched her junior gradually move farther and farther away. Just like Curtis back then. Thank you, farewell. Zachariah bowed slightly, without saying more, then turned and left with Kathleen. Amina wanted to chase after them, but Damien stopped her. He does this not to make us feel difficult. Don't let him down. Damien said seriously. Amina stood frozen on the spot, lost in melancholy. Clearly, she was Zachariah's senior, the one who should have been by his side. Yet those who went far away with him were Kathleen, not her. Hashtag chapter 356, taking the initiative. In a certain area of the Immortal Emperor domain, Brit stood atop the head of a giant Ming spirit tribe member. The spirit tribe member appeared dazed, as if he had been enslaved by Brit and now remained calm, obeying his commands. Such a mount is indeed quite exceptional and rare in this world. Standing there, Brit's lips curled into a smile, clearly pleased with his new captive mount. This scene was witnessed by the chieftain of the giant Ming spirit tribe, who had rushed here to save his people. Seeing his tribesmen being enslaved and humiliated in such a manner, the chieftain's rage flared up. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were filled with fury. Wu family brat, you are insolent. He recognized that the person standing on the tribesman's head was from the Wu family, none other than Brit, the second son and direct descendant of the Wu family. If it were anyone else, the chieftain would have attacked without hesitation. However, given the formidable power of the Wu family, even though his anger surged within him, he did not act immediately. Release my tribesmen now. The chieftain roared like thunder, but Brit simply remained unperturbed. I didn't expect you, the chieftain, to come back to your senses. You live up to your title. He mocked while casually cleaning his ears. Even if you're the chieftain, this matter isn't for you to decide. Just now, he went crazy trying to attack me, and I'm merely giving him a small punishment. I haven't even killed him. Do you think this is unreasonable? Hearing this, the giant Ming spirit tribe chieftain almost gnashed his teeth to pieces. Indeed, their tribesmen had been heavily influenced by the remnants of an imperial essence, something they had not anticipated. This tribe, known for their strong physical bodies, had always focused on building physical strength since birth, neglecting spiritual cultivation, leading to this dire situation. But seeing his tribesmen so mistreated made the chieftain, as leader, unable to stand idly by. Release him, and we can discuss any conditions you may have, the chieftain said solemnly. Brit was thoroughly displeased with his attitude. A sneer crept onto his face. What conditions can I possibly demand from a bunch of dumb giants? After all, you were once slaves, so why pretend to be noble in front of me? Brit's words deeply hurt the chieftain. Their tribe, known for their warlike nature, had once angered a powerful figure long ago and were enslaved for a period. Only after that powerful figure perished were they freed. This was a forbidden topic for the tribe, one that no one dared mention in their presence. You're asking for death. That remark crossed the line. The chieftain finally could not contain himself and unleashed a punch infused with the might of the heavens and earth toward Brit. Standing firm on the giant's head, Brit did not move an inch. Suddenly, a celestial barrier emerged before him, glowing brilliantly. The chieftain's punch struck the barrier, but was then repelled by a force nearly equal to its own. As the chieftain staggered back in shock, a figure appeared in the air. A venerable Isaiah seated on a black lotus platform, holding a fly whisk, wearing a Taoist robe but adorned with Buddhist beads, appearing quite out of place. Despite his odd appearance, he exuded an overwhelming aura of an immortal sovereign. The chieftain halted in place, staring fiercely at the Isaiah, his frustration evident on his face. This Isaiah was no stranger to him, Gerard's, one of the Wu family's strongest patrons, skilled in both Buddhist and Taoist arts. While the chieftain's strength was formidable, facing Gerard's left him feeling powerless. In battle, brute strength can surpass magical techniques, but only when strength far exceeds technique. When they are evenly matched, technique generally holds an advantage. Jasper, step back, Gerard's said calmly. To suggest the chieftain should leave his people to suffer such humiliation was sheer arrogance. Yet, the chieftain knew the Isaiah had the right to be arrogant. But he did not retreat. If he did, the giant Ming spirit tribe would lose its pride and reputation in the vast realms. People would think them weak. You must be dreaming, he roared. If you don't release my tribesmen today, I will fight you to the death. The giant Ming spirit tribe's blood ran true in him. Meanwhile, Zachariah and Kathleen were rapidly approaching the scene. What exactly are you thinking? Kathleen couldn't help but ask Zachariah mid-flight. She wasn't questioning his actions of killing and seizing treasures, which were common in the cultivator world. It was because those belonged to the Wu family that she found it hard to understand. Do you really mean to rescue me with that bow? Before she could finish her thought, Zachariah glanced at her coldly. Don't flatter yourself. Normally, she would have reacted angrily, but this time she felt admiration for Zachariah's boldness. Zachariah ignored her and accelerated. Kathleen wondered where he was heading until she noticed the distinct auras ahead. Seeing the figures, she was taken aback. You're going after the Wu family? She couldn't believe it. Instead of avoiding confrontation, Zachariah was actively seeking trouble with them. She couldn't quite read him. Brit, too, sensed Zachariah's approach. Recognizing Zachariah, Brit's lips curled into a cruel smile. I heard my good-for-nothing brother died at the hands of some young man. That must be you. News of Marshallstav's death had spread quickly through the Wu family. They also identified the aura associated with the killing. So when Zachariah appeared before Brit, he instantly recognized him as the culprit. Very well, Brit suddenly clapped. Excellent kill. Zachariah had expected furious rage, but instead saw approval. Clearly, this family was not entirely normal. He's dead anyway, saving us the trouble of vying for the family leadership. There was no sympathy in Brit's expression. It seemed he valued power and authority over his brother's life. Zachariah felt sure that if Marshallstav were alive and standing in Brit's way, he might even kill his own brother. Compared to his emotionally driven brother, Brit was far more ruthless. Zachariah decided firmly. Rather than wait for the Wu family to unite against him, he would take the initiative and strike while they were scattered, preventing potential future trouble. As for how he could accurately find the Wu family members, it was thanks to Marshallstav's divine soul. He had kept a thread of Marshallstav's residual soul. Following this trace, he could accurately locate Marshallstav's kin. Though you killing my brother makes me quite happy, you still must die, that's the rule. Since you won't live long anyway, why not just cut off your own head and give it to me to save yourself some pain? Brit looked at Zachariah, spouting what he thought were wise words. Zachariah treated him as if he were an idiot. Seeing the indifferent look on Zachariah's face, Brit felt slightly embarrassed. His gaze shifted slightly from Zachariah to Kathleen's face. Ingrid, standing by him means you've chosen death. Why not offer up his head instead, to atone for your sins? Kathleen almost gritted her teeth in fury. She glanced at Zachariah and said coldly, Can you hurry up and kill this fool? I can't take it anymore. The chieftain of the giant Ming spirit tribe also turned to look at Zachariah. Not long ago, they were enemies. But now, they shared a common hatred toward the Wu family. An enemy of their enemy is a friend. I'll hold off Shu. You finish him off. The chieftain acted on his initiative, choosing the most formidable target. The next moment, he charged straight towards Shu, swinging a wave of spiritual light. And Zachariah. He drew his treasure bow right where he stood. Seeing Zachariah draw the blood-devouring immortal essence bow, Brit's smile instantly froze. He knew this bow well. It had once belonged to Marshallstav. When his father gave the bow to Marshallstav, he envied him for a long time. Now that Marshallstav was dead, it made sense that the bow fell into Zachariah's hands. But Brit wasn't worried. He believed deep down that the bow was only temporarily with Zachariah. Once they killed Zachariah, they would recover the bow. Then it would naturally be his turn to possess it, which contributed to half of his joy. However, now he couldn't laugh anymore. How could this guy draw the bow? No one told him. And when Zachariah drew the bow, readying the blood arrow, Giroux, who had seemed completely disinterested in everything around him, finally showed some reaction. Chapter 357, Just a Demon Taoist. What are you looking at? Look at me. The chieftain of the Jareth clan saw that Coil's attention had shifted to Zachariah. He felt disrespected. Engaging in combat with him, yet daring to divert his focus elsewhere? The chieftain covered the void with his palm, a vortex appearing in his palm. Spiritual power compressed intensely within this vortex in his palm, instantly reaching a critical point. This palm strike was aimed directly at Coil's head. Before it even arrived, Coil could already feel an overwhelming force pressing down on his body. If he were struck by this palm imbued with celestial spiritual might, disregarding other factors, this corporeal body would certainly be destroyed on the spot. Coil snorted coldly. In his view, the chieftain of the Jareth clan was nothing more than a crude warrior, possessing brute strength alone. Though able to invoke celestial spiritual might, it was merely brute force. This was anything but artistic, and certainly not beautiful. Coil waved his dust brush lightly. A Taiji Bagua diagram 100 feet wide began revolving before him. The shocking palm strike from the Jareth chieftain landed within this Taiji Bagua diagram. Instantly, the force in his palm seemed to vanish like mud into the sea, while he himself felt as if he had been pulled into this scheme. Shaken, the chieftain's eyes flickered. He loathed these kinds of perplexing matters. Mingwang power reverberated from his steel-like flesh and bones. Break through for me. One force breaks all doctrines. Facing this extreme, terrifying power, the Taiji Bagua diagram seemed unable to withstand it, showing cracks. Coil narrowed his eyes, his gaze shimmering. At this moment on the other side, Zachariah had already drawn his precious bow fully, completing his power-up. With a release, the blood-colored arrow cut through the void, aiming straight for Brit. Shioi, save me. Confronted with this shocking arrow, Brit was terrified, no longer as arrogant and domineering as he was just moments ago. Coil's palms came together. Buddhist light spread out from his body. This Buddhist light instantly enveloped Brit. It was as if Buddha's light was shining upon Brit. The blood-colored arrow, upon touching this Buddhist light, was halted in its momentum. Ordinary defensive measures couldn't stop this blood-colored arrow. Clearly, this patch of Buddhist light was no ordinary thing. Seemingly ethereal, it was as solid as a fortress. The blood-colored arrow emitted a sharp trembling sound, only inching forward, unable to swiftly reach Wu Christopher's body. I have the light of 10,000 Buddhas. Do not act wantonly. Coil's face turned fierce, bearing no resemblance to the compassionate appearance of a Buddha. You're not even a bald monk. What are you pretending to be, a Buddha? The chieftain broke free from the Taiji Bagua scheme. With Zachariah as auxiliary combat power, his confidence soared significantly. His initial reverence for Coil vanished in an instant. Transforming into a Mingwang shadow, the shadow raised its hand, which almost materialized, striking heavily against the Buddhist light. Boom. Hit by this force, Coil rolled his eyes, losing consciousness for a moment. The previously impregnable Buddhist light wavered instantly. The blood-colored arrow, as if endowed with intelligence, quickly found the loophole created by the wavering Buddhist light. Brit barely relaxed when he was faced with imminent danger again, his expression turning pale. But he didn't sit idly by either. Forming a seal with his hands, he summoned Immortal Essence, forming 3 substantial-looking bronze-colored gates in front of him. The 3 gates of heaven. The Wu family knew the power of this blood-devouring Immortal Essence bow. To prevent family self-inflicted harm, the patriarch passed down this defensive method, the 3 gates of heaven. Just in case one day, internal clan battles occurred, some important direct descendants would possess the ability to protect themselves. Once the 3 gates of heaven were erected, the blood-colored arrow hit the first gate. Crack, crack. The gate made a cracking sound. Most of the color drained from Brit's face. Although he cultivated these 3 gates of heaven, he was only at the entry level. The truly perfect 3 gates of heaven were not like this now. They certainly wouldn't be pierced easily by the blood arrow. Meanwhile, Coil had been provoked by the Jareth chieftain. He opened his arms wide, his robe billowing behind him, his previous elegant demeanor completely gone. You coarse things, today I will annihilate your souls and bodies. Coil waved his arms, manipulating the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi solely, bombarding towards the Jareth chieftain and Zachariah and others. I was just watching. You dare to attack me? Sergio's icy remark meant she too was forced into the battle. On the other side, Brit was still struggling with the 3 gates of heaven. Coil had to fight 2 immortal venerables and a Zachariah with comparable immortal venerable power alone. Within a short time, he became disheveled, his robe torn, and even lost his dust brush. From this, it was evident that the dust brush wasn't his usual magic tool but merely for show. Coil's eyes turned slightly red. Geo, I want you all dead. Next, a pair of purple-black bone wings unfolded from his back, black streams emerging from his 7 apertures. With a flap of wings, dark purple demonic flames surged forth, engulfing everything around. Whether it was the Jareth chieftain or Sergio, or even Zachariah himself, all felt somewhat surprised. Coil's transformation was indeed unexpected. What rubbish about practicing both Buddhism and Taoism? This guy is originally just a demon Taoist. Sergio sneered. She previously didn't fully understand the Wu family. Now she finally knew what kind of filthy place it was. Upon seeing this scene, Zachariah's eyes lit up. It was like someone who hadn't eaten for a long time suddenly saw a table full of succulent dishes. This wasn't just a dish, but a whole feast. However, thinking was one thing. The Coil on the opposite end wasn't just prey to be slaughtered. He discarded his facade to reveal his true form to Zachariah and the others. He was determined to bury them all here. Dark demonic flames instantly surrounded them. The Jareth chieftain, being the largest in size, was the first to come into contact with the black flames. An agonizing scream immediately followed. The black flames ignited upon touching him. Crucially, these black flames couldn't be extinguished. The chieftain tried using Mingwang power, but couldn't strip off the black flames from his body. Thus, he could only cut off the large sections of burning flesh. Coil let out a mad laugh. This was exactly the scene he most wanted to see, trapped within the circle of black flames, as they continuously fell upon them. They had no way out. They could only sever the flesh touched by the black flames from their own bodies. It was no different from slowly flaying themselves alive. Chapter 358, Black Flame Forging. The black flames descending from the void clung to everything like an inescapable plague. The Leroy was the first to suffer, unable to find a way to counter them and thus paid a terrible price. Kathleen's fingers traced through incantations, her body flickering with immortal energy. She enveloped herself in a greenish water curtain, causing the black flames to sizzle as they touched it. Though the black flames continuously weakened the water curtain's power, Kathleen managed to protect her flesh for the moment, escaping the brutal torture suffered by the Leroy. Seeing this, the chieftain hastily sought help from Kathleen. Kathleen's expression turned fierce, responding curtly, "I'm having a hard enough time saving myself. How can I save you, big guy? Look at your size, have some common sense." Her spell could only maintain its protective effect for one person. Expanding it would significantly weaken her defense. Moreover, if she were to help anyone, she prioritized Zachariah first. She hadn't even been able to aid Zachariah yet. Why should this clumsy giant be next in line? Of course, Zachariah didn't need her help. As the black flames engulfed Zachariah's flesh, the unextinguishable flame began burning his body. Zachariah realized this wasn't just ordinary fire. Even after using the secret of fire, he still couldn't control these flames, proving that they were not true flames, but rather an almost insurmountable form of power. Zachariah's formidable immortal body finally sensed a real threat on a physical level. However, the tyrannical nature of the nirvanic immortal body revealed itself in this moment. As his flesh was consumed, Zachariah's nirvanic immortal body regenerated simultaneously. Feeling the familiar forging sensation within his flesh, Zachariah ceased struggling and allowed the black flames to envelop him completely. Since reaching the immortal realm, he had no longer experienced the sensation of forging his body. There weren't many forces capable of threatening his physical body, and crucially, none had sustained power. But this unextinguishable black flame possessed both effects. It could harm his body and sustain the damage over time. Thus, under the effect of the nirvanic body, the forging effect was achieved. This surprised Zachariah. With such a medium present, he wasn't in a hurry to escape. He remained silent within the black flame's embrace. Seeing Zachariah surrounded by black flames, Kathleen was most worried. In her perception, Zachariah's aura rapidly diminished, causing her heart to sink. But Zachariah's following mental message lifted her spirit slightly. "Giroux, I can't hold on much longer. What are you doing? Why haven't you come to help me?" Just as Venerable Giroux was lost in thought, he heard Wu Christopher Shang's urgent cries for help. Wu Christopher Shang's face was pale, his legs trembling. The third heavenly gate barrier he erected against the blood arrows had only one layer left, which was already showing signs of cracking. Yet the blood arrows remained terrifyingly powerful. He couldn't hold on much longer. And Venerable Giroux seemed to be hesitating, not coming to his rescue. Venerable Giroux looked grim, clearly growing impatient with Wu Christopher Shang. For a moment, he even showed murderous intent towards Wu Christopher Shang, but he quickly regained his composure. Instantly, part of the black flames transformed into a long arrow piercing through the void, intercepting the lethal blood arrows for Wu Christopher Shang. Wu Christopher Shang fell backward, sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat. Seeing his pathetic state, Venerable Giroux sneered slightly. Meanwhile, due to Venerable Giroux diverting part of the black flames to aid Wu Christopher Shang, the other two immortal venerables found an opportunity. The Leroy was the first to escape the black flames enclosure. His body was bruised and battered, almost unrecognizable, a horrifying sight. But Jasper's spirits were naturally strong physically. As long as they survived, their bodies could regenerate quickly. The chieftain's eyes filled with deep apprehension. He saw Zachariah being completely consumed by the black flames and felt no presence from him. He must have perished. The chieftain found it regrettable. That man's physical strength was no less impressive than his own. It was too rare for a human to develop such a formidable body. At this moment, he felt a kinship with Zachariah. The only downside was human small stature. To him, their amount of flesh was insignificant. Being large had its advantages. The chieftain now entertained thoughts of retreat. With Zachariah dead, there was no more charismatic leader among them. His fighting spirit also waned. In truth, he did understand the gravity of the situation. Initially, he dared to challenge Venerable Giroux alone. But now, despite their combined efforts, they failed under Venerable Giroux's bizarre tactics. The stark contrast made it difficult to regain morale. He swiftly grabbed the dazed members of his clan and teleported away. Venerable Giroux didn't intend to let him go, sending a clone in pursuit. At this time, Kathleen also escaped the black flames enclosure. However, she didn't flee immediately, because Zachariah hadn't emerged from the black flames. She intended to continue fighting Venerable Giroux to give Zachariah more time. But Zachariah's message urged her to stay away, assuring her he had a plan. She also perceived no presence from Zachariah, but hearing his voice gave her slight comfort. "I'm not your servant, don't order me around," Kathleen muttered. Gios regarding Zachariah's warning, she continued attacking Venerable Giroux. To buy Zachariah time. She didn't know what Zachariah was planning, but she understood he was up to something. These black flames were incredibly strange and terrifying. If it were her, being enveloped would likely mean death. Yet Zachariah had endured for so long and was still alive. This led Kathleen to believe Zachariah wasn't afraid of these flames. Instead, he might be utilizing them for some purpose, an unfathomable act for others. But for Zachariah, she believed it was possible. After all, Zachariah's body was the most bizarre and terrifying she had ever seen. They were evenly matched. Seeing Kathleen attack instead of fleeing, Venerable Giroux laughed wildly. "You're smart, knowing you can't run." He assumed Kathleen realized she couldn't escape and was preparing for a final stand. Kathleen snorted. Your face is thick, old Taoist monster. Powerful immortal energy surged around her, transforming into spiritual energy whips that crashed toward venerable Giroux. Giroux caught the spiritual energy whip barehanded, his overwhelming demonic power flowing along it like tentacles, pulling Kathleen closer. Chapter 357. The protoform of Nirvana Dao Body. Kathleen was pulled by Killian's force. Yet, her expression remained composed. In the moment when the distance closed between them, she raised her hand and swiped it through the air. In an instant, a hand that seemed to emerge from a shadowy underworld reached out in front of Killian, grabbing his throat just before he could react. Killian's face shifted, purple runes appearing around his neck as if shielding vital areas. Kathleen was now right in front of him, but because she had made the first move, controlling her now was beyond him. Kathleen stomped on his face with her foot, unleashing a torrent of divine energy that sent him flying. Black flames flickered in Killian's eyes as his breath faltered for a moment, only to stabilize almost instantly. His rage surged. He valued his dignity deeply, and being kicked by Kathleen was an immense disgrace. I underestimated you. Killian's expression turned cold. Kathleen, facing him, was equally astonished. Her expression grew grave. She had thought he was at most a 4th heaven peak cultivator, but from this confrontation, it seemed he might already be at 5th heaven. Her kick had been a full power attack, yet he barely sustained any real damage. Before Kathleen could launch another assault, a sudden chill ran through her. She looked down at her foot, which had struck him. It was engulfed in black flames. Is he untouchable? Kathleen felt her scalp tingle. She had avoided the black flames around his body, yet still, she was affected. Kathleen wasn't like Jasperling clan's patriarch who would simply cut off a limb. Instead, she summoned a green water curtain to envelop the flames. At the same moment, Killian launched an attack. With a loud boom, black flames exploded behind Killian, forming a roaring black flame dragon overhead. The dragon surged silently toward Kathleen. Compared to the dragon, Kathleen's fragile form seemed helpless, a mere tigress under a mighty dragon. Kathleen's face paled. She felt a profound sense of despair, knowing she couldn't block this strike alone. Yet, she didn't give up. She knew Zachariah was behind her. If she failed or fled, he would suffer. Zachariah was already surrounded by the black flames. Combined with the black flame dragon, his chances of survival were slim. To repay my debt to you, Kathleen resolved, her demeanor firm. A massive, deep purple vortex appeared in front of her, looking like an entrance to the underworld. When the black flame dragon hit the vortex, eerie wails could be heard within. It was not the true underworld, but a small world created by Kathleen's cultivation technique. She diverted the impact into this small world, reducing the physical harm to herself but causing immense spiritual torment. The screams within echoed her soul's agony. More than just ghostly howls, they were the resonant cries of her spirit. You truly live up to your name as the king of the underworld, Killian noted, recognizing her skill in mitigating his attacks. But he saw she was barely holding on, her mental state nearing collapse while his resources of black flames were virtually inexhaustible. Killian felt confident he was unbeatable. Just as he thought victory was secure, his heart suddenly raced. Fear gripped him. A 5th heaven immortal should not experience unprovoked fear. It must indicate a potential threat. His gaze fixed upon Zachariah. He had ignored him, believing him dead after the black flames hadn't vanished. But now Zachariah walked out of the flames, completely unharmed. His aura climbed sharply. What are you? No, impossible. What kind of monster are you? Killian stammered, a primal fear rising within him. He hadn't felt such fear for years, especially towards a mere immortal realm cultivator. Turning his eyes to Kathleen, he saw her straining but relieved look when she saw Zachariah emerge. Hurry up and help. Or do you want me dead so you can find a new lover? Zachariah said nothing, shifting his gaze to the black flame dragon. He dashed forward, grabbing it with his bare hands. In the next moment, it seemed as though he tore the dragon in half, countless black flames leaping onto him like moths to a flame. The black flames were the moths, but Zachariah was the fire. Step by step, he advanced toward Killian, seeming slow yet covering the distance in mere breaths. Killian panicked. His strongest defenses were useless against Zachariah. Instinctively, he punched, releasing torrents of divine energy. Zachariah blocked with one hand, then retaliated with an identical blow. With a thunderous boom, Zachariah's palm cracked. Killian, despite his strength, was blown back with half his body obliterated. Ah! Killian screamed, eyes red, staring at his shattered body and the quickly healing cracks on Zachariah's palm. He was nearly driven to madness. Chapter 358, Terror Struck by Rumor. Theo's superiority lay in his formidable Dao techniques. The ultimate means at his disposal, those undying black flames, could even make immortal venerables groan in frustration and find it difficult to handle. However, like the majority of immortal venerables, he hadn't undergone any substantial tempering of his physical body. Many cultivators believed such practices were trivial since once they ascended to the immortal realm, their mortal bodies would transform into immortal bodies, granting them overwhelming power surpassing even those who had cultivated their physical bodies to perfection. So why should they waste time and energy on physical tempering? Before achieving an immortal body, possessing a sacred body would only marginally enhance one's strength after cultivation compared to ordinary immortal bodies. But matching an immortal venerable's immortal body was still impossible, a widely accepted fact. Therefore, tempering the physical body, a time-consuming and labor-intensive process, was seldom done by cultivators in the Great Thousand World. They considered it highly inefficient, yielding minimal results despite endless efforts, and leaving them vulnerable to higher-rank cultivators. Why would anyone willingly engage in such futility? Theo was no exception. He too hadn't tempered his physical body. Yet, with his 5th firmament immortal venerable physique, Even if he competed against a Jioming spirit clan Immortal venerable renowned for physical prowess, their leader wouldn't gain any advantage over him. But Xianxia was unique. Though merely an Immortal realm cultivator, his physical body exhibited such might that it made even Theo's divine soul tremble. Could it be that he has already touched the threshold of the Dao body? Theo's eyes flashed with intense jealousy. A Dao body, blessed by the heavenly Dao. As long as the Dao heart remains unextinguished, it signifies true immortality, the supreme body in legend. Even those illustrious immortal emperors in history rarely possessed a Dao body. No, impossible. How could such a legendary body possibly manifest in a mere human immortal realm cultivator? As Theo deliberated, Xianxia struck again. With only half his body remaining, Theo dared not confront Xianxia head-on, retreating swiftly like a flash. Despite losing half his body, this didn't greatly affect his abilities because he didn't rely on physical combat. Being an immortal venerable, with some time, he could easily recover. Xianxia watched him flee without pursuing. Stopping a fifth firmament immortal venerable was challenging. If Theo resolved to fight to the death, Xianxia might have a chance to kill him. But once determined to flee, catching him was nearly impossible. After all, speed-wise, there was a considerable gap between Xianxia and a fifth firmament immortal venerable. Although Xianxia had movement techniques to boost him, Theo excelled in spells and possessed top-tier evasion techniques, making pursuit futile for Xianxia. However, Xianxia wasn't worried. He believed Theo would return. Such a creature couldn't let things go so easily. In other words, he had a narrow-minded disposition. Witnessing how he split to pursue the fleeing Jioming spirit clan chief indicated a vengeful nature. Someone like this wouldn't abandon the opportunity for revenge. Turning away from Theo, Xianxia focused on the nearby figure. Brit was also attempting to escape. Seeing Theo flee without looking back, Brit internally cursed thousands of times, even questioning Theo's ancestors. By the time he wanted to call out, Theo was already gone. Left with no choice, Brit swallowed his bitterness and prepared to flee using a flying magic tool. But having let Theo go, Xianxia wasn't about to let Brit escape. Appearing before Brit, he kicked him back violently. Brit tumbled across the ground several times, protective lights bursting like fireworks. When Xianxia's foot connected, almost all his defensive measures shattered or dimmed, leaving him devastated both physically and mentally. At this moment, he truly understood the fear his brother Martial Stav must have endured. Xianxia didn't stop. Another kick left Brit bruised and battered, with his defensive means exhausted after just 2 strikes. Begging for mercy, Brit tried his last resort. Spare me. I can serve you. I can offer secrets of the Wu family. You must want to know. To survive, Brit offered to betray the Wu family. Xianxia had a slight interest in this matter. How did they make strong cultivators willingly serve them? Theo, being a pillar among immortal venerables, could lead a powerful faction yet followed a fool like Brit as a cheap enforcer. The same went for Martial Stav's immortal attendants. What method did the Wu family use to ensure such loyalty? Though slightly intrigued, Xianxia wouldn't trust Brit. Having betrayed his own family, what else wouldn't he sell? Believing him even a little would lead Xianxia to ruin. Alright, I believe you. Despite his resolve, Xianxia's words were insincere. Brit, momentarily relieved, met Xianxia's palm striking his head. Blood mist drifted through the air, signaling his end. Kathleen approached Xianxia, finding him more akin to a true sovereign of shadows. What about those black flames? Though Theo escaped, the black flames remained on Xianxia. Wary of them, Kathleen kept her distance. Don't worry, Xianxia said calmly. While harmless to him, these flames were undoubtedly a potent weapon in battle. Letting him live isn't entirely without benefits, Xianxia smiled faintly. In the next moment, he vanished. The life soul of Christopher Shing is gone. Simultaneously, Wu family members, sensing Brit's death, grew enraged. And then, a black flame-clad figure, like a grim reaper, rapidly approached them.